Chapter 1. Wilderness surrounded by oak trees, a forgotten graveyard. The sky hung low and gray as a thin rain drizzled across the land. A skinny blond boy stood silently before a freshly piled mound of dirt. His clothes were worn thin, his body underfed, and his face still carried traces of childish innocence that had no place here. His name was Denji. He looked about 16. Buried beneath the soil was his father. Denji stared at the grave without blinking. It was hard to tell whether the emptiness on his face came from grief or from fear of what tomorrow would bring. Probably both. Standing beside him was a tall man with black hair and dark eyes, dressed in formal funeral clothes suited for the occasion. His posture was straight, his expression solemn, professional. This was Pastor Kale. Kale had inherited the funeral parlor after his parents were killed by a devil. They were ordinary people who had lived quietly in Japan until they were reduced to nothing but mangled remains during a devil incident. Death paid no compensation. Behind the two of them, a battered jeep sat idling. Inside was an old man wearing a white cowboy hat, a cigarette hanging from his lips as he watched Denji with open malice. Kale suddenly stiffened. His body jerked, breath hitching as clarity rushed back into his eyes. He had transmigrated. An overwhelming flood of memories slammed into his head, nearly making him curse out loud. He clenched his jaw, riding out the headache as the information settled. The body he now occupied belonged to someone with the same name as his own. Kale, same profession too, an undertaker, figures. He wasn't much of an anime fan. Everything he knew about this world came from the memories of the original Kale. Devils existed. They killed people. Society functioned around hunting them, but at least he was not empty-handed. With a thought, a translucent panel appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Host, Kale. Race, human. Age, 19. Physique, 9. Agility, 12. Luck, 5. Charm, 11. Special ability, dark fruit ability. Distributable attribute points, 5. Kale stared at the stats. Jesus, these numbers are dogshit. Physique below average, luck straight up cursed. Still, his special ability made up for it, the dark fruit. One of the few anime abilities Kale actually recognized. A terrifying power that swallowed everything, including other abilities. The downside was brutal. Darkness absorbed damage but doubled the pain. No elemental escape. No easy mode. That meant one thing, he needed durability. Without hesitation, Kale dumped every point he had into physique. Ding! Physique, 14. Much better. He also learned how to earn more points. Kill devils, simple, honest, bloody. Just then, a raspy voice broke the silence. The bastard killed himself before paying this month's debt. The old man leaned out of the jeep window, eyes locked onto Denji. Listen here, kid. I do not care if you beg, steal, or sell your body. Get me 700,000 yen by tomorrow. If you do not, I will carve you up and sell whatever is left. Denji flinched. He said nothing. There was no one to help him. Kale slowly turned his head. The memories clicked. Local gang boss, loan shark, absolute piece of shit. And worse, the man Kale had been forced to work under. So this was the bastard who funded his parents' funeral, only to treat death like a payment plan. The old man started the engine. That was when Kale spoke. Hey. The voice was calm, cold. Stop. The window rolled down, the old man smirked. What, you want a ride? Do not be funny. His eyes darkened. Your dead parents still owe me 2 million yen. 1 week, miss it, and I smash your shop first. Then I bury you in it. Kale felt something twist in his chest, then he laughed, a short, sharp sound. I am not paying you a single damn yen. Denji's head snapped up. The old man's smile vanished. He pulled out a pistol and pressed it against Kale's forehead. Seems my ears are going bad. Kale raised his hand. Then listen carefully, you old sack of shit. Darkness poured from his palm, thick and violent, forming a swirling black vortex. Debts die with the dead, I owe you nothing. Denji owes you nothing. If you want payment, go dig up a corpse and ask it yourself. The gun ripped free from the old man's grip. Crushing sounds echoed as metal and cloth were pulverized into scrap. Denji froze, mouth hanging open. What the hell are you? The old man screamed. A devil hybrid. Kale did not answer. He clenched his fist. The fragments shot forward like shrapnel. Blood exploded from the old man's hand as his palm was torn clean through. He screamed, collapsing against the steering wheel. "This is your warning," Kale said flatly. "Our debts are finished. Come near us again and I will kill you." Slowly, got it. The old man panted, sweat pouring down his face. Then he laughed. "You do not smell like a devil," he said hoarsely, "yet you use one's power freely." Flesh tore from his neck. A thick, pulsing cord burst out, ripping the roof off the jeep as it twisted through the air. Rotten power filled the graveyard, the cord warping and merging into a massive, grotesque human face. Kale's eyes widened. "You have got to be fucking kidding me." The thing grinned. "You picked the wrong graveyard, boy," it crooned. "This is my territory. I am the zombie devil." Chapter 2. The hillside shook violently. "Something's wrong. Denji, we need to get away from that devil now," Kale barked. "Oh, okay," Denji stammered, panic in his voice as he tried to run alongside Kale. But his malnourished legs betrayed him. He tripped over a stray rock, falling hard to the wet ground. He stared up, frozen, as the massive, grotesque human face in the sky slowly descended. "Hey kid, want to make a contract with me? Join our devil family, Tilda." The zombie devil's voice slithered through the air, accompanied by a grotesque laugh. "Tusk." "I'll join you," Kale swore, spinning around and scooping Denji into his arms. Denji was lighter than expected. He weighed barely 50 pounds. Thank you, big brother." Denji's maturity surprised Kale. Most kids his age would have screamed or wet themselves at the sight of a massive flying zombie devil. "Don't worry, I've got you." Kale's voice was calm. He had seen enough death to know fear was a luxury. The priority was distance and understanding the devil's strategy. But he barely moved 2 steps when the zombie devil transformed again. Thick, fleshy tendrils, like writhing octopus arms, shot from the devil's head and plunged into the ground. One found its way into Denji's father's grave. "Aya!" A low, guttural roar erupted from the grave. The coffin lid splintered, and Denji's father crawled out. Filthy, decomposed, stinking of rot, and with milky, sightless eyes, he was now a puppet of the zombie devil. And he wasn't alone. Soon, dozens of corpses clawed their way out of the soil, eventually numbering 100. Kale understood instantly. The shaking ground wasn't the devil's power, it was the rising undead army. Denji and Kale were surrounded. "Go tear those two apart." The zombie devil's face twisted into a cruel grin. The corpses moved as one, closing in on the pair. Denji's father lunged first, grabbing Denji's ankle with decaying hands and opening his jaw wide. Denji's pupils constricted in terror. A dead father was worse than a living one. No, Dad, don't come near me," he cried, trembling. Kale's eyes narrowed. "He's already dead and you're still whining." A black vortex formed in his palm. Clap. Half of Denji's father's body was crushed instantly by the gravitational pull of Kale's dark hole. The zombie devil recoiled. "Kale, your ability is unnatural. Which devil did you contract?" HMPH. Kale jumped onto the mound of the grave with Denji still in his arms. "Go to hell and ask there." He slammed his right hand onto the earth. Dark hole. Instantly, darkness spread outward in all directions. Within moments, all zombies within 100 meters were trapped. The vortex yanked at their feet first, crushing bone and flesh. The pull intensified, grinding entire bodies into the soil. The zombie army was obliterated in moments. Even the surrounding dirt, grass, and the jeep were reduced to rubble. "What are you? What kind of devil are you?" The zombie devil screeched in panic, realizing its meticulously raised army was annihilated. Kale smirked. "Not worth my time explaining." The dark hole contracted into a small black sphere, floating effortlessly at Kale's fingertips. "Big brother, your nose is bleeding a lot," Denji whispered. "Just a scratch." Kale wiped his nose with his sleeve, the black morning suit absorbing the blood like ink. The zombie devil knew it had underestimated him. Without hesitation, it tried to flee. HMPH running now, Kale said, sending the black sphere hurtling toward the devil's back. "My ability isn't just gravity, there's also dark hole liberation." The explosion of force blasted the devil apart, scattering flesh and debris in a violent torrent. Eek aya. The zombie devil disintegrated into dust. Kale blew on his fingertips casually. Old bastard, I said if you came after us again, I'd kill you, didn't believe me. This was the dark fruit in action. Gravitational pull with dark hole, repulsive force with liberation. Attacks directed at him returned multiplied if they didn't outright kill him. Ding, host had killed 102 controlled zombies, gaining 102 attribute points. Ding, host had killed the zombie devil, gaining 21 attribute points. Unallocated attribute points, 123. Crap, killing it so fast meant fewer farming opportunities, but better safe than sorry. Kale allocated the points without hesitation. Constitution, 114. Luck, 28. Power surged through him, filling every inch of his body. Not bad, he sighed, rubbing Denji's head. We don't owe anyone money anymore. Thank you, big brother, you were so cool just now. Denji's eyes sparkled. Kale smiled faintly. So, what's next for you, Denji? You're an orphan now. I guess I'd work at a shady shop. Shady shop? Kale shook his head. Forget that, work at my funeral parlor. I won't cheat you, and I won't let you starve as long as I can eat myself. Denji's eyes widened. Then, what would breakfast be? Kale smirked, pinching his chin. Fried dough sticks, soy milk, steamed buns. Personally, I like corn porridge with sweet potatoes. Denji swallowed hard. If that's true, that would be amazing. Chapter 3. The rain had finally stopped. The two of them descended the mountain. Denji felt like he was dreaming. The old man had been possessed by the zombie devil, and yet Kale had killed him with ease. Stronger than the zombie devil itself, could Kale even be a devil? The thought made Denji a little nervous. But he quickly shrugged off the worry. As long as he had food, what did it matter whether Kale was a devil or human? The man had saved him. That was enough. Still, he didn't even know his name. Priest brother, what's your name? Denji asked, his dirty face lifted. Kale, came the calm reply. Oh, Kale, the boy stumbled over the unfamiliar sound. So you're a foreigner, no wonder you're so tall. Kale chuckled, ruffling Denji's hair. Drink your milk, and you'll get this tall too. Milk, I can drink that. Of course, Kale nodded. Work hard and you won't starve. I love working. As they walked, Denji suddenly froze, clutching himself. Mr. Kale, wait, I need to pee. Go ahead, I'll wait here. Denji darted into the roadside bushes. Watching him retreat, Kale let out a quiet sigh. Compared to the spoiled kids he had seen before transmigrating, Denji was remarkably sensible. Taking him in wasn't just kindness. The funeral home was short-staffed after the original Kale's parents died, and hiring externally was too costly. A capable kid like Denji was perfect. Of course, Kale wouldn't mistreat him. No way could he hand over the shop to a child, though. This world was crawling with devils, and death was everywhere. The funeral business would always be secure. Waya! Denji screamed, leaping out of the bushes before he had even pulled up his pants. What's wrong? Kale frowned. Denji pointed to a nearby spot. Mr. Kale, there's a severely injured devil there. A devil? Kale's mind sharpened instantly. Attribute points, a severely injured devil. Perfect. Don't be afraid, let's check it out. Kale strode forward, pushing aside the bushes. Soon, an oak tree revealed the injured creature. It was a small, plump orange puppy with a tiny chainsaw protruding from its head and a triangular pull ring at the tip of its thin black tail. 2 chopstick-sized holes marred its belly, blood gushing from the wounds. What kind of devil is this, puppy devil? Kale asked Denji. Denji shook his head. I don't know either, but it looks like it's going to die. The little devil struggled to rise, hissing at them. A black vortex formed at Kale's fingertip. It's weak. Denji, be careful. Living like this is agony. I might as well put it out of its misery. The puppy barked loudly in response, sensing his hostility. Denji spread his arms and stepped in front of it. Mr. Kale, can we not kill it? Huh? Kale blinked. It's a devil. I heard that if you make a contract with a devil, it can help with tasks, Denji said quickly. You must be short-handed. Why not contract this devil and use its powers to help the funeral home? Kale raised an eyebrow. Not bad for a kid. All right, Denji, you've convinced me. He withdrew the black vortex. Denji's face lit up. Great, devil Mr. Kale will spare you. The little puppy whimpered weakly and collapsed. So how do we make a contract? Kale asked. The original owner hadn't known much about devils, so Kale had only basic knowledge. Denji touched his own arm. Contracting a devil requires a price, but since it's so weak, saving its life counts as payment. Kale nodded. I'll take it to a hospital then. Wait, is there a devil hospital? Denji asked, puzzled. Kale frowned. Devils couldn't go to human hospitals. Denji smiled faintly. No need. As long as they're alive, devils just need blood to heal. Is that so? Kale nodded. Since I suggested contracting it, let me pay the price. Denji moved his hand closer to the puppy. Wait, Kale grabbed his arm. You're too skinny, I'll handle this. Relief washed over Denji. Kale wasn't going to harm the devil. Kale extended his arm. Drink, I saved you. Once you drink, you'll work for me. The puppy latched onto Kale's arm, swallowing his blood eagerly. Half a minute later, its eyes were bright and joyful. Its tail wagged endlessly. Woof woof. Denji squatted down to pet it gently. Mr. Kale, should we give it a name? It needs one. How about Doggy? Kale suggested. The puppy whimpered in response. Haha, looks like it doesn't like that name. Denji laughed. I'm terrible at naming things. Denji, your turn. Denji thought for a moment. Little guy, how about Pachita? Pachita. The puppy barked enthusiastically. Pachita it is, Kale said, holding the devil in his arms. Let's make some good money together. Woof. Chapter 4. Tokyo, a quiet suburban neighborhood. This was where the Lior family funeral home was located. It might have been more convenient to open the shop in a busy district, closer to crime scenes. But urban land was far too expensive, and the original owner's parents could never have afforded it. Besides, a funeral home in a bustling area would be considered unlucky. Suburbs offered both affordability and spacious plots of land. The sign above the entrance displayed 3 languages: English, Japanese, and Chinese, minimizing language barriers for potential clients. With the memories of the original owner, Kale had easily taken over the shop, swinging open the courtyard gates. Whoa, Denji and Pachita dashed inside, their excitement as pure as country kids discovering the city. Pachita, did you see that? This place is huge. Woof. The puppy bounced around Denji, tail wagging furiously. They explored the funeral home like it was an amusement park. Kale chuckled softly, then noticed how filthy they both were. Hey, Denji, Pachita, go take a bath first. There are some vegetables in the fridge. I'll make some authentic dishes for you. Denji froze. A bath. You can use the bathtub. Can I? Kale hummed. Why wouldn't you? Denji lowered his head, embarrassed. I'm dirty. I haven't bathed in days and I smell rank. Maybe I should wash outside. I don't want to get your house dirty. Kale leaned down, hands on Denji's shoulders. Exactly because you're filthy, you need to clean up. Stop whining. Take Pachita with you and don't set the water too hot. Tears welled in Denji's eyes. For the first time in years, he felt treated like a normal person. Even if Kale were a devil, he accepted it. Denji wiped his tears, bowed, then smiled through them. All right, Pachita, let's go take a bath together. Woof woof. Kale shook his head, smiling. This funeral home was always gloomy and lifeless, but Denji and Pachita brought a spark of life. Not bad. He hummed softly as he entered the kitchen. 3 dishes and a soup were placed on the table, enough for 3. By then, Denji and Pachita had finished washing. Kale tossed Denji some small-sized clothes. His old rags were beyond repair. They would need proper clothes anyway. In this business, appearances mattered. He set out 3 chairs, putting a small stool on Pachita's chair. Kale usually treated dogs as animals, but Pachita wasn't a dog. After forming a contract, the little devil had become unexpectedly endearing. Let's eat, don't wait for me. As long as you don't waste food, there aren't many rules here, Kale said with a laugh. Denji and Pachita salivated but waited, respectful of Kale's command. Thanks for the food. Denji dug in, devouring rice like a whirlwind. Pachita's chainsaw head dove into its portion, munching loudly. Kale's chopsticks trembled slightly. He had seriously underestimated their appetites. Still, it was fine. Both were well-behaved and didn't waste a single bite. Eat slowly, don't choke. There are side dishes, too. Mr. Kale, you're the best person in the world. Denji swallowed proudly. Woof, Pachita barked in agreement. Half an hour later, the plates were spotless. Denji had even licked the leftover oil from Kale's bowl. It wasn't disgusting, it was a stark reminder of how deprived the boy had been. Changing him would take time. Pachita napped quietly on Kale's head. After washing the dishes, Denji approached Kale, who was flipping through the ledger. "Mr. Kale, should I go out and drum up business for the funeral home?" Denji asked earnestly. Kale's mouth twitched. "No need, if people need us they'll come." "Denji, you're still weak. Go rest," Kale suggested. "But I ate your food. If I don't help, I'll feel uneasy." Sighing, Kale grabbed another ledger and flipped to the last page. "Fine, you can call the families on this list and let them know the ashes are ready." Denji picked up the ledger seriously, but upside down. Sheepishly, he admitted, "Mr. Kale, I've never been to school, I don't know how to read." Kale frowned. He had assumed Denji had basic education. He had overestimated him. "Then go clean up. Once I'm done here, I'll teach you to read tonight." School wasn't an option for Denji anyway. Tuition was a problem, and he might not even have official registration. Kale would have to teach him himself, learning while doing. "Leave it to me," Denji grinned and ran off. Time passed, dusk fell. Kale finished his work and prepared to rest when a police siren echoed nearby, followed by screeching brakes. Ding-dong, ding-dong, the doorbell rang incessantly. Kale frowned. Had news of today's zombie devil incident reached them? He had checked, this remote place shouldn't have surveillance. Still, he didn't panic. Firstly, he had done nothing illegal. Secondly, dark fruit. He told Denji and Pachita to stay hidden and open the gate. "Lior family funeral home, how can I help you?" His voice was neutral. The two policemen raised eyebrows, surprised at the young shop owner. They flashed their IDs. "We're police, get the owner for a talk." Kale sighed. "I am the owner, you can talk to me." "Huh?" The older officer blinked. "I remember the owners were a two middle-aged couple." "They were my parents. The car devil killed them 6 months ago," Kale explained. The older officer's eyes dimmed. He nodded, offering an apology, and waved the younger officer forward. "They can't take in bodies here, let's go." "Wait, I can handle it," Kale said, eyes lighting up. The younger officer squinted. "You're so young, are you sure?" "Trust me," Kale replied, deadly serious. He had been an experienced undertaker even before transmigrating. The older officer sensed this sincerity. "The body is of someone killed by a devil. Take a look first, then decide." Kale nodded. They stepped aside to reveal a stretcher. Kale pulled back the white sheet. The head of a man, around 30, was grotesque, impaled by a sword hilt from the top of his head. The older officer explained, his name was Tanaka. He taught at Tokyo High School, but last night. Kale continued revealing the body. The flesh was gone. Only a twisted, white spine remained, ending seamlessly in an incredibly sharp sword. Kale drew a deep breath. This was devil work, someone's body transformed into a spinal cord sword. Chapter 5. Kale hadn't expected work to arrive so soon. The victim was tied to a devil, making the job far from ordinary. Calmly examining the grotesque spinal blade corpse on the stretcher, he asked, "Officer, what kind of service does this body require?" The older policeman sighed. "Normally, we wouldn't touch something like this, but Mr. Tanaka was beloved by his students. When they heard the news, they were heartbroken." Kale rubbed his forehead. "Officer, can you get to the point?" He wasn't interested in eulogies or life stories. He was a businessman, not a storyteller. The younger officer chuckled, summarizing. "Apologies, my senior gets sentimental. Basically, the students pooled together a large sum, asking us to restore Mr. Tanaka's body so they could pay respects one last time. After that, he would be cremated." Kale nodded. "Understood. The damage is severe. Restoration will be extensive, limb reconstruction, makeup, restoring him to a presentable state won't cost less than 1 million yen. Cremation will be 300,000 yen. Total, 1.3 million yen. He paused. "Storage fees on me. Restoration will take about 2 days. Students can pay respects the day after tomorrow at noon. Does that work?" This was his first major job since transmigrating, so the price was conservative. Normally, asking for 2 million yen wouldn't be unreasonable. Most funeral homes didn't dare handle devil-related corpses. 2 days, are you sure you can restore him? the younger officer asked, frowning. Kale smirked lightly. If they're unsatisfied, I'll issue a full refund. I'm a professional. The older officer nodded. Sigh, all right, it's in your hands. The students and faculty raised 2.7 million yen in total. We can't hold it. I'll transfer it to you via PayPay now. Fine, Kale replied calmly, accepting the payment without complaint. Once the police left, he pushed Tanaka's spinal sword into the shop. Only then did Denji and Pochita emerge from hiding. Mr. Kale, do we have work? Denji asked, circling the body curiously, excitement in his eyes. Kale nodded. Yes, this is Mr. Tanaka. Restoring him will earn us 2.7 million yen. Whoa, 2.7 million, Denji gawked. Mr. Tanaka, you're really worth a lot. Woof woof, Pochita barked and ran circles around the stretcher. Respect the guest, don't make it sound so scary, Kale said, half laughing, half exasperated. Delivery is the day after tomorrow at noon. We're going to be busy. Mr. Kale, Pochita and I can help, Denji said eagerly. Woof. Kale smiled warmly. All right, Denji, help me prepare the clay and plasticine. They're over there. Pochita, help me get the plaster. Got it, Denji replied. Woof woof, Pochita barked. 2 days later, after working around the clock, the restoration was complete. Dark circles marked Denji's eyes, but Kale's high constitution kept him energetic. Mr. Tanaka now sat restored on the memorial stand. Kale photographed the body from multiple angles and sent the images to the police, who were impressed. Within the hour, word spread to the students and faculty. Around 100 students arrived by bus, dressed in uniforms with white paper flowers pinned to their chests, clutching yellow chrysanthemums. Kale had Pochita hide. Being a devil at a school funeral could attract unwanted attention. Kale and Denji observed quietly. Most students were genuinely sad, some weeping openly. Others laughed nervously, treating it like a curious spectacle. Kale overheard snippets of conversation. That girl didn't come to mourn, did she? Nope, I haven't seen her. Mr. Tanaka's dead, and she can't even bother to show up after all he did for her. Hey, it's her fault Mr. Tanaka's gone. Denji barely registered their words, his thoughts occupied with dinner. Mr. Kale had promised him 100,000 yen for the restoration work, and he planned to spend it on food with Kale and Pochita. After the students left, Kale and Denji loaded Mr. Tanaka's body into the incinerator. Using Pochita to saw through the tougher bones, and Denji hammering where needed, it was reduced to ashes by dusk. Denji, sprinkle these in the flower pots, Kale instructed. The ashes were unclaimed, so disposal was flexible. Denji carried the porcelain basin carefully. Kale donned a mask, swept, and cleaned. The obsession with cleanliness remained, even as an undertaker. Pochita followed, mop in mouth, imitating Kale's movements. Suddenly, Pochita froze. The mop clattered to the ground. Pochita, Kale asked, alert. The devil sniffed toward the yard. At the same time, the doorbell rang. Pochita's expression stiffened. He jumped in front of Kale, tugging at his pant leg. Ding-dong. Kale frowned. Pochita had never been this tense. He knelt, rubbing the devil's head. Don't worry, hide like last time, I won't betray you. Woof, Pochita acknowledged, then pointed at his chainsaw head. Kale deduced immediately. Someone outside meant trouble. Could it be a devil hunter, like Denji had mentioned? Don't worry, I'll handle it, Kale murmured, thinking of his dark fruit power. Dark hole. A black vortex opened in front of his chest. Jump in, he instructed. Woof woof woof, Pochita leapt into the vortex. Kale closed it, merging with his contracted devil. Can you hear me? Woof, came Pochita's voice from within. Good, now to open the door. Ding-dong, the doorbell rang again, this time a 5th time. Hehehe. Kale opened the yard door with a smirk. A black shadow lunged at him. He stumbled, hitting the ground hard. A young girl in a school uniform straddled his legs, rubbing her forehead as she sat up. I told you, crashing into the door is not allowed. Why can't you stop making decisions for me? I know I'll fall at a critical moment, but this was your decision. How can you blame me? Kale blinked. Strange, she was just an ordinary student, yet Pochita had been on edge. So, how long are you planning to sit on my legs? Kale asked calmly. The girl's gaze fell on his face. Handsome. Her face flushed as she jumped up. Sorry. Kale brushed himself off. Who are you and why are you here? She stammered, I'm Asamitaka. I heard Mr. Tanaka's body was restored and I came to pay respects. Chapter 6. At that moment, another voice sounded in Asamitaka's mind. Hey, you, are you kidding me? Why the hell are you mourning that teacher? Hurry up and ask this man about the chainsaw. It was the war devil, a second personality sharing her body. In fact, both victims, teacher Tanaka and the female class monitor, had been killed by the war devil. Asamitaka was a solitary student. In her class, only Tanaka and the class monitor remembered her name. Tanaka remembered her for reasons beyond duty. He harbored feelings for her. The class monitor, however, remembered her because of jealousy. Jealousy had escalated. Teacher Tanaka and the monitor were involved in a secret, improper relationship. During their encounters, Tanaka had accidentally called Asamitaka's name. The monitor, fueled by envy and influenced by the devil of justice, tripped Asa, causing her to crush the beloved Chirp Chirp chicken devil. The student's hatred toward Asa intensified. Tanaka tried to shield her, apologizing to the class, but the monitor's envy only grew, eventually turning into murderous intent. Yet even after slicing off half of Asa's head, she survived by signing a contract with the war devil, swiftly turning the tables and killing both assailants. Since then, Asamitaka had survived with only half a brain, sharing her body with the war devil. She lowered her head, silent, then mentally snapped at the war devil. You, don't call me you, I have a name, Asamitaka. The war devil smirked. You're calling me that too. That's because war devil is too long, you never told me your name. Tisk, I should probably have one. Fine, whatever, just give it. Asa's consciousness bristled, ready to seize control of her body if the war devil did anything to threaten her life. Her pupils turned into crimson rings, and a horizontal A-shaped scar appeared on her left cheek, an unmistakable sign of the devil's power. Kale observed calmly. Asamitaka, you're too late. If you want to mourn the teacher, the flower pots in my backyard are available. Even witnessing this transformation, Kale remained composed. Diplomacy before force. If she didn't act aggressively, he wouldn't. But if she disrupted his peace, he'd kill her without hesitation. Asa, or rather the war devil, licked her lips, placed her left hand on her waist, and lifted Kale's chin with her right finger, curling her lips into a wild, arrogant smile. Hey, want to be my boyfriend? Kale blinked. Even Asa's consciousness froze. What the hell? She blushed furiously in her mind. You bastard, don't say stuff like that with my body. Even dying, Asa fantasized about love, but she wanted to choose freely, not be controlled. The war devil had ulterior motives. Shut up, you like him, right? As long as he falls for me, he'll be mine. Then I can use him as a weapon to kill the chainsaw. I'll mobilize every resource I have. Kale took half a step back, sizing up Asamitaka, and remained silent. Why aren't you speaking? Are you too stunned by my charm? The war devil thought triumphantly, undoing her twin tails and letting her black hair cascade. No, Kale said calmly, shaking his head. The war devil froze. Kale pointed at her feet. Walking around in just socks like that, doesn't it hurt with all the grit? The war devil's face fell. Slap. She smacked her forehead. Even the mighty war devil could feel embarrassed. Her classmates had stuffed her shoes with chicken slices and poured chicken soup in them, leaving her no choice but to go socked. Kale removed his own shoes and placed them beside her. Your size matches mine. Borrow these. No athlete's foot here. The war devil's ears turned red. Asa's consciousness quieted, mortified. Damn it! How could she, the war devil, show this reaction? Swoosh! She didn't put on the shoes, but grabbed Kale by the collar. You're not ordinary. I tracked the chainsaw's blood all the way here. Tell me, is the chainsaw devil hiding with you? Chainsaw devil? Kale frowned. Pachita fit that description perfectly, a small dog with a chainsaw for a head. He smirked. I don't know any chainsaw devil. I hate being threatened. 10 seconds to decide, or I break your hand. 10, 9, 8. HMPH. By 4, the war devil reluctantly let go, grinding her teeth but unable to act. Devils grow stronger from fear, yet the chainsaw devil had devoured much of her power, leaving her weakened. Tisk, boring, it's yours again, she muttered, relinquishing control. Asamitaka's eyes returned to normal, the scar vanished. Mortified, she buried her head, twisting her fingers in her hair. Just now, I'm really sorry. I have multiple personality disorder. Could you tell me which flower pots? I want to water teacher Tanaka's ashes. Kale pointed, the blue-purple irises. Oh, Asa acknowledged softly and headed to the backyard. Wait, Kale's tone softened. Put the shoes on first. Chapter 7. Splash. Asa Mitaka was holding a watering can, carefully dousing teacher Tanaka's irises. Her face burned crimson, as if she might melt into the ground. She wished she could disappear entirely. The shoe fit perfectly. Denji stood behind her, observing like a nervous guardian. He worried she might borrow something from Kale's shop, but her danger wasn't in her hands, it was in her head. Big sis, if you pour too much, they'll die, Denji warned. Only 3 pots of irises held Tanaka's ashes, yet Asa Mitaka seemed poised to drown them. Ah, startled by Denji's voice, she froze, set the watering can down, and waved her hands awkwardly, unsure what to do with them. Relieved, Denji relaxed. It was just a little boy, not the terrifying man from before. Asa Mitaka forced a laugh, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Little boy, do you know which family irises belong to? Denji pouted defensively. I've never been to school, so no, but I do know they die if you overwater them. Instead of offense, Asa's curiosity piqued. Oh, that's fine. I can explain. Irises are perennial herbaceous plants in the genus Iris of the family Iridaceae. They grow mostly on sunny slopes, forest edges, and wetlands. They like warmth, sun, and are resistant to cold and drought. They prefer well-drained, humus-rich soil, slightly acidic to slightly alkaline, but cannot tolerate waterlogging. Denji's brow furrowed. His head spun. Is she narrating a nature documentary? Her tone and cadence mirrored every documentary he had ever seen. Wait, you just said waterlogging is bad, so why did you pour so much? He asked, catching the contradiction. I was watering them to mourn my teacher, she stammered. Wow, Denji muttered, suspicious. Interesting way to mourn. He wondered if she would also flood graves when visiting her ancestors. Asa Mitaka's lip twitched. I've finished mourning, sorry for intruding. Kale cleaned the courtyard but never took his eyes off Asa Mitaka. His vigilance was for Denji's sake. Her earlier behavior had been too unpredictable. Any suspicious move, and he could react instantly, pulling her with dark water if needed. Back when his constitution was 14, using dark water to lift a handgun was effortless. Now, with 114 constitution points, even pulling the corpse transport van into the air was trivial. As Asa Mitaka approached him, Kale feigned disinterest, sweeping the courtyard with practiced motions, keeping the dust from settling. But she stopped in front of him, awkwardly lifting her foot. Thank you, here's your shoe back. Thud, Kale jabbed the broom into the ground. Asa Mitaka, what is the meaning of this? She blinked, dazed. I mean, by returning the shoe like this, aren't you forcing me to walk you home? Sorry, shop's busy, I can't leave. She quickly shook her head. No, I didn't mean that, I just wanted to return your shoe. Kale frowned. Then put it on and go home yourself. Your socks have holes, I can't watch you go barefoot like that. Her heart skipped a beat. Is he caring about me? The war devil inside her grinned. I told you, he likes you. Now's your chance, Asa, confess. Drop dead, Asa blurted, flustered. Kale tilted his head, confused. Her blush deepened. Suma Mason, no, I wasn't talking to you. I have a split personality. I was cursing myself, not you. Really, thank you. Trouble from the mouth. She had accidentally spoken the war devil's thoughts aloud. Kale sighed and reached out, rubbing her head gently. All right, I get it. Now put your shoe on, or do you want me to do it for you? I'll do it myself. Asa slipped the shoe on at record speed. She hesitated at the courtyard gate, then looked back, suddenly realizing something. You left something behind, Kale asked. Biting her lip, she gripped her skirt hem. I still don't know your name. My name is Kale, he said, pointing to the sign above the shop. This is my place. She nodded, mentally etching his name into her heart. Encountering someone like him unexpectedly made life feel not so bad. Kale, in a few days, I'll clean these shoes and return them, she promised. He shrugged. It's just a pair of shoes. Keep them if you like. Otherwise, sell them for scrap. She responded, walking away with long, determined strides. No way she'd sell them. Returning the shoes gave her an excuse to come back. "Take care and watch out for devils on the road," Kale called after her. Odd, perhaps, given her possible identity as a devil, but it was instinctive. His empathy extended even to the seemingly vulnerable. Denji had it, and now Asa. "I'll be fine, Kale," she shouted, gathering her courage. Her mood lifted with the shoes fitting properly. Her stride was confident, undeterred by the dark night. Then thud. A faceplint on the pavement, that looked painful. "Haha, clumsy fool," the war devil mocked from within. Asa calmly got up, brushed herself off, and carefully wiped her skirt, ignoring the jibe. The war devil mused. "Asa, are these shoes valuable? How much could they sell for?" "Tusk, you're the idiot here," Asa muttered quietly. Chapter 8. Tokyo. A luxurious building. The headquarters of a mafia gang. Knock, knock. "Come in." Creak. A young gangster in a suit pushed open the door, carrying 2 photographs and a stack of documents. Inside the office, a man and a woman were waiting. The man, in his early 30s, had a neat black buzz cut and prominent sideburns. He leaned back in his chair, staring out the floor-to-ceiling window. The woman leaned against the side of the desk, hands in her pockets. She looked younger than 20, with short orange hair and a red coat several sizes too large, paired with ultra-short shorts. Her legs weren't long, but they were fair. The young gangster knelt and handed the photos to the man. "Young master, our men spent 2 days reviewing surveillance footage. This man," he said, pointing to one of the photos, "is the suspected killer of the old family head." The man gave a dull acknowledgement and picked up the documents. 2 photos, one of a funeral home, the other of a young man. The papers detailed the shop owner's information, gathered by the gang. Kale Lior family funeral home. A funeral home is convenient. Saves time on collecting the body, the man muttered through gritted teeth. The woman frowned. "I advise against distractions. Focus on helping the gun devil find the chainsaw devil." Bang. "You're kidding me?" The man slammed his fist onto the desk, then started sniffling and crying. "My grandfather's death is not irrelevant. To me, it's life and death. Sawatari Akin, I won't waste time." Sigh. Sawatari Akin exhaled, trying to reason with him. "Even your grandfather's bones are gone. We don't even know if the killer is human or devil. And if this human is the culprit, their power must be extraordinary. Are you sure you can win?" The man paused, fingers tapping lightly on the desk. "I couldn't be sure before, but now—" He stared at his left hand. "Thanks to your modification, even if he formed a contract with a devil, small fry devils can't touch me." Sawatari Akin frowned. She didn't understand his confidence. Yet, after her work turning him into a weapon human, his strength had indeed transformed. As long as his devil heart remained, he could be resurrected repeatedly with blood, making him near immortal. He had the right to be arrogant. She relented. "Then go, complete the mission quickly." "Don't worry." He donned a black overcoat, rising. A chilling, killing intent radiated from him. "It'll be over soon." Meanwhile, at Lior family funeral home. Denji walked through the courtyard gate, carrying 3 servings of tonkatsu ramen. "Mr. Kale, don't bother making lunch. I used my salary to get big bowls of tonkatsu ramen for us." In the kitchen, Kale quickly untied his apron. Woof, Pachita, already done chopping vegetables, looked up at him. It seemed ready for Kale to take the lead. Since transmigrating, Kale had been cooking for himself, mostly Eastern dishes. He preferred them, but Denji and Pachita would eat anything. Kale lifted Pachita onto his head and stepped into the courtyard to greet Denji. "Denji, why the sudden ramen splurge?" Kale asked with a smile. Denji grinned cheekily. "It's a surprise, a surprise." The sunlight made Kale squint. Pachita tilted its head, shading him with its chainsaw blade. Kale stretched. "The sun's nice today, feels warm. Denji, Pachita, let's eat here." Sunlight helped replenish his yang energy after long hours dealing with the dead. Yay. They set up a folding table and chairs in the sunniest spot. "Itadakamasu," Denji slurped noisily. After helping Pachita with its box, Kale began eating slowly. "Denji, next time let's eat at the shop. Takeout ramen gets soggy," Kale remarked. Denji wiped green onion from his mouth. "I thought you'd be busy, and Pachita might stand out at the shop." Kale nodded approving, thoughtful as always. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, both stopped eating. Pachita. Woofed. Kale opened a dark hole on his chest, letting Pachita crawl inside, a habit now. Pachita preferred staying close to him or Denji. Denji, keep eating, I'll get it. Oh. The main gate opened. Lior family funeral home, how can I help you? Kale's voice slipped out automatically, almost a catchphrase. A man in a black suit stood outside, with a buzz cut and thick sideburns. His expression was somber. Sir, would you like to come in and discuss details? Kale asked calmly. HMPH. The man ignored him, striding into the courtyard. Kale raised an eyebrow at his rudeness. The man wasn't drawing a blade yet, he was testing Kale, judging whether he was the killer. He sat at the table next to Denji, staring at the bowls. To think you can eat this garbage, don't you find it disgusting? Kale's eyes narrowed. The man wasn't here for small talk. Denji shrugged. I think it's pretty good. Pork bone broth, dried fish, kelp. This is a funeral home, not a restaurant, Kale reminded him. The man ignored him. You don't understand flavor. If you only eat the same things as a child, you grow up taste blind. Happiness declines with taste. Denji shook his head. No way, I feel happy just being with Mr. Kale. The man ignored Denji, continuing to speak to himself. My grandpa was the best. Even though a gangster, he was righteous. Women and children he killed, countable on one hand, he was a necessary evil. Kale silently pulled Denji behind him, alert. The man reached inside his clothes. No matter what I asked, Grandpa would buy it, money from drugs. He was loved by all, a true son of Edo. He then pulled out a photo, showing Kale. Kale, you asked if I'm here for a funeral. I am. Look, can you handle this? Kale's pupils constricted. It was a photo of the man with an old man. The zombie devil Kale had killed not long ago. What the hell are you trying to do? Kale stood abruptly, taking steps back. The man smiled, relieved. He tossed the photo aside and drew a gun. Bastard, the killer really is a piece of trash like you. Chapter 9. Damn it. Wasn't there supposed to be a gun ban in the city? Why did people pull guns out at the drop of a hat? Cautious as ever, Kale had already anticipated trouble. The moment the man raised his gun, Kale's hand shot out first. Dark water. Buzz. What? The man stumbled, caught off guard by the powerful suction. Before he could fire, the gun ripped from his grip and flew straight to Kale. Whoosh! In an instant, the firearm changed hands. Kale gripped it firmly and fired without hesitation. No words, no negotiation. Mess with me and you die. Bangs, bang, bang. 3 bullets tore through the man's head. He collapsed, eyes wide in final resentment, brain matter and blood splattering across the floor. A bit even landed in the tonkatsu ramen. Too bad, noodles were ruined. Phew. Kale blew the smoke from the muzzle and said, Denji, go hide first. I'm checking if this guy has any accomplices. Denji swallowed nervously. Okay. He dashed back to his room, knowing he'd be more of a liability than a help in the fight to come. That display just now, Mr. Kale's calm under pressure was terrifying. The man was dead. But Kale didn't notice small, sinister details. The man's fingers twitched faintly. His right hand, resting over the left, had just been hiding something. 200 meters from the funeral home, in a nearby alley, 2 women patrolled. Tall, smoking, a short sword strapped to her back, and a cigarette hanging nearly burned out in her mouth, Hayakawa Iki scanned the area. Around 20, sharp-featured, long black hair, with a strange lock tied separately. Her right wrist wrapped in a white bandage marked her as a member of Public Safety Special Division 4. Hyamno-senpai, I'm out of cigarettes. Got one? Iki glanced at the short-haired woman beside her. Hyamno, wearing an eye patch over her right eye, was about a head shorter and around 25. She always carried a gentle older sister aura. Yes, yes, she shook her pack. Oh, there's only one left. Iki, I want to smoke too. Let me have it. I'll buy you a drink later, senpai, Iki said flatly. All right, Hyamno teased, hands on hips. Someone once said smoking rots your bones, and they'd only smoke once in their life, remember. Click. Iki inhaled, satisfied. Phew, we devil hunters live short lives anyway. Oh, little sister Iki, making excuses now, Hyamno laughed. Iki glanced at her calmly. Senpai, you haven't even started drinking yet. Don't act drunk in broad daylight. All right, business first. Hyemno pulled up a patrol map on her tablet, red crosses marking many locations. We're tracking the devil responsible for the remains at the Back Mountain mass grave. Only place left. Lior family funeral home, Aki said. Wow, Aki, you beat me to it. Hyemno hugged her playfully. You're lazy, senpai, Aki muttered. Just then bang, bang, bang. Gunfire shattered the midday calm. A gun, Aki stiffened. The sound made her flinch. Her entire family had been wiped out by the gun devil. Hyemno's playful mask vanished. Target is the funeral home. Let's move, Aki. Okay. Inside, Kale had already grabbed the pistol and stepped outside. The man, relying on instincts, tore off his left hand, revealing a blade. Clang! A tall, monstrous shadow loomed behind Kale. What? He's still alive. Kale whirled, only to see 3 high-speed blade phantoms slicing toward him. So fast. Crackle. Repent in hell, trash who killed my grandfather. Katana man, fully transformed, struck in an instant. Blades on his forehead and hands were coated in Kale's blood. One hit, Kale was sliced into 6 pieces. Pain surged exponentially thanks to the dark fruits effect. Kale felt like he was fading out of existence. His body was being ripped apart. Heh tui, Katana man spat on Kale's remains. Small fry devil powers. My grandfather was unlucky to fall to you. He shook the blood from his blades and stepped toward the house. That kid Denji owes us too. Since he's with this trash, I'll kill him as well. But Kale's death triggered a change. The dark fruits ability began to fade, revealing Pachita. The small chainsaw devil glared at Katana man, then walked to Kale's head, gently licking his still warm cheek. Kale, Denji, hugged Pachita. I give half my power to Kale. Kale, live the life you want. This is our contract. Pachita climbed onto Kale's chest with its short legs. Using its claws, it opened a hole in its chest, infusing Kale's heart with devil blood. His heart rapidly merged with Pachita's essence. Soon, a triangular pull ring sprouted from his heart. Blood drained, Pachita faltered, eyes closing. Thump, thump, thump. Before fully collapsing, Pachita bit the triangular pull ring on Kale's heart and pulled hard. Vroom vroom buzz. The manic roar of a chainsaw exploded through the air. Chapter 10. Vroom. Kale's mangled body reformed, blood pooling around him as he stood upright. His eyes opened, now no longer human but glowing crimson, the unmistakable pupils of a devil. Using Pachita's blood, Kale activated the power of the chainsaw devil. His human head vanished, replaced by a mechanical chainsaw head, meter-long chainsaw blades sprouting from his forehead and hands. Steel spikes filled his mouth. Like Katana Man, he had become a terrifying, monstrous figure. The system panel refreshed. Host Kale Devil Form. Race Hybrid Devilman. Age 19. Constitution 11,400. Agility 1,200. Luck 0. Charisma 110. Special Dark Fruit Chainsaw Devil abilities. Allocatable attribute points 0. Devil form has low cost performance, cannot be allocated. SSSS. A puff of scorching white steam hissed from Kale's mouth. Humans really do have limits. His charisma had multiplied tenfold compared to his human form. Constitution and agility had skyrocketed 100-fold. Luck had dropped to 0, but against this kind of absolute power, luck was irrelevant. Nanny. Katana Man spun around, panic flashing in his eyes. Seeing Kale in chainsaw form, a mirror of his own devilish design, he was thrown off balance. Damn it, how can you do that too? Wait, that form, you're the chainsaw. Kale muttered under his mechanical rasp, so that's how it works. Knowledge flooded his mind. He understood why Katana Man hadn't died after the headshot. Devilmen had a devil heart inside acting as an engine. With enough blood, the heart could resurrect the host countless times through specific triggers. And because Kale's heart had absorbed a huge amount of Pachita's blood, it was now essentially a devil heart. Unexpected bonus, he noted, smirking. Katana Man crouched low, preparing to charge. Then I'll just slaughter you. He planned to exploit Kale's incomplete adaptation to this form, disable him quickly, and deliver him to the gun devil. But the situation had already changed. Kale's smile twisted into contempt. He could read Katana Man's movements perfectly. You think the same trick will work twice. Vroom. The chainsaw's whirred at top speed. Black smoke rose from Kale's body, twisting the high-speed blades into pitch-black whirling nightmares. His ridiculous constitution still worried him that raw damage might not be enough, but skills could make up for it. Whoosh! Kale charged. He moved so fast he left a black afterimage. Combo skill. Dark Vortex Slash. Clang! Sparks exploded as the chainsaws met Katana Man's body. Crash! Katana Man's lower body was crushed and melted. Dark vortices attached to each chainsaw tooth shredded and compressed him simultaneously. He was knocked out of his devil form, eyes rolling back as he fainted. Ding! Host has killed the Katana Devil, gaining 50 attribute points. Denji scrambled out, staring at Kale's monstrous form. Are you still Mr. Kale? Kale raised his chainsaw head, voice rasping, Denji, it's me. Relief flooded Denji. He stomped on Katana Man's body in childish satisfaction. Phew, is it over now? Kale considered, not yet, I need to run a test, stay back. Oh okay, Denji obediently moved aside. Kale reverted his left hand to human form, forming a ping-pong ball-sized black vortex in his palm. Inside swirled nothing but Katana Man's flesh and blood. Using a chainsaw blade, he pried open Katana Man's mouth and released a small portion of the vortex, forcing him to ingest it. To start it, it's the left hand. Shing! Kale sliced off Katana Man's left hand, exposing the blade at his wrist. Clang! The sound rang out. Katana Man's body immediately regenerated, head and body reshaping, blades sprouting from his skull. His consciousness returned, and the first thing he saw Chainsaw Man. Yo, good afternoon, Katana Man, Kale greeted with a friendly wave. Bastard, I'm going to kill you, Katana Man tried to scream. Shing! Kale sliced off his devil head again. Ding! Host has killed the Katana Devil again, gaining 38 attribute points. Kale grinned, he could farm it. Weakening the villain reduced points gained, but it still worked. Denji, help me reattach his hand and head, Kale ordered. Denji rolled up his sleeves eagerly. Mr. Kale, are we torturing him? We have fine wine for friends, shotguns for wolves. Today, this guy will taste the fear he inflicted on others. Denji quickly assisted. Shing splat. Ding! Host has killed the Katana Devil for the third time, gaining 30 attribute points. Bleed him, activate again. Ding! Host has killed the Katana Devil for the fourth time, gaining 21 attribute points. Again. Katana Man's blade grew thinner and shorter with each death. Ding! Host has killed the Katana Devil for the fifth time, gaining 15 attribute points. Kale licked his lips. Both he and Denji were in the zone. Denji tired. Not at all, I could do this 100 more times. Good, let's keep going. Kale intended to squeeze every last attribute point from Katana Man before finishing him for good. But just as Denji prepared the fifth assembly, bang! Hayakawa Eki and Hyemno burst through the door. They froze, a hideous chainsaw devil, a pool of blood, a man torn apart repeatedly, and a boy huddled in fear. They had to act fast. Ghost pin him down, Hyemno commanded. Ahem. Kale's body froze, gripped by something invisible. Eki inhaled, closing her left eye. Her left thumb lightly pinched her middle and ring fingers. Con. Chapter 11. The moment Hayakawa Eki finished speaking, an enormous head of a fox devil suddenly materialized where her hand gesture had pointed. In one massive bite, it swallowed both Katana Man and the Chainsaw Man, Kale, who were on the ground. Denji froze, utterly startled by the huge devil appearing right in front of him. He blinked, staring from the devil that had swallowed Kale to the two public safety devil hunter sisters standing not far away. His mind went blank. This can't be happening. Mr. Kale, did that devil just kill him? Oh my, this chainsaw-headed guy is crazy strong, Hyemno complained while rubbing her arm. I only used Ghost to hold him for a couple seconds, and my arm already hurts. She gave Denji a grin and waved. Don't be scared, kid. We're official devil hunters and will protect you from any devil." Denji's thoughts were in chaos. He wanted to curse out loud. Damn it, he'd finally had a few days of normal life, and now it was ruined by these two women. When he was tortured by his father, bullied by Yakuza, too poor to afford a single meal, neither the government nor devil hunters helped him. Only Kale did. Only Mr. Kale stepped up and helped him for no reason at all. He had a soft bed to sleep in, hot baths, and 3 full meals a day. But... Tears of resentment welled up in Denji's eyes as he shouted at Hayakawa, Aki, and Himeno, "Why did you do this? I hate you. Give Kale back." Himeno looked baffled. Aki, this kid should be grateful, so why isn't he happy? But Hayakawa, Aki, wasn't paying attention to Denji. She was sweating through her uniform. "Senior Himeno, something's wrong," Aki gasped. Blood dripped from between the fox devil's teeth. Its many eyes glared at her with pure malice. "That's not human or devil. Aki, what did you put in my mouth?" It snarled. Then, chainsaws revved violently from inside the fox devil. The fox devil let out a painful scream as Kale erupted from its body, his form cloaked in black energy. He tore the fox devil apart, its guts spilling across the ground. A sudden rain of blood splattered around them. Covered in gore, the chainsaw man, Kale, looked like a demon risen from hell. Ding, the host has killed the fox devil, gaining 28 attribute points. Denji barely had time to wipe his tears before a huge grin spread across his face. "Kale, you're alive again." Kale spat out a mouthful of fox devil flesh, then nodded at Denji. "Who said I was dead?" Once Denji was reassured, Kale pointed his chainsaws at Aki and Himeno. "And you two, accomplices of Katana Man, have you decided how you want to die?" Himeno had misunderstood earlier. Using the ghost devil's power alone could never truly restrain Kale. He could have easily broken free. He had been dazed only because he was in a frenzy after killing Katana Man. But now that backup had arrived, all Kale wanted to do was kill. Hayakawa, Aki, and Himeno looked grim. They hadn't faced such a dangerous devil in a long time. "Aki, this guy isn't normal. I need to get my sword," Aki said as she gripped the hilt behind her. "Himeno, be ready," she added. Himeno looked troubled. She didn't want Aki to use curse devil power since it would cost her lifespan. But against this threat, the curse devil's strength might be their only chance. "All right," Himeno agreed with a bitter smile. "Ghost, give me more power." Just as the battle was about to explode, Denji jumped between them. "Wait, there's been a misunderstanding. Stop fighting." Kale halted the rev of his chainsaws, but he still gathered a bit of dark power just in case. Himeno eyed Denji with confusion. "Kid, if you were really in danger, just let me know." Denji took a deep breath, then addressed Kale first. "Kale, they're wearing public safety uniforms. They're official devil hunters and not Katana Man's allies." Kale took a moment to consider Denji's words. With all the blood and his monstrous appearance, he did look like a devil right now. Seeing Kale's killing intent fade, Denji pointed to the knockdown Katana Man. "Sisters, Kale is good. The man on the ground is the villain. He could turn into the Katana Devil, and his grandfather was the Zombie Devil. We were defending ourselves." Hayakawa, Aki's brows furrowed. She hated devils. Even hearing Denji's explanation, she still didn't fully trust Kale. This could be a trick. "Is that true?" Himeno asked, thoughtful. She didn't want to fight, especially since Aki using Curse Devil would cost her life. Kale understood. If they were truly official devil hunters, it was a misunderstanding. Killing them would only create more trouble. He retracted his chainsaws and returned to human form. Aki's eyes widened. "You can turn back to human, so you're not a fiend." Fiends are devils that take over a human corpse, usually obvious from their appearance. But Kale wasn't a fiend, he was more complicated. He didn't bother explaining. As trained devil hunters, they should know more than he did. Kale pointed to the surveillance camera on the funeral shop wall, where a crow was perched. "You might doubt me, but I have this camera. Check the footage and see what really happened." "Good idea," Himeno said cheerfully. The crow gave a strange caw and flew off, its pale yellow eyes watching from a distance. Chapter 12. Kale played the surveillance footage. At last, Hayakawa, Aki, and Himeno grasped how the events had truly unfolded. The attacker known as Katana Man was actually a hybrid, a being somewhere between human and devil, distinct from a fiend. As they watched, Kale casually glanced to the side and saw Denji slurping contaminated tonkatsu ramen off the floor like it was a feast. Oh my god, smack. Kale slapped his forehead and yelled, Denji, don't eat stuff off the floor, there's blood in that. Too late, Denji finished the soup and grinned at him. Chill, Kale, it's still pretty fresh. Blood's full of nutrients, you know. Hayakawa Iki shot Kale a cold glare. HMPH, disgusting scumbag. Her expression said it plainly. Denji really would eat anything. Who knew what kind of abuse he dealt with normally? Kale forced a half smile. That was a massive misunderstanding. But Iki would never guess that this was actually Denji's restrained side. In his first couple days at the funeral home, he'd once tried to pick up clippings of Kale's fingernails, insisting they were nutritious, and saying he wanted to boil and eat them. Denji wasn't about to let anyone trash-talk Kale. He bared his teeth at Iki. Don't insult Kale. Iki was momentarily speechless. All right, misunderstanding sorted. Everyone just chill, Hyemno said, rubbing Denji's head as she tried to ease the tension, smiling warmly. She steered the conversation back to the point and stared at Kale. Denji was saying you killed the zombie devil in the mass grave behind that mountain. Yeah, Kale said, nodding. With things this far along, hiding it was pointless. Hyemno's eyes widened, impressed. No kidding, that's one hell of a situation. Meanwhile, Iki, always blunt, said, Kale, you signed a contract with a devil without public safety's permission. That's illegal. Kale raised an eyebrow, annoyed. Was this woman always looking for trouble? Compared to Iki, Hyemno's attitude was more pleasant. So what if I broke the rules? Kale smirked, arms crossed. It's illegal for me to protect myself, but totally fine for you to unleash devils and trash my shop, right? Exactly. Denji backed him up enthusiastically. Iki's face flushed, Kale's words poking at her pride. He did shred that fox devil inside her own operation, and that fox devil might never answer her summons again. Calm down, Iki, Hyemno said, smiling as she patted Iki's back and helped her breathe. Then with a cheeky grin she faced Kale. Handsome, what if I told you we want to take you with us so you can collect a reward, and we'll compensate you for your shop? Kale tilted his head. Explain. Hyemno reached for a cigarette, only to find the pack empty, then shrugged. Well, she said, devil hunters often get rewards for hunting devils. The zombie devil, let's say 5 million yen, and you helped us catch a rare case like that. Turning her gaze to the unconscious katana man at her feet, she added, and this guy? Research specimen worth at least 20 million yen. Your shop repairs. Add 1 million and then a bit extra for good measure. So basically, she said, grinning, come with us and you're getting at least 26 million yen. Money? Denji practically trembled at the idea, his eyes shining with admiration for Hyemno. Kale took a slow breath. That was tempting. That much cash could keep the funeral home running for ages. Teacher Tanaka's big jobs weren't constant after all. So, you in? Hell yeah, Kale nodded. Great wealth hides in danger. Even if it turned into a trap, he had his tricks. Worst case, he, Denji, and Pachita would just tear a path out of there. Hyemno smiled brightly. Awesome, I've called a ride, should be here soon. Screech. A van pulled up smoothly in front of a tall building. This was the Tokyo Public Safety Devil Hunter headquarters. One by one, the group stepped out. Whoa, it's so tall and clean, this must be what a big city is like. Denji gawked around. A gentle voice called from nearby. Kale, Iki, Hyemno, over here. Kale turned and saw a woman in a long black trench coat smiling at them in front of the headquarters. She looked about Hyemno's age, around her mid-20s, with fair skin and a striking figure, her pink hair styled in a braid. But what caught Kale's attention most were her eyes, orange-yellow rings, eerily reminding him of something intense and unforgettable. Do I know you? Kale asked casually. Makima shook her head but smiled softly. This is our first time meeting. I've just finished reviewing your file, Kale. You're quite interesting. My name's Makima. Like Iki and Hyemno, I'm a public safety devil hunter. She extended a hand toward Kale. Her smile had a strange pull, almost mesmerizing. Kale shook it, warm and firm. Kale, Undertaker. Iki suddenly jabbed Kale with her elbow, grumbling. Hey, act like you don't hate Ms. Makima. Hyemno cracked open a beer and chugged. Makima, what are you doing here? Weren't you in Kyoto with the big wigs? Makima looked toward the bound katana man. I heard you caught a very interesting devil. I couldn't resist seeing it myself, so I postponed my flight. I'm sure the bosses will understand. Chapter 13. Makima leaned into the van, rubbing her chin as she spoke softly. Aki Hyemno, thank you for your work. Once you've locked this guy up safely, you can go rest. I'll handle the transfer with Kale. How could we trouble Ms. Makima with something so small? Hyemno-senpai and I can handle it. Hayakawa Aki said eagerly, puffing out her chest. Usually cold and distant, Aki somehow looked way too enthusiastic around Makima. Kale took in a dry breath, wondering if this Aki might be a simp. Gross. Goosebumps. Hyemno sighed. Aki, don't speak for me, I really do want to rest. Makima clapped her hands. It's okay, I've got this. And since little Denji's finally in the big city, take him out for a proper look around after you deal with Katana Man. Once that was dealt with, Makima's deep eyes turned back to Kale. Kale, I'll handle your transfer. That's all right, right? Kale shot Hyemno a shrug. Doesn't matter who I'm with, as long as the deal I made still counts. Deal? Makima tilted her head, curious and deceptively cute. What deal did you and Hyemno make? Kale held up 2 fingers. Hyemno said since I killed the zombie devil and caught Katana Man, as long as I cooperate with the aftermath, I get 26 million yen. Makima, you're her superior, so that should count, right? Hyemno just kept sipping her drink, silent. Ah, Hyemno finally said after downing her beer, content. Nothing beats an ice-cold beer after a mission. She crushed her can and tossed it aside, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks as she glanced at Kale. Boy, just to be clear, it's 25 million from public funds and 1 million from my own money. You can't mix the two, dame. That's your business, Kale replied, uninterested in petty accounting. He just wanted the money ready. Makima frowned, rubbing her chin. 25 million, huh? Her thoughtful look made Kale's heart do a weird flip. Crap, was she about to renege? Is 25 million too little? Considering what Kale did, maybe 50 million would be more fitting. Makima reached out, adjusting Kale's collar, her voice dead serious. Kale blinked. 50 million yen? That was insane. Denji's eyes lit up not because of the money, but because he only gave a damn about love and respect for his work. Right, totally. Denji immediately tugged at Hyemno's sleeve, forcing words out. Hyemno-ni-san, Aki-ni-san, let's get this bad guy taken away fast. We shouldn't bother Kale anymore. Aki just shook his head. Kid, you've got money on your brain. Makima led Kale into her office. This is my private office, please sit. Sure, Kale sat up straight in front of her desk, eyes sharp. Until the money was physically in his hand, he wasn't letting his guard down. Coffee? Makima asked, already pouring 2 mugs before Kale could answer. Thanks, no sugar. Kale's eyes scanned the stack of files on her desk. A mug landed with a soft clink. Makima sat opposite him, hands folded under her chin, eyes curious. Coffee is best hot, try it. You're quick, Kale muttered, lifting the cup to taste. His brow twitched. It was so sickeningly sweet it made him gag. How's that? Makima asked. Too sweet, Kale said flatly, setting the mug down. Makima tilted her head, not a fan of sweet. It's not that it's bad, I'm just not used to it, he answered. Makima smiled faintly. I keep a bunch of dogs, and like them, you don't like sweets either. Tusk. Kale raised an eyebrow. Are you calling me a dog? Makima didn't deny it exactly, just teased. Dogs don't like sugar because it can kill them, but Kale won't die. So, saying no sugar means, you want to be treated like a dog by me. Kale cracked a grin. Nice try. He stood up and spilled the coffee all over the floor. Makima, that's my answer. I'll drink it however the hell I want. Oh dear, Makima sounded regretful. Such a waste. Let's cut the bullshit, Kale said, folding his arms. We got shop business to settle. Makima exhaled. All right. She pulled out a document. Kale, she said, because of your status and what you are, you have 2 choices. 1, join the Public Safety Special Division as an official devil hunter. That's the optimal route, and once you agree, 50 million yen is deposited immediately. Her tone didn't change as she continued. 2nd, we treat you like a devil and hunt you down. In that case, you get nothing. 1st or 2nd, pick one, she said. Kale frowned. I've never liked multiple choice questions, especially when one is obviously wrong. Hard to choose if the wrong answer means I'm fucked. He tapped his fingers on the desk. Killing devils is an easy way to die, right? But I want the 50 million. I don't want to join you officially, and I definitely don't want to be hunted. So what do I do? Silence filled the room, heavy and suffocating. Kale was ready to snap at any second. Just then, a familiar voice broke the tension. Woof! It came from inside Kale. Pachita wanted out. Ever since Kale became Chainsaw Man, a weakened Pachita had been resting inside his body. Now he wanted out. Kale froze, realizing releasing him might expose their abilities. Makima's expression softened instantly, her gaze gentle, almost innocent. Kale, what was that sound? Chapter 14. Woof woof. Pachita barked twice, clearly telling Kale it wanted out. All right, I get it, Kale said with a sigh, and finally listened to Pachita. The little orange devil knew this world better than he did. If Pachita hadn't literally saved his ass by using its own blood to fix his broken body, Kale would be nothing but a corpse in some trash can right now. Katana Man had schooled him the hard way. Devil power was way too fucked up to take lightly. Even with the dark fruit backing him, it wasn't something to sleep on. At this stage, Kale could feel it being Chainsaw Man was way more useful than whatever the dark fruit had been giving him. Infinite revives from drinking blood, a huge strength boost, agility for days. It was almost absurd. With a thought, Kale let Pachita leap out of his body. He'd expected Makima to be curious about his abilities, but he didn't expect this. Makima's full attention was on Pachita. She stared without blinking, eyes wide and almost innocent, like a fangirl seeing her favorite idol. What made you so eager to come out? She asked gently. Woof, Pachita responded, wagging its tail and glancing between Kale and Makima. Then it did something stupid adorable. It started licking up the coffee Kale had dumped on the floor. That one move triggered both Kale and Makima to snap at the same time. Kale yelled, Pachita, don't pick up Denji's bad habits. Makima gasped, you can't drink that, it's full of sugar. Without missing a beat, they both stood, leaned down, and of course. Bang! Their heads smacked together. It didn't break anything, but damn, it was awkward. What was weird, though, was how Makima reacted the instant she touched Pachita. She jerked her hand back like she'd been shocked, acting all nervous and restless. Totally not the same composed, I control everything vibe she'd had earlier. Honestly, it looked like the kind of person who watches everyone having fun together but always ends up alone, the last one not picked for a group. Kale noticed that. So he offered Pachita to her. Looks like Pachita doesn't mind you. Wanna hold him? Makima blinked, taken off guard, half-stepping back. Really? Kale shrugged. Pachita's cool with it, see. Woof, Pachita poked its tongue out and wagged at her. Okay, Makima said softly. She reached out carefully, cradled Pachita, and began petting him like he was a rare little treasure. Pachita, that's a very nice name, she said with a small smile. Watching that, Kale took a breath. Okay, she could smile genuinely. From the first time he'd seen her, most of her smiles had been those professional. I'm smiling because I have to faces. A genuine smile was a hell of a thing. With Pachita in her arms, the vibe in the room softened. They went back to negotiating. Kale, I just thought of a compromise, Makima said, still holding Pachita but looking more normal. Go on. I won't force you to join public safety as a devil hunter. You can keep your Undertaker gig, but it'd be a waste to leave your power sitting, she explained. Kale nodded. So far, Makima sounded reasonable. Makima continued, I'm going to make a position for you in Special Division. It's like being a temporary worker with lots of freedom. When there's a devil job that needs someone like you, public safety will notify you. You don't have to take it, you can choose. And if you do, we'll pay you better than regular devil hunters. Kale weighed it. It actually sounded like she was trying to look after him. And damn if devil hunting didn't pay better than making funeral arrangements. Still, he wasn't ready to give up his old job. He liked what he did. If I agree, is that 50 million yen still coming? He asked. Makima nodded. You earned it, it's yours. Relief washed over Kale. If she'd said that earlier, everyone could have avoided awkward coffee and headbutts. I can agree, but I've got one condition, Kale said, holding up one finger. A condition, as long as it's not too crazy, Makima said, sounding curious. Kale yawned dramatically before answering seriously, I want you to help Denji get a registered household. A kid his age shouldn't be handling corpses all the time. He should go to school, try to make friends, shit like that. Makima didn't hesitate, that's fine. Pleasure doing business with you, Kale said with a grin. They shook hands and sealed the deal. Kale wasn't quite sure why Makima's attitude had softened so much, but he guessed Pochita had something to do with it. What he didn't know yet was the deeper truth. Makima wasn't just some public safety hunter, she was the control devil, obsessed with dominating Chainsaw Man to remake the world. This obsession twisted how she connected with others because she never knew how to build normal relationships. The only way she knew was through control and fear. Chapter 15. Dusk fell as Kale took Denji on the last train toward the city outskirts. The trip could have started 2 hours earlier, but the roads were blocked for reasons no one could explain. Compared to the massive cash they'd made, being late was nothing. After this journey, Kale had not only earned 50 million yen and a tentative position with the Public Safety Devil Extermination Special Division, he had also secured a real solution for Denji's education. Makima had said Kale could freely choose whether to accept devil-hunting jobs going forward. Usually his answer would be, hell no. Who the fuck transmigrates to another world just to fight devils full-time? That sounds like something only high school kids should do. But this was Japan, so Kale felt perfectly justified in slacking the fuck off. Forget saving everyone. Living his own life well was priority number 1. Denji knelt on the seat, staring out the window. Suddenly, Kale remembered he hadn't yet allocated the attribute points he'd earned from killing Katana Man. With a thought, the data panel blinked into existence. Constitution, 114. Agility, 12. Luck, 28. Charm, 11. Unallocated attribute points, 182. 154 points came from killing Katana Man multiple times, and the Fox Devil had thrown in another 28 for free. That was some serious stat income. If he was optimizing for devil form, he definitely would dump into Constitution and Agility. But the other stats had proven useful too. Without a boost to luck early on, he might never have met Pochita, let alone made it this far. Kale made a decision. Ding, host allocates 72 attribute points to luck. Ding, host allocates 63 attribute points to Constitution. Ding, host allocates 38 attribute points to Agility. Ding, host allocates 9 attribute points to Charm. The numbers updated instantly. Constitution, 177. Agility, 50. Luck, 100. Charm, 20. As soon as the points were set, Kale felt more eyes on him inside the train. Damn charm stat. Then it hit him. Ding, host's luck value has reached 100, and the dark fruit ability has evolved. The dark water skill is now upgraded. Any devil touching your body has its abilities nullified. This is a permanent effect until turned off. What? Kale gawked. Luck actually had a hidden power. This was basically like carrying sea stones. If his constitution was high enough and devils couldn't use their abilities around him, close combat would be fucking unstoppable. Right then Denji poked Kale's leg. Kale, look, I found this. Denji held up a small black notebook. On the cover were 3 big gold embossed letters, Student ID. Oh, let me see that, Kale said, taking it. Tokyo 4th Higher Academy. Kale read the name near the logo. He tried to open it, but the ID card inside was glued shut. A sticky red blotch peeked out from the edges. Denji sniffed it and frowned. It's chewing gum, gross. Looks like a lot of it too. Kale tried prying it apart, but it was stuck tight. He didn't want the ID to break, so he formed tiny dark swirls to absorb the gum from the edges. Click, it popped open. Inside was a face and name. Isamitaka. Far from the funeral home, Isamitaka sat outside, knees pulled up against her chest. She had her fresh sneakers in hand, still clean and dry. Isa, grumbled someone beside her. Yaru, I'm not doing anything weird, okay? I'm just gonna return the shoes, Isa protested, bright red face buried in embarrassment. Yoru, the war devil possessing her body, quipped back lazily. Calling herself Yoru was something the war devil chose after reviving in Isa's corpse, keeping Isa alive while using the body to pursue Chainsaw Man. That's how she operated, half devil, half human consciousness sharing one body. Yoru wasn't thrilled, but she indulged Asa's wish for a moment. Fine, whatever makes you feel better. Asa sniffed, mortified, and wished she could disappear into the ground. Trust me, if someone finds them first, I'll look like a total idiot, she muttered. Because if she lost Kale's personal stuff and never got his contact info, that connection she barely understood yet already clung to would vanish. And that possibility, straight up crushing. Her mind sprinted into fantasies of eating together, walking dates, hell, maybe something more. Her cheeks burned hotter just imagining it. You're exhausted, Yoru said, sounding totally unfazed. I'll give you 15 more minutes tops. Thanks, Yoru, Asa said meekly. Just then a chubby tabby strolled by, followed by an elderly woman with a vegetable basket. Meow Tilda. Asa went to tease the cat, but noticed the old lady behind it, so she stopped, awkward. Don't mind me, don't mind me. She chanted that like a mantra. But of course. The old lady, slow but steady, stopped right in front of her. Kind eyes, tiny legs, and a voice that pried instantly. You look unfamiliar, little girl. Asa grunted without lifting her head. Did someone in your family pass away? The woman asked. Always the nosy type. Asa didn't feel like explaining. Being an orphan, this answer worked just fine. Oh dear, that's unfortunate, the woman said, lifting the tabby into her basket. I heard that the young owner of this funeral home got taken away by public safety 2 days ago. Folks round here say he isn't coming back. Asa froze, as if struck by lightning. Gunshots, devils, Yoru wondered aloud. No, not the gun devil but regular firearms. The funeral home incident had been chaotic. Let's head back, it'll get dark soon, the old woman urged, shuffling off. Cuh. A crow flapped its wings and took off against the blood-red sunset. As the old woman vanished, her eyes briefly flickered with cloudy presbyopia, the orange rings fading. What? Why did I walk all the way here? Oh dear, I must be getting senile, she muttered to herself. Back in Makima's office, she woke from a light nap. This should be enough, war, she murmured, eyes sharpening. Chainsaw Man isn't something for you to be grasping at. Chapter 16. Didn't they say Kale had been taken away by public safety? So why are you still here? Yoru muttered in disbelief. Asa Mitaka puffed her cheeks and crossed her arms stubbornly. I don't care. Yoru and I agreed to wait 15 minutes, so I'm waiting the full 15 minutes before leaving. Are you out of your mind? Yoru replied, exasperated. You met him once, and Kale can't even see you from here. You're just wasting your damn time. Asa checked her watch. 10 minutes left. I give up, Yoru finally sighed. Just wait then, but if he's dead, you can follow him to the grave. Asa blinked at that. Yoru blurted, whatever weapon you use to kill Chainsaw Man, fine, but turning a person into a weapon is just fucked up. Asa wrinkled her nose, dead serious. I'm cute, so anyone with normal taste would like me. Like it was the most obvious fact in the world. That's why you're delusional, Yoru groaned. Time ticked by. The sun sank behind the dark mountains, the sky bleeding into night. 1 minute remained. Ha, now you should give up, Yoru grumbled. She'd wasted yet another afternoon. If she'd spent this time looking for Chainsaw Man, she might have had clues by now. Suddenly, a bright beam cut through the darkness. A taxi pulled up in front of the funeral home. Kale stepped out, Denji right behind him. Kale, I didn't think a taxi would actually drive out here this late. We're lucky, Denji said cheerfully. Because I paid extra, Kale replied flatly. Thump thump. Asa Mitaka's heart raced like it might burst from her chest. She really had waited for him. The taxi headlights lit him up, and Kale saw her standing at the shop entrance. Well damn. Perfect timing. He'd been thinking about returning her student ID, and there she was. Asa, why are you here? Kale asked calmly. Asa's whole body froze. She'd rehearsed dozens of conversation openers in her head, but right now she could only stare, face flaming red, no words coming out. Lucky for her, Kale was chill enough to break the silence. Heavens, he's actually gentle, Asa thought, starstruck. I'm here to return your shoes, she stammered at last, lifting the bag she'd been clutching. Kale nodded, understanding immediately. Of course that was the reason she stayed. He hadn't had time to think about something as small as shoes with everything going on, the fight with Katana Man, the public safety chaos, the taxi ride. Shoes definitely slipped his mind. "It's pretty late," Kale said softly. "You haven't been waiting out here long, right?" No, I just got here too," Asa managed. Kale opened the shop door. "Come in and have a meal first. I've got something to talk about." Asa's heart did a little flip. Kale invited her to dinner. And he said he wanted to talk to her. Was he going to confess? Her face turned red all over again. Before she could melt into a puddle of embarrassment. "Don't just stand there, documentary lady," Denji said, taking the shoes from her. He silently followed Kale inside. Denji had that impression of Asa from before, emotionless encyclopedia mode, when she rattled off Iris facts like some robotic speaker. "Oh, okay," she said. Inside, the blood had been cleaned up by public safety, but the floor and courtyard were still a wreck. The fox devil wasn't exactly lethal, but it was hell at wrecking the place. Kale probably noticed Asa's shocked expression because he explained with a tired smile. "A few days ago, public safety devil hunters came here looking for a devil, and this is what happened. Business will be slow for a bit." Asa processed that, her eyes softening. Old Lady Tamura had made it sound like some supernatural mystery. This was just the truth. She really needed to stop believing rumors. Casually, Kale asked, "Asa, do you have any food allergies?" With 50 million yen in the bank and the shop closed for repairs, wasn't it time to enjoy life a little? Denji wildly raised his hand. "I can eat anything. Cooking or assembling corpses, I'm down for both." Kale patted Denji's head. "I didn't ask you. Asa is a guest, Denji, you're an employee. Go prep the vegetables." "Okay, I'm great at both cooking and corpse putting together." Asa blinked again. Kale asked her about her food tastes. So that must mean he liked her a little, right? "That's cool," Asa said awkwardly. Asa smiled faintly. "I don't eat fish, always feels like the texture of a rotting corpse." Asa blinked. "What a weird metaphor," he said politely. Kale shrugged. "Anyway, I don't know how to cook fish. I'll make some dishes from my hometown." "I'll help too," Asa said. "Cool." 1 hour later, Kale had made a feast. Twice cooked pork, shredded pork in garlic sauce, tomato scrambled eggs, spicy chicken, a vegetable stir-fry, and pickled cabbage with vermicelli soup. 5 dishes and a soup. Kale had originally planned mapo tofu, but after Asa's fish comment about rotting corpse texture, he figured tofu might be too squishy. They sat at the table. Pachita was nowhere to be seen. Like always, he stayed inside Kale unless he felt like coming out. Kale served Asa a big bowl of rice. "In my hometown, we eat rice like this. If you're not used to it, no worries." Denji, who was already super used to chopsticks, chimed in proudly, "I can eat 3 pounds of rice at once." Asa stared at the food, overwhelmed by the spread. "Feel free to eat," Kale said. "Once you're tired, you can even sleep here. The shop's pretty big." "Thanks for the meal," Asa said softly. Warm memories flooded her mind. A long-lost sense of home blossomed in her chest, warm and bright. Chapter 17. When Kale picked up Asa Mitaka's stained student ID, something didn't add up in his mind. Come to think of it, when Kale first met Asa, she was only wearing a pair of worn-out socks on her feet. And even earlier, when students were mourning Mr. Tanaka, the people gossiping in hushed tones might have been talking about her too, if his deductions weren't completely off. He came to a conclusion. There was a high chance, maybe 80%, that Asa Mitaka was a victim of school bullying. While they were eating, Kale had quietly observed her. She always kept her head down, moved with stiff formality, and seemed intensely constrained in every gesture. That kind of honest, quiet personality was exactly the sort that got picked on. Kale didn't give a shit about some abstract notion of saving the world. He cared about real, actual people. Ever since he'd met her, he just wanted to help. That was his nature. He couldn't stand seeing someone get pushed around. After dinner, Kale called out, "Denji, go wash the dishes. Reward is 1,000 yen." Denji bounced up cheerfully and started clearing the table with a grin. "Kale, you're too nice. I'd wash them even without the money." Soon it was just Kale and Asa left at the table. Asa's heart was hammering. This was a good opportunity. The meddlesome Denji kid was long gone, leaving just her and Kale in this quiet moment. Was he going to say something suggestive? Was this the moment? Kale brewed a cup of green tea and handed it to her. Asa, did you come here specifically to return the shoes? Yes, she said, nodding with a flush creeping up her cheeks. Her palms were sweaty. Damn it, she felt more embarrassed in this situation than she ever had before. It was like all her confidence had been siphoned out of her the second he walked up. If only she had Yoru's shameless boldness. Asa, I can hear your inner thoughts, Yoru muttered in her head. Oh, Kale said, pinching his chin casually, like he'd just remembered something. Then he asked softly, I remember you were wearing a school uniform last time. You're an high school student, right? Yes, I am, she replied, face heating up again. That must be tough, Kale said, eyes gentle. High schools are all in big cities. Coming all the way out to a small place like this after classes, transferring buses, that takes up a lot of time, yeah. Asa blinked, stunned he was even considerate enough to phrase it that way. Since Kale was being that thoughtful, it didn't feel right to lie to him. Trust mattered, that was the foundation of any connection. And if it was just her, she could probably open up a little, right? Kale, actually, I skipped school today, so it wasn't that big a deal, she admitted quietly. Kale tilted his head, putting on a puzzled look as he checked the time on his phone. But today's Thursday. Logically, you should be in class by now. Asa's expression tightened, but finally she exhaled and said truthfully, I hate going to university, so I didn't go. Kale nodded, understanding. It seemed they were finally getting to the heart of things. Why don't you like school, Asa? He asked softly, guiding the talk like someone easing another through a funeral preparation, one small step at a time. Asa inhaled deeply. Thinking about school made her uncomfortable all over. Every stupid little thing grated on her nerves. Hallways full of students walking 3 wide blocking the way, drop dead. Restrooms turned into social hangouts, drop dead. People all lovey-dovey in narrow stair halls and crowded classrooms. Seriously, go get a room if you want that much contact. But of course, saying all that out loud was not exactly polite. Instead, she said, thoughtfully, it's like everyone's gone crazy. They just ignore how insane the world is. Crowded illegal buildings everywhere in busy streets, guys caught drunk driving becoming mayors, and they even intentionally raise a devil in class. It's just too stupid. Kale blinked, wiping a bead of sweat off his brow. Speaking of raising devils, Asa herself was literally a hybrid of human and the war devil, Yoru, meaning she was a professional at raising devils by now. Yoru grumbled mentally, I have no objection. Kale tilted his head and asked casually, is the devil your class is raising the chicken devil? Asa looked up blankly, staring at him. How did you know that? The chicken devil's name is Kyukobai. Oh, I heard your classmates talking about it, Kale said after sipping his tea. For a moment Asa's eyes dimmed a little, but then immediately brightened. Yeah, Kyukobai is a weird name, she said lightly. Every sentence it says ends with Kyuko, so that's why it got that name. Kale didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. Then he pointed out, from your expression, you don't actually hate devils all that much. Because Kyukobai is barely even considered a good devil, Asa murmured. Devils get strength from human fear, and not many people fear chickens. That made Kyukobai weak as hell, something even a stray cat could have dealt with. And thanks to Kyukobai, Asa was one of the few in her class who got her name remembered by it. It was flattened when I tripped over it, she said, face a little red. Kale asked gently, your classmates all say you killed Kyukobai. It's not like that, Asa protested instantly, face hot with embarrassment. She didn't mind being misunderstood by her classmates anymore, but she didn't want Kale to think the wrong thing about her. Asa took a breath, eyes downcast. The class president tripped me, that's why I fell on Kyukobai, she explained softly. But that class president had already turned into a devil and been killed, leaving no witnesses. Dead men tell no tales. Her eyes glistened slightly. Sorry, that sounds like an excuse, doesn't it? Even though she's already dead, I'm still blaming her. I really am the worst. Asa finished, voice trembling. No, Kale said calmly, I believe you. Huh, Asa blinked. Kale smiled quietly. I can tell you're not lying. Asa bit her lower lip, touched by his sincerity. Thank you. Kale chose this moment to bring up something important. Asa, are you being bullied at school? And was the reason you weren't wearing shoes that day because someone messed with them? Asa looked away, a little embarrassed. I don't care, she said stiffly. They're not my friends anyway. Misunderstanding me doesn't matter to me. Kale shook his head. That's not okay. I need to teach whoever messed with your shoes a lesson. Your school's name is 4th East High School, right? How did you know? Asa asked in disbelief. University uniforms were all similar, so she never thought someone would actually recognize where she was from. Kale smiled a little. Here, he said, handing her the student ID. Take good care of it, Asa. A warm blush crept up her face. Thank you. Kale was just way too gentle. Chapter 18. Isamitaka lifted her teacup. The tea was slightly bitter, but when she remembered Kale had brewed it just for her, the bitterness melted away. It's delicious, she said softly, her cheeks tinged with pink. For a moment, she couldn't find the right words. Losing her student ID was partly due to the so-called good classmates who had tormented her. It wasn't just the ID. Asa had lost a lot of things lately. They thought they were delivering some twisted version of justice because of Kyukobai's death. But now she felt almost grateful to them. If they hadn't meddled, Kale wouldn't have found her ID. And then, meeting him under such slim odds, maybe it was fate after all. Kale lounged cross-legged on the tatami mat, rubbing his forehead as he asked gently, Now that you've got your student ID back, Asa, are you going back to school tomorrow? Asa's expression immediately shifted, her eyes going hollow with despair. Honestly, I'd rather fucking die than go back to school. Kale blinked. Yeah, that was a level of psychological damage he didn't expect. He curled a corner of his mouth, leaning his head back with a lazy shrug. Well, if you hate it that much, then don't go. By the way, you got any plans tomorrow? Want to hit up Dome Amusement City and just chill? Asa blinked, caught off guard. Was he asking me out? Did that mean a date? Is Kale going too? She asked timidly. Yeah, I'm going, Kale nodded with a teasing grin. All work and no fun makes smart Asa a dull girl. He still had to get repairmen for the shop over the next few days, so he'd be free anyway. Using this chance to help a girl with a busted psyche. Might as well do a good deed. Is Kale bringing friends? Asa asked tentatively, hopeful. Kale shook his head, shrugging. Nope, my job has tons of clients but 0 friends. If you got any friends, feel free to bring them. I got this covered. I don't have any friends either, Asa blurted out with unexpected excitement. Kale blinked. Bragging rights for no friends now. Asa realized it would be just her and Kale. Oh God. This had to be a date, right? In your head, stop yelling at me to refuse him, Yoru muttered in her mind. Yoru, do you think Chainsaw Man could be at the amusement park? Asa countered, voice tight. Finding Chainsaw Man was not fun though. Yoru paused, and surprisingly agreed. Well, we haven't checked Dome Amusement Park yet. Lots of people, so maybe there's info to gather. Because devil logic is a special brand of nonsensical, Asa managed to convince herself. So, you in? Kale asked. I'll go, Asa nodded seriously. And Kale, you don't have to pay. I got a scholarship. Since you already treated me to dinner, I'll pay for the tickets. So Asa's a top student too, Kale said with a light smile. He wasn't focused on money. When you're trying to counsel someone with baggage like hers, you look for strengths everywhere. Just then Denji finished washing dishes and ran in all excited. Kale, I just heard you're going to the amusement park tomorrow. Can I come too? What? Asa nearly coughed up blood. She completely forgot Kale had a kid bro. No, why was Denji trying to butt in? Is a kid this big still meant to sleep in the same bed as the adults or what? Denji, you're going to school tomorrow. I already talked to your teachers. We'll go play another day, Kale said, firm but gentle. Oh, school, that sounds great. Denji wasn't fazed. In his mind, school was just another version of an amusement park. Deep down, Denji wanted school bad. Hyemno told him Kale had fought for his education, and Denji was grateful. If he studied more, he'd be more useful to Kale. Seeing Denji happily ditch the trip, Asa finally exhaled in relief. I guess I should head home then. Kale, see you tomorrow. But Kale frowned slightly as he looked out into the pitch-black night. It's pretty late. Why not stay at the shop tonight, Asa? There are plenty of spare rooms. Don't worry about dust, Denji, and I clean them all. Asaf rose. Wait, sleepover part already. Is that okay? She asked softly. As long as you trust me, Kale replied. If you're not comfortable, I can drive you home instead. In the next moment, a red-faced Asamitaka sat on a neatly made bed in one of the spare rooms. Kale had placed brand new bedding beside her with careful precision. I just turned on the hot water for this room, he said calmly. There are disposable toiletries in the shower. Treat it like a hotel, Asa. Asa bit her lip and murmured softly. The funeral home used to have staff dorms when Kale's parents were alive. After their deaths, the business had struggled, and the old employees left. Some had even colluded with gangs trying to take the place over, but Kale ended up killing the gang leader and securing the business. Now, with over 50 million yen in the bank, he didn't plan to rehire old staff. He needed trustworthy people. Kale walked back to his own room. Just as he was about to sleep, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Hayakawa-eki. Division 4, Hayakawa-eki. I'm hunting a devil tomorrow, wanna come? Tusk. Work already. Authorities sure knew how to order people around. At the thought of Hayakawa-eki trashing his shop, a mischievous smile spread across Kale's face. Kale, not going. I've got a date tomorrow. Division 4, Hayakawa-eki. I don't know what kind of potion you gave Makima to get this deal. You get the benefits, but refuse responsibility. Kale, I'm just a temp in public safety's special division. I only work when I get paid. You guys have a base salary. Risking your lives slaying devils is your job, not mine. Outside the screen, Hayakawa-eki took a long drag of her cigarette, blowing out smoke to calm down. Hyemno told her to communicate better with Kale. With a lazy guy like that, she didn't think it mattered much. Division 4 Hayakawa-eki, fine, I won't disturb your leisure again. Have a nice date. Seeing her deadpan sarcasm, Kale replied without hesitation, striking right back. Kale, thanks. I'm sure it'll be very pleasant because she's a really cute girl, unlike Miss Hayakawa-eki at all. Chapter 19. The Outskirts. A female fiend with red horns pointed toward an abandoned villa about 100 meters away. There, she said to Braid Girl, her voice shaky, the devil's in that house. I'm not going any closer. If that thing hears me, it'll eat my voice. It caught my Nyanko and is holding it against me. Hayakawa-eki nodded once, flicked away her cigarette, and then removed a strange charm from around her neck. It looked like a bullet casing, but had vein-like patterns and a fleshy texture, a piece of the gun devil's flesh. She held the fragment level, sensing toward the villa. There's a reaction, she murmured, frowning, but it's weak. Fiend, you said the devil inside is the bat devil, right? Call me the Great Power, the blood fiend corrected, voice stern. Yes, Aki continued, her eyes hardening, the bat devil's in there, injured. It's our chance to kill it. Braid Girl, you help me take it down and get Nyanko back, and I'll listen to anything you want. East or west, your call. You'd better goddamn remember those words, Power said, looking serious for once. Not long ago, Aki had begged and wheedled until the fox devil forgave her, letting her use its power again, a chance she wasn't about to waste. Aki drew her sword and crept toward the villa. A devil at this level should be no problem, she told herself. If she couldn't handle a bat devil, then dreaming of avenging the gun devil was just bullshit. Yeah, cheer for me, Braid Girl, Power called from behind, trying to sound supportive. But then her expression changed. She whispered under her breath and sliced her own palm, compressing blood into a massive hammer. Blood manipulation was her trademark. Suddenly, she leapt behind Aki. I'm sorry, Braid Girl. What? Aki turned her head, her focus still on the villa. Bang! Power's hammer smashed into her, knocking her out cold. Power sheathed her weapon and dragged Aki's motionless body into the dark house. Bat, Power called into the gloom, I brought the person as promised. Give me Nyanko. A massive shadow crouched in the villa's corner, muscles bulging beneath grotesque bat-like features. The bat devil turned its head, eyes blood-red and chilling. Well done, fiend, it rumbled. Let me inspect the goods first. Its massive arm swept aside wreckage and picked up Aki, sniffing her like some fresh snack. Then, without hesitation, it swallowed her whole. Delicious, the bat devil crowed. With a thunderous burst, it smashed a hole in the roof. its wings unfurling as it prepared to take flight. Power yelled from below, but the bat devil barely heard her. It spotted an iron cage hooked above. Inside was a fat calico cat, Nyanko. The bat devil snatched the cage, and in one gulp devoured both it and the cat. No, Power whispered, stunned, her reason for fighting swallowed whole. The bat devil laughed wildly, crushing Power in one cruel grip before swallowing her too. Standing unconscious inside the bat's belly, Aki's clothes were already being corroded by stomach acid. Power, holding the twisted cage, glanced at Aki and whispered through grit, Nyanko, I did this, didn't I? At least, you two go with me. She drove a blade into her own body and used her bleeding blood to wrap Aki and the cat cage, an act of tragic protection. Above them, the bat devil roared into the sky. It's not enough. Humans, you're not nearly enough. I want to eat more of you. Delicious kids for appetizers, unmarried young women for palate cleansers, and strong men for the main course. With a mighty flap of wings, it soared toward the distant city. Tokyo, Dome City Amusement Park. Kale had already spent 9,000 yen on 2 one-day passes. After all, how could he let Asa pay for the whole thing? The two of them stepped off the Thunder Dolphin roller coaster. Around them, tourists were puking and green around the gills, but Kale and Asa stood there cool as cucumbers. Their physiology was just that special, rides ordinary people found thrilling barely registered on them. You're pretty brave, Asa, Kale said, arms crossed and smiling. What do you want to ride next? Asa looked up at the giant Ferris wheel floating above them, and her voice dropped to a whisper. I want to go on the Ferris wheel. She'd read about it in magazines and novels, up high, quiet, just the two of you, the classic confession setting. Yoru also chirped in her head that it was a good strategic spot to maybe glimpse Chainsaw Man's movements, but that wasn't the point here. Kale looked around. The park was packed with people. Sure, but it looks like there's a line for the Ferris wheel. You wait here and I'll go buy snacks and ice cream. No, you wait in line, Kale. Asa shook her head and took off toward a nearby dessert stand. I know a shop here that has cheap stuff. She didn't want to burden Kale with her money, she told herself. But she hadn't gone far when she noticed a crowd gathered near the roadside. In the center, a middle-aged man was barking passionately. Around me, about 20 people are listening. I want to ask everyone, do you know what the main cause of death for Japanese people is? The man ranted, pointing wildly as the crowd watched. I know what you're thinking. Oh, I'll just die peacefully of old age, right? But out of 20, only 5 will die of old age, 5 of disease, 1 killed by a vehicle, 1 murdered, and another suicide. And the remaining 7 will be killed by devils. We need to wake the public up. Devils could kill us any time. He thumped the air and declared with fervor, This is war. We humans are at war with devils. Chapter 20. Asa Mitaka wasn't really paying attention to the middle-aged man's rant. She was here to get snacks, plain and simple. She walked up to the second floor of the nearby mall, which was lined with food stalls. I kinda liked what that guy said, Yoru said out of nowhere. Hi. Asa blinked, confused for a moment. 7 out of every 20 Japanese people will be killed by devils, Yoru repeated, quoting the man's speech. This world is at war with devils and humans. She went on, if humans remember that fear, my power grows stronger. Oh, Asa said, unconcerned, completely ignoring Yoru's ideology. I'll have 2 Super Cup extra vanilla ice creams, she said to the clerk with calm certainty, clearly not fazed by anything strange in her head. The shop assistant quickly handed her 2 large cups. Thank you, Asa said, taking them both. The assistant tugged the brim of her cap down a little and yawned, sounding half asleep. No problem, my little sister loves this flavor. Little sister. Asa stared at her again. The assistant had light purple hair cut short, half her face obscured under her cap, crumbs still stuck at the corners of her mouth from dessert. Something about her seemed familiar. War, you called her. What? Asa whispered inwardly to Yoru. Before Yoru could answer. Boom! A sudden explosion rocked the corridor without warning. The impact sent Asa flying to the floor. Then the bat devil burst into the hallway, massive, pitch black, dominating the space like a raging bulldozer, smashing anything in its path. A random passerby was snatched up in its huge claws. The purple-haired shop assistant reacted with bizarre calmness. She yanked the ice cream from Asa's hand, popped it into her mouth, and munched like nothing was happening. "Good thing vanilla ice cream holds up," she muttered, revealing orange-ringed eyes that instantly put Yoru on alert. Are you something else?" Yoru's voice in Asa's mind stiffened. The assistant straightened her hat, glanced coolly at Asa on the floor, and said matter-of-factly, "Call me Jaihe. A devil's attacking, so I got a jet. Good luck, little sister." Before Asa could process a damn thing, Jaihe vanished into the chaos. The bat devil roared, tearing off an unlucky man's arm in one bite. Blood sprayed like a grotesque fountain, his life ending in a flash. The monster chewed him up, then shed gross, dripping tears of disdain. "Bleg," it snarled, voice deep and savage. "Number 23, sub-healthy man, tastes like trash." Asa smelled the iron tang of blood and stared at the carnage, frozen, her nerves seized up. Her body refused to move. Yoru barked warnings in her head. When Asa was severely terrified, Yoru couldn't take control because sheer panic clashed with her own confident war devil personality. Yoru exhaled with controlled calm. "Asa, we can't beat this thing right now. Stay calm, don't panic. While it's busy eating, move slowly and quietly away." Okay," Asa whispered, her senses gradually returning. She swallowed hard, shook off the shock, and stood up, limping backwards, trying to retreat. But in her nervous haste, she didn't watch her step. The bat devil's rampage had already destabilized parts of the building. A section of floor warped just where she was stepping. "Simp!" "Ouch!" Asa yelled as she tripped onto solid floor again. "Scree!" The bat devil snapped its head toward her instantly. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die." In a panic burst of adrenaline, she scrambled up, sprinting as best her twisted ankle would allow. But the monster pursued her ruthlessly, smashing walls and pillars aside. The whole maw shook violently. Her ankle buckled again, she hit the ground, crawling desperately forward. Just when it seemed her end was finally at hand, another unlucky civilian caught the bat devil's attention and was swallowed whole. The devil's belly bulged grotesquely. "Number 24, old woman, Bleg, tastes like garbage." With a nauseating bleg, the bat devil actually vomited something out. Clang! An iron cage hit the ground right in front of Asa. Inside was a cat, a familiar battered feline. "Meow." The cat crawled out, wincing. Yoru flared with sudden excitement. This was their chance. Turn that cat into a weapon, Asa. Slash this damn bat into scrap. But Asa's ankle throbbed, every step sending pain up her leg. Still, Yoru, ever aggressive, pushed harder in her mind. "Asa, even if this was an accident, you don't genuinely regret killing Kyukobai before. There's no one else here now. Touch that cat and call out the weapon name, cat sword." Asa exhaled and reached toward the trembling cat. Yoru nodded greedily in satisfaction. But then, Asa immediately scooped up Nyanko, but instead of launching an attack, she limped forward as fast as she could, running with everything she had. "Aha, Asa, you idiot," Yoru roared inside her head. "Shut up, Yoru, I'd rather die than hurt a cat." Behind them, the bat devil lunged, its bloody jaws inches from her back. Suddenly, vroom! The roar of a revving chainsaw echoed through the mall. A black blur shot forward like a missile. Chainsaw Man, cloaked in black energy, slammed into the bat devil with brutal force. Scree! Boom! The bat devil's scream split the air as Kale's attack carved a massive gash through the building's structure. Asa could only manage one word. "Chainsaw." Yoru, still rattled, whispered, "Why is Chainsaw Man here?" Just a short while earlier, while Kale was still standing in line, he heard the distant chaos erupt. Assuming it was near Asamitaka's path, his worry instantly pulled him toward it. The sight he saw nearly knocked the breath out of him, Asa being hunted down by a fucking bat devil. That beast was a nightmare incarnate, a devil known in the world as the Bat Devil, a creature that embodies bats and hates humans fiercely. No way in hell was he letting that slide. Kale ripped open his collar and yanked the starter cord hard. Boom! He slammed the Bat Devil into the ground with a devastating strike, spiderweb cracks spreading across the floor from the sheer impact. Die, Kale roared, chainsaws whirring and ready. Chapter 21. Kale kicked the Bat Devil hard, launching it hundreds of meters away from the broken second floor of the mall. He pursued without hesitation, driving his boot into the creature's back, pinning it into the ground. When he'd fought Katana Man before, Kale's agility had been 1,200. After allocating points, it was now 5,000, more than quadrupled. Even though the Bat Devil could fly, it couldn't touch him. Facing it was like kicking a stray dog into oblivion. The Bat Devil writhed, lifting its battered head and snarling, "That speed, that strength, it doesn't fit your size. With chainsaw hands and a head like that, you must be a devil. Even with such power, you choose to stand with humans? That makes me sick." "Just die," Kale said casually, uncaring. He didn't bother arguing with monsters. With a burst of motion, he activated Dark Vortex Slash, the same technique that had taken down Katana Man. Before it could react, the Bat Devil formed a grotesque cylindrical muzzle out of its own flesh and fired a brutal sonic blast at him. The wave that could have shattered buildings raced toward Kale at terrifying speed. But right in front of him, it vanished. A dense black sphere, no bigger than a soccer ball, hung between his chainsaw hands, absorbing the full force of the blast. The Bat Devil watched, horror widening its eyes. The attack meant to obliterate Kale was gone, stripped into nothingness. "What the hell is this ability? Aren't you Chainsaw Devil?" it bellowed, trembling. Kale didn't answer. He hurled the black sphere upward, trying to minimize collateral damage. An explosion of sound rocked the air, shattering glass within a 1,000-meter radius. Then he struck again, chainsaw shredding, gravitational pressure crushing, and the Bat Devil was gone in an instant. Ding! Host has killed the Bat Devil, gaining 25 attribute points. Kale reached toward the creature's massive torso and tore open its grotesque belly. The Bat Devil had swallowed too many people. Its stomach bulged unnaturally, human limb shapes visible beneath the flesh. He deactivated his chainsaws before searching. He wasn't about to tear anyone else apart by accident. Inside, the smell was brutal. Most victims were already bones or shredded flesh. Kale worked methodically, pulling bodies out and laying them out. Old habits died hard. Even when dead, people deserved respect. Then he heard a faint voice. "Youth, you are." A middle-aged woman had survived. Kale crouched and looked down at her. "Get to a doctor, you're safe now," he said flatly. She blinked up at him, weak but alive. "Young man, you're a private devil hunter, right? Thank you. How much should I pay you?" "No charge." Kale waved her off. "Now go." She stumbled away, and Kale turned back into the stomach's cavity. His hand brushed something strange, hard, not flesh or bone. "What the hell?" he muttered, pulling and hoisting out a limp body with one hand. It was Power, the blood fiend. Her eyes opened slowly, dazzled by light. "I'm still breathing," she slurred. "Was it you, human? Pretty boy, was it you who saved me?" Kale blinked. What are you?" Power struggled upright, eyes scanning wildly. "This great one is the blood. I don't see Braid Girl or Nyanko, you better check for them." Kale winced. The way she spoke grated on his nerves, but he shoved his hand back in the gut pit and found something. He pulled out the last person, face covered in blood armor. "Good job, human, that's Braid Girl. She's still breathing. Don't just stand there, take her for help," Power ordered, weak but determined. Kale raised an eyebrow. "How do you know she's alive?" He laid the woman on the ground. The armor was thick, but Kale's instincts told him something familiar. Then the blood armor cracked away. Heikawaki. Cold, elegant features. Sharp eyes now closed. "No freaking way," Kale muttered. "Aki." Power flopped beside her. "See, I told you she wasn't dead. Now you pay for medical bills." Kale stared at the Bat Devil carcass, then at Aki. It clicked. The Bat Devil should have been easy for someone like her. Hell, even that fox devil she'd sprung on Kale that day had put up a better fight. Still, a devil incident involving a public safety hunter was no joke. He needed to call someone official. Heimno first. After all, Kale wasn't public safety. Just a temp, a cutter for hire. Plus, Asa had been with them earlier. Her ankle looked sprained. Damaged buildings, falling debris. Kale pulled out his phone to dial. Then, out of nowhere. Shutui. Something struck him like a bullet, flying fast. Blood mist exploded from his right hand in an instant. Chapter 22. Anxious thoughts led to sloppy mistakes. With a Samitaka on his mind, Kale failed to dodge in time. To be precise, he almost did not count. Humans had limits, and right now he was painfully aware of them. In human form, Kale's agility was only 50, nothing compared to his Chainsaw Man state. Pain tore through his arm as it was severed cleanly. Blood sprayed uncontrollably from the stump. Shit, Kale muttered, narrowing his eyes. Poison. Clang! A thick brown limb slammed upward, sending a manhole cover flying. A massive devil forced itself out of the sewer, squeezing through the narrow opening with disgusting ease. It looked like a gigantic leech. Over 6 meters tall, its body segmented and slick, tentacles as thick as buckets writhing around it. Its head was bloated and ugly, with a repulsive middle part that made it look even worse. Onlookers who had been watching the chaos scattered instantly. The leech devil laughed, its voice wet and shrill. Jai, not poison. My saliva stops blood from clotting. Just lie there and bleed to death. Kale snorted. Bleed to death, you're hilarious. A miniature dark hole formed at his wrist, swallowing the spraying blood. With controlled effort, Kale activated liberation, forcing the blood back into his veins. The leech devil's mouthparts twitched, rows of sharp teeth grinding together. You filthy human butcher, you killed my precious bat. We were supposed to eat all humans together. Ding, host has allocated 25 attribute points to agility. Agility, 75. Kale yanked the starter cord and transformed into Chainsaw Man, his arm regenerating instantly. Then he reverted back to human form just as quickly. If he stayed transformed, this thing would be dead in a second. It'd be too easy. He needed to get used to fighting as a human. Otherwise, the next ambush might actually kill him. Stepping over chunks of the bat devil's corpse, Kale lifted his chin, eyes sharp and taunting. Go on, keep talking. You don't have many chances left. The leech devil glared at him, hatred boiling over. Then its expression twisted into a grotesque smile. You're actually pretty cute. I don't miss that bat so much anymore. Kale grimaced. I don't take compliments from sewer trash. He circled the devil slowly, staying 10 meters out thinking. In human form, dark hole liberation was his strongest move. Unfortunately, it took time. He needed to absorb something first, and the stronger the absorption, the stronger the release. Absorbing buildings took too long and risked collateral damage. That trick only worked when no civilians were around. Which meant the ideal scenario was simple. Let the enemy use its strongest move, absorb it, then send it right back. The problem was obvious. What if the enemy did not give him that chance? What if it just crushed him outright? The leech devil's thick tongue slid across its mouth. Listen, human, mate with me and I'll let you live. Kale's face twitched. What the actual fuck? I'll mate your ass straight into hell, Kale snapped. Who would want to screw something that smells like a clogged toilet? The leech devil screeched in fury. Ungrateful bastard, die. It charged, massive tentacles whipping forward with crushing force. Kale clenched his fists. Good, I was bored. No time for fancy planning. Melee it was. Dark water. A powerful suction force erupted around Kale, pulling the leech devil toward him even faster. Jai, you're rushing me. You're insane. The tentacle came down like a hammer. Kale did not dodge. Dark energy wrapped around his fist as he punched straight forward. You think a human punch can hurt me? Oh, I know it can. Boom. The tentacle twisted violently, torn apart and swallowed whole by the dark hole. The leech devil screamed in agony. How is this possible? Kale smirked. Did you miss how your ex got folded? Close combat was where Kale thrived. Human or Chainsaw Man, it did not matter. If he landed a hit, he tore something off. At that moment, Isamitaka limped out of the mall. She had followed Yoru's urging, hoping to find Chainsaw Man. Instead, she saw Kale, locked in battle with the leech devil. Yoru, help him, Isa shouted, please. Yoru stared, unimpressed. Are you blind? He's not losing. Her gaze sharpened as she focused on the black aura surrounding Kale. That power was wrong, dangerous. How could an Undertaker be this strong? Did he contract with a primal fear? Devils born from fundamental terror. Darkness, aging, falling, fire. Devils that had never died, not even once. Asa clenched her fists. Devils cheat, what if it sneak attacks him? Yoru scoffed, still irritated. She had nearly died earlier because Asa refused to turn the cat into a weapon. Guilt made weapons stronger, and Asa's hesitation had cost her. Damn it. This was all Asa's fault. I already taught you how, Yoru snapped. Turn something you own into a weapon, I'm not helping. My own things, Asa whispered. Her thoughts raced. Something that belonged to her. Right now. Her face flushed. Her hand tightened around the brown jacket she was wearing. Yoru frowned. What are you doing? Asa swallowed, face burning red, and shouted. Jacket compound bow. Chapter 23. Kale, I'm here to help you. Asa Mitaka appeared, wearing a thin white sweater. The composite bow in her hands faintly resembled her coat, shaped with careful precision. Yoru raised an eyebrow, looking at the improvised weapon. Turning clothes into a bow? Not bad, but the guilt tied to clothes is low. I doubt it can pierce the leech devil's defenses. And besides, can Asa even shoot? Let me handle it, Yoru added, voice dripping with detached critique. Asa didn't respond. She stood tall, drew a deep breath, and raised the bow. Knocking an arrow, she aimed carefully at the leech devil. Whoosh! Boom! The impact exceeded expectations. The arrow cut a bloody gash straight through the leech devil's body, slicing deep. Yoru blinked. She hadn't realized. This bow, this coat, had been a birthday gift from Asa's late mother. The guilt tied to it was strong. The arrow carried that weight, and it was enough. Gah, the leech devil shrieked. Sneak attacking me, despicable humans. It had already been humiliated by Kale, and now this. It collapsed to the ground, weakened beyond recovery. Kale's eyes flicked to the source of the shot. Asa. 100 meters away, the girl stood, bow in hand, looking poised. Kale's mind raced. He had always known Asa wasn't ordinary, but her precision and power surpassed even his expectations. Had that arrow hit him directly, he might have had trouble surviving. Their eyes met. Asa waved. Kale gave a slight nod, then turned back to the leech devil, his expression flat. You still can't satisfy me, small fry devil, he muttered, watching the black hole in his hand slowly drift toward the creature. Its cold corpse would soon become his attribute points. Then, suddenly, a massive fox claw appeared out of thin air, smashing into the leech devil and reducing it to a cloud of blood mist. Kale paused, confused. Wait, who the hell just? Pop, the claw vanished. 3 people in public safety uniforms emerged from the smoke. The leader was unmistakable. Hyemno, whom Kale had met before. Ara, leech devil confirmed eliminated. Good job, Arai, that's some skill with the fox devil, Hyemno said, voice calm, hands on her hips. See, senior, you're overpraising me. Arai, a tall, upright young man, nearly bounced on his heels with excitement. Hyemno glanced at the mess of destruction and issued commands. Akai, you're responsible for checking for survivors and guiding them to evacuate. Why, yes. The young girl with a hairpin nodded nervously, voice firm, but tinged with uncertainty. She then turned her attention to Kale, placing a hand on his shoulder. You worked very hard, Kale, the temporary worker. Kale gave a dry smile. Would you believe me if I said I just came here to play? Regardless, you did an excellent job, Hyemno replied, valuing results above all. Nearby, Hayakawa Aki opened her eyes, wincing as she held the back of her head. She glanced at Power, lying weak from blood loss. Power didn't dare meet her gaze, shifting just in time to see Nyanko perched on Asa's shoulder. A small smile crossed Power's lips. Hey, braid girl, if you end up killing me, I won't mind, just promise me you'll take care of Nyanko. Hyemno's expression hardened. Aki, explain the situation with the fiend. Hayakawa Aki hesitated, eyes flicking away. It's nothing. I wasn't strong enough and got ambushed by the bat devil. The fiend is always a handful, needs strict supervision. Power blinked in disbelief, tears forming. Braid girl, you bastard, I'm almost moved to tears. Really? Hyemno asked skeptically. It's true, Power said softly. After all this, Aki, you and the blood fiend will give your statement once you've been treated, Hyemno instructed. No problem, Aki agreed. Kale shrugged. He had no interest in their personal issues. Just as he started walking toward Asa, a tall, excited young man blocked his path. He gave a perfect 90-degree bow. You must be Kale, the temporary worker senior Hymno mentioned. That fight was incredible. I'm Arai, please teach me. Kale scratched his head, bemused. Was that fox devil just now yours? Yes, Arai proudly displayed a fresh wound on his arm, proof of using the fox devil's power. It's my first time using it. Thanks to Senior Kale putting the leech devil on the ropes, I was able to finish it. Kale sighed internally, kill stealing on a first attempt, bold move. He still smiled, patting Arai's shoulder. Good job, next time leave it to me, you won't pay such a high price for using your devil powers. I understand, Arai beamed. Nearby, Asa watched Kale casually laughing with the public safety team. Were these his friends? Maybe that story about having no friends was just to comfort her. A bitter taste rose in Asa's mouth. She was alone. Two women in the group drew her eyes, Hymno with her eye patch, and the cold, elegant Hayakawa Eki. Even she, Asamitaka, had to admit they were stunning. And Kale still seemed more interested in them. A small sigh escaped her lips. Maybe Yoru was right. A timid voice broke her thoughts. Asa turned. A shy young girl in a public safety uniform stood nearby, about her age. Heavens, so cute. Could someone like this be Kale's friend too? Asa's confidence faltered. Is there something? She asked, tone tinged with disappointment. Eek, the girl, Kobni Higashiyama, stammered, bowing deeply. I'm new to public safety and I don't know the rules yet. The scene is almost cleared, so I wanted to ask you to evacuate. Chapter 24. Higashiyama, Kobni's overwhelming humility, completely threw Asamitaka off balance. Don't be like that, Asa said, frowning. I'm just waiting for someone and then I'll leave. You're making it look like I'm bullying you. Higashiyama forced a couple of laughs, not daring to meet Asa's gaze. I see, I'm so sorry for troubling you. At that moment, Kale approached, flashing Asa a casual smile. Asa, sorry for the wait. Her face flushed immediately. See, Kale. Her voice barely rose above a whisper, faint as a mosquito's buzz. Her thoughts raced. That smile, it wasn't just for anyone. Kale smiled like that at her. Definitely not a coincidence. He likes me. Asa convinced herself once again. Kobni stood properly, hands folded, watching the exchange with quiet curiosity. She had already guessed something about their relationship. So, you were waiting for Kale, she said, voice tentative. Kale looked at the timid girl, tilting his head. I think this is our first meeting. Did you know me before? No, Kobni stammered, panic rising. It was. Senior Hymno introduced you just now, so I remembered you. Oh, Kale raised an eyebrow, intrigued. She was even more timid than Asa. Could someone like her really survive as a devil hunter? He pictured her in a fight against a powerful devil. She'd probably be cannon fodder. Although I'm just a temp for Public Safety Special Division 4, we're technically colleagues. You're a rookie too, right? What's your name? Kale asked casually. The question sent Kobni into a cold sweat. She glanced at Asa, seeking help. Can I tell him? Asa blinked, utterly confused. What did her opinion have to do with this? She felt her own emotions twist. Kale hadn't spoken to her like this in ages. Before Asa could answer, Yoru intervened. An A-shaped scar flickered across Asa's face, and her presence shifted. The mischievous corner of Yoru's mouth lifted as she gently lifted Kohaku's chin. Go ahead and tell him. Kale is an undertaker, might be useful later. The meaning was clear. Tell him your name so Kale can carve it on your tombstone later. Kaya, Kobni broke into a cold sweat. I won't, I'll never say it. Kale sighed. He could see it. Asa's other personality was stirring, causing mischief. He acted. The head pat. His hand rested on Yoru's head, gently rubbing. Be a good girl, Asa, don't scare her. I know you didn't get your fun today, but that devil popped up unexpectedly. I'll make it up to you. How about we go back to the Ferris wheel in a bit? Kale suggested casually. Yoru's face instantly burned red. She realized something critical. They shared a body, and a portion of Asa's feelings had affected her. She was embarrassed and angry. I am the dignified war devil. Like a human, are you kidding me? Her blush deepened, and she angrily grabbed Kale's collar. What Ferris wheel? That's stupid, did you? Flash. Asa regained control. Her eyes cleared, and her strength returned. The Ferris wheel, Asa said, face red enough to bleed. I want to ride it with you. Her determination was absolute. Whether Bat Devil, Leech Devil, Pretty Girls, or Yoru, anyone in her way could die. Even if the world ended tomorrow, she was riding that Ferris wheel today. She had bought an all-day pass, and she was going to use it. Kobni flinched at Asa's sudden resolve. Seeing Asa return to her usual self, Kale exhaled in relief. All right, but first, let's get the cat treated. If the wound gets infected, that'll be bad. Asa nodded. Kale's right, save the cat first. Kobni, timid as ever, raised her hand. I can take care of the cat. You go ahead and have fun. I'll bring it to the Animal Rescue Center. Really? Thank you, Kale smiled. Kobni was surprisingly reliable. Asa looked uncertain, holding Nyanko protectively. Are you sure you're taking it to the hospital and not secretly tossing it? No, Kobni waved her hands frantically. Animal treatment costs are reimbursed. I don't spend a single yen. There's no way I'd do anything cruel. Fine, I believe you. Asa gently placed Nyanko in Kobni's arms. By the way, what's your name? I'll check on the cat later. Kobni exhaled, a weight lifting. Finally, she could introduce herself. I'm Higashiyama Kobni, a devil hunter with Public Safety Special Division 4. I'm Asa Mitaka. Take good care of Girumbun Kobni, Asa said with a gentle smile. Kale nodded, storing her name in memory. Then, abruptly, his personal data panel fluctuated violently for the first time. Luck, 100 right arrow 10. Chapter 25. Kale's pupils flickered. Wait, what the hell is happening? His luck had been perfectly fine at 100, so why had it just dropped by 90 points? Had he broken some cosmic law? Don't worry, I won't bother you two any longer. Goodbye. Higashiyama Kobni waved as she left, cradling the injured Nyanko. Kale stared at the sudden change in his attribute panel, losing 90 points at once. How the hell was he supposed to handle that? Then, almost immediately, the panel flickered again. Luck, 100. Huh? The points had returned just as suddenly as they disappeared. Glancing at Kobni's retreating figure, Kale's mind raced. Holy crap, could it really be her? Akai, come here for a second, Kale called out. Yes, Kobni froze, then instinctively jogged back, holding Nyanko tightly. Her eyes darted around nervously. Kale, is there something you need? Before he could answer, the panel reacted. Luck, 100 right arrow 10. So that was it. The change in his luck was triggered by her presence. Kale wasn't dumb enough to say it aloud. Instead, he fished a small stack of bills from his pocket. Here, 10,000 yen, take it Akai. Kobni's eyes widened in shock. No, the cat's treatment is covered by public funds. I know, Kale said, still stuffing the money into her bag. Consider it a fee for the errand that delayed your work, just take it. He hadn't even realized the effect this gesture would have on her. Her heart raced as if the cash were on fire. A side payment like this sent her into near-panic mode. Because of her complicated family situation, Kobni had an unusual fixation on money. Swallowing hard, she stammered, Is this a bribe? I really can't take it. If anyone finds out, will I get fired from public safety? Kale laughed. 10,000 yen is nothing. It's not worth scaring you like this. Think of it as compensation for your work or me buying you a meal. If anyone's getting fired over this, it's me, he muttered. And if they fire you anyway, you can come work at my funeral home. Finally, Kobni accepted it. Her nose stung, her eyes blurred, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. She sniffled, bowed deeply, and sobbed, Thank you, I really need money, you're so good to me. Kale Asa, don't worry, I'll finish the mission. Kobni wiped her tears and walked away, cradling the cat. About 50 meters down, Kale watched as his luck stat flickered again. Luck, 100. Well, that confirmed it. Kobni had caused the shift in luck, but why? A contract with a bad luck devil. Setting that aside, her attachment to money was remarkable. 10,000 yen had moved her to tears. Asa Mitaka whispered softly, I can understand that. She had grown up without wealth, receiving only compensation after her family was killed by devils. Scholarships supplemented her modest allowance of about 50,000 yen a month, not much compared to the working-class salary of 300,000 yen. For a student, self-sufficiency was admirable, but indulgence was impossible. She saved 20,000 yen a month, so 10,000 yen was indeed a significant sum. Then again, Kobni was a public safety devil hunter. Base salaries for her rank would easily surpass 800,000 yen. How could she be so desperate? Asa wondered. Maybe she's the only one in her family able to work. Kale shook his head. Every family has its secrets, let's drop it. He crouched down, gently poking Asa's leg. Your walking looked off. Did you sprain your ankle? Her cheeks warmed. He'd noticed her injury. So gentle, her heart fluttered. A sly glint appeared in her eyes. It really hurts, especially when I walk. Her ankle was only slightly uncomfortable, but it wasn't unbearable. I see, let's go to a doctor first, Kale suggested. No, Asa said, shaking her head. I want to ride the Ferris wheel first. I feel like my foot will get better on it. Kale laughed at her childish stubbornness. Fine, but if it still hurts, you're seeing a doctor, got it? Wait here, he said suddenly, sprinting off. Moments later, he returned with an ice pack and a large roll of gauze. Carefully, he helped Asa sit on a bench and applied the ice pack to her ankle. Wrapping extra layers around her sock, he ensured she wouldn't get frostbite. There aren't many people at the Ferris wheel now. Perfect time, Kale said, crouching before her. It'll be inconvenient for you to walk, so hop on, I'll carry you there. She leaned forward, arms wrapping around his neck. Exactly what she wanted. After a few twists and turns, they finally reached a gondola. Slowly, it rose into the sky. The amusement park stretched below them. Despite the recent devil attacks, people still laughed, oblivious to the chaos. Asa's cheeks burned hotter. The ice pack did nothing to cool the heat in her chest. Kale's scent filled the gondola. His profile, handsome, intimidating, just slightly pungent, made her heart thump. She waited for the peak of the ride, ready to act. But before the gondola reached the top, Yoru couldn't resist. Asa, are you thinking of confessing to him? What I want to do has nothing to do with you, Asa snapped, embarrassed. She did intend to confess, but prolonged proximity to Kale had left her lightheaded. Yoru hesitated. I can help you. You, help me. You're not going to turn him into a weapon, right? Yoru smiled wickedly. Not at all, I just can't stand how indecisive you are. If I just kiss him, I'll win him over for sure. Yeah, with your courage, Asa, you definitely wouldn't dare. Asa bristled. You're saying I wouldn't dare. Exactly, Yoru said mockingly. Asa, watch me. The gondola hadn't reached the top yet. Asa suddenly stood, pressing her lips to Kale's cheek. Chapter 26. Kyoto office. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. The hand holding the coffee trembled. Crack. The porcelain cup shattered, spilling brown liquid across the desk. Makima saw everything. As the control devil, her power allowed her to manipulate anyone she deemed inferior, using their abilities as her own. Wherever living creatures existed, her eyes could be there. Her judgment of strength was purely subjective. As long as she believed herself stronger, she could control her target. In the hands of a madman, this would be invincible. But Makima was the opposite of impulsive. She analyzed everything carefully before acting. Upon learning that Kale was Chainsaw Man and the small orange dog Pachita was the Chainsaw Devil, she decided to make contact with him. Yet Kale's attitude, sometimes firm, sometimes soft, made her unable to fully predict him. Until she had proof of her superiority, she could not exert control. To understand him better, Makima left many eyes around him. And thus, she witnessed the moment Asa threw herself at him. Makima didn't understand the strange surge of emotion she felt, nor why her hand crushed the cup. Only a vague intuition lingered. Her sister, the war devil, was unexpectedly irritating. Creak. The office door opened, and a tall woman in a public safety uniform stepped in. Black hair tied in a messy ponytail, a striking horizontal scar across her nose. Michiko Tendo, devil hunter from Kyoto Public Safety Special Division 1. Like Hayakawa Eki, a survivor of the gun devil tragedy, she had become a devil hunter for revenge. Miss Makima, the chief cabinet secretary, said you can go now. Your hand. Is it okay? Makima calmly wiped her hands with a handkerchief. It's fine, Tendo, take me there. Understood. As Tendo led her away, Makima sighed softly. Every time I meet high-ranking officials, the pressure is unbearable. Really, even someone like you feels pressure? Tendo asked, incredulous. Public safety devil hunters didn't know Makima's true identity. To them, she was legendary, mysterious, untouchable, contracted to a devil unknown to anyone. Of course, Makima replied, faint smile in place. In the cabinet meeting room, the heavy door closed with a clang. Silence fell. 5 men in black suits sat at a long table, the pinnacle of power in Japan. Venetian blinds behind them cast their faces in shadow. Makima stood before them, hands behind her back, her usual braided hair framing her composed face. An elderly man with glasses picked up a document and spoke first. Because of U.S. actions, Soviet radicals are growing louder. Rumors circulate about using devils for military purposes. Another rubbed his sagging eyes. If only our enemies were devils alone. An impatient minister asked directly, Makima, how is the dog we provided your unit? There is one meeting expectations and another. Interesting one, Makima said calmly. Interesting. A dog I recently acquired. Fierce, yes, but I gave him special status and brought him under control. HMPH, don't get emotionally attached to the dogs, Makima. I understand. The meeting ended quickly. Makima exhaled, changed into her black uniform, and said, Tendo, take me to the train station for Tokyo. It's my honor, Miss Makima. Meanwhile, on the Ferris wheel. Asa, what are you doing? Kale was enjoying the view when Asa suddenly pressed herself against him. The moist press of lips on his cheek was itchy yet oddly enticing. He detected a faint citrus scent, the toothpaste and mouthwash he'd left in her room last night. Being initiated by a beautiful girl was not unpleasant. In fact, it was tempting. A strange impulse stirred within him, yet reason prevailed. They had only met twice. He hadn't done her any major favors yet. Yielding now would feel exploitative. Kale suppressed the urge. Asa's heart pounded violently. She pulled away after half a minute, every second of the kiss stretching into an eternity. He hadn't moved away, which was proof enough he didn't dislike her, but he hadn't responded either. She coughed, flushing scarlet. I read on the internet. An Italian cheek kiss is a way to show gratitude. It doesn't mean anything else, so don't misinterpret it, Kale. Oh, is that so? Kale chuckled, teasing. Asa's shyness was cute. He turned his face, exposing the other cheek. An Italian cheek kiss is supposed to be done twice, you know. You're missing the other side. Asa's embarrassment faded, replaced by boldness. He liked her. She hadn't guessed wrong. Wrapping her arms around him, she pressed her lips to his other cheek. Her eyes misted over, as emotions overwhelmed her. The situation was spiraling. Asa looked directly at Kale. Softly, with complete honesty, she whispered, Kale, I like you. Chapter 27. Kale, I like you. Watching Asa's face draw closer, Kale panicked. Oh no, I shouldn't have teased her. How the hell am I supposed to handle this now? Wait, Asa, we are still. Asa didn't listen. The moment was perfectly set. If she missed this chance, who knew how long she'd have to wait? This was her opportunity, and she wasn't letting it slip. Before Kale could finish, soft lips sealed his mouth. His body froze. He realized Asa had summoned all her courage and resolve to make this move. Her emotional state was fragile. Rejecting her now would crush her completely, and that was the last thing he wanted. So, with a complicated heart, Kale swallowed the sweet, citrusy sensation of her lips. The Ferris wheel gondola finally stabilized at the bottom. Click! The cabin door opened. Asa trembled and reluctantly parted her lips, climbing off Kale. This was her first kiss, clumsy, awkward, yet undeniably captivating. Phew, Kale exhaled, relieved. If she had continued, he might not have stayed in control. Exiting the cabin, Asa kept her head down, the boldness from the Ferris wheel seemingly vanished. Kale was mildly surprised she could walk freely. Asa, is your foot really healed? Asa's ears burned red. See, I told you it'd get better just by riding the Ferris wheel. Kale chuckled softly, realizing her act. Her claim of injury was just a ruse. She'd slipped up. But now a dilemma surfaced. Asa had been proactive, he had not, and yet they'd kissed. Not that he'd done anything inappropriate. No tongue, no groping, but still they'd kissed. Asa, what do you think our relationship is now? Kale asked directly. If she demanded he take responsibility, he wouldn't refuse. They hadn't known each other long, but he did feel something for her. Asa returned to her senses, realizing the pace of events had been terrifyingly fast. This was only their second meeting. No confession ceremony, no extended holding of hands. Yet a simple, "I like you," had led to a passionate kiss in the Ferris wheel. Still, she was certain. She liked Cale. His small favors, the shoes he lent her, finding her student ID, guiding her gently, had planted a seed of affection. Her heart, long parched, had been showered with timely rain. But she couldn't ignore her misstep. She had acted boldly without consulting him. She smiled sweetly. "Cale, we're just ordinary friends." Oh, Cale was slightly surprised. Assas smoothed a strand of hair from her forehead and met his gaze seriously. "I apologize for the Ferris wheel. I forced myself on you. Since we're ordinary friends, I'll now pursue you properly until you're completely obsessed with me." Meanwhile, elsewhere, your young master really is trash. Sawatari Akin lounged in the main seat, legs crossed, complaining. Dozens of Yakuza thugs in black suits stood before her. "Woman, don't blame the young master. We didn't know the shop owner was Chainsaw Man," muttered a diehard Katana Man fan. Cale had been exposed. During the Bat Devil fight at the amusement park, Yakuza surveillance had captured his pre- and post-transformation images. They had kept the footage secret. Too many factions coveted Chainsaw Man. Exposing him would invite rivals. Sawatari Akin scowled. Raising her index finger, she commanded, "Snake head." Half of her fingernail glowed, sacrificed to the snake devil. Boom! A massive python head materialized, startling the Yakuza. "Spit it out." The snake devil obeyed, spewing 2 bulging sacks. Curious thugs looked inside. Akin cut them open, revealing countless black pistols. "So many guns." She casually put her hands in her pockets. "Katana Man's captured, but we now have a lead on Chainsaw Man. The operation officially begins. Over 300 guns, nearly 10,000 rounds of ammo. Distribute these guns, sell the excess, claim they're from a gun devil contract. Price, 20,000 yen each, work well for us and you profit." The thugs eagerly complied. "And who do we target?" Akin clapped her hands. "Disguise yourselves as civilians and assassinate public safety devil hunters. Focus on Makima, she's dangerous. Confirm her death before moving forward. Chainsaw Man, I'll personally dig out his heart. All missions are issued by the gun devil." 2 days later, Makima boarded the train back to Tokyo. She'd stayed longer in Kyoto to meet a renowned psychology master. She was intensely curious. Why would such a powerful devil disguise itself as a harmless, cute little pet? Yes, Makima was fascinated by Pachita's new form. Had Cale not revealed himself as Chainsaw Man, she never would have linked the little dog to Black Saw, the terror of hell. As Chainsaw Man's #1 fanatic, she would not rest until she understood. Chapter 28. The train bound for Tokyo hummed steadily along the tracks. Makima held a Chupa Chups lollipop between her lips, staring blankly at the lake rushing past the window. Her mind replayed the master's words. "It is lonely at the top, Miss Makima. Even the strongest face ultimate solitude. Perhaps taking the form of a pet is simply for the sake of a hug." Makima recalled the last time she held Pachita. The Chainsaw Devil had looked genuinely happy, confirming the master's view, but could it really be so simple? Could the hero of hell, feared across the world, also crave a hug? Her worldview trembled. Black Saw had always seemed an unstoppable, brutal force. Anyone calling for help would be met with chainsaws slicing indiscriminately, perpetrators and victims alike. It was terrifying, yet undeniably impressive. Now a new theory formed. Maybe Chainsaw Man simply wanted to hug the victims. But with chainsaws covering his body, even the gentlest embrace would shred them. Makima murmured softly, "But that's not cool at all." A man with a buzz cut, her subordinate, noticed her muttering. "Miss Makima, do you need anything?" She composed herself. "What time will we reach Tokyo?" He glanced at his wristwatch, 2:30 in the afternoon. "Oh," Makima replied, preparing to stand. "Then I'll get a railway bento." "But Special Division 4 prepared a dinner for you tonight," he noted. Makima straightened her collar and smiled faintly. "It's fine, I'll save room for dinner." She was in high spirits. Having successfully met Kyoto's high-ranking officials, she could enjoy the evening with a calm mind. If Cale came, Pachita likely would too. Perhaps she could hug it again. The thought made her palm tighten unconsciously, and a rare blush appeared on her face. She had actually touched a chainsaw with her own hands. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The passenger in front of her, dozing, and the one behind, reading a newspaper, sprang to their feet, handguns raised. Bang, 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 bang. The carriage erupted with gunfire. The metallic stench of blood filled the air. Bullets struck Makima, and she collapsed onto her seat, seemingly lifeless. A killer spoke into a walkie-talkie. Group C, Makima has been successfully assassinated. Operation can begin. Other voices responded. Group A received. Group E received. Passengers screamed in terror. The four assassins glanced at each other. 2 minutes to the station. Don't worry about the bodies. Hide the guns, blend into the crowd. They didn't notice Makima's eyes flicker open in the pool of blood. Slowly, the light returned. She rose, her face cold. Makima received, she said, voice calm. What? The assassins turned in shock. You can still stand. A long-haired man sneered, raising his gun at her chest. Makima tilted her head, contempt clear in her eyes. The four of you commit suicide immediately. Almost instantly, they obeyed, guns pressing to their own chests. Bang, 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 bang. Pools of blood formed beneath them. The walkie-talkie sizzled. Group C, respond, Group C. Correct. Makima crushed it underfoot. Spitting out her lollipop, she muttered, sweetness mixed with blood is a bit disgusting. The train screeched to a halt at an intermediate station. Covered in blood, Makima exited and found a phone booth. Kuros, it's Makima. Go to the Ministry of Justice immediately. Borrow 30 prisoners sentenced to life or more. Follow Tendo's arrangements. Understood, Kuros replied, unquestioning. Makima dialed another number. Tendo, I'm at Shin-Yokohama Station. Book the highest shrine nearby. Kuros will coordinate the prisoners, take them to the shrine. Also, prepare a clean set of clothes for me. Tendo hesitated. Miss Makima, what happened? Nothing much. I was shot on the Shinkansen. The killers are dead. Move quickly. I'm in a hurry. She paused briefly, then added a warning. Kale would likely be a target as well. Makima called Special Division 4. Is that Haimno? Oh, Makima, did Kyoto treat you well? We have a drinking party for you tonight, hehe. Makima's expression darkened. Regrettably, the dinner is cancelled. I was shot on the Shinkansen. The attackers may be targeting public safety. Be careful. Warn the temporary worker as well. Shooting. Bang clang con. Gunfire and the Fox Devil's roar echoed faintly. Haimno, you're alive. Close call, thanks for the warning. Aki blocked a bullet for me. Where did they get these guns? Spread the word, warn everyone in public safety. I'll handle the enemies. Alone? Haimno asked, surprised. Don't underestimate Makima, Aki's voice confirmed. She'll handle it, won't take long. 10 minutes later, atop a shrine. Makima, changed into clean clothes, stood under the torii gate. Dozens of prisoners in white robes knelt before her, eyes bound with cloth. Kuros and Tendo stood nearby, blindfolded as well. Tendo, why are our eyes covered? Kuros asked. Makima's rank is too high. Low-level devil hunters cannot know the details of her contracted devil, Tendo explained. Eagles circled above, serving as Makima's eyes. She focused on her targets, leaning toward a prisoner. Repeat after me, Miss Hima Shiuzo. Miss Hima, Shiuzo, the prisoner murmured. Makima overlapped her palms, performing a hand-rubbing motion as if washing her hands. The prisoner let out a muffled groan, collapsing instantly. In the distance, the real Miss Hima Shiuzo exploded into a mist of blood. Chapter 29. Watching her companions explode into misted blood, Sawatari Akin's pupils dilated instantly. This bizarre ability, it could only be her. Damn it! They were still kilometers away from the Chainsaw Man's funeral home, yet her teammates were being eliminated remotely. Chishi barked into her walkie-talkie. Group C, status on Makima. Something's wrong, hey, woman, my head, it's itching. The man in a beanie muttered, scratching his scalp. Bang! A scream was abruptly cut off as he was crushed in an instant. Group E, confirm status of Group C. This is Group E, I haven't been able to reach C for a moment. Bang! The voice cut out, the man flattened by the same strange power. Abort retreat. Seeing her teammates die one by one, Sawatari Akin abandoned the operation, fleeing at high speed. At the shrine, Makima crouched in front of the next death row inmate, Her voice was calm. Please say, Inashida-ru. Please repeat after me, Tatsuki Fujimoto. Bang! Akirakisaka. Makima rubbed her hands expressionlessly. Each thump of the falling prisoners sent cold sweat down Kuro's and Tendo's backs. 2 minutes later, Makima finally said, "All right, you can remove the blindfolds." Dozens of would-be rioters had been neutralized effortlessly, yet her clothes remained spotless. "I'll leave the bodies to you. My part is done. I'm preparing to return to Tokyo." Meanwhile, at the funeral home, Kale held his notebook and called families who hadn't claimed their loved one's ashes. "Yes, Mr. Nakagawa, we can deliver the ashes, but there's a service fee of 3,000 yen. "Huh, that's expensive." "No, it's reasonable. Delivery will save you time at the shop. Please understand." Click, the line went dead with the other party cursing. Sighing, Kale rubbed his temples. Communicating with the living was far more troublesome than dealing with the dead. In his previous world, unclaimed ashes were kept for 2 years at most. After that, disposal was allowed. Here, human mortality was higher, thanks to devils, and his funeral home was small. 4 months was the maximum storage period. Even so, daily phone calls were exhausting. Hiring help was increasingly tempting. Denji was in school and couldn't drive. Asa was suitable, but she was also studying. He'd have to wait at least 2 years for her to graduate before discussing it seriously. Kale marked a question mark next to Old Man Nakagawa's name. Damn it, customers who couldn't speak clearly were infuriating. Ring, ring, ring. An unfamiliar number flashed. "Hello, Lior Family Funeral Home. How may I assist you?" A gentle voice answered after a pause. "Kale, it's Makima." Kale groaned inwardly. Why was it always someone from public safety? He'd only just had 2 days off. "Oh, it's you. More work or settling last time's payment?" Makima's voice had an uncharacteristic lightness to it, and a trace of something, disappointment, perhaps, crossed her eyes. "Do you hate me? Can I call just for a casual chat?" Kale frowned slightly. Her attitude was unusual, but he held no ill will. She doubled his bounty with a single word before. "Sure, but make it quick. I have a lot of work." A regretful sigh came from Makima. "All right, I'll be brief. Kale, your current situation is dangerous. Numerous gangs and thugs have targeted public safety. There have already been casualties. The ultimate target of this operation is Chainsaw Man's heart, yours and Pachita's." Kale's expression hardened. "My heart and Pachita, what exactly do they want?" He had a faint suspicion. The bond between him and Pachita, fusing blood with his heart to survive, made Pachita an invaluable strategic asset. His Chainsaw Man form had crushed most devils encountered so far. Makima's voice was calm. "You guessed correctly, they want the chainsaw's power. If mishandled, your troubles will be endless." Kale nodded. "Makes sense, but since you called, you must have a suggestion, right?" Having learned from Katana Man, Kale had become steadier. He knew his strength alone wasn't enough to handle every devil in the world. Makima paused. "I do, let's meet and talk." "All right." Uno Park, 7:00 p.m. Dusk. At 7:00 p.m., Kale arrived at Uno Park. Following Makima's directions, he found her seated on a bench beneath cherry blossoms. She wasn't in her public safety uniform, only casual clothes, and her braid was let down. "Hi, Kale, you're here," she greeted with a smile. "Woof, woof, woof." The dozen-plus dogs on leashes jumped and wagged their tails excitedly at him. Kale wiped sweat from his brow, recalling that Makima liked dogs, but this seemed excessive. Makima chuckled. "City dogs need daily walks. If it weren't for work, I'd let them run freely in the grasslands." "Why not board them at a ranch?" Kale shrugged, sitting across from her. "No one understands their habits like I do." Kale pursed his lips, non-committal. "Then let's talk business." Makima met his gaze, serious. "I want Pachita to stay at my house for a while." Chapter 30. Makima wants to adopt Pachita? That's your solution? Kale asked, frowning. It was still a little unexpected. There, cream sundae, be good, don't fuss, Makima cooed, gently pushing back a spoiled husky trying to lick her face. Her gaze drifted into the distance, calm and divine. This decision wasn't made lightly. Right now, our enemies only know you are Chainsaw Man and that your heart holds the power of the Chainsaw Devil. They don't know that Pachita is the true chainsaw devil. That's our advantage, and we need to use it wisely. Kale nodded thoughtfully. I get it. A clever squirrel doesn't put all its nuts in one tree hole. That's what you mean, right? Exactly. Makima smiled faintly and gestured with her hands. Kale, you're not exactly the type who could handle a life of confinement, are you? So I'll take care of Pachita. I'll ensure his safety until the danger passes. I'm stronger than you imagine. With me here, no one can touch him. I see. Kale glanced at the pack of dogs surrounding them. Everyone was energetic, well-groomed, and odorless. From a dog-raising perspective, Makima was clearly an expert. Though Pachita wasn't exactly a dog, he'd surely be well cared for. Kale felt a sense of relief. Another factor was Asa Mitaka. Pachita sometimes hid inside Kale's body whenever Asa appeared. Their relationship was delicate, and Asa's frequent, surprise attacks could make Pachita hide all day. Leaving him with Makima would solve that problem perfectly. All right, I'm fine with it, but the decision has to be Pachita's, Kale said. He opened his chest, letting Pachita out. Upon seeing the small orange dog, Makima's body tensed instinctively. No matter how many times she'd seen him, it was still incredible. This cute little fellow was her idol. Kale crouched to meet Pachita's eyes. You heard what we said, right? Will you stay with Makima for a while? Woof, Pachita's pull-cord tail drooped, looking unenthusiastic. Kale stroked his head gently. Denji and I will visit. We're not abandoning you. Makima said it's dangerous right now, so this separation is for the best. She's good with dogs. If she bullies you, tell me and I'll deal with her. Finally, Pachita nodded. Okay, Pachita will listen to Kale and live with Makima. Come see me often. Makima suddenly stood, startled. What's wrong? Kale asked. Pachita, he can talk, Makima said, disbelief etched across her face. Is it hard to believe a devil can talk? Even the chicken devil in Asa's class can. Pachita looked at her. Makima, I can talk, it's just a hassle and I don't want to. Makima's worldview cracked further. Chainsaw Man's fan notes had all been wrong. He wore clothes, he spoke. Everything she believed about him seemed off. Her brain was on overload. Kale asked calmly, It was your idea, right? You're not backing out. Makima inhaled deeply, forcing calm. No, I'm just surprised. Of course I won't back out. Ding ding dong. Kale's phone rang, an unknown number. Another call, excuse me, he walked aside. Hello, who is this? Go ahead, Makima said perfunctorily, her focus entirely on Pachita. The plan was going smoothly, much to her surprise. Her hands itched, wanting to touch him, but she held back. Can I hold you like last time? Woof, Pachita nodded and started barking like a dog again. Clearly, he didn't enjoy talking. Satisfied with his consent, Makima held Pachita in her arms. Pachita, get along with Makima. I have a corpse waiting at the shop, Kale said after finishing the call. Take care, Makima replied coolly. Before leaving, Kale added, By the way, Makima, Pachita likes to eat. Don't worry, I'll prepare a tailor-made meal for him, Makima interrupted. All right then. Seeing Makima's careful attitude toward Pachita, Kale relaxed. He had no worries about Pachita being mistreated. After Kale left, Makima gazed at Pachita adoringly. Holding her idol, she smiled purely. Chainsaw Man, you belong to me now. We must be together forever, she murmured, pressing him to her cheek. We'll eat ice cream until we're full and sleep in until the sun is high. We'll live happily together. Woof, Pachita wanted to respond but stayed quiet. Isamitaka's home, room 606. Yoru lay on the bed, face buried in the pillow, slapping the sheets like a brat. Arg, Asa, I can't take it. I did intimate things with a human and got saved by Chainsaw Man. Asa looked on, confused. Her consciousness was in control whenever she was near Kale. She didn't understand Yoru's tantrum. All right, I get it, Yoru. Is this your usual performance? You do this every day. You might not get tired of it, but I am. I'm starting to suspect you like Chainsaw Man. Huh, I like Chainsaw Man? Yoru shouted, flustered. I want to kill him and devour him completely. Sighing, Asa analyzed objectively. Yoru, let it go. Chainsaw Man saved us. Isn't that enough? He seems like a decent guy. Yoru became serious. Asa, you've changed. Huh? Hitting a nerve, Yoru threatened. If you defend him, I'll turn Kale into a weapon when you're not looking. I can do it. You can't, Asa retorted. Devils really were evil creatures. She compromised but not fully. Fine, we'll look for him, but if you touch Kale, I'll take you down with me, even if it costs this body. It's a deal. Chapter 31. Asa blinked awake and took back control of her body. She sat up at the dressing table and fixed the mess Yoru had made of her hair, tying it back into her usual twin tails. She trimmed the bangs that were blocking her view and softly touched her slightly flushed cheeks. She gave herself a quick look in the mirror. All right, I really am cute, she murmured confidently, brushing off her embarrassment. Yoru snorted behind her. No way it's this late, and you're still planning to go over to Kale's place. Asa didn't respond right away. Yoru, she said after a moment, I want to give Kale something, but I don't have enough yen for a fancy gift. What do you think would work? Yoru laughed. Of all the things she expected, this wasn't one of them. Was the war devil really going to be a part-time relationship counselor now? With a teasing grin, Yoru said, aren't you a gift yourself? Guys are idiots. You don't need to stress about a present. Be a little more forward and he'll be putty in your hands. Kale isn't like that, Asa huffed, her face turning bright red. Oh yeah, Yoru teased. Then tell me this, when you kissed Kale in that Ferris wheel cabin, why didn't he pull away? Asa puffed up proudly. Obviously because I'm cute and Kale likes me too. Yoru stared blankly. Seriously, average-looking girl with too much confidence. Fantastic. Yoru relented, figuring she might as well go with it. Fine, you love him, he loves you, but you know what I actually suggest? Practical stuff. Like, wear protection and don't get knocked up before I find Chainsaw Man. Asa's face turned crimson. Yoru, are devils really this shameless? See, I give you actual advice and you just ignore it. Asa protested, that's way too early to even think about. Yoru snapped her fingers. Okay, change of idea. I did think of a perfect gift that Kale would definitely love. What? A corpse? Asa blinked like her ears were being beaten with alkali. Kale's an undertaker. A corpse would be the perfect gift. No, Yoru, that's insane. I'm a devil. My brain works differently, so your options are protection or a corpse. Asa bit her lip. She really regretted asking Yoru for help. Giving Kale a corpse as a present was insane. A corpse wouldn't even pass censorship in the gore section. At least the safety advice sounded reasonable in comparison. Then an idea hit her. Her heart thudded. She stared at her reflection and asked seriously, Yoru, do you think with my body right now, I could actually have kids? Probably. Why? You thinking about stuff like that? Hypothetically, Asa said, blushing, if Kale and I had a child, who would be the mother, me or you? Would the kid take my genes or yours? Yoru blinked, considering it. This is a weird question, she said slowly. But if anyone would remember it, it would be you. 'Cause you're the mom. I won't fight you on that. I already have multiple kids. Asa felt her jaw drop. What, Yoru, you have kids? Yes, I'm the war devil. My kids are devils too. They don't have human dads. Don't try to logic this with human brain cells. Asa stared, dumbfounded. But don't your kids ever visit you? You seem miserable. Yoru let out a long sigh. My kids came from war. They're powerful devils. The world's governments keep them locked down under surveillance. They have zero freedom. She paused, then said, almost quietly. Their names are Gun Devil, Tank Devil, Nuclear Weapon Devil. Asa frowned. Nuclear what? Yoru explained. That one's erased from humanity's collective memory because Chainsaw Man ate it. When Chainsaw Man consumes a devil, the concept itself disappears. Unless it's still part of its parent's body, then the parent remembers. That's how I remember Nuclear Weapon. Asa swallowed. Now she understood Yoru's hatred of Chainsaw Man. Her child wasn't just dead, its existence was wiped out. Being forgotten is worse than death, Asa murmured. Suddenly, she knew exactly what gift she wanted to give Kale. A gift that meant he would remember her forever. She opened the funeral home's door. Kale trusted her and had given her a spare key. Asa looked around, searching for his familiar figure. The yard was empty, but rustling came from the body processing room in the back. That had to be him. Asa's fear of corpses still niggled at her, but thoughts of Kale pushed her forward. Kale, are you in there? She called softly. At that moment, Kale stepped out of the room wearing his black and white work clothes, rubber gloves in hand, specks of blood faint on the surface. He peeled off his gloves and tossed them into the trash. "Asa," he said casually, "why are you here so late? It's already 10, you should be sleeping." Asa blinked those big eyes of hers. "I wanted to see you. You're still up too. Is it okay for you to be working this late?" Kale shrugged. "I can't help it. My clients don't exactly tell me when they're about to kick it." Asa gave a playful smile and rolled up her sleeves. "Finished here, want help?" She sounded more confident than usual, like she meant to charm him a little. Even though she was already cute, adding a sprinkle of adorable couldn't hurt, right? Kale raised an eyebrow but smiled. "Yeah, you're just in time, I'm done. After the family pays respects tomorrow, we'll cremate." He started for the locker room to shower and change. "I haven't eaten dinner yet. Asa, want some late-night snacks? What do you want?" "Anything except fish," she said cheerfully. "I like everything you make." 30 minutes later, Kale had cooked a few of his signature late-night dishes. They were laid out on the dining table. Asa sat beside him, but didn't touch her chopsticks yet. She leaned closer and whispered, "Is the kid you adopted not home?" Kale nodded. "Denji's at school. He stays there longer these days, he likes it." "So it's just us, again." "Yeah." Asa felt a rush in her chest. Her hand crept down to rest on Kale's leg. Kale froze. "Asa," he said gently, "let's eat first." She had that look, like she wanted more than dinner. "Asa, I want to give you a gift," Asa said suddenly. "What?" Kale set down his chopsticks. "Okay, what do you need me to do?" "Close your eyes," Asa said, cheeks warming. He chuckled. "They're closed. What's the gift? Hard to guess." "You'll see." Asa pulled a small mirror from her bag to check her face. Perfect. She took out an Instax camera, leaned in, and gave Kale a quick peck on the cheek. Click. Click. 2 photos snapped. They developed in moments. She put them into 2 small frames, one for her, one for him. "Okay, open your eyes." She handed Kale the frame, voice trembling. "I really miss that kiss on the Ferris wheel. There was no record of it back then, so I made one now. We'll get old someday, but photos stay forever. This is my gift to you. I hope you like it." Kale took a breath, set the frame in a place of honor on the table, and looked at her. "I love it, Asa. I swear I'll take care of it." Asa exhaled with relief. "Now let's eat, I'm starving." "No rush," Kale said calmly, then reached out and took her hand. Before she could blink, his other arm went around her waist and pulled her close. Kale wasn't some saint who could ignore a chance like this. "Asa, you're the best gift I've ever gotten." His breath was a little heavy. Asa suddenly felt everything spinning. She lifted both hands to her face. This wasn't in the plan. Kale leaned in and whispered right by her ear, "Come on, let me see your face clearly, okay?" Asa froze, caught between fluster and desire. Chapter 32. 10 minutes later, Kale stopped himself with effort. He couldn't go any further. If he did, something big was going to happen. It was too soon, too fast. Asa Mitaka lay there, face flushed, breathing hard, her chest rising and falling like she'd almost choked. Whatever regret she had about not getting to kiss Kale properly on the Ferris wheel had been thoroughly resolved. Kale brushed a few stray strands of hair from her forehead and grinned. "All right, so now that's it, right? We can call this an official thing between Asa and me." For the first time in his mind, Asa had transcended being some sad, awkward girl. Now she was my girl. But Asa didn't agree so easily. She frowned, thought seriously, then shook her head, "Not yet." "Why, I'm already way into you know." Asa continued shaking her head, evaluating like it was a science lecture. Pheromones, or external hormones, are chemicals organisms release to communicate outside the body. One of their functions is attracting the opposite sex. I don't think what just happened was purely infatuation. Your actions were probably influenced by the pheromones between us. Using that as a boost counts as cheating, so we still need to pursue this properly. Kale couldn't help laughing. Her scientific breakdown was somehow adorable, like a robot trying to flirt. "Fine, Asa, I'll listen to you." Asa sat up, putting space between them so her brain could think straight, instead of mushy romance goo. While eating, she asked, "By the way, Kale, when are you free soon?" "Got something you want me to do? I can close the funeral home for a few days if needed. Asa scooped some food into Kale's bowl. I want to go see that injured cat from the other day, the one your colleague Kobni Higashiyama took away. Kale remembered immediately. Let's go the day after tomorrow. I need to sort a few things at the shop tomorrow. I'll help you manage it, she said kindly. Kale lightly tapped her head with a grin. Asa, you should focus on school. Less skipping classes. Asa pouted. Skipping class doesn't matter. If you really want to learn, you can't rely on those outdated lessons they teach anyway. Oh, is that so? Kale was surprised. Universities here were just as flawed as anywhere else, it seemed. And if Asa was being bullied or criticized there, it probably didn't matter much if she skipped. But corpses, that was Kale's job. Asa, dealing with bodies is my work. I know you hate corpses, he said. She looked down, muttering, yeah, I hate corpses, truly hate them, but I really like being with Kale, so honestly I don't hate corpses as much anymore. Kale smiled, understanding her meaning. All right, then tomorrow, boss lady Asa, I'll owe you. The reward is a kiss, and I already paid it in advance. You can't do that, Asa protested, blushing. The reward should be earned tomorrow. The next day, in a quiet, elegant Japanese-style attic room, Makima and a worn middle-aged man sat across from each other at a finely crafted sandalwood tea table. The man had short, parted hair and a noticeable stitched scar at the corner of his mouth. His deadpan eyes watched Makima carefully. Makima sat with her knees neatly straight, every inch a well-bred professional. Pachita lay calmly on her shoulder, as she always kept her promise to carry him wherever she went, including here. Even now, meeting the strongest devil hunter in public safeties, Special Division 4, Captain Kishibe. Makima inclined her head slightly. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to see me. Kishibe downed his tea with a grunt. Let's not talk business yet. What's that on your shoulder? Pachita is a devil, Makima said gently. A devil, huh? Can that little thing be used by public safety, like some kind of fox devil? Kishibe asked, always blunt. Makima shook her head softly. No, Pachita is a puppy devil. Like the tomato devil, very weak in combat. Is that so? Weak devil, can I kill it? Kishibe refilled his cup with wine. No, Pachita isn't a pet, he's my family. Family? Kishibe gave a bleak smile. Makima, hearing that from you is surprising. Since he's family, does that make you an enemy of humanity? Kishibe pressed. Makima gave a flawless professional smile. Mr. Kishibe, you jest. Since joining public safety, I've dedicated myself to protecting the world from devils. I'm not humanity's enemy. Let's hope, Kishibe said, sipping his wine. I like fun toys, like the one you sent me before. This weak devil doesn't make me want to kill it, though. Makima knew he meant power, the blood fiend hunter who was once part of Special Division 4. She nodded at Kishibe. Thanks to your training, Aki told me power has improved a lot recently. Please keep guiding her. Kishibe burped, shaking his cup. Honestly, I'm starting to get tired of her. Makima didn't react, but listened intently. When I was a kid, I was a bit like you, Kishibe said, eyes distant. I loved raising dogs, not as family but as toys, too strong and I'd break them. Makima picked Pachita up and placed him on her lap. What are you trying to say? Kishibe set his cup down, serious. 6 people died in that attack on Special Division 4. It's not huge, but they were still lives. Makima looked at Pachita with gentle eyes. Yes, such a shame. Anything to say? Kishibe asked. I was also attacked, and I gave warnings. Public safety can't expect me to handle everything alone, right? Kishibe smiled bleakly. Yes, your actions were fine. Makima glanced out the window. So, Mr. Kishibe, anything else? I still remember exactly what you did before, Kishibe said, pointing at his head. I need to warn you. No matter how cruel your actions are, as long as you're on humanity's side, I can let it go. Makima adopted an innocent expression. Of course, I want to save humans from devils. Kishibe pointed at her again. You're clearly cozy with the devil in your arms. Makima didn't want the focus on Pachita. Calmly, she explained, if the counterattack plan succeeds, Special Division 4 can operate more openly, saving more humans. It makes more sense. Kishibe scoffed, let's hope so. The freaks of Division 4 are nearly gathered. The counterattacks in 3 days. Mr. Kishibe will lead us, Makima nodded. He rubbed his neck. By the way, want to call in your ghost employees? I haven't met that temp yet. I heard the temporary worker named Kale is terrifyingly strong. I want to meet him. Makima touched her chin. If the shop's free, Kale might show. Chapter 33. On the horizon, dawn was breaking and the stars were fading. Kale drove Asam Mitaka toward the Devil Hunter headquarters. They had agreed to check on the cat's condition today. Kale drove steadily, hands firm on the wheel. Asa, in the passenger seat, had dozed off without realizing it. No one knew how long she'd been asleep. She woke up rubbing her tired eyes and noticed a blanket draped over her shoulders. Her heart warmed at the small gesture. Asa, sleep a bit more. We'll be there in about half an hour, Kale said casually. Ha, Asa yawned while staring at the early light outside the window. No need, Kale. I've had plenty of sleep. Kale flicked on the fog lights. Seems like you really care about that cat's safety. As soon as it's better, why not adopt it yourself? I remember you even picked a name out, Gura something. Gurimbun, Asa corrected. That's a weird name, Kale teased. After saying it, Asa's expression dimmed for a moment. Gurimbun was the cat I used to have, back when I was living at the Devil Victim Shelter. Kale blinked, taken aback. Sorry for bringing up bad memories, he said softly. Since what happened at the amusement park, Kale had tried to learn about Asa's past. Like him, she was an orphan, and both her parents had been killed by devils. His parents were taken by the car devil, and Asa's parents had been killed by the hurricane devil. Asa struggled especially with her mother's death. A few years ago, the hurricane devil had struck without warning, leaving a trail of destruction. Asa and her mother ran desperately from the wreckage. But then she saw a calico cat with a broken leg lying in the rubble, waiting to die. Instinct made her go back for it, and she tripped on some debris. Then a car was flung through the air and was about to crush her. Without hesitation, her mother shoved Asa and the cat out of the way. Her mother didn't make it. After the storm cleared, the scene was hellish. Her mother crushed under the wrecked car with the cat in her arms. Asa cried almost every tear she had that day. If she hadn't turned back for the cat, her mom would still be alive. But at least the cat, Gurimbun, survived. Since then, the calico cat became Asa's only family. The name Gurimbun meant the sound of a collapsing building. But later, Gurimbun died too, just like her mother. Half an hour later, the Devil Hunter headquarters loomed ahead. Kale had been here before and knew his way around. He quickly found the Special Division 4 duty room. He located Hayakawa Eki, but didn't see Kobni Higashiyama anywhere. You guys here? Kale asked. Eki looked up, confusion flickering in her eyes. It's you. What are you doing here? We're not looking for you, Kale said dryly. We're here for Kobni Higashiyama. What do you want with her? Eki narrowed her eyes. I've got business. I'm technically your colleague, so I wouldn't hurt her, would I? Eki's gaze drifted over Asa standing behind Kale. She'd originally planned to tell Kale about Kishibe wanting to see him and to ask if Kale wanted to join the counter-offensive operation. But with an outsider present, he kept his mouth shut. Dragging family into secret shit was a terrible idea. Eki looked away and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it slowly. Bad timing. Kobni and Heimno just went out on patrol. If you go after them now, you might catch them at a breakfast spot nearby. Thanks, Asa, let's go. Kale took Asa's hand and started walking. Thank you, Asa bowed politely to Eki. Watching them go, Eki exhaled smoke into a ring and muttered, polite, better than that fiend back home. Outside, Kale and Asa began checking nearby street shops. Sushi shop. Tempura joint. Takoyaki stand. After a short walk, near a gas station, they found the two public safety hunters sitting at a secluded ramen shop. Heimno was smoking, eyeing the nervous girl beside her. Akai is only 20, she's still growing. Can this tiny bowl of ramen fill you up? It's enough, Kobni Higashiyama said with an awkward smile. If I drink all the soup, my stomach feels full. You, Heimno shook her head. You're like Eki, you haven't filled out in the right places yet. No one's gonna like you like this. Heimno laughed and plopped a skewer of takoyaki from her plate into Kobni's bowl. Here, help me finish these. Senior Heimno, what are you? Bam! Kale stepped up and slapped a wad of bills on the counter. Boss, 2 bowls of udon, 3 servings of taiyaki, and a plate of pancakes. I'll pay for these two too. All right, sit down and wait, you two. Hyemno perked up when she heard Kale's voice. I was wondering why that big spender's voice sounded familiar. So it's you, handsome. Asa instantly felt a little jealous and gripped Kale's hand tighter, stepping slightly in front of him. Hyemno noticed Asa right away. She smiled and said, Wow, what a cute little sister. Kale, is this your girlfriend? Kale was about to answer, but Asa jumped in, cheeks coloring. I'm Asa Mitaka, Kale's friend. We're still just friends for now. Oh, Hyemno stubbed out her cigarette with a laugh. So it's the push and pull stage of romance, I get it. I'm jealous of you, Kale, having such a cute girlfriend Tilda. Asa's cheeks flamed red, but her tension eased as Hyemno seemed earnest. Kale grinned and teased, If you're envious, Senior Hyemno, you should get one yourself. I think Aki and you would be a killer match. Ha, Hyemno slammed the table, laughing. Great minds think alike. I've wanted to drag Aki out and go private for ages, but Aki just wants to chase that gun bastard. Kobni simply kept eating her takoyaki in silence. Inside Asa's mind, Yoru squirmed. The gun devil? Didn't public safety know that devil's pieces were scattered and locked down by countries? Kale also raised an eyebrow. He'd heard devils are born of fear. The stronger the fear, the stronger the devil. With all the gun-related violence in the world, the gun devil had to be terrifying. But Kale didn't dive into that political bullshit. He got straight to the point. Senior Hyemno, we're actually here to find Kobni. Kobni nearly choked on her takoyaki. Find me. Yeah, Asa peeked at Kobni with hopeful eyes. Is the cat we rescued earlier okay? Kobni wiped her mouth and answered, The cat's treatment went well. It was discharged after 3 days. It turned out the cat belongs to Power, a blood fiend from Special Division 4. It's with her now. Power's living at Aki's place, so the cat's there too. Kale exhaled, I see. Thanks, Akai, Asa said politely. You're welcome, Kobni muttered, glancing down. Despite being embarrassed by the free meal, she absolutely loved not paying for it. Kale sighed. They'd gone in circles. If they'd talked to Aki sooner, they wouldn't have wandered to every shop in town. Oh well, he looked at Asa. After we eat, let's head straight to Aki's place. Okay. Just then. Bang! A blood-covered middle-aged man burst through the shop curtain, clutching his ears and screaming. Help, there's a devil. Hyemno instantly snapped into professional mode, showing her ID to the man. I'm a public safety devil hunter. What happened? The man looked at her like she was a miracle. My daughter was snatched by a devil into the woods. Please go save her. Chapter 34. What kind of devil was it? Hyemno asked with a serious tone. Even her usual joking attitude vanished once work started. It was really white, really long, and it could talk. It was disgusting and terrifying. The injured man gestured wildly, utterly incoherent and shaking as he tried to explain. Hyemno looked completely lost. So basically a giant maggot thing. Kale stepped forward to clarify. Yes, that's exactly it. Please save my daughter, the man wailed, tears streaming down his face. Kale took the lead in the questioning. Don't worry, tell me, how many people did this devil take? Just your daughter. The man nodded fiercely, then grabbed Kale by the collar. When I escaped, it only took her. Please save my daughter. Got it. From what the man explained, Kale could already form a basic idea of the devil they were dealing with. Probably something like a maggot devil or similar weak devil. Most strong devils wouldn't let someone escape alive in the first place. Just then, the ramen shop owner wearing a black bandana poked his head out carrying 2 large bowls of ramen. The udon you ordered is ready. The rest will be out soon. Kale surveyed the group in front of him. You two keep eating. I'll handle this devil. It'll be over soon. Thank you. Thud. The man dropped to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. Kale didn't exactly have an overflowing sense of justice. He just couldn't stand seeing someone so pathetic and helpless. Why was Kale stepping up to handle it himself? Because he had a rough idea of who was with him. He'd fought alongside Hyemno and Aki before. Hyemno's contracted ghost devil power wasn't much damage, but it was useful. Aki was stronger, no question. Isa's power was unpredictable, but Isa was his girl. There was no way he could let her get dragged into danger. And Kobni, she was already freaking out over pushing snacks to the devil. Are you really okay alone? Don't be overconfident, Hyemno advised. Kale chuckled. Of course it's fine. Senior Hyemno, you forgetting the first time we met. That's true, Hyemno admitted and smiled. I'm not as strong as you. Asa puffed her cheeks and tugged Kale's hand. I want to go with you to save that little girl. Yoru grumbled inside Asa's head. No way am I going with all this bullshit. Kale kissed Asa gently on the forehead and patted her head. Chill, if the noodles get soggy they'll turn gross. Asa, eat your food and trust me. Oh, Asa reluctantly sat back down. Hyemno then looked at Kobni with a grin. I get Kale's strength now, how about you two go together? Me, Kobni Higashiyama immediately stiffened. Is that really okay? I'm not sure I can look after myself in a fight, Kale said with concern. Hyemno slapped Kobni lightly on the back. Relax, she's scared, sure, but she's tougher than she looks. This is a good chance for her to build courage. She won't get in your way. If Kale's luck wasn't constantly hovering around -10, maybe he'd believe that. Kobni understood one thing. Senior Hyemno was her boss, and her orders were absolute. There was no way to refuse. And if someone was scared of devils, well, that was part of the job description, right? But she needed this paycheck. After all, even if she was trembling like a leaf, she wasn't going to quit. Okay then, please take care of me. Kale shrugged and nodded, then set off in the direction the man pointed with Kobni trailing behind him. After leaving the shop, they soon saw the scene. A huge gap had been smashed in the roadside guardrail. In the messy grass were faint tracks belonging to some unknown creature. Kobni gulped audibly. She stuck close behind Kale. Those tracks are huge. Kale, do you think it could be a python? We'll only know once we see it, Kale replied. He had barely spoken when Kobni let out a forced laugh. I heard pythons wrap around prey until they suffocate them. If it's a python devil, will it swallow me whole? She giggled nervously. Her laugh turned into shaky tears. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. The grass moved in the wind. Eek, it's coming. Kobni shrieked and clutched Kale's shirt. But nothing attacked. Kale exhaled and spoke calmly. Relax, Kobni, you're just scaring yourself. This girl could make herself lose her mind just from imagination. Kobni stared at Kale's clothes like her life depended on it. Thank goodness she hadn't torn them, or she'd have to pay compensation. Sorry, Kale, I really overreacted. My luck is always bad. People around me always end up unlucky. Damn right. Kale agreed silently. With Kobni present, his luck meter wouldn't rise above disaster level. But Kale didn't say that out loud. You're overthinking it, Kobni. There's no way some random devil is just hiding in the bushes like that. His attempt at comfort did nothing for Kobni. Her tears fell hard and fast. Kobni sobbed. It's true, though. Kale looked at her blankly as she continued. Last time 6 devil hunters died in that shooting incident. 2 were my patrol partners. They died trying to save me. They died for someone like me. Kale was speechless. That was peak bad luck. How do you even console that? The only solution Kale could think of was pairing Kobni with teammates who were basically immortal. Kobni clutched her head and teetered on the brink of a meltdown. After all that happened, I wanted to quit. Someone like me shouldn't even be a devil hunter. Her face twisted with hysterical sobs. But I can't leave the job. I've only been here 3 months, and I was this close to becoming a regular employee. Kale was completely speechless. Kale, you must be careful too. I'm scared I'll drag you to your death. Thanks for the warning, Kale said deadpan. I've got a nasty habit of surviving shit most people shouldn't. They followed the tracks deeper into the forest. Kale frowned. The path just disappeared. Suddenly, they heard laughter echoing through the trees. Ha ha ha. Atadohahe. The crisp laughter of a young girl drifted out from the grass at the edge of the forest. Chapter 35. The girl's laughter didn't stop. Hadahahe. Kale pushed aside the bushes, with Kobni Higashiyama nervously trailing behind him. On the grass amidst the flowers sat a little girl, about 7 or 8, wearing a blue sundress. She was squatting there, playing a pat-a-cake game with a devil beside her. The devil was white and long, shaped almost like a strip of cloth. Across its head was a cute grass wreath the girl had woven. It was thick like a 2-liter drink bottle and just over a meter long. Its face was grotesque but strangely simple, just a mouth and one pitch-black eye. It looked so harmless it reminded Kale of a cartoon he used to watch. If Plankton from SpongeBob SquarePants lost his limbs, shrank, and got blown up dozens of times, he'd still look exactly like this thing. A devil, Kale, look, it's a devil. Kobni's scream cracked the air as she drew her dagger with trembling hands, gripping it in reverse. Kale ignored her, freaking out. He frowned. Something about this didn't add up. The girl and the devil looked more like playmates than enemies. Could this maggot-like devil really be harmless, like Pochita was? Then why was her father panicked, and where did his blood come from? What exactly is going on here? Kale asked as he stepped into view. Since neither he nor Kobni tried to hide themselves, the girl and the white devil noticed them instantly. Both the girl and the devil cried out. She stretched her arms protectively around the devil and squealed loudly. Big brother, big sister, Mr. Muscle is a good devil. Please don't hurt him. Chirp. The devil quivered behind her, shaking like hell whenever Kale moved. Mr. Muscle, Kale echoed. The girl tilted her head, glancing at the devil with concern. Mr. Muscle is the devil's name. Big brother, big sister, you were sent by my father to catch me, right? But Kobni was already lost in her own panic. It's a devil, little sister, don't move. Let big sister help you kill it. Despite her body trembling badly, she stepped forward with her knife raised. That was admirable courage, maybe. Big sister, don't hurt Mr. Muscle, the girl yelled. Chirp, chirp. The devil put on a pitiful, pleading expression, nodding frantically like it was begging for mercy. Kale sighed. He grabbed Kobni by the back of her collar, freezing her in place. Kobni, this girl clearly has something to say. Let's hear her out before we do anything stupid. Kale didn't automatically hate all devils like some people did. He believed devils shouldn't all be judged the same way. Even devils could be kind, just like Pochita, who didn't hate humans, didn't bite, and loved hugs. Maybe this Mr. Muscle was just like that. Oh, okay, Kobni stammered, calming slightly now that Kale was in charge. Kale crouched down to the little girl's level. Hey kid, your father said a devil grabbed you. Tell me what's actually going on between you and Mr. Muscle. The girl's mouth twitched strangely as she shouted back. My father is lying. Oh. My dad hits me whenever he's mad. Today at the gas station, he hit me again. She looked affectionately at the white devil beside her. Mr. Muscle showed up just in time and saved me from my dad. So please, big brother, big sister, don't hurt Mr. Muscle. Chirp, chirp. The devil flopped into her arms, its mouth forming a pout like it wanted to cry, looking innocent as hell. Well, damn. So that was the deal. The father was a domestic abuser, and this good devil had actually rescued the kid. Kale exhaled softly and reached out to ruffle the little girl's hair gently. Don't be scared. I know even devils can be good, just like Mr. Muscle. But you can't stay out here with Mr. Muscle forever. How about this? Big brother and big sister will take you to the police. They'll deal with your father properly. If he doesn't change, they'll strip him of his rights. Kale, you, Kobni called out weakly from the side. But her voice was too soft, Kale didn't catch it. Are really? The girl asked, wide-eyed. Of course it's true, Kale said with a warm smile. I can even help you beat up your jerk of a dad to let some steam off. Kale, Kobni tried again, louder. What is it, Kobni? Kobni's voice was shaky. The girl said her father hits her, but she doesn't have a single bruise or scar on her body. Huh, Kale snapped alertly. That did seem weird. But before he could think more. Hehehe. The girl suddenly burst into wild laughter, grabbed Kale's hand, and shook it with surprising strength. Thank you so much, big brother. Hehehe. Yet hehehe. Her laughter got louder and more intense, tears forming at the corners of her eyes, but she laughed like she'd lost her mind. Then Kale felt something yank him upward with insane force. In seconds, that harmless-looking Mr. Muscle transformed into a terrifying bright red devil. Its body was now all muscle, grotesque and wild. Its head bulged with 4 mismatched eyes and a huge mouth full of jagged teeth. Ha, the girl kept laughing, her grin more terrifying than crying. The devil wrapped its massive muscular body around Kale, squeezing him tight. Victory is decided, I win, it declared, thrilled. What the hell are you? Kale growled. Ho. Hehehe. The girl's laughter intensified again, clearly controlled by the devil. I am the muscle devil, the creature boomed. I control all the muscles I touch. Kale thought fast. Talking needs muscle control, respiratory, throat, mouth. This thing was puppeteering every word the girl had said. Heh, Kale drew out a cold laugh. Muscle devil, good for you, he muttered low. Kobni fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. I knew it, I screwed up again. Is Mr. Kale gonna die because of me too? I can't do anything. The muscle devil bristled at Kale's attitude. What are you pretending for? With a thought I can blow up every muscle you have. Kale didn't answer. He was thinking about how exactly he wanted this thing gone. Then the muscle devil suddenly lit up with an idea. Human, before I kill you, I have something fun to show you. It lifted the little girl into the air. Right in front of you, I'm gonna play with this brat. After that, I'll do the same to that coward on the ground. How about it? You mad, you mad. Kale cracked a contemptuous grin. Tusk, you pathetic rat, how dare you bark at me? Human, what did you say? Kale took a calm breath. I said, black hole. Whoosh. In an instant, the muscles gripping Kale's right hand evaporated, pulled apart by a dark hole. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. You damn human, you actually contracted such a terrifying devil. I'll blow up your muscles till you're useless. Try it if you can, Kale said quietly. The muscle devil unleashed its power. Except, it didn't work. It couldn't control Kale's muscles at all. What the hell, I'm the muscle devil, move for me. Sweat popped up all over the muscle devil's head. No control. No muscle domination. With Kale, none of its powers worked. Because as soon as anyone touched Kale's body, his dark water ability kicked in and nullified devil powers. That was what happened after his luck hit max. So a muscle devil that couldn't control muscles. To Kale, it was just rotten meat waiting to be shredded. He conjured another dark hole and shredded the devil's body to break free. Aya, the muscle devil screamed. Kale severed the connection between the devil and the little girl. The girl collapsed unconscious on the ground. What? Kobni blinked like she was waking from a dream. Kale grabbed the muscle devil by the neck with one hand and held a spinning dark hole in the other. To take out pathetic little trash devils like this, he didn't even need his chainsaw form. You ever think about how you want to die? I got a great idea, muscle devil. The devil panicked. Spare me, I'll even lick your boots. Kale gave a cruel smile. Your muscles are explosive, huh? Let's make them explode a bit more. Pressing the dark hole vortex to the devil's blood vessels, he said, Release. Instantly. The muscle devil convulsed violently. Its eyes rolled back, foam dripping from its mouth. Kale had swallowed a huge gulp of air into the dark hole, and now he pumped all that air into the devil's bloodstream. The muscle devil was gone. But Kale wasn't satisfied yet. Kobni the knife. Why yes, she answered shakily and threw the dagger over. Shing. Shing. Kale caught the blade and hacked at the devil's corpse with furious precision. Ding, you killed the muscle devil and gained 9 attribute points. Only 9. This trash couldn't even give good points. Come on, Kobni, you should take a few swings yourself. Build up some courage, Kale said, tossing the knife back. Oh, okay. Kobni stared at the pile of minced meat on the ground like she was in a trance. Where should I even cut? Chapter 36. Outside the ramen shop, Asa and Heimno waited quietly with the injured man. The middle-aged man looked uneasy, his eyes full of anxiety. Asa looked calm on the surface, but inside she was a bit flustered. If Kale didn't come out in another 5 minutes, she had decided she'd march in after him herself, no matter what. Heimno pulled out a cigarette and offered it to the man. You want to smoke, helps take the edge off. The man waved it off like it was poison. Officer, will my daughter really be okay? Click. Heimno lit her own cigarette with a spark and exhaled smoke. Don't worry, she said, calm but firm. Whether it's Kale or Kobni, they're both strong as hell. Everything will work out. Just then, 2 blurry figures emerged from deep within the woods. There they are. Asa's vision was better than everyone else's. And at a glance, she saw Kale with a little girl on his back and a trembling Kobni Higashiyama trailing behind. A bright, charming smile curled on her lips. She stood on her tiptoes and waved. "Hey Kale, over here." A moment later, Kale, covered in blood, and Kobni walked up to the three of them. Issa rushed forward, eyes wide. "So much blood, are you hurt?" Kale shook his head, brushing off the concern with a shrug. "Issa, I'm fine." He gently set the weak little girl down and handed her to her father. "Daddy, the devil was so scary," the little girl mumbled, exhausted. The man hugged his daughter tightly, tears streaming. "She's okay, just weak. You two should get her to a doctor right now." The man bent forward with a thud and knelt before Kale, panic in his eyes. Then he pulled out his wallet and dumped all the change and cards out of it. "Please, thank you so much. This card has 500,000 yen on it, my savings from 2 years. Please take it, the pin." Whoa, no, Kale said quickly, pushing the card back at him. "I swear I don't need your money." He lifted a hand dismissively. "I'm a part-time public safety devil hunter. Are you trying to bribe an official here? And besides, my superior's right here. It's not appropriate at all." Kale wasn't hurting for cash. With his skills, handling just a few funerals earned way more than 500,000 yen. But poor Kobni's eyes were still locked on the cards. 500,000 yen was exactly the kind of money her bank account didn't have. And logically, beating a muscle devil should lead to a bonus. But she hadn't actually helped that much. "Akai," Hymno leaned in beside her. "Ah yes," Kobni responded, startled. Hymno expertly peeled off Kobni's uniform top and examined it. "There's a ton of blood on this. That looked intense. You okay anywhere?" "No, it's all devil blood," Kobni stuttered. "Intense?" Cutting a devil to meat paste with a knife wasn't exactly heart-pounding heroic fun, but Hymno didn't need to know that. After more thanks, the father and daughter drove off toward the doctor. Kale peeled off his blood-soaked jacket and used Dark Vortex to absorb the more noticeable stains. Everything else would get washed later. Kale clapped his hands once. "Troubles handled. Asa and I have things to do, so we'll head out. See you later, Senior Hymno, little Akai." Hymno let out a sigh as he walked away. "Kale, you should write an after-action report. You can trade that in for a bonus. I've written them for you before. How about you write one this time?" Kale waved it off with a casual shrug. "Let Kobni write it. She did put in effort this time. I'm not splitting the bonus with her." "Eh?" Kobni was stunned. Wait, he's actually not writing it? What did he mean she put in effort? Was this going to be her money? Kale didn't make that decision just because Kobni looked poor. Far from it. He could have crushed the muscle devil easily because the gap in strength was massive and mechanically he was its natural counter. In reality, Kale had basically been played like a damn fool by that muscle devil's weird transformations. But Kobni had actually been the first to notice something was off about the little girl. That attention to detail was her strength. So yeah, Kobni deserved that bonus. Watching Kale and Asa walk away, Kobni couldn't hold it anymore. Tears flooded her face. If a saint existed in this world, the first example would definitely look like Kale. Noon. Hayakawa Aki's apartment, 3rd floor. Kale held his phone up in front of him. "Aki sent me the address. This is Hayakawa Aki's place. The cat should be inside. I just don't know if the blood fiend she mentioned is home." Issa stepped forward. "I'll ring the doorbell." Ding dong, ding dong. Power, who was scrubbing the toilet, looked up at the sound. The chubby Nayako lay lazily perched on her head. "It's only noon. Did that braid girl skip work again?" "Haha, so lazy, not diligent like me." Clatter. Power tossed the toilet brush into the sink and carried the cat to the door. Stop ringing, I'm coming." She sniffed at the peephole before opening. She'd been scared shitless by Kishibe's killing training before, so now she was extra cautious. It's not Braid Girl's scent, and not that old drunkard either. Peeking through the peephole, she saw a couple outside. Tesk, weird humans with no recognizable smell. Did they go to the wrong door? Might as well scare them off. Creak. Power yanked the door open and bellowed. "Humans, this is my home. Get lost, you croissants." But to her surprise, the two standing there didn't even flinch. Isa's eyes immediately locked onto Nayako in Power's arms. "It's Gyurumbun. she cried out happily, grabbing Kale's hand. Kale offered a faint grin. Yeah, fat little cat, looks like it recovered well. Huh? Power's eyes narrowed suspiciously. I am a fiend, she declared proudly. A blood fiend, you idiots. Yes, fiend is right, Kale said with calm amusement. Power, don't you remember me? Power squinted, trying to place his face. Oh, her eyes lit up. It's you, human pretty boy. You're the guy who saved my life during that death match with a devil. What? Kale blinked. Power was apparently mixing memories, like laundry on wash day. Did you come just to thank me, and even bring a woman as an offering? Hehehe, thank you so much. Kale. Power, don't you remember? Didn't I save you? He asked. Bullshit, Power shouted back without hesitation. It was me who pulled you out of that devil's stomach. If not for me, you'd have been digested and turned into a shitty pile of goo long ago. Kale just stood there. Damn, this woman was a certified psycho liar. She could spin some reality that would make the tooth fairy jealous. But why get pissed? She was already that way, might as well just roll with it. They were here for Nayako, not to solve Power's memory mess. Fine, fine, thanks for saving me, Kale said with casual courtesy. Power, my friend and I want to see Gurimbun. Can I hold her? Power narrowed her eyes, teeth showing. Damn it. They really did come for Nayako. Those evil humans might even be planning some kind of cat hotpot or something. She hid Nayako behind her back. No, there's no Gurimbun here. Nayako is mine. Chapter 37. The cheerful vibe Isamitaka showed was only ever for Kale. With outsiders, she got thin-skinned fast. Power's outright refusal left her completely flustered. Disappointment showed clearly on her face. Of course Kale had to step in. All right, it's Nayako then. Let my friend hold the cat for a bit, it won't lose any meat, he said, sounding way too chill for the situation. No, Nayako is mine. I'm not letting you hold it, Power growled stubbornly. Kale raised an eyebrow. You really are damn unyielding. I'll state it again, I am a fiend, Power said proudly. Kale groaned and raised his index finger. Power, just tell us your price, as long as you let Asa hold Nayako for a minute. Price? Power looked like someone had suggested licking concrete for fun. Besides Nayako, I'm not into anything else, she declared. Kale rolled up his sleeve and showed his arm. Power is a blood fiend, right? You can sip some of my blood if you want. Asa, eager to help, showed her own arm. You can drink mine too. Power gave a look that screamed judgment. Do you think I'm some inferior creature? Do you think your blood tastes good? Do I have to drink that? Isamitaka sighed, tugging on Kale's collar. Let's just go back. I'm happy just seeing Nayako's doing well. Kale shrugged. Looks like this is the only way. Asa loves cats, so we'll go adopt one later. But just as Kale and Asa started to leave, Power called out, sounding like she was coughing up a weird idea. Wait. Kale turned. What now, you ready to talk? Power rubbed at her nose thoughtfully. I just suddenly remembered something I've always wanted, she said. If you can get it for me, I'll let you hold Nayako. What is it? Asa asked, curious. Power chuckled proudly. I want a Nobel Prize. Kale and Asa just stared. Yep. A fiend's logic was absolutely unhinged. Well, not totally random. Power's fiend body's brain was pretty intact, so she still had the personality of whoever she'd possessed in life. That meant eccentric ideas didn't exactly faze her. Power flashed a huge grin like she'd just discovered fire. With my 100-point IQ, winning a Nobel Prize should be easy. What have you invented? Kale asked, hands out. Power patted Nayako proudly. Only stupid people need inventions to win a Nobel Prize, right? If you're smart like me, you don't even need one. Can you help me apply for one? Actually, Kale muttered under his breath, yes, there is a Nobel Prize. He swore he'd support whatever ridiculous thing came next. Hey, I knew you were the man for the job. But there are multiple Nobel categories, Power. Which one do you want? Power thought deeply, like she was solving the meaning of life. Oh, I want the Nobel Toilet Brushing Prize, because I'm really good at brushing toilets. Okay, sure, Kale said way too quickly. No problem, I'll have the Nobel Committee award you the Toilet Brushing Prize. Asa watched him pull out his phone and open a template, starting to Photoshop an official-looking certificate. She felt a bit sorry for him. Spending too much time around this fiend was definitely going to fry his brain. What if her boyfriend turned into a certified idiot? Power licked her lips with gleeful ambition. When I get this Nobel Prize, humans will bow and obey. Then I'll use it to run for Prime Minister of Japan. Her eyes lit up like a kid with fireworks. When I'm Prime Minister, I'll raise taxes. Not triple, tenfold. I want to see humans suffer. Wagga-gagga-gaga. Issa said nothing out loud, but inside she was chewing her own thoughts to bits. Tenfold taxes. If Power actually did that, she deserved a toilet-brushing Nobel Prize. Here, Power, I finished it, Kale announced proudly, flipping his phone to show the Photoshop certificate. Let me see. Power shoved Nayako into Issa's arms and snatched the phone. Power, hey look, it's my name, so cool. Issa's brain went blank. Mission accomplished. Can you also make me a paper certificate? I want to frame it, Power said seriously. Kale nodded like everything made sense. Yeah, sure, I'll process it and mail it to you. Good, good, good. Power slapped Kale's shoulder with enough force to rattle a bowl. When I'm Prime Minister, you'll be my Prime Minister's hand. Just then, a cold, familiar voice broke in from behind. Kale, why are you two at my doorstep? It was Iki Hayakawa, juggling shopping bags. Before Kale could explain, Power shot forward, phone in hand. Braid girl, back from skipping work. Look, my Prime Minister's hand got me a Nobel Prize. Iki gave Kale a tired, annoyed look. Tusk, stop teasing my idiot, she muttered. Kale just shrugged, totally innocent. Meow tilde. Nayako, who'd been calm in Issa's arms, perked up and jumped onto Iki's head. Sigh. Iki pulled a dried fish out of an empty cigarette box and tossed it up. Nayako caught it like a pro and began eating. Tisk, dumb cat, eat slow, don't mess up my hair. One thing after another, was it just chaos all day long? Braid girl, show some respect to me, croissant, Power shouted proudly. Today I scrubbed the toilet and flushed it. Is that so? Iki paused, a tiny bit impressed. She glanced at Kale and Issa. Since you're here, come in and sit. Hey, braid girl, don't bring strangers into my house. Iki held up 2 fingers. First, Kale is my colleague, not a stranger. Second, this is my house. Miss Makima let you, Power, stay here temporarily. Power wasn't having it. Braid girl nonsense, you say it's your house. Then why did I end up here? Obviously this is my house. Damn, logical genius level. Iki didn't even flinch, she just walked inside. Come in, don't mind her. Kale and Issa exchanged looks. They suddenly felt very sorry for Iki. Living with a fiend every day had to be exhausting. They took off their shoes at the entryway and followed her in. I'm going to the bathroom to fix my hair. Make yourselves at home. Okay. Iki took off her jacket, showing her lean figure. Compared to Isamitaka, she was less voluptuous. Overall score, inferior to Issa in the curves department. No sooner had Iki gone into the washroom when a piercing shriek echoed. Power! What the F did you do with the toilet brush? Power, startled, looked around and suddenly pointed at Issa. Why are you yelling? I didn't do it. It was definitely that woman you brought in. Chapter 38. 2 days later. The big operation to surround and suppress the gang, led by the snake woman Sawatari Akin, was officially underway. Early that morning, Hayakawa Iki rode with 2 devil hunters from Kyoto, Kuros Yutaro and Tendo Michiko. Due to the shooting incident orchestrated by Akin, 6 Tokyo devil hunters died and 25 others resigned out of fear. Because of this personnel shortage, Tokyo's Special Divisions 1, 2, 3, and 4 were all merged into Special Division 4. Now, most of the devil hunters were, let's say, unconventional characters. Fiends like Power were part of their ranks. Kuros and Tendo were here because Makima had invited them to serve as instructors for a period of time. Iki stared out the window, lost in thought. In the passenger seat, Tendo chewed gum quietly, and the car was so silent you could hear nothing but breathing. Kuros, who was driving, had a broad horizontal scar across his nose, almost as if he and Tendo were scars and all matching partners in chaos. Finally, Kuros broke the silence. Hayakawa, Tendo and I have finished Miss Makima's request. We probably won't see each other again after we head back to Kyoto, he said. So there's something I want to ask you. Ikki turned her eyes to Kuro's. She wasn't a woman of many words. Kuro's watched her through the rearview mirror, kept his hands steady on the wheel, and continued. Hayakawa, your goal is also the gun devil, but you don't actually think you can kill it, do you? Ikki didn't answer at first. Tendo perked up. I heard that during the shooting you and Hyemno blocked the snake woman's retreat, but you couldn't beat her and had to take time off to recover, right? Ikki's eyes darkened for a moment. Yes. So you see, Kuro sighed, that woman killed some of ours, but the gun devil, just showing up once caused millions of deaths globally. You get what I mean? If you couldn't handle one woman, how do you think you'd stand against something like that? Kuro's, you talk too damn much, Tendo interjected. Kuro's gave a bitter smile. It's not that I can't empathize with your family situation, Ikki. Tendo and I both lost people to the gun devil. That's why we joined public safety, because we hate it so much. But even so, I still think the gun devil is untouchable. Ikki didn't reply. Kuro's face hardened, his voice turning cold. Honestly, looking at you annoys me sometimes. You're weak as hell, but you have this tragic anime hero vision. It's pathetic. Tendo leaned over. Where exactly? Kuro's. Right here, look. He rolled up his sleeve. Liar, there's nothing there, Tendo said flatly. Ikki just sighed. Please stop rambling in front of me. Quiet is enough. If you want to mock me, wait until I'm dead and you can mock me at my grave. I'm doing this because it's my goal. If I didn't have this goal, I probably would have died long ago. The car screeched to a stop at the back entrance of the Target building. Kuro's parked and slipped into silence, body trembling just a bit. Thanks for the guidance, seniors, Ikki said, calm as ever, slinging her sword onto her back as she stepped out. A soda can flew straight at her. Simp. Ikki caught it without emotion. She turned back to Kuro's, confused. Senior Kuro's. Kuro's took a breath, then called after her with a crack in his voice. Hayakawa, I may be annoyed with you, but I support you. One last piece of advice. Kuro's raised a finger and barked. Be careful, okay? There are no sane people left in Special Division 4. Ikki bowed deeply before walking away. Kuro's hadn't finished his sentence, but after witnessing Makima's eerie methods, he dared not say more. There are no sane people left in Special Division 4. That, of course, included Makima herself. Chapter 39. The men stopped laughing the moment Makima mentioned eyes. Eyes? The gang leader asked, puzzled. He carefully picked up the brown handbag Makima had placed on the table. Rip! He tore it open. Suddenly hundreds of eyeballs, all bloodshot and horrifyingly real, spilled into view. Ah, what the hell? The leader screamed, cold sweat pouring down his face. It had to be fake. It absolutely had to be. He forced himself to calm down, wiped his brow, and stammered guiltily. You crazy woman, you've got guts. This is a prop, right? Even if these were real, they must be from death row prisoners or something, just to scare us, right? He couldn't believe Makima knew all their names. She must be bluffing. She was a government devil hunter, after all. No way she'd do some sick shit like this. Makima lifted dozing Pachita back into her arms and spoke with icy calm. Takashi Seita, Nagata Keishin, Kuroki Yugo, Nakata Sasuke, Chiba Yasuhira. As she read each name, a man behind her turned paler than shit. These are your identity records, she continued, and I also know exactly who each eye belonged to. Do you want to hear that too? That was the moment everything clicked. This wasn't a prop. It wasn't a trick. Those eyeballs were real and belonged to their family members. Before anyone could even react, Kuroki Yugo, standing right behind Makima, went suddenly still. Makima barely glanced at him. Then his pupils widened, blood gushed uncontrollably from every orifice, and with a sickening slump, he dropped dead. The thugs who had been shouting just moments ago froze, silence crushing them like a slab. Makima stroked Pachita's fur as though this were a normal afternoon. Don't worry too much. Public safety has devil hunters who can restore eyes if you cooperate. The gang leader's voice quavered as he snatched a pen and began scribbling furiously on the paper Makima had placed before him, terrified she'd kill him with a look. Makima offered a faint smile. The matter was settled. She put the papers away, set Pachita on her shoulder, and stood up. She looked at the gang leader, Takashi Seda, with cold detachment. What you call a necessary evil is just an excuse to do cruel shit and make profit. That isn't a necessity for society. A true necessary evil is defined and controlled by the state. Makima left the villa and walked along the beach with Pachita quietly perched on her shoulder. She tilted her head slightly, as though thinking about dinner. Pachita, what do you feel like having tonight? Woofed. Pachita wagged its tail, meaning anything was fine. Makima rubbed her chin thoughtfully, sounding almost like a cheerful young woman. There's still a bunch of ginger left in the fridge from when it was on sale. Tonight, let's have some sake and cook some ginger fried meat. Woof woof. Oh, Pachita says Kale's cooking is good. Well, but he's probably too busy tonight. Tokyo outside the gang building. Kishibe stood there with a sake flask in hand and a walkie-talkie clipped to his pocket. Kale, now wearing a public safety uniform, was chatting casually with the old man. It was almost like they were hanging out on a street corner instead of preparing for a full-on assault. Screech. A convoy of police cars and armored vehicles pulled up. Capable men in riot gear poured out. 2 faded uniforms detached from the line and saluted Kishibe. I'm Shiina from the Kanagawa Prefecture Police. I'm Furuno from Tokyo Extermination Division 2. Kishibe set his sake flask down and said in his usual deadpan delivery, I'm the temporary captain of Special Division 4. I'll be laying out the battle plan. Yes, sir, the two responded crisply. Kishibe took a sip of sake and spoke without much emotion. Extermination Division 2 and the police are to block the first floor and the underground exits. Suppressing the terrorists inside the building is Special Division 4's job. Understood. Shiina and Furuno looked damn happy to have that job off their plates. Suppressing terrorists was where people actually died. By the way, Kishibe said, there's something else you need to know. Yes, Mr. Kishibe. He took another sip, relaxed. You're not just facing terrorists inside that building. You also need to watch out for Special Division 4. A bunch of non-human characters in there don't get the memo about staying sanitary. There's the blood fiend with horns on her head, Kishibe listed flatly. The shark fiend with a shark head on his forehead. The violence fiend wears a plague doctor-style gas mask. The angel devil has wings and a halo, and the spider devil literally has a zipper down her face and 8 legs. You can spot them at a glance, he added with that calm voice of his. If any of them disobey orders, treat them as hostile and eliminate them on sight. Yes, sir. Kishibe nodded. Understood, then move out. The police and Extermination Division 2 troops headed off toward their positions. Kishibe put his sake flask away and glanced at Kale. I never expected you'd be here too. Kale grinned slightly. Well, I am part of Special Division 4, so I've got to play my part. Oh, Kishibe's eyes were half closed. You told Aki you were too busy running your funeral home to be part of the encirclement. But as soon as you heard zombies were inside, you were in without hesitation. The zombie devil was already dead, and in hell because Kale had taken it out earlier. Still, before dying, the old zombie had converted tons of people into zombies, his so-called legacy for his grandson, Katana Man. This gang used that zombie bite infection to turn huge numbers of people into mindless walking corpses. Kale cleared his throat awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. He quickly lied with the most righteous grin he could muster. Zombies are the worst crap ever. Mr. Kishibe, you know my job is an undertaker. Zombies desecrate corpses like nothing else. But the real reason he showed up. Honestly, he just wanted to farm attribute points. Weak, numerous enemies like zombies were exactly what you couldn't find anywhere else. But Kale definitely couldn't say that out loud. Kishibe let out a sound that might have been a chuckle. I think you just like money. Think about it, if everyone turned into zombies, your funeral home might as well close up shop. Kale blinked. Huh. That did make sense from that angle. Kale immediately agreed with a respectful nod. Mr. Kishibe, that's sharp insight. You're absolutely right. Hess, I'll take that as a compliment. Kishibe pulled out his walkie-talkie. There's nothing wrong with liking money. Everyone's got their weak spot. I like alcohol and beautiful women aside from money. Pretty normal, isn't that what men like? Static crackled through the walkie-talkie. The signal was messing up. Kishabe pulled out an unopened bottle of white wine. Want some before we start? No thanks, Kale said politely. I don't do well with alcohol. Kishabe shrugged and downed half the bottle. Kishabe then turned serious again. That strength of yours, can you control it freely? Absolutely, Kale replied. That's good, Kishabe said simply. Fiends and devils usually have awful personalities. If they go off rogue, don't hold back. It's fine if you cripple or kill them. They don't have human rights. Kale grinned and added, extra work means extra pay though. That's the spirit. Beep. The walkie-talkie connected. Kishabe tossed the empty bottle aside and stated the order in his deadpan way. Special Division 4, both human and non-human members, begin the operation. Everyone rush into the building head-on. Our plan is simple. There is no plan. Chapter 40. The man with the shark's snout and dorsal fin crawled out of the wall, bare-chested with nothing but a pair of briefs. This was the shark fiend, Beam, famous for his shark head and chaotic energy. Beam could move through walls and floors with ease and briefly transform into his true shark devil form. A massive tide of zombies surged toward him. Beam bared his razor-sharp teeth and shouted, "So many zombies, I'm gonna feast." With a feral roar, his head transformed into a 5-meter-long shark head, full of rows of gnashing teeth. He tore through the horde, snapping the necks of zombies like they were twigs. Hehehe, I'm freaking awesome. Beam swam and lunged through the flesh-eating crowd, chomping and shredding anything in his path. Because he was a fiend, he couldn't be infected by zombie bites. Suddenly, a heavy punch blasted Beam out of his shark form and sent him crashing into a wall. Ow, 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 masked guy, what the hell? Sorry, I thought you were a zombie, I swear. A figure in a white hood and plague doctor mask just walked casually through the horde, apologizing as if he'd bumped into someone in an alley. This was the violence fiend, Galgali, a fiend whose strength rivaled that of many true devils. To keep his power in check, public safety made him wear a poison-dispensing mask. He strolled through the zombie horde with simple but devastating punches and kicks, each strike exploding a zombie into flesh and bone with brutal force. Miss over there, back up. If a zombie bites you, you become one too, Galgali called out politely, despite being the violence fiend in name. Not far off, a beautiful man with angelic wings and a halo stepped forward as though bored. This was the angel devil, angel, handsome, eerie, and as lethal as he was lazy. His ability drained lifespan from anything he touched, and he could convert that stolen life into powerful weapons. Oh dear, my shoes got dirty. Zombies are disgusting, Angel muttered, casually ripping a zombie's head off and tossing it aside. Nearby, a figure with a face hidden behind hair and 8 spider-like legs scythed through the zombies. This was the spider devil, Princey, as vicious and unsettling-looking as her name suggested. Then Kale burst onto the scene. Despite the chaos, nearly half the zombies in this garage had already been cut down by the fiends and devils. There had to have been over 100 already dead, which meant at least 400 more were still coming. Kale winced, attribute points bleeding away fast, but he gathered himself. When Sawatari Akin learned public safety was coming for her, she converted as many people as she could into zombies to buy time. To maximize experience gains, Kale planned to clear this floor first. Let the bottom deck act as bait while the upstairs floors had nowhere to run. However, the other's zombie killing efficiency was insane, too efficient for his own farming goals. So Kale flashed his ID and stepped forward confidently. Everyone, listen up. I am Kale, Devil Hunter of Special Division 4, and right now I'm the temporary commander of this battlefield. From now on, follow my orders. Stop wasting time killing these trash zombies. Save your power for what matters most. Go support Hayakawa Aki and Hyemno to corner Sawatari Akin. Leave these worthless zombies to me. Beam snarled, baring his teeth. Holy crap, are you stupid? Even I wouldn't dare claim resistance against this many zombies, and you think you can. Princey the Spider Devil just tilted her head with her mournful expression, giving no vocal reply. Galgali pummeled 2 zombies to mush, rubbing his hands together. Kid, better if we work together, strength in numbers. Angel yawned lazily, so I don't have to work, sweet. The zombies, drawn by Kale's dark water, converged on him like moths to flame. Roar! Kale unbuttoned his uniform with theatrical grit. I will prove my strength. He pulled down his collar and hooked a finger into the triangular pull cord on his chest. The zombies lunged at him, piling into a mountain of writhing flesh. Hehehe, that's what you get for acting tough, Beam laughed coldly. Galgali hesitated before yelling, Angel, he's in danger, let's go save him. I'm so freakin' tired, Angel moaned. Then vroom. A chainsaw's roar exploded from the pile of corpses. Ding, host has successfully killed 34 zombies and gained 34 attribute points. Covered in gore, Chainsaw Man Kale emerged from the carnage. Zombies, they're all mine. Chainsaw, Beam was confused at first, then his eyes went wide. Holy shit, no way it is you, Chainsaw Boss. Chapter 41. Kale ignored Beam, who was bouncing around like he had snorted a line of caffeine. To be fair, if Kale slammed Dark Hole into the ground right now, everything would end fast. Too fast. The zombies would be gone, sure, but so would the building. Smash the load-bearing structure and the whole place would collapse. Allies, civilians, anyone unlucky enough to be nearby would get crushed along with the corpses. Yeah, not worth the mess. That option was off the table. Kale clicked his tongue and scanned the battlefield, calculating how to clear it cleanly and fast. Got it. A heavy black aura rolled off his body like smoke bleeding into water. Dark water. Boosted by his chainsaw form, the pull radius of the ability exploded outward. Zombies were strong compared to normal people, but not by much. Once the pull kicked in, they did not stand a chance. The horde was dragged toward Kale, bodies scraping across concrete as they lost all control of their footing. At the same time, Kale spun in place at terrifying speed. He became a living grinder. A humanoid vortex formed around him, chainsaws screaming as they tore into everything that got close. Dark water, chainsaw tornado. The sound was deafening. Meat, bone, and rot flew everywhere. Anything that touched the vortex died instantly. In seconds, a massive section of the floor was cleared. Wahoo! Beam bounced excitedly, clapping like a dolphin on crack. So damn cool, Chainsaw Big Brother really can do stuff nobody else can. He turned to the others. You hear what Chainsaw Boss said? He's got this handled. Move it and back up Hayakawa-aki. With that, Beam dove headfirst into the floor and vanished underground. Princey followed without a word, her spider legs clicking softly as she disappeared. All right, Galgali said, clapping his hands together. Angel Boy, let's go catch the snake woman. Angel Devil yawned, wings drooping. Snakes are gross and I'm tired, can I skip it? He looked like a dead-eyed office worker who had not slept in a week. On the upper floors of the building, inside a narrow fire escape, the real fight was happening. With the devils and fiends holding back the zombie swarm, Hyemno and Hayakawa-aki boxed Sawatari, Akin in from both ends. Unlike last time, Kobni was standing beside Hyemno. Snake woman, Hyemno said with a crooked grin, nowhere left to run. She stopped talking and thrust her arm forward. Ghost, grab her. Sawatari Akin clicked her tongue. You really think you've cornered me? Funny, from where I'm standing, it's the three of you who are trapped. Even though she could not see the ghost devil, Akin relied on pure combat instinct, slipping away just before the invisible hands could catch her. Hyemno cursed under her breath. Damn it, same as last time, she moves like a monkey. The ghost devil had no eyes. It sensed fear. But Sawatari Akin was not afraid of Hyemno, so the devil had to rely on Hyemno's own vision. That was a problem. Hyemno had lost her right eye permanently as payment for her contract. With only her left eye, her depth perception and tracking were worse than they used to be. Seeing Hyemno failing to land a hit, Aki moved. Clang! She drew the lifespan-consuming sword from her back and rushed in. It was not that Aki could not use the fox devil, she just did not want to. Last time, when she ordered the fox devil to bite Akin, the snake devil had nearly torn the fox devil apart. Since then, the fox devil had been giving Aki the cold shoulder. The fox devil was picky. She loved pretty faces, and Aki had one, which was why Aki could normally summon the fox devil's head instead of just a claw. But biting something dangerous was like getting stabbed in the throat instead of pricking a finger. The fox devil hated that. So Aki fought up close instead. Akin dodged her slashes with ease. You're still slow, Akin mocked, smirking. What, scared of my snake, too scared to call the fox again? Suddenly, Akin pulled a handgun from her coat and aimed it straight between Aki's brows. Bang! Clang! Metal rang out as Aki barely deflected the bullet with her blade. Not bad, Akin said. She used the opening to flip backward and slammed her heel into Aki's chest, sending her flying several meters down the stairs. Akin's eyes flicked to the short sword on Aki's back. The cursed devil. That thing was a nightmare. 3 clean stabs and the target was dead, no arguing with fate. Akin was not like Katana Man. If she died, that was it. So Aki had to go first. Hymeneau's ghost could not catch her, and even if it did, Akin had a backup plan. As for the shaking girl next to Hymeneau, Akin barely spared Kobni a glance. Cannon fodder. He. Just as Akin raised her gun again, her body froze. Her fingers went numb, and the gun slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor. She frowned, annoying. Hymeneau licked her lips. Got you, you slippery bitch. She glanced at Kobni. Hey, don't just stand there. Remember when you and Kale took down that devil? Find that courage again. See courage? Kobni's breathing went wild. I'll try Hymeneau. Aki wiped blood from her mouth and forced herself upright. Nice one, Hymeneau. I'll finish her. Akin struggled against the invisible grip. What kind of ghost crap is this? I can feel it, but I can't touch it. Aki lunged in. Die. Akin smiled. I was waiting for that. A deep rumble shook the stairwell. What? Aki's eyes widened. Get back, Hymeneau shouted. She's summoning the snake. 3 fingernails vanished from Akin's left hand. Snake full body. Crack. A massive python burst from the corridor, larger than anything she had summoned before. Its body filled the stairwell completely. There was nowhere to run. Aki was too close. The snake swallowed her whole in one bite. Kobni. Hymeneau shoved Kobni away, but she was a second too slow. The snake devoured Hymeneau next. Its head stopped just half a meter from Kobni's face. The stench of rot and blood filled her lungs. In seconds, she was alone. Kobni drew her knife, hands shaking. Akin crawled out of the snake's mouth, unharmed. She dismissed it and calmly picked up her gun. She did not even bother looking at Kobni. Killing someone that weak felt pointless. As Akin turned toward the exit, a voice cracked behind her. Stop. Kobni's face was soaked in tears. She held the knife in a reverse grip against her chest, her expression twisted and unstable. Akin looked back. You want to die that badly. Why you killed people, Kobni said, her voice breaking. You did all of this. Oh yeah, Akin replied casually, aiming her gun at Kobni's forehead. I did, so what? After digestion, the snake devil could use the powers of what it consumed. Ghost, curse, fox, all of it would be hers soon. But even a bullet felt like a waste on Kobni. Then Kobni stopped shaking. You're the kind of person, she said quietly, eyes sharpening, who deserves to die. Akin blinked. Prepare to die. Chapter 42. Saying things like that? You're so scared your mind's gone, Sawatari Akin sneered, but she didn't have time to waste on a coward. Every second wasted increased the risk and variables that could ruin her plan. Die. She kept one hand in her pocket, pulling the trigger with the other. Bang, bang, bang. Clang. Something felt off. There was no thud of bullets hitting flesh. Kobni swayed lightly, dodging 2 bullets effortlessly. Her dagger flew through the air, slicing a bullet in half before it could reach her. The movement was seamless, almost elegant, a deadly dance. Slice. Clang. Sawatari Akin snapped back to reality. Her gun had fallen to the floor. Blood blossomed across her palm. Her right index finger had been sliced off midair by the dagger, the rest of her hand nearly grazed. The dagger pinned itself several centimeters into the wall. What? Cold sweat ran down Akin's back. The physical pain didn't matter. The fear of what just happened hit harder. This wasn't just dodging. Kobni had disarmed her, cut off a finger, and performed a maneuver no one thought possible from a girl she had called a coward. Even worse, just like Hymeneau, Akin couldn't track Kobni's movements. Only blurred afterimages betrayed her position. This isn't good. I can't let her grab the gun, Akin thought, her arrogance melting into panic. She bent down quickly, fingers reaching for the gun. Thud. Ah. Pain shot through her arm. Kobni's kick had dislocated her hand. Damn it, Akin staggered backward. She tried again, but her movements were clumsy now. Kobni picked up the gun, pointed it coolly, and fired. Bang, 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 bang. Akin twisted and dodged, but a bullet grazed her calf, tearing through flesh. She hissed. Click, click. Empty. Kobni tossed the gun aside, drawing her dagger from the wall in one fluid motion. She charged again. You've got to be kidding me. Alarm bells rang in Akin's mind. She couldn't keep up with Kobni. Her calf hurt. Every step was slower than before. If she didn't use her trump card, she would die. Damn it, what is this coward playing at? Is she playing the pig to eat the tiger? Akin extended her broken right hand and sacrificed half her pinky finger. Snake tail. Boom. The snake devil's massive tail slashed through the narrow passage toward Kobni. Calmly, Kobni stepped onto the wall to avoid the impact. Dust and chunks of plaster flew as the snake tail hit, creating a crater in the wall. Did it work? Akin watched the smoke clear, expecting victory. But Kobni used the tail as a springboard, dagger in hand, expressionless, and launched herself straight at her. What? Kobni moved like the Grim Reaper. Akin faltered, almost falling in fear. How can she be this fast, this strong? She thought. Public safety had never mentioned her. She had only been on the job 3 months, barely a regular. How could she be crushed by this? Nobody. The exit was less than 100 meters away. Outside, she could use the snake devil to swallow herself and escape. But Kobni was too fast. She would catch up instantly. Like a gecko shedding its tail, Akin had to sacrifice something to survive. She retreated frantically. Snake full body. She raised her useless right hand and sacrificed her middle, ring, and half of her pinky fingers. Boom! The building trembled. The narrow passage shrieked under the pressure. The snake devil, which had swallowed Iki and Hyemno, appeared in full form, mouth wide, surging toward them. Kobni glanced back calmly. She slid the dagger outward and pressed it to her forearm. Her hair whipped around her as the snake devil's stench filled the air. The attack came in an instant. Instead of fleeing, Kobni lowered her body and power slid directly at the snake devil. Shing! Roar! Her dagger slashed into its soft underbelly, carving a massive gash. Organs spilled out, creating a sea of blood and filth. Akin's mouth twitched. Fear paralyzed her. Holy crap, you've got to be kidding me. Kobni wasn't done. She stood, grabbed a corner of the snake devil's skin, and ran in the opposite direction. She was skinning it alive. Its wails echoed down the passage, but the narrow space worked against it. The snake devil, too large to maneuver, became its own coffin. Slowly, its screams died. Disemboweled and skinned, it was dead. Hugh! Kobni, covered in blood and filth, stood before the Tiri, terrified Akin, dagger in hand. Swish, swish, swish. Like a master chef, she slashed tendons in Akin's hands and feet. This way, you won't be able to move. The knife slid to the floor. You bastard! Akin's mind reeled. She had prepared for threats like Makama or veteran hunters like Iki. But this unknown girl, even the snake devil had been killed by her. Akin was paralyzed. Kobni wasn't finished. She produced handcuffs and secured Akin's hands. Why didn't you just kill me? Akin whispered. Kobni wiped a bloody tear from her face. Capturing you, alive, bonus should be higher. Bonus? Akin blinked. A million curses raced through her mind. For this stupid reason, this girl risked her life. Maybe there was a chance. She tried to negotiate. How much is your bonus? Let me go and I'll give you 10 times, no, 100 times the bonus. 100 times, really? Kobni's eyes widened. Half the shares of this skyscraper are mine, Akin said, weakly roaring. She realized this might actually work. With your strength, working for me, you'll earn more than this crappy public safety job. Kobni hesitated, but her expression shifted, almost Yandir. You already have so much money. Why do you still do bad things? Huh? Kobni laughed low and ambiguous. If I did bad things, my credit would be ruined. No trains, no flights. Mama and Papa would scold me to death. Tears and snot streamed down her face. I want money, but I cannot do bad things. Akin fell silent. She didn't know what to say. Psycho. Ignoring her, Kobni staggered to the snake devil's remains, pulling out Iki and Hyemno, still alive. They were shaken but unharmed. Aki, what happened? Aki's voice was weak, eyes barely open. Haimno senpai, I caught the snake woman, can I get a bigger bonus? Kobni said proudly. Great job, Kobni. Bonus, recommendation to become a regular and a big meal on me, Haimno replied. Kobni bowed deeply. I'm truly grateful, Haimno senpai. The fiends and devils arrived soon after. Princei had run off. Beam swam excitedly in the blood. Wahoo, so much blood, all I can drink. Galgali clapped. They handled it without us even stepping in. The angel devil covered his nose with his wings. As long as it's over, I'm going back to sleep. Snakes are just smelly and dirty. Chapter 43. Kale carved his way from the basement all the way to the rooftop. With zombie blood and attribute points feeding him in real time, exhaustion was a foreign concept. His strength only grew, flowing through him like liquid fire. The remaining 6 zombies were cornered, trapped against the rooftop's edge. Kale had killed too many. Even creatures as stupid as zombies had developed an instinctive fear of him. That fear fueled his power further. By now, the zombies no longer had the will to attack. Retreat was impossible. From the way they backed against the ledge, it looked like they were considering jumping off the building themselves. The chainsaw head's eyes gleamed a menacing red. Don't jump, children. You'll be set free soon. Vroom. Clatter. Chainsaw chains shot out at blinding speed, slicing the last zombies into nothing more than meat chunks. Ding, the host has killed 6 zombies, zombie devil derivatives, gaining 6 attribute points. After his final kills, Kale returned to his human form. Time to take stock. Real-time panel. Host, Kale. Race, hybrid devilman. Age, 19. Constitution, 300. Agility, 300. Luck, 199, max. Charisma, 50. Special dark fruit, dark water advanced eye, chainsaw devil abilities. Distributable attribute points, 1,396. Note, trigger the dark water advanced eye effect 10 times to increase the luck cap to 299. Current progress, 110. Phew. Kale exhaled, letting his mind settle. Luck was special, raising it could unlock new skills. The other stats were already optimized. Constitution and agility, already absurdly over the top. For reference, the fastest sprinters peak at 44 km/h, worth about 30 points in agility. Kale's 300. That was 440 km/h, like a high-speed train. And with his constitution, collisions meant death. Chainsaw form amplified it even further. Tisk, finding a real challenge was becoming impossible. Something tugged at his mind, an itch he ignored. He was an adult. He ran a shop. He wasn't some high school idiot obsessed with fighting every day. Charisma, that was trickier. He had only raised it to 50, mostly out of curiosity. Maybe, like luck, it had hidden effects beyond the obvious, and it did. As he increased charisma, his thoughts subtly shifted. Even surrounded by blood and corpses, images of Assam Mitaka flashed through his mind. The kiss on the cheek, the photos, the deeper kiss at the shop. Memories of borrowing her shoes surfaced, down to the seductive white socks outlining her perfect arches. So beautiful, he wondered what they tasted like. Kale's charisma had only hit 50. He blinked at his own thoughts, shaking himself back. He couldn't go further. He understood the hidden effect now. It increased desire. Fortunately, it was manageable. His focus remained single-minded on Assam Mitaka. No one else occupied his thoughts, but he didn't dare imagine pumping all 1,396 remaining points into charisma. Tusk. That would turn him into a lunatic consumed by mating thoughts. He shook the thought off. Since you gave me a nice gift, I'll also help capture the mastermind, the snake girl Sawatari Akin. Beep. Kale pulled out his walkie-talkie. Mr. Kishibe, the zombies are cleared. Any word on Sawatari Akin's whereabouts? A stunned silence answered. Kishibe's mind couldn't process it. Thousands of zombies, a little over an hour, all gone. How many did you kill? Kishibe's voice slurred slightly. The scent of alcohol carried even through the walkie-talkie. Kale smirked. I don't remember. A lot, I suppose. How many slices of bread have you eaten today, Mr. Kishibe? Kishibe sighed. This guy, truly a monster. reminded him of his old partner, also a first-generation devil hunter, ruthless and absurdly strong. In a no-rules brawl of all humans, he would probably be unbeatable. Kale seemed close, but not quite there yet. Tusk, why do all these merciless people come from the same place? Kishibe muttered in his heart. He replied, Himeno and Hayakawa Aki were dealing with something, I didn't hear clearly. Anyway, the snake girl Sawatari Akin has been neutralized. She's being detained now. Oh, Kale raised an eyebrow. Your people are surprisingly competent. No boss fight segment, just the minions cleared. Gulp, the sound of Kishibe swallowing alcohol. However, Kale, your ability is, like a vacuum, perfect for cleanup. If you have time, deal with the aftermath. Don't worry, we'll pay you for it. Price that satisfies you. Haha, very kind. Following Aki's lead, Kale found the snake devil's corpse. He crouched to examine it. So this is the snake devil, bigger than I imagined, he said. You're here, Aki's voice was calm. Huh? Kale thought he noticed a slight shift in her demeanor. Yeah, he nodded, then asked, Aki, did you take down the snake devil? It wasn't me, she said plainly. Oh, the fiends and devils then, they're strong. Not them either, she said, eyes serious. It was someone you'd never guess. Huh? Kale tilted his head. I can't guess, could it be Akai? Her eyes widened, and she fell silent. Hiss. Seeing Aki's expression, Kale gasped. No way, it really was Akai. She nodded. Honestly, it's hard to believe. Himeno and I were defeated by Sawatari Akin. Akai took her down single-handedly. Not only that, she killed the snake devil, which had been strengthened with a piece of gun devil flesh, and she wasn't even injured. Kale was dumbfounded. Kobni, she had soloed a boss-level threat. 1 against 2, 1 death, 1 critical injury, and she emerged unscathed. Either he was crazy or this world was. Probably both. Since you're here, don't just stand there. Here. Aki handed him a tiny piece of the gun devil's flesh, tied to a thin string. There are more fragments hidden in this building. They attract each other. Use that to find them. I'm counting on you. Chapter 44. Kyoto, Cabinet Minister's Office. As per routine, Makima arrived to give her work report. But unlike before, she faced the formidable cabinet minister with Pachita at her side. Logically, she should have left Pachita outside. On such an occasion, discretion was better. But she didn't. She refused to be without him. The cabinet minister's eyes narrowed slightly, sharp and subtle. Makima's expression remained calm, her heart steadier than ever. Her sense of smell told her everything. Pachita may have looked harmless, but the scent was unmistakable, Black Saw. The hero of hell, her only idol. Compared to him, the opinions of these humans were meaningless. Even the risk of dying by contract violation didn't matter. With her idol by her side, and the occasional thrill of watching Kale transform into Chainsaw Man, life felt peaceful. What a load of crap. This cabinet minister, all mysterious and suffocating. Fuck you, who do you think you are? The corners of her mouth lifted into a faint smile. Calmly, she reported, according to my investigation, the perpetrator of the Tokyo shooting case is a former civilian devil hunter, Sawatari Akin. She contracted with the gun devil, supplying guns to criminals in exchange for large sums of money. A small lie delivered calmly, not entirely untrue, but meant to mislead. The real target of Sawatari Akin? Kale's heart. Makima knew more than even Akin did. Once Sawatari Akin set her sights on Kale, she had already failed. The power in his chest was only a fragment of Black Saw. Only Pachita could erase devils completely, but those secrets were hers alone. The cabinet minister's expression betrayed curiosity. Money, why money? Perhaps collusion with foreign powers, Makima suggested casually. Perhaps, he frowned. Makima, why not use control on Sawatari to find the real reason? She smiled faintly. I tried. Akin triggered a passive suicide mechanism. Revealing the real reason would have violated her contract with the gun devil. The old man rubbed his forehead. Very well, Makima, continue with the rest of the situation. Yes. Makima stroked Pachita gently, expression neutral. The operation to clear the zombie building went smoothly. Fiends and devils were the main force. Our devil hunters remained largely uninjured. We recovered 14 kilograms of gun devil pieces. Combined with the 5 kilograms already held by public safety, the total of 19 kilograms has begun moving, slowly, in one direction. Has it finally started? The old man leaned forward. Where is it moving? Makima lowered her eyes, sighing softly. Probably the United States. I see, he said, a satisfied tone in his voice. Makima, train your dogs well. Pick a few suitable ones, prepare for the expedition to subjugate the gun devil. Makima said nothing. She and the cabinet knew the truth. The gun devil had already been fragmented and distributed across nations. The so-called expedition was just a story to get their subordinates to risk their lives, a war to plunder its pieces. Hearing the word war left a bad taste in her mouth. If a real war broke out, daily life with Pachita would vanish forever. Makima, didn't you hear me? The cabinet minister pressed, irritation creeping in. Hey, dumbass. I understand. I will prepare, she said, turning to leave. Time to head back to Tokyo. Her hired help couldn't handle the dogs alone. Makima, stop right there. Tisk, dumbass. Anything else? She asked, tilting her head. You seem to have forgotten the rules, he said, frowning deeper. Makima suppressed a smirk. He was warning her, yet she had already made up her mind. We allowed you to keep and train dogs, Makima, but you mustn't grow attached. Certainly don't bring them before us. We hate the smell of dogs. Remember, that is the rule before this cabinet. Tap, tap, tap. Slam. Makima didn't reply. She slammed the door as she left, fists clenched. Contract restrictions aside, she wanted to strangle them. Burying her face into Pachita's back, she took a deep breath. Smelly, I bathe you every day. Gee, dumbass. Noon. The short break was over. Kale drove Denji to the middle school entrance. Elementary school was clearly inappropriate for his age. At least in middle school, he might learn something. By now, Denji could recognize over 100 kanji, mostly funeral-related. He genuinely wanted to help Kale. Take care, Kale, I'm heading in. Denji waved, school bag in tow. Remember to eat well and get some rest, Kale reminded him. Yeah, when I come back in half a month, I'll definitely give you a big surprise. Looking forward to it. Kale closed the car window, popping 2 pieces of gum into his mouth, a new habit. Strange-smelling breath was unacceptable. Next, Tokyo 4th Higher Academy to pick up Asamitaka. She had messaged him earlier. University classes were few and exams over, giving her a long break. Work could wait. Fun was mandatory. He parked at the university entrance, driving a normal sedan, not a hearse. Asa stood under a greeting tree, uniform crisp, pure aura radiating. Clearly, she'd been waiting. Kale's lips curved. My girl is so beautiful. Sorry, am I late? He asked, approaching her. No, I arrived 5 minutes early. Perfect timing, she said shyly. Kale took her arm. Let's go. Lunch is lamb spine hot pot, my treat. She replied. As they got into the car, 2 girls in uniform passed by, whispering and staring at Asa. Hey, isn't that Mitaka? Kyukobai and Tanaka are dead, yet she already has a man. That guy must be blind to pick her. Hehe, tell me about it, Tilda. Ahaha, quiet, they'll hear us. Chapter 45. Kale was about to leave when he and Asa overheard the whispers. Asa Mitaka, sitting in the front passenger seat, bit her lip and lowered her gaze. Her expression dimmed, but her poise remained. Self-confidence and sensitivity weren't mutually exclusive. Just because she didn't react strongly outwardly didn't mean the comments didn't hurt. Kale frowned. All right, so this is how they want to play it. He gently stroked Asa's leg, offering a comforting smile. Asa, don't worry, I'll just step out for a moment. Kale, Asa clutched his sleeve, her delicate brows furrowed. Forget it, it's fine, I'm used to it, they're just talking. Kale smiled faintly, brushing a strand of her hair from her forehead and pressing a light kiss to her lips. Looking into her eyes, he whispered with certainty, Asa isn't allowed to get used to bad things. Whoever bullies you, I'll handle them. Feeling Kale's breath on her face, Asa's cheeks flushed bright red. It wasn't their first intimate moment, but every teasing gesture from him made her blush like this. Damn it, if only I could be as thick-skinned as Yaru, she thought, a faint voice echoing in her mind. I told you, I can hear you. Then, don't go too far, okay? Asa whispered. She disliked the classmates, but she didn't want Kale dragged into trouble because of her. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Kale gently pried open her fingers clutching his sleeve, pressing another soft kiss to her lips. Sweet lip balm lingered, and he quickly pushed his thoughts away. Tusk, damn charm, truly messing with my mind, he muttered inwardly. He stepped out of the car, closing the door behind him, and walked directly toward the two girls who had been gossiping earlier. Hey, excuse me, ladies, Kale greeted, smiling gently. The girls froze, stunned that he was actually approaching them. Flustered, they exchanged awkward glances. These two were all talk. The real deal always revealed the truth. The short-haired girl elbowed her bespectacled friend. I told you we were too loud just now. See, we really got caught. Ahem. The spectacled girl cleared her throat, trying to appear confident. May I help you? Her eyes darted nervously, betraying her unease. Even knowing he was Assa's boyfriend, they couldn't help feeling inferior in front of someone so obviously high value. You're Assa's classmates, right? Kale asked with a gentle smile. Assa, the short-haired girl blinked in surprise. Damn it, you're gossiping about her and don't even know her name. Oh, yes, you mean Mihoshi, right? The spectacled girl quickly corrected herself. That's right, Kale confirmed, smiling. He pulled out his phone, flicking to a photo of him and Assa Mitaka. I'm Assa's boyfriend. She doesn't use social media much, so I have a small favor to ask. Seeing Assa smiling in the photo, envy lit their eyes. What is it? This is a post I shared on Instagram. I'd like you to like it, and if possible, repost it in the class group or campus circle. Oh, Tilda, I get it. The short-haired girl smiled knowingly. This is what you call staking your claim, right? Exactly, Kale nodded. Assa is still in college, and I don't want her harassed by male classmates. But we're not really close to Mihoshi, the spectacled girl said, hesitant. Don't worry, you won't help for free. Kale handed them 2 movie tickets. Here, these are for you. The girls' eyes lit up immediately. Wow, the upcoming blockbuster, Heartbreak, Flowers, and Chainsaws. Front row, too, must be expensive, the short-haired girl whispered, leaning closer. Can we really take them? The spectacled girl's hesitation vanished. Of course, the liking and reposting are all yours, Kale said with a gentle smile. I'll do it. The short-haired girl claimed the tickets first, fiddled with her phone, and said, Handsome, I'm done. I'll take the tickets now. Of course. The spectacled girl quickly followed, completing Kale's request. Thank you, you're so kind. I wish you and Mihoshi 100 years of happiness. I'll take your auspicious words. Bye-bye. The two girls walked off, grinning, completely satisfied. Kale whistled softly as he returned to the car. I thought you were going to kill them, but that's it? Useless. I was looking forward to it, the passenger voice said playfully. Oh, so this is Assa's disobedient side. Kale noticed the scar and spiral eyes. You can call me Yaru, the new voice introduced itself. Kale nodded seriously. Yaru, pretty name, did Assa give it to you? Yoru smirked. Assa couldn't come up with something this nice, so what did you do just now? Chat and laugh with them. What, jealous Yaru? Kale teased. He didn't know if this personality still counted as Assa, but the contrast was cute, dominant, teasing, exciting. Damn it. His fondness extended to this version of her too. Yaru raised an eyebrow. A mere human daring to act so carefree, he had gone too far. Kale, look at me, Yaru commanded. All right. Kale found this surprisingly enjoyable. Yaru's lips curled into an alluring arc, her hand climbing subtly to Kale's nape. She pulled him sharply toward her and kissed him hard. Before Kale could react, her teeth nipped at his lips, dominance in every motion. His pupils contracted sharply. Assa's consciousness within him was stunned. She was completely flustered, a tide of grievances spilling out. No, what is this? Yaru, what the hell are you doing? Chapter 46. Kale had been enjoying the moment at first. After all, seeing Assa's bold side was rare. But gradually, something felt off. Hiss. Yaru's bite grew heavier, teeth digging painfully into Kale's lips. A sharp sting, the tearing of skin, and the metallic sweetness of blood filled his mouth. This isn't a kiss, she's biting. Assa, please stop. Kale pulled back, retreating toward the corner. No, this was too perverted. Assa isn't here, this is Yaru, he reminded himself. Yaru's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She deliberately locked the car doors, pressing forward step by step, trapping him against the corner. She hummed softly, as if discovering a new sensation. So this is a kiss. No wonder Asa's so obsessed. It's intoxicating, amazing, the intertwining of blood and flesh, the perfect prelude to war. Yoru gripped Kale's chin firmly. He had dodged too fast earlier, preventing her from tasting properly. Surely the blood on his lips would have a distinct flavor. Straddling his legs, she pressed her forehead against his, declaring her own personal war. Kale, this is the war between us. My kiss must feel better than Asa's, right? Kale's head spun. It's not, he admitted honestly. Asa's kiss is far more comfortable. Yoru, this is basically just feeding. Yoru froze, stunned that her aggression was being dismissed. There was even his blood at the corner of her mouth. I don't believe it. She lunged to bite again. Kale inwardly groaned. Advancing wasn't an option, nor was fleeing. If this had been a stranger, he would have slapped them long ago, but this was Asa's body. Then Yoru suddenly stopped. Bang! She slammed her head against the car seat, hand pressed to her skull. The scar on her face flickered faintly. Asa was struggling for control. Yoru, you fickle woman, Kale is mine, how could you do this? You bit his lips. Yoru's face flushed red. We share the same body, Asa. What does it matter? Besides, who told you to overwhelm me with these emotions? You're so busy with romance you can't even help me find Chainsaw Man. I'm searching seriously. What can I do if I can't locate him? Asa retorted, unflinching. If you can't find him, I'll bite Kale to death, Yoru snapped. Kale noticed something. Asa's other personality had mentioned Chainsaw Man again. He himself was Chainsaw Man, but the one Yoru sought wasn't him. It had to be Pachita, the Chainsaw Devil. But Pachita was such a good dog. How could he have made enemies? Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. Kale raised a hand. Can I interrupt you two for a moment? Saying you two to one person felt strange, but Asa froze immediately. Yes. Her cheeks flushed, the scar and spiral eyes vanished, and she regained her shyness. Asa had won the personality struggle. She gently wiped the wound at Kale's lips with a tissue, eyes filled with concern. Asa, I'm fine, Kale reassured her. But why is Yoru so obsessed with finding Chainsaw Man? Yoru's consciousness swiveled abruptly. Right. Kale wasn't just an undertaker. He also had connections at the Public Safety Bureau. He must know more than she did. Asa, Kale seems to know something about Chainsaw Man. Give me control of the body so I can ask. I can help you ask, but Yoru cannot take over, Asa refused firmly. Asa is so stingy. How can one be generous about this? The earlier bite had left Asa Mitaka shaken. Yoru's shamelessness was shocking. Even though it was the same body, it felt like a betrayal. But Asa didn't blame Kale, Yoru forced him. Right, that couldn't even count as a kiss. Asa made a decision. She would confess everything to Kale. Relationships required nurturing, and mutual trust was the foundation. Kale, before talking about Chainsaw Man, I need to talk about Yoru. Sure, Kale nodded seriously. What I'm about to say is terrifying, be prepared. Kale smiled faintly, looking into her eyes. The only thing I fear is Asa being unhappy. How infuriatingly sweet. Asa's cheeks warmed as she took a deep breath. Yoru, she's actually a demon living inside me. Yoru had warned Asa that revealing her identity would be fatal, but she had already exposed herself to Kale. Asa stared at him, searching for shock, but Kale remained calm. And why does she want to find Chainsaw Man? Kale asked. Asa, Yoru is a demon. Isn't that surprising? Snap, Kale snapped his fingers. A black hole, the size of a marble, spun at his fingertip. A demon is just a demon, nothing shocking. Look, Asa, I've contracted with the Blackbeard Devil myself, Kale fabricated casually. The dark fruit didn't exist in this world, so he needed a plausible explanation. Blackbeard Devil? I've never heard of it, Yoru murmured seriously. Asa's identity had already been clear to Kale. Her expressions during their first meeting and the compound bow at the Giant Egg amusement park confirmed his suspicions. Demons were abundant, being involved with them was normal. But Asa's method, letting Yoru live inside her, was unique. And she used her abilities without paying a heavy price, unlike Hayakawa Aki or Hymenos Group, who suffered severe consequences. Yoru was comparatively humane. Seeing Kale's composed reaction, Asa continued. Yoru is after Chainsaw Man because he once defeated her and devoured her child. She wants to settle the score herself. Kale narrowed his eyes. I see, Pachita really did something terrible. The complex entanglements between demons were often beyond human understanding. Do you know where Chainsaw Man is? Asa asked. Unfortunately, I don't, Kale replied, glancing elsewhere. Handing Pachita over to Makima earlier had been the right choice. Pachita had been a life-and-death ally. Betraying him was unthinkable. To clarify, Kale asked casually, if Yoru is a demon, her child is a demon too, right? Asa nodded. Yes, Yoru said the child she cared about most, devoured by Chainsaw Man, was called the Nuclear Weapon Devil. Nuclear weapon? Kale frowned. Strange name, never heard of it. Right, I think it's strange too. Chapter 47. Screech. The car slid into the garage. Kale and Asa Mitaka walked into the shop hand in hand, chatting lightly about the earlier little incident. Asa thoughtfully hung the closed sign on the shop door, a soft smile playing across her face. Ha, chewing gum? Seriously, why would you do that? Asa laughed until tears sprang to her eyes. Kale shrugged and closed the door. I thought it was perfect. As soon as they sit down, the gum flattens and sticks to them completely. They won't even be able to scrape it off. That sticky, annoying feeling is just right for gossipers. But, Kale, you lost 2 tickets to a popular movie. Isn't that a big deal? Asa asked casually. Ever since the accident at home, her life had been tight, so she had grown frugal. The tickets were given to me by public safety, so I don't really mind, Kale replied. I see, Asa nodded, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. If it's a movie, going to the theater is expensive anyway. Renting a DVD would be more cost-effective. Heartbreak, Flowers, and the Chainsaw hasn't been released yet. You'd have to wait a while for the DVD. Asa frowned slightly. Judging by the title, it sounds like a sad story. I think I'll pass. Kale chuckled. I heard sad stories stick in your memory better. I just don't like them. Asa smiled faintly and without warning, took Kale's hand and gave it a gentle bite. Asa, Kale twitched reflexively, relieved the pressure was light. He had thought Yoru was attacking again. Kale, was it this hand that held the gum? Why isn't it sweet? Asa murmured, her finger in his mouth. Then give me the other hand too, she added, blushing, and gently bit his other fingertips one by one. The pressure was just right, leaving tiny tooth marks. She was still thinking about Yoru, but wanted to experience what it felt like to bite someone herself. Hiss. Kale inhaled sharply. Oh no, this teasing, silly girl. His heart was racing again. He smiled softly and pointed to his mouth. If you want the taste of gum, there's some here. You're terrible. Asa punched his arm lightly. She was delicate, sensitive, and for her, public displays of intimacy were difficult. That's why Kale had closed the door early. Denji was at school and the shop was empty. The environment was private enough for the two of them. Asa wrapped her arms around Kale's neck, eyes shining as she inched closer to his cheek. She rested her forehead gently against him, feeling his breathing grow slightly ragged. Don't rush, let me finish, Asa whispered softly. Kale, did you know? Saliva contains lysozyme, lactoferrin, and immunoglobulin A, she continued. Lysozyme destroys bacterial cell walls, lactoferrin chelates iron ions, and immunoglobulins are part of the mucosal immune system. Together, they have disinfecting and bactericidal effects. So, since you're hurt, let me heal you. Softness in her mouth, warmth flowing down his throat. It was a long, tender moment. That night, the izakaya was lively. Just standing outside, Kale could hear the clamor. Plenty of people had arrived. Sorry I'm late, Kale said as he lifted the Norin curtain. Warm yellow light contrasted sharply with the neon outside. Kale felt a wave of comfort. He removed the scarf Asa had given him and hung it on the coat rack. The drinking party had been organized by Hyemno. After the shooting incident, the Tokyo Public Safety Devil Hunters had undergone huge structural changes. Hyemno thought it would be good for the new special division, 4 members to bond. It was both a welcome party for newcomers and a victory celebration. As a temp who had taken down over 1,000 zombies solo, Kale had been invited immediately. So many people, he remarked. Aside from a few familiar faces, most were strangers. Everyone sat around long tables on tatami mats, covered with dishes and drinks. Power was shoving food into her mouth while the others sipped or smoked. Kale's arrival immediately drew attention. "Oh my," Hyemno said, glancing over. "Little handsome guy, why are you so late? Why didn't you bring your cute girlfriend?" "She's socially anxious. This kind of gathering isn't her thing," Kale said casually. "Another reason, Makima might appear and Yoro inside Asa couldn't see Pachita." Kale paused, unsure where to sit. The room was informal, scattered, but there weren't any empty seats. Sit here," Hyemno saw his dilemma and scooted closer to Hayakawa-eki, making room. "No, too crowded there. I'll sit by the devil," Kale said, noticing only the winged girl had space around her and sat down. The others looked surprised. "You've got guts sitting this close to me," the angel devil said, shifting slightly away. A burly man with a scar warned, "Angel is the angel devil. Touch him and your lifespan will shrink." Kale rubbed his shoulder. "I know, Mr. Kishib mentioned that, but I'm just here to eat, no funny business." Besides, Kale's tier I ability, Dark Water, nullified accidental physical contact effects. Even abilities like the Muscle Devils were powerless against him. Angel, eating ice cream, frowned and said, "I'm a man." "Huh? Ha, fooled another one," Hyemno laughed loudly. She downed a full glass of beer. "Why isn't Makima here yet? She's the only one missing." "Let me check." Hayakawa-eki pulled out her phone. "Miss Makima's busy at home. She might be 2 hours late. She said to go ahead without her." Busy, Kale thought. Taking care of dozens of dogs must be exhausting. "Since Makima said so, let's start eating," Yasuda Yuzuki said with a smile. Formerly of Special Division 1, she was mature and steady, unlike flighty Hyemno. Chopsticks lifted, "Let's eat." Power grabbed a plate. "Thief, don't touch the fried chicken, it's all mine." Chapter 48. "And this, the sashimi is all mine too." Power stacked several plates beside her. Hayakawa-eki's eyelid twitched. "Power, put some back. What are the rest of us supposed to eat if you hog everything?" Power ignored her and picked up a cilantro leaf with her chopsticks. Her brows furrowed immediately. Cilantro in the sashimi. Gross, not eating this." Just like at home, she flicked it into the air. Plopped. It landed straight in Aki's beer mug. Her fist clenched. Hayakawa-eki's brows knitted as she bellowed, "Show some respect for the food, you bastard." Across the table, a man in his early 30s with laugh lines and a slightly weary expression chuckled faintly. "Easy now, Aki. The fiend you have here is unusually rational. Fiends who can suppress their killing intent are rare." Power rubbed her nose and smirked. "So that's praise for being smart. Nice eye, old man." Hayakawa-eki sighed. "Mr. Fu, you have a fiend too, right? Why didn't you bring them?" Mr. Fu smiled bitterly. "I wouldn't dare. His bloodlust is too intense." Kale stayed quiet, listening. He wasn't familiar with most public safety faces and had no desire to join the chatter. A girl who looked like a waitress, wearing an old-fashioned coat, approached with a tray. I brought the sticky rice balls you asked for and a fresh fruit platter." Power leaned in, then immediately lost interest. "Shorty, don't put stuff that isn't meat in front of me." Okay," the girl stammered, setting down the dishes and retreating with part of the tray. Kale's eyes lit up. "Akai." "Oh, zombie killer, you know Akai." Yasuda Yuzuki, seated 2 chairs away, asked. "Zombie killer, are you talking about me?" Kale replied, puzzled but polite, given her age and demeanor. Yasuda smiled gently and glanced at Hyemno. "That's the nickname Hyemno gave you. During the last operation against the mob, you killed thousands of zombies solo." Hyemno, chugging beer, flushed red. "Oh, I came up with it. Zombie killer, cool, right?" "I just did what I could," Kale waved modestly. "Choo choo choo." "So, Kale is amazing," Higashiyama Kobni mumbled between bites of char siu. Her eyes were slightly red from emotion. The food was so good it almost made her cry. Kale remained neutral. Killing zombies was nothing. Kobni surviving Sawatari Akin and the Snake Devil was far more impressive. Akai, come here," Yasuda called, waving. "Okay." She placed a large piece of grilled salmon in Kobni's bowl. "Akai, you send your salary home, right? You need to eat more, you're still growing." "Hey, that's mine too, don't take it." Power tried to snatch the plate, but Aki smacked her hand away. "Finish what's in your bowl first." Power grunted. Kobni blushed. Thank you, Senior Yasuda. I've never had food this good. Kale thought, does she really need money? Is it for her family? Soon, the table was nearly cleared. Mr. Fu called the waiter over and continued ordering. 3 sundaes and 3 servings of colorful dango. Haimno held up a finger, and another crate of beer. Aki, wanting to skip ordering for power, hesitated, then handed her the menu. Bring me one of every meat dish. Pure meat, no cilantro, or I'll turn this place into a sea of blood. Kobni trembled with fear, but the others ignored her. The burly man ordered 4 more orders of fried chicken and 2 of sashimi. That fiend ate all the previous ones. The menu was passed to the angel devil, quietly eating. For me, another chocolate sundae. And a cushion. I always feel like sleeping after I eat, he said listlessly. Yasuda chuckled. The angel really is lazy. Angel sighed, thinking about having to work. Maybe it's better to just die. Aki gave him a disdainful look. So negative, lazy dog. Here, Angel handed the menu to Kale without looking up. Kale was cautious. A subtle thought, and he pretended to brush the back of Angel's hand. Triggered dark water, advanced eye effect 10 times. Luck attribute limit increased to 10. Good, it worked. The angel devil's reaction was immediate. He sprang as if stepped on a nail, eyes wide, terror replacing listlessness. You just touched me, he shouted, disbelief cracking his voice. Sorry, Kale looked innocent. The angel's chest heaved. Is that sorry? You're trying to get yourself killed, don't you know touching me drains? Mid-sentence, he froze. No lifespan had been drained. Logically, a month should have vanished, but nothing. How could this be? A contracted devil's effect. The angel's outburst silenced the room. Mr. Fu tried to smooth things over. Just be careful next time, a light touch shouldn't matter. Clink, clink, clink. Haimno tapped her glass with chopsticks, flushed red. Namu Amitabutsu, our zombie killer lost 2 months of lifespan. Let us offer our condolences. Amen. Chapter 49. The angel devil hesitated, glancing at Kale with a mixture of caution and disbelief. He didn't mention, not in front of everyone, that his ability had been completely ineffective against him. All right, Yasuda Yuzuki said gently, trying to diffuse the tension. Angel, calm down, Kale didn't do it on purpose. And Kale, she continued with a soft chuckle, just think of those 2 months of your lifespan as a lesson. A little time like that is nothing. Most public safety devil hunters don't even make it to Mr. Kishibe's age. The remark carried a morbid humor. Oh dear, did I scare the newcomers? Yasuda covered her mouth, realizing she might have overstepped. Her concern was valid. Higashiyama Kobni's hands trembled as she held her plate. Mr. Fu sighed, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. When I was young, I worked as a hotline customer service agent. I handled the problems that the regular online support couldn't. Public safety is no different. We deal with devils too dangerous for private hunters. That's why the mortality rate is so high. Even during a victory celebration, the room's mood briefly turned somber. Power scoffed, shoving fried chicken into her mouth with zero manners. Heh, this great me is going to be world president for 100 years. You're the ones dying, I won't die. Kale blinked. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, or maybe a few days apart had just leveled up her ego. Waitress, bring me a glass of draft beer, thanks, Yasuda Yuzuki said, handing her empty glass to the server. Yuzuki-chan, didn't I just order a whole crate? That should be enough, right? Haimno slurred slightly, leaning on Hayakawa Aki with a hiccup. Draft beer is fresher, lighter, and tastes better, Yasuda explained. She then glanced around, a serious note amidst the banter. We don't have any minors here, right? Only juice for them, no alcohol. Chug, chug, chug. Haimno finished a bottle and grabbed Aki's hand, raising it. Minors, raise your hands. No one moved. Just Aki and me, Haimno groaned. Too much booze again, Aki rubbed her forehead. With the world president and the drunkard stirring chaos, the mood turned lively again. By the way, Yasuda turned to Kale, Mr. Zombie looks really young. How old are you? Zombie killer a moment ago, now Mr. Zombie. Kale answered calmly, 19. 19, Yasuda's eyes widened. What a great age, young and promising. I'm about 10 years older than you. Kale's professional instincts kicked in. Pinching his chin, he observed her face closely. She looks younger than her age, he thought. Based on his experience with corpses and understanding human facial features, he estimated her age around 24 or 25. Yasuda noticed his scrutiny. Haha, thanks. A burly man with a stern look spoke up. Since this is a special Division 4 exchange meeting, newcomers should introduce themselves. Name, age, and your contracted devil. Power huffed, dare give orders to the future world president, balls human. Iki shook her head. This is a public place. Fine, talk about other things, but don't reveal contracted devils. Only share abilities with those you can trust. The burly man glanced at her, still rigid as ever, Iki. Yasuda raised a finger. Why not introduce your hobbies instead? It's a fast way to know someone. Let's start with Angel, she pointed. Me, Angel seemed dazed. I'm a devil, why do human things exhausting? Don't be a buzzkill, funds the point, cheer up a bit. Angel stood reluctantly. Angel, 17, Angel Devil, hobby, skipping work. Hyemno blinked. 17, then why didn't you raise your hand earlier? Power jumped up impatiently. This great me is Power. Age, forget it, assume 18. Favorite thing, Nyanko. Not blood, Mr. Fu raised an eyebrow, surprised. Kale's turn, he stayed seated. Standing would make him feel inferior. Kale, 19, can't talk about my contracted devil. Hobby, forget it. You're still eating, so definitely can't say it. Iki twitched. Could it relate to her profession? Only Hyemno, Iki, and Kobni knew about Kale's Undertaker role. Power pointed triumphantly. I know, he's my Prime Minister's hand. Hobby, helping me stamp documents. Finally, Kobni stood, fists clenched. Higashiyama Kobni, 20, contracted devil, secret, hobby, eating delicious food. Yasuda smiled. By the way, those clothes are cute. Indeed, Kale agreed. Kobni blushed. Hand-me-downs from my older sister. Yasuda added, Kobni has 9 siblings. Impressive, right? 9, really? Kale was genuinely surprised. The burly man frowned. Leaving aside the temporary worker zombie kid, Kobni, you're young, why risk life as a devil hunter? Shouldn't you be studying or finding a proper job? Cowardly too. You'd be better off resigning. Kale remained speechless. What the hell is zombie kid? And his comment to Kobni, zero empathy. Kobni's bottom line shattered. Tears streamed. She covered her trembling lips. My parents only intended for my brother to go to university. I had to work to pay his tuition. But I have no education, no skills. So many places wouldn't hire me. The only high-paying jobs for me, public safety or sex work. She wept openly. I don't want to risk my life as a devil hunter. I don't want to die. I want to go to university too. Chapter 50. Kale fell silent, finally grasping Higashiyama Kobni's hardships. Sai, a dysfunctional family. This wasn't just about supporting her brother anymore. Combined with Yasuda Yuzuki's account, it was an entire dozen people, all leeching from her. Poor kid. Power, unable to contain herself, shamelessly clutched her stomach and burst out laughing. Look at the shorty's face, all tears, hahaha. Simp. Hayakawa Iki couldn't take it anymore. She stood and clocked Power with a knuckle sandwich. Ouch, Power howled, clutching her head. Braid girl, why'd you hit me? Don't laugh at Kobni. It's obviously hilarious, why can't I laugh? The angel devil, Angel, glanced over expressionlessly and pushed a tissue box toward Kobni. Yasuda Yuzuki gently stood, pulled out a few tissues, wiped Kobni's tears, and helped her sit back down. Softly, she reassured her, don't be afraid. Better days are ahead. You're strong, Kobni, you won't break that easily. Hyemno watched, her gaze unreadable. She was probably drunk. As Kobni's direct superior, she didn't offer words of comfort, letting the scene play out. Sakata, the burly man who had earlier told Kobni to quit, spoke bluntly but logically. Being a public safety devil hunter wasn't exactly a normal job. Could she ever surpass the gun devil? One appearance, and millions could die, tens of millions displaced. If not for the pay, resigning early would make sense. Even Hyemno herself thought about switching to civilian hunting, less dangerous devils, bounty money. Tisk, if not for worrying about Iki, Hyemno might have left long ago. Here, Kobni, eat more. Don't cry, okay? Yasuda picked up a slice of papaya and placed it in her hands. Thank you, senior. Kobni sniffled, gradually calming. Sorry, I didn't realize your situation, Sakata murmured, lowering his head. An awkward silence fell. Kale decided to shift the conversation, turning to Heikawa. By the way, that tall guy who came with Kobni and Hymno at the amusement park, why isn't he here? I think his name was Eri. He's gone. Aki reached for a cigarette, but immediately remembered the table manners and put it back. Gone so soon, Kale frowned. Did he sacrifice himself? He resigned? Hymno corrected, clutching Aki's arm. Drunkenly, she explained, that tall, pure-hearted guy was Eri Hirokazu, 22, contracted with the fox devil like Aki. Hobby, haiku, but the shooting incident scared him off. Not just him, dozens quit too. I see, Kale nodded, taking a quiet sip of beer. Hymno slammed her glass on the table. Her eyes scanned the room, standing and shouting, who among you wants to kiss me? Aki groaned, oh no, Senior's drunk again. Kale frowned, is she serious? I need the restroom, excuse me. Mr. Fu waved and left casually. I'll get you a bowl of miso soup, Kobni, Yasuda offered. Sakata also excused himself, suddenly feel like smoking. The veterans had survived Hymno's drunken antics before. Whenever she drank, she became a kissing maniac, regardless of gender. The old guard slipped out quietly, leaving only Kale, Kobni, Angel, and Power. Aki, still held by Hymno around the neck, didn't count as a newcomer. Hymno grinned, eyes scanning the remaining group. Eye patch girl, don't interrupt my meal, Power snapped, chomping a chicken leg. Kobni shivered under Hymno's gaze. As long as you're not brain dead, you won't touch me, Angel said calmly. Kale shrugged, Senior Hymno, you know I have a girlfriend. Hymno shook her head in mock disappointment. None of the newcomers could be touched, and the others had fled. Only one target remained. Aki Tilda. Senior, calm down. It'll be over soon, Aki warned, sweating bullets. Once Hymno's antics concluded, everyone returned to their seats. The only victim, Hayakawa Aki. At that moment, the izakaya's curtain lifted. Ara, everyone seems to be having fun. Makima entered, Pachita perched on her head. Woof! Pachita wagged his tail excitedly at Kale. Makima removed her black coat and blood-stained shoes. Excuse me, a draft beer, please. Hymno perked up. Ha, Makima's here and I haven't kissed her yet, shame, if only you'd arrived earlier. Aki grimaced, dabbing at vomit with a handkerchief. I'd rather Senior Hymno vomit on me. Makima sat across from Angel. She finished her beer and called to the counter, another draft beer, please. Pachita, having missed Kale, leapt into his arms. Kale noticed his fur felt even softer. Makima really cared for him. 15 minutes late, everything okay? Aki asked. Gulp, 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 Makima downed another beer. Encountered a cilantro devil on the way, took a bit to handle it. Yuck, Power gagged. I hate cilantro, you should have left it for me to blow up. Next time, Makima replied calmly, sipping her beer like a traveler dying of thirst. Kale stroked Pachita, impressed. There's really a cilantro devil. Yes, as long as humans fear something, a devil appears. Those afraid of cilantro or tomatoes, probably picky kids. Yeah, like Power here. Power opened her mouth to protest, but remembered Kale had awarded her a Nobel Prize, so she grumbled instead. Prime Minister's hand, you're being disrespectful. Aki looked at Makima with curiosity. On your Kyoto trip, any updates on the gun devil? Makima waved to the counter again. I'll tell you if Aki can beat me in a drinking contest. Drinking? Yay, I want in too. Hymno eagerly squeezed herself in. Kale, want to join? The more the merrier. Makima glanced at him holding Pachita, her gaze unreadable. Kale waved, I drove here, no drinking. Chapter 51. Half an hour later, only a few dishes remained on the table. The rest of the space was buried under empty beer glasses, easily over 100 of them. Hayakawa, Aki, and Hymno were flushed bright red, slumped over the table, completely out cold. A thin line of drool ran down from the corners of their mouths. Neither of them could hold their liquor. They had been drunk under the table by Makima. By the way, does Pachita want some alcohol? Kale asked, glancing at the little orange devil in his arms as it gnawed on toast. Woof, Pachita shook his head. Excuse me, another draft beer, and please clear the empty glasses. Makima ordered calmly, her expression unchanged, as if she had not just crushed everyone in a drinking contest. There was no sign of intoxication. Dinner was winding down. Aside from Power and Pachita, almost no one was eating anymore. Most of them were focused on drinking. Yasuda Yuzuki rested her chin in her hand and observed the group with interest. She enjoyed meeting new people and was skilled at navigating social situations. In any new environment, she could close the distance with strangers naturally. However, this was her first time meeting Makima. For reasons she could not quite explain, she did not dare to initiate a conversation with her. As expected of a devil hunter who answers directly to the Prime Minister, she thought. Instead, Yasuda turned to Power, who was still stuffing her face. Power, you're impressive. It's rare to see a fiend who shows so little hostility toward humans. Power burst into laughter. Hahaha, that's because my IQ is insanely high. She tapped her head with her chopsticks. Only low IQ fiends attack humans on sight like animals. Oh, so a fiend's urge to hurt people is related to IQ? Yasuda folded her hands together. Then, what is your IQ, Power? Power frowned. Probably 100. What a coincidence. Mine is around 102. That does not seem very high. Is that so? Power pinched her chin thoughtfully. Then I remembered wrong. Mine is 120. Yasuda glanced at Mr. Fu, who had been spacing out. I recall Mr. Fu's was quite high, right? Oh, Mr. Fu snapped out of his daze. Mine is 134. Yasuda covered her mouth and laughed. Did you memorize that number on purpose? Huh? Power looked offended. How was someone else higher than her? She forced a polite smile. I remembered wrong again. My IQ should be 500, or maybe 1,000. That is impossible. Yasuda chuckled and turned to Kale, who had been sitting idly. What about you, Kale? What's your IQ? Probably average, normal intelligence. I can take care of myself, that is good enough, Kale replied lazily. Then Miss Makima must have the highest IQ here, Mr. Fu speculated. Yasuda seized the chance and looked at Makima. Miss Makima is so busy every day, you seem like the genius type. Do you know your IQ? Makima set down her glass, looking mildly troubled. IQ, I have never tested it. Perfect timing then, Kale said, pulling out his phone. I found an online test based on the WAIS. It looks decent. Oh dear, is it all right to test after drinking? Makima asked softly. You look sober as hell, Kale replied. Very well, I will try. Makima took the phone and began answering seriously. She finished in 20 minutes and placed the phone flat on the table. Everyone leaned closer. 152, Yasuda said with admiration. That is genius level. At that moment, Mr. Fu raised his own phone. While Miss Makima was testing, I took it too. His result was 128. It seems alcohol really does affect the brain, he said with a self-deprecating laugh. My turn. Power rubbed her hands eagerly and reached for Kale's phone. The phone slid neatly back into Kale's palm, leaving her grabbing air. Kale held it firmly and spoke in a solemn tone. This test is not suitable for you, Power. Your IQ is too high. It exceeds the test limits, so the result would be inaccurate. I see, Power nodded seriously. Since Makima is 152, it is only logical that I am 10 times smarter. That makes me 1520. Exactly, Kale said without missing a beat. Makima smiled faintly as she unwrapped a lollipop and placed it in her mouth. Everyone, this may dampen the mood, but I have orders from above. Since the main members of Special Division 4 are here, I will relay the message. The atmosphere instantly tightened. Kale remained relaxed. No matter how serious it was, it would not fall on a temporary worker like him. But Haimno and Hayakawa Iki are completely drunk. Is it all right if they miss this? Yasuda asked. Drunk I am not, ZZZ. Haimno suddenly shot upright as if triggered, then collapsed back into sleep. It is fine, I will inform them later. Makima looked around calmly. We have obtained new information about the hidden gun devil. The moment she said those words, it felt as if time stopped. Hearts skipped, faces stiffened. Kobni's teeth chattered, her legs trembling violently. The gun devil. Hayakawa Iki's eyes snapped open. She forced herself upright through the haze of alcohol. Yes, Makima nodded. We collected enough gun devil pieces during the operation at the hotel. The fragments have begun moving toward the main body. Therefore, the selection process for the gun devil expedition has begun. Do I have to go? Kobni's joy over the free meal vanished. The urge to resign surged within her. Makima looked at her gently. Not everyone qualifies. Only devil hunters whose strength has been recognized may participate. Miss Makima, so that means I can choose not to go, right? Kobni asked weakly. Makima sighed softly. If you are concerned, you do not have to go, although your performance against the snake devil was impressive. Bang! Hayakawa Iki slammed her hand on the table. I joined public safety for this day. I will go. Then you must work harder, Makima replied. Your current achievements are not enough. She then looked at Kale. What about you? Not going, Kale said immediately. The answer caused a brief silence. If Kale joined the expedition and died in the battle against the gun devil, Pachita would have nowhere else to go. What a shame. Chapter 52. The senior colleagues exchanged complicated glances. They had been with public safety for years, unlike Kale with his reckless nonchalance or the timid newcomer Akai, who avoided confrontation at all costs. Their position was awkward, caught in the middle with no clear way up or down. Their only choice was to participate in the subjugation mission. But if mere gangs and a few dozen pistols could throw Tokyo's devil hunters into chaos, how could they possibly face the gun devil in its full form? The so-called gun devil expedition was, in simple terms, a suicide mission. Yasuda Yuzuki, unusually pensive, lit a cigarette. If we managed to kill that gun bastard, we could finally live a good life. When that time comes, I want to return to my hometown and get married. My childhood friends had a crush on me forever. Is that so, Ms. Yasuda? You must send me an invitation, Makima said coolly, her expression untouched. Will Miss Makima also join the subjugation mission? Mr. Fu asked, a trace of melancholy in his eyes, the lines on his face deepening. Of course, it's my duty as a devil hunter under the cabinet, Makima replied, though her mind seemed elsewhere. The expedition wasn't what occupied her thoughts. It was only a ruse meant to ignite a war to seize flesh. But war or no war, Makima's concern was singular, Pachita. Previously, the reason she adopted Pachita was to keep it safe from Sawatari Akin's gang. Now, with the gang neutralized, Kale could easily take Pachita back. Killing him was an option, but Pachita liked Kale, even sharing its power with him. If she killed him, Pachita would hate her, and being hated by her idol was unbearable. The ideal approach was control. Makima had the ability to control beings who saw themselves as weaker than her. Using the control devil's power, she could make Kale willingly distance himself from Pachita without arousing suspicion. But then another problem emerged. Makima couldn't understand Kale. She could not discern the principles behind his strange black hole power, nor which devil he had contracted. She had overheard him mention the Blackbeard devil. But according to all her informants, no such devil existed. A being with that power would surely have a fearsome name, not Blackbeard. Clearly, it was a ruse to deceive the war devil, a simple-minded adversary. Not only was Kale's contracted devil mysterious, his physical state was unusual. Each time they met, he seemed stronger than before, leaving Makima both intrigued and cautious. Apart from work, Kale spent time with the war devil. Their relationship was changing, evolving. Could love make someone stronger? No, that was unlikely. It had to be a different mechanism. After battling devils, Kale grew stronger. Especially after killing zombies, his aura shifted, unrecognizable from when she first met him. Could he, like her, control the weak? She had never made a contract with him, and their powers manifested differently. Every thought of Kale threw her mind into chaos. Rationality, usually her advantage, now felt like a limitation. If only she could be as confident as Asa or Yaru, thinking, I am stronger than you. She could have controlled Kale long ago. Miss Makima, I'll take the drunk person home first. Please excuse me, Mr. Fu said, helping the completely inebriated Hyemno to her feet. After Makima explained the gun devil subjugation, the room's energy deflated, the previous enthusiasm for food and drink evaporating. All expenses tonight are on me, Makima reminded. Leave without worry. Power helped the tipsy Hayakawa-iki, following behind Mr. Fu. Hey, you up front, I want to drive. Can I try? You don't have a driver's license, Mr. Fu said. A driver's license. I had one when I was 3, Power shot back. As Kobni left, she bowed timidly to Makima. Miss Makima, thank you for tonight. The food was delicious, the drinks perfect. If it weren't for the terrifying words that followed, it could have been the perfect dinner. Perhaps Kobni didn't just like good food, she liked anything free. As long as Akai enjoyed herself, Makima said with a sweet smile. One by one, everyone left. Soon, only Kale, Pachita, and Makima remained. Makima raised an eyebrow at Kale. Why wasn't he leaving, just sitting there idly? Want one? She offered, pulling a crumpled Chupa Chups lollipop from her pocket. Kale took it. He didn't smoke, rarely drank, and only sampled alcohol lightly to avoid Asa inhaling fumes. This is good, he said, unwrapping the lollipop. Strawberry, sweet. Makima tilted her head slightly. Mine's chocolate, want a swap? Can't that be an indirect kiss? Kale said with a wry smile. Oh, Makima replied unfazed. Everyone else has left, why aren't you going? Waiting for you, Kale said, spreading his hands. Meh. You've had too much to drink to drive. I'm headed that way anyway, so I'll give you a ride home. I can take a taxi. No need, I've already paid, Kale said. Makima's expression flickered subtly. I'm not short on money. Kale smiled faintly. Consider it living expenses for taking care of Pachita. You've worked hard, Makima. Her eyes dimmed slightly. Of course, he paid. This was a prelude to taking Pachita. Woof, Pachita barked, signaling Kale privately. Pachita wants to go outside, Kale said, making a casual excuse as he walked toward the street, holding the little devil. But there's a restroom in the store, Makima said. This, Kale hesitated, embarrassed. Pachita prefers a lamppost. Makima. Kale left the izakaya and squatted under a nearby lamppost. Here, Pachita, what do you want? Vroom. The chainsaw atop Pachita's head roared violently, interrupting him. Pachita, Kale frowned. Did it suddenly want to cut the lamppost down? Chainsaw buzzing prevents Makima from eavesdropping, Pachita said, audible only to Kale. Suddenly, he understood. Oh, what do you want to say? Pachita nodded. I want to ask Kale, Makima, do you want her? Chapter 53. Makima's head buzzed with a persistent, low hum. She rubbed her temples, her gaze distant and melancholy. Is it just noise? What kind of secrets are whispered behind my back? Across the street, Kale squatted beside Pachita, brows furrowed. No, Pachita, the wind was strong. I didn't hear clearly, he said uncertain. Pachita let the chainsaw on its head roar again, eyes sharp as it spoke deliberately, word by word. I said, should Kale take in Makima and establish a romantic relationship with her? Kale froze, his brain felt as if it had been turned to mush by the chainsaw's roar. Why the hell? Pachita wagged its tail, calm as ever. Kale, I'm a devil. I'm more sensitive to emotions. When you first met Makima, you really did feel a spark, didn't you? No, Kale said sharply, taking a breath. He needed to set boundaries. That spark was just respect for her as a devil hunter, nothing romantic. And Pachita, you know Asa is my girlfriend, right? Right, Pachita nodded, following his words. It's precisely because you're dating war that I'm making this suggestion. Since you have time for war, it should be fine to spare some for the control devil too, right? Kale's pupils shrank. That was terrifying information. Wait, Pachita, slow down. War, control. He quickly pieced the puzzle together. Asa confessed to me, so I know Yoru is the war devil, Kale said slowly. And the control devil, that's Makima. Yes, Pachita said, eyes narrowing playfully. A terrifying devil whose power treats everyone like dogs. A devil hunter directly under the cabinet is a devil, Kale's surprise deepened. Even more shocking was that the pinnacle of Japan's power allowed this. Pachita continued. Makima signed a contract with the cabinet, binding her life to all Japanese citizens as long as she serves them. The cabinet's goal is to use Makima's power to control the world. This isn't idle speculation. In today's society, fear and control are everywhere. That makes her power unmatched. If the cabinet succeeds, the world is finished. The cabinet is evil. Kale's brows knitted. Damn war criminals, they're too much. A surge of frustration rose in him. Pachita, maybe I should just kill everyone in the cabinet, he muttered. With his current abilities, a prepared strike could take out several ministers easily. Pachita's eyes widened. That only solves the short-term problem. New officials might be just as bad. Kale rubbed his chin. Then I'll keep killing until the new cabinet ministers behave. Problem solved. Sweat dotted Pachita's forehead. Is your bloodlust heavier than mine? This only treats symptoms, not the cause. You know what's critical if the cabinet wants their goal. Makima, of course, Kale replied immediately. She has always wanted a loving, family-like relationship, Pachita continued. But she doesn't know how to connect with others. The cabinet disciplined her with fear tactics for too long. She only knows how to rule with terror. So, Kale, you just need to make her a bit normal, like a human, a romantic relationship, a taste of warmth, just like you did for war. Kale's lip twitched. His own dog at home wanted him to be a scumbag. Cough, Pachita, let's clarify. My girlfriend is a Sa, not the war devil inside her. So I haven't actually dated a devil, he said, trying to straighten things out. Pachita blinked, confused. But you're Scent, clearly the same person. Kale shrugged. Sharing a body, yes. I can guide Makima toward normal thinking, but a romance? That's a stretch. Pachita tilted its head. Love is great, though. Having two would double happiness. I can help Kale and Makima get closer. Kale smiled faintly, stroking its fur. I get it, Pachita. I'll try to correct Makima's twisted mindset. Let's go. After we send her home, we'll head back. Denji misses you. Pachita hesitated, shaking its head. I can't go back yet. Why? Sigh, Kale realized he underestimated Makima's psychological complexity. She had never seen light. Darkness was all she knew. If Pachita left now, who knew what chaos she might unleash? Makima needs me more than you do, Pachita said bluntly. And since you're dating war, I risk being discovered. Better to wait. The conversation turned back to the war devil. War, Kale remembered his last chat with Asa. You said Pachita ate her children. True. Pachita's eyes widened, innocent and cute. It's true. Kale hissed, baffled. Terrifying actions paired with that adorable face. Why would you do that? Pachita lifted a short leg, scratching its neck. It's complicated. I'll return them in time, but not yet. Back in the izakaya, a young girl appeared silently across from Makima. She wore a black baseball cap, purple shoulder-length hair, and dangling balance scale earrings. Her head tilted slightly as she studied the menu intently. Makima folded her hands, smile cold. You actually dare to sh. Ow up hunger. Little sister, can you buy me dinner? Fami looked up slightly. Chapter 54. Regrettably, sister, the dinner is already over. Makima's voice was cold, and a faint halo, shaped like an umbilical cord, appeared above her head. This was the manifestation of her control over the angel devil. She could summon lifespan weapons. The longer the lifespan consumed, the stronger the weapon. If 1,000-year lifespan were used, the weapon could even severely wound the black saw. 300 years use. Fami glanced listlessly at Makima, cutting her off. Little sister, if you want the black saw to stay by your side, I can help. Makima's face remained calm, but her heart skipped a beat. Fami had seen through her thoughts. Fami casually scanned the menu. Curious how I know? Simple. I used the eternal devil to imprison the justice devil and starved it, turning it into my pawn. Mind reading is unique to the justice devil. One of the hunger devil's powers was to convert hungry beings into pawns, similar to Makima's idealistic control, but it required hunger as a prerequisite. What Fami said wasn't entirely true. Makima's gaze hardened. Your pawn? Sister, save that lie for war. You've already absorbed the Justice Devil, made a contract with the Samataka, and plan to activate the War Devil. And those earrings, they're quite the statement. Fami's balance scale earrings symbolized justice, though her head was never perfectly straight, a metaphor that absolute fairness never exists. Facing Makima, Fami nodded casually. With too many eyes watching, hiding anything from her eldest sister was impossible. Except for our eldest sister, still slumbering, control is indeed the smartest among us three, Fami said, but my offer to help you is true. So, can my little sister treat me to a meal? Food and clothing were abundant in this era, and physical hunger faded. Spiritual hunger, however, persisted. Fami alleviated her physiological hunger by eating immediately, but spiritual hunger demanded constant stimulation, and for her, nothing was more satisfying than tormenting her eldest sister, the death demon. Days ago, when Asa and Kale visited the Dome amusement park, Fami hired a man to give a war speech, boosting fear and increasing the war devil's power. Now, her visit to Makima had the same purpose. Fami ate Indian style, using her hands, getting food all over herself. A drunken man, having finished dinner, stepped out, then inexplicably back into the izakaya. Makima's eyes flickered. At some point, Fami had let the eternal devil swallow the entire restaurant. With a faint smile, Makima said, "Eternal devil. Hunger, you don't really think that can trap me, do you?" "Call me Fami," she said casually, licking her fingers. "I just wanted my meal undisturbed, and since we haven't seen each other for a while, you won't mind catching up, right?" The eternal devil could manipulate time and space, creating a pocket reality where time stood still and captives fell into eternal loops. Against Makima's control, it was insignificant, a gutter-tier devil. With a thought, she could make it commit suicide. "I do mind," Makima said calmly, meeting Fami's eyes. "Oh," Fami said nonchalantly, already swallowing a mouthful of ramen. "The Nostradamus Great Prophecy. In the 7th month next year, the King of Terror will descend, ending humanity's era, replaced by devils." "I know," Makima replied, propping her chin. "Public safety experimented with 30 prisoners, having them sign contracts with the future devil to see their death dates. 23 of them received the prophecy they'd die next July," Fami added. Makima gave a contemptuous smile. "Our eldest sister, the death demon, will revive in July, but as long as my plan works, the era of devils won't come. The prophecy can be corrected." Fami shoveled rice with her hands. "With little sister's current strength, you're indeed qualified to challenge eldest sister. Control, let's cooperate. With both of us, preventing the prophecy is possible." "Cooperate?" Makima smiled faintly. "I don't just want to deal with eldest sister. Hunger and war too. It'd be better if you all just disappeared." Burp tilde. Having eaten her fill, Fami tilted her head. "Little sister is scary. I have no enmity and even want to fight eldest sister with you." She showed no fear, wiping her mouth with a tissue before standing. "Since little sister won't cooperate, I'll continue supporting third sister." Fami's figure gradually disappeared, leaving a faint reminder. "Controlling the black saw isn't easy, but don't worry, I'll always be your backup. I'll nurture third sister into the King of War to use against the King of Terror. By the way, I didn't bring money, so the bill's on you." Chapter 55. Crunch. Makima's fists clenched audibly, her muscles taut. Compared to her third sister, War, who wasn't the sharpest, her second sister, Fami, was far more troublesome. As her own sister, Makima knew her well enough. Fami had no clear objectives. She acted purely to fill her emptiness. "Sister, sooner or later, I'll let Chainsaw Man eat you." Crunch, Makima chewed her lollipop, unbothered. Yet a certain inconsiderate devil remained. Was this Fami's plan? To make herself unbearably hungry so she could manipulate Makima? "Fine, don't even think about leaving." Makima's mood darkened further. She gazed at the izakaya ceiling and said coldly, "Eternal devil, say, I am willing to dedicate everything to Makima." A hidden space in the restaurant squirmed and a grotesque face appeared. It was the eternal devil. Its flesh writhed uncontrollably, rasping in a discordant voice, "I am willing to dedicate everything to Makima." "Good child," Makima said with a faint smile. "Crush your own heart." "Why yes, my lord." Rip, the sound of flesh and bone tearing filled the room. The eternal devil pulled out a Mobius strip-shaped chunk of its own flesh, its heart, and squeezed it violently. Blood splattered everywhere, drenching diners, tables, and dishes. Click, the second hand on the wall clock resumed moving. Time flowed again. Screams and chaos erupted. Makima calmly approached the cashier, showing her identification. "Don't be nervous. I'm a public safety devil hunter, and the devil has been eradicated." She pulled out her phone. "Here's 40,000 yen, which covers the table and cleaning fee." Wait, why don't we?" Before the cashier could finish, Makima left, ignoring any protests. 40,000 yen was a fair price. She moved like someone playing a single-player game, unconcerned with NPC complaints. Putting on her shoes and black coat, she stepped outside. Just then, Kale and Pachita arrived. The chaotic scene, combined with Pachita's earlier words, immediately connected in Kale's mind. Looking at the blood-soaked room, he narrowed his eyes. "Makima, what exactly is this? Could she have started a rampage?" Makima wiped the blood from her clothes with a handkerchief. "Don't worry, this is devil blood. I've taken care of it. No one was hurt. Let's go, take me home." Meeting Fami had left Makima inexplicably down. She didn't even attempt a fake smile. The thought of Pochita being taken by Kale only worsened it. She wanted to kill him, she thought. All right. Kale noted Makima's assertiveness had grown. He got her into the car and drove toward her apartment. He had promised Pochita he'd try to be friends with Makima, but her mood was clearly low and conversation was nearly non-existent. An hour and a half later, they arrived in front of a high-end apartment building. Thank you, Makima said, her professional fake smile back in place, leaving decisively. Farewells were always awkward. The longer one lingered, the more foolish they felt. Wait. Kale jogged a few steps to catch up. Makima paused. Is there anything else? She expected some kind of show-off move. Instead, Kale handed Pochita into her arms, smiling faintly. Makima, you left Pochita behind. Woof, Pochita wagged its tail at her. Makima froze. Kale this. Kale rubbed his forehead. Pochita seems to like you. The store's been busy, so I thought you could look after it a bit longer. Is that okay? Makima's resentment melted into something subtler. Busy was good. Very good. If the store stayed busy, and Kale wasn't taking Pochita away, even better. Of course I'll take care of Pochita, she said genuinely. Her smile was charming. Unlike her professional smile, this one conveyed warmth. Then can we be friends? Kale extended his hand. Makima held Pochita and tilted her head. Friends? Aren't Kale and I already friends? Kale smiled warmly. You treat everyone like dogs. I want to be real friends with you. This was foreign to Makima. In her worldview, there were only three things: her idol, Black Saw Pochita, her sisters, death, hunger, and war, and everything else, dogs. A real friend? What was that? Yet, since Kale had fulfilled her wish and returned Pochita, remembering his scent was the first step to becoming a real friend. Makima freed one hand, shook Kale's, and twitched her delicate nose. Okay, I've remembered your scent. Kale's scent was unlike any human or devil, unique even among weapon humans. Elements of life, death, engine oil, shockwaves, and darkness blended perfectly. She had never smelled anything so complex. Glancing at his watch, Kale said, Go rest. It's almost midnight. Woof, Pochita leapt onto Makima's shoulder, whispering. Kale, wait. Makima stepped a few meters away to a snack vending machine. Oh, Kale puzzled. Pochita says I should thank you, Makima confirmed. Pochita nodded. Kale treated Makima to a meal and drove her home. Friends should express thanks. But didn't I already thank you? Your thanks were too perfunctory, Pochita explained. To show gratitude, do something the other person would like. I see. Pochita, what does Kale like? How should I show my thanks? Pochita hesitated. Kale seemed unable to kiss anyone other than the war devil for now, so they compromised. When I'm happy, I lick Kale's face. Why don't you do that too? Makima furrowed her delicate brows, inhaled deeply, and understood. She bought 2 drinks and approached Kale. Makima, I've had enough. Without pause, Makima leaned in, tongue lightly sliding across his face. Kale froze, blushing, a mix of shock and ticklishness. A faint chocolate milk scent lingered, the Chupa Chups lollipop. Makima. She handed him the drinks and said evenly, Kale, thank you. To thank a friend, you should lick them with your tongue. Chapter 56. The bright moon hung in the sky as night settled over the city. Streetlights cast long shadows of 2 figures stretching across the pavement. To thank a friend, you use your tongue to lick, Makima said seriously. Pochita, perched on her shoulder, winked at Kale as if expecting him to take note. Gulp, Kale's Adam's apple bobbed nervously, his throat tightening with each heartbeat. His chest felt like it might explode. Oh God, Makima was too beautiful. Such an intimate gesture made Kale's mental defenses waver. Even though she was a devil, his heart couldn't help but race. No, wait. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. The plan for Makima's psychological recovery involved friendship, not romance. He couldn't let this continue. Makima had cognitive distortions. She was acting like this because of Pochita's prompting, not because she liked him. Kale had to stay disciplined. Besides, he already had a SA. Cough. Kale cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment and returned to the car quickly. I have to go, get some rest early. Okay, Makima waved through the car window. My house is big, come by any time. The dogs at home really like Kale. Yeah, I'll bring Denji when I have time. Kale left in a hurry, 3 steps taking him 2 blocks away. He had invested far too many points in charm, his desires were stronger than normal. And Makima, her charisma was undeniably fatal. Right now, Kale felt like dry kindling that could ignite at the slightest spark. I have to leave, he thought. If I don't, I'll embarrass myself. Besides, Asa was likely resting. Their relationship hadn't reached its next level yet. He shouldn't disturb her. Looks like it was time to log into Onmyoji and clear a few raids, until morning. Room 606. Asa Mitaka, dragging 2 bags of bread, sank into the kitchen chair. She had spent the day under Yoru's insistence searching for Chainsaw Man, to no avail. Gulp, she poured a glass of water, took a sip, and sighed. We haven't seen Chainsaw Man in so long. Yoru, do you think he might have left Japan? Rip, Yoru took control, grabbing a slice of dry bread. No, devils have keen senses. I can smell the chainsaw. He's definitely in Tokyo. What Yoru smelled was naturally Pachita's scent. Unless Makima revealed herself, Pachita would remain hidden. Sigh, Asa's exhale was heavy with worry. Asa, why the sigh? Yoru asked. Are you impatient after just 1 day of looking for Chainsaw Man? Didn't we agree to split control 50-50? Whether it's dating or other things, I have no problem with it. It's not that, Asa hesitated. I was thinking more seriously. Oh. Last time at the amusement park, didn't we see Chainsaw Man? Yeah. The Chainsaw Man who saved the day blew the Bat Devil away in an instant, while Yoru had to struggle just to handle it. I was thinking. Yoru is too weak right now. Even if we find Chainsaw Man, what then? You talk about revenge all the time, but if you meet him, you won't win. Yoru fell silent, swallowing her bread. After a long pause, her face reddened. If I could regain my strength from my prime, defeating Chainsaw Man isn't impossible. Asa gave a small tisk, adding heartlessly, that doesn't change the fact that you're weak right now. The past isn't the present. You're always comparing yourself to the past. Why not compare to when you were just born? Asayu, Yoru choked, unable to respond. Suddenly, beside Asa's seat, a young girl appeared out of thin air. Sister, are you just eating dry bread like that? Waya, Asa jumped back, startled, taking control of her body. It was Fami, whom they had met before. She tilted her head listlessly, gathering the half-eaten and unopened bread into her arms. How did you get in? Asa demanded. The door had been locked. This person appeared out of nowhere. Fami ignored her, asking casually, Sister, can I eat these 1.5 bags of bread? I remember now, you're the hunger devil, Yoru exclaimed, revealing Fami's identity. Yes, can I eat them? Fami repeated, completely unfazed. She tore open the packaging and devoured the bread slices. A short while later, the bags were empty along with most of a bottle of jam. Fami stood, looking around the kitchen. I'm here to fulfill the wishes of my 2 sisters. Wishes? Yoru asked. Sisters, Asa repeated, confused. Yes, Fami said, eyes locking onto the fridge. May I see what's inside? No, get out or I'll kill you, Yoru roared. Fami opened the fridge, scanning it carefully. Yoru wants the power to defeat Chainsaw Man. Asa wants her relationship with her lover to progress. I can help with both. Yoru's expression turned serious. You. Asa's face flushed. Lover, how do you know that? Fami silently pulled out ready-to-eat meals. I had the Eternal Devil imprison the Justice Devil, starving it until it became my pawn. One of the Justice Devil's abilities is mind reading. Yoru frowned. To think you can still do this in your current state. Impressive. Why help us? Asa asked. Fami began eating in front of the fridge. You're my sisters. Helping my sisters needs no reason. What do we need to do? Yoru asked. By agreement, it's Asa's turn first. I'll help her first. Asa's expression was complicated. I appreciate the help, but could you not leave the fridge door open? It wastes electricity. Fami ignored her, reaching into her clothes to pull out an exquisite pendant. Here. Asa took it. Warmth radiated from the smooth stone, a hawk-shaped pendant engraved with her name on the back. Her eyes widened. This is. Fami sucked down 2 cartons of yogurt. It's a gift for my brother-in-law. It cost a lot, and it fits your style perfectly. Asa blushed. Thank you. Give it to him, he'll really like it, Fami added listlessly. Asa unconsciously shifted how she addressed her. Thank you, sister. Fami sighed, head tilted, not yet finished. Her body dissipated quickly. As for Yoru's wish, I'll need more preparation. I'll help you find Chainsaw Man soon. Chapter 57. That night the clock neared 11. Asamitaka, clad in khaki cotton pajamas, lay on a cushion, her pale, perfectly shaped feet swinging gently in the air. She examined the pendant in her hand, engraved with her name. It feels so smooth, she murmured. Yoru, how much do you think this jade pendant costs? Could it be worth 100,000 yen? Yoru, still preoccupied with matters concerning Chainsaw Man, answered casually, I don't know much about human currency. But since Hunger said it was expensive, it's definitely not cheap. More than 100,000 for sure. Hiss, that's pricey, Asa sighed, a smile tugging at her lips despite herself. Your eldest sister is surprisingly generous. Not only did she give me this pendant, she's also promised to help you find Chainsaw Man. Yoru frowned slightly. Actually, I don't know much about Hunger. I just know she eats a lot. But if she's willing to help me find Chainsaw Man, she must be decent, right? Hearing Yoru's detached assessment, Asa couldn't hold back. Ah, well, she put away the pendant. Has Yoru's mind been completely consumed by Chainsaw Man? That's your sister, your family. Asa, she and I are devils. Don't judge us by human standards, Yoru replied calmly. Who? Asa flipped onto her back, stretching lazily, a mischievous smile on her face. I'm free. With eldest sister Fami helping, I don't have to struggle looking for Chainsaw Man anymore. Just by her expression, I know she's terrifyingly strong, definitely beyond Yoru. You're talking nonsense, Yoru panicked. At my peak, none of the four sisters could match me. Hunger, I barely notice her, and eldest sister isn't worth my attention. All right, Yoru is the strongest, Asa teased, picking up her charging phone. That sounded too perfunctory. Ignoring Yoru's protests, Asa dialed a familiar number. Beep, beep, the call connected. Kale, what are you doing? On the other end, Kale had just finished his daily work at the funeral home. He sat in front of his computer, typing a document titled Makima Illness Recovery Training. Several thousand words were already written, carefully detailing methods to prevent ambitious members of the Japanese cabinet from achieving their goals. Feeling sleepy just moments ago, Kale's heart jumped at Asa's voice. I was thinking about Asa Tilda, he replied, mimicking her tone. Hehe, if you're thinking of me, should I come over? Kale's heart raced. Instinctively, he wanted to say yes, but it was too late. If she went out now, she could be in danger. Though protected by the War Devil, he had seen her struggle against the Bat Devil before. No, if anyone visits, it should be me visiting Asa. How dangerous would it be for a girl to wander out alone at night? He said firmly. Oh, Asa replied obediently, but a blush crept onto her face. You can come, though. I'm home alone. Kale, you can stay the night here. How about it? Kale took a deep breath. She was seducing him. He shut the computer without a second thought. Whoever wanted to write this document could do it later. He couldn't concentrate now. How many bedrooms does your house have? He teased. 1, Asa whispered. 1, then I'd sleep in the living room, he said, chuckling. Her face flamed crimson. We can share a room. Not afraid I'll do something bad? He asked. We're a couple. Eventually we have to do bad things, don't we? She stammered, finally ready to take this step with Kale. In other words, she agreed. Kale exhaled in relief, excitement mixing with satisfaction. After nearly a month of hesitation and teasing, they had finally reached this stage. So, are you coming, Kale? If you are, I won't go to sleep yet. He hesitated. Psychologically, he wanted to go immediately, but he couldn't rush. Ritual mattered. It was his first visit to Asamitaka's home. Showing up alone might make him look like a lustful fiend. He took a deep breath. It's really late today. I still have clothes to wash. Are you free tomorrow, Asa? Tomorrow, Asa blinked. Did he prefer daytime activities? Yes, I am free. Exams are over, and I haven't joined any university clubs, so I'm completely free. In fact, after Yoru possessed Asa, she had long embraced a life of skipping school, in favor of searching for Chainsaw Man or dating. That's good, I'll come tomorrow. Go to sleep now, staying up late speeds up aging. Kale, you should rest early too, and dream about me, Tilda. Kale waited until she hung up. Sleep would not come easily tonight. Dawn broke. Kale, exhausted from staying up all night, left the house early. What gift should he bring? Expensive jewelry? Diamonds? No, those were meaningless marketing traps. Asa would prefer something practical. He racked his brain. Asa had no obvious hobbies. One thing was clear: she loved obscure knowledge. At an aquarium, her detailed analysis of marine life impressed him far more than the official tour guide. While others might find her lectures dull, Kale found her utterly captivating. Perhaps a book would work? No, e-readers were more than sufficient. A physical encyclopedia would seem trivial. Clothes, then. Asa's wardrobe was modest, and she had ruined a jacket at the amusement park. Kale decided immediately. He went to a nearby clothing store and purchased 5 or 6 outfits that caught his eye. Thanks to his sharp memory and professional habit, he knew Asa's proportions perfectly, eliminating the need for her to try them on. The sales assistant's eyes lit up at Kale's generosity. Mustering courage, she held up some revealing lace-trimmed outfits. "Sir, since you're buying clothes for your girlfriend, would you like to see these sets?" Kale's eyelid twitched. Those were undoubtedly QQ outfits, entirely impractical and embarrassing. Asa would likely be mortified. He waved her off. "No, thank you, my girlfriend is aller. Edie beautiful, we don't need that to highlight her charm. Please show me something else." Chapter 58. Kale stood at Asamitaka's doorstep, carrying shopping bags of all sizes. In a city like Tokyo, where land is worth its weight in gold, Asa's home was technically an illegal structure. As he climbed the narrow stairs, a wave of congestion hit him in the face, the cramped space reminiscent of a pigeon coop. It was unavoidable. For convenient commutes to school, these types of buildings were likely the most cost-effective solution. A pang struck Kale's heart. Once he had saved enough for a small goal, he planned to upgrade Asa's living environment, somewhere more spacious, closer to him. No need to worry about commuting. As soon as Asa got her driver's license, he'd buy her a car. Traffic in Japan ran on the left, and the driver's seat was on the right, a combination that had left him dazed and lectured by the police when he first transmigrated. His savings plan was going smoothly, already 60% complete. Having skills was never a burden. Kale's craftsmanship was top-notch, and his funeral home's reputation was flawless, 0 negative reviews and glowing word of mouth from satisfied families. Ding-dong. Kale rang the doorbell. Quickly, footsteps echoed inside. "Kale, wait a moment, I'm coming." Asamitaka had been in her bedroom, putting on makeup for almost 2.5 hours. Normally, she didn't bother with cosmetics, showing little interest in impressing anyone. But today was different. Kale was visiting her home for the first time. She wanted to look perfect. Inexperience showed. Makeup applied and wiped, reapplied and wiped again, yet nothing seemed right. The doorbell rang, accelerating Asa's heartbeat. Few people came to see her, and it couldn't be anyone but Kale. Ignoring her half-finished makeup, she slid on her fuzzy doll slippers and jogged to open the door. Creak. Ka. Crash. Before she could speak, the surge of shopping bags toppled her backward onto the floor. She stared at the mountain of bags in shock. "Kale, these are." He closed the door behind him. "Gifts for you, Asa." Seeing her dazed, Kale scratched his head sheepishly. "I may have bought a bit too much, but these clothes will look amazing on you." Warmth spread through Asa's chest. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "How much did all this cost?" Kale leaned closer, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. "No amount of money is more important than you, Asa." "Kale, you're so annoying, Tilda," she said, gently pushing him away. She picked up the scattered bags and hung them over her arms. "I'll put these away first. Go change your coat and shoes, then come in." Asa hustled to put the gifts away, her cheeks burning and makeup a mess. The entryway wasn't the right place for this kind of commotion, especially in autumn's chill. Kale hung up his trench coat and followed her inside. Asa set 2 cups of hot milk on the coffee table and pulled him down onto the sofa. "I bought a lot of groceries yesterday. We can prepare a feast at home, no need to go out all day," she said. Kale understood. It was a subtle hint they were going to spend the day together. He handed Asa a bag of the new clothes. "It's still early. Try these on and see if they fit." Asa blinked. "Okay, I'll change in the room." Kale covered his eyes. "Or, you could change here, I won't peek." Biting her lower lip, Asa agreed. In this intimate relationship, a little modesty wasn't necessary. The rustle of clothes followed. Soon, Asa emerged in a pure white chiffon shirt paired with a khaki-pleated skirt falling just past her knees. The outfit highlighted her graceful curves while radiating a fresh, lively aura. "It fits surprisingly well," she said, spinning. "Kale, does it look good?" Kale gave a thumbs up, then pulled her into his arms. "My girl is the most beautiful girl." Blushing, Asa closed her eyes and tilted her head, asking for a kiss. Kale should have leaned in, but something felt off. "Huh," he murmured. Her lips hadn't felt the familiar kiss invasion for a while. Asa's eyes opened, confused. "Kale, what's wrong?" "Asa, did you put on makeup?" Yeah," she admitted, embarrassed. Kale frowned in surprise. "Asa, you're already beautiful. Why add makeup?" Asa felt a rush of comfort at his words, tears glinting in her eyes. Looking into Kale's gaze, she whispered, "I wanted to look even better. To charm this little rascal Kale to death tilde." Kale examined her carefully. "Indeed, Asa, properly done, your makeup could make you stunning beyond imagination." "But I don't know how to do it," she said, disappointed. "Leave it to me," Kale said with a warm smile. "I'll handle everything." Asa blinked. "You'll help me, Kale, you're a man. How do you know makeup?" He shrugged. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." A moment later, Asa sat before the dressing mirror. All her previous attempts were removed. Kale, professional as ever, applied face cream evenly. "This preps the skin," he explained. Then, foundation applied from face to neck to avoid color mismatch. He shaped her eyebrows, explained eyeshadow technique, and applied a light-colored lipstick, finishing with loose powder to set everything. Nearly an hour passed. "The girl in the mirror. She's stunning," Asa whispered, amazed at her reflection. "You little silly," Kale said, placing hands on her shoulders. "Even with just a little makeup, you look incredible." "Asa," she drew a deep breath, emotions surging. Suddenly, she turned, cupped Kale's face, and kissed him fiercely. Caught off guard, Kale stumbled back onto the bed. Asa followed, letting her long black hair cascade over him, covering his face. "Kale, war has begun. Next, I want you to mess up my makeup completely." Chapter 59. After the intense battle, only warm, crimson remnants remained among the ruins. Kale and Asa Mitaka shared a rare moment of quiet reflection. "Asa, it's almost noon. Let's go make something to eat," Kale said, stroking the girl's hair as she rested in his arms. He felt parched, his body drained, exhausted, and heavy with fatigue. He hadn't expected Asa to possess such explosive power. It was insane. If he hadn't noticed the War Devil's signature scar on her face, he might have thought Yoru had taken over. "No," Asa pouted, cheeks rosy, retorting stubbornly. Kale flicked her nose playfully. "Fine, I'll cook then, you can keep resting." "You're not allowed to go either," Asa replied. "If I don't cook, what will my little glutton eat?" he teased softly. "Instant noodles." "No way, that's not nutritious," Kale protested, starting to get up. "Hey, don't move." Asa clung tightly to his clothes, teeth gritted. "Looks like I really need to restrain you." Before he could react, she trapped his armpit with her elbow and wrapped her agile legs around his waist. Like a determined sloth, she clung to him. "Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Just sleep a little longer with me." Once Asa crossed that line, her shyness vanished. She was proactive and unrelenting. Kale sighed and complied, too tired to resist, closing his eyes and following her momentum. Asa, on the other hand, was alert. She leaned over, quietly studying his sleeping face. "He's so handsome, HMPH, but he's mine now." She pressed a soft kiss to him. "Stop messing around, Asa," Kale murmured, half asleep. Resting her head on his shoulder, Asa whispered, "Kale, do you know when I started liking you?" "When was that?" His voice grew fainter, drifting toward sleep. "When you lent me your shoes. It's ridiculous, right? Do you think I'm just attracted to your looks?" "I guess so." His breathing evened out, and he was asleep. Asa smiled sweetly, leaning close to whisper, "I don't need any gifts. Kale, you are the best gift for me." Gulp, her stomach rumbled. Maybe it was from the intensity earlier. She realized she was actually a little hungry. Right, the gift from Sister Fami. She grabbed the cartoon eagle jade pendant, engraved with her name, from the bedside table. Both Kale and Asa had done what they needed to do, yet their clothes were still in place. "Hehe, let me put this on you personally, Tilda," Asa said, naturally reaching into Kale's shirt, stroking his chest. "Wow, feels like I'm a pervert, groping my boyfriend while putting a pendant on him," she laughed, tongue peeking out. Her hand was warm and Kale slept on peacefully. Huh, what is this? Asa had been feeling his chest when she suddenly touched a cool, triangular object. Did Kale already wear a pendant? It's weird, like a pull tab. She explored the pull tab, noting the icy coldness. Definitely not as comfortable as Fami's jade pendant. Determined, she decided to switch it out. The more she touched it, the stranger it felt. She couldn't figure out where it was attached. It can't be, growing out of his flesh. Brute force was her last resort. Her index finger hooked onto the triangular tab, and she yanked. Vroom. The violent roar of a chainsaw echoed through the bedroom. Kale's head transformed, sharp saw blades erupting from his skull and hands. The mattress shredded beneath him. Kale bolted upright. Huh, what the hell? How did I turn into Chainsaw Man? He glanced frantically at Asa, who had dodged. They stared at each other silently. Finally he managed, Asa, you're not hurt, right? All of this was unexpected. Asa's mouth hung open, shock and something deeper rippling across her expression. Her pupils shifted to orange-ringed eyes, and an A-shaped scar appeared on her face. Yoru had taken over. A look of disdain curled her lips. Chainsaw Man, right here beside me. Kale reverted to human form. Yaru, I can explain. Kale, you certainly have a deceitful mouth. Is this the Blackbeard devil you contracted with? He faltered. Asa pleaded, Yaru, there must be some misunderstanding. Explain, Chainsaw Man, I'm giving Asa face. Your last words, Yoru's eyes blazed with killing intent. Kale took a deep breath. How could he explain? Should he reveal that he wasn't the Chainsaw Man who ruined Yoru, that it was Pachita? No, he couldn't betray Pachita. He resolved to bear the burden himself. That's right, Yoru, I am Chainsaw Man. I'll kill you, give me back my children. Bang! Yoru's punch struck his cheek. Blood flowed. I'll return your children, but now is not the time. He repeated Pachita's words. Yoru gnashed her teeth, reason absent from her eyes. Kale, Chainsaw Man, right? You know this. She gripped the chiffon shirt on her upper body, what Kale had given Asa. My heart beats only to kill Chainsaw Man. Shirt sword. A flash of white light passed. Only underwear remained on Yoru, and a sharp white sword materialized in her hand. Come, transform into Chainsaw, fight me to the death. I won't fight you, Kale shook his head. This is Asa's body, I will never hurt her. Asa, please, Yoru swung, but Kale held his ground. Swish, the white blade slashed toward his face. Kaka. Half of the sword was swallowed by a black hole in his hand. Kale wasn't even serious. Yoru, I told you, at the right time I will return your children. Agitated, Yoru's chest rose and fell. She couldn't even beat him when he wasn't fully Chainsaw Man. Damn him. Kale removed his jacket and approached. Put your clothes back on. It's cold. Yoru instinctively tried to back away, but then inspiration struck. Love. Asa and Kale had already been intimate. She could weaponize his feelings of guilt, killing two birds with one stone. Asa, don't, she pleaded, attempting to regain control, but it was too late. Yoru's hand was already on Kale's head. Kale's spinal cord soared. Chapter 60. Yoru pressed Kale's head down. Kale's spinal soared. No, despair surged through Asa's heart. Trigger dark water, advanced I effect 10 times to increase luck attribute cap, 310. Nothing happened, Yoru froze and Asa's mind went blank. Why isn't this working? Damn it, Yoru refused to relent. Clap. She slammed Kale's head again. Kale ring pommel saber. Trigger dark water, advanced I effect 10 times to increase luck attribute cap, 410. Kale spine spear. 510. Kale human skin armor. Trigger dark water, advanced I effect 10 times to increase luck attribute cap, 1010. Luck cap now 299. Finally, the girl holding his head no longer had circular pupils, nor the A-shaped scar on her face. 2 streaks of tears traced down Asa's cheeks. She was back. Mission complete, in a strangely instantaneous way. Who had triggered the effect? Yoru, Asa? Kale's mind spun. The luck cap increase should have been good news, yet he couldn't feel happy. Asa. He reached to wipe her tears, but his hand was swatted away. Don't touch me, Asa shouted, lips trembling, bitten until they bled. As Yoru's symbiote, she understood her own ability, turning her body into weapons, but Kale hadn't reacted. One cold truth struck, he didn't feel the same way. Ha, Asa clutched her stomach, laughing until tears streamed. What is this? What is this? She had worried for him moments ago, yet now he stood frozen, mind a mess. Asa, listen, it's not what you think. Her heart shattered, voice trembling. You're going to explain again? Tell me, what is it exactly? Her makeup smeared, her gaze fixed on him. You lied about not knowing anything about Chainsaw Man. I don't blame you, but do you know, I don't care about any damn Chainsaw Man. I only care about the Kale who lent me his shoes. Do you get that? I like you, but what do you think you're doing? Playing with my feelings, am I your toy? Pain radiated through him. No, it's not like that, Asa, I love you too. The effect of my contracted devil is that anyone touching me nullifies the effect, so. Enough, Kale, Asa cut him off, smiling bitterly. How many more lies do you want to tell? Yoru and Chainsaw Man have been fighting for ages. She knows better than anyone that Chainsaw Man doesn't have that nullification effect. It's Blackbeard, the Blackbeard Devil's effect, Kale insisted, faltering. Do you take me for an idiot? It was over. This was the boy who cried wolf. Kale felt like dying. Once inseparable, they had become enemies in an instant. Asa. She wiped her tears, pointed to the door and cried, Kale, leave my house. Asa, I wasn't lying. Get out. He wanted to hug her like before, but she moved to the window, breaking several anti-theft bars. If you don't leave now, I'll jump from the 6th floor. Asa, don't. He had no choice but to retreat, expression dark. Okay, I'll go. Before leaving, he added, I'm sorry, Asa, I really wasn't lying. Alone, Asa collapsed on the torn bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Big liar. Her gaze fell on the clothes Kale had bought. Anger flared. She grabbed them and hurled them down the stairs. Such good clothes could fetch a fortune. What a waste, Yarrow commented. Asa, face streaked with tears, threw them harder. I'm not selling them. I'll never take anything from him again. Why not leave them? Better yet, let me turn them into weapons. What if they hit someone? Yoru mused. Yoru, mind your own business. I said I'll never take anything from him. Let them all die. If someone dies from falling clothes, they must be divine, Asa snapped. Sure, it's easy to discard external things, but what about inside you, Asa? Yoru continued, hands on her hips. Asa, you fur. Kale wandered aimlessly through bustling streets, a zombie among the crowd. He didn't drive, didn't care about the car anymore. Luck, he thought wryly, perhaps he'd had enough. At a convenience store entrance, a group of kids with doodle boards blocked the donation box. A girl with long hair under a baseball cap smiled, emerald eyes bright, black choker on her neck. To help children harmed by devils, please donate. Donors can participate in a lucky draw. Prizes are provided with love by the organization. Kale approached, emptying a thick wad of banknotes into the box. He didn't want the money, donating felt better. The girl's eyes widened. Sir, that's at least 500,000 yen. I don't have online payment, Kale muttered, dispirited. No, you gave too much. You can spin our prize wheel for fun, she said excitedly. He casually spun the wheel. The pointer stopped at the grand prize, only 0.5% odds. Clap, clap, the girl handed him a prize and a flower. Your luck is incredible. The grand prize is a ticket to a super popular movie, and this flower is our token of appreciation, Tilda. Oh, Kale accepted the flower and ticket, the movie, Heartbreak, Flowers and Chainsaws. Chapter 61. Kale stared at the familiar movie marquee that read Heartbreak, Flowers and Chainsaws, and for a moment couldn't help but laugh despite himself. How ironic. What was this supposed to be? Were they making a film about his own life? Sir, why do you look unhappy even though you won the grand prize? A girl in a peaked cap asked, tilting her head curiously. It's nothing, Kale replied. I just ran into some trouble and I'm feeling a bit down. The girl looked momentarily disappointed, then smiled brightly. No matter what difficulties you face, life must go on. Face it with a smile. Boys who smile often have good luck. Yeah, thank you. Kale forced a small smile and nodded. It would have been rude to keep a long face after such a kind wish. He left the donation station and began walking without a destination, gazing up at the clear sky. Luck, huh, he murmured, then sighed. If luck was really that useful, could it make Asa forgive me? Ding, host has allocated 100 luck attribute points. Luck 299 max. Luck attribute has exceeded 200. Dark water stage, I right arrow, dark water stage II. When the host defeats a devil fiend weapon human, they can randomly extract one of its special abilities. Dark water stage II lets you extract abilities? Kale thought. Funny, Blackbeard technically stole Whitebeard's tremor fruit in one go, so I guess it makes sense. But despite gaining a near absurd ability, his mood stayed low. His heartbreak lingered. His relationship with Asa had fallen from heaven straight into hell. The contrast stung too much. Slap. A heavy hand thumped Kale's shoulder from behind. Hey, Prime Minister's hand. The familiar tone made Kale turn around. There stood Hayakawa Iki and Power, fresh from patrol. Oh, it's Power and Iki, Kale said, forcing a smile. What a coincidence. Iki nodded once, that was her greeting. She wasn't big on words. Power leaned in close, sniffing dramatically. Devils and fiends had quirky senses. Prime Minister's hand, she said. Why do you smell like a wet dog? And why the sour face? Did your girlfriend dump you? Kale blinked. Are you actually a genius, Power? I was right. Power stood proudly, hands on her hips. Iki lit a cigarette, urging, Power, we still have work. Let's go. But reasoning with Power was like arguing with a tornado. Hey, I have an idea, she said, looping an arm around Iki. Prime Minister's hand, how about Braid Girl and I become your girlfriends? Braid Girl's strong and cute. And me, I'm the perfect combo of both. Iki yanked Power's arm off. Power, be serious. Or I'll hand you over to Makima and have you locked up for life. Power smirked. Kale let out a tired sigh. Even this nonsensical duo couldn't make him laugh. That was how genuinely heartbroken he was. So, you gonna hunt a devil or what? Kale asked, regaining some composure and looking at Iki. That's right, Iki nodded. Public Safety got a civilian hunter report of a powerful devil nearby. Power and I are heading there. Iki had been grinding hard for merits so she could be part of the gun devil suppression. Her old partner, Hyemno, was busy training recruits, so Makima had suggested she team with Angel, which had been unpleasant. Angel was strong but lazy. So Iki went with Power instead, at least she was full of energy. Power wiped her nose. Just watch, I'll solo that devil. Kale thought it over. I'll join you, one more body makes it easier. He wasn't sure what he was aiming for anymore, so killing devils felt like venting. Heartbreak makes a person diligent. Iki sounded like the sun had risen in the west. Kale didn't press that. A short while later, they reached the reported location. Boom! Blinding flames speared from a nearby skyscraper. Human screams echoed through the square. An enormous devil hovered outside the building, at least 50 meters long. 3 pairs of thick crimson legs bulged with grotesque muscle. Its head and chest were sheathed in a pale white skeleton. Several wings buzzed on its back, louder than helicopter blades. The thing hung out like a monster, guarding its feast. A massive crimson arm reached inside the building, sparks and crackling energy flying everywhere. The devil yanked up helpless people and tossed them into its gaping maw. Iki's eyes narrowed. On this scale, had this thing eaten part of the gun devil, it sure looked that gross. Iki closed her left eye and made a hand sign. Con. A faint shadow of the fox devil appeared, then immediately vanished. It smells like that guy. Disgusting. Iki, if you make me swallow that thing, forget ever using my power again, the fox devil warned. Fox, you're bailing again, Iki snapped. Why even have a contract with me? The fox devil didn't argue. She just had problems, lots of them. There were tons of fox devil contractors in public safety, so why was Iki using her so much? And always making her swallow nasty stuff? She wasn't dealing with this cockroach gun devil monstrosity. Iki was annoyed, but didn't slow her pace. She drew her life-spend katana and ran toward the devil. Power charged up with her blood hammer 3 times her height, licking her lips like a kid with a sugar rush. Showdown, showdown, showdown. Kale looked from the devil to the two of them. Was all that noise really necessary just to fight trash? Crack, crack. Kale stretched his limbs, pulled the starter cord. Tusk, what a waste of time. Let's just bury it already. Click vroom. A black flash shot behind him and instantly passed Power and Iki. Kale couldn't fly, but to smack this trash around, he didn't need to. Shing. Black chainsaw chains shot out, embedding deep into the cockroach devil's ribs. The chain retracted, yanking Kale forward at high speed. Slash, slash. Two of the devil's legs were cut clean off. A rain of blood splattered down. Aleg. The cockroach devil shrieked. Are you Chainsaw Man? Kale stepped onto the devil's skull, eyes cool and indifferent. And you're Undertaker. Chapter 62. Kale hovered in the air, watching the cockroach devil writhe like a giant nightmare come to life, when it let out a shrill, ear-piercing scream that echoed through the ruined downtown. Even after losing 2 massive legs, it didn't flinch. It still had 4, and it moved with terrifying speed. Without warning, the devil swung one massive hand upward, snatching Kale out of the sky and trapping him in its palm like he was a toy. Got you now, why aren't you running? Not so carefree anymore, the devil taunted. Kale didn't struggle. He just grinned and said, You're just some cockroach-sized devil, nothing more. And honestly, I love getting up close and personal with trash like you. What? The cockroach devil stuttered, face contorting into rage, its huge palm tightening like a vice. Before it could crush him, a violent burst of pain tore through its hand, black mist spilling out as flesh and bone dissolved in the blink of an eye. What the FCK are you? The devil screamed. Buzzing wildly, it flung Kale away like a hot potato. Booms, booms, boom. Kale hurtled through the air, crashing through buildings, smashing cars, and sending rubble flying as chaos erupted all around. At that moment, Power leapt up the side of a skyscraper with her fiendish physiology, scaling concrete like it was nothing and arriving above the devil in seconds. Iki stood below, human and completely unable to climb the wall. Of course the elevator shaft was wrecked. Why wouldn't it be? Iki's eyes narrowed. Power tried to cripple its wings, get it down. You mess with my Prime Minister's hand. Power shouted as she swung her massive blood hammer upward, the weapon constructed from her own blood. Thud, the hammer slammed into the devil's carapace with a bone-jarring impact. The monster barely flinched, only cracking its armor. Is that all you've got, trying to tickle me? It growled. Then, with a horrific twist of its bulk, it punched a fist the size of a van straight at Power. Power didn't have time to dodge. Oh crap, this is trouble, she muttered. Smash! She slammed into the ground, creating a crater. Power, Iki screamed, rushing forward. Fiends weren't indestructible, if she was injured too badly. But before the cockroach devil could even heal itself, Kale reappeared like a black storm. He stomped onto the devil's head, shoved his chainsaw blade deep into its ear, and revved the engine. The monster squealed, and not because it was in pain, but because it was furious. That rage lasted about half a second before it threw a massive punch at him. The blow was so powerful it blew off half its own head. Kale yanked himself backward with the chainsaw cord, landing on its sternum with casual precision. You really thought I couldn't dodge that, he said with a smirk. His fist glowed as he gathered strength. Now it's my turn. Crunch, his elbow smashed straight into the devil's chest. The sternum shattered, blood pouring like a waterfall. Boom, the residual force sent the foul creature crashing into a building, leaving a massive crater. The cockroach devil lay there, coughing blood. Chainsaw Man, it croaked, we're both devils, so why are you on the human side? Kale paused, genuinely surprised the thing was still conscious after that impact. Apparently, it had stamina to spare. Before he could answer, the devil raised its grotesque hands from behind its body. In its left hand, it held a young schoolboy, terrified and shaking. In its right hand, it held a crushed car. In my left, it taunted, is a child full of potential. And in my right, it sneered, a family that loves each other. Who will you save, hero? The monster dropped both at the same time, like some twisted carnival trick. Save people. Kale pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated. Was this devil seriously doing a trolley problem? He didn't have time for that nonsense. He closed his eyes, summoned a dark vortex around himself, and barreled straight into the devil's body with one goal, destroy its heart. It screamed and roared as Kale carved through its innards in a bloody frenzy, covered in gore, focused only on killing. Kill it all. Kill everything. He angrily shouted. You destroyed people, that's on you. I'm the one who's pissed off because I just went through a breakup. Got that? You don't get to go philosophical on me. He hacked and slashed with unstoppable fury. Finally, the devil collapsed into a mangled pile of broken flesh. Blood seeped into the cracked pavement. Ding, host has killed the cockroach devil, gaining 46 attribute points. Dark water effect triggered. Absorbed cockroach devil ability, endurance enhancement, pain is severely dulled and remaining limbs remain effective even when damaged. Kale blinked, another ability. Right, dark water had evolved. He hadn't expected anything remarkable from this one, but now he realized it actually balanced out the enhanced pain drawback he already had. Nice. Not bad for a trash cockroach devil. If it had been someone like Katana Man, he'd have been down for the count after one hit. Kale dropped from the ruined building and saw the fox devil's head in the distance, shaken but alive, with the dazed student and the car on its back. The fox devil avoided Kale's eyes like it knew this guy was worse than the last devil it helped with. It turned toward Icky with a huff. You actually use me as a cushion, it snapped. Icky remained calm. Your back is soft, so it works, she replied dryly. HMPH, it grumbled, vanishing in a puff of white smoke. Power, battered and limping, sauntered over. Absolutely incredible. I totally killed that cockroach devil and added another glorious achievement to my record. Prime Minister's hand, she added, you're welcome. Icky crouched and held up a huge chunk of gun devil flesh, about the size of her fist. Found it, she said excitedly. Behind them in the park, Makima sat on a bench, breathing slightly fast, her face flushed. One didn't even have to ask. Everyone knew what she was thinking. Chapter 63. Night had fallen. In his bedroom, Kale stared at his phone, hopeless. Beep. Beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed is out of service, or turned off, and cannot be connected at this time. He hung up, drained. The screensaver was a photo of him and Assas smiling together, a memory that felt like it belonged to someone else. His hair was disheveled, and a stubborn stubble had grown along his jaw. In just a week, he had gone from upbeat to wrecked. Assas still wouldn't pick up. She also blocked every way to contact her. Even if he showed up at her house, she would refuse to see him. Her resentment was deeper than he'd expected, all because of lies he couldn't take back. Kale's thumb brushed the pendant resting against his chest. He murmured, it really was a beautiful piece. He had found it in his pocket after the fight with Asa. It was a gift she had planned for him, and also the thing that ruined everything. If she hadn't switched pendants on a whim, that stupid fight never would have happened. Kale exhaled, defeated. But since it was from Asa, how can I blame you? His heart throbbed with pain. Suddenly, the phone rang. Is it Asa? Kale scrambled to answer. The caller ID made his chest sink. Oh, it's just Makima. Well, he might as well answer it. Kale patted his cheek to reset his mood. He wasn't going to let his heartbreak drag someone like Makima down with him. Makima, what's up? Woof woof woof, barking filled the speaker loud and clear. Kale felt a strange warmth hearing it. Makima's place was full of lively dogs, unlike his funeral home which had too many living people and not a single happy soul. Is Kale free right now? Want to go on a date with me? Makima asked plainly. Kale blinked, seriously, was this really happening? Who told you to say that, Pachita? He asked. Makima didn't deny it. No one, she said casually. I just think a date between friends would be fun. Kale's doubt was instant. Really, I don't buy that. So he was right, Pachita had egged her on. Makima had basically planted people all around Kale, watching him, tracking what happened with the fallout between him and the War Devil, and even learning that the jade pendant had messed everything up. She knew all of it, and she had shared the entire story with Pachita. Pachita didn't want to see Kale depressed. It argued that losing a relationship wasn't the end of the world and that Makima should help cheer him up. According to Pachita, Makima looked just as good as Asa, so why not pursue her next? It'd be better for Kale's mental health, he insisted. That logic was, well, weird. Look, Makima continued, good friends go on dates, don't you want that? Kale groaned. If this were anyone else, he'd have hung up immediately. But Makima wasn't just anyone, she was the control devil, psychologically twisted and complicated. Rejecting her wasn't something he could do casually. Still, going out with Makima right, after being blown off by Issa would make him look like a total jerk. Of course not, Kale said with a pained expression, grasping at an excuse. I've been worn thin from work the past couple of days. If I go on a date now, I won't enjoy it. Let's find another day. Oh, Makima nodded, emotionless, neither happy nor upset. Get some rest, bye little Mac. Kale hung up. A date, he muttered, rubbing his temples. He suddenly remembered the 2 movie tickets he won earlier. Maybe, just maybe, a normal, quiet movie could help clear his head. He still wanted to go with Issa someday, but for now, he'd watch it alone. Wish me luck, he whispered. Luck was the one thing he seemed to have lately, and maybe, stupidly, that could bring him some good fortune. The next day, 5:30 a.m. in Tokyo, winter still draped in darkness. Kale arrived at the cinema early and chose a seat in the first row. Heartbreak, Flowers and Chainsaws was a popular film, so screenings should have been packed, but this absurd 6:00 a.m. showing had barely half the seats filled. Kale's eyelids grew heavy. He wasn't in the mood to watch a movie anyway. Just as he drifted off, mild, melancholic music began, and the lights dimmed. A gentle, clear female voice sounded nearby. Wow, this rain is intense. The weather was fine when I left, but then it just poured out of nowhere. The forecast was completely wrong. The voice was so vivid that Kale could almost smell the rain. Huh? He blinked his eyes open, surprised. To his left sat a girl, soaked from head to toe, as if she'd walked through a storm just to get inside. She had light purple hair, emerald green eyes, and a weird little trinket around her neck. Did I wake you? I'm sorry, she said with a shy smile. Kale felt his attention snap into focus. Huh, he said in disbelief. Wait, you're the girl in the baseball cap from the donation drive, right? The girl's eyes lit up. She definitely recognized him too. Oh, I remember you too, she said, smiling brightly, her face delicate and unmistakable. What a coincidence our seats are beside each other. She extended a cold hand toward him. First, no second meeting, I'm Rizé. Chapter 64. Rizé, that was an easy name to remember. Kale, he said, keeping his introduction simple. He gave the soaking wet girl a quick once-over before holding out his hand. Not for a handshake, nope. He stuck his hand in his pants pocket and started digging around. Rizé's eyes went wide in disbelief, like she'd just seen someone commit a crime in public, right there in the movie theater. Could it be? Was Kale really doing that in front of a bunch of strangers? Was this how he expressed passion? Nope, he wasn't doing that at all. Found it, Kale said, pulling out a small packet of tissues and offering them to her. Here, not many, but you can use these to dry your hair so you don't catch a cold. Rizé exhaled in relief, so he wasn't a freak after all, just thoughtful. Thanks, Tilda, she said, taking the tissues without hesitation. And then, she didn't wipe her hair with them. Instead, she carefully opened each tissue and stuck them all over her head like she was applying some bizarre face mask. Once they absorbed the water, they clung to her hair, turning her into what looked like performance art gone wild. Kale stared, then let out a snicker. Jesus, this looked like avant-garde nonsense. Rizé, he asked casually, is this some new trend or something? As soon as he laughed out loud, her serious, focused expression melted into a warm smile. You look pretty good when you laugh, she teased, eyes bright. I always thought you were the quiet type, didn't think you smiled much. Huh? Wait, she did all that just to make him laugh. That was unexpected. How about I go get you a dry towel instead? Kale offered. She blinked and waved him off. No, really, don't go through the trouble, Rizé said, smiling. The movie theater's air conditioning is pretty warm. By the time the film's over, I'll be mostly dry anyway. Yeah, given how warm it was so close to the vents, the tissues were probably overkill. The movie had technically started, but Kale's attention was all on Rizé and her handiwork. So, he asked, why haven't you just taken the tissues off and thrown them away yet? Rizé just stared at the screen with dreamy eyes. If they dry like this, she mused softly, they'll look like paper scraps caught in my hair, like snowflakes and stars. Snowflakes and stars. Kale blinked. Okay, that was unexpectedly poetic. You an artist or something, Rizé? He teased. She laughed a genuine laugh, but right after, her face turned serious again, and tears began to well in her eyes. Rizé, The sudden shift caught Kale off guard. Rizet took a shaky breath and said quietly, I was just remembering something sad. My dog died. 2 months ago, on a rainy day like this, he got hit by a truck. Kale listened, expression sincere and patient. Rizet, he finally said softly, I'm sorry. He didn't brush it off like it was nothing. To him, losing a dog was real grief, just as losing something you love should hurt. Some people are lucky enough to have family, others find it in pets, and some lose both. He understood that feeling. It's okay, Rizet said after a moment, wiping her eyes. I'm okay now. Silence settled as the movie rolled on. The plot was exactly what the title promised, a love story, 2 people in love, torn apart by misunderstandings and life's harsh twists. Kale was never big on mushy scripts, and this one felt like a cliché wrapped in sad music. 10 minutes after it started, Kale left his seat. A minute later, he was back, 2 hot drinks in hand, and a crisp sheet of white A4 cardstock tucked under his arm. Rizet had peeled off her tissue mask by then. Hot honey water, Kale said, offering her a cup. Want one? Rizet's eyes widened, a sly grin forming on her face. If it's free, I'll drink it. It's not free, Kale snarked. 1,000 yen a cup. She jabbed the straw into her drink. So expensive, Kale. You rich or something? Did you rob a bank or something? Please, he said with a half smirk, folding that cardstock nervously. I'm just a temp worker coasting through life. Liar, she said with a pout. Temps don't have money for fancy hot drinks. Rizet leaned over and watched Kale fidget obsessively with the paper, but didn't say anything. Honestly, she complained, glancing at the screen, this movie is such a cliché. All those positive reviews must be paid shills. Yeah, I kind of agree, Kale muttered. Then, from nowhere, a small white paper bell appeared in his hand. Having nimble fingers was something Kale prided himself on, a basic skill for an undertaker. Here, he said, offering it to her, little trinket, burn it for your dog. With this, may he never get hit by a car again. Rizet's eyes widened for a heartbeat, and then she burst out laughing. Kale, she giggled, are you actually that superstitious? You're like some kind of witch doctor. Kale shrugged, unbothered. Undertaker's job. If it were any other time, yeah, I'd probably charge for this. A undertaker, that sounds scary, Rizet said, then smiled. Well, it's free, so I'll take it for my dog. Time passed, and the movie finally ended. People around them were crying, sniffing, and sobbing over the sad ending, but Kale and Rizet felt nothing. After the lights came up, Rizet used her empty drink carton to scoop up trash around her. Kale, she asked casually, why didn't you cry? Everyone else did. I can't cry, Kale said flatly, and you didn't cry either, Rizet. Rizet stretched and nodded. Yeah, I only cry for my dog. They walked out of the theater together. Then Rizet suddenly burst out laughing again. Kale turned to her. What are you laughing at now? She just grinned. Just funny thinking about it, she said, eyes twinkling. Kale and I, not moved by human sorrow, maybe we're just heartless devils ourselves. Chapter 65. Even though Rizet joked that Kale had no human heart, it wasn't exactly untrue. His heart wasn't fully human anymore, it was mixed with Pachita's blood, but that didn't mean he couldn't feel pain, especially heartache. The 2 of them stepped out of the cinema into a fresh, clear morning. The warm yellow sunlight kissed their faces, and the rain had finally stopped. The rain's gone, Rizet breathed in deeply, leaning toward the roadside greenery. I swear, I feel like my luck gets luckier whenever I'm around Kale Tilda. Yeah, bye, Kale said flatly. He wasn't exactly thrilled to chat with Rizet, a girl he met by chance. His heart still belonged to Asa, and just because Rizet was beautiful didn't mean anything to him. He had one mission today, go to Asa's place and beg forgiveness. No matter how many times she rejected him, he'd keep trying. Well, maybe till he get bored. Rizet suddenly stopped walking and asked softly, Kale, have you eaten breakfast yet? Kale paused politely and turned back. No. Rizet's face lit up, warm like the morning sun. She pointed down the street. I work at a place called Erdau Coffee Shop just up ahead, Rizet said, smiling. As a thanks for the drink and the bell from earlier, I can treat you to breakfast, Tilda. Coffee, Kale frowned. That's not breakfast. Rizet burst out laughing, covering her mouth like it was the funniest thing ever. Is Kale's social life that dry? Coffee shops don't only serve coffee. She wagged a finger seriously. They've got cakes, puddings, donuts, muffins, baguettes, macarons, chips, nuts, popcorn, everything. Kale hesitated. Part of him wondered if Asa had eaten already. She'd stocked up groceries before. Would they go bad? Was she hungry? He needed to check on her. Thanks, but I've got urgent business, Kale said with a polite smile, waving goodbye. I'll head out now. Rizeh frowned a little, looking disappointed. She glanced at her watch and suddenly tensed up. Oh my, she gasped, I'm almost late, so Kale, you have to come. Kale just nodded awkwardly. He really didn't want to commit to breakfast when his mind was already 99% taken up by Asa. They parted ways, Rizeh humming something from her home country as she skipped away. Oh, the bushy rowan tree with white flowers. Hot beverage morning market, Erdau coffee shop. Down in the busy market, on the first floor of the shopping mall, Rizeh set down her backpack and tied on her white apron expertly. She pinned the paper bell Kale gave her to her waist. There, she said cheerfully, all set. A thin, middle-aged man with a mustache looked at the clock and shook his head. Rizeh, you're late again. I'll have to deduct from your pay, he scolded gently. This was Nanahara Tgthegood, the owner of the coffee shop. Geez, stingy, Rizeh muttered, making a face. Tgthegood placed a fresh cup of coffee on the counter. Give this to the customer at table 4. Stingy, so frickin' stingy, Rizeh grumbled as she carried the tray out. Room 606. Kale stood outside Asa's front door, breakfasts and cash in hand, ready to beg. But once again, she didn't open the door. He stood there rambling to himself for what felt like an hour. People walking by might have thought he lost it. Look, I'm sorry, Asa, Kale said quietly. I know I talked too much yesterday. If you're listening, you're probably annoyed, huh? He set down a beautifully prepared breakfast box and a stack of cash. I left 50,000 yen and breakfast by the door, he continued. Please take them. He hesitated, then added, It's cold out today. If you go out, wear an extra layer. And finally, the thing that really mattered. I miss you. He took a deep, helpless breath and walked away. Not long after he left, an old lady with a cane came walking by. When she spotted the cash on the ground, her aches and pains strangely disappeared, and she rushed forward excitedly. Oh my gosh, she said, finding money just like that, life's finally looking up. Just as her hand reached for the cash. Whoosh, the door opened. Let go of that, it's mine, Asamitaka said coldly. The old woman froze. You can't prove it, she protested. There's no name on it, I found it fair and square. Proof, Asa crouched down and touched the bills. Shink. The top bill transformed into a lethal banknote dagger. Asa held it so that the back of the blade pressed against the old woman's neck. Now do you want proof? She asked curtly. The woman immediately backed down, sweating. As Asa walked inside with the cash and food, she slammed the door with a thud. Then her expression cracked, and she collapsed onto the floor, eyes still red with emotion. Kale hadn't been doing a monologue. She'd been listening behind the door the whole time, suppressing her feelings so she wouldn't cry out loud. Her voice, soft and raw, whispered, Kale, did I really misunderstand him? If he didn't like me, why did he save me before? Even though we're broken now, why does he still care? Beside her, Yoru, the war devil sharing her body, scoffed. Give it up, Asa. If he really liked you, he wouldn't act like this, Yoru said bluntly. Yoru's nature was cold and strategic, focused on her own goal of defeating Chainsaw Man, and often put practical ruthlessness above everything else. Asa just clutched a bun and munched it fiercely. You're eating, Yoru snapped. You're not supposed to eat something from him. This was given by Chainsaw Man. But this is my favorite flavor, Asa said softly. Kale bought all the stuff I like. Yoru flailed, exasperated. Grow a spine. Asa sighed, chewing, totally unbothered. Chapter 66. 11 o'clock in the morning. Erdau coffee shop. Kale sat on the sofa beside the street-facing window, staring blankly at the menu like it might suddenly make sense if he stared long enough. At this hour the shop was pretty quiet, so Rizeh wasn't too busy serving other customers. The moment Kale walked in, she spotted him. You're here, done with your business. Rizeh greeted him with a cheerful smile. Kale snapped out of his daze slowly. I guess so. You've been sitting here forever without ordering anything. Does Kale have decision paralysis? Maybe a little, Kale answered casually, not exactly proud of it. Rizet grinned slyly and plopped down next to him. Since you're indecisive, I'll handle the ordering. Then she raised her left index finger high and called out loud. Boss Taquito, bring us 2 large cups of freshly smashed today's orange to wake up these taste buds. The coffee shop owner, Nanahara Taquito, frowned as he stepped out from behind the counter. Rizet, you work here. Why are you ordering drinks? Rizet waved him off confidently. Who cares? There aren't any customers anyway. Taquito sighed, but went to grab 2 large oranges, peeled them, and dropped them into the juicer. Rizet's expenses will be deducted from your salary, he said without bothering to hide a smirk. Nya nya nya, Rizet said, sticking her tongue out and pulling down her eyelid playfully. Got it, stingy boss. Kale blinked and looked a little startled. She's so cute, huh? Wait, why did that even cross his mind? Damn it, that charm is way too strong. Soon the orange drinks were ready. Here, Kale, try the boss's masterpiece, Rizet said, passing him a cup. Thanks. Kale took a cautious sip, then nearly made a face. So sweet, he muttered, swallowing hard. I don't think I can drink much more of this. Rizet tilted her head in confusion and gulped down most of her own juice. Clearly normal sweetness for today's orange, Kale. Don't you like sweet stuff? It's not that I dislike it, it's just, wow, that's really sweet, Kale said, spreading his hands in mild defeat. Rizet burst out laughing, slapping Kale's shoulder like it was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. What are you laughing at, Rizet? Kale asked, bewildered. She was probably the most cheerful girl Kale had ever met, laughing at even the dumbest things. Hahaha, you acting like that little sweetness is too much. Kale looks like a kid who got told he can't have candy, hahaha. Rizet blushed a bit as she teased him, watching him squirm with dodging eyes. This is the first time I've met someone as interesting as Kale, she said warmly. She really is cute, Kale thought quietly, hiss. Okay, he definitely did not need thoughts like that right now. Kale took a deep breath and shook it off. Suddenly, he had an idea. Sometimes, people in relationships are too involved to see clearly, while bystanders see everything sharply. Rizet was also a girl. As a bystander, maybe she could give insight into what was going through his head. Kale, you look like you want to ask something, Rizet said with a perceptive smile. Well, you caught me, Kale said, awkwardly smiling. Rizet, I've got this friend. Oh, a friend, definitely not Kale himself, Rizet teased, lips curling up. So what issue is your friend facing? Okay, fine, Kale said, giving up the act. It's actually me. Since she already saw through him, honesty was easier. I had a conflict with my girlfriend over some stupid reasons, and I want to apologize, but she refuses to see me. Got any good advice, Rizet? Rizet tilted her head thoughtfully. Oh, a relationship problem, but I've never been in one, so I'm not sure how helpful my advice will be. That's okay, Kale waved her concern away. Just help me see things more broadly. Rizet pursed her lips with concern. Before I suggest anything, can I ask something honest? Does she still care about you? Not your feelings, but hers. Kale nodded confidently. Yes, there's definitely still something there. All of this mess happened because of a misunderstanding. Then why not just clear up the misunderstanding? Rizet said simply. At first it sounded easy, but Kale knew better. If it were that simple, he wouldn't be sitting here asking for help. The problem wasn't just the misunderstanding with Yoru, the bigger issue was Asa. If Kale let Asa turn him into a weapon by deactivating Dark Water's nullification, he could prove his love. But he'd die doing it. That wasn't something he could let happen. Asa would never recover from losing him. If Kale died, Asa would fall apart. Based on what he knew about her, she might go completely mad without someone to protect her. And Kale had always promised not to let her get hurt again. This is tough, Kale sighed deeply. If clearing it up were that easy, I wouldn't be asking you for advice. Oh, it is tricky, isn't it? Rizet frowned, tapping her cup thoughtfully. Well, then maybe we need a different approach. Kale nodded. Rizet finished her juice, then poured all of Kale's leftovers into her own cup, because wasting it seemed criminal. Hypothetically, Rizet began cautiously. Kale encouraged. If I were your girlfriend, she said seriously, eyes steady, and we had a big misunderstanding like that, I'd want a grand confession. A grand confession, Kale echoed. Yes, Rizet nodded slowly, her tone earnest. Something huge, something bold, something she can't ignore. Kale considered her words, turning the idea over in his mind. But she's pretty introverted, he said. I'm afraid something that loud might embarrass her. Rizet locked eyes with him, looking thoughtful. If she truly likes you, she said gently, even if she's embarrassed at first, she'd feel mostly happy. Chapter 67. A grand confession like an explosion. Kale murmured thoughtfully, taking Rizet's suggestion seriously. Honestly, the idea wasn't half bad. He immediately thought of a plot point from a novel he once read before his reincarnation, Show Me Flower, about a fireworks display timed perfectly to a moment that mattered most. Custom fireworks spelling out a confession would hit the emotional sweet spot. If he pulled it off for a SA, the impact might be unforgettable. Kale shared the idea with Rizet. Her eyes lit up with surprise and excitement, and she clapped her hands together, grinning. Fireworks are explosions too. That's such a fun idea, Kale. You absolutely have to try it, she said, enthusiasm radiating from her. Her approval boosted Kale's confidence. The confession method is settled, he said, nodding, and ordering custom fireworks is easy enough, just pick them up from a supplier. There's only one problem left. What's that? Rizet asked. She blocked all my contact info, so I have no way to invite her. Kale frowned. Huh, that's simple, Rizet said, puzzled. What do you mean? He asked. Rizet rested her chin in her hand, twirling a pen with her other fingers. Since you two are a couple, you must know where she studies, right? Why don't you wait for her at her school? When she arrives, then show Flower, she won't be able to avoid it. Kale exhaled deeply. Brilliant. That was exactly the kind of perspective he needed. Talking things through would be much better than shouting into the void. Kale's voice carried a bit more excitement than he intended. You're right, Rizet. Asa will go to school every day, so I can hide the fireworks somewhere there, right? Huh, Rizet blinked. Click. The pen she was twirling suddenly hit the table as her expression froze. Wait, school, she echoed, incredulous. Kale nodded confidently. Yeah, she's still a student. She hasn't graduated yet. Oh, Rizet's eyes gleamed like she smelled gossip. So Kale's girlfriend might be. Stop right there, Kale interrupted casually but firmly. Asa is a university student. She's actually 3 months older than me. Then how old are you, Kale? Rizet asked, curious. I'll be 20 in 6 months, he replied. Rizet thought for a moment, then smiled brightly. Oh, so you're 6 months older than me. I just turned 19 a few days ago. Kale glanced at her and teased. Rizet, you're one of those types that matures late. Oh, Rizet smiled charmingly. Is that a compliment about looking young? Thanks. She leaned against the sofa, gazing out the window with a faint hint of melancholy in her expression. Actually, she said quietly, I want to go to university too. That remark struck a chord somewhere deep inside Kale's memory. Higashiyama Kobni also once wanted to attend university, but her family situation didn't allow it. So you're working to save up for tuition? Kale asked gently. That's right, Rizet said, nodding slightly. She glanced toward Boss Takedo, who was dozing in the kitchen, then leaned in and whispered to Kale. Even though old man Nanahara's stingy and deducts from my pay constantly, he's actually a good guy. He lets me keep studying while working here. My grades aren't amazing, so I'll probably only get into a private university, but I'm doing my best. I guess I'll be a regular corporate slave eventually. Kale nodded, listening. I see. My girlfriend's grades are actually very good, he said automatically, almost as if possessed. Rizet's eyes showed a flicker of strange resentment before she stretched and smiled. So have you been to university already? You're my age and already working. Are you one of those geniuses who skipped grades or something? Kale paused for a moment. University? He had actually attended once. He even won first prize in an anatomy specimen making competition and assisted in designing educational models. But that was all before reincarnation. His experience carried over, but his credentials didn't. No, he admitted with a sigh, I haven't been to university either. Oh, Rizet's expression softened. So we both started adult life early. Kale rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's not really a burden, he said with a shrug. My job is safe, the pay's decent, and I don't hate it. Rizet blinked. That was bold. Clearing her throat twice, she refocused the conversation. Anyway, which university does your girlfriend go to? 4th East, Kale replied, confident. That school had its fair share of drama, but it was familiar, and it was a Saz world now. So you want to hide fireworks on the rooftop there? Rizet asked, a bit cautious. Yeah, Kale confirmed. We'll set them up on the rooftop of every tall school building, and when they go off together, it'll look amazing. Rizet looked apprehensive, but surely the teachers won't allow that, right? They probably wouldn't, but I'll do it secretly at night, Kale said coolly, like it was no big deal. Rizet giggled. That actually sounds kind of exciting. It's not like it's illegal, Kale said almost too calmly. Whether or not it is depends entirely on my mood. I don't worship authority, they're just mortals as far as I'm concerned. As long as they don't mess with me, I'll play straight. If they do, well, that's another story. Rizet laughed, clearly entertained. So, as the one who suggested this, I should come with you when we set up the fireworks, she said, gripping his hand with a mischievous grin. I want to see what a good university looks like, and besides, 2 pairs of hands are better than 1. Sure, Kale said without hesitation. Rizet grinned brightly. Then we're accomplices. Night with stars 3 days later. At night, the custom fireworks Kale ordered were ready. Since it was a holiday, the school was practically deserted. Security was light, meaning their plan had a chance. Under cover of darkness, Kale and Rizet drove onto the campus grounds and parked under a dimly lit building. Asa told me this is an old abandoned teaching building, Kale said. We'll use it as our base. Let's move all the fireworks upstairs first. Okay. Rizet hauled several giant boxes of fireworks, stacked almost as tall as she was, with surprising ease. Hurry up and follow me, Kale. I'll wait in the first classroom on the left on the 5th floor. She bounded up the stairs, nimble and surprisingly strong. Kale watched her go, secretly impressed, then turned to the rest of the boxes. Dark water, he said under his breath. Thud, thud, thud. The boxes responded obediently, flying into his hands with power as if magnetized. He lifted them upstairs without breaking a sweat. To keep up appearances, he tied a few ropes around the packages, just for show. Rizet turned back just as Kale reached the top landing. You're carrying that many? She asked, eyes wide. Pant. Kale pretended to be out of breath. Yeah, there's no more left downstairs, he called out with mock strain. Rizet laughed. Kale, have you ever carried buildings before? She asked, genuinely curious. Never carried a building, Kale replied, perfectly deadpan, but I've carried dead bodies. Rizet just stared at him. What a mood killer. Eventually, all the fireworks were placed inside the empty classroom on the 5th floor. Because these were custom fireworks with text on them, placement had to be precise. The next part of the setup would require serious planning. Suddenly, a flash of lightning lit up the dark sky outside the window. Then came the rain. Pitter-patter, giant drops hammered against the glass. The wind moaned and whined. Oh no, Rizet gasped. If the fireworks get wet, they'll be ruined. Thud, thud. Both of them rushed to the windows and slammed them closed tight. Chapter 68. Lightning flashed in the angry sky, and thunder growled as wind and rain lashed down like the world itself was enraged. Tokyo 4th East High School. An abandoned teaching building. 3rd floor, an old grimy bathroom. Splash. Water ran from the faucet, but the roar of the storm outside drowned it out. A lean man with a red mohawk and bare torso stood hunched over the sink, his dead, fish-like eyes locked on the swirling water in the basin. He looked like a nightmare that sneaked out of a forgotten alley. Typhoon, why do you want Chainsaw Man's heart? The man's voice rasped like a rusty nail dragged across concrete. From the swirling water, a strange, ethereal voice answered. Skinner, that is not for you to question. You only need to know that those are the terms of our contract. The man known as Skinner didn't turn his gaze, didn't blink, didn't breathe, he just kept staring at the water. Typhoon Devil, if we're going to be partners for a long time, we ought to at least get acquainted. I told you, the Typhoon Devil's voice was cold, unconcerned. That is for later. Skinner didn't get angry, he just kept talking. Then let me confirm the contract terms one more time. As long as I help you get Chainsaw Man's heart, you let me use your power for the rest of my life. That is indeed what we agreed, the Typhoon Devil admitted, voice calm, almost bored. But be careful. The Chainsaw Man who appeared recently has already killed many powerful devils. You are only a human, Skinner, do not die by his hand. Skinner sneered with contempt. That's just because those devils weren't strong enough, he muttered. The typhoon devil made a displeased sound. For a human, Skinner, your arrogance greatly exceeds your strength. Skinner's face curled into a cruel grin. I once took a contract targeting a powerful devil hunter from the summer country. That guy was known as a cold-blooded killer, a man without blood or tears. I killed him without breaking a sweat. Ooh, the typhoon devil said, almost curious. How did you do that? Skinner bared his pale teeth. Because I found where his heart was. I kidnapped his wife and child, skinned them alive right in front of him, and said, they're still alive, you know, Tilda, just like that. The cold-blooded killer didn't resist, and I slaughtered him like a lamb. The rain pounded harder outside. Cloud inside the classroom. Back on the 5th floor, Kale and Rizet were sitting by the window in an empty classroom. They watched torrents of rain and flashes of lightning paint the sky. Kale, our luck sucks, Rizet said with a sigh. With rain like this, we can't set up the fireworks. Yeah, Kale agreed. Not only can we not set them up, but it's too dangerous even to get around in this. Rizet pulled out her phone and checked the weather app. Tusk, Japan's forecast is terrible. It still says cloudy, she grumbled. Yeah, Kale echoed. A heavy silence followed. Everything they'd planned so carefully was ruined by a storm. After a moment, Kale broke the silence. By the way, Rizet, you're not Japanese, right? He asked casually. Huh? Rizet looked surprised. Where did you guess that? Does my Japanese sound weird? It's just a subtle accent difference, Kale said with a faint smile. Asao once explained the differences to me, so I can kinda tell. Rizet chuckled, though her smile had a distant note to it. I'm a country girl from up north. Came to the big city of Tokyo to make a living, but I still miss life back home. Kale, you're from the summer country, right? Why did you come to Tokyo? Huh? Kale blinked at the question. Why did he come here? There was no epic choice, no grand destiny, he just ended up here. It wasn't really a choice, he said with a shrug. My account just spawned here, so I had no say in the matter. Rizet tilted her head thoughtfully. So Kale was a country mouse like me, she said softly. Pretty much, Kale agreed. Rizet pressed her hand to the glass, watching the rain blur the world outside. Kale, she asked, between the country mouse and the city mouse, which one is better? Huh, Kale furrowed his brow. That sounds familiar. Is it from a children's story? Yes, Rizet replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. It's from Aesop's fables. The country mouse lives safely with simple food, while the city mouse gets the best food but risks being eaten by cats or humans. Kale rubbed his chin. Which one do you think is better, Rizet? Rizet looked at him seriously. Me, I think the country mouse is better. Peace matters more than gourmet food, so long as you don't starve. Easy to satisfy, huh? Kale smiled. Rizet's eyebrows knit slightly. Kale, you look like someone who'd choose the city mouse, she said. Nope, Kale said flatly. Rizet blinked. Then I really don't understand you. What are you thinking? There has to be an answer. Lightning flashed again across the sky. Kale watched the sheets of rain fall, his thoughts drifting. I think both the country mouse and the city mouse suck, he said finally. If I have to pick, I want to be a cat-eating mouse. A cat-eating mouse, Rizet frowned in confusion. Kale smiled faintly, recalling a story she never heard, one from before his transmigration. The cat-eating mouse is a rare kind of mouse, he explained, bigger and stronger than others. It's not afraid of cats. It can even release poison gas if it needs to. It doesn't just survive with cats nearby, it preys on them. Rizet burst out laughing. Kale, she said between laughs, you are totally making that up. A mouse that eats cats and breathes poison, now that's ridiculous. Kale shrugged with a grin. A calm life and delicious food don't have to be exclusive, he said. As long as you're strong enough, you deserve both. Rizet smiled charmingly. You're interesting, Kale. Being around you actually makes me feel cheerful. She stood and stretched, then walked toward the classroom door. Sorry, I gotta use the restroom. Okay, Kale said. Door the corridor. Rizet walked down the long, empty hallway alone. Tap, tap, tap. She felt the rhythm of footsteps behind her. Is that you, Kale? She called gently, turning around. Yep, a voice replied. It's Kale. I really gotta pee too, wanna go together, Tilda. Rizet blinked. That wasn't Kale's voice at all. Lightning flashed. Boom! The electric light revealed a terrifying sight. A face of malice and hunger. Skinner stood there, grinning like a predator licking a blade. Hey, I say, can you take me to pee? Chapter 69. Rizet was startled and stumbled back a few steps, falling hard onto the soaked terrace floor. She didn't wait to think, adrenaline flooding her veins. She scrambled to her feet and limped away, sprinting toward the stairs. Skinner rolled his eyes and trotted after her with a twisted, gleeful grin. Hey, didn't we agree to go pee together? Why are you running away? Rizet reached the stairwell and paused for a moment, debating her options. Finally, she turned and bolted upward toward the rooftop terrace. Skinner laughed, swinging his long, wicked knife in a sinful arc as he followed. Wrong way, missy. The bathroom's further down. We don't pee up here, Tilda. Rizet clutched the railing, breath ragged, heading up every step like her life depended on it. Bang! She yanked open the terrace door. Rain poured down in sheets. With no other escape, Rizet stepped out onto the terrace, drenched instantly. Skinner followed with that same disgusting grin still plastered on his face. Hey, 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 he crooned like a deranged carnival barker. Miss, this is not good bathroom etiquette. Do you usually pee on rooftops? Who are you? Rizet gasped, heart pounding like a war drum. She backed up until she had about 3 meters of space between them, eyeing his knife with justified terror. Skinner tilted his head and touched his unruly red mohawk, his voice slack with madness. Before you figure out who I am, Miss P everywhere, do you even know who you are? Hi. Rizet's mind spun. Skinner looked up at the stormy sky, letting rainwater stream down into his empty eye sockets. His eyes rolled back grotesquely as he muttered like he was narrating a bizarre dream. But I know who you are cheese. Cheese meant to lure the mouse out of its hole Tilda. Rizet recoiled, confused and rattled. I don't know you at all and I have zero clue what you're saying. Stop this, she yelled, backing away. Skinner planted his knife on his shoulder, swaggering forward like some unhinged carnival attraction. Next, I'm going to skin you, gouge those opal eyes right out, and take them to Kale, telling him this. His voice went soft, dripping with lunacy. Actually, your precious woman is still alive, Tilda. Hehehe. Skinner laughed unevenly, flicking out a scarlet tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. I don't know why, but every time I do this, everyone becomes surprisingly obedient, he said proudly. Don't worry, Miss Rizet, he added with a casual shrug. I only want your skin and eyes. I'm not actually planning to kill you yet. Without warning, Skinner lunged forward with his blade raised. Rizet's breath hitched in her throat, terror clawing at her chest. Yeah. But before he could strike, she moved. Fast. Like a flash. Rizet leaped onto Skinner's torso, legs locking around his waist in a perfect grapple. Snap. She twisted, and in an instant distorted his wrist, snapping his knife-wielding arm like a twig. The blade clattered to the rain-soaked concrete. Rizet didn't stop there. She slid gracefully around him and climbed up his back like a shadow. What? Skinner never even got the chance to scream. Rizet's slender, rain-slick arms wrapped tightly around his neck. She locked in a rear-naked choke with unshakable precision. Using her body weight, she leaned back hard. Thump! Both of them crashed to the terrace floor. Skinner's face turned beet red, his eyes rolling helplessly as the choke cut off his breathing. Patter, patter. Rain continued to fall in heavy sheets. Rizet's forehead hair was plastered with water, but her breathing had steadied, and calm filled her eyes in an almost eerie way. The pounding rain and Skinner's weak gurgles were the only sounds. Then in a flat, almost sing-song voice, Rizet hummed. Emyero esjane, viveste iryacha yamesya, esyage ode enya. Everything is ready. Splash. Skinner twitched helplessly, limbs flailing, trying to breathe. In the morning we'll go to church. Tea-tap, tea-tap, tea-tap. Then a cafe for fried eggs and coffee. Skinner's head sagged, his body going limp. Finally, the cruel killer's struggles eased, and he stopped moving. Rizet's gaze stayed calm, almost detached, as she continued her eerie little tune. Then we'll stroll in the park. And after lunch, we'll rest. And talk until we remember. We won't remember. Rize let the rain wash over her. She slowly stood, brushing rain-soaked hair out of her face and straightening her clothes with a cold calm. Her gaze drifted to the swirling water near the terrace drain. "The one who trapped us in this storm was you, wasn't it, Typhoon Devil?" she said with deadly quiet. There was a ripple in the water. The Typhoon Devil appeared in its swirling drain form, stunned by her presence. It hadn't expected Rize here. And it definitely hadn't expected her to be this tough. In canon, the Typhoon Devil made a deal to gain power in exchange for Denji's heart, and its contract partner turned on it during Rize's arc in the story, leading to its defeat and complicity under her influence. The Typhoon Devil's voice trembled slightly, tone respectful bordering on fearful. "Sorry, Lady Rize, I truly didn't know you were present. If I had known, I never would have let that human attack you." Rize snorted with cold insignificance. "HMPH," she said simply, "you're forgiven this once, but as payment you will obey my orders for now." "Thank you for sparing my life, Lady Rize," the Typhoon Devil said with a deference it rarely showed. "Leave and dispose of this man's body thoroughly," she ordered. "Understood," it replied, disappearing back into the drain swirl. Back inside, Rize patted her cheeks, sighing in relief. She peeked into the classroom with a mischievous smile. "Tgthegood." Her voice echoed like sunshine, returning after rain. "Hi, cat-eating mouse, the country mouse is back. By the way, looks like the rain stopped Tilda." The Typhoon Devil's storm faded, and the weather brightened almost instantly. Kale looked up at her, soaked from head to toe, hair plastered to her face. "Hey," he said with a puzzled frown, "weren't you just heading to the bathroom? How did you get so drenched?" Rize drew out a dramatic sigh, pretending to be annoyed. "Don't ask. The bathroom window got blown off by the wind, and I got blasted with rain. Turns out even big Tokyo buildings have crappy construction, haha Tilda." Kale frowned in genuine concern. "Well, go get a shower and change. It's not heated in here like the cinema, and you'll get sick." Rize rolled up her sleeves with unshakable energy. "Hey," she shot him a grin, "since I'm already here, let's finish setting up the fireworks before I go." Kale exhaled, looking half exasperated, half amused. "You got into this mess because of my stupid ideas," he said. "Why apologize? Isn't this kind of fun, Tilda?" Rize said, smiling wide. She jumped right into instructions. "You, the country mouse, take charge of the western fireworks, and me, the cat-eating mouse, I'll take the eastern building. Let's go, Tilda." Rize was all action, grabbing boxes and heading off with fiery determination. Room 606. Inside her room at 4th East High School, after a cold week of silence, Asamitaka finally examined her thoughts with clear logic. Why did she think Kale didn't like her? He had obviously called her every day, left food she liked exactly the way she liked it, and 999+ intercepted calls didn't lie. Every one of those things was proof he cared, right? As for why her ability failed earlier, totally explainable. The Blackbeard Devil's power interference made the ability glitch, and Yaru was weak in that moment anyway. So the failure wasn't rejection. It was a technical error. Asa buried her head in her pillow, guilt washing over her like a tidal wave. She should be the one apologizing. Yes. She made up her mind. The next time Kale came by, she would explain everything clearly. Wait. Strategy first. Maybe it'd be better if she went to find him. That would be proactive. Yaru, living in her head like spilled tea and sass combined, snapped angrily. Asa is thinking about Chainsaw Man again, not aloud. Asa snarled in response, pushing Yoru's interference aside. I'll think about him while staring at our photo. She bolted toward the bedroom desk, searching for the photo frame they kept together. That photo. The one she never threw away, even in anger. Where's my photo?" she muttered, rifling through drawers. Then, slap. She smacked her forehead. "Oh no, I left the photo frame at school." Realizing this, she immediately threw on her coat, changed shoes, and bolted out the door. She had to see that photo, right now. Chapter 70. Early morning. Isamitaka hailed a taxi toward school. They were only a kilometer away when the taxi jolted to a halt. The windshield wipers tore across the glass, but the rain pounded too hard, like someone was stabbing the world with sharp needles. The taxi itself trembled under the force of the storm. The driver, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, frowned and glanced at Asa in the back seat. "Little girl, this storm came out of nowhere," he said, voice tight with strain. "I can't see the road. I'll give you half the fare back, and since you can't get out right now, we should head back." Asa's mouth tightened. The weather had been normal just minutes ago. How had it turned into this? But it wasn't something anyone could safely drive through. Trees bent violently, almost uprooting themselves. "All right, let's go back," Asa nodded, reluctantly accepting the only safe option. "Okay, I'll just..." Crack. Whoosh. Before the driver even finished speaking, a massive street lamp, ripped from the ground by the storm's fury, slammed into the cab with bone-crunching force. Splatter. In an instant, only half of the driver remained in the seat. The smell of blood was thick and brutal. The steering wheel was snapped in half. Asa's eyes widened. Shards of rain, metal, and flesh blurred together. She was trapped in the wreckage. "Something's wrong," Yoru's voice echoed in her mind, sharp and urgent. "This isn't a normal storm. I sense a devil's presence, the typhoon devil." The name hit Asa like ice water. Her mind flashed back years, to the day her entire family was killed by a devil attack, a terror caused by this very same typhoon devil. Her eyes burned with fury. "Yoru, can you kill the typhoon devil?" she asked, voice low but steady. "Oh," Yoru said, surprised to hear Asa sound this fierce, but she forced caution into her tone. "No." Just then, bang! A mangled human body smashed against the taxi window, carried by the storm's wrath. The glass cracked under the impact, smeared with strange crimson that could only be described as entrails. A man's head with a mohawk rolled across the roof. Asa flinched, then steadied herself. Her thoughts raced back to her mother's death, and her pulse surged with anger. "Yoru always brags she's the strongest," she snapped in her head. "With that terrifying name, why don't you show some real strength and crush that damned typhoon devil?" Yoru's voice dripped with irritation. "The only reason I'm this weak is because of Chainsaw Man, the one Asa loves so much." "You," Asa seethed. Yoru continued in a more measured tone. "Asa, don't be reckless. The typhoon devil is just passing by, and it hasn't even noticed us. Just crouch down under the seat and hide until it's gone." Asa drew in a sharp breath. Her fists clenched until her fingernails bit into her palms. Crouch down, hide. No. She wasn't going to let her enemy escape again. The typhoon devil was the creature that annihilated her family. She had lived too long with fear and fleeing. She was done crouching forever. Asa sat up straighter, jaw set, staring at the raging storm outside. "Yoru," she growled, "I think your guts have been scared right out of you. From now on, I want the title of War Devil." Yoru froze. "Huh, are you insane, Asa?" Asa could feel it. The shaking of the taxi had lessened. The typhoon devil was moving away. Maybe, but maybe not. Was this her only chance? Her eyes hardened. "I don't care. I am going to kill the typhoon." Asa reached into her satchel and pulled out the wad of yen kale had given her the last time he brought breakfast. She had planned to return it once they cleared up their misunderstanding, but right now she needed a weapon. Yoru eyed the money suspiciously, bewildered by Asa's actions. Asa didn't wait for understanding. Snap! She slammed the wad of banknotes down hard on the driver's seat beside the torn body. "Uncle, I am so sorry. I have 50,000 yen here. I'm buying this taxi outright." The driver's corpse and the notes of cash vanished in a flash of shimmering light and points of illumination. Yoru blinked, dazed. Hi. She was just starting to figure out what Asa was doing when everything snapped into motion. Asa spoke with earnest zeal. "Good, this taxi belongs to me now. Uncle, rest in peace in heaven. I will avenge you." To fight the typhoon devil, Asa needed a weapon she owned. Only something belonging to her could transform into the terrible armament she needed. And the stronger her guilt over that weapon, the stronger it would be. What could maximize her guilt right now? Without a doubt, this taxi, because that driver had only been out doing his job when disaster blasted them both. Asa's logic was odd, but fierce. And it worked. The ability activated. Excellent. Snap. Asa's hand slammed down onto what once was the seat. Taxi soared. Swish. In an instant, the taxi transformed. What emerged was an odd, massive greatsword. Strange, vividly colored streaks of yellow and green still hints of the vehicle it had been, now long gone. The blade was heavy, almost unwieldy, requiring every ounce of strength she had just to lift it with both hands. The wind howled, whipping her long hair around like living tendrils. Asamitaka grasped the massive taxi sword and pointed it toward the eye of the storm. "Typhoon Devil, do you remember who I am?" The storm paused. A massive head, nearly a kilometer wide, emerged from the swirling winds. It had no skull covering its exposed brains, all of which churned and pulsed like grotesque storm clouds. It stared at her blankly. "So, who exactly are you?" it asked, as if amused. "Aya," Asa roared. Anger, pain, and every memory she had ever suffered burst from her voice like a volcanic eruption. She didn't have time to worry whether it could kill her. She raised the taxi sword and charged forward, feet thundering against the wet ground. "Give me back my mama's life." The Typhoon Devil truly wanted to laugh. A tiny human girl, charging directly at a creature that embodied natural disaster. To its mind, this was suicidal. It didn't even bother to dodge. But then, slash! The taxi sword cut deep. Blood and storm guts splattered across the pouring rain. The Typhoon Devil wailed in true agony. It hurts so much." Chapter 71. The Typhoon Devil writhed in pain and hurled a bus straight at Asa. She had no time to dodge. Gritting her teeth, she raised the greatsword to guard her side. Bang! A muffled groan escaped her lips as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The impact launched her backward, her body tumbling through the air. Hehehe! A bold smile spread across Asa's face midair. Rings formed within her pupils, and a shaped scar appeared on her cheek. Yoru's laughter rang out. "Ha, to think you could create such a powerful weapon with that ridiculous logic. Asa, you're a damn genius." Her hesitation before came from one simple problem: she lacked a reliable weapon. Now, thanks to Asa's twisted reasoning, she had forged something as absurd as the taxi sword. With that, the tide had turned. When it came to battle, it was only right for Yoru, the war devil, to take control. Screech! Gripping the greatsword with one hand, Yoru swung. The tumbling bus split cleanly in two. Boom! The fuel tank ruptured and exploded, flames engulfing the wreckage. Yoru strode out from the blaze, dragging her sword behind her. She brushed the fire from the hem of her clothes, rested the greatsword on her shoulder, and stared up at the Typhoon Devil. "Have you decided how you want to die?" The Typhoon Devil sneered. "Human, I met someone arrogant tonight. He died miserably." Its dull senses, and the strange nature of Asa and Yoru's shared body, kept it from realizing it faced a devil. Yoru clicked her tongue. "Spare me." She charged again. "You're asking for death." Whoosh! The Typhoon Devil whipped debris into a violent storm and flung it at her. But Yoru's agility dwarfed Asa's. She darted forward at blinding speed, using the scattered wreckage as footholds. Pacha! The taxi sword plunged deep into the Typhoon Devil's flesh. Blood erupted like a fountain. Yoru smirked and drove a vicious kick into its body, using the recoil to launch herself upward. Soaring dragon slash. A single flash. A gash dozens of meters long tore across the Typhoon Devil's massive form. Blood cascaded like a crimson waterfall. Entrails spilled out in heaps. "Alia! Damn human, what are you?" the Typhoon Devil shrieked. Bingo, suspended high in the air, gripping her sword, Yoru's smile turned playful. "Asa hates you, so your life belongs to me, the War Devil." At Tokyo 4th Higher Academy, Rizet stood on the rooftop after finishing her fireworks setup. She watched the distant battle in silence. With a commotion that large, ignoring it was impossible. "Lior's girlfriend," she murmured softly. "The War Devil Asamitaka." What timing! The Typhoon Devil she had recently taken under her command had run into Asa. And it was losing. Rizet's expression grew complicated. By all logic, she should step in to save her subordinate, but the opponent was Asamitaka. Anyone else would have been fine. Not her. It was not sentiment that stopped her. It was her heart. Her heart would not allow her to attack the War Devil. Rizet exhaled and gave the distant typhoon a small wave. Sorry, go cool off in hell for a while, don't pick a fight with her next time. Vroom. A chainsaw roared from another rooftop. Rosette turned. Boom. A black meteor shot across the night sky, plunging straight toward the battlefield. She crouched at the edge of the roof, hugging her knees. Fast, almost as fast as me. The typhoon devil was barely standing now, its massive body riddled with wounds. Yaru bore her own injuries. Her clothes were torn and scorched, her skin scraped and bleeding. Yet her grin only widened. Using a taxi to cut down a typhoon was exhilarating. Terrified, the typhoon devil began to beg. I was wrong, war devil. Spare me and I'll serve you. I'm useful, I swear. Yaru smiled lazily. Sure, I'll spare you. Really? It asked, hope flooding its voice. Of course. Relief flooded the typhoon devil. Thank you. From now on, I'll serve you. You are my master. Yaru licked the blood from her lip. I agreed, but I did not. What? Her laughter broke loose, wild, and unhinged. I've got dissociative identity disorder. Ha. In the next instant, control shifted back to Asa. The typhoon devil was already on the brink of death. Even Asa could finish it now. Her eyes were cold as she raised the greatsword. Sparing you is easy. Give me back my family. Huh. Before the blade could fall, a terrifying black blur burst forward with deafening noise. Picking on Asa, die. Swish, swish, swish. The typhoon devil's scream eclipsed even its earlier wails. It hurts, I'm going to die. Within moments, its enormous body collapsed inward, devoured completely until nothing remained. Asa blinked, Kale. Chainsaw Man, Yaru muttered through clenched teeth. A notification echoed in Kale's mind. Ding, the host has killed the typhoon devil and gained 120 attribute points. Ability extracted, Howl. Create a super typhoon with a 1 kilometer radius and maximum wind force of level 17 centered on the user. Kale inhaled sharply. That was one hell of an ability. Still, that was not what mattered right now. He returned to human form and looked at Asa, who avoided his gaze, her eyes shifting nervously. You're hurt, he said softly. Asa discarded the taxi sword and pressed her lips together. It's nothing, just a scratch. Kale exhaled slowly. At least she was speaking to him. Good. It's late, why are you still out? He asked. I forgot something at school, she replied quietly. She refused to admit she had come for their photo. That would be humiliating. Let's grab it together. He removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. It's cold, wear this. Asa, that's Chainsaw Man's coat. Don't take it, Yaru snapped inside her head. Asa ignored her and slipped her arms into the sleeves. Thank you, it's fine, I don't need to get it tonight. She had already accomplished what she wanted. She saw him. Silence settled between them, heavy but gentle. At the same time, they looked up and spoke. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Chapter 72. Kale, you go first. Asa, you go first. Again, the same words. A brief silence passed, then both spoke simultaneously, as if perfectly in sync. Hehehe. The uncanny timing made them burst into laughter. With such chemistry between Kale and Asa, how could it not be electric? At that moment, words felt unnecessary. An apology wasn't just spoken, it was shown through action. Standing tall at 172 cm, Asa's height wasn't far from Kale's, easily allowing her to act without needing to tiptoe. She stepped forward, letting her intentions speak clearly. Pressing her forehead against Kale's, her eyes half-lidded, she gently bit his lip. That familiar, slightly metallic taste. Kale felt the gentle, bloody pressure and froze. Had Asa forgiven him? Asa, SHH, don't talk, kiss me. Under stress, desire often becomes an outlet. Hearing her words, suppressed urges ignited. Kale responded with equal passion. 15 minutes later, they reluctantly pulled apart. The ache of separation heightened the weight of their feelings. Kale supported Asa as she sank onto the curb. Her legs had turned to jelly after the deep kiss. Even the fight with the typhoon devil hadn't left her this drained. Are you ready to hear my explanation now? Kale whispered, arm around her shoulder. Asa blinked. Explanation? They'd already shared a makeup kiss. She could feel, through that touch alone, how indispensable he had become. Why would he still feel the need to explain? Hehe, gentle as always, she thought. She decided to apologize first. I'm sorry, Kale, I acted impulsively. Compared to Yoru, I should have trusted you more. The Blackbeard devil must exist. I shouldn't have thrown a tantrum or blocked you. Can you forgive me? Kale was silent for a moment. I never blamed you, Asa. My lie was just to deal with Yoru. Inside her mind, Yoru cursed violently. Asa smiled faintly, leaning against his chest. If you don't mind, let's go back to how we were before. Kale wanted nothing more than to agree, but a lingering concern remained. The real reason his ability had failed before needed proof. He wasn't lying, and for a stable relationship, any hidden doubts had to be eliminated. After the kiss, clarity returned to his mind. He found a way to show Asa the depth of his trust. He took a deep breath, gazing into her eyes. Asa, before we get back together, I want you to turn me into a weapon. It's how I'll prove my love. Asa stiffened. Doesn't Kale have the effect of the Blackbeard devil's ability nullification? You don't have to worry, I can control it. He revealed the truth plainly. The only way my ability fails is if someone touches me, and I can deactivate it any time. You're safe. Asa hesitated. That's still dangerous. Weapons I make, they die. I don't want you to die. Kale smiled reassuringly. I've thought of that. He stepped back a meter. Clap. He slammed his left hand against his right wrist. Dark hole. Thud. His right hand dropped to the ground, limp and bloody. Asa's pupils constricted. Kale, your hand. Thanks to the cockroach devil's durability boost, he didn't feel a thing. It's fine, just a minor injury. He picked up his severed hand and offered it to Asa. This is my method. A part of me can represent me. Transform it if you want. Horror washed over Asa. Such a reckless plan. Could he really be serious? This is your hand. Let's get to the hospital quickly. There's still time to reattach it. She didn't realize weapon humans had a bizarre resurrection mechanism. To her, the hand was permanently lost. It's fine, really minor. Seeing her worry, Kale pulled the starter cord on his chest. Vroom. Chainsaw blades erupted. His right hand reformed instantly. See, perfectly intact. He reverted to human form, smiling. Asa's jaw dropped. Hiss, so magical. Chiyaru muttered in frustration. Chainsaw Man is a nightmare. Kill him enough times, feed him blood, pull the cord, he resurrects endlessly. Go ahead, Asa. If one hand isn't enough, I can provide more, Kale teased. No, that's enough. Asa hurriedly grabbed the still warm hand. Tentatively, she whispered, hand grenade. Swish. The flesh-colored hand deformed into a grenade, responding instantly. Finally, relief washed over them both. Asa smiled, realizing all past misunderstandings could now be resolved. He loved her so much. Want to try it? Kale asked. Okay, Tilda, she grinned, stretching slightly before tossing the grenade. I'll let you in on a secret, Asa teased. The weapon's power scales with my guilt. This grenade represents my love for you. Really? Kale raised an eyebrow. Yup, Tilda. She bit the pin and pulled hard. Sizzle. The fuse burned. She aimed at an empty fountain across the courtyard and threw with all her strength. Boom. The explosion shattered stones into powder, scattering debris everywhere. Flushed with excitement, Asa cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Kale, did you see that? I love you to the point of explosion. Kale laughed and shouted back, I saw it. Asa, I love you to the point of explosion too. If they were cringy, they'd be cringy together. Asa's chest heaved with exhilaration. Tonight had been perfect. She had slain the typhoon devil that took her mother, resolved a major misunderstanding, and reconciled with her boyfriend. Nothing could top this. Whiz. Bang, bang, bang. Above Tokyo 4th Higher Academy, fireworks erupted into the night sky, exploding and freezing midair. Against the dark backdrop, sparks formed dazzling words. Asa, CHEEK Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter T WICE Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter Japanese letter. Asa, there are 2 kisses on the cheek. Chapter 73. Asa, there are 2 cheek kisses. That was the message displayed in the custom fireworks Kale had arranged. If it were a typical confession, it would have read something cliché like, I love you or I like you. But Kale had avoided the obvious. 2 cheek kisses sounded strange at first, not like something anyone would put in a confession, yet it held a private meaning only he and Asa shared. It symbolized the very beginning of their relationship. Asa gazed up at the night sky above the school, mesmerized by the colors. "It's beautiful. Did Kale do this for me?" "Of course it's for you. Is there another Asa in the world who's given me a cheek kiss?" he replied, smiling to calm his own nerves. A faint blush spread across Asa's cheeks. Fireworks crafted just for her, he really loved her. Kale's thoughts briefly flickered. The scene was romantic, but he hadn't actually set off the fireworks himself. There was only one possible culprit, Rizeh. He discreetly checked his phone. A string of messages filled the chat box. "Rizeh, sorry, I'm so sorry, I accidentally hit the firework switch. How much did it cost? I can pay you back. Hands pressed together x3. As expected. Yet sometimes, unintentional acts create unexpectedly perfect outcomes. Kale shoved his phone back into his pocket and typed a blind reply. "It's fine." Asa noticed his movements. "Are you busy with work right now?" "No, I just told the person who helped with the fireworks to rest," Kale explained, then openly showed her the chat with Rizeh. There was no need for unnecessary suspicion. "Oh," Asa murmured, glancing briefly at the screen before returning her gaze to him. "I don't need to check on you. As long as I know you truly love me, I'm happy." Kale smiled, running a hand gently through her hair. "My girl is the most understanding." He set his phone to airplane mode. No more messages to distract us now. The custom fireworks faded, and at the edges of the sky, streaks of brilliant iridescent light traced the path of Starlink debris falling silently. Asa touched her right cheek with her finger. There were 2 cheek kisses, that only counted as one just now. From the school rooftop, Rizeh lowered her binoculars. There wasn't much to see with the 2 of them huddled together, sharing kisses. She tapped rapidly on her phone. "I'm really sorry, Kale. Come to Erdau Coffee Shop another day, and I'll treat you to coffee again, Tilda." After sending the message, she gazed blankly at the interstellar debris streaking across the skyline. "This model, it's the Soviet Union's Starlink. Its trajectory, east to west, a signal from the KGB intended to accelerate the operation." Rizeh smirked bitterly, sticking out her tongue and flipping her middle finger at the sky. What a cheapskate. Why the rush? Why not let someone enjoy a good relationship? Doesn't a prisoner get a last meal before execution? In truth, she had intentionally set off the fireworks. Seeing Kale and Asa reunited, she had added a touch to heighten the romantic atmosphere. She yawned, staring at a paper bell in her hand. The cat-eating mouse still won't beat humans. In a high-end apartment, Makima sat quietly on the sofa. The room was brightly lit, yet her gaze had drifted. Seeing Kale and Asa together again stirred something subtle in her chest, a mix of longing and curiosity. She glanced at Pachita, asleep in its basket. "Pachita, are you awake?" "Woof," Pachita opened its bleary eyes. Almost accustomed to Makima's habits, it slept lightly, deep sleep only coming once she rested. "Good, I want to ask you something," she said, taking a slice of ham sausage from the fridge and offering it to Pachita. "Woof, ask away." Sighing softly, Makima said, "I saw Kale and the War Devil reunited. Is love really this good? Why are they so obsessed with it?" Pachita tilted its head. "Woof woof. Maybe it's like how Makima enjoys delicious food. Love brings joy too." Makima nodded, seeing sense in the comparison. Without joy, life feels empty. Pachita chewed the sausage and nodded. "Woof. If you want to date Kale, take initiative like the War Devil." "Me, I'm not sure I even want to date Kale." Pachita shook its head solemnly. "Woof woof, you watch him so closely because you like him." Makima's eyes widened. "Ah, so that's why I observe him every day." Pachita nodded again. "Woof, face your feelings." Even a genius with a 152 IQ can get caught in Pachita's logic. Realizing this, Makima had a subtle change of heart. "I see, I like Kale, that's why I feel conflicted. I need to personally crush that mouse who covets him, Pamu." Chapter 74. 2 days later, at high noon, Erdau Coffee Shop chimed as the door opened. Ding-ling-ling. Rizeh bent over her desk practicing problems, looked up and smiled. "Boss, we've got a customer, Tilda." Since Kale had visited several times, Nanahara Takedo already remembered him and knew he was Rizeh's friend. Kale scanned the shop and settled at a random seat by the window. I'm here for lunch. Got any recommendations? Rosette propped her chin on her hand, teasing, if you want a proper meal, go somewhere real. Coffee shop food isn't that good. That's not true, it's clearly delicious, Tgthegood replied, deadpan. Then let's have a bitter melon-flavored cake. Our customer can't handle sweets. Rosette decided for Kale, who was indecisive. How could there even be such a thing? Tgthegood muttered, starting on a matcha cake anyway. Rosette packed her textbooks into her bag and slid into the seat next to Kale. I invited you to dinner the night before last. Why wait until today to come? Kale let out a soft sigh. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. The past 2 days he'd been hard-controlled by a sa and couldn't get away. A wry smile tugged at his lips. It's a long story. He briefly recounted to Rosette how he unexpectedly ran into a sa that night and reconciled with her, leaving out the truth about their devil identities. Rosette blinked her emerald eyes, genuinely surprised. So the fireworks I accidentally triggered were actually perfect timing. Exactly. Oh, she said, genuinely happy for him. Then, according to what you said, shouldn't you treat me? Order whatever you want. Slap, Rosette smacked her hand onto the table. Boss, give me the best, most expensive food. Tgthegood rolled his eyes. Prices are very affordable. Soon, 2 portions of matcha cake arrived, along with a large fruit platter. Tgthegood said flatly, I heard from Rosette that you're in business too. The platter's on the house. Since we're both in business, consider us friends. Huh, Kale blinked. Rosette burst out laughing. Boss, Kale is in the business of the dead. That's still a business, Tgthegood muttered as he left, forcing a smile. Stingy boss really got scared. Rosette's laughter almost brought tears to her eyes. Kale spread his hands. Aren't you worried about getting docked for teasing him? Hehe. Rosette smiled slyly. Does it matter? He already docks my pay plenty. Kale stayed quiet while eating, letting the atmosphere settle. Rosette devoured her cake quickly, taking huge bites. Kale, I'm leaving, she said suddenly after finishing. Kale paused mid-bite. Stretching lazily, she continued, I'm leaving Tokyo for risk. Going home. Rosette nodded. Yeah, something came up, I have to go back. Enough for travel expenses? Kale asked, knowing she wasn't particularly wealthy. It's fine, she pulled out a plane ticket and waved it. Transit station in Khabarovsk, tomorrow afternoon. I see, have a smooth journey. Rosette sighed. My heart is still in the countryside. I can't live as a city mouse. After I settle family matters, I probably won't return to Tokyo. Too bad, especially since I met someone as interesting as you, Kale. Hearing this, Kale felt a pang of sadness. This cheerful girl, always laughing, would leave this place behind. If you need help, just ask. I'll see what I can do, he offered sincerely. Rosette's gaze turned mischievous. Really? You're my friend, after all. Then she leaned closer, sliding next to him, exhaling a soft matcha-scented breath into his ear. Want to elope with me? Kale frowned. Just joking, she laughed. Of course it's a joke. After a while, she grew serious. Boss Tgthegood said there's a festival nearby tonight. Lots of food, fun games, but it's boring alone. I don't have other friends besides you. Can you spend my last night in Tokyo with me? Kale exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was just a festival. If she'd insisted on eloping, a high-beauty girl like Rosette could have tempted him into saying yes on impulse. But there were others he cared about, including Asa. Her request was simple. Enjoy a festival together, make the last night in Tokyo memorable. Sure, I rarely go to festivals anyway, Kale agreed. Night fell, Kandamaijin Shrine, Tokyo. Every 3rd weekend of November, the Tokyo Great Kanda Festival lit up the streets. Snack stalls, games, traditional performances, and the Mikoshi Parade drew crowds. Kale and Rosette wandered through the festival, eating and playing. Laughter flowed freely. Hours later, they reached a sparsely populated mountain trail and climbed to the summit. Leaning against a wooden fence by an oak tree, they rested. Thank you, Kale. I haven't been this happy in ages. Rosette gazed down at the lights of the city below. Kale nodded. Rosette tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The fireworks show is about to start, she continued. Boss Nanahara said this spot gives the best view, and few know about it. A perfect secret base. That's nice. Kale propped his chin on his hand. A moment of quiet passed. Hey Kale, she hesitated. What is it? I've thought about it for a long time. Japan, it's a terrible place. She spoke bluntly. I'm not sure about that, Kale admitted, unfamiliar with politics. Rizet moved closer, grabbed his hand, her eyes sincere. What I said at noon. I was serious. Please, Kale, elope with me. Let's leave Japan and live happily together in the countryside of Usharisk, okay. Chapter 75. Kale froze, instinctively trying to pull his hand free from Rizet's grip, but she held on with unyielding force. Rizet, you've had too much fruit wine. Please, don't do this, he warned, careful not to hurt her. I'm not drunk, she insisted, gripping him tighter. Her eyes were serious as she spoke, leaning close. Japan is small, but it's crawling with devils. For every 20 people, 7 die because of them. How can anyone feel safe here? Kale, stop working. Let's run away together, okay? Kale swallowed hard. Her words were all true, but leaving wasn't an option. Why tell me this, Rizet? My family, my career, they're still here. His thoughts lingered on Asamitaka and Denji, who had become like family. Rizet's face flushed a deep crimson. Because, I like you, Kale. His heart skipped a beat. Her blush and sincerity struck him harder than any words. Rizet, I just got back together with my girlfriend, he said carefully, trying to stay composed. What does that matter? Just break up again, you've done it before. Kale's mouth twitched. Rizet, you're drunk, I can't just abandon someone after getting involved. She shrugged innocently. Then, your girlfriend can come too, the 3 of us can live together. Kale rubbed his forehead. Sober up, Rizet, that's impossible. Her emerald eyes dimmed with disappointment. I see, Kale hates me. No, Kale's mind scrambled. Facing this sudden confession, he had no words. Maybe we're both drunk, he muttered weakly. Whoosh! A sudden flare of fire cut across the sky, followed by a loud bang. Kale's eyes widened in horror as Rizet leaned in and pressed her lips to his. Shock froze him for a heartbeat, his instincts betraying him as he didn't immediately dodge. She held his head with the strength of a beast, prying open his jaw and finding his tongue. Crunch, crimson blood filled their mouths. Ah, Ray, Kale mumbled, wrenching free blood spilling from his lips. Rizet's eyes sparkled as she swallowed, her flushed face breaking into a smile. See, Kale, no alcohol, right? Disbelief painted his features. Even if she seemed harmless, this girl was far from innocent. Devil, or possessed by one, he couldn't tell. Blood still flowed, and he needed to recover quickly. He unbuttoned his chest, reaching for the ripcord. Swish. Faster than he could react, a silver blade flashed. Clatter, both of Kale's hands fell to the ground. Sorry, it really hurts, doesn't it? Rizet murmured, holding his severed wrists with concern. I'll be gentler next time. Mice cannot disobey human commands, so, cat-eating mouse, I'll take your heart. A shark fin appeared, hurtling across the ground toward her. Shark fiend beam launched from the concrete. Don't harm my master. Kale blinked, regaining focus. Rizet had caught him off guard, but this wouldn't stop him. Howl, he activated the Typhoon Devil's power. Boom, fierce winds swirled, a Category 17 typhoon forming around him. What? Rizet screamed, swept hundreds of meters away. Within the typhoon, Kale moved freely, carrying the wildly spinning beam and muttering, "Follow me. Go." Woohoo, chainsaw boss blows bad women away in one shot. Beam cheered, arms and legs flailing. Over a kilometer apart, Kale signaled beam with his eyes. Pull. Got it, boss. Buzz, the ripcord engaged, saw blades emerging, and his tongue and hands regenerated completely. Chainsaw boss is back at full strength. Beam performed excited jumps. The typhoon dissipated. Kale felt drained, the ability consumed massive energy. Meanwhile, Rizet stabilized herself, clutching the paper bell in her hand. That wind, good thing I held it, or it would have flown away. She tucked it safely into her bosom, brushing hair from her neck. How can Chainsaw Man create wind? Data never mentioned this. Cheating. Her finger hooked the pull tab on her collar. Bang. Boom. A far more intense explosion than the fireworks shook the air. Rizet's form transformed, her once lovely face became a missile-shaped devil head. Dynamite strapped across her uniform, and arms glinted in the light. Beam panicked, baring his teeth. Wah, chainsaw boss, she reeks of danger. So, what is she and why is Beam here? Kale asked, mind racing. She's a bomb, a buddy of the gun devil, terrifying beyond measure, the bomb devil, Beam shouted. Kale processed quickly. Rizet, like him, was a weapon human fused with a devil's heart. Beam, stay back if you're scared. Watch me take her down, Kale ordered. Rizet's threat was real, but Kale still had over 1,000 unallocated attribute points. As Chainsaw Man, he wasn't weaker than her. Beam hesitated, then leapt from the mountain, hugging Kale. Ah, Beam, what the hell, betraying me? Chainsaw boss, sorry. Ms. Makima ordered us to protect you. Leave the fighting to us. You cannot risk taking on the bomb devil. What, Makima again? Kale exclaimed, overwhelmed by the night's chaos. Rizet stood on the fence, looking down at the fleeing Beam. Thief, she muttered. Chapter 76. Kale frowned, piecing together the shark fiend's words. A temporary worker having a personal bodyguard? Somehow, he was touched. Since Makima had sent Beam, his strength was reliable. All right, Beam, I'll leave this to you. I'll give you a little speed boost, Kale said, sitting on Beam's back and generating a small wind field around them. He temporarily deactivated Dark Water's advanced eye effect to ensure Beam could move freely. Half buried in the ground, Beam rocketed forward, wind at his back. Ooh, I am the wind-flying shark. Boom, boom. Explosions roared behind them, closing in fast. Beam was swift, but Rizet was faster. Using the thrust from her own explosions, she closed the distance at supersonic speed, leaving mock rings in her wake. Not good, Kale shouted. Boom! An explosion erupted beneath Beam. He swerved and braked sharply, avoiding the core blast, but the shockwave still battered them. Cough, cough. Their faces were blackened with soot as a dark, graceful silhouette emerged from the smoke. It was Rizet. Rizet, you really want to fight me, huh? Kale's tone was serious, his finger on the pole ring. He understood the Typhoon Devil's abilities now and no longer feared losing limbs. Not at all, Rizet replied, her missile-shaped devil head tilting slightly. I'm seriously inviting you to elope, Kale. Who told you to refuse me? Devil, do you expect me to believe you? Kale is so cold, we've even kissed. Beam instantly shielded Kale. Boss, don't act. Even against the bomb devil, I'll bite her to death for you. Crack, track. Rizet stretched, joints popping. She smirked at Beam. Shark, you're from Public Safety's Special Division 4, right? This is private. Leave now and I might let you go. Ho ho ho, bomb devil, you think you're scary? Beam's face twitched. Suddenly, his head transformed into a massive shark devil head, towering over several people. Think you're tough, I'll bite you to death. Gawa, he lunged, jaws snapping at Rizet. Kale grinned inwardly. The visual was intimidating, no doubt, but he had a plan. Rizet casually pressed her hand against the tip of Beam's shark nose. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, filling Kale's vision with blinding afterimages. Scorching heat singed his clothes, and Beam lay charred on the ground, smoke rising. Huh, one shot like that? Kale muttered. He had clearly overestimated Beam's combat ability. Beam, get it together, Kale urged, cutting a vein to feed him blood. Fiends were resilient, blood could restore them. Worried about him? You should worry more about yourself, Rizet said, stepping in front of him, her pitch-black fuse arm resting on his shoulder. Since we're on a date, can Kale only have eyes for me? Boom, nothing. Huh. Boom, she tried again, confused. Wondering why it didn't explode, Kale's tone dripped mockery. Kale is strange. Is your contract really with the Chainsaw Devil? Vroom. Kale pulled the ring, transforming into Chainsaw Man. Slash! His chainsaw ripped through the air, severing Rizet's left arm at the shoulder. Take a good look at whether I'm Chainsaw Man. It hurts. Rizet backflipped to create distance. Her combat instincts quickly analyzed the encounter. Touching Kale prevents me from using my abilities. Got it. I'll keep my distance. By the way, I cut your hands, you took my whole arm. Even now, we're even, right? SSH, chainsaw chain launched from Kale's body. Rizet dodged just in time. Watch your step, gift for you. She snapped her fingers, and Kale saw her severed arm twitching on the ground. Not goods, Beam. Kale abandoned the plan for melee and leaped onto Beam, protecting him. Another hit could kill him. Boom, the explosion tore a 20-meter crater into the mountain road. far louder than before. Screech! An off-road vehicle screeched to a stop. 3 men emerged, a blonde and bald man with machetes, and a black-haired man holding a walkie-talkie. "Whoa, the road's destroyed. We were checking the festival," the blonde said. "Did this devil do this?" the black-haired man said, serious. Rizez's gaze flicked to them. "Private devil hunters." The black-haired man commanded, "I secretly contracted a powerful devil behind public safety's back. You two, get behind me." The bald and blonde stepped back. Snap! Owen bit down hard on his hand, bleeding. "Germ devil, I sacrifice my blood. Make this devil's intestines and heart rot." Rizez shuddered. "Germ devil." Blood gushed from her mouth, her devil form involuntarily weakening. "Good, the germ devil works," Owen said weakly. The blonde licked his lips. "She's hot, almost reluctant to strike." "Move, she's a devil," the bald man barked. Rizez smirked. "Germs, afraid of heat, right?" Pressing her hand to her neck, she detonated herself. Boom. Her head fell to the ground, but moments later, her body regenerated beneath it, ready to fight again. Chapter 77. The vitality of a devil weapon human far surpassed that of a fiend. As a bomb weapon human, Rizez could regenerate countless times as long as she had blood and could pull her pin, but her clothes couldn't survive the explosions. She stripped off the destroyed outfit from her previous body and changed into fresh clothes. The cratered mountain road was empty, Kale and Beam were long gone. "They moved fast. I thought he'd stick around to watch me change," Rizez muttered, frustrated. Thanks to the 3 private devil hunters stalling her, Beam had carried Kale far from the danger zone, heading toward their teammates. "Chainsaw Boss, hang in there. Blood for you is coming," Beam encouraged, his energy barely keeping him upright. Kale's condition was dire. Rizez's severed hand explosion had nearly drained his body of blood, making it difficult to trigger his chainsaw form for recovery. Among all the devils he'd faced, Rizez's destructive capability was unmatched. Even Chainsaw Man's exaggerated constitution struggled to endure it. Low-level devils like bats, mantises, and leeches were laughably weak compared to her. "Yeah, she's tough. We need stronger allies if possible," Beam remarked. In the past, Kale wouldn't have admitted that. After Katana Man, he hadn't faced setbacks for a long time. Rizez's devastating attack shattered his arrogance, clearing his mind. He silently allocated attribute points, boosting both his constitution and agility to 600, double his previous levels. Luckily, he had saved enough points from farming zombies, leaving him with 862 remaining. Ahead, the Special Division 4 trio waited, Hayakawa Aki, Hyemno, and Power. Beam reverted to human form, placing Kale near them. "Do you have blood? Chainsaw Boss needs it," Beam asked. "We don't have any," Hyemno said solemnly, taking in Kale's injuries. "Aki, the fiend, and I just came after a civilian report. I didn't expect it to be you." Hayakawa Aki's eyes widened. She'd seen Kale's combat prowess before, but this level of injury was hard to imagine. Fortune favored the bold. If she could eliminate the devil that harmed him, she would secure her place in the gun devil subjugation. Her achievements were nearly complete. "I'll cover the rear," Kale said, his voice hoarse. "Aki, stay calm. This is the most dangerous devil I've encountered. You can't handle her." Aki clenched her fists but didn't back down. "I'll call for backup, of course. Shark, move him quickly." "You'll die," Kale warned. "Devil hunters can die at any time," Aki replied firmly. She still had her trump card, the Curse Devil. If it landed 3 successful strikes, the effect was instant death. Lifespan loss didn't matter to her when it came to achieving glory in the gun devil subjugation. Power crouched in front of Kale, uninterested in the strategizing. "Braid Girl and Eye Patch Girl, stop fussing. If you need blood, ask me. I'm the blood fiend, I've got plenty." She sliced her wrist, feeding Kale blood. "Prime Minister's hand, I'm saving you again. Better thank me properly." She pulled her pin, restoring Kale to peak condition. "I swiped a pair of pants along the way. Put them on," Power added. Kale dressed and exhaled a long breath. "Thanks, Power, I feel much better." Tap, tap, faint footsteps echoed down the quiet street under the bright moonlight. A slender figure appeared, shouting, "Public safety. Help, there's a devil chasing me." Hyemno and Aki exchanged glances with Kale. "Is it her?" "Yeah," Kale's expression darkened. "Beam, Aki, Hyemno, Power, leave first. I'll handle this. Your safety is more important. Iki bristled. Kale, do you really think I'm a burden? I have my own way of fighting. Hyemno grabbed her wrist firmly. Aki, promise me, don't use the curse. It's 5 against 1, we have the advantage. Fine, fine, Aki muttered. Rize's expression shifted to disappointment. You're not coming to save me. I said a devil was behind me. She pointed at Kale and the group. 1, 2, 3. Kale, didn't we agree to go to the festival together? Why are other girls standing next to you? This makes it very hard for me. Con. Boom. Iki cast a hand sign instantly, summoning a giant fox devil head that swallowed Rize whole. Silence fell over the world. Fox, swallow her, Iki commanded again. The fox devil hesitated, distorted in disgust. Hey, this taste, as bad as the gun. Hey, Akawaki, you made me eat this. I might as well die trying, the fox devil protested. Huffing, it turned to mist, severing all connection with Iki. Rize re-emerged in her bomb devil form, holding a huge, bloody chunk of the fox devil's tongue. I don't like killing. Could you leave me be and not disturb my date with Kale? Chapter 78. Rize didn't attack immediately. She watched quietly, giving everyone time to discuss. What kind of devil scares the fox devil like this? Hayakawa Iki muttered. She had once commanded the fox devil to swallow Kale. That time, the fiend had resisted but nowhere near as strongly as now. This time, it would rather break the contract than obey her. You guys go, her target is only me, Kale urged. With the attribute points he had just allocated, he felt confident enough to face Rize head-on. Don't be ridiculous. If we leave together, Hayakawa Iki replied, gripping her curse devil. The enemy was deadly strong. Cover me, I'll stab her 3 times, just let me land the hits. Rize sighed softly, watching their preparations. Is this your choice? I've said it before, I really don't want to kill anyone. Power acted first, swinging her blood hammer as she charged forward. What are you acting so tough for? Let me test your strength. Calmly, Rize raised her right hand. Snap! A tiny spark, the size of a mung bean, drifted toward Power. The moment it touched her body, boom! Fire erupted violently, shaking the ground. Power's hammer disintegrated into blood-colored powder, and she was sent flying backward. Ghost, catch her, Hyemno shouted. Invisible hands acted as a buffer, letting Power land safely. Cough, cough, Power wheezed, her pride wounded. I don't want to fight her anymore. Rize rubbed her missile-shaped head and held up 3 fingers. 30 more seconds. Keep interrupting my date with Kale, and I'll kill you all. Beads of sweat formed on Iki's forehead. This person. Screech, an old black SUV, skidded to a stop in front of them. A young man in a stylish hoodie stepped out of the passenger seat. His messy black hair gave him a rebellious vibe. Good grief, little shark, are we late? The shark devil's tail thrashed excitedly. Great, you're just in time. Kale glanced at the newcomer, unfamiliar with him, but the driver's next step made him freeze. A man in his 30s, neatly suited, with sharp sideburns and a beard. It was Katana Man, the very devil Kale had once annihilated. What are you doing here? Kale asked, stunned. Katana Man gave a dry laugh. Following Miss Makima's orders to protect you. Damn it, if it weren't for her saving my life, there's no way I'd help this chainsaw man. Kale's mind buzzed. Makima had saved him? Had Katana Man been recruited by her? The dissonance was confusing. Pachita had called Makima the control devil, so now Katana Man was her dog. The young man from the passenger seat patted Katana Man's shoulder. Relax, brother Katana, we're both working for Makima. First operation together, let past grudges be water under the bridge. Katana Man's eyebrows knit. Kid, who are you calling brother Katana? Ahaha, isn't it obvious? Swords come before katanas. Just because you're older doesn't mean I have to call you big brother Katana. Hyemno, bewildered, finally spoke. Who are you and what's going on? The young man grinned, showing his ID. Suzuki Misato, I've contracted a super powerful sword. Together with brother Katana, we belong to Public Safety Special Division 5, Makima's trusted unit. Special Division 5, Iki hadn't heard of them. Yes, only the strongest can join. With us here, the battlefield is secured. You can withdraw safely. Rize observed quietly, her curiosity piqued. Japan has been researching devil fusion technology for a long time, huh? Suzuki Misato aimed his blade at Rize. Honestly, I don't like fighting women. Surrender or face my blade. Miss Makima might spare you. Rizet laughed, shaking her head. Submit to Makima? No thanks, I don't do dogs. Anger flared instantly in both Suzuki Masato and Katana Man. Don't insult Miss Makima, they shouted in unison. Negotiations collapsed. Katana, behind me, watch this strike. Suzuki Masato's blade hummed as he lunged. Phantoms of the blade whirled around him. Katana Man assumed an EI stance. Kid, I don't need instructions. Only my grandfather and Makima tell me what to do. Boom. Beam, watching from the car window, asked Kale in the driver's seat, Chainsaw Boss, do you think they'll win? No. Screech, Kale slammed on the brakes. Ahead, illuminated by faint streetlights, Rizet appeared, holding two heads in her hands, Suzuki Masato and Katana Man. Chapter 79. For a brief moment, Kale considered ramming Rizet directly with the SUV. But he quickly dismissed the idea. It would be a Pyrrhic victory at best, causing more harm to himself than the enemy. Rizet could create massive explosions with her body, and making rash contact was too dangerous. Even if Kale, Beam, and Power could withstand the blast, Hayakawa, Aki, and Hyemno, two ordinary humans, would almost certainly be killed. Screech. Kale brought the SUV to a stop. Rizet nodded in satisfaction, tossing aside the katana and Suzuki Masato's head. It's these two who insisted on getting in my way. If possible, I don't want to kill anyone. Kale, get out and come with me. The rest of you, leave quietly. Sigh, there was no escaping this. The duo who had boasted so boldly hadn't lasted even a few minutes against her. Kale opened the door and stepped out. Rizet, do you want my heart that badly? Rizet hesitated, facing Kale's cold stare. A mix of emotions churned within her. This was a mission she was assigned to, a tool executing orders, yet her words betrayed something deeper. Of course, so many want the Chainsaw Man's heart. Why shouldn't I? No, what she truly wanted wasn't his heart, it was him. Kale pointed to his chest. It's right here. If you want it, you'll have to take it by force. Fine then, since I could take your tongue, taking your heart probably won't be a problem either. At that moment, Ghost, pin her down. Hyemno activated the Ghost Devil's ability through the car window. Rizet felt invisible shackles restraining her slightly. Vroom. Hayakawa Aki, now in the driver's seat, slammed the accelerator. The SUV roared to life and darted forward. Kale was about to transform, but Power grabbed him and dragged him back into the car. With a screech of tires, the vehicle drifted around Rizet and sped away. Kale, don't fight her. We're outnumbered. We need to reach Devil Hunter headquarters immediately to find help, Aki shouted. Hyemno's hand trembled, fingers dislocated and aching. Aki's right. This person killed Katana Man and Suzuki Masato with ease. Even the Ghost Devil couldn't affect her. She's no ordinary devil. We need reinforcements. Finding help was wise, but Rizet's speed was supersonic. We'll be caught soon. Her target is only me. You don't need to worry about me, Kale said earnestly. You are our partner. How could we not care? Hyemno replied matter-of-factly. Aki exhaled deeply. Kale, I don't like your casual attitude toward being a devil hunter, but I certainly won't let a devil dictate terms. Kale felt a twinge of irritation. When did they become so sentimental and righteous? He was a temporary worker. They had no deep emotional foundation. It was uncomfortable. Cracked. A loud bang came from above. Just as Kale expected, Rizet caught up, landing on the SUV roof. Her feet dented the metal as she crouched. What a pain. I've given you many chances. Since you won't listen, don't blame me for turning you all into charcoal, she warned. Her missile-shaped arms smashed toward the cabin. Hey, take this. A dark shadow moved at incredible speed. A clean, decisive sidekick knocking Rizet off the roof. The Special Division 4 reinforcements I called are here, Aki shouted, poking her head out. We're saved. The reinforcer wore a public safety uniform, a plague doctor mask hiding their face under a hooded cloak. It was Galgali, the violence fiend of Special Division 4. Among the fiends of the unit, Galgali's combat power was top tier, far beyond Shark Fiend Beam. Rizet staggered from the kick, her head spinning as she hit the ground before slowly standing. Hwa watched the leg. Galgali leapt, his left leg swinging like a battle axe straight at Rizet. She blocked with her forearms. Crack, boom, The road beneath her cracked like a spider web, sinking dozens of centimeters. She rubbed her arms and stepped out of the pit, ready to fight again. Not bad. You're stronger than those two-weapon humans from before. Come on, let's continue. Galgali retreated several steps, horrified. Are you kidding me? I was attacking seriously. He turned to Higashiyama Kobni, trembling nearby. Kobni, change of plans. This lady is way stronger than us. We'll die if we keep fighting. Retreat. Strategic retreat. Yep, that's it. Galgali waved to Rizet and ran off, dignity abandoned. Rizet's gaze turned to Kobni, also in a public safety uniform and holding a knife. The girl's tears blurred her vision as she watched Galgali flee. I threw my back out. I can't run anymore. Do you want to hunt me too? Rizet asked faintly. Eek. Kobni dropped her knife, collapsing to her knees, slamming her head to the ground. I'm sorry, I wouldn't dare hunt you. Spare me, I'll resign as a devil hunter. Please forgive me. Rizet's bloodlust remained low. Facing a will-less opponent, she did not want complications. Boom! She leapt high, the recoil of the explosion propelling her toward Kale once again. Seaside Road. Inside the SUV, Kale and the others heard the heart-pounding blasts. I see her, the explosion girl is catching up again, Power shouted, lingering fear in her voice. Iki felt immense pressure. Could even Special Division 4's experts not stop her? Sigh, Kale exhaled. The one who tied the knot must untie it, he muttered, glancing at the others. Thanks for trying to help, but I have to attend this date personally. Our reinforcements are on the way, Kale. Don't be impulsive, Heimno warned. More reinforcements? This wasn't reinforcement, it was a comedy of errors. Their power was far inferior to the grandpa Kale they were trying to save. Vroom. Kale pulled the cord and transformed into Chainsaw Man. He sawed through the roof, leapt into the air, intercepting Rizet. Rizet, since you're so infatuated with me, it seems I have no choice but to keep our appointment. That's right, that's how it should be. Rizet's missile-shaped head revealed a terrifying smile. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 80. Snap, snap. Rizet snapped her fingers repeatedly, sending dozens of sparks toward Kale. Boom, boom. One explosion after another, Kale was instantly engulfed by the fiery blasts. Everything nearby was obliterated by the intense heat. Yet strangely, the explosions didn't expand outward, they contracted inward frantically. When the smoke cleared, Kale was gone. Having lost sight of him, Rizet immediately went on high alert, scanning every direction. How is Kale so much faster than before? Her combat instincts made her glance upward instinctively. Oh no, is he above? By the time she realized Kale's position, it was too late. Cloaked in darkness, using the night as cover, Kale hovered above, a dense black hole the size of a ping-pong ball suspended between his chainsaw hands. After doubling his constitution and agility, Kale had new strategies. He hadn't dodged the explosion, he used Dark Hole to tank it directly. I'm giving it all back to you. Liberation. Boom. Explosive flames erupted from the black hole, engulfing Rizet instantly. 10 seconds later, the fire subsided. Clatter. Rizet tossed aside a charred concrete slab she had been holding to shield herself. Wind and a black hole, such bizarre abilities. Kale, you really are a monster, she panted. You're not so bad yourself. Vroom. Kale spun his chainsaw blades and closed the distance. After the destructive power of Dark Hole's liberation, it was time to get wild with the chainsaw. Strike while the iron was hot. Close combat again, Rizet murmured. Her explosive power was devastating at close range, but proximity to Kale suppressed her detonations. To deal damage, she had to create distance. Boom! Kale chased Rizet through a shredded concrete road, his chainsaw carving a path of destruction. Rizet's movements were simple but precise, evading by mere inches. Why are you dodging? Weren't you enjoying this chase before, Rizet? Kale shouted, frustrated. Fine, then I won't dodge. Rizet spotted a flaw in Kale's movement and pivoted, using his own momentum against him. She executed a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground, then followed with a kick, pinning him further. But Rizet wasn't safe either. Wherever she touched Kale, the black hole swallowed her impact. Kale, you're strong, but your skills still lag behind mine, she teased. Ha, then I'll just have to learn from you. Kale replied, feigning conversation while firing chains from his chainsaw. Rizet leaped to avoid the chains, finally learning not to get close. Taking advantage of the gap, she condensed a missile along her injured arm and fired at him. Bang! The missile shot toward him. Kale didn't dodge. If sparks could have this power, a single missile could level a hilltop, but he wasn't the only one to get hit. Just then, howl! The Typhoon Devil's ability activated. A Category 17 gale tore through the area, pulling Rizet off balance and drawing her toward Kale. Oh no, Rizet faltered. Kale's combination of abilities was overwhelming, impossible to counter. Clack, clack, clack. Chainsaw chains wrapped her. Kale retracted the chains, pulling her closer. Come on, Rizet, let's see whose life is tougher. He wasn't letting himself get hurt alone. If there was an explosion, they'd both feel it. Boom! The world fell into blinding silence. Explosive flames centered on Kale and Rizet, a second sun igniting the night. Roads, trees, utility poles, everything crumbled. Waves over 10 meters high roared toward the shore, creating a tsunami that swept away everything in its path. The next day, the first light of dawn appeared. Caw-caw. Seagulls skimmed the surface as a lunar phase fiddler crab crawled from Kale's collar. He was the first to open his eyes, washed up on a beach, seaweed and debris tangled on him. Hiss, my head feels swollen. Kale pressed one side of his head, rinsing seawater from his ear. After the massive explosion, he had lost consciousness and only now woke up. Explosion, Rizet. Right, Rizet too. He forced himself upright, scanning the area. Soon, he spotted her near a reef, not far, still unconscious. Perfect. Strike first, gain the upper hand. Kale grabbed a fleeing fiddler crab, tossed it in his mouth, chewing to replenish his energy. He limped toward Rizet. Her purple hair was tangled with seaweed, but she was alive. Heth, Kale chuckled. In the survival contest, I win in the end. He condensed a black hole in his palm. Weapon humans had a weakness, the heart. Remove it, and the fight ended. Just as he reached for her chest, he noticed something strange. Normally, a drowning person washed ashore would lie flat, limbs spread. Rizet's hands were tightly clasped, guarding something. Kale's curiosity piqued. Let me see. Soaked from the seawater, her explosives were probably inactive. He turned her onto her back and pried her pale fingers apart. Ahem. Even unconscious, Rizet's hands remained clenched. Her lips twitched as she whispered. Kale applied gentle force, prying open her fingers one by one. His eyes widened as he saw what she had been guarding. A wrinkled paper bell, soaked from the seawater. It was the one Kale had folded himself. Chapter 81. A paper bell. How could it be this? After the explosion and the tidal surge, the one thing Rizet had tried so desperately to protect was nothing more than this fragile piece of folded cardstock. Kale felt a complicated weight settle in his chest. The killing intent that had surged through him moments ago receded like the tide. He picked up the bell and studied it in his palm. It was folded from plain white cardstock. Across its surface was a strange doodle drawn in blotchy ink. A ferocious soldier in military uniform lay flat on the ground with his tongue hanging out. A muscular giant mouse stepped on the soldier, and behind the giant mouse, a smaller mouse carrying a bundle hid cautiously. It looked like something a child might draw without thinking twice. Next to each figure were notes written in Russian. Kale could not read a word of it. His phone had been swept away by the sea, otherwise he would have translated it. Still, considering Rizet's background, he could roughly guess the meaning. At that moment, Rizet slowly opened her eyes. She stared blankly at the sky. Her fingers twitched, then clenched. Her heartbeat skipped. Her hand was empty. Where was it? Anxiety flickered across her face. She turned and saw the bell resting in Kale's hand. The tension in her chest dissolved at once, and she let out a weak sigh. The gift is for me. Are you going to take it back too? She murmured. What do the notes on it mean? Kale asked. Rizet gave him a faint, desolate smile. Your face already gave you away. Why ask when you've already guessed? Fair point. Kale crouched and pressed the bell back into her hand. A gift's a gift. I'm not that cheap. Rizet tucked the bell away and slowly pushed herself upright. The way she looked at him now was different. You had the chance to kill me just now, didn't you? Why didn't you? Well, yeah, at first I was going to. Then, for some reason, I just didn't feel like it anymore. You're strange, Rizet said quietly. Tell me something I don't know. Kale dropped down beside her, scooped up a small sea turtle that had been carried back with the tide, and flicked it across the water like a skipping stone. Plap, 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 plap. 10 skips, Rizet counted softly. That's impressive. Damn right it is. Let me try. She picked up a fiddler crab, took aim, and hurled it toward the sea. Plap, 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 plap. Kale smirked, 4, I still win. That's because your material was better. Bullshit, I could skip a starfish farther than that. She snorted, unless you use a jellyfish or an octopus. It was absurd. Not long ago, they had been trying to kill each other. Now they were arguing about whose sea creature skipped better. Rizet's smile softened. Kale, you won, my mission failed. The moment she said it, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Ding, host has defeated the bomb weapon human form. Extracting ability, bomb weapon human form. Pull the ring on your neck to transform into a bomb man. Note, only one weapon human form can be active at a time. The dark water advanced II absorption effect did not require a kill. A defeat was enough. Neither of them had died. They had both been caught in the explosion and dragged underwater. Kale had woken first, but it could have been called a draw. Now that Rizet had admitted defeat, the ability activated. He felt a subtle shift in his body. The pull cord embedded in his chest responded to his thoughts. If he willed it, the chainsaw cord would retract, and in its place a bomb pull ring would emerge at his neck. A powerful ability. He did not care. Whose mission? Kale asked. The salty wind brushed against them. Rizet stared at the horizon, as if she had finally set down a burden she had carried for years. The KGB, I'm a trained agent. My orders were to take the chainsaw man's heart. Kale went quiet. He had asked out of curiosity. He had not expected her to answer so easily. That kind of information was not something you gave away, unless you had already stopped caring. The mission failed. What happens to you now? He asked. What happens? Rizet gently rubbed the bell with her thumb. A tool that can't function gets discarded. That's the usual ending. She smiled, but there was no warmth in it. So whether you kill me or not doesn't really change anything. Kale rubbed his chin. If working for the KGB is such a shitty gig, ever think about switching jobs? She blinked. What? My shop's short on staff. Rizet stared at him. Are you saying you want to be my boss? He shrugged. I'm not into strict hierarchies. Partner sounds better, so what do you think, Rizet? She burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. Kale, are you insane? I was trying to kill you an hour ago, and you're offering me a job. You're not trying to kill me now, are you? Her laughter faded, her expression turned serious. Kale, you don't actually think I like you, do you? Her gaze sharpened. From the first moment I saw you at that charity lottery, every smile, every blush, every word I said was calculated. All of it was training. All of it was to lower your guard. Kale gave her a small, knowing smile and pointed at her hand. Then, why are you still holding onto that bell like it's the only real thing you've ever had? Rizet froze. She had no answer. Kale stood and brushed sand from his clothes. I've got a girlfriend. I wasn't counting on you falling for me anyway, and my shop genuinely needs help. He glanced back at her. You've got more than one path, Rizet. She said nothing. Kale turned away and lifted a hand in farewell. Your flight's this afternoon, right? If you change your mind, come to Erdau coffee shop at 6. I'll be there. Rizet bit her lower lip as she watched him leave. After a long silence, she muttered under her breath. Kale, you bastard, like I'd ever show up to work for you. 2:30 p.m. Disguised, Rizet dragged her suitcase into the train station. A mechanical announcement echoed overhead. The 14:35 Shinkansen Tsubasa bound for Tokyo Airport will soon depart. She stood at the ticket gate, unable to take the final step. Then she heard a familiar voice calling out nearby. To help children harmed by devils, please donate. Kind people who give 1,000 yen get a chance to draw a prize. Prizes are generously sponsored by public welfare organizations. Rizet exhaled softly. She turned and walked toward the donation booth, slipping a 1,000 yen bill into the box. Thank you for your donation, ma'am. Would you like to draw a prize? The girl asked brightly. Yes. Rizet spun the wheel herself. The pointer slowed, ticking past several larger sections before landing on the smallest slot. Wow, you're so lucky. It's the grand prize. The girl handed her 2 tickets. The grand prize is 2 tickets to a super popular movie. Rizet looked down at the title printed on them. Explosion, Love, and the Chainsaw. Her fingers loosened. Her suitcase tipped over. Without another word, she turned and walked out of the station. Chapter 82. Afternoon, 5:20. Urdo Coffee Shop. Kale ordered a caramel coffee and settled into his usual spot by the window, watching the street outside. Nanahara Takedo, wiping down cups, glanced at him casually. You're waiting for Rizet, right? But she said she's flying back today. Kale took a slow sip. I know, I just want to see her before she leaves. Nanahara sighed, a look of knowing melancholy crossing his face. You should let it go. You're young, talented. There'll be plenty of girls more suited for you. Ah, Mr. Nanahara, you've misunderstood. I'm not trying to date her. I just want to recruit Rizet for a job. Oh, right, Nanahara's face softened. That makes sense. At your age, love can really trap you if you're not careful. Outside the coffee shop, Rizet walked down the familiar road. Her steps were lighter than they had been in a long time. Her mission had failed completely. But Kale had been right. Why couldn't she have a chance to make her own choice? Between the country mouse and the city mouse, why must she pick one? Loyalty, she'd had enough. Why couldn't she be like Kale? A cat-eating mouse. Rizet turned into an alleyway. At its end, the familiar coffee shop waited. Kale had promised he'd be there. Her heart quickened. She removed her black baseball cap and pulled off the mask disguising her face. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She wanted him to see her clearly. Could a new life be waiting for her? Squeak. Several rats scurried past her feet. Ahem. Squeak, squeak. More rats followed, swarming from behind. They moved unnaturally fast, piling on one another to form a living, writhing monument taller than a person. An unfamiliar, gentle voice whispered in Rizet's ear. From the rat tower, a figure emerged. Graceful, confident, deadly. White shirt, black tie, pink braids, and orange-ringed eyes. Makima. I also prefer country mice, Pamu, she said with a faint smile. Rizet broke into a cold sweat. She was a KGB agent, trained to handle many dangerous enemies, but Makima in Japan, she was the deadliest of them all. Which, Rizet muttered, her left hand reaching behind her back for the dagger at her waist, while her right tried to pull the pin on the bomb around her neck. Makima's smile widened, a pale halo forming above her head. 100 years. A pitch-black spear cut through the air, descending with terrifying force. Rizet's right hand was severed in 3 jagged pieces. Makima's calm gaze never wavered as she held a rat in her palm. I have friends with a large farm. Every autumn, I help out during harvest. Rizet grit her teeth, enduring the pain, and vanished behind Makima, dagger poised for a lethal strike at her throat. Shink. Another flash, another strike. Rizet's left hand was cut to pieces. Vda. She spat blood, leaning against the wall, face pale as death. Makima, you witch. On the surface, Makima looked serene, but inside she was thrilled. How did it feel to lose both hands? Katanas, swords, they were only as strong as the one wielding them. So far, she had used the powers of 3 devils against Rizet, the angel devil, the katana devil, and the longsword devil. But Makima wasn't done. Pamu had other sins to atone for. First, killing and wounding her loyal dogs. Second, using her beauty as bait, biting off Kale's tongue, severing his hands, even kissing him. Before controlling Pamu, at the very least, she would feel the same pain as Kale. Makima crouched, placing the rat from her palm into a nearby trash can. The fields are full of mice destroying crops. They must all be cleared before the snow falls. She pinched Rizet's chin, locking her gaze on her emerald eyes. I will overturn the fields and let the dogs finish off the hidden mice. Seeing that brings me peace. Her smile turned icy. That is why I love country mice. Killing them feels just as good as killing you. Rizet's lips curled into a bitter grin. You're using Kale. Even if you kill me, your plans won't succeed. Makima's brow furrowed. Using. Fine, a reversal, an insult. Pamu dared to defile the bond between her and Kale. Despicable. One more sin added. Makima abandoned the idea of controlling her. She was just a bomb weapon human form. Let her die. Let the dogs feed on her. Her tone froze the air. Pamu, as punishment for insulting me, you will die in the most miserable way. 1,000 years. A rift tore through the void behind her, revealing the vast, starry sky. A terrifying aura brewed within it. Meanwhile, inside Erdau coffee shop, Kale had stood to refill his cup. Not good. Was Rize about to be killed by Makima? His pupils constricted. Whistle. Crash. Kale smashed through the glass. A strong updraft swept through the area. Neither Rize nor Makima were prepared. Both were sent flying. The spell was interrupted. Kale became a shadow, moving freely through the typhoon. Thud. He caught the severely injured Rize in a princess carry. Seeing Makima losing balance as well, he steadied her with a hand. Makima had psychological issues. He couldn't show favoritism. The typhoon receded. Kale held Rize, gaze fixed on Makima, complicated thoughts racing. Before he could speak, Makima's voice cut through. Kale, why did you hug her and not me? I was falling too. Her voice carried a trace of grievance. Kale hurriedly set Rize down. She's badly injured. You're fine. Please don't continue to hurt her. Makima's chest rose and fell, voice trembling. Kale is afraid she'll get hurt, but aren't you afraid she'll hurt me? Aren't we friends? Pamu's affection for you is fake, but I truly like you. Wait, I understand now. You hugged her because she kissed you, while I haven't. Rize, my liking is fake. Kale's scalp tingled. What the hell was going on? Neither of them were his girlfriend. Why was this turning into some dramatic Shura battlefield? At least Asao wasn't here. Otherwise, he couldn't even imagine the chaos. Chapter 83. Both of you stop fighting. To me, both Makima and Rize are very important, Kale said, repeating the same old platitude. Huh? Rize's mind scrambled. What had Makima just said? Like some love-struck fool? And Kale? Had he been influenced by her? Damn it, this witch was exhausting. Could this aggrieved-looking girl really be Japan's most dangerous enemy? No, impossible. Then it hit her. It was a disguise. Makima, just like Rize herself, was a master actress. Every word, every expression, deliberately performed in front of Kale. Her offer to recruit him into the Devil Hunter Squad had an ulterior motive, just like Rize's own plans. She couldn't let Makima manipulate Kale. She had to expose her. Kale, don't believe her. Rize gritted her teeth, ignoring the searing pain of her severed arm, and shouted Makima's secret in his direction. Makima isn't just a simple devil hunter under the cabinet. She's a devil. Oh, Makima's cold gaze pierced her. The corners of her lips curled with amusement. Pamu, let me open your brain and see just how much you think you know about me. Sigh, Kale pinched the bridge of his nose. Here we go again. Makima being a devil was the paper-thin barrier between him and her. He hadn't wanted to confront it, hadn't wanted to puncture that fragile line, but Rize had already done it for him. Fine, if it's broken, it's broken. Better now than later. Rize, I've known Makima is a devil for a long time, but she is also my irreplaceable good friend, Kale said carefully. The words after the but mattered most. Compared to her identity as a devil, what mattered more was the fact that she was his friend. The emotional weight needed to be clear. If Makima ever faltered, the consequences would be severe, but caring for the lonely, old Makima was his responsibility. A subtle curve appeared at the corner of Makima's mouth. Did you hear that? Kale had said it himself. They were friends now, and what they could become in the future didn't need to be asked. To say that, Kale, you must have already been controlled by her. Rize's bloodied face showed disbelief. Hehe. With Kale's endorsement, Makima looked confidently at Rize. Pamu, you are a Soviet spy agent, a rat in the sewers. For someone like you to try and drive a wedge between me and Kale, isn't that ridiculous? Rize faltered. Even if you got on the train, did you really think I'd let you leave Tokyo without consequences? Makima's voice was gentle, but carried immense pressure. Time's almost up. Since she could see that Kale's feelings hadn't soured, it was time to deal with the rats. Being a dog for a good friend was reasonable. She would help Kale bite this rat Pamu to death. No matter how pretty a rat looked, it was still a rat causing harm. Kale would understand. Her orange-ringed eyes gleamed with divine intent. Pamu, say it with me. I am willing to offer everything to Makima. Control chains erupted from her abdomen, latching onto Rize's body. Makima had already studied Rize thoroughly. Her combat power was absolute. The chains pierced through Rize, freezing her instantly. Her emerald eyes dulled. I am willing to offer everything to Maki. Snap! Kale lunged, pulling Makima into his arms. Holding a beauty should have been a pleasure, but Makima carried a strong rat scent. Fortunately, Kale was used to it. He wasn't doing this to take advantage of her, no. The dark water effect activated. Makima's control ability shattered. The chains crumbled into nothing. Rize shuddered, returning instantly to her normal state. Makima looked up, slightly dazed. Kale, why stop me? I was doing this for your own good. Kale exhaled. Rize used to be a spy, but that doesn't mean she has to be one forever. She should be free to choose her own path. Whoosh! Kale manipulated the airflow, pulling the pin from the choker around Rize's neck. Boom! Her devil form dissipated, her severed hand fully restored. At that moment, she had no fight left. She couldn't defeat Kale or Makima, so she willingly exited her devil form. Rize, does your appearance here mean what I think it means? Kale asked, holding her close to prevent Makima from causing trouble. Rize had imagined many possible meetings, but she hadn't accounted for Makima. Terrifying, yes, but with Kale here, Makima wasn't so terrifying anymore. Still, seeing Kale holding Makima stirred a sour jealousy deep in her chest. She exhaled a troubled breath, pursed her lips, and forced herself into a slightly playful tone. Hello, interviewer Kale. My name is Rize, 19 years old. My previous job was as a guinea pig for the Soviet KGB. I have 14 years of work experience, I'm skilled in social techniques, and I want to join your funeral home. You're hired, Kale said immediately. That simple, no questions. Rize winked at him and playfully stuck her tongue out at Makima. Makima's expression softened. Being held by Kale wasn't unpleasant. Because it's Rize, there's no need, Kale said calmly. But we haven't negotiated salary yet. How much do you want? Rize's gaze flicked past Makima. A cunning smile appeared. Her tongue slid across her lips as she pointed at them. I can do without a salary. And the price, let me taste your tongue once a week, just like last night. Kale froze. Hey, Rize, act normal. The mental states of the people around him were something else. Makima couldn't hold it in. This was provocation. Damn it, what was Rize implying? Makima tilted her head, staring seriously at Kale's profile. Kale, an impolite Pamu just needs to be tamed. Let me turn her into a dog. Kale rubbed her head gently. No, little Makima. Rize is already my employee. If you break her, there'll be no one to do the work. But, Makima puffed her cheeks, I'm not satisfied. Little Makima, Rize laughed. Which, can't you see? You think you like Kale, but he's just coaxing you like a child. Makima tightened her tie. You're asking for death. Rize raised her head defiantly. Makima, records say you like sweets. Eat more Chupa Chups lollipops. Only children eat sweets. Mature adults don't use candy to soothe their emotions. Because, Rize traced her finger along her lips, smiling slyly. True lovers have a lip friendship. Makima's face gradually flushed red. Sweat beaded on Kale's forehead. Tusk, here we go again. Can you guys give me some face and stop quarrel, MPH? Makima suddenly pressed her head against his, taking advantage of their proximity. She had been suppressed for too long. First Asamitaka, then Rize, and now him. Enough. Makima had watched from the sidelines for too long. She wanted to be the protagonist. She wasn't going to ask permission. She was going to take what she wanted. Her kiss carried the unmistakable sweetness of a rat. Chapter 84. Facing Makima's sudden advance, Kale froze, letting her clumsily smear his mouth with saliva. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, he couldn't. Makima had emotional issues, and being inexperienced, she likely believed this was how close friends interacted. If he rejected her now or showed disgust, it could traumatize her. Surprisingly, though, the sensation wasn't entirely unpleasant. On the contrary, it was exhilarating. The brief farce ended with Makima leaving a series of tiny bite marks on Kale's upper lip. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, Kale, remember the pressure, so in the future, even without seeing, you'll know it was me by the force of my bite. Rize stood nearby, like a subordinate observing a superior, her eyes blank as she watched Makima. Regret gnawed at her. She shouldn't have provoked this devil. Having Asa Mitaka as a rival was already a headache. Now she had another potential love rival. If it had been a one-sided, forced kiss from Makima, maybe it would have been bearable. But judging from Kale's expression, he had been genuinely affected. Makima glanced at Rize with cold amusement. I have lip friendship now too. Are you satisfied? You bastard, Rize choked out speechless. Makima's smile widened faintly. Compared to a wild girl who bites off tongues, Kale can judge for himself whose friendship is sweeter. I can certainly compete. Wanna have a contest? Rize's competitive spirit flared. She might not match Makima in combat, but she refused to be surpassed in charm. Makima sneered. What a joke, you think my good friend is your plaything. She fixed her gaze on Kale with innocent clarity. Kale only kisses people he likes, right? Kale froze, guilt flooding in. Asa, I'm sorry. What had he just done and why had it felt so good? But Makima was right. He only kissed those he truly liked. Asa counted. Yoru's bite had been unpleasant, and Rize's goal was his heart, making her taste less appealing. But Makima, she was beautiful. Candy-loving Makima had a sweet mouth, and aside from a faint rat scent, it was perfect. Kale had developed feelings for her earlier than for Asa, but he hadn't understood her then. Pachita's accidental matchmaking had drastically changed Makima's attitude toward him. Damn it, his pure friendship was starting to blur. Yes, as long as Makima is obedient and doesn't attack Rize, I like you, Kale said with a forced, half-sincere smile. Makima nodded like a dog taking Pachita's cue. Simple, effortless. Kale, a cheetah, what exactly did you teach her? Let's leave it here for today, little Makima. We'll continue another time, Kale said, needing to calm down. He took Rize's hand. Come on, Rize, I'll show you the work environment. Compared to the KGB, my shop is easy and free. Oh. Rize was still reeling from what she had just witnessed. After some distance, she finally asked, Kale, do you really like Makima? Yes, I like her, Kale answered decisively, unsure if he was shielding her from Makima's ears or speaking from his heart. Probably both. But aren't you dating Asa Mitaka? Kale paused, then said naturally, yes, I am. He slowly came to terms with his feelings. In this chaotic world, liking more than one person wasn't a crime. Before his transmigration, corrupt officials keeping hundreds of mistresses was common. He wasn't stealing anything, he just liked two devils, and liking Makima didn't betray Asa. Besides, Pachita was right, letting the control devil feel love helped maintain world peace. Kale bore the weight of that responsibility. Truly, he was a great philanthropist. The real challenge was helping them accept each other. That would require effort. Rize was incredulous. Could it really be this simple? Even if Makima's personality is terrible, you still like her. Then I damn well like her, Kale replied. Rize frowned. If you can like that devil, doesn't that mean you could like me too? Huh, didn't you say your affection for me was just a disguise? Kale only intended to hire staff. Nothing more, two were already complicated enough. More would be a headache. Rize smiled sweetly. All right then, I like you, this time seriously Tilda. Kale treated it as a joke. Talk like that on the road, but don't say it at work, especially when Asa's around. Half a month later. Tokyo Devil Hunter Headquarters Building, Special Division 4, Office. Himeno-senpai, this is my letter of resignation. Higashiyama Kobni lowered her head, placing the letter on Himeno's desk. Himeno picked it up without opening it, asking gently, Kobni, why resign suddenly? You just became permanent and finally get a full-time salary. Kobni clenched her uniform nervously. I feel too much pressure. Everyone says the Gun Devil Expedition team list is nearly finalized, and I'm scared. Himeno folded her hands. But didn't Makima say you don't have to participate in the Gun Devil subjugation? You're not on the list, so what's troubling you? That's true, but... Kobni bit her lip, trembling, a tear threatening. Even if they defeat the Gun Devil, most will likely die. If everyone dies, won't I, left in public safety, become the pillar? Won't all the troublesome devils fall to me? I just want to earn money, not lose my life. Himeno's gaze softened. Hayakawa Aki's seat was empty, her merits sufficient. I understand. So, Kobni, have you found another job? Kobni fidgeted. I'm still sending resumes. A few places have agreed to let me try out. I see. Himeno sighed and pulled out a cigarette. I have a suggestion that might be better for you. Huh? He smiled mysteriously, clicking the lighter. Smoke swirled. Kobni, can you hold on for another half-month? The quarterly bonus is about to be issued. It's about 1 million yen. Grab it before you leave. Oh, 1 million. Ahem. Okay, I can hold on, Kobni said, retracting her resignation. Chapter 85. Funeral home, body preparation room. Rize, her long hair tied back and wearing her work uniform, concentrated on applying makeup to a corpse. Asa Mitaka, acting as her assistant, prepared materials beside her. Kale observed them with his arms crossed, like an examiner monitoring a test. Rize picked up tweezers, adjusting the corpse's eyebrows, then used a black oil-based pen to define them and a red one to outline the lips. Technically, dead bodies didn't need such precision, but heavier makeup helped create a lifelike appearance, and oil-based pens were ideal for this. Asa, pass me the white oil, the oil paint, and the palette, Rize said calmly. The oil paint and palette were for mixing pigments to match the deceased's skin tone, and the white oil helped blend them smoothly. Rize's learning speed was incredible. Under Kale's guidance, she already had the air of a master after just 2 weeks. I've mixed it for you, Asa said, handing over the palette and a small brush. Asa, accustomed to Kale's methods, didn't hinder Rize. She also approved of Kale hiring staff, otherwise, the workload would be overwhelming. But why did he have to hire someone as beautiful as Rize? When Asa first met her, she had doubted Rize's small frame could handle the high-intensity work. She even suspected Kale of ulterior motives, hiring a secretary to do his work and other things in his absence. But Rize quickly proved herself. In just days, she earned Asa's respect through professionalism. She never acted ambiguously toward Kale, often approaching Asa instead. Faced with Rize's considerate behavior, Asa relaxed. Making friends with her was simple. A confident, plain girl posed no threat. Unexpectedly, Yaru, who typically treated humans as tools, found herself liking Rize. This, in turn, influenced Asa through their shared connection, making her favor Rize as well. Thanks, Asa, you're the best Tilda, Rize said with a wink. Ahem, Kale cleared his throat. Rize, focus on the work. Don't flirt with the boss's wife in front of me. Blay, Kale is stingy, Rize teased. Shortly after, the corpse was ready. It looked as if merely asleep, nothing like its initial state, mangled and torn by a devil. Kale examined it with satisfaction. The assessment is passed. Rize, your performance is perfect. I'll raise your monthly salary to 900,000 yen. Kale judged her fully capable of working independently. With her handling one line while he managed another, the funeral home's output could double. Customer demand was never an issue. In a devil-ravaged world like Japan, the dead were abundant, and Kale's shop already had a solid reputation. Yay, 900,000 yen, Rize cheered. What about me? What's my score? Asa asked, a tinge of jealousy in her voice. Asa is also perfect, in every sense, Kale replied, rubbing her head gently. Really? Asa blushed. Then come to my room tonight and I'll check. Don't be silly, you have a competition tomorrow, Kale said. It won't interfere, Asa murmured. Rize's feelings were conflicted. Her mind liked Kale, but her heart favored Asa. Still, she couldn't disrupt their relationship. To break the deadlock, she'd need Asa's consent. Rize wasn't reckless like Makima. Kyoto, Prime Minister's office. 5 of Japan's most powerful figures sat before a floor-to-ceiling window. Ishida Kentaro, Prime Minister. Toma Shin, Minister of Defense. Sako Shinji, Minister of Internal Affairs and Communications. Hasegawa Tadashi, Minister of Finance, and Yuki Tomoda, Chief Cabinet Secretary. Makima sat calmly, legs crossed, holding Pachita. Why stand before these idiots? The Gun Devil Expeditionary Force is almost ready. With it, I can control enough devil abilities to launch an attack on the United States at any time to seize pieces of the Gun Devil, she stated calmly. The ministers weren't focused on her words, but her attitude. Sako Shinji, the old man with glasses, flickered his eyelids, indignation lacing his voice. Makima, we told you not to bring dogs in front of us, remember? Makima raised an eyebrow. What was wrong with these fools? She was reporting her work. This isn't a dog, she corrected, holding Pachita aloft like a newborn lion. This is a superhero. Woof, Pachita obligingly responded. Toma Shin, the short-tempered Minister of Defense, slammed the table. A stinking dog is a stinking dog. Superhero? Makima, you're outrageous. Makima lowered her eyes. I'm doing my job well. How am I outrageous? Heisugawa Tadashi, Minister of Finance, tugged Toma Shin down, then spoke sarcastically. Makima, report standing. It's basic etiquette. Have you forgotten your training? Ishida Kentaro, Prime Minister, remained silent, dark-faced. He had signed the heaven-defying contract with Makima, responsible for her upbringing and mental instability. If, Makima paused, her gaze turning cold, if I say I don't want to stand. The room went silent. Ishida Kentaro's lips twitched. He had failed in raising her properly. A hoarse chuckle escaped him. Emotions make people stupid. Makima, I warned you long ago not to develop feelings for any dog. Any advice, Prime Minister? Makima asked calmly. Ishida Kentaro pulled a photograph from a pile on the table and showed her, a picture of her kissing Kale on the rooftop. To prevent dogs from going into heat and disobedient, humans neuter them. Now, Makima, do you think this dog needs to be taught obedience through death? Chapter 86. Woof, bark. Pachita leapt onto Makima's shoulder, baring its teeth and growling at the 5 cabinet ministers. Makima nodded calmly. I understand. Ishida Kentaro, Prime Minister, frowned in confusion. She had been so fierce a moment ago. Had she really submitted that quickly? Well, it made sense. This was how Makima should have been all along. Yet she continued sitting upright, with no intention of standing. If you understand, why aren't you standing? Ishida Kentaro asked, struggling to maintain composure. As a high-ranking official, he had to project authority even while seething with anger. Makima's sneer was icy. Ishida, was I talking to you? Clink. Her index finger extended, and an invisible control chain shot out from her fingertip. In an instant, it pierced Ishida Kentaro's forehead. Makima had been responding to Pachita's words. These cabinet ministers are pests. Strike hard. For Kale's sake, use control. Ishida Kentaro froze, drooling and babbling like a puppet. The other 4 ministers' eyes widened. Though they couldn't see the control chains, they understood something terrifying had occurred. Makima, what are you doing? Toma Shin, Minister of Defense, roared in fury. Yuki Tomoda, Chief Cabinet Secretary, clutched his head, glasses nearly falling. Are you insane? Release Prime Minister Kentaro immediately. He is the highest-ranking official in Japan. Tadashi Heisugawa, Minister of Finance, shouted weakly, his voice hollow. I told you not to sign contracts with devils. Divine punishment. Divine punishment is here. Ahahaha. Yuki Tomoda crawled under the table, sobbing, tears and snot streaming down his face. Makima noticed someone preparing countermeasures. Turns out more than one person wants to die. Several control chains shot from her fingers, piercing the foreheads of the remaining ministers. Their movements froze. Now all were under her control. No, dogs at least have value. These men were pests plotting against Kale. Unforgivable. They had to die. Ishida Kentaro, Shinji Sakagami, Tadashi Heisugawa, Toma Shin, you 4, bite your tongues and commit suicide immediately. As you command, the men replied dazedly. Snap. In an instant, all 4 bit off their own tongues. Blood poured from their mouths, their faces twisted in agony, and they collapsed one by one. Without medical attention, death came quickly. Tap, 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 only Yuki Tomoda remained, shivering under the table. His suit trousers were darkened. Makima's actions had terrified him utterly. Yuki Tomoda, stand up, Makima commanded, voice calm but carrying undeniable authority. Okay, I'll listen. Just don't kill me. He crawled out, trembling, kept his head down, and dared not look at her. Look at me. Okay. The roles had reversed completely. Yuki Tomoda realized the harsh truth. In this world, devil power eclipsed political power. His 4 colleagues were dead because they were fools, scheming with a tiger and paying the price. Ishida Kentaro had been blinded by greed, daring to make a contract with Makima. The control devil was already terrifying, but the contract had elevated her almost to godhood. The contract stipulated that any attack on Makima would harm Japanese citizens instead. One citizen alive, Makima could not die. Over 100 million layers of protection. The planned assassination by Sawatari Akin was a joke. Makima's only cost was to serve the cabinet, handling devil incidents and maintaining social order in Japan. Makima rested her chin on Pachita, speaking softly. Mr. Tomoda, you are a smart man. Is that so? Yuki Tomoda stammered, frozen. She continued brushing Pachita's fur. I clearly killed Ishida Kentaro, yet did not violate the contract. Do you know why? I don't know. The object of my contract was the Prime Minister. That position is important for Japan. Ishida Kentaro no longer met that condition. I merely eliminated a pest. I see. Tomoda wiped sweat frantically. Makima stood and paced. I've checked your records. You are steady, 44 years old, Christian, divorced 10 years ago, raising your only daughter alone. Even in a position of power, you have not used it for personal gain. Simple, honest, you shall be the new Prime Minister. Tomoda's sweat ran cold. He didn't want to be caught in this storm, but she knew everything about him. This wasn't a suggestion, it was an order. Devils override power, obedience was survival. He nodded. Makima glanced at the 4 corpses. As the new Prime Minister, you can handle this mess, right? Of course. Tomoda sat and drafted a statement for the Kyoto Asahi Shimbun. Shocking, high-ranking cabinet members Ishida Kentaro, Shinji Sakagami, Tadashi Hasegawa, Toma Shin, and others exposed in a massive corruption scandal. Directly affiliated devil hunter Makima revealed their crimes. Witnessing their exposure, the 4 committed suicide in their office out of fear. Chapter 87. Snow blanketed Tokyo, soft and unbroken. The sun shone, yet it could not pierce the chill in the air. Hayakawa Iki, smeared with blood, sat on the snow-covered steps, staring blankly at the clear sky while humming a foreign tune. Son, please tell me, why are there so many regrets? What are you singing? Angel brushed the snow from his coat. The melody's actually quite nice. Unlike Iki, Angel remained almost spotless, save for a few scattered flakes. Being partnered with him was a stroke of bad luck for Iki. A master of slacking off, Angel never put in real effort. Fortunately, the devil they were subjugating wasn't particularly troublesome. Click! An orange-red flame flickered as Iki lit a cigarette. It's a recent pop song, quite popular. Angel sat 2 paces away, handing over a towel. Then can you sing the whole thing? You have a pretty good voice. I can't, Iki shook his head. I'm not from there, I only know that one line. I see. Yeah, that's it. A moment of silence passed. If you only know one line, does it hold some special meaning? Angel asked. Iki inhaled to the filter in one breath, accidentally burning his finger. I suppose so. My younger brother was named Teo. If he were alive, he'd be about your age. A flash of sorrow crossed Angel's face. Was it the gun devil that killed him? Yeah, Iki nodded, scooping up a handful of snow and hurling it at a nearby utility pole. It was a snowy day like this. We were playing snowball fights when the gun devil passed by. Teo had gone home to get his gloves. I was the only one who survived. Angel silently made the sign of the cross. May he rest in peace. Thanks, but words are useless. Iki's eyes hardened with ruthlessness. I only want the gun devil to go to heaven to keep Taeyong company. Angel frowned. Did you pass the selection for the gun devil expeditionary force? Yes, Miss Makima confirmed I meet the requirements. However, there have been personnel changes in the Kyoto cabinet. As a devil hunter under the cabinet, Miss Makima's attention is delayed. Once she returns from Kyoto, she'll enlist me into the expeditionary force immediately. Angel exhaled, Makima. The name carried weight. Every time he heard it, a shiver ran down his spine. But looking at Iki, driven by revenge, Angel felt helpless. Hayakawa Iki, there's something important I need to tell you. What is it? About whether the gun devil can be killed. Iki's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Angel lowered his wings to block the snow. Don't tell anyone else what I'm about to say. Okay. He spoke slowly. As a devil hunter, you know devils are born from fear. Even if a devil is turned to ash, as long as people fear its name, it can be reincarnated, though as a different entity. Iki fell silent, absorbing a truth both unexpected and logical. The one who killed Teo is at least this current gun devil, Iki murmured, using the explanation to numb himself. To truly eliminate guns, humanity's fear of them would have to vanish. Nearly impossible. Angel smiled wryly. You already know devils are born from fear, now for the main point. Go ahead, I can handle even the harshest truth. This is a secret I know because I am a devil. If a devil is killed in the human world, they aren't reincarnated here, but in hell. Hell, Aki shivered. You mean real hell, not a religious metaphor. It's real, Angel said, serious. He paused, then continued. Here's a conjecture. If fear persists when a devil dies in the human world, they are reincarnated in hell. If they die in hell, they return to the human world. They cycle endlessly. Aki admitted, grudgingly impressed. In other words, killing the gun devil will only send it to hell. Exactly, it won't be in this world while in hell. But, Angel shrugged, devils in hell are far worse. Even the gun devil might be instantly killed there. Aki asked, then what is hell like? I don't know, Angel admitted. You don't know, Angel, you've probably been there before. I am a new individual, he replied. Do you remember anything from your mother's womb? Understood. Kyoed. Dessert shop. With the cabinet reshuffled, Makima felt relaxed. The newly appointed officials were obedient, and even if they weren't, she could purge them. Plenty of people desired those positions. Why had she feared the old scumbags before? It must be the power of love. There's a saying, love can bridge mountains and seas. Makima's feelings for Kale were no mere crush. They were powerful enough to slaughter any obstacle for him. I'll have strawberry jam toast. Pachita same as me? Makima asked. Woof, Pachita nodded. Waitress, 2 orders of strawberry jam toast, a glass of wine, and a banana milkshake. Pachita preferred milkshakes to alcohol. Scribble, scribble. The waitress finished writing quickly. A young woman with scale earrings sat across from Makima and Pachita. Hunger demon Fami. She picked up the menu. Honey toast, strawberry parfait, stone-baked pancakes, chocolate cake, vanilla ice cream, seasonal fruit platter, 7 orders of each. Scribble, scribble. The waitress, already flustered, tried to protest. Ma'am, isn't 7 orders too? No, Fami interrupted. 7 is barely enough. If I'm still hungry, I'll order more. The waitress nodded with a wry smile and left. Fami tilted her head lazily. Little sister, hero of hell, you don't mind if I join your table, do you? Chapter 88. Pachita stared at Fami with a complex expression. Whenever she appeared, nothing good ever followed. Among the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the only one who treated it kindly had been its fan, the control devil. The war devil sought revenge at every turn, while the hunger devil's attitude was ambiguous, a pleasure seeker always chasing amusement. Their eldest sister, the death devil, remained the most mysterious and terrifying, a transcendent who had never tasted death, her thoughts impossible to read. The waiter arrived, stacking the table with desserts. Makima's gaze darkened. Persistent, aren't you, hunger? Fami donned plastic gloves, sliced the cake, and stuffed it into her mouth. Her words were muffled but clear. Since you didn't strike immediately, it seems little sister is in a good mood. Her eyes pierced Makima's, scanning her soul. Makima's cold snort came. Whether it was the eternal devil at the izakaya or the jade pendant that sparked the conflict between Kale and War, it was all your doing. Yes, Fami admitted, scraping food from the corner of her mouth without a second thought. She never wasted a crumb. But unfortunately, Kale's involvement foiled the plan. I didn't uncover anything about the Blackbeard devil. Little sister, could it be a kin of the darkness devil? Makima's gaze remained icy. Hunger, this is a warning. Lay a hand on Kale again and I will hunt you relentlessly. In the human world, I'll kill you. Reincarnated in hell, I'll chase you there. Every time I see you, I'll kill you. Little sister is fierce, Fami replied nonchalantly, picking up a cup of ice cream. Why do you care so much about him? Makima's expression hardened with contempt. This is love. A perverted devil like you, hunger, wouldn't understand. Fami lowered her eyes. Devils don't understand love, but isn't little sister a devil too? Makima snorted sarcastically. There are gaps even between devils. How could an idiot whose head is full of food understand love? I don't want to see you, second sister. Just finish eating and leave. Is that so? Fami sucked the dessert crumbs from her finger. Even if I don't understand love, it's clear Kale loves our third sister more than you. After merging with the Justice Devil, Fami's words could pierce Makima's defenses effortlessly. Makima's composure wavered. The war devil's existence was a thorn in her heart. She knew too well how deeply Kale loved her. Night after night, the thought made her restless. As Fami continued munching, the atmosphere thickened. Pachita sensed danger and leapt onto Makima's shoulder, whispering in her ear. Woof woof, Makima, don't listen to hunger. War has the advantage by proximity. Stay proactive like last time and advance your bond with Kale. Problems will solve themselves. Makima nodded slowly, agreeing inwardly. Once back in Tokyo, she would need a session with Kale to prove her worth against war. For him, she had even executed a circle of cabinet ministers. Fami downed a glass of ice water, eyes glinting. Seeing Makima's thoughts made her smirk. It was illogical. What magic did Kale wield? Two sisters with opposing personalities, yet both deeply enamored. Should she involve herself? Fami's looks rivaled Makima's or Asamitaka's. Her only flaw was her insatiable appetite, a trivial defect. Plans could wait. The focus was the Nostradamus Great Prophecy, preparing to eliminate their eldest sister, the Death Devil. Calmly, Fami dropped a bombshell. Little sister, I can make Kale yours alone. I can help you kill our third sister. Then Kale will belong to you forever. Makima fell silent, interest piqued despite knowing Fami was lying. Pachita's heart raced. Were these words humanly possible? No, a devil's logic. Makima's eyes narrowed. Hunger, last time you said you train Asamitaka into the king of war. Now you speak of this. It's just lies. Third sister didn't meet expectations. My last operation failed, Fami admitted. Hess, Makima sneered. I will claim Kale fairly. I don't need help from a gutter devil like you. Don't be polite. I'm definitely helping, Fami said, finishing her 7 desserts, head tilting elegantly. Of the 30 prisoners verifying the Nostradamus prophecy, 23 die next July when the King of Terror descends. The remaining 7. Fami fixed her gaze on Makima. All will die within 7 days. Their killer, the first devil to lead the world into terror. 7 o'clock. Tamano, Tokyo. A young couple lounged on the sofa, chatting happily. Yumi-chan, my boss says I might get a promotion next month. Wow, Ito-kun. Right, promotion after only 6 months. Does that mean a salary increase? Ito's excitement faltered. Maybe, but more mysterious work might come, such a pain. You'll get used to it. Hey Yumi, if the salary rises, can I buy a car? Number trains are fine. Ito nodded. Insurance and maintenance costs, you're right. The lights flickered, a pause. Ito turned to Yumi, asking softly, do you think it would be better if we died? Die, okay then. In unison, they opened the balcony door and jumped from the 9th floor. Chapter 89. Tokyo, Tamano Housing Complex. A narrow alleyway. 2 young girls walked together, one in a school uniform, the other in a public safety devil hunter uniform. Asamitaka broke the silence. I didn't expect to run into you here, what a coincidence. Higashiyama Kobni's eyes darted away. Why yes, it is. No matter who she spoke to, Kobni instinctively hunched her shoulders. She and Asa had met only twice before, likely due to her connection with Kale. Kobni carried a faint but lasting impression of Asa. Is Akai patrolling alone? Asa asked, trying to make conversation. The girl was painfully introverted and socially anxious, far more so than Asa herself. Since she was Kale's colleague, Asa wanted to avoid making her feel uncomfortable. Kobni lowered her head and whispered, It was supposed to be 2 of us, but my partner was hit by a drunk driver and sent to the hospital. Asa gritted her teeth. Why do drunk drivers even exist? By the way, do you live around here? Asa asked, glancing at the cramped residential area. The stairs from the balconies made her uneasy. She took a deep breath and said slowly, I used to rent nearby, but I've moved out. I'm staying at Kale's shop, it saves some money. For Asa, saving money was only part of the reason. Another major factor, Rizet still lived there. Though Rizet was an employee, having just Kale and Rizet in such a large funeral home felt risky. Rizet had a bright personality, impressive skills, and was stunningly beautiful. Asa imagined herself in Kale's position. It would be hard not to fall for a girl who was a white moonlight dream. Sparks could fly if one wasn't careful, so Asa kept a close watch to prevent him from straying. Save money? Kobni asked quietly, tilting her head. Are you saving to pay tuition? Seeing Asa in a school uniform, Kobni realized she was a university student. While others studied freely, Kobni risked her life hunting devils to survive. A wave of bitterness and inferiority washed over her. Not really, Asa said, pinching her chin. Scholarships cover most of it. The money I save, well, it's for the future, for marriage. Scholarships, Kobni's eyes widened. Her thoughts were consumed by money. That's enough for tuition. Ms. Asa is amazing. I'm not as amazing as you say, Asa replied, a bit embarrassed by the praise. By the way, how old is Akai? 20, Kobni answered softly, clutching her uniform. She wasn't used to questions about herself. Asa nodded. I'm almost 22. Akai's older, so no need for honorifics, just call me Asa. Yes, Kobni replied, a little louder than expected. The sky overhead was overcast, heavy with the threat of rain. A moment of silence passed. I said there's no need to be so serious, Asa murmured. Suddenly, Kobni began to cry, covering her mouth to preserve some dignity. So what are you crying about now? Asa asked, a flicker of irritation in her voice. I want to go to university like Asa, Kobni sobbed. Then go, Asa snapped, but something felt off to Yoru, sensing something unusual. But I can't. There are over 10 family members relying on my salary, and I have to pay for my brother's tuition too. Kobni's sobs broke further. Asa's face flushed in disbelief. How many people are in your family? Kobni cried through tears. 9 siblings plus my parents, 11. Why are they so cruel to me? 11, Asa's chest heaved. Painful memories surged. She looked up, tears sliding down her cheeks. Bastard, why does Akai have so many while mine are all gone? All dead, Kobni stammered. Asa laughed bitterly. The loneliness that rises from deep within, unresolved. Akai will never understand it. Kobni, undeterred, countered. And the weight of family pulling me down. Asa can't understand that either. Asa exhaled, despairing. I'm tired. Every precious thing is taken away too soon. Long-term relationships never last. Mama Girimbun Kale, probably the same. Kobni, a mess of tears and snot, whispered, I don't understand. Inside Asa's mind, Yoru warned sharply, Asa, snap out of it. You're being too negative. Asa gave a bitter smile. I seek comfort from Kale when lonely. Isn't that arrogant? Kale can like as many girls as he wants. Who am I to interfere? Kobni fell to her knees with a thud, still crying. I just want to escape my family. Asa crouched beside her, pressing her forehead gently against Kobni's. Do you think it would be better if people like us just died? Die? Kobni paused, then cried louder. No, I don't want to die. Suddenly, large raindrops splattered against Asa's head, soaking her black hair. But it wasn't just rain. Dark shadows plummeted from the sky, whistling as they tore through the air. Whoosh! Thud, thud, thud. The shadows struck the concrete, crimson liquid splashing over their bodies. Falling people. Asa and Kobni turned toward the nearby residential buildings. Hundreds of residents, seemingly resolved, were throwing themselves from balconies toward the ground. Chapter 90. The expected heavy rain never came. The dark clouds receded, leaving a bright crescent moon hanging in the night sky. Thump, thump. More and more people fell from the high-rise buildings. Beneath the dim streetlights and pale moonlight, Asa Mitaka and Higashiyama Kobni could see a pile of corpses nearly 2 people high stacked before them. This, Kobni stammered, frozen in terror. Coward, be quiet. Scars appeared on Asa's face as Yoru stepped forward, taking control of her body. A dense, malevolent aura emanated from the corpse pile. Yoru reached into her bag. Pencil sword. Instantly, a long, slender black blade appeared in her hand. Come out, devil, Yoru said, pointing at the mound. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. The corpses shifted unnaturally, limbs detaching and reassembling into a grotesque, chaotic form. Gulped. Yoru swallowed hard. Even as a high-ranking war devil, she felt a long-forgotten, gut-wrenching fear creeping through her. No, this scent, it's not right, I misjudged. It has the faint essence of primal fear. My strength isn't enough, I cannot fight this thing. Without hesitation, Yoru grabbed Kobni and began to flee. Cowards, come with me quickly. Yes, Kobni followed without hesitation. Kobni, the devil hunter most terrified of devils, had been paralyzed moments ago. Now, aided by Asa, she felt both fear and relief, but Yoru hadn't saved her out of kindness. Using Kobni as an extra shield could be advantageous, and if favor was gained, she could even become a defensive asset, a weapon and a companion. As they ran from the narrow alley, the corpse pile reassembled into a monstrous form over 2 meters tall. It bore the silhouette of a human female, completely naked, with 4 additional humanoid arms sprouting from her shoulder blades. But she had no head. The creature rummaged through the corpses with all 5 pairs of hands, finally spotting Yumi, whose body had survived the fall intact. Crack! A bone-tearing sound pierced the air. With a flick of her neck, the monster removed Yumi's head, holding it in both hands, and affixed it to her headless form. Moments later, the lifeless head became vivid, lifelike. The creature glanced at its body and smiled. Oh my, such an unsightly appearance. I have truly embarrassed myself before everyone. She then pointed a finger. A chef's uniform fell from a nearby residential area, landing perfectly before her. Her multiple hands worked in unison, donning the white shirt, apron, and tall chef's hat with elegance. I am today's head chef, appearing here upon orders from the diners of hell. A reminder, do not leave any food uneaten, or you shall taste the flavor of death. I am a humble servant, named the Falling Devil. Turning toward Asa and Kobni, she continued, enough idle talk. Let us commence today's cooking segment. Before the main course, allow me to present an appetizer, Lani Vanla. The Falling Devil clapped her hands. Clap, clap. The crisp sound echoed through the alley. Instantly, chaos erupted. Exhausted office workers lifted off the ground, cries of alarm filling the night. Why am I flying? Why? No, please, ah. The world seemed to tilt. People sporadically shot upward into the sky. Yoru and Kobni's running slowed, finally forcing them to their knees on the sidewalk. Their faces reflected despair, as if they faced the worst fate imaginable. Asa's grief weakened Yoru's ability to maintain her persona, making it nearly impossible to move or fight. Tisk, Yoru shouted, Asa, pull yourself together. Don't let the devil control your mind. Asa. Hey, are you listening to me? Yoru's voice buzzed in Asa's ears, overwhelming and indistinct. Slowly, Asa's blurred visions sharpened, revealing a familiar silhouette, a calico cat, Gyurambun. 2.5 years ago. Devil Disaster Aftercare Center. Energetic boys played catch outside. Asa Mitaka sat alone in a corner of the equipment room, holding a novel titled Starting from the Dark Fruit, reading listlessly. Meow tilde. She wasn't entirely alone. A plump calico cat, Gyurambun, lay across her shoulders, pressing down so heavily Asa could barely lift her head. The cat yawned lazily. Creak. The door opened. A middle-aged woman in overalls approached. Asa closed her book and hid it behind her back. Ms. Igawa, do you need something? Igawa Yui, the dormitory manager, smiled gently. Asa, could we talk for a moment? It's like this. Igawa Yui sat beside Asa. Could you let a friend of mine adopt this cat you're keeping? She loves cats. Asa, bewildered. Her frown revealed her unwillingness. Igawa Yui sighed softly. I know you don't want to, but some children here are allergic. You can't only think of yourself, right? Asa fell silent. The teacher had a point, but she still wanted to keep the cat. And you're too dependent on the cat, Asa. You avoid other children and stay alone too often. That isn't good for your future, Igawa Yui continued. Meow. Gyurambun's gaze shifted between the two. Ms. Igawa, Asa hesitated, hugging the cat tightly, but I don't want to. If someone is allergic, let me be alone. Seeing Asa's stubbornness, Igawa Yui softened her approach. Asa, the children here lost their parents to devils. You've lost your mother to the typhoon devil, but life continues. They can still laugh and play together, because we are a new family. Family? Yes, Igawa Yui's gaze returned to Gyurambun. Cats are like humans. Wouldn't they be happier with other cats than just staying alone with you? Happier? Asa murmured, lowering her eyes as she gently stroked Gyurambun. After a long pause, she made her decision. It's named Gyurambun. Please, Ms. Igawa, let it be happy. Igawa Yui said, taking the cat carefully. It will be happy, don't worry. Chapter 91. Night settled over the shelter dormitory. Inside her bed, Asa Mitaka lay awake, unable to sleep. The silence felt unfamiliar without Girumbun beside her. She kept turning over the same thoughts. Was Girumbun sleeping comfortably in its new home now? Did it have a warm cat bed? Was it alone or surrounded by other cats? If there were other cats, would they fight? She was not the only one still awake. A girl with short yellow hair turned over in the neighboring bed and whispered softly. "Hey Asa, are you asleep?" Asa blinked at the ceiling. Hashimoto, were you calling me?" "Yeah," Hashimoto Sayori replied quietly. "Where did your cat go?" "You mean Girumbun? The dorm manager already sent it to a new home. Why?" Hashimoto hesitated. Her expression grew uneasy even in the dim light. This afternoon, when everyone went to the river to catch fish, they saw a cat underwater. It looked a lot like yours. Asa's heart suddenly tightened. "It has to be a coincidence," she muttered quickly, almost convincing herself. "Teacher Igawa said Girumbun went to a new home." Creak! The dormitory door slowly opened. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness. "Children, it's lights out. Stop whispering and get some rest." The voice belonged to the dorm manager, Igawa Yui. Asa sat upright, staring toward the figure standing in the shadows. "Teacher Igawa, Girumbun is doing well, right?" "Girumbun?" Igawa paused. Then she laughed softly, though the warmth from earlier in the day was completely gone. Her voice turned cold. "I threw that dead cat into the river and drowned it." Silence filled the room. "Asa, everyone here lost their families," Igawa continued calmly. "Yet you still had a cat keeping you company. That isn't fair, is it?" "Ina." The world around Asa felt frozen. Memories began crashing together inside her mind. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Wishing Asa happiness and health. "Quick, blow out the candles." She inhaled and blew. The candles vanished in a single breath. "Asa is amazing. Try on the new clothes Mama bought you. You are growing so fast." Then wind roared. With one breath from the typhoon devil, the house disappeared. "Is this cat injured? We have to save it." "Asa, run." Bang! Her mother shoved her away and was crushed beneath a speeding car. At least, the cat survived. "Let's name it Girumbun." "Teacher Igawa, please let Girumbun be happy." "We saw a cat in the river. It looked like Asa's." Everyone lost their families. Why should Asa still have something? "It isn't fair. It isn't right." AIH. Asa's thoughts collapsed into chaos. Her body suddenly flipped upside down. Slowly, impossibly, she began floating upward. Yaro clenched her teeth. Damn it, has she completely shut down? An invisible force dragged them toward the sky. Clap! Yoro grabbed a roadside guardrail just in time, stopping their ascent. Nearby, Kobni Higashiyama let out a terrified scream as her body lifted into the air. And she was rising faster than Asa. What the hell is happening? Yaro tightened her grip on the railing with one hand and lunged forward, grabbing Kobni's arm with the other. All around them, people began floating upward. Drivers were pulled from their seats. Cars lost control and slammed into each other, triggering crashes across the street. Fire spread. Smoke filled the air. Above the city, doors suddenly appeared in the night sky. Doors leading to hell. They opened and closed repeatedly, swallowing the humans drifting upward like offerings. Walking calmly through the chaos was the falling devil, holding a severed head delicately in both hands. Her posture was elegant, almost graceful. "The heavier the sorrow," she said pleasantly, "the easier humans fall upward into deep space." She smiled faintly. "Humans seasoned with tragedy taste the best. Please enjoy yourselves." Yoru's expression darkened. Her control over Asa's body was weakening fast. Asa's grief and fear were overwhelming everything. Worse still, she was holding on to Kobni, whose despair ran even deeper. The strain felt unbearable. The guardrail creaked loudly under the pressure. It would not last much longer. Yoru snarled. "Coward, get a grip, wake Asa up right now." Her voice sharpened with threat. "Otherwise, I'll turn you into a weapon." But the threat only made things worse. Kobni trembled violently, tears streaming downward while her body continued rising toward the sky. Her emotions finally shattered. "My parents bully me. My teachers bully me. Devils bully me. And now even you, Asa, want to bully me too. Her voice broke into hysterical sobs. Why does everyone bully me? I didn't do anything wrong. This is all your fault. 3 years earlier, 17-year-old Kobni Higashiyama was still a high school student. After classes ended, she waited outside a junior high school to pick up her younger brother from cram school. Kobni was the 4th child in her family. She had 2 older sisters and an older brother. The eldest sisters were twins, 6 years older than her. Both were already married and rarely contacted the family anymore. Her older brother, 2 years older than Kobni, was a ronin, a student retaking university entrance exams after failing to achieve his desired results. Their parents fully supported him. He had always earned the best grades, so they believed investing in his future was worth it. With everyone else busy, the responsibility of picking up the youngest sibling naturally fell to Kobni. She never complained. Among all her siblings, her relationship with her younger brother, Higashiyama Yori, was the closest. By 9:30 p.m., a small boy carrying a backpack walked out through the school gate. He looked strikingly similar to Kobni. Not just in appearance, but in personality as well. The moment he stepped outside, he nervously looked around. Yari, over here. Kobni waved while standing behind a small food stall, wearing an apron as she cooked odin. She had reached an agreement with the stall owner. From 5 in the evening until 11 at night, she would run the stall after school. In return, she received 20% of the earnings. Kobni thought it was a good deal, otherwise she would only be wasting time. Like her brother, she was approaching university entrance exams. If she saved enough money now, she could pay for tuition herself someday. Still, her grades were far behind his. Sometimes she envied him. If she could achieve even his first exam score, she would already feel satisfied. Unlike him, she had no grand ambitions. Any university that accepted her would be enough. Yori walked behind the stall and carefully set down his backpack. I'll help you cook, sister. Warmth filled Kobni's chest. Her older brother would never help like this. He would only tease her before eating everything. All right, she said with a small smile. Eat this first. I heated it specially for you. Chapter 92. It was close to 11 at night. During summer, Odin rarely sold well because of the heat. The evening rush had already passed, and almost no customers remained at the stall. It was time to close. Kobni Higashiyama turned off the gas stove and cleaned the stall together with her younger brother, Yori. Soon, the clock reached 11:15. A shirtless, middle-aged man staggered toward them. He was tall, wore a bandana, and carried a massive beer belly that pushed against the night air. His face was bright red from alcohol. The man was Ito-shun, the owner of the Odin stall. Hick. Ito let out a drunken hiccup as he swayed closer, squinting at Yori. Oi, Ake, why the hell are you closing so early? What time do you think it is? A heavy smell of alcohol washed over them. Since he was their employer, Kobni and Yori endured it silently. Kobni raised her hand timidly. Mr. Ito, it's almost 11:30. Also, you mixed us up. I'm over here. Hi. Ito scratched his head, confused. Why are there 2 short people? Akai, what is this, some ninja clone trick? Yori lowered his head nervously and extended his hand. I'm Kobni's younger brother, Higashiyama Yori, and nice to meet you. Slap. Ito knocked his hand aside without looking. I don't need introductions from a brat, just give me the money. My friends are waiting for mahjong. Why yes. Kobni quickly pulled Yori behind her and handed over the neatly prepared bills. Mr. Ito, today's sales were 3,000 yen. According to our agreement, I keep 600 yen, so this is 2,400 yen. Please check. 2,400. Ito's expression immediately darkened. Why so little? You're not skimming money off the top, are you? And no, I didn't take anything. Kobni waved her hands desperately. I usually make 7,000 or 8,000 yen a day, Ito snapped. How did it drop to 3,000? I. Her voice trembled, tears already forming. Normally, Ito only complained a little, but tonight he was drunk and clearly looking for someone to blame. What is this charity money, you useless trash? Did you even cook it the way I taught you? I did, Kobni whispered, wiping her eyes. Ito grabbed a ladle and drank some broth. The next second, he spat it out violently. Puh. This tastes like garbage. Were you sent by competitors to ruin my reputation as the Odin master? Yori stepped forward carefully. Mr. Ito, please calm down. I think my sister's cooking tastes good. My classmates like it too. It's just the off-season, so fewer customers come. Good, Ito barked out a laugh. You two must have grown up eating crap if you call this good. Suma Mason. Kobni bowed deeply, almost folding in half. Please tell me what I did wrong. I'll fix it right away. Ito hesitated, clearly unable to name an actual problem. If you want to fix it, make the flavor stronger, he muttered, and hand over another 300 yen. That's punishment for today's poor sales. 300 yen. Kobni's eyes widened in disbelief. But then I'll only have 300 left. I worked 6 hours and only earn that much. So what? Ito glared at them. If you don't like it, plenty of others want the job. Refuse and don't come tomorrow. Tears slipped down Kobni's face. I'll give it. Ito smugly pocketed the extra 300 yen. Ever since you started working here, my luck at mahjong's been terrible, he said coldly. You should be grateful I haven't fired you. He climbed onto his tricycle and rode away unsteadily into the night. Kobni took a slow breath, forcing herself to calm down. Let's go home, Yori. Yeah. Yori handed her a tissue. Don't be too sad, sister. Even if your grades aren't as good as big sisters or big brothers, they're still enough for university. Once you get in, you'll find a good job and never deal with people like him again. Kobni smiled faintly. Thanks, Yori. What about your grades? Yori hesitated. I'm slow. My grades are actually worse than yours. The streets were quiet. To save money, the siblings walked home instead of taking transportation. It was nearly midnight when they arrived. The lights inside the house were still on. Kobni felt surprised. Were their parents waiting? No. They were probably waiting for Yori. Her parents had always prioritized the boys in the family. Only her older brother and Yori ever received tutoring lessons. The siblings quietly changed their shoes at the entrance. Before entering, voices drifted from inside the house. Old man, I asked around again, their mother said excitedly. Teachers say Katero will definitely pass the university entrance exams this time. Katero was Kobni and Yori's older brother. Good, their father replied. With this many children, at least one finally turned out useful. The others only waste money, especially the older sisters. They barely contact us anymore. Kobni and Yori froze, exchanging awkward glances. Don't say that, they're still Yori, their mother added. Yori, their father scoffed. His evaluation says he has potential. Do you know what that really means? Silence followed. It's fine, the mother continued. More tutoring will fix it. Once Katero graduates and becomes a civil servant, he can support Yori. But we don't have enough money for Katero's tuition, the father said worriedly. The mother laughed softly. That's easy. Kobni is the right age now. Marrying her off would solve the tuition problem. Kobni's breathing stopped. Someone at my workplace likes girls her age, the mother continued casually. If I talk to him, he'll definitely pay well. The man you're talking about is almost 60, the father said in shock. He's married, and his grandchild is about to be born. So what? The mother replied coldly. Whether she becomes a wife or a mistress doesn't matter, as long as money comes in. That makes sense. The father nodded slowly. How much can he pay? Probably the standard amount, around 1 million yen. What, that's too little, the father snapped. She's still untouched. Be realistic, the mother said impatiently. That's normal in the Kanto region. I'll negotiate, maybe push it to 1.5 million yen. No, that's still low, the father muttered. If we think long-term, sending her into the sex industry would earn even more. Thud. Kobni's school bag slipped from her hand and hit the floor. Sister. Yori whispered nervously. Kobni stood frozen. Her pupils trembled. Her dreams shattered quietly in that moment. Why? Why did her parents treat her like something to sell? Why had no one ever cared that she also wanted to attend university? That she wanted a normal life? Why was she even born? Why? Her voice broke silently inside her chest. Why? Chapter 93. Time returned to the present. Inside a dessert shop in Kyoto, Makima sat by the window, her expression unreadable as she watched the chaos unfolding outside. The disturbance was massive. Even without relying on her abilities, she could clearly sense the shift spreading across the world. Buildings collapsed without warning. Natural disasters erupted one after another. Screams and panicked footsteps blended into a constant roar as crowds fled in every direction. Makima felt it clearly. The number of resurrection, lives bound to her decreased by several hundred in an instant. Hunger, is this the plan you mentioned? Across from her, Fami stared out the same window, calmly scooping dessert with a spoon. That's right, little sister. I went through quite a bit of trouble to summon her. As a devil, human deaths meant nothing to her. Makima lowered her gaze slightly. Kishibe's words suddenly made more sense now. Even a trained dog might feel regret after dying too many times. A primal fear, hunger, you actually summoned something this disgusting. Fami kept the spoon between her lips, completely relaxed. The falling devil is Hell's head chef. There is no order she cannot complete. With her involvement, our third sister will inevitably be prepared, served, and devoured by devils. She paused before adding calmly, everything is for your sake. Once our third sister dies, Kale will belong entirely to you. You can relax now. Makima let out a cold chuckle. Dealing with a Sam Mitaka should never require deploying a primal devil. Using something like this was equivalent to firing a cannon at a mosquito. Fami's intentions were obviously far from pure. The devils I summon are weaker than their true forms, Fami continued casually. This falling devil is only a reduced manifestation. Does that ease your concerns? Fami possessed abilities similar to those connected with judgment and perception. Even without Makima speaking, understanding her thoughts required little effort. Makima frowned as distant destruction continued to spread. Even weakened, a primal devil still embodies primal fear. The affected area will not stay limited to Japan. Wow, little sister really is sharp, Fami replied flatly. She raised one finger. As expected, primal devils are difficult to control. The falling devil's arrival is already altering global gravity itself. However, one region will remain unaffected. Makima's eyes narrowed. Where? The X-Kingdom, Kale's hometown. It's called Zia Kingdom in Ra. Makima blinked, genuinely surprised. And why would that place be exempt? Fami picked up her chopsticks and spun them lazily between her fingers. I gave special instructions. She spoke as if discussing restaurant reservations. That country has some of the richest cuisine in the world. Good food should never be wasted, so nothing must happen there. As Hell's chef, the falling devil agreed with my reasoning. Makima stared at her. You're insane. A compliment, Fami tilted her head slightly. Since I've helped you, I would prefer you call me elder sister. Elsewhere, Tamano District, Tokyo. Crack. A metal railing finally gave out under overwhelming force and snapped apart. Kobni Higashiyama felt bitterness flooding her chest without end. The clothes she wore had belonged to her older sister. The food she ate had always been leftovers from her brother. At 20 years old, she had eaten ice cream only once in her life, on her birthday as a child. She dropped it in excitement and was harshly scolded by her father. Even Asa had once lived happily, before tragedy struck her family. But Kobni. Her bad luck began the moment she was born. The more she thought about it, the heavier her despair became. The falling devil's ability was practically designed to destroy someone like her. Kobni dragged Yoru upward, as both of them accelerated violently into the sky. You coward, I swear I'll kill you. Forced to react, Yoru released Kobni's hand. Kobni shot upward at terrifying speed, far faster than the other victims caught in the phenomenon. A wooden door suddenly appeared. Clang! As it opened and shut, Kobni fell straight through the gate of hell. Yoru continued rising, but without Kobni weighing her down, her speed slowed. Still, the situation remained dangerous. Painful memories flooded Asa's mind, weakening Yoru's control over their shared body. Asa, don't panic. I can't stay in control if you lose it. Her shouting achieved nothing. Within the falling devil's influence, Asa could not stop the spiral of negative thoughts. Damn it, Asa's pushing me out at this rate. Then Yoru had an idea. I've got it. She raised her hand. Index fingernail knife. A burst of blood mist exploded from her fingertip. Her nail tore free and transformed into a short blade. The knife dropped. Ow, ow, ow. The sharp pain immediately interrupted Asa's emotional collapse. It worked. Yoru regained full control and dropped back toward the ground. She caught the falling nail knife with one hand while grabbing a rooftop drying rack with the other, swinging herself onto the building. Blood dripped steadily from her injured finger. Yoru exhaled heavily. So this is what solid ground feels like. Asa, remember the pain. Pain helps you forget fear. Standing on the rooftop, she locked onto the source of everything. The falling devil walked calmly through the street below, harvesting people like ingredients. A devil that weaponizes trauma, a primal fear tied to falling. Is she targeting me? As if sensing her gaze, the falling devil turned slightly. Blood streamed from her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth as she smiled politely. Oh my, war devil, I have yet to properly welcome you. But as tonight's main course, please wait patiently. Premium ingredients deserve careful preparation. I promise you an unforgettable dining experience. She turned away again, continuing to gather her ingredients. The blatant dismissal irritated Yoru instantly. So what if you're a primal devil? Don't act like you're untouchable. Being forced to retreat earlier had already bruised her pride. Now, she looked ready to bite anyone who stood in her way. Yoru pulled a phone from her pocket. The one Kale had given Asa. Well, she used it sometimes too, so it basically counted as hers. Smartphone javelin. The phone warped and expanded, reshaping into a massive black spear over 5 meters long. Yoru tested its weight. Feels damn good. The power exceeded her expectations. Did Asa really value this thing that much? Yoru inhaled deeply, twisting her body as she prepared to throw. Try this. The spear launched forward like a missile. It pierced straight through the falling devil's torso. Organs spilled onto the pavement as the weapon continued forward, obliterating a commercial building behind her. Yoru planted her hands proudly on her hips. That's all you've got, try acting arrogant again. Her confidence lasted exactly 1 second. Flesh, blood, and shattered organs gathered together, reconstructing instantly. The falling devil stood restored, completely unharmed. A primal fear. A transcendent devil that had never known death. Oh my, I've lost my composure again. She adjusted her chef's hat calmly. Lively ingredients are certainly appealing, but please refrain from interrupting while I select your side dishes. Chapter 94. Yoru frowned, clearly irritated by the situation. The falling devil was a transcendent existence embodying primal fear, possessing an immortal body. Ordinary attacks meant absolutely nothing to her. Even at her peak, Yoru could not confidently claim she could seriously injure such a being, let alone now while weakened. Asa, as much as I hate admitting it, running away is our only option right now. And while you're at it, call that guy. With his ability, he might actually deal with falling. The person she meant was obviously Kale. Yoru despised Chainsaw Man with every fiber of her being. Unfortunately, Asa was hopelessly attached to Kale, and their shared brain constantly allowed Asa's emotions to leak into Yoru's thoughts. Letting go of hatred was impossible. Because of that, Yoru's attitude toward Kale remained complicated. First, she could not beat him. Second, any hostile intent she formed toward Kale was instantly noticed by Asa. The moment Yoru even considered acting on it, Asa would forcibly seize control of the body through pure emotion. In the end, Yoru could only convince herself that revenge simply was not the right time yet. She needed to regain her strength first. However, her thoughts suddenly stalled. She had completely forgotten one important detail. Her only phone had already been turned into a weapon and thrown away. Asa, can you still hear me? No response came. Asa gradually adapted to the pain from her torn fingernail, and once the pain dulled, memories filled with sadness resurfaced again. Yoru's feet slowly lifted off the ground. She began falling upward once more. Damn it. With no hesitation, Yoru slashed her palm open, using the index finger nail blade. Blood splashed across the ground. Ah, it hurts so much. Yoru, what are you doing now? Thud. Yoru dropped back onto solid ground. It hurts, right? Good, Yoru said firmly. Focus on the pain. As long as you feel that, you don't need to think about anything else. Asa stayed silent. Yoru slid down a drainage pipe and sprinted away from the falling devil's direction. Relying on Asa right now was impossible. She had to handle this herself. I need to steal a car first. But as she ran, the scars across her face suddenly disappeared. The ringed eyes faded back to normal. Asa Mitaka reclaimed control completely. No matter how hard Yoru tried, she could not return. What? Bang! Asa slammed beneath the awning of a roadside shop, halting her upward pull. She slowly sat up, her expression bitter as the entire world appeared inverted before her eyes. Yoru quickly understood the problem. It was not that Asa feared pain. She feared Yoru more. What the hell? Yoru exploded in anger. You kicked me out again? Are you serious? Asa, you're actually scared of me. I was trying my damn hardest to protect your body. After all that, you're afraid of me. Hurry up and trust me already and give the body back, idiot. Asa's breathing grew uneven. Trust? Why should I trust someone like you, Yoru? Oh, now I'm an idiot too. Yoru laughed in disbelief. Asa raised her injured hand, staring at the torn palm and ruined fingernail. You're a devil. You don't understand me at all. You keep saying terrifying things just to scare me. You take over my body whenever you want without asking, and you even cut my hand. Her voice trembled. Kale would never treat me like that. I only did that because you were losing control, Yoru snapped back. It still hurt, Asa shouted. You cut my hand, of course I'm scared. Yoru froze. Only then did she realize something obvious. She had never truly treated Asa like a human. Asa was just a 19-year-old college student. Her mental endurance could never compare to a devil who had existed for ages. Yoru exhaled slowly, forcing herself to calm down. Sorry, Asa, I went too far earlier. Her tone softened noticeably. The reason you're feeling this negative right now is because of the falling devil's ability. I just want you to calm down and think clearly. She continued. The falling devil represents primal fear. For some reason, she is targeting us. In a situation like this, your survival chances are higher if I control the body, but being afraid of me only makes things harder. As Yoru's hostility faded, Asa gradually calmed as well. Asa hugged her knees quietly. Yoru, can you read minds? Huh? Do you know what I've actually been afraid of this whole time? Yoru hesitated. Tears slid down Asa's cheeks. I struggle to trust people, but I hate being alone. Whenever someone treats me kindly, I start feeling close to them. Her voice trembled. But everyone who gets close to me ends up suffering, and then I'm alone again. My mom, Crambin, everyone left. She lowered her head. I'm scared the next one will be Kale. Yoru fell silent. Asa wiped her tears and sniffed. The happier things feel, the more it hurts when you lose them. Yoru, whether I'm alone or with people, I'm always scared. Her voice weakened. Maybe someone like me would be better off dead. Yoru finally began to understand, at least a little. But somehow the conversation circled back to Chainsaw Man again. Reluctantly, she spoke. If you're worried about Kale, you're overthinking it. Someone like him won't go down easily. You should worry about yourself more than him. Maybe, Asa murmured. I really want to talk to Kale right now. Yeah, then call him. Didn't I tell you to give him a pho? Yoru's voice slowly faded as her gaze shifted sideways. The massive black spear lay embedded in the distance. The smartphone javelin. Where's my phone? Asa searched her pockets in confusion. Earlier despair had completely distracted her from noticing what Yoru had done. Yoru clicked her tongue. Looks like you'll need to borrow someone else's phone. Not far away, the falling devil calmly pushed a small serving cart down the street. A man with grotesquely twisted limbs sat atop it. Behind her, dozens of devil hunters writhed helplessly on the ground. MMPH. The man on the cart had his mouth sewn shut, unable to move. His body had been reshaped into a horrifying serving stand. His arms and legs formed a base supporting a pure white porcelain bowl. Inside the bowl swirled bright red liquid, filled with horrifying ingredients. The falling devil looked toward the gate of hell hanging in the night sky and gave a polite bow. The main course is still being prepared. Her voice carried gentle elegance. To prevent our guests from growing impatient, please allow me to present an appetizer. She smiled faintly. A rich soup, death of the attacker, prepared using 5 carefully selected pairs of ears, tongues, and noses taken from devil hunters. Chapter 95. Inside an Ian supermarket, silence ruled the empty building. After the appearance of the falling devil, civilians had already fled the area. Only a few unlucky people remained behind, those who failed to escape in time. Under the influence of the falling devil's power, they clung helplessly to the ceiling, frozen in overwhelming fear. The falling devil pushed a shopping cart through the aisles, calmly browsing the shelves as if nothing unusual was happening. She carefully searched for suitable side dishes. Pineapple, dragon fruit, citrus, and... Standing in the produce section like a diligent housewife, she selected fresh fruits and placed them neatly into a shopping bag. I see. If it is to be paired with human flesh, apples are indeed essential. She lifted her head and looked toward a middle-aged woman spread helplessly against the ceiling. Judging from your uniform, you are a sales assistant, correct? Excuse me, I would like your opinion. When pairing with human flesh, should one use green apples or red apples? I am sorry, the woman stammered, her face drained of color. Oh my, forgive me for frightening you, the falling devil said gently. Please rest assured, as long as you do not attack me, I have no intention of harming you. She raised an apple in each hand. So, which one would you recommend? I do not know, I have no experience, I am sorry. I see, then I shall take both. Slight disappointment crossed her face as she placed the apples into the bag. The supermarket doors slid open automatically as she walked outside. The streets were completely deserted. While she had been selecting ingredients, Tokyo devil hunters had already evacuated civilians and sealed off the surrounding district. Her footsteps echoed clearly through the quiet night. Tap, tap, tap. She suddenly stopped. Oh dear, how careless of me. Preparing the sauce requires a man's head. A faint smile appeared on her face. Holding her own head delicately with both hands, she turned toward the surrounding skyscrapers. Excuse me, would anyone be willing to provide me with a head? Hidden among nearby buildings, multiple sniper rifles were already aimed at her. Target within range, A1 requesting permission to fire. B3 requesting permission to fire. E2 requesting permission to fire. Static crackled through the channel. Authorization granted, fire. Gunshots thundered across the night. Bang! Several elite snipers landed perfect hits. The falling devil's body exploded instantly into shredded flesh. Blood, organs, and fragments scattered across the street while groceries rolled across the pavement. Through binoculars, the sniper coordinator exhaled. Target neutralized, ceasefire, prepare recovery of the bod, The ruined flesh began moving. Chunks of meat twisted and gathered together at terrifying speed. Such an unsightly state, honestly, how embarrassing. Her body reconstructed itself completely. The falling devil casually played with a head in her hands. Just as humans cannot kill gravity, your current weapons are ineffective against me. She spun the head on one finger. I dislike meaningless killing, so which of you would kindly lend me your head? Cold sweat formed on the observer's forehead. Maintain suppressive fire, calling reinforcements now. Understood. Gunfire erupted again. Her body was blown apart once more. She sighed. I spoke so politely, why do humans never listen? Invert. A violent shockwave erupted. Within a 1,000-meter radius, gravity reversed instantly. Buildings tore upward, collapsing toward the sky. Concrete, vehicles, and debris rose violently into the air along with screaming snipers. Alia! A sharp flash cut through the chaos. Slash! Their screams ended instantly, as their heads separated cleanly from their bodies. The falling devil lowered the blade like legs extending from her back. A freshly severed male head rested in her hand. Thank you for your generous contribution. She calmly collected the scattered ingredients from the street. The side dishes are ready. Next, I shall prepare the main course. Her smile deepened slightly. The chosen ingredient is the fusion of human and the war devil, a Samataka. Night deepened over Tokyo. After briefly speaking with Makima, Fami disappeared again using her strange teleportation ability. Tisk, she really knows how to cause problems, Makima muttered. Only 1 hour had passed since the falling devil appeared, yet Makima had already lost more than 2,000 controlled lives, and the number continued rising. Even knowing that her rival was cornered, and facing disaster did not improve her mood. Even dogs were still lives worth regretting. Fami always left chaos behind. Makima confirmed once again that she truly disliked the hunger devil. Pachita, could you eat Fami and erase hunger completely? Makima suddenly asked. Pachita, resting on her head, tilted slightly. Woof, why ask that all of a sudden? Because hunger is unpleasant, isn't it? Wouldn't the world be better if no one felt hunger? Makima replied seriously. Pachita rubbed his belly. Woof, I have already eaten too many devils. If I keep eating, I might get so full I throw up. Makima blinked in surprise. Ah, the devils you eat are not digested. Pachita shook his head. No, they remain inside a different stomach, not the one used for food. Makima frowned thoughtfully. I find your existence increasingly difficult to understand. Pachita jumped down and looked at her seriously. Do you truly believe the world would be better without hunger? Yes, Makima answered without hesitation. But if people never felt hungry, they might forget to eat. They would stop valuing food. Some could even starve without realizing it. Makima inhaled sharply. That reasoning made sense. Then you could eat the death devil as well, so nobody starves, she said logically. Pachita shook his head again. If death disappeared, creatures long buried underground, even those decomposed into nutrients, would still exist consciously. Endless suffering without end. That would be far worse. He paused. And honestly, I really cannot eat anymore. Makima rubbed her chin, deep in thought. As expected of the hero of hell, his reasoning was sound. Pachita wagged slightly. I just want to see Makima and Kale living well together. Makima considered this quietly before speaking. I understand. Then I will inform Kale of Asamataka's exact location. She took out her phone and began dialing. Pachita tilted his head again. Woof, how did you arrive at that conclusion? It is obvious, Makima replied calmly. Kale wants information about Asamataka. If I solve Kale's problem, he will love me even more. Woof, that may be true, but if Kale saves the war devil, will that not give you another rival? Makima's expression remained serious. I have already thought about it. It is the same as raising many dogs. I only need to ensure that he loves me the most. She paused confidently. Even if he does not now, he certainly will in the future. A bead of sweat formed on Pachita's head. Woof, I am rooting for you. Chapter 96. That is the situation overall. This attack was orchestrated by the hunger devil, Fami, targeting the war devil, Asamataka. I cannot reach Tokyo from Kyoto in time. From what I know, Kale is the only one strong enough to handle this. After hearing Makima's explanation, Kale's expression darkened. No wonder Asa's phone had been unreachable for so long. Fami, you damn scheming devil. Targeting Asa, you really chose the wrong person. Kale inhaled slowly, forcing himself to stay calm. Understood, I am heading there now to deal with the falling devil. There was no time to hesitate. He immediately abandoned his work. Asa was in real danger. Unlike him and Rizeh, whose weapon human bodies were abnormal and difficult to kill, Asa was only a human fused with a devil. She could bleed. She could die. Do not hang up yet. I have advice for you, Makima said. I know you are in a hurry, but listen first. All right. Makima quickly organized the information in her mind. The falling devil is not in her complete form, but as a primal fear, her strength remains overwhelming. However, you may approach this differently. She continued calmly. No matter what, she is acting under a contract. If defeating the chef proves difficult, target the hell diner who placed the order. Break the contract, and the falling devil loses her purpose. Kale nodded slightly. Thanks, Makima, I will keep that in mind. Honestly, I am lucky to have you. Silence followed. Makima froze. Kale thanked her. Her cheeks warmed faintly. Maintaining social stability is my responsibility, she said, trying to sound composed. If Kale wishes to thank me, when I return to Tokyo, we should go on a date. Kale paused for half a second. Makima saying something unexpected was not unusual anymore. As soon as I save Asa, I will go out with you as many times as you want, Makima. He ended the call immediately. Right now, saving Asa came first. He had no patience left to argue. Buzz. Kale grabbed the ripcord on his chest and pulled. The roar of a chainsaw erupted as he transformed, choosing speed over transportation. Traveling like this was far faster than driving. He shouted toward the only person left inside the room. Rizet, Asa is in danger. I am heading out now. The shop is yours. Wind exploded outward. Kale vanished instantly. With the Typhoon Devil ability, combined with the massive agility boost from his devil form, his speed became terrifying. Bang! The corpse disposal room suddenly exploded behind him. What? Asamitaka is in danger. Rizet stared in disbelief. Who the hell thinks they can touch her besides Kale? Her emotions slipped for a moment, accidentally blasting the prepared corpse into ash. I am coming too. She strapped several blood bags onto her body and grabbed the circular ring at her neck. Bang! Kyoed. After ending the call, Makima remained seated on the bench as the wind rustled her hair. Kale's final words replayed endlessly in her mind. As many dates as I want. She murmured quietly. Does that mean there is actually a chance? She swallowed nervously. As a devil, Makima had never truly experienced intimacy. The idea of emotional excitement, of feelings surging uncontrollably, fascinated her. A rare blush appeared across her face. Come on, Kale, defeat the falling devil and save Asamitaka. Not long earlier, Temano Mall had already become the falling devil's market. To resist the reversed gravity pulling her upward, Asad desperately clung to the edge of a roof. The upside-down world made her stomach churn violently. A public telephone booth stood only 10 meters away. Yet every time she leaned outward, the upward force dragged her body away from safety. Every attempt failed. Yoru tried speaking to her, but nothing eased the heaviness crushing Asa's heart. Then, beneath the moonlight, a graceful figure dressed like a chef slowly approached. Yoru's pupils shrank. Asa, she is coming. The falling devil floated gently nearby and bowed politely. Oh dear, I apologize for keeping you waiting. She lifted a blood-stained shopping bag. A little fear, a little screaming, the sweetness of fruit mixed with the richness of blood. A rare main course like you deserves proper side dishes. After presenting her ingredients, the falling devil softly pointed toward Asa. Fall. Boom. The building shattered instantly. Oza. Asa screamed as the collapsing structure carried her upward into the sky. Cold hands suddenly touched her face from behind. Drip. Blood from the falling devil's severed head fell onto Asa's cheek. Tense muscles, sweat filled with fear. Asamitaka, have you not already lost your attachment to life long ago? Her voice sounded gentle, almost comforting. You are not afraid of death. You fear the sensation of falling, the darkness above you, the moment of impact. Asa's eyes widened. Every word struck directly at her heart. Please close your eyes and relax, the falling devil whispered softly. As your chef, I will provide a peaceful experience, like floating safely before birth. Asa, do not listen, Yoru shouted. But the falling devil's mental pressure crushed Yoru's voice completely. Painful memories replayed endlessly inside Asa's mind. Failures. Loneliness. Regret. Then distorted thoughts appeared. Even Kale dying horribly because of her. A small smile formed on Asa's face. So that was it. If she disappeared, everything would return to normal. Maybe she had always been the problem. Once she accepted that truth, the pain faded. Slowly, Asa released her grip. It really does feel warm, comfortable, thank you. Her body relaxed completely as she drifted upward. Her heart would no longer hurt. She would not burden Kale anymore. Still, at the final moment, loneliness crept in. She thought of him again. I am sorry, Kale. Please do not come save me. The falling devil is too dangerous. Asa closed her eyes, hands folded over her chest as she slowly descended toward death. The falling devil smiled faintly. Thank you for your contribution to culinary art. Buzz. She suddenly heard a strange sound. Buzz, buzz. Buzz. The furious roar of a chainsaw tore through the night sky. Boom. A black figure wrapped in a raging hurricane crashed forward at impossible speed. So you are the falling devil. Kale's voice thundered across the sky. Who the hell gave you permission to touch my girl? In a single instant, his chainsaw sliced through her waist. The falling devil's body split apart, exploding into a storm of blood. To avoid harming Asa, Kale instantly returned to human form. He caught her gently in his arms and used the downward force of the typhoon ability to counter the reversed gravity, lowering them safely back to the ground in a princess carry. Kale. Shock. Relief. Guilt. Too many emotions flooded Asa at once. Kale frowned as he examined her. One fingernail was missing, a long scrape cut across her palm. His expression darkened immediately. He carefully held her injured hand, anger rising in his chest. Asa, what happened to your hand? His voice dropped dangerously. Did that freak do this to you? Chapter 97. Asa shook her head weakly and explained. No, these wounds were made by Yaru. She used pain to force me to forget my fear. Inside the domain created by the falling devil, anyone whose emotions sink will start floating toward the sky. A conceptual ability. The power of the falling devil was abstract, far more troublesome than ordinary attacks. Kale silently memorized the information and gently smoothed Asa's hair. With me here, will Asa still feel down? Her expression did not improve. Instead of relief, worry deepened in her eyes. It was as if his arrival only confirmed her fears. She believed she would drag him down with her. Avoiding his gaze, Asa spoke softly. Kale, you shouldn't have come. I'll only slow you down. The falling devil wants me. Just let me die peacefully. Simp. Kale flicked her lightly on the forehead. What kind of stupid crap are you saying, dummy? With me here, who the hell is letting you die? Yet Asa's pessimism only worsened. Her body began floating upward again against her will. The more confident Kale sounded, the heavier her despair became. The upward pull already canceled out the airflow, keeping them grounded. Tears slid from the corners of her eyes as Asa spoke in a hoarse voice. No attack works on the falling devil. Leave while you still can. I'm sorry, Kale. My life is a mistake. I'm an outcast. I shouldn't exist, and I never should have entered your life. Seeing her like this tightened something inside his chest. Kale remembered the promise he once made, that he would never let Asa cry again. Yet she was crying right in front of him. And then, unexpectedly, his own body began to rise. The ability of the falling devil was affecting him too. Yeah, that thing really wasn't easy to kill. This could not continue. If despair kept spreading, both of them would be finished. Then an idea struck him. If the problem was pessimism, there was a better solution than pain. Pain fought fear poorly. Desire, on the other hand, worked wonders. Only he could pull this off. Kale gently held Asa's face. Asa, look at me. Huh? Before she could react, Kale kissed her. Direct, familiar, completely shameless. Their lips met as naturally as breathing. He deepened the kiss without hesitation, slipping past her defenses as if it were second nature. They had crossed this line many times already. Asa's eyes widened. The sadness in them slowly faded, replaced first by confusion, then by warmth, then by a hazy daze. Heat spread through her body. At the same time, something unexpected happened. Their floating bodies slowly descended back toward the ground. As long as their thoughts drifted away from despair and toward something far more intimate, the oppressive emotional weight weakened. Human instincts really did have built-in survival mechanisms. At that moment, the falling devil floated closer, holding her detached head while watching them kiss with a complicated expression. She adjusted her chef uniform and gave a polite bow. Oh my, you are Chainsaw Man, correct? Could you refrain from damaging my main ingredient? Kale ignored her completely. He was busy currying Asa. Still kissing her, he casually freed one hand. A dense black sphere formed in his palm, space twisting violently around it. The falling devil leaned closer with curiosity. Oh, such a rare ingredient. Liberation. Boom. A violent torrent of crushed buildings, concrete, and twisted steel erupted from the black hole, instantly smashing her body apart. It was debris Kale had absorbed earlier using dark hole. Waste should always be recycled. Fragments of flesh wriggled across the ground before reforming. Bad child, the falling devil said calmly. Concrete and rebar are unsuitable ingredients. After a long moment, Kale finally pulled away from Asa, leaving faint teeth marks on her lips. If you start feeling down again, remember this, he said. Remember a kiss like that. Asa's face turned completely red. Her earlier despair had vanished. Honestly, Kale was unfairly good at this. Once they finished, the falling devil approached gracefully again. Oh my, your bond is touching. However, the farewell kiss is over. Could you hand over Yoru now? The diners are waiting. She prepared herself calmly for battle. She had already allowed them time earlier. Courtesy deserved courtesy in return. Unexpectedly, Kale nodded. Sure. He tightened his grip around Asa's hand. Asa's heart skipped, but the warmth in his palm steadied her immediately. She trusted him completely. He definitely had a plan. The falling devil tilted her head in surprise. Cooperation was welcome. Thank you for understanding, she said with another bow. Please release Yoru's hand. I wish only for her to fall, not you. Kale waved casually. No, please, make sure it affects me too. The falling devil frowned. I do not understand. I mean exactly that, Kale said patiently. You know, falling devil, I'm actually a chef myself. My dishes are pretty damn famous among humans. She inhaled sharply, posture turning serious. I see, a fellow professional. My apologies for the earlier disrespect. Kale sighed dramatically. I've achieved fame already, but there's one regret I've always had. Please explain. He raised one finger. A world-class chef shouldn't die sick in bed. The perfect ending is being cooked and eaten at your peak. Silence fell. For the first time, the falling devil opened her eyes fully. Her breathing grew heavier. Such conviction, I am ashamed. Your philosophy is flawless. A chef should indeed experience being eaten. Kale smiled faintly. But the one cooking me has to be worthy. I've searched everywhere for that person. Turns out she's standing right in front of me. The falling devil stepped back, visibly shaken. You mean, mate? Of course, a top chef from hell. Your dedication moved me, only you qualify. Her body trembled. Without hesitation, she tossed away the sniper's head she had been carrying and slowly removed her tall chef hat. This was the highest respect she could offer. I understand now. Lover's chef's devotion, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Her voice carried genuine admiration. A man with such determination will become the finest accompaniment to Yoru. Chapter 98. Memo. Kale nodded in satisfaction. Exactly, I'm counting on you, falling devil. Of course. The falling devil bowed deeply toward him. To her, this exchange felt like enlightenment. Her culinary philosophy had reached an entirely new level. I understand now. Using love to color fear creates a dish far superior to fear alone. Please allow me to know your name. Call me Kale, he replied with a faint smile. The name etched itself firmly into her mind. Listening to you is worth more than 10 years in the kitchen. Kale, thank you for your generous guidance. She carefully adjusted her chef hat again. Proper cooking required proper respect. Rest assured, you and Yoru will experience a magnificent dining experience. Raising her right hand, 2 fingers pointed upward before slowly turning downward. Please fall. The gravity reversal activated instantly. Even without despair weighing on their hearts, Kale and Asa were still dragged upward toward hell in the sky. Wind roared past their ears as their bodies accelerated. Asa were heading to hell, scared. If I'm dying with you, I'm not afraid. Kale chuckled softly, then let's drop in together. High above the night sky, a wooden door carved with intricate patterns suddenly appeared. Creak. The door opened. Their falling bodies passed through before it slammed shut behind them. Kale and Asamitaka entered hell. Darkness swallowed everything. Endless black stretched in every direction. Only a massive dinner plate beneath them, and the distant gate of hell could barely be seen. Even someone as strong as Kale felt a chill crawl down his spine. Asa reacted more strongly, her breathing cautious as she clung tightly to him for comfort. Creak! The door opened again, light briefly cutting through the darkness. The falling devil stepped in carrying a shopping bag. Please wait a moment while I finish the final plating before serving. Good, Kale said, giving her a thumbs up. You're seriously dedicated. Oh my, you flatter me. She decided to demonstrate her knife skills. Sharp movements sliced through the air as fruits and strange bloody ingredients spun around her body. Within seconds, decorations arranged themselves across the plate in a grotesque yet artistic pattern. Then came serving time. Clap, clap. Dear customer who placed the order, she announced politely, today's main course, Asamitaka and Yaru, please enjoy. Something began moving within the darkness. Wet, heavy sounds crept closer. The client had arrived. Kale steadied himself and pulled Asa into his arms. Everything was still moving according to plan. Suddenly, his vision went completely black. The thick smell of blood filled the air. They had been swallowed whole. Oh my, the falling devil said with satisfaction. Even the plate was eaten. What a greedy child. Before her stood the enormous Eternity Devil. Its massive body twisted like living sludge. It lacked a face, possessing only a gigantic opening surrounded by finger-like growths used for feeding. After its death at Makima's hands in the human world, the Eternity Devil had reincarnated in hell. Unfortunately for it, Fami quickly took control again. Fami favored this devil because its power could endlessly generate hunger, making it perfect for manipulation. The falling devil's order had been placed through that arrangement. Despite being far larger, the Eternity Devil trembled before the weakened primal devil. It swallowed everything instantly, not daring to leave even a scrap behind. Inside the devil's stomach, darkness lasted only a moment. Thud! Kale landed while holding Asa, taking the impact himself so she remained unharmed. But something felt wrong. According to his expectations, they should have landed in corrosive stomach acid. Instead, beneath him was something soft. A large white bed. The two bounced slightly upon landing, their positions becoming messy under warm yellow lighting. Kale blinked. This is supposed to be a devil's stomach, looks more like a normal room. Without immediate danger, Asa relaxed considerably. As long as Kale was beside her, loneliness never reached her. She looked around curiously. The room was tidy, filled with a faint lavender scent. Across from the bed stood a curved LCD television. Warm lighting hung from a chandelier while an air conditioner hummed quietly, blowing comfortable heat. Asa glanced at Kale while he examined the room seriously. He's so handsome. Her lips parted slightly as she swallowed. Why does it suddenly feel hot in here? Something had to be wrong with her. They had just been eaten by a devil, yet her thoughts kept drifting back to the bite marks Kale left earlier. Maybe they were about to die. But being alone together like this felt strangely thrilling. She loosened her collar slightly. This place feels weird, Asa said, pointing around them. Look at the bed and that mirror, they're heart-shaped. Kale rubbed his chin. Yeah, whoever designed this had questionable taste. Asa froze for a moment. Did he seriously not get it? She leaned against his back casually. I've seen rooms like this online, probably a couple's hotel suite, mostly for setting the mood. Makes sense. Kale barely reacted, already focusing elsewhere. Reaching toward a drawer beneath the TV, he muttered, "Dark water." Click. Every drawer slid open at once, their contents flying into his hand. Handcuffs, whips, candles. Kale went silent. Asa stared stunned. You can even do stuff like this. A dangerous curiosity flashed through her mind before Kale tossed everything aside in disgust. Among the junk, he picked up a cute electronic watch. Asa felt oddly disappointed. She reached forward, fingers brushing his clothes as she slowly undid one button. Continuing the attack. She leaned closer and whispered near his ear. Hey, pay attention to me. Kale turned slightly, distracted. 21-18-35, the second hand stopped, Is this thing broken? Seriously? Even now? Issa snapped internally. No more hints. Suddenly Kale stiffened and grabbed her wandering hand before it reached somewhere very dangerous. Issa, chill, now's really not the time. This is your fault, she muttered. In one sudden motion, Issa flipped him onto the bed and pinned his wrists down. Kale stared up at her, stunned. Issa, now are you serious? Her expression carried reckless determination. I don't care, my head feels like it's breaking. Only you can keep me sane, I don't want to drag you down, Kale. Kale let out a helpless laugh. Yeah, figures. Cause and effect. If he started something, he had to deal with the consequences. Issa smiled mischievously. That forced smile looks awful, let me fix it. MMPH. Chapter 99. The two of them stood up, clothes rustling as they got dressed. Kale glanced at the digital watch on his wrist. 21:18:35. The numbers had not moved even a single second. So it really is busted, Kale muttered. He was not sure how long that ridiculous farce had lasted, but it felt like around 10 minutes, give or take. Either way, the treatment itself had gone smoothly. One by one, Kale had cleared the stray, tangled thoughts from Issa's mind. She was finally clear-headed again. Clear-headed to an almost absurd degree, like some enlightened sage. Unfortunately, her face was flushed bright red, so red it looked like blood might seep through her skin at any moment. Issa refused to think about what had just happened. It was insane, completely unhinged. Too perverted. She had FC-ked Kale inside a devil's stomach. Issa, look, Kale said suddenly. Compared to Issa's visible embarrassment, he looked far too calm. What? She asked. Kale pointed toward the wall clock on the right side of the room. The time on that clock matches the watch. Let me see. Issa lifted the digital watch and compared it carefully with the wall clock. It's the same, even the second-hand position is identical. Kale rubbed his chin. When weird shit happens twice, it usually is not a coincidence. Huh, then could it be? Issa copied his pose, stroking her own chin. After spending so much time with Kale, her mannerisms were starting to sync with his. Is time completely frozen inside this devil's stomach? Her casual guess landed frighteningly close to the truth. That's probably the ability of whatever devil swallowed us, Kale replied. Then it happened. Thump, thump, thump. A soft tapping sound came from beneath the bed. Ah, Issa yelped. Something was under there. She immediately clung to Kale, gripping his arm like her life depended on it. Luckily, she still had him. Relax, Kale said, patting her back. You're fine. Before transmigrating, this would have scared the hell out of him. But after everything he had seen, this barely ranked. Worst case scenario, it was just another devil. And honestly, how could it be scarier than the falling devil? Kale's voice dropped, cold and sharp. Heh, cut the bullshit. You've got 5 seconds to crawl out, or I drag you out myself. Clatter. Why, yes. A familiar, trembling voice answered from beneath the bed. A petite figure scrambled out, nearly tripping over herself. When Kale and Issa saw the face beneath the black public safety uniform, both of them nearly lost control of their expressions. Kobni, why is it you? Compared to before, Kobni Higashiyama looked noticeably thinner. Dark circles hung under her eyes, and her cheeks were slightly sunken. She turned her head away, unable to meet their gaze. I mean, yeah, what a coincidence, you're here too. Issa's jaw dropped. In her memory, Kobni had fallen into hell before she did. Issa had assumed she was already dead. Relief washed over her, followed immediately by something far worse. Pure, soul-crushing shame. If Kobni was here, then that meant she had been in this room the entire time. Which meant she heard everything. Every word, every sound. I'm dead, Issa thought. My reputation is over. She covered her face, wishing she could sink through the floor. Kale inhaled sharply. Yeah, it was awkward as hell. But whatever. Issa was definitely going to be his wife someday anyway. Adults did adult things, no point losing sleep over it. As long as he and Issa were not embarrassed, then the only one suffering was Kobni. Kale cleared his throat twice, dragging the conversation back on track. Kobni, what do you know about this place? Any useful info, spit it out. Why, yes. His calmness somehow made her even more nervous. Kobni explained that she had been hiding under the bed to sleep. She was a light sleeper, terrified out of her mind, and woke up the moment Kale and Asa appeared. At first, she thought they were enemies and curled up, shaking in fear. But once she recognized their voices, she nearly cried from relief. She had tried to crawl out, but then, things started happening. With no other option, she waited it out. "I have to say," Kobni muttered, rubbing her dark circles, "you two are, really something, to still have the energy for that in a situation like this." Kale snorted, Yeah, focus." "I heard you talking about time," she continued. "The clocks aren't broken. This place is an infinite loop, no exit, no end. Time is frozen permanently at this exact moment." As she spoke, Kobni crouched down and fumbled under the bed, pulling out a TV remote. Click. The television turned on. On the screen, an idol group was performing on a brightly lit stage. "Is that NHK's Kohaku Yutagasan?" Asa asked. "Yeah," Kobni nodded, "but look at the time display." Kale squinted, 21:18:35. The singers danced and smiled, but the numbers never changed. Time here was completely stagnant. Tears welled up in Kobni's eyes. It's really good to see you guys." She wiped her face sloppily and sobbed. "Can you share some food with me? I've been sleeping most of the time to avoid getting hungry. I've slept under that bed more times than I can count. Every time I wake up starving, I drink tap water from the bathroom. There's nothing else here, just water." Hearing that, Kale and Asa searched their pockets. In the end, they found only a single piece of chocolate. "This is all we've got," Kale said, handing it over. "Eat slow." Kobni's knees nearly gave out. If Kale had not caught her, she would have collapsed on the spot. She ripped open the wrapper and devoured it in seconds, chewing and swallowing like her life depended on it. Thank you, thank you." She even licked the wrapper clean. Kale clicked his tongue. "Jesus, you eat like Denji." Issa stared in shock. Kobni could not have entered more than a couple hours before her, yet she looked like she had been trapped for weeks. A moment stretched into eternity. This devil was horrifying. "This is obviously the eternal devil," Yoru said. Issa relayed it aloud. "Yoru says it's the eternal devil." "The eternal devil, huh?" Kale muted the TV. He was not panicking. Dark water could nullify devil abilities as long as he touched the devil's body. Time still was not moving, which meant this room was not part of the devil itself. It was just a real hotel suite. What truly bothered him was the falling devil outside. His earlier all-out attack had not even scratched it. That was when Kale realized something important. Right now, the falling devil was unbeatable. So he remembered Makima's words and adjusted his plan. If he could not beat the falling devil directly, then he would break the contract between it and the eternal devil. "If I can't kill the chef, I'll beat the shit out of the customer." If he caused enough chaos inside the eternal devil's stomach and forced it to spit them out, it would absolutely piss the falling devil off. That was the plan. Shift the problem. Turn the conflict between ingredients and chef into a brawl between chef and customer. Unfortunately, there was one small issue. The eternal devil was still hiding. Chapter 100. Dark hole. Crack. A grating, ear-splitting friction screamed from the floor as black space swallowed the gaps between the tiles. At the same time, an identical sound echoed above them. The ceiling split open at the exact corresponding position. Kale lifted a corner of the broken floor and peered down. What he saw made him grin. Below was the same room. The same furniture. The same people. Kale Isamitaka, Kobni Higashiyama. Another Kale was crouched beneath him, staring upward in the exact same posture. "Hey, that's funny." Kale jumped straight down. The next instant, his body dropped back through the opening in the ceiling and landed exactly where he started. Issa stared stunned. She knelt beside the hole and cautiously reached her arm downward. At the same time, she looked up. Half of her arm emerged from the hole in the ceiling. That's insane." Kobni sat slumped against the wall, hugging her knees, her expression hollow. "It's like that everywhere," she said weakly. "Time doesn't move, space loops forever. We'll probably be stuck here until we starve to death." "Kobni, don't be so damn negative," Kale said casually. "We're here now, Nothing's happening to you. Kobni sniffed and wiped her eyes, but we still can't get out. Issa sat beside her and gently put an arm around her shoulders, then looked at Kale. It's not like there's no solution. As long as Kale makes contact with the devil, he can break the frozen time and space with his ability, right? That's the idea, Kale said, nodding. Then he turned to Kobni. You've been here the longest. Have you seen the devil at all? With both of them calming her down, Kobni finally steadied herself a little. She shook her head, tears still slipping down her face. No, I haven't seen the devil, but there are other people trapped here too. They're losing their minds. It's terrifying. Kale stood up and dusted off his pants. Then let's stop sitting on our asses. We go look around, talk to the others, and see if anyone knows something. Thinking in this room won't solve shit. Okay, Issa said, standing as well. Kobni, do you want to come with us? She hesitated. After finally finding people she knew, she clearly did not want to be left alone again. Before she could answer, shouting erupted from the hallway. Ow, what the hell are you doing? You're trying to commit a crime, aren't you? No, you can't do this. A young man's screams echoed clearly. Simp. The sound of a fist slamming into flesh. For the sake of the greater good, student Kaiharu, please sacrifice your personal interests, a dull male voice said. Thump, thump. More kicks landed. Crime. We're already trapped here, and you're still talking about crime. Fuck you. In this place, who's left to punish us? The kind of person I hate most is smug university students like you. Another man roared. Hurry it up, I'm starving. According to the deal, I only want half his arm, a shrill voice chimed in. I'm doing most of the work, I want a whole calf. Big brother Jinfu, can I have his ass? At most half. That works. The young man on the ground, his face swollen and bloody, cried out desperately. You can't do this, we should work together and find the exit. I'm smarter than you. If you eat me, you'll never think your way out of here. And once you get used to eating people when you're hungry, you'll start killing each other. You'll all die. Please listen to me, we have to unite. Simp. More brutal kicks answered him. Who the hell are you lecturing? Can unity fill your stomach? All I know is that eating you keeps us alive. Exactly, that's why I hate university students. Regrettably, student Kaiharu, this is the will of the group. Please go die. Kale sighed deeply and looked back at Issa and Kobni. Yeah, Kobni wasn't exaggerating. These guys are fucked in the head. Issa touched her chin, thinking, that guy said he's smart. Kale, do you think he might actually know something about the devil? Only one way to find out. Bang! Kale kicked the door open. Who the hell are you? The sudden noise froze everyone in place. More than a dozen gaunt men turned toward them. The hallway was chaos. The oldest looked to be in his 40s, the youngest barely 15 or 16. The beaten man lay on the ground in a torn student uniform, blood soaking the bandage on his forehead. His face was bruised purple, and his medium-length hair covered one swollen eye. The moment he saw Kale, then noticed Issa's uniform, his eyes lit up with wild hope. Tokyo 4th Higher Academy. That was the same school. They were classmates. He was saved. With what little strength he had left, he raised his hand and shouted. Fellow students, you're from Tokyo 4th Higher Academy too, right? I'm one of you. My name is Issa Kaiharu. Please save me. These people are insane. They've already killed and eaten others, and now they want to eat me. Slap. A sharp crack echoed. One of Kaiharu's front teeth loosened. The youngest-looking blonde punk shook his hand, sneering. You little shit, you think they're here to save you. Kale did not respond. A tall man with a gloomy face stepped forward. He looked to be in his 30s, nearly 2 meters tall. Even starved thin, his broad frame was obvious. I'm the leader here, Akawa Jinfu, he said. Can we talk? His eyes never left Kale. Kale casually dug a finger in his ear. Talk. Jinfu did not react to the disrespect. It's impossible to survive alone here. You can join us. I'll personally approve giving you a foot. Don't listen to them, Kaiharu shouted through blood and broken teeth. I don't eat people, Kale said flatly. Jinfu smiled, cold and hollow. Everyone says that at first, but in a place like this, where there's nothing to eat but water, people change. Keep my offer in mind, you'll thank me later. Tusk. Kale was already bored. Maybe talking to the guy on the floor would be more productive. Seeing Kale stay silent, Jinfu assumed he was considering it. But joining the team isn't free, Jinfu continued. You enjoy the benefits, you fulfill your duties. Kale blinked. Duties. Yes. Jinfu pointed at Asa and Kobni behind him. The two women belong to the team. You don't get to keep them to yourself. Whistles filled the hallway. From the moment the trio appeared, greedy eyes had been crawling over Asa and Kobni. All the survivors were men. They had urges. Two young women like this, even outside, would turn heads. Finding them here felt like winning the lottery before starving to death. Boss Jinfu is a legend. Jinfu. Line up already. Kale laughed. Not amused laughter. The kind that came when patience ran out. Well, he muttered, eyes half closed, guess we're past talking. Chapter 101. Asa held Kale's hand tightly. Are you reciting a haiku? What does it mean? Kale smiled and shook his head. He reached up and gently brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear. A haiku follows a 5-7-5 syllable pattern. What I recited was a classical poem. As for the meaning, to put it simply, I missed you a lot, Asa. The words hit her harder than any confession. Her face flushed instantly. To say something like that in a moment like this. Kale was way too smooth. I like him so much. She wrapped her arms around his neck, leaned in, and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. I want to learn Chinese too. Kale has to teach me mouth to mouth. Asa was usually shy, but that depended on the situation. After those thugs ran their mouths earlier, she no longer considered them human. As for Kobni standing behind her, it did not matter. Kobni already knew everything anyway. Your university offers Chinese as an elective, right? Asa lightly bit Kale's earlobe and whispered a threat. The teacher is Japanese, that is not authentic enough. I want Kale, a native of X, to teach me. Otherwise, I will bite this bad guy's ear off. All right, I will only teach you at night. I still have to work during the day, Kale replied, half amused, half helpless. She was getting clingier by the day. Kobni stayed quiet. This strange sense of ease. Was this what it felt like to stand beside someone strong? Kale and Asa acted as if the others did not exist. The crowd was furious. They glared at Kale. Even the usually composed Akawa Jinfu looked resentful. He pointed at Hiatus, who lay on the ground bruised and bloodied. If you refuse my proposal, you become everyone's enemy, just like Hiatus. Enemy? Oh. Kale let out a contemptuous laugh. Where is the enemy? All I see are a bunch of corpses waiting to drop. These bastards had stepped right over his line. Lusting after Asa. Fine. Even ants get crushed. Fuck, Boss Jinfu, stop talking and just rip him apart. I never liked this guy's face. He has to be a college student too. I hate college students the most. Yeah, boss, kill him and we will have more food. Hehe, the women look young too. Give the order, boss, the brothers are starving. Their wolfish eyes roamed over Asa and Kobni, as if trying to strip them bare with their gaze alone. Akawa Jinfu swallowed. Kale was about to step forward. Asa stopped him and moved in front of him instead. Kale, let me protect you this time. He blinked, then gave a small laugh. All right, if it makes you happy, Asa. She turned back toward the men and inhaled slowly. Her expression twisted with disgust. She planted her hands on her hips. Pa, filthy, shameless animals. Are your brains nothing but rotten leaves? Is screwing the only thing left in your heads? Now kneel before my boyfriend, bow 10 times. Maybe I will let you die a little easier. Silence hung in the air. Then laughter exploded. The men doubled over, howling. Akawa Jinfu felt heat rush through him. This woman had spirit, he liked that. Compared to Kobni's slight frame, Asa's figure was fuller, more captivating. He preferred prey that resisted. Conquest felt sweeter that way. He licked his lips and pointed at Asa. I will use this one first. You guys can take the short one. Do not damage the women, beat the man to death. At his command, they rushed forward. Asa's mind became still. Too slow. She ducked under Akawa Jinfu's lunge with fluid ease. In one motion, she kicked off her left shoe. Sneaker sword. Clang. A clear metallic chime rang out. A gleaming white blade formed in her hand. She rose and slashed upward. Akawa Jinfu split in half. Blood sprayed across the corridor. Before the others could react, Asa kicked off the ground and surged into the crowd. Her movements blurred, weaving between them like a phantom. White arcs flashed. Bodies fell apart before screams could fully form. Limbs scattered, flesh tore. Within seconds, the corridor was soaked red. The white sock on her left foot darkened with blood. Only Isekaiharu remained alive. His mind was blank. How could someone like this be a university student? Asa exhaled slowly. It had taken only a single breath. If it were Yaru, it might have been faster. Her strength was nowhere near Kale's, and still below Yaru's. Even so, she was the host of the War Devil. And she had fought before. She had memorized fragments of Yoru's style. Kobni hid behind Kale, trembling. Ms. Asa is terrifying. Just slimy and gross. Asa tossed aside the bloodied sneaker sword and looked up at Kale, clearly fishing for praise. Well, feels good being protected by me, right? Yeah, Asa's amazing. Kale smiled at her, eyes warm. Then he crouched and slapped the ground. A pulse of gravitational force rippled outward. Dark hole compressed the remains while hurricanes scattered the residue. In moments, the blood and bodies were gone. The corridor looked almost untouched. After cleaning up, Kale walked over to Isekaiharu. He scratched his head. You must be hungry, we do not have spare food. Those idiots wanted to eat you. Why not return the favor? I already ground them down for you. A small black sphere condensed at his fingertip as he looked at him calmly. There was always an extreme option. He could tear off his own limbs and use them as rations. With enough blood stored, he could revive again and again through the weapon-human mechanism. He had gathered plenty of blood just now. Reviving dozens of times would not be a problem. But he would only do that if Asa was hungry, or if Kobni was truly on the verge of starving. Isekaiharu's lips trembled. He finally lost control. He bent over and vomited, retching violently. Nothing but bitter stomach acid, and traces of blood came out. And no, that is not necessary, thank you. Asa walked over to Kobni, smiling proudly. Kobni, I was impressive, right? Surprised. Why yes, Ms. Asa is amazing. I could never kill someone, Kobni stammered, shaking. Asa frowned. They were going to kill us. Kobni swallowed hard. There is no solid evidence proving self-defense. If this ever gets exposed, my credit score will be destroyed. It absolutely cannot have issues. My older brother is still preparing for the civil service exam. Chapter 102. Room 404. Inside the Eternal Devil's stomach, there was no food anywhere in the hotel. Fortunately, hot water still flowed. The space was infinite, so the supply never ran dry. Asa took a long, scalding bath, scrubbing away the sticky blood clinging to her skin. Afterward, Kale tore strips from the bedsheets and carefully wrapped the cut on her hand. His movements were steady, gentle despite the chaos they had just left behind. Then he used the Typhoon Devil's power, releasing a controlled stream of wind to dry her hair strand by strand. Isekaiharu and Kobni Higashiyama sat curled up in opposite corners of the room. Silence filled the space. The massacre earlier had shaken them badly. Especially Ise. Killing devils was one thing, killing humans was another. The latter left a weight in the stomach that no amount of logic could erase. Even Kale, before everything changed in his life, had struggled the first time he saw dissected bodies in a school anatomy lab. He could not eat for 2 days. It took time to move from nausea to numbness. Eventually, familiarity replaced disgust. A corpse was just a body that no longer moved. After spending so long beside Kale, Asa had likely gone through something similar. A dry cough broke the silence. By the way, Issa said, looking at Kale, what's your major? What year are you in? Which class? Kale finished drying Asa's hair and split it neatly into 2 sections, beginning to tie twin tails. Are you talking to me? Ah, yes. I don't attend university, Kale replied casually. My girlfriend does, same school as you. I see, Issa hesitated, then looked at Asa. Then, what is your major, ma'am? The respectful tone slipped out unconsciously. Asa did not even glance at him. Why does that matter? Does my major have anything to do with you? Right, sorry. Issei forced a laugh, feeling ridiculous. Another stretch of silence. Then Issei straightened up. Since he had been rescued, maybe he should at least introduce himself properly. Everyone, he began, sweeping his gaze over the room, I'm not just an ordinary university student. At Tokyo 4th Higher Academy, I'm the president of the Devil Hunter Club and also the student council president. Devil Hunter Club? Kobni tilted her head. A student council makes sense, but why would a university have a Devil Hunter Club? Encouraged that someone responded, Issei pushed his hair behind his ear. It's a newly established club. We recruit brave students across campus to take up weapons and fight devils together. Kobni lowered her gaze, clearly confused. That sounds dangerous. Shouldn't students focus on studying? Why would anyone risk their lives fighting devils? Who would even join something like that? Issei waved dismissively. It's not that strange. Out of every 20 people in Japan, 7 die to devils. This is a war between humanity and devils. University students are at the perfect age to step onto the battlefield. A girl like you wouldn't understand. Kale finished tying Asa's hair and spoke without looking up. Issei Kaiharu, you misunderstand something. Kobni is a devil hunter from public safety. The devils she has faced are beyond what your club could handle. A student club. It would not even survive a minute against something serious. I see. Issei's confidence faltered. Kobni buried her face between her knees, her expression bitter. After facing the falling devil, and now the eternal devil, her desire to resign had peaked. If they escaped this place, she would quit immediately. Even a 1 million yen quarterly bonus was not worth this. Issei Kaiharu, Asa said bluntly, cutting through the awkwardness, you've been here longer than we have. Do you know where the devil is? Small talk was pointless. They needed to get out. Issei stood up and nodded seriously. Listen carefully. Based on my observations, we are inside a devil's stomach. This is an infinite looping space. Time is frozen. Space has no end. Incredible, right? Kale, Asa, and Kobni stared at him in silence. So, Kale said flatly, how do we find it? Issei scratched his cheek. Well, I haven't actually seen the devil since I got here. Asa pressed her fingers to her forehead. Student Council President, Devil Hunter Club President. Impressive titles, empty results. Didn't you brag about being smart? She said sharply. We already have a plan. If you can locate the devil, we can get out. So think. Use that brilliant brain of yours, President. You're serious? We can escape if we find it. Yes, Kale said. I guarantee it. Issei fell into thought, fist against his chin. Suddenly, he raised a finger. What if we just call it out? What? All three said at once. Issei flung open the door and stepped into the endless hallway. Hey devil, I'm right here. Come out and eat me if you've got the guts. What's wrong? Scared. Coward. I've seen braver rats. Come out already, I'm starving. His voice echoed down the empty corridor. No response. Issa slapped her forehead. Stop yelling, you're embarrassing yourself. Issei wiped sweat from his brow. Don't worry, I have another idea. He pulled out his phone. I'll call public safety, I'm reporting this. Beep. Beep. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently out of service. Kale exhaled slowly. Issei Kaiharu, we're inside a devil's domain. You think cell service works in here? What the hell are you expecting? Customer support from hell. Hell, what are you talking about? Issei's eyes widened. Issa shook her head in disappointment. President, I thought you had something useful. Turns out you know nothing. Then she froze. Her gaze locked onto the phone in his hand. Wait. The phone. Of course. Since there's a phone, I can do that. A slow smile spread across her face. She extended her hand toward him. Give me your phone. Chapter 103. Why do you want my phone? Issei Kaiharu's expression stiffened, and he instinctively pulled his hand back. For a college student his age, a phone was practically sacred. Handing it to a stranger felt like stripping naked in public. Don't be stingy, I've got an idea, I'll give it back when I'm done. Issei clutched it to his chest. You're an adult, don't you have your own phone? Asa hesitated. She had owned one until recently, but Yoru had turned it into a weapon and tossed it away. I lost it. If you want to get out of here alive, lend me yours. Huh, Issei blinked. What does my phone have to do with escaping, and why not ask your boyfriend? Tisk, you're unbelievable. Asa rolled her eyes and gave him a thumbs down. Timid guys are exhausting. She turned. Kale, do you still have your phone? I do. You need it, Asa. Good, she nodded, then looked at Kobni. What about Akai's? Kobni covered her face, nearly in tears. When I was thrown earlier, mine slipped out of my pocket. I still had a month left on the installments. Asa frowned. Sympathy would have to wait. She looked at Kale again. The people we killed, did any of them leave a usable phone? No, I crushed all that trash into dust. Left with no choice, Asa faced Issei again. My plan requires 2 phones. If you want out of this loop, lend me yours. At least explain the plan first, Issei protested. We should discuss if it even makes sense. Kale clicked his tongue. The guy was painfully slow. Dark water. In an instant, the phone shot from Issei's pocket, as if pulled by an invisible force, and landed cleanly in Kale's hand. Why, what the hell? What's the problem? Kale scoffed. If Asa hadn't saved your ass, you'd be minced meat. Relax. He held the screen to Issei's face to unlock it, then handed it to Asa. Here. Leave the rest to me. Issei covered his face. Please don't check my gallery or browser history. Tisk, I'm not that bored. Asa frowned while swiping across a wallpaper featuring a high school girl in a skimpy swimsuit, trying to find a payment app. The pale background made everything harder to see. Behind her, East and Kobni leaned in, curious. Soon, Asa logged into her own account. Balance, 45,332.48 yen. She looked up at Kale and smiled sweetly. Kale, lend me some money. Kale inhaled sharply, his mind raced. Asa's ability allowed her to turn anything that belonged to her into a weapon. If used creatively, the results could be devastating. He already understood what she was planning. Don't say lend, he said casually. What's mine is yours, just tell me the amount. Asa nodded and began calculating. They had determined this looping space was confined to the 4th floor of a love hotel. The rooms appeared endless, but the numbers cycled from 401 to 415. 15 rooms in total. Each was roughly 35 square meters, barely half the size of the apartment she used to rent. That place cost her 300,000 yen per year. So buying one room should be around 150,000 yen at most. But these rooms were terrible. No kitchen, no refrigerator, no washing machine, thin walls with awful soundproofing, stale air and barely any plants. After mentally applying several heavy discounts, Asa concluded one room was worth about 60,000 yen. 15 rooms meant 900,000 yen. Transfer around 860,000 yen, she said thoughtfully. Kale did not argue. He scanned her code and transferred 900,000 yen instead. We're not broke, don't pinch every coin. Her balance jumped to 940,000 yen. Kobni stared at the number in disbelief. So, what's your plan? Asa placed her hands on her hips, confidence returning. My power lets me turn anything I own into a weapon, so I'll buy the entire 4th floor and turn it into one. That should break the loop. She glanced at Kale. After that, leave the rest to him. Wait, Issei interrupted, looking horrified. You think you can buy an entire hotel floor for 900,000 yen? So what? Asa shot back. And it's not over 900,000, it's exactly 900,000. That's generous. Kobni's mind nearly shut down. Buy a whole floor for that price? In what era? Issei stared at Asa as if questioning reality itself. Was this girl really his classmate? No, listen, he began. First, this hotel is located into. Shut up. Kale's voice cut him off cleanly. He was done listening to pointless lectures. Why complain about a bargain during a life or death situation? What kind of idiot argues economics inside a devil's stomach? He pulled Asa into his arms and looked down at her with steady confidence. Asa, ignore him, you're right by it. She nodded firmly. With Kale backing her, doubt vanished. Asa opened the payment screen, then crouched and placed the phone flat on the floor. She closed her eyes and pressed her palm against the ground. I will use this 900,000 yen to purchase the entire 4th floor of this love hotel. This is the Love Hotel Spear. The money vanished from her balance. The space warped violently. Darkness swallowed everything. A long spear materialized in Asa's hand. At its tip, a crimson heart glowed brilliantly, casting light across the void. That light revealed the grotesque face of the eternal devil, writhing within the darkness. It was furious. "Asa Mitaka, are you insane? For 900,000 yen you think you can buy an entire hotel floor, you absolute idiot." The spear's red glow intensified. And the loop trembled. Chapter 104. Asa Mitaka was stunned by the roar, then immediately shouted back, "Why the hell not? I bought this. Did you pay a single yen for eating this hotel?" The eternal devil's spit flew everywhere as it screeched, "I'm a devil, pay you my ass." Enraged, it could no longer follow Fami's instructions. The looping space had already been damaged. If these so-called ingredients ran loose inside its stomach and somehow escaped, it would be finished. Even if Fami spared it, the falling devil would not. Fuck either way meant death. Better to strike first. "I'll bite you to death." The eternal devil unleashed its power. Dozens of twisted human faces bulged from the mountain of flesh inside its stomach, lunging at the 4 survivors. Sweat beaded on Asa's forehead as she tightened her grip on the Love Hotel spear, preparing to use her Moonlight Badger stabbing spearmanship. Kale lightly tapped her shoulder. "Asa, leave this ugly bastard to me. I'm worried you'll lose control and kill it." He stepped forward, placing himself between the devil and the others. "Be careful," Asa said. "It's trash, relax." The eternal devil was not the main course. To deal with the falling devil later, Kale needed this thing alive for now. The corner of his mouth lifted. "Eternal devil, I've been looking for you." The eternal devil bristled at his tone. It would tear this arrogant brat apart first. "Who the fuck are you? Acting tough, I'll chew you to pieces." The writhing mass shifted direction and surged toward Kale. "Crag track." Kale stretched calmly. He had not tested his new form yet. "Might as well." The triangular pull cord embedded in his chest slid inward, vanishing beneath his skin. In its place, a circular ring pull emerged from his neck. He grabbed it and yanked hard. Boom! A violent explosion ripped through the confined space. When the smoke cleared, Kale's head had transformed into a savage missile lined with jagged teeth. His body was clad in detonator armor, black fuses trailing from his arms like coiled serpents. Bomb devil form. Compared to his chainsaw devil form, the difference was obvious. His physical durability had not increased much, and his charisma still surged absurdly high. His luck dropped sharply, though Kale suspected that had more to do with Kobni's presence than his transformation. The real change was agility. It skyrocketed. To him, the eternal devil now moved like a sluggish maggot. Kale vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the massive body, mirroring the move Rizé once used against Beam. He lightly tapped the eternal devil's flesh. Boom! The explosion was deafening. Alia. More than half of the eternal devil's grotesque body was obliterated instantly. Kale blinked. He had only used about 5% of his output. Holy shit. He almost killed it. Damn, I overdid it, so the blast's strength isn't directly tied to durability. Good to know. The shockwave blasted Asa, Yoru, Kobni, and Issei off their feet. The fleshy walls absorbed most of the impact, sparing them serious injury. Asa's eyes widened. No, it was Yoru. Her emotions surged violently, forcing her to seize control of the body. Yoru stared at Kale's back for a long moment. Kale, Chainsaw Man, she is my daughter. Asa winced. Yoru, what the hell are you talking about? My head's killing me. Sharing a brain meant she felt Yoru's turmoil clearly. It was a chaotic mix of overwhelming love and boundless hatred, like magma colliding with a glacier. Asa, Yoru said slowly, what would you do if your sworn enemy turned out to be your daughter? Ask what? What if the one you hate most is your own child? Asa followed Yoru's gaze, which had not left Kale once. Her stomach dropped. Wait, you're saying my man is your daughter? Yes, Yoru nodded faintly. There's no mistake. Bomb inherited the war flag. She's one of my proud daughters. Have you completely lost it? What the hell are you saying? Outside in hell. Compared to the emotional chaos inside the eternal devil's stomach, The atmosphere outside was eerily calm. Because of the eternal devil's warped ability, time flowed differently inside and out. Though Kale and the others had battled for what felt like ages, from the outside it had barely been a moment. The falling devil stood gracefully, holding her severed head in her hands. "How does it taste?" she asked serenely. "This fear tinged with love. I prepared it carefully, using the finest ingredients." Thump, thump. Low, unsettling noises echoed from the eternal devil's stomach. She smiled faintly. Excited, perhaps. It must be delicious enough to make him kick with joy. The eternal devil forced its mouth into a grotesque grin. "Good, goo. Blah. It suddenly vomited violently to the side. There was a fucking monster inside its stomach, setting off explosions nonstop. Even as a devil, it could not suppress the overwhelming nausea. With a wet splatter, Kale, Yaru, Kobni, and a completely disoriented Issei were expelled onto the ground. The falling devil froze. Vomited. The corners of her lips twitched. For the first time, a faint sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. Was she afraid? No. It was humiliation. As a chef of hell, her dish had just been rejected. Kale noticed immediately. He smiled, pleased with her expression, and calmly added fuel to the fire. "What a shame. Dearest friend, we meet again. Seems this diner really hated the dish." The falling devil's chest rose and fell. Her elegant face twisted slightly. For the first time, this primal devil was angry. She pointed sharply at the eternal devil, who was still dry heaving. "This is a dish I poured my love into. This is a dish my dearest friend offered with his life's resolve. And you dare vomit it out." Power Stones, Acute Epsilon. Chapter 105. The eternal devil was the one breaking out in a cold sweat this time. "No, Lady Falling, I did not despise your cooking." The eternal devil raised a grotesquely deformed finger and pointed at Kale. "It is all his fault. He intentionally caused chaos inside my stomach." Hearing the accusation, the falling devil slowly turned her head toward Kale. "What kind of nonsense is that?" Kale snorted. "You were vomiting like a broken faucet a moment ago. What else is there to explain?" The falling devil paused and thought for a moment. Facts spoke louder than words. Her dearest friend Kale seemed to have a point. She turned back toward the eternal devil and stared coldly. "I want you to die a miserable death. I've been wronged, I'm innocent." The tumors covering the eternal devil's body trembled violently in fear as it pointed angrily at Kale. "You bastard, you were clearly setting off explosions in my stomach. I only vomited because I couldn't take it anymore." Kale gave a contemptuous smile. So it had reached the argument stage. In an argument, you never follow the opponent's logic. You grab their weak point and crush them with it. Kick them while they are already down. Kale ignored the claim about explosions entirely and spoke coldly. "You never intended to eat us in the first place, did you? You just wanted to trap us inside the eternal space in your stomach and control us." "You." The eternal devil froze. Damn it, the brat guessed correctly. Trapping Asam Mitaka in the eternal space until she starved had indeed been the order from Fami. And Kale even had physical proof. Kale raised his hand and pulled the Lover's Hotel spear from Yoru's grasp, then slammed it into the ground. "This is the evidence, the hotel you used to trap us. You never intended to eat us at all." You." The eternal devil choked, unable to respond. Kale frowned. "What do you mean, I and you? If you mess up, admit it. If you're getting beaten, stand up straight. Eternal devil isn't the real reason that you think we taste like shit." The eternal devil looked like it wanted to cry. "What a shameless human. IFCK you're." Kale smirked. So emotionally unstable that the only thing left was cursing. Victory was already decided. Ignoring the collapsing devil, Kale handed the Lover's Hotel's spear to the falling devil. "See, dearest friend, the evidence is clear. This was a cheap trick by the eternal devil to deceive you. It despises your culinary skills. If that isn't an insult to you, what is?" The falling devil's expression darkened as she listened. The spear crumbled into dust in her hand. Her killing intent thickened like a storm cloud. The fire had already been lit. Kale decided to pour one more barrel of oil on it. "Dearest friend, think about this. The eternal devil swallowed so many people. Why did it spit only the few of us back out? The answer is obvious. It looks down on you. Your affection means less than grass to it. The eternal devil completely snapped. That's bullshit, I didn't eat them. Those people were clearly killed by you. Kale only smiled and said nothing more. There was no need to continue. The eternal devil had already lost the falling devil's trust. The falling devil took a slow breath. She straightened her chef's hat and forced her expression back into composure before bowing deeply to Kale. I sincerely apologize, dearest friend, for giving you such a terrible dining experience. Not only was my cooking flawed, but my will was also insulted. To express my apology, I will personally clean up this insolent creature. Please do, Kale replied calmly. No, Snow, no. The eternal devil was terrified. Taking advantage of the distraction, it suddenly wriggled toward the gate of hell. Its massive body twisted like a slippery eel and shot through the gate, vanishing in an instant. It escaped to the human world. The falling devil smiled. The smile was elegant, yet deeply unsettling. Oh dear, running away after doing something naughty, what a troublesome child. She stepped forward gracefully and followed through the gate of hell. If she failed to make the eternal devil taste the most terrifying flavor of death, then she would not deserve the title of a primal fear devil. After both devils disappeared, hell fell silent again. Kale let out a long breath. It was not just the eternal devil that had been sweating earlier. He had been sweating too. Playing psychological games with a primal devil was like walking a tightrope over blades. One mistake would mean absolute death. Against a devil like that, normal power levels meant nothing. The falling devil possessed both terrifying lethality and absurd regeneration. Even after Kale struck her at close range with dark water, which carried a nullification effect, she recovered instantly without the slightest injury. Kale had a suspicion. As a primal devil, the falling devil likely possessed her own form of absolute nullification. Perhaps something close to complete immortality. Otherwise, it would not explain why primal fear devils had never died despite existing for so long. Everyone stay behind me, I'll guide us down safely. Okay, Kobni hurried after him. She had no intention of staying here any longer. Kale grabbed Asaz's hand. The girl's body suddenly stiffened. The darkness hid the truth from him. The hand he held belonged to Yoru. Creak. Kale pushed open the gate of hell. Below them stretched the human world, 10,000 meters beneath their feet. So hell is actually located where heaven should be, Kale muttered. Isumi's legs trembled violently. Even without a fear of heights, the sight made his heart race. Should we call a helicopter for rescue? Kale shook his head. You can wait for a helicopter if you want, but this is hell. A devil might drag you back before it arrives. He raised 3 fingers. 3-second countdown, everyone jumped together. I won't wait for stragglers. Kale had no interest in babysitting or comforting anyone. 3, 2, 1. Jump. Whoosh. Kale leaped first while holding Yoru's hand. Kobni grimaced, but she trusted him and jumped right after. Hey, wait for me. Seeing everyone jump, Isumi panicked and followed. Falling to his death sounded better than being eaten by devils. The wind roared in their ears. Isumi's face twisted wildly in the rushing air. Ayotachach. His scream was torn apart by the wind as saliva flew everywhere. When they were only a few hundred meters from the ground, Kale controlled the typhoon to slow their descent. Their speed dropped sharply. They landed safely on a ruined field. Not far away, the falling devil had already destroyed the eternal devil's physical body. In her hand was a Mobius strip-shaped heart. She stood respectfully before a young woman with her head tilted slightly. Fami. The falling devil bowed deeply. I deeply apologize, Lady Fami. I failed to allow a samataka to be eaten. This dish was a complete failure. Fami nodded calmly and extended her hand. I understand. Place the eternal devil's heart there. Falling, you may return. The falling devil hesitated. Lady Fami, please wait a moment. What is it? The falling devil looked toward Kale. Before leaving the human world, I would like to speak briefly with my newly made dearest friend. Oh. Fami raised an eyebrow slightly. Dearest friend. Interesting. How exactly had Kale managed that? Yes, Kale is a culinary master of the human world. His culinary philosophy has given me great inspiration. I see. Fami glanced toward Kale's position and spoke calmly. Very well. You have 2 minutes. In truth, Fami could barely maintain the summoning any longer. Calling the falling devil had drained her nearly to the limit. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 106. Above the ruins, the morning sun slowly rose. During the fall back to the human world, Yoru voluntarily gave control of the body back to Asa. Her mind was in complete chaos, and she had no idea how to face Kale anymore. She needed time to sort through the mess in her head. Asa was more than happy to accept that. Yoru's brain worked in ways that made absolutely no sense. Kale being her daughter or something, that was ridiculous. If that logic were somehow true, then if Asa and Kale had a child in the future, what would the kid call her? Mama or Grandma? Asa sighed. She was scaring herself with nonsense. However, before Kale and the others could properly enjoy the relief of surviving, a terrifying figure slowly floated toward them. The falling devil. The brief moment of joy vanished instantly. The atmosphere turned heavy and suffocating. She's coming again, Asa muttered, her chest tightening. Yeah, Kale said, rubbing his temple. What a fucking headache. This made no sense. According to Makima, the command structure had already been destroyed. The falling devil should have returned to hell. So why was she still here? Was she still planning something? Did she still want to turn Asa into a dish? No, that couldn't be it. Kale stepped forward and quietly shielded Asa behind him. He had nowhere else to retreat. Kale had never been someone with grand ambitions. He simply wanted to live a peaceful life with the person he liked. And Asa held a very special place in his heart. Before he transmigrated into this world, Kale had spent his entire life focused on work. He had never dated anyone. His job made sure of that. Very few people were willing to date an undertaker. Whenever women on blind dates heard that Kale worked with the dead, most of them immediately lost interest. Some stayed because of the salary, but those ones only wanted him as a backup option. Kale was not stupid. Why would he accept someone else's leftovers? Some were even more shameless, bringing their entire families along and joking that Kale could become a father without any effort. Because of that, Isamitaka was actually Kale's first love. Watching someone grow, learning about each other, shaping themselves until they fit naturally together. That feeling fascinated him. If the falling devil intended to destroy all of that, then Kale had only one option left. He would fight her to the death. Kale put on a calm smile, polite but steady. Dearest friend, is there something else you need? Courtesy came before violence. The falling devil was not exactly normal. Despite possessing terrifying power, her mind revolved entirely around cooking. Maybe she had not come here to fight at all. The falling devil gave a gentle bow. Due to special circumstances, my time in the human world is limited. Before I leave, I would like to ask Your Excellency a few questions. Kale quietly let out a breath of relief. As long as Asa was not the target, he did not mind playing along. Please ask, I will answer as best as I can. The falling devil placed a hand lightly against her chest. I am very curious. How did Your Excellency come up with the idea of using your own body as an ingredient in a dish? Kale frowned slightly. Of course it was about cooking again. Still, he was not surprised by the question. Kale rubbed his chin. He could not tell her the truth, so he needed something abstract. Something dramatic enough to satisfy her curiosity. An idea came to him. Kale took a slow breath, his expression turning solemn. Once, in the mountains, I saw a mother tiger that had just given birth. Driven by unbearable hunger, she was about to eat her own cubs. A passing Mahasattva saw this and could not bear the sight. He took a blade and cut his own throat, offering his flesh and blood to feed the tiger. To that tiger, no matter how exquisite any delicacy might be, could it ever compare to the flesh and blood of the Mahasattva. Kale stopped speaking. He left the rest for the falling devil to interpret. Outwardly, he looked serious. Inside his mind, however, Kale was mocking the story. He was human. Why the hell would he save a tiger? If that tiger family survived and later wandered into your house to eat everything, you would regret it immediately. Stories like that sounded noble, but in Kale's opinion, they were just another way for people to satisfy their own twisted sense of moral superiority. People with no clear stance were always the most dangerous. They did not know what they truly wanted. They floated somewhere in the middle, never committing to anything. Those kinds of people often cause the most destruction. Just like that naive idiot character from the novel, The Three-Body Problem. She refused to press the launch button, yet if she were thrown into Australia and forced to line up for punishment, she would not like that either. I see. The falling devil seemed deeply moved. She was a devil. Concepts like karma or compassion meant little to her. Her mind was built around one thing: cooking. But after hearing Kale's story, she could only think that the Mahasattva was quite an interesting ingredient. 2 minutes passed quickly. Her time was nearly up. Suddenly, flames burst across the falling devil's body. Fami's energy was being drained rapidly. Wrapped in the rising flames, the falling devil revealed a peaceful smile. So it was not simply love, you also carried feelings like that. What a shame that the eternal devil ruined your efforts. Even dying 100 times would not repay that failure. Kale sighed softly and spoke in a calm, almost distant tone. Let the past remain in the past. Now is not the time to dwell on it. As the flames continued to consume her body, Kale carefully suppressed the urge to smile. Not yet. It was still too early. He needed to act sad for just a little longer. What a broad-minded attitude, the falling devil murmured. Her charred body paused slightly, clearly moved. Thank you again for your generous guidance. Compared to you, Kale, my own culinary conviction falls short. With those final words, the falling devil's body burned away completely. Only ashes remained, along with her detached female head. The corner of Kale's mouth slowly curved upward. All right. Now he could laugh. At that moment, a system notification appeared in his mind. Ding! The host has defeated the pseudo-falling devil. Extracting ability from pseudo-falling devil. Primal fear extraction, withering heart-piercing attack. The host can condense the fear of thousands of living beings into a weapon. This primal level ability can deal true damage to primal devils at its peak. Kale blinked in disbelief. Wait. That counted as defeating her. When he extracted Riz's form before, he had at least beaten her down with brute force. So what exactly happened here? Did the system get triggered by the conversation? Did winning a cooking argument count as victory? Kale almost laughed. Nice. Even while leaving, his so-called dearest friend had given him a huge gift. He took a slow breath. Primal fear extraction, withering heart-piercing attack. The name alone sounded ridiculous. And it could deal true damage to primal devils. So that was the key. Only the power of a primal devil could properly fight another primal devil. If abilities were ranked, then the cockroach devil's durability would probably be N tier. The typhoon ability was useful in many situations, maybe around R tier. Pachita's chainsaw form and Riz's bomb devil form each had their own advantages. The physical boosts from those forms had incredible value, easily SR or even approaching SSR level. But this new skill was completely different. It went beyond numbers. The mechanics alone were absurd, and the potential damage was insane. This was easily an SSR tier ability. Chapter 107. My figurine, this isn't good. Fami had been so focused on watching the chaos unfold that she overlooked something obvious and very important. After the falling devil disappeared, the figurine she had used to summon it should have fallen somewhere near this location. Sigh. Fami tilted her head slightly and let out a quiet sigh. Not long ago, she had eaten enough desserts for 7 people at a dessert shop. Yet less than 12 hours later, she was already hungry again. I'll wait until they leave before retrieving it. Hopefully nobody finds it. She crouched down quietly. Pushing aside chunks of concrete scattered around the ruins, she squeezed herself into a narrow gap without caring about the dirt covering her clothes. Her current position was too noticeable. If she hid inside the rubble and pretended to be dead for a while, she could probably avoid being discovered by Kale and the others. Right now, she was in poor condition and did not have enough energy left to teleport again. Clatter, clatter. Trying not to make noise, Fami slowly pulled pieces of concrete over herself. Then, under the pale morning sunlight, a long, slender shadow fell across her body. A playful, teasing voice spoke from above. "Aren't you going to be cold sleeping like that? Want me to give you a blanket? It'll keep you nice and warm." Ahem. Fami looked up and met a pair of emerald green eyes. Riza. Last night, when she arrived at the battlefield where the falling devil appeared, she had seen Kale and Asamitaka fall into hell. Just catching a distant glimpse of the falling devil had been enough to make Riza tremble uncontrollably. The fear felt carved directly into her soul. Against a creature like that, she knew she had absolutely no chance of winning. But Kale had not shown any intention of resisting. Riza guessed that he must have had his own plan. If she attacked recklessly, she might ruin whatever Kale intended to do. So she held back. She believed Kale would not die easily. He was the one who had given her a new life. Even against something as terrifying as the falling devil, he surely had some kind of trump card. And in the end, she had been right. But during the long wait, Riza had not been idle. As a trained agent, her instincts were sharp. While observing the battlefield, she quickly noticed Fami hiding nearby and watching everything unfold. This seemingly harmless girl clearly had some connection to the falling devil. Riza twirled a knife between her fingers. Her smile looked sweet, but the chill behind it was unmistakable. "By the way, little sister, you look kind of familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Fami sighed softly. She brushed the dust from her clothes and slowly stood up. In a strange way, having her carefully prepared plan exposed was almost amusing. Tilting her head, she looked at Riza calmly. "So it's you. Did you use the 2 movie tickets I gave you? Did you watch the movie with him?" "Tusk." Riza frowned. "Simp." She jumped down from the ruins and began circling around Fami, carefully examining her. Riza's memory was exceptional. The moment she saw Fami, she recalled the lottery drawing at the train station. That meant this girl had been setting things up long before now. Maybe even Riza's own initial plan, involving Kale, had been anticipated by her. Terrifying. But something felt wrong. Fami had shown the confidence of someone capable of commanding the falling devil. Yet right now, Riza sensed no threat from her at all. If she attacked, it felt like she could tear this girl apart within seconds. Strange, very strange. Fami's eyes followed Riza as she kept circling. Eventually she spoke, sounding tired. "Could you stop walking around me? My blood sugar is low, and you're making me dizzy." Riza smiled sweetly. "Sure." Suddenly she reached out, grabbed Fami by the collar, and threw her into the air. "Huh." Before Fami could react, she was already slung over Riza's shoulder like a sack of rice. Carrying her easily, Riza began walking toward Kale and Asa. "Kale, Asa, look what I found. I caught the mastermind." A mastermind who preferred to hide behind the scenes. Then Riza would drag her out into the open. Earlier, while Kale had been talking with the falling devil, Izumi quietly slipped away and even forgot his phone in the process. Kobni had also said goodbye, claiming it was almost time for her to clock in at work. Kale was still reviewing everything that had happened when he saw Riza suddenly emerge from a corner, carrying someone. Asa's eyes widened. Wasn't the girl on Riza's shoulder Yoru's sister? "Riza, what did you just say?" Riza smiled brightly and placed Fami on the ground in front of them like she was presenting evidence. She clapped her hands and pointed at her. "I saw it with my own eyes. This girl was controlling that devil. The world getting turned upside down, and Asa getting trapped in hell were probably her doing too." Fami glanced briefly at everyone present, then stood there silently like a wooden statue. Asa felt like her brain was about to explode. What the hell was going on today? Riza sounded like she knew a lot more than she should. But why? Wasn't she supposed to be an ordinary girl? And why would Fami want to hurt her? Wasn't she Yoru's sister? Among the girls who had complicated relationships with Kale, the situation was strange. Asa was the one Kale favored the most. Yet she was also the one with the least information. Riza was a highly trained Soviet agent. Gathering intelligence was second nature to her. Meanwhile, Makima was on a completely different level. Through animals like rats and crows, she could monitor events happening across the world. Because of this, both Makima and Rize already knew the truth about Asamitaka. But Asa knew almost nothing about them. Looking at Fami's blank expression, Kale remembered Makima's earlier warning. His gaze turned cold. "You are the hunger devil. Did you summon the falling devil to deal with Asa?" Facing the accusation, Fami nodded calmly. "I suppose that's accurate." She extended her hand toward Kale. "My name is Fami. I'm also the hunger devil. You can just call me Fami." Kale's mouth twitched. Bold. She really acted like she belonged here. Kale also raised his hand toward her. But his open palm suddenly clenched into a fist. Bang! His fist slammed straight into Fami's face. She flew backward nearly 5 meters. Issa and Rize both stared in shock. Kale shook the blood off his hand and walked forward again. His anger had not cooled at all. Devils were truly insane. After nearly killing Issa, this lunatic still wanted to negotiate. Negotiate his ass. Fami slowly pushed herself up from the ground and spat out blood mixed with several broken teeth. Her face felt like every bone inside it had shattered. She spoke with difficulty. "That hurts. I think you knocked out 4 or 5 molars, and I haven't even eaten breakfast yet." In the next instant, Kale grabbed her by the collar and lifted her off the ground. His voice was filled with anger. "Hunger devil, Asa is the only one I've got, and you messed with her like that. You nearly killed her, and now you want to play friendly with us." Play friendly. Fami blinked and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Are we having dumplings? My favorite kind are pan-fried." Chapter 108. Ho pot stickers. Fami's reaction completely caught Kale off guard. Then he suddenly realized something. Only someone like him, a transmigrator, would understand the hidden meaning behind the phrase making dumplings. "Yes," Fami nodded with complete seriousness. "I can help roll the dumpling skins. Can I have some after they're cooked?" Kale stared at her in disbelief. Judging from her expression, she was completely serious. What the hell? Did this woman have zero awareness of the terrible things she had done? Did she not understand the situation she was currently in? Then again, devils never thought like humans. "Eat dumplings?" Kale nearly lost his mind. "I'll treat you to a damn withering heart-piercing attack." With that said, Kale activated the root skill he had just obtained. Holding Fami by the collar with one hand, he slammed his other palm onto the top of her head. Fear extraction. He wanted her to taste her own medicine. If he could extract the hunger devil's fear, it might even kill her. But nothing happened. Kale extracted absolutely nothing. What the hell? Slap. Fear extraction. Kale smacked the top of her head again. Still nothing. He frowned. Maybe the position was wrong. Kale slapped her shoulder. Fear extraction. Slap. He smacked her chest. Fear extraction. Still nothing worked. None of the attempts produced any reaction. At that moment, Fami's stomach growled softly. She was hungry. Kale finally understood. It wasn't that the ability had failed. Fami simply had no fear. Even after getting her teeth knocked out, she wasn't afraid of Kale in the slightest. The only thing she seemed worried about was how difficult it would be to eat. Forget it. Even if fear extraction and withering heart-piercing attack did not work on her, Kale still had other ways to deal with her. He could simply use a black hole and melt her. Right then, Asa suddenly spoke. "Kale, maybe there's some misunderstanding between you and Sister Fami. Why don't we talk first?" Her expression was complicated. First, Kale suddenly punched Fami and sent her flying. Then he started touching her everywhere while testing his ability. What exactly was that supposed to mean? Did he suddenly take a liking to her sister? Even though she had only met Fami twice, Asa had a very good impression of her. Fami understood people well. In fact, she understood Asa better than Yoru did. Besides, Fami had even given Kale a gift before. Asa simply couldn't believe that she truly wanted to kill her. Rize said nothing and simply watched quietly. Loose lips sink ships. She had no intention of revealing unnecessary information in front of Asa and Fami. Kale sighed. He genuinely felt sorry for Asa. Asa, you're way too kind. She already admitted earlier that she targeted you. If Makima had not warned him in time, the outcome could have been far worse. He would have to thank her properly later. But for now, that could wait. A black hole began condensing in Kale's palm. When dealing with someone like the Hunger Devil, hesitation was stupid. Seeing the killing intent in Kale's eyes, the person in question remained completely calm. Fami tilted her head slightly, looking almost bored. Kale, I don't know what my little sister told you, but I never intended to kill my third sister. Kale froze instantly. He even loosened his grip on her collar. What little sister, third sister, what the hell are you talking about? Fami calmly straightened her wrinkled collar. Then she glanced at Rizeh. You have blood with you, right? Can you give me half a bag? Devils could recover by drinking blood, and Fami was no exception. No. Rizeh refused immediately. She had no intention of helping an enemy recover. However, what Rizeh did not know was that Fami actually disliked drinking blood. She only wanted her teeth to grow back faster, so she could eat pot stickers without trouble. Oh. Fami looked mildly disappointed. It's fine, I can recover after eating. Stop changing the subject, Kale said coldly. Oh. Fami looked directly at him with her distinctive orange-ringed eyes. As you can see, the war devil, Asamitaka, is my third sister. The one who contacted you and revealed my location is most likely my little sister. Since you already know her identity, I don't need to introduce her. Kale fell silent. Makima had told him about the Hunger Devil, but she never mentioned anything about them being sisters. So Asa, or rather Yaru, was Fami's third sister. And Makima was her younger sister. What the hell kind of family drama was this? Was she making this up? Kale glanced at Asa, silently asking for confirmation. Asa took a deep breath. Fami is indeed Yaru's older sister. At that moment, Asa was more focused on the mysterious little sister Fami mentioned. Judging from the way Fami spoke, Kale seemed to have a close relationship with that person. For some reason, Asa suddenly felt uneasy. Yaru, you actually have a younger sister? Asa asked internally. I think so, Yaru replied vaguely. What kind of devil is she? Is she prettier than me? I don't remember. Seriously, that's way too careless. Yaru had no interest in continuing the conversation. She was currently stuck on a completely different problem. How could Chainsaw Man possibly be her daughter? Eventually, Kale sighed and decided to temporarily accept Fami's explanation. But you still let a devil eat Asa. How do you explain that? Fami gently rubbed her forehead. You were eaten together with my third sister. Didn't you two have plenty of fun inside the Eternal Devil's stomach? The Eternal Devil was one of her pawns, and she was fully aware of everything that happened to it. Hearing that, Kale's expression stiffened. Asa's face instantly turned bright red. She couldn't take this anymore. They had clearly been in hell. And Kobni had already been peeping at them back then. If Asa ever learned that Makima had also been secretly watching from the human world, she might die from embarrassment. Rizeh looked stunned. Hold on. What did she mean by having fun? Looking at everyone's expressions, Rizeh quickly pieced things together. Which meant that Kale and Asa had actually matured their relationship in hell. If they needed to vent their emotions, they could have easily come to her instead. Fami, however, could read hearts. Once everyone had calmed down, she finally revealed her real goal. I never wanted to kill you. I only wanted my third sister to experience extreme hunger inside the Eternal Devil. After that, I would have released you myself. Asa frowned. Why? Fami tilted her head slightly. I am the Hunger Devil. I can control creatures that are starving. As long as someone reaches extreme hunger, I can turn their power into my pawn. Kale rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So you did all of this to become stronger. That explanation actually made sense. Fami shook her head. No. I did it to save the human world. Power Stones, Acute Epsilon. Chapter 109. Fami's casual question almost short-circuited everyone's brains. Huh, you want to save humanity? You are a devil. What kind of humanity are you trying to save? Kale's mouth twitched in disbelief. How about you take a look at the ruins around us before you keep talking? The brief distortion of gravity earlier had already triggered numerous disasters. The arrival of the falling devil had struck the world with the force of a natural catastrophe. Japan, which had been at the center of it all, had turned into a complete disaster zone. In only a few hours, conservative estimates placed the death toll in Japan in the tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands were missing, and the number of injured was countless. Kale did not feel much about such a massive tragedy. First, this was another world. Second, the people dying were neither his countrymen nor his family. And third, he had not caused any of it. What truly bothered him was how absurd Fami sounded. She had clearly been the instigator of the disaster, yet she still had the nerve to talk about saving humanity. If this had been his old world, with crimes like hers, getting executed 10 times over would not have been enough. Fami tilted her head and calmly looked across the ruined city. Compared to the terror that is about to occur, this is only a negligible sacrifice. If I do nothing, far more people will die than those who died today. Asa's heart skipped a beat. Sister, you mean? Fami glanced at Asa. The Nostradamus' great prophecy will come true. Next July, the worst terror will descend upon the earth. The worst terror, Kale frowned deeply. Rizet lowered her head and fell into thought. As a former high-ranking Soviet agent and secret weapon of the KGB, she had heard whispers about the event Fami mentioned. In fact, the Soviet Union had already been making preparations for it. Her mission involving Kale had also been connected to those preparations. Are you talking about the era of devils? Rizet asked cautiously. Fami looked at her and nodded without surprise. You are correct. According to the prophecy, in July next year, the King of Terror will awaken from its slumber and descend upon the world. Once it arrives, the era of humanity will end. The world will enter the era of devils. Rizet hailed slowly. What exactly is the King of Terror? It is my eldest sister, the Death Devil. Fami answered without hesitation. Deaths, Kale muttered quietly. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. Fami's words felt like a dark cloud, pressing down on everyone present. Makima had once explained something to him. A devil's strength was usually proportional to the fear associated with its name. And the word death was one of humanity's deepest fears. Its roots were ancient and universal. A devil representing death would undoubtedly possess terror, far beyond the falling devil. So your plan to take Asa's power is meant to fight the Death Devil? Kale asked after thinking for a moment, assuming Fami might actually be telling the truth. Yes. Fami limped toward the charred remains left behind after the falling devil had been destroyed. Kale and the others followed carefully, watching every movement she made. No matter what she said, Fami was still extremely dangerous. She crouched down and began rummaging through the ashes. Soon, she pulled out a wooden carving about 1/2 foot long. At first glance, the carving's silhouette looked almost identical to the shape of the falling devil. This is the falling devil. Before anyone could question her, Fami explained on her own. I used a special method to turn the falling devil into my pawn. Unfortunately, she is not very obedient. I can summon her like ordering food from a menu, but I cannot rely on her to fight our eldest sister. Fami looked at Asamitaka and Kale with a serious expression. Third sister and brother-in-law, we have already fought, and everything is clear now. For the sake of protecting the human world, we should cooperate. If we combine your powers with mine, we might have a chance to kill our eldest sister and stop the era of devils from arriving. Wait, give me a second. Asa held her head. Her brain felt like it was about to explode. She had just started getting her life back on track, and now someone was telling her the world would end next July. Kale, however, remained skeptical. Makima had warned him that the hunger devil was extremely skilled at manipulating people. He needed to be careful about anything she said. Kale stared straight into Fami's ringed eyes. But you are still a devil. Wouldn't the era of devils be good for you? He tried looking at the situation from her perspective. Fami was a devil. Why would she care about humanity? Devils like Pachita, who had no hostility toward humans, were extremely rare. Most devils simply saw humans as food. And now, after causing the deaths of so many people, she was claiming she wanted to protect humanity. On what basis? Fami did not seem surprised by his question. Instead, her expression grew slightly more serious. Because devils cannot cook. Everyone fell silent. Fami continued calmly. If the era of devils truly begins, then dishes like Peking duck, mapo tofu, soup dumplings, hot pot, spring rolls, fried rice noodles, and pizza will all disappear. That would be the worst possible outcome. Fami loved mixing lies with truth for her own amusement. But this statement came straight from her heart. The three of them were speechless. So this is how a devil thinks. Even without hearing their thoughts aloud, Fami could easily guess what they were thinking. She asked another question. Third sister, brother-in-law, the two of you will probably get married one day. You might even have children. Surely you would not want them to grow up in the era of devils, right? Under Fami's subtle guidance, Asa clearly became shaken. The topic had shifted completely. Instead of worrying about being eaten by a devil, Asa was now thinking about the future of the entire world. Kale shook away the messy thoughts forming in his head. Hunger devil. Since you are Asa's sister, I will spare your life today. We can consider cooperating. But if you ever try to harm Asa again, I will personally drag you down to hell. After warning her, Kale turned to look at Asa and Rizeh, his expression softening slightly. Let's go home, we are going to be busy for a while. Okay, Asa replied obediently. Rizeh sighed quietly. I have a feeling the landline at the funeral home is already ringing nonstop. They had barely taken a few steps when Fami suddenly called out. Kale, wait a moment. Kale turned back with a displeased look. What now? He had no intention of wasting more time with this strange devil who had already given him enough headaches. Fami spoke calmly. Can I come to your house to eat fried dumplings? Huh? Kale stared at her in disbelief. You want fried dumplings that badly? Yes, Fami tilted her head innocently. Didn't you invite me earlier? Kale opened his mouth. For a moment, he had no words. Then he let out a cold laugh and pointed at himself, Asa, and Rizeh. You want fried dumplings? Sure. Then show some sincerity first. Get down and lick the shoes of all three of us clean with your tongue, not just the tops, the soles too. Lick them until there is not a single speck of dust left. Fami frowned slightly in confusion. Seeing her reaction, Kale was certain she would refuse. After all, anyone would understand that he was deliberately humiliating her. And since Fami was a devil, insulting her did not bother him in the slightest. But in the very next moment, Fami suddenly knelt down. She grabbed Kale's shoe, her pink tongue about to touch it. Kale jumped back in shock. What the hell? He quickly stepped away and pulled out a thick wad of cash, throwing it at her head. Holy crap, you're insane. If you want food so badly, go buy it yourself. Not wanting to deal with this lunatic any longer, Kale grabbed Asa and Rizeh and quickly walked away. What terrible luck. Fami silently picked up the money from the ground and watched the three of them leave. The strange hunger within her had been greatly satisfied. This was fun. A faint blush appeared on Fami's face. This feeling. It's so joyful. Chapter 110. Half a month had passed since the falling devil appeared in the world. Morning. At the Hayakawa residence, Hayakawa Aki had already changed into her sharp public safety uniform. The cursed devil's nail sword and the lifespan sword were strapped to her back. She leaned against the balcony railing, smoking quietly. Her gaze drifted toward the construction crews working in the distance. Because of the abnormal gravity from that day, large parts of the city had been destroyed. Fortunately, her house had survived the disaster. Senior Heimno had not been so lucky. Not only had her apartment collapsed, she had also fractured her arm while rescuing someone. Still, Heimno remained as optimistic as ever. Carrying bags and suitcases, she had moved into the Hayakawa residence with a cheerful attitude. The house had become much livelier since then. There was a rude fiend and a boss who had absolutely no drinking etiquette. Meow. A cat's cry sounded from behind. Nyanko crawled out of the bathroom, pawed at Aki's pant leg, then climbed up her body in a few quick steps. The cat settled comfortably on top of Aki's head, basking in the morning sun. Right, and a stupid cat that treats my head like a nest. With a cigarette still in her mouth, Iki reached into her pocket and pulled out a dried small fish. She tossed it gently upward. Nyanko caught it perfectly. The sound of quiet crunching echoed above her head. For some reason, the moment felt peaceful. So this is what home feels like. Hiss. Iki suddenly flinched. The cigarette burned her finger, and the butt slipped from her hand, falling down past the balcony. She glanced at the empty cigarette pack. Second cigarette finished, time to go see Miss Makima. Iki picked Nyanko up and brushed the fish crumbs from her hair before heading back inside. She placed the cat back in her little bed. Power was still snoring loudly on the sofa, sprawled across it like she owned the place. Iki quietly pulled a blanket over her. Then she tiptoed toward the door. Creak. As soon as the door opened, Iki saw Hyemno returning from grocery shopping. Oh, Iki heading out. Hyemno's right arm was wrapped in thick bandages and secured in a heavy cast. Iki frowned. You should have asked Power to handle the shopping. Your arm still needs rest, senior. Hehe. Hyemno gave a silly, love-struck grin and slipped through the doorway. Is Iki worried about me? Don't worry. Even with a fractured arm, I can still use the ghost devil's hand. Iki sighed and took the grocery bags from her. I seriously don't know what to do with you. Hyemno changed her shoes at the entrance and asked casually, so, going out dressed like that? Yeah, Miss Makima finally finished dealing with her work. She said she has time to see me today. I see. For a brief moment, Hyemno's eyes dimmed. Iki, you haven't eaten yet, right? Why not have breakfast before you go? Iki paused. All right. The two of them entered the living room. Powa, time to eat, Hyemno said with a grin as she shook Power awake. Aya. Power exploded awake with her usual terrible morning mood. Vomit eyepatch woman. If you are living in my house, behave like a proper lady, you croissant. Yeah, I hear you, Blay. After teasing Power, Hyemno headed into the kitchen and tied on an apron. Iki tried to help, but an invisible hand suddenly lifted her off the floor. The ghost devil. Iki just needs to sit there with little Power and wait with your bowls, Hyemno said proudly. Senior is going to show off her cooking skills. With the ghost devil assisting her, Hyemno's movements were barely hindered by the injury. Not long after, breakfast was ready. Ding! The toaster popped. A plate of fried eggs, a stack of slightly burnt toast, and 3 glasses of hot milk were placed on the table. Iki and Hyemno ate quietly. The atmosphere felt calm. Only the faint clink of forks against plates could be heard. Power's eyebrows were twisted together in disgust as she stared at the milk. Hot milk stinks. It smells like cow crap. Disgusting. I need to drink some blood to rinse my mouth. Neither Hyemno nor Iki reacted. Power always complained about something while eating. By the way, Hyemno said after finishing her milk in one gulp, what day is it since Akai resigned? Iki, do you remember? Iki thought for a moment. Probably 5 or 6 days. Hyemno nodded. Well, Akai is finally free. Honestly, I was surprised when she insisted on resigning a few days ago. Why? Iki asked while finishing her fried egg. Because if she had just stayed one more week, she could have received her 1 million yen quarterly bonus. Hyemno sighed. But I get it. When the falling devil appeared, Akai was right at the center of that devil's domain. She must have been terrified. Thinking about that night, when the sky itself seemed to collapse, Iki suddenly felt a heavy pressure in her chest. For the first time, I realized that besides the gun devil, there are devils that terrifying in this world. If our positions had been swapped with Akai's, we probably wouldn't have survived. Tell me about it. Click. Hyemno lit a cigarette and leaned back in her chair. Akai is our benefactor. Without her, you and I would have been digested by that snake bastard. True, Iki replied. Hyemno smiled faintly and stretched. So I've been clocking in for Akai these past few days. I'm counting her work hours until tomorrow. That way she can still get the quarterly bonus. Seeing Hyemno smoking made Iki want one too. She lit a cigarette. Yeah, you're right, senior. Hyemno exhaled a long stream of smoke. Then she suddenly asked, Iki, are you going to talk to Makima about the Gun Devil expedition team? Yeah, Miss Makima said the day to subjugate the Gun Devil is coming soon. Hey, Miss Makima, huh? Hyemno's smile looked slightly bitter. Speaking of that, Iki, You like Makima, don't you? But I don't understand, why do you like her? Huh? Iki froze. That simple question instantly made cold sweat break out across her back. Senior, what are you talking about? What do you mean, why do I like Miss Makima? But there has to be a reason for liking someone, right? Hyemno said, spreading her hands. Iki is her own person, not her puppet. A reason? Iki murmured the words quietly. Many images flashed through her mind. Power yelling in the living room. Hyemno laughing with a cigarette in her mouth. Nyanko sleeping peacefully on the couch. Everyone living together under the same roof. But strangely enough, Makima was not in any of those images. Crack! A strange sound echoed in her mind. It felt like something had broken. Iki's consciousness suddenly felt clearer, as if a thin membrane had been torn away. Yeah. Why do I like Makima? Maybe I actually prefer living like this instead. Tokyo Devil Hunter Headquarters. Makima's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door creaked open. Iki stepped inside. Makima sat behind her desk, wearing a white shirt. Sunlight filtered through the Venetian blinds, scattering stripes of light across the quiet office. Miss Makima, I'm here. Ahem. Makima raised an eyebrow slightly. She looked surprised. The control chains she had planted inside Hayakawa, Iki had actually broken. Interesting. Did Iki break free on her own? Reattaching the chains would be extremely easy. But Makima had no intention of doing that. During the time she controlled Iki, she had already obtained the abilities of the Curse Devil and the Future Devil. Her objective had already been achieved. Miss Makima, Iki hesitated. For some reason, Makima felt completely different today. Strain. She had never felt this way before. Iki took a deep breath and steadied herself. I request to be assigned to the Gun Devil Expedition Team. Chapter 111. Makima sat upright behind her desk, her hands neatly folded on her lap. Logically speaking, Hayakawa Iki's achievements do meet the requirements. However, the Gun Devil's power is unprecedentedly strong. The subjugation operation could easily fail, and everyone involved may lose their lives. Her golden eyes remained fixed on the woman in front of her. Are you truly willing to abandon everything you have now to participate in this operation? Hayakawa Iki paused. Images flashed through her mind. Power's loud voice, Hyemno's cigarette smoke curling in the air, sunlight spilling through the apartment window, and the distant memories of her parents. She inhaled slowly, then let the breath escape. Her gaze hardened. If that gun bastard keeps roaming this world, nobody will ever feel safe. Whether it's to avenge my family or to protect the life I have now. I have reasons why I must fight. I see, Makima said softly. Hayakawa Iki really is a gentle girl. Tap tap. Makima placed a confidential file on the desk and tapped it lightly to align the edges. She sighed. Since you have this level of resolve, it means you are now qualified to know the truth. The truth. Hayakawa Iki frowned, unable to understand what Makima meant. Makima opened the file. Please understand that what you are about to hear is classified information. Sharing it without permission is strictly forbidden. Understood, Hayakawa Iki nodded seriously. That made sense. Any operation involving the Gun Devil would obviously require the highest level of secrecy. Before the subjugation operation begins, we must first understand the Gun Devil's current status. Makima paused briefly. A faint trace of pity appeared in her eyes as she looked at Hayakawa Iki. The current status is this. The Gun Devil was defeated long ago, and its body has already been restrained and divided by multiple countries. For a moment, the room fell silent. What? Hayakawa Iki froze. Makima's words struck her like lightning. Her pupils shrank, disbelief spreading across her face. Before Iki could recover from the shock, Makima calmly took a sip of coffee. It was several months ago when the Soviet Union military first confirmed the Gun Devil's location. At that time, the Gun Devil had already been knocked down by an unknown individual and was in an unconscious state. Makima said she didn't know who did it. In truth, she knew perfectly well. She simply had no reason to tell Hayakawa Iki. When the Gun Devil had been found, It had already been knocked unconscious by a severely wounded Pachita. In hell, Pachita had once been a reformist devil, while the four horsemen were conservative devils. The two factions had clashed violently. In the end, Pachita narrowly lost. Its subordinate devils were slaughtered by the old forces and later reincarnated in the human world. Some possessed corpses and became fiends, others were reborn as devils. The strange members of Tokyo Public Safety's Special Division 4 who felt an inexplicable closeness to Kale, the Shark Fiend Beam and the Blood Fiend Power, had once been Pachita's subordinates in hell. Even if their memories were gone and they were now under Makima's control, instincts buried in their bodies could not lie. After escaping to the human world in a heavily injured state, Pachita encountered the Gun Devil by chance. The Gun Devil was a subordinate of the War Devil. Pachita fought it. The result was brutal. Pachita managed to incapacitate the Gun Devil, but the Gun Devil was an absurdly powerful monster. Before losing consciousness, it pushed Pachita to the brink of death. When Kale eventually found Pachita, the bullet hole in Pachita's stomach had been caused by the Gun Devil. Sweat appeared on Hayakawa Aki's forehead. How is that possible? The Gun Devil was already defeated. It's true, Makima replied calmly. She folded her hands and continued reading from the report. The world's major countries have already divided the Gun Devil's main body. The Soviet Union currently holds 28% of the Gun Devil. The United States holds 20%. China holds 11%. Other countries collectively possess 4%. The remaining 37% exists as fragments held by devils scattered across the world. Cold sweat ran down Hayakawa Aki's back. That's impossible, Makima. The attackers who targeted Tokyo Public Safety during the shooting incident, they had guns obtained through a contract with the Gun Devil. Makima rubbed her forehead as if tired of explaining. Those guns were manufactured by humans. Human firearm technology is already very advanced. Producing those weapons is not difficult. Sawatari Akin simply lied to those gangsters. Hayakawa Aki swallowed. They made them themselves. Her thoughts began to unravel. That can't be right. According to international law, every country strictly bans firearm manufacturing. The law existed for a reason. If people feared guns less, the Gun Devil would become weaker. That was why Tokyo Public Safety Devil hunters rarely carried firearms. Even when necessary, special authorization was required. Makima's eyes met Hayakawa Aki's. They are putting on a show. In reality, every country is mass-producing and selling firearms. To increase sales, they tell buyers that the weapons come from the Gun Devil. Especially in countries experiencing civil war, firearms sell extremely well there. Hayakawa Aki clenched her teeth. Her entire worldview was shaking. Until now, she had lived only for revenge against the Gun Devil. Politics, global interests, hidden agendas, she had never thought about any of it. But the more people guns kill, the stronger people's fear of guns becomes. If they keep doing this, the Gun Devil will only grow stronger. Makima nodded calmly. Perhaps that is exactly what everyone wants. What? The stronger the Gun Devil becomes, the stronger the countries holding larger portions of its body will become. Those words shattered something inside Hayakawa Aki. At that moment, she finally understood. Then, what is the Gun Devil Expeditionary Force actually trying to do? If the Gun Devil had already been defeated, why form a subjugation force at all? Makima answered without hesitation. It is war. A war fought to seize the Gun Devil fragments from other countries. War. Hayakawa Aki lowered her head. It felt as if the sky above her had collapsed. The purpose of the expeditionary force was not to defeat the Gun Devil. It was to start a war over its remains. The idea was absurd. Makima calmly refilled her coffee. Hayakawa, now that you know the truth, do you still want to participate? Hayakawa Iki collapsed to the floor, her thoughts in complete chaos. If that is the expeditionary force's objective. Makima, please forgive me. I cannot participate. The Gun Devil she had spent her life trying to kill was now being treated as a trophy by the world's governments. Despair filled her chest. The power of nations, was not something a single Tokyo public safety devil hunter could challenge. And if she joined this operation, what difference would there be between her and a war criminal? Very well, Makima said. I forgive you, Hayakawa. Aki blinked in surprise. She had not expected Makima to accept her refusal so easily. In Makima's eyes, the so-called experts in the expeditionary force were simply tools that could increase her own power. Devil hunters like Hayakawa Aki were fragile. They could not compare to the weapon humans of Special Division 5, who could survive almost anything. Once Makima had them under control, fragile soldiers were unnecessary. If she wished, she could build an entire army by herself. If there is nothing else, you may return to work. Makima rested her chin on her hand, calmly dismissing the stunned woman. All right. Hayakawa Aki had arrived confused, learned a devastating truth, and now left just as confused. The room soon became silent again. Makima glanced casually at the calendar. Today seems to be a day off. My work is mostly finished too. A faint blush appeared on her face. I should go find Kale and collect that date he promised me. It's only about gathering some gun devil fragments. It can wait until after the date. Chapter 112. Night. After a long and tiring day, Asaf finally finished her shower and sank into the bathtub to relax. Yoru took control of the body and adjusted the water temperature slightly higher. The warm water quickly flushed their fair skin red. Many families in Japan had a furo, a traditional home bathtub. According to local custom, people cleaned themselves first and then soaked in the bath to relax after a hard day. Usually, elders bathed first, followed by the younger members of the household. If there were guests staying overnight, they normally went last. However, Kale and Asa had no elders living with them, so those traditions did not really apply. Their way of thinking was also far less conservative. After confirming their relationship, Kale and Asa often preferred to bathe together. Unfortunately, it had been a while since they last did that. The shop's business had been booming lately. Kale and Rizeh often worked overtime late into the night. Asa simply could not keep up with the physical stamina of those two monsters. So she usually left earlier. Rizeh worked full-time and could devote all her time to the shop. Asa, on the other hand, was still a university student and had to divide her energy between work and studying. Asa sighed quietly. I really want to graduate early. HMPH. Yoru leaned against the edge of the bathtub while scrolling through a phone, humming happily. Asa, Yoru sounds pretty happy, Asa said inside her mind. What are you so cheerful about? Did you finally realize Kale can't possibly be your daughter? Tusk, it's not about that. Yoru pouted briefly, then her lips curled into a smug smile. I'm happy because part of my power has returned. How did that happen? HMPH. Yoru brushed her wet hair back with satisfaction. You should thank Kiga for that. Without that crazy woman, my power would not have recovered this quickly. Kiga? Oh, you mean the hunger devil. Asa frowned slightly. I really don't understand why your sister has so many names, but what does she have to do with your power returning? Yoru squeezed some body wash into her hand and began lathering herself. After the falling devil appeared, gravity across the world went completely abnormal. Countries everywhere were thrown into chaos. In that kind of disaster, governments will naturally spend massive amounts of money and resources on disaster relief. Disaster relief requires supplies, right? The demand for resources skyrockets, and there is never enough to go around. Yoru grinned. When humans want the same resources, they start fighting. And fighting leads to war. In that moment, humans remember me. They fear me. Yoru closed her eyes and savored the feeling. My body tells me something interesting. Humans have already started fighting. People who enjoyed peace for too long are finally beginning to remember the terror of war. Oh, congratulations, Asa replied flatly. Even after saying that, Asa suddenly felt a strange thought rise in her mind. This was objectively a terrible thing. Yet her first reaction had been to consider Yoru's feelings. Did that mean her thinking was already drifting toward devils? Was that anti-human? Asa quickly shook the thought away. Why should she worry about all of humanity? What did that have to do with her? It was not her doing. When she had been bullied, humanity had not exactly rushed in to save her. Yoru might be a devil, but she had saved Asa's life from the class president. The only people Asa cared about were the ones who cared about her. As for grand ideals about humanity, she had no interest in them. Seeing Asa's indifferent response, Yoru became irritated. Asa, what kind of reaction is that? Are you looking down on me? Do you think I haven't become stronger? No, that's not it. Yoru's chest rose and fell angrily, foam nearly sliding off her shoulders. Asa, open your damn eyes and watch. With that, Yoru reached toward the shelf beside the bathtub. Towel sword. Whoosh! The white towel instantly transformed and flew into Yoru's hand like a weapon. Asa stared in shock. That. Yoru proudly swung the towel sword. HMPH, see that? I can use my ability even without touching the object first. But Asa's attention was somewhere else entirely. Yoru. What? Don't turn random stuff into weapons. Towels cost money too. Who? Rizet exhaled deeply and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She set her watercolor brush down with a soft clack. Looking toward the changing room, she called out. Boss, the customer's Hatsune Miku is finished. Come check it. All right. Moments later, Kale stepped out wearing casual clothes. As soon as he entered the room, a paper figure caught his eye. It was Hatsune Miku. The craftsmanship was shockingly detailed, and the height perfectly matched the official setting of 158 centimeters. Kale blinked. Whoa, Hatsune Miku, and it's fully colored. Rizet smiled proudly. Hehe, my skills aren't bad, right? Not bad, Kale laughed. Rizet, with this level of craftsmanship you could run your own damn business. Huh? Rizet tilted her head with an innocent look. Is the boss saying that because he wants to fire me? Kale inhaled sharply. Only now did he realize that this Russian girl had a dangerous habit of making suggestive jokes. If you keep talking like that, I'll start docking your salary. Nya nya nya, cheapskate. Kale ignored her childish teasing and stepped closer to examine the paper Hatsune Miku. The more he looked, the more impressed he became. Rizet's talent was honestly ridiculous. Even simple funeral paper items looked like works of art in her hands. Kale rubbed his chin thoughtfully. 5 stars. It's so good that burning it later feels like a damn waste. The paper Hatsune Miku was actually a funeral order. The deceased had been an unmarried otaku in his 30s. According to his family, he disliked people and loved the virtual singer Hatsune Miku above all else. So the family requested a life-sized paper version to be cremated with him. They hoped Hatsune Miku would accompany him in the afterlife. Kale clicked his tongue. With craftsmanship like this, the guy would probably be thrilled in the afterlife. Rizet blinked her emerald eyes playfully. If you like it so much, I could make another one and put it in your bedroom. Kale rolled his eyes. Why don't you just fold yourself and put yourself in my bedroom instead? Rizet paused. Well. If you're serious, it's not like I would refuse. Ding. The ringing phone interrupted her sentence. Kale glanced at the caller ID, his expression turning slightly strange. I'll take this. He walked to the courtyard and stopped near the wall. Rizet narrowed her eyes suspiciously. What kind of call needs to be taken in secret? Don't tell me. It's so late, does Makima need something? Meanwhile, on the other end of the call, Makima was lounging on a sofa surrounded by a sea of dogs. I just wanted to talk to Kale. I saw you finish work earlier, so I called before you went asleep. Kale sighed and instinctively looked up. A crow sat on the courtyard wall, staring directly at him with round eyes. He rubbed his forehead. Could you at least give me some privacy? Makima's voice remained calm. Kale doesn't like it. I'll try not to let you notice next time. Yeah, sure. Kale sounded unconvinced. Anyway, get to the point. Makima slowly sat up, lightly licking the corner of her lips. I want Kale to fulfill the promise you made. Tomorrow. I want you to spend the entire day on a date with me. Power Stones, Acute Epsilon. Chapter 113. Tomorrow, are you sure? Yes, I am, Kale, are you unwilling? Of course not, you can decide the time and place. Kale agreed without hesitation. It was only a date, nothing more. There was no reason for him to refuse. Makima had helped a lot in getting Asa out of danger. As for Fami, that woman clearly had something wrong with her mind. She spoke politely, claiming she only wanted to starve Asa in order to take her power. She even said she was trying to save the world. But what would actually happen to Asa after becoming one of her pawns? Would she lose her consciousness and become a puppet? Would she simply die? Fami never explained any of those crucial details. Just like Makima had said, trusting Fami's words too easily would be foolish. Back to the point. A date with Makima should be a new experience. Asa had already said she would go to school tomorrow, so Kale could easily take a day or two off. No problem there. Work was not something he absolutely had to do. People worked to live better lives, not to become slaves to endless labor. If life became nothing but work, then living would lose its meaning. Besides, the funeral home already had its signboard up and running. Its reputation was solid. To exaggerate slightly, even if the shop stayed closed for a month, future business would not suffer. Recently, Kale and Rizeh had been working overtime, not because of dedication to the job, but simply because they had nothing better to do and might as well earn extra money. After all, where else could someone make a lot of money while doing something that also felt morally decent? On the other side of the call, Makima rested her chin on her clenched fist and thought for a moment. Then tomorrow morning at 8, let's meet at Uno Park. We can talk about the details when we see each other. She paused and sighed softly. Unfortunately, after the appearance of the falling devil, many interesting places were destroyed. Kale hesitated for a second. Can we make it half an hour later? I need to drop Asa off at school first. Hearing that, a faint trace of disappointment appeared on Makima's face. Naturally, she hoped Kale would focus only on her instead of worrying about Asa Mitaka. But that was unrealistic. Things had already reached this point. Makima understood that the current Kale would never abandon the War Devil's host for her. She had simply moved too late. Still, the later one arrives, the harder one must work. Makima believed that as long as she gave Kale a richer and more unforgettable experience than Asa Mitaka ever could, his feelings would gradually change. Asa Mitaka, a mere student. How could she possibly compete with someone who once held the entire Japanese political system by the throat? Even so, patience was necessary. Step by step. For now, her most important task was to pull Kale closer to her. If she succeeded, his feelings would only deepen. All right then, Kale, make sure you arrive on time, Makima said gently. I will. The moment Kale hung up the phone, a purple-haired girl with blue eyes suddenly appeared beside him like a ghost. Boss, you were talking to that witch Makima on the phone, right? Although she phrased it as a question, Rizeh's tone made it clear she already knew the answer. Kale frowned, spreading his hands helplessly. Rizeh, your filter against Makima is way too strong. She's actually pretty decent. If she hadn't warned me, Asa might have ended up in a really bad situation. The moment he said that, Kale realized he had spoken poorly. Rizeh's suspicion of Makima was completely understandable. After all, they had once been enemies. To Kale, however, Makima had always treated him well. She had never betrayed him. When Rizeh tried to assassinate him back then, Makima had mobilized a lot of people to help protect him. She helped both him and Asa. And besides, Makima was ridiculously beautiful. Anyone who felt nothing when looking at her probably needed medical attention. Even so, Rizeh remained wary. I heard you mention a park. Are you going on a date with that witch, Kale? Yes, Kale replied calmly. It's a reward for helping Asa. Reward? Rizeh's hair practically bristled. Her expression flushed red with anger. There are plenty of ways to repay someone. Why does Kale have to repay her with his own body? She stepped closer, her voice rising. Or are you just lusting after that witch's body too, Kale? Am I ugly or something? If Asa Mitaka can't fill that emotional gap of yours, why not look at me properly for once? I'm standing right here. Rizeh's anxiety had reached its peak. Kale and Asa's relationship was obvious to anyone. And Kale himself had admitted that he liked Makima. Their relationship was clearly developing, which meant she was the one falling behind. That was unacceptable. Rizet had not stayed here just to work as an undertaker. She had abandoned her mission and betrayed the KGB for one reason only: for the cat-eating mouse who had given her a new sense of hope. She had even tried helping Asa improve her relationship with Kale, all so that she could eventually claim him openly and honestly. But Makima had suddenly appeared and tried to monopolize everything in one move. Rizet refused to accept that. Her sudden outburst left Kale completely stunned. "No, no," Kale said, wiping imaginary sweat from his forehead. "I'm just going on a date with Makima. The way you're saying it makes it sound like I'm heading out for a one-night stand." Rizet bit her lower lip. Her voice softened, though reluctance remained. "But you said you like her too, not just Asa." "Well," Kale smiled and gently ruffled her hair. "I do like Makima, but things don't move that fast. Feelings take time to grow." He shrugged. "It's not like Asa and I slept together the first day we met. We went through misunderstandings and a lot of trouble before getting where we are now. So it's not what you're imagining." A cold breeze drifted through the street. Rizet's chaotic thoughts slowly began to settle. Kale had been talking about his relationship with Asa. But suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Hadn't she also gone through countless things with Kale? They had faced life and death situations together. That counted for something. In that moment, realization struck her. Even Makima had something worth learning from. Why had she been lowering herself all this time? Makima was busy with countless responsibilities, and Asa was tied down by school. Only she had the freedom to stay by Kale's side all day. Did love really have ranks? Why should she willingly place herself beneath Asa Mitaka and Makima? Suka Blayet? No way. Rizet's thoughts sharpened. Her strategy had been completely wrong. Instead of defending her position, she needed to launch an attack. A sudden one. Like an explosion. Under the moonlight, Rizet grabbed Kale's hand, the one that had been ruffling her hair, and gently guided it to her cheek. Her emerald eyes shimmered with affection as she lightly licked her lips. "Cat-eating mouse," she murmured softly. "I like you. And you like that country mouse, right?" Chapter 114. Feeling the warmth lingering in his palm and seeing the unnatural blush on Rizet's face, Kale felt his heartbeat quicken. For some reason, the memory of the fireworks festival surfaced in his mind. He remembered that reckless kiss they shared that night. Almost by reflex, Kale felt a faint metallic taste return to his mouth. He quickly pulled his hand back as if shocked, then nervously glanced toward Asa's room. The lights were already off. Good. Kale quietly let out a breath of relief. If Asa had seen that scene just now, explaining it would have been a nightmare. Judging by the darkness in her room, she had most likely fallen asleep already. Safe, definitely safe. It seemed those extra points he had invested in luck were not wasted after all. Subconsciously, Kale took a small step back. "Rizet, you're acting really strange tonight. Saying something like that, you haven't been drinking, have you?" Her words and behavior had completely scrambled his thoughts. However, every time Kale stepped back, Rizet moved 2 steps forward. Soon, the distance between their faces shrank to less than 30 centimeters. A faint fragrance drifted into his nose. It was Rizet's scent. Kale suddenly understood something. Just like Asa, some girls really did seem to carry a natural body fragrance. Drinking, Rizet smiled softly and pointed at her lips. Why doesn't Kale find out himself just like that night? Kale assumed she was joking and forced a stiff smile. "Don't bite me. It's getting late. You've worked hard all day, so go wash up and get some rest." While speaking, Kale continued stepping backward. Rizet kept following him, the playful smile never leaving her lips. Step by step, she forced him deeper into the shadows until his back touched the wall. Wall slam. "Hey," Rizet said softly. "If you know I work so hard, shouldn't the boss reward me properly?" Kale swallowed hard. His hormones were running wild. "Calm down." He absolutely had to calm the hell down. I can give you a raise," Kale said quickly. "How much do you want? Is 1.2 million yen a month enough?" Rizet shook her head. "Then 150. Before Kale could finish speaking, a slender hand covered his mouth. Tears gathered in Rizette's eyes. "Stop pretending to be stupid," she whispered. "Cat-eating mouse, you know exactly what this country mouse wants. A country mouse doesn't stay in a dangerous city for good food. She stays for love. What I want isn't money. Kale, I want you." Her voice trembled slightly. "Tonight, I need to know your answer. I know you like Asamitaka. I know you like Makima too." She paused. "Honestly, I don't even care if you keep liking other girls. As long as they don't hurt you, I don't care how many there are. All I want is a place in your heart. A place where I can exist. Kale, I like you. I want to hear those 4 words from you." The wind outside had gone still. Everything was quiet. Rizette's expression looked painfully vulnerable. Kale knew she was serious. A Soviet agent, a trained assassin, someone like her would never stay by his side without a reason. If it wasn't money or power, then the answer was obvious. Kale froze. His thoughts were a complete mess. What the hell kind of situation was this? He wasn't some damn succubus. The atmosphere between them was thick and heavy. Kale swallowed again. The words almost escaped his mouth. But guilt dragged them back. His breathing became uneven. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "If I say those 4 words to you now, wouldn't that make me a complete bastard?" "No," Rizette answered immediately. She shook her head firmly. One hand rested on her chest, while the other pressed gently against the pull ring embedded in Kale's chest. Her eyes sparkled with playful mischief. "We both have a devil's heart," she said with a teasing smile. "We're not exactly human. So Kale can't be a scumbag. At worst, you'd just be a devil scumbag." Kale did not laugh, even after hearing her joke. After struggling internally for a while, he lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Rizette. Can you give me some time to think about this properly? This is too sudden. And Issa is still in the shop." "No." Rizette lifted his chin forcefully. "Issa cannot be your excuse. In fact, it's better that she's here. You need to face this situation if you want to understand your feelings. All I want is your honest heart." Kale froze again. Damn it. He suddenly wanted to slap himself. Why the hell was he hesitating now? Why couldn't he just face his own feelings honestly? Did he like Rizette? Of course he did. That answer was painfully obvious. Looks mattered, sure. But Kale was not that shallow. People were complicated. Sometimes they were moved by moments they never expected. For Kale, that moment came on the beach. The girl standing there had thrown away all her identities, all her masks. She stood there completely bare, completely honest. Even now, Rizette still kept that soaked paper bell as if it were a priceless treasure. Because deep down, she lacked something important. Security. Seeing Kale struggle to speak, Rizette let out an annoyed breath. She understood now. Kale liked her. But he was trapped by pointless morals and hesitation. Damn it. She could not keep dragging this out. Being indecisive like this was pathetic. So Rizette played her final card. She cupped Kale's face with both hands. "Kale, look at me. Think carefully. If you refuse me..." Her voice softened. "Can you imagine me marrying another man?" Huh? Kale's entire body froze. His pupils shrank sharply. Rizette immediately knew she had bet correctly. Her fingers slowly traced his face. His ear. His eyebrow. His lips. "You see," she murmured. "Couples always do things like this. Can you imagine another man touching my face like this? Touching my ears. Tracing my eyelids. Learning the shape of my nose. And then going lower, discovering every part of my body." Her words suddenly stopped. Rizette's emerald eyes widened. Kale had suddenly sealed her mouth with his own. Every remaining word was swallowed by the kiss. Rizette exhaled softly. Kale's tongue moved boldly, invading without restraint. She felt strangely satisfied. Actions always spoke louder than words. Yes. This was exactly how it should be. If you like someone, suppressing it only made things worse. Rizette tilted her head slightly to make the kiss more comfortable. Her eyes slowly closed. This time, she simply enjoyed the moment. She would not bite his tongue again. 5 minutes later, the two finally separated. Both of them were slightly breathless. Kale wrapped his arms around her gently. His gaze had become firm and steady. Rizai, I like you. And don't say something that terrifying ever again. Her words earlier had genuinely frightened him, but they had also forced him to recognize his true feelings. Rizai. She absolutely had to be his. Only 3 girls. He could handle that. Rizai let out a long breath. HMPH finally got you. Then her eyes narrowed mischievously. However, you bad guy are going on a date with that witch tomorrow. If you don't want a sad discovering your blooming love life, you'd better give me hush money. Kale raised an eyebrow. Hush money. All right, how much? Rizai smiled slyly and tapped her lips with a finger. Hush money isn't cash. It requires sealing my mouth like earlier. It's calculated by time. Kale chuckled. That really was classic Rizai. All right, he said. You decide. Rizai thought for a moment. Let's test 10 minutes first. Kale snorted. 10 minutes? Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? I'll make it 30. Before, he had been too rushed. This time, he planned to savor it properly. In another room, Asa tossed and turned in her bed. Even though the window was tightly closed and no wind was coming in, she felt an inexplicable chill on the top of her head. Maybe sleeping in this weather really required a hat. If only Kale were here. Unfortunately, her human body pillow was still busy working. Chapter 115. 8:10 a.m. Tokyo Chiyoda Ward, Achisuichi-tuchome. Family Burger, Office. Kobni Higashiyama sat stiffly in her rented formal clothes, her hands resting nervously on her knees as she faced the middle-aged man across the desk. The man wore a black apron. His hair was parted neatly in the middle, framing a slightly round face that was clean-shaven and almost delicate in appearance. He was the manager of the burger shop. Manager Takebana. A gentle smile rested on his lips as he carefully examined the resume in his hands. Several long seconds passed in silence. Takebana flipped to the last page of the document and looked up at Kobni with an approving smile. Convenience store cashier, delivery rider, production line maintenance, and even a former public safety devil hunter. He chuckled softly. Kobni, your work history is quite impressive. Though the career changes are a bit extreme, family. Why, yes, Kobni replied, her eyes drifting away awkwardly. Takebana narrowed his eyes slightly. I heard the salary for public safety devil hunters is quite high. Why would you leave that position, family? Kobni forced out a guilty smile. Because I would have died. Takebana frowned faintly, though the smile quickly returned. Still, I am quite satisfied with your resume, Kobni. Let me explain the benefits of working here at Family Burger. If the conditions sound acceptable, we can begin the onboarding process. Family. Yes. Kobni cheered internally. All the effort she had spent preparing for this interview had not been wasted. All right, please go ahead, Manager Takebana. Takebana clasped his hands together and rested his chin on them before speaking slowly. Family Burger is a very well-known chain. For full-time employees, the salary is certainly not the minimum wage of 200,000 yen. However, it cannot compete with the income of a devil hunter. The base salary is 280,000 yen. Commissions are added for high-order volume and overtime. Under normal conditions, most employees take home between 350,000 and 450,000 yen per month. Family. At this point, Takebana gave her a playful wink. And a small secret. Our most experienced employees have earned as much as 1.08 million yen. The probation period is 3 months, but your pay will not be reduced during that time, and the benefits are identical to full-time staff. We provide pension insurance, health insurance, employment insurance, workplace accident insurance, and even devil accident insurance. However, this is not a government position. There is no 4-day work week. Employees receive 8 days off per month. He leaned forward slightly. Can you accept these conditions, Kobni? Family. Kobni listened carefully. She never joked around when money was involved. As for the so-called maximum salary, she did not take it too seriously. Only the most extreme overachievers could reach that level. And Kobni knew she was not that type of person. 8 days off per month, with a salary around 400,000 yen. It was about half of what she used to earn as a devil hunter. But at least she would not have to fight devils anymore. That alone made the offer acceptable. Do employees have to pay for meals at the shop? Kobni asked carefully. Takebana raised his eyebrows and lifted his hands enthusiastically. Of course not. Once you join, we are family. Free meals. Kobni felt tempted immediately. Food expenses were a serious burden for her. Saving even a little money each month mattered. Compared to eating natto over rice every day, burgers and fries sounded incredible. Oh, okay, I can accept that. Clap, clap. Takebana clapped his hands happily. Then we are family now, family. MMHMM. Kobni nodded with an awkward smile. This manager was incredibly enthusiastic. She was not used to this level of energy. Takebana stood up, still smiling. As family, I have one small suggestion for you, Kobni. Please go ahead, Manager Takebana. Takebana's smile remained, though his brow creased slightly. You have a habit of saying that needs to change. It is not very family. When working here, every sentence must end with the word family. That is what makes it family. Kobni's lip twitched. What kind of bizarre rule was that? Still, she needed this job. Right, okay, family. Clang. The office door suddenly swung open. An energetic older woman, wearing a headscarf, leaned inside and shouted. Manager Takebana, come help in the kitchen. It is the weekend, and customers are already ordering breakfast, family. Hehehe. Takebana burst into laughter. His entire body trembled with excitement as he threw a dramatic punch into the air. This is the family burger that everyone loves, family. Park. 8:25 a.m. Kale arrived at the meeting spot with dark circles under his eyes. With his current physical condition, simply staying awake all night would not normally leave him looking like this, even if he stayed up for 3 days straight. This damage came from Asa. Real, devastating damage. Last night had been brutal. Kale had just finished giving Pamu her hush money, changed clothes, rinsed his mouth, and quietly returned to bed. Then Asa woke up. He had no idea why. Maybe she sensed something. Whatever the reason, she launched relentless root-level attacks on him for the entire night without caring about his condition. Kale had no choice but to respond. Thankfully, his body was tough enough to keep up. Even so, those attacks were far too intense. Kale had nearly run out of ammunition. You're here. Makima sat quietly on a bench as if she had been waiting for quite some time. It was rare to see her outside her usual public safety uniform. Today she wore a stylish white blouse and a khaki-aligned skirt that reached just below her knees. Her slender calves were wrapped in thin black stockings, and her well-shaped feet rested in elegant round-toed pumps. Her usual braid had been undone, allowing her hair to fall straight down her back. Kale inhaled sharply. His spirit immediately recovered. With an outfit like that, anyone would admit she looked stunning. Though Makima would still be beautiful, even in plain clothes. He swallowed quietly. Sorry to keep you waiting. It is fine. Makima stood and naturally slipped her arm through Kale's. As long as you are not late, Kale, we will be spending the entire day together. Kale froze for a moment. Makima's charm was seriously dangerous. That simple intimate gesture nearly shattered his self-control. And only now did he realize something else. Makima had a scent. The last time she forced a kiss on him, the disgusting smell of that mouse had completely masked it. Now he could finally notice it. Oh, okay. Out of pure instinct, Kale glanced around the park. For some reason, he felt like someone was watching him. Makima leaned closer and pointed lightly at her eyes with a faint smile. Are you worried Asa Mitaka might discover us, Kale? There is no need. Just focus on spending time with me. I have many eyes. I will not allow anything to interrupt our date. Kale let out a slow breath and rubbed his forehead. Yeah, right. Sorry, I am just exhausted. My brain is kind of scrambled. Makima sighed softly. Asa Mitaka really does not know how to take care of you. If it were me, I would never allow you to look this tired. And that ill-mannered Rizé, I would never force you into such an uncomfortable position. Kale's lip twitched. He could not hold it in anymore. Good grief. Makima definitely listened to everything last night. Ahem. Kale coughed twice, trying to hide his embarrassment. Anyway, let's forget about that. What is the plan today, Makima? Makima tapped her chin thoughtfully and tilted her head up toward the sky. Let me think. Starting now, we will find a cinema. We will buy plenty of snacks and watch movies until 10 tonight. She turned toward him with a calm smile. And after that, we will get a room. Chapter 116. Kale froze. Watching movies for more than 10 hours, then getting a room afterward. What kind of normal person planned a date like that? And what the hell did she mean by getting a room? Kale looks very surprised. Do you think my plan is bad? Makima looked at him with an innocent expression. Forget it. As her friend, Kale felt obligated to correct her strange idea of dating. Makima, you don't have any dating experience, do you? Even if the movie is great, watching films for 10 straight hours would get boring. Is that so? Makima pursed her lips and thought about it carefully. I feel that spending time with Kale is interesting no matter what we do. She paused. Since we don't know what activity would be best, how about we get a room right now? We could hug each other and count how many eyelashes the other person has. Being proactive. That was what Pachita had told her. Inside Kale's heart, she was not inferior to the war devil. The only thing she lacked was initiative. As long as she became more proactive with Kale, she would eventually occupy a more important place in his heart. Meanwhile, Kale's brain nearly shut down. Seriously. She was not even pretending anymore. How the hell could she not go 3 sentences without mentioning a hotel? Damn. This must be Makima's real goal. She wanted to devour him. If Makima hasn't decided yet, how about an amusement park? That should be fun, Kale suggested quickly. He absolutely could not get a room right now. First, Rizé had messed with his head. Then Asa had nearly destroyed his muscles. Now Makima wanted to drain what little energy he had left. Hell no. Even Superman needed recovery time. All right, I will listen to you. Makima leaned gently against Kale's shoulder. To anyone watching, she looked exactly like a petite girlfriend clinging affectionately to her boyfriend. Then let's get in the car. Okay. Makima sat in the passenger seat, while Kale pulled out his phone to search for nearby amusement parks. Unfortunately, most of the popular ones were currently closed for repairs. The damage caused by the falling devil incident had been massive. After scrolling for a while, Kale finally found one place still operating. Hakijima Paradise. Located in Yokohama, Kanagawa Prefecture. According to the description, it was a large complex that combined an aquarium with amusement rides. A place especially popular with couples. Kale clicked his tongue. Whatever. This would do. Without wasting time, he started the car and drove out immediately. Makima sat quietly beside him, calm and obedient. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on the photo frame attached to the windshield. Inside the frame was a picture of Kale and a Samataka. Makima sighed softly in her heart. When would the person standing beside Kale in that photo become her? The road was smooth, and traffic was light. They arrived in less than an hour. Kale parked the car, then held Makima's hand as they entered the park together. Unfortunately, the situation inside was not very exciting. Although the park was technically open, many of the large rides were still under maintenance. Construction crews could be seen working inside cordoned-off areas. The only lively places were the temporary roadside stalls. Kale clicked his tongue internally. Honestly, maybe watching movies would have been better. Kale, can we try that? Makima suddenly pointed toward a nearby stall. A group of children were crouched around something, staring intently. Curious, Kale followed her gaze. It was a shallow rectangular tank about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. Inside the water swam dozens of small goldfish. Several kids surrounded the tank, pointing and shouting excitedly. Beside them stood a middle-aged man wearing waterproof gear and holding a stopwatch. Goldfish scooping, sure. Kale had come here to accompany Makima anyway. If she was interested, he had no reason to refuse. They walked over. A red-faced boy was frantically waving a small bamboo scoop. "Ah, Shimeta." "Cut, time's up." The owner stopped the stopwatch and smiled faintly. "Unfortunately, the young man has failed the challenge." The boy sighed and poured the goldfish back into the pond. "Scooping 100 goldfish in 1 minute is impossible. I lost." "It is okay. You have used today's challenge opportunity. Feel free to try again tomorrow," the owner said kindly. When Kale and Makima joined the crowd of children, they immediately stood out. The stall owner quickly noticed them. "Would the two of you like to try goldfish scooping? If you can scoop all 100 goldfish in the pond within 1 minute, there is a generous prize." "What prize?" Kale asked. The owner smiled mysteriously and pulled out several colorful tickets from his pocket. Each ticket had small cartoon animals printed on it. He pointed toward a uniquely decorated building at the end of the road. "See that building? That is the Little Mermaid Magic Restaurant. My son runs it. If you succeed, you can eat there for free. 1 ticket per person." Kale rubbed his chin and glanced at Makima. Makima blinked her ringed golden eyes with visible excitement. "Kale, you should go first." "All right." Kale rolled up his sleeves and picked up the small bamboo net. "The prize is average, but I guess I will accept it." The owner laughed. "You are confident." So far, fewer than 20 people have ever succeeded in this challenge. "Start the timer," Kale said calmly. Beep. The timer began. Unlike the frantic children before him, Kale calmly lowered the bamboo net into the water. Dark water. An incredible scene unfolded. Although Kale barely moved, the goldfish suddenly behaved as if trapped in thick, stagnant water. No matter how violently they wriggled, they could not swim away. For Kale, scooping them became as easy as picking stones off the ground. One after another, the goldfish were lifted out of the tank. Within moments, the entire pond was empty. The middle-aged owner stood there in a daze. He was so stunned that he even forgot to stop the timer. "Hey, old man. Cheating is not allowed. I saw it 36 seconds. Big brother succeeded." A child behind him stood on his toes and shouted. Yes, I know." The owner finally recovered and handed the voucher to Kale. "Congratulations. But young man, I am curious, how did you do it?" Kale smiled faintly and shrugged casually. "It is called internal strength, Kung Fu from X. You would not understand even if I explained it." The owner nodded immediately with admiration. "So it is mysterious Kung Fu from X, no wonder." Splash. Makima poured the goldfish back into the pond and rubbed her hands with excitement. "Boss, now it is my turn." "All right." The owner agreed without hesitation. Even if Kale had special abilities, surely his girlfriend would fail. People like him were extremely rare. "Ready." Beep. The timer started. But Makima did not pick up the scooping net. Instead, she calmly pointed a finger toward the water tank. The owner blinked in confusion. "Miss, the timer has already started." "I know." With a single thought from Makima, exactly 100 invisible control chains shot from her fingertips. Each chain instantly connected to a goldfish. "Come." Makima spoke calmly. The next moment, an unbelievable scene occurred. Every goldfish in the pond suddenly swam toward the edge like crazy. Then they jumped out of the water one after another. Within 10 seconds, all 100 fish had piled neatly into the small container outside the tank. Everyone nearby stared with their mouths hanging open. "Who said you needed a net to scoop goldfish?" The middle-aged owner looked completely horrified. Wait, what was that just now? It felt like he had just witnessed a ghost. Makima calmly accepted the meal voucher. "It is animal taming." The owner's eyes widened in disbelief. Animal taming. But fish only had a memory of 7 seconds. What kind of animal tamer could even control goldfish? Chapter 117. It was still early for dinner. Kale and Makima walked into the sea heart tunnel of the aquarium. Above them, massive sheets of glass curved overhead while schools of marine animals drifted silently through deep blue water. The entire tunnel glowed with a dim oceanic light, Fish, rays, and slow drifting shadows passed above their heads. The quiet pressure of the ocean surrounded them, creating a strangely peaceful atmosphere. For most people, the deep sea could feel suffocating. For others, it was strangely comforting. Makima gently tugged on Kale's hand while chatting with him. Earlier, they had wandered through the amusement area outside the park. There were plenty of small games and attractions scattered around. They tried a few of them. Then Kale stopped. He quickly realized Makima was not truly interested in any of it. She only played along because he was there. That would not work. After all, Makima was technically the client of this date. Kale had to find something she actually enjoyed. Speaking of that, Kale said, shifting the conversation toward her, Makima, you don't seem that interested in games. What do you usually do for fun? Hobbies, Makima paused briefly. My hobby used to be walking dogs. She looked at him calmly. Now my hobby is walking dogs and walking Kale. Kale stared at her. Well, that was certainly a unique hobby. He raised both hands in surrender. All right then, let me ask you this. Do you like walking dogs more, or do you like walking Kale more? Fight nonsense with nonsense. Makima was a devil. Trying to understand her using normal human logic was pointless. Makima tilted her chin slightly upward. I definitely like Kale more. Her tone remained calm and emotionless. My love for dogs is similar to how I view humans. They are loyal and easy to command. Clever in some ways, foolish in others. Watching them can be interesting. She continued walking beside him. But in the end, they are only pets. They are not irreplaceable. If a pet dies accidentally, I might feel sad for a day. Before they realized it, the tunnel ended. The exit opened into a bright outdoor area. The sudden winter sunlight spilled across the ground, warm and gentle. Makima tightened her grip on Kale's hand slightly. But Kale is different. Her voice carried a quiet certainty. Kale is not just my good friend. He is my lover. The only irreplaceable person. If Kale died... Makima's voice softened slightly. Only a long and miserable life would remain for me. If that happened, I would probably discard this life, erase my memories, and restart in hell. Kale blinked. Hold on. Good friend just got upgraded to lover. Diagnosis at a glance. Makima's cognitive problem had clearly gotten worse. He coughed lightly. Still, it seemed to be a harmless kind of worse. To be honest, Kale felt genuinely moved by what she said. At first glance, Makima's words sounded like a simple promise of dying together. But if someone actually thought about it, the meaning was terrifying. Makima had a strong habit of confiding in him. She had already revealed several horrifying secrets to Kale. One of them was the fact that devils reincarnate after death. Another was the absurd contract she had signed with the Prime Minister of Japan. Any damage done to Makima would be transferred to Japanese citizens. So if Makima truly wanted to die and reincarnate in hell, she would first need to actually die. That was where the real problem appeared. How do you die when you have unlimited extra lives? For Makima to truly die, more than 100 million Japanese citizens would have to die first. And considering Makima was a devil, she was absolutely capable of causing something that insane. All Japanese citizens could collectively say, "Thanks for the sacrifice." Kale rubbed his chin while thinking. For him, Asa, Makima, and Rize were all his girls. None of them were allowed to die. Everyone had to live. If fate simply reset everything after death, then what was the point of reincarnation? Kale continued sorting through his thoughts. As Asa's official boyfriend, Makima's recovery therapist, and Rize's favorite troublemaker, he really should care more about their safety. Makima had over 100 million lives. Unless she ran into some absurd rule-breaking monster, she was practically impossible to kill. Rize was a weapon hybrid. Her survival method was similar to his own. As long as she drank blood and pulled her pin, she could revive again and again. As long as her heart was not destroyed, she would be fine. Then there was Asa. Kale suddenly frowned. Asa had absolutely no survival mechanism. Her strange fusion with the war devil did not even count as a proper fiend. Her recovery ability was actually worse than a normal fiend's. Kale sucked in a sharp breath. That was bad. Then he realized something even worse. Asa was also Japanese. That meant Asa was technically one of Makima's spare lives. If Makima's contract with the Prime Minister activated one day, there was a 1 in 100 million chance that Asa could be chosen as the unlucky victim. Kale stared into the distance. Holy hell. That was an absurdly high probability. This was definitely a problem. He took a deep breath and looked at Makima. Makima, I understand what you meant earlier. I like you a lot too. So I want to ask you for a small favor. Makima's eyes curved slightly with happiness. Kale's approval clearly pleased her. Of course, she said softly, I can satisfy any request. Kale inhaled slowly. I want you to change Asa Mitaka's nationality. You can do that, right? Makima froze for a brief moment. She immediately understood what he meant. Changing Asa's nationality would prevent Asa from becoming one of the sacrificial lives tied to Makima's contract. Makima looked at him quietly. All right. I can do that. She agreed easily. However, a faint trace of resentment appeared in her gaze. Even during their date, Kale was still thinking about Asa Mitaka. Her chest felt slightly uncomfortable. The frustration was surprisingly strong. Kale noticed the change immediately. I'm sorry, Makima. He spoke honestly. I didn't mean to ruin the mood. You know, Asa is just a normal girl fused with the war devil. She only has one life. She's fragile. I don't want Asa hurting you, and I don't want your situation hurting Asa either. Kale smiled slightly. You two are both my wings. If either of you gets hurt, it'll break my heart. When a patient had an emotional reaction, the best solution was gentle reassurance. Makima's expression softened noticeably. Kale had placed her before Asa in that sentence. To Makima, that counted as a small victory. In reality, this outcome was exactly what Kale expected. He won this round. At that moment, Makima caught a faint scent of paint in the air. She turned her head. Not far away, a young girl with a butterfly painted on her face was carefully mixing colors on a palette. Makima remembered something. Kale had once done Asa's makeup. Her mind immediately became active. If Asa had it, she wanted it too. Kale, Makima said, pointing toward the stall, let's try that. Kale glanced over. Sure. It was rare for Makima to show interest in something. Of course he would agree. When the stall owner noticed them approaching, she quickly stood up and greeted them. Welcome. She smiled brightly. My name is Sasaki Aya, a free artist traveling wherever inspiration takes me. Face painting is only 800 yen. Kale frowned slightly. Sasaki, did you paint that butterfly on your face yourself? Of course, she said proudly. I did it in front of a mirror. It looks good, right? Kale stared for a moment. By normal standards, it was acceptable. But when it came to makeup, Kale was a professional. From his perspective, the paint job was terrible. The color layering was messy. The depth was inconsistent. The blending was almost non-existent. In simple terms, the whole thing was full of flaws. Honestly, even Rizet could probably do better. This girl's skill level was dangerously close to Asa's. Kale suddenly felt his professional instincts itching. He really wanted to fix that face. Still, it was her own work. He decided to keep his mouth shut. Makima's face was perfect. Allowing someone with this level of skill to paint on it would be like vandalizing a masterpiece. Makima, however, had a completely different reason. She wanted Kale to paint her. He had done it for Asa. Naturally, he should do it for her too. A strange competitive feeling appeared. Makima looked at the artist. Miss Sasaki, we would like to paint it ourselves. Sasaki Aya looked hesitant. You two aren't artists though, I'm a professional. Kale smiled slightly. He guided Makima into the chair and picked up the palette. It's just for fun, I won't damage your tools. Sasaki sighed. Fine. If you're doing it yourself, I will only charge 300 yen. Kale did not reply. He was already focused on Makima's face. All forms of makeup followed the same basic principles. If Kale could sculpt a convincing face from flesh and bone, simple face painting was child's play. The only difficulty was deciding what suited Makima. Makima liked walking dogs. Morning glory patterns might work. The rings in her eyes matched geometric designs. Her personality also carried a mysterious aura. Stars might fit that feeling. Stars naturally connected to the ocean and the night sky. At that moment, Kale looked like a true artist. His brush moved quickly and confidently. 20 minutes passed. Finally, Kale forced himself to stop. Makima's face was simply too perfect. It made him want to keep adding details forever. But any more paint would ruin the balance. Beside them, Sasaki Aya had been silently watching the entire process. Her jaw slowly dropped. This was insane. This guy was clearly a professional pretending to be an amateur. She immediately grabbed her camera and took several photos of Makima. Then she suddenly opened her cash box, grabbed a stack of bills, and shoved them into Kale's hands. "Master, I'm the one who should be paying you. Thank you for letting me witness such incredible face painting." Chapter 118. Makima was in an excellent mood. Who said face painting did not count as makeup? When Kale painted her face earlier, he must have been far more focused than when he helped Asam Mitaka with her makeup. That had to be the case. Good. In that situation, Makima had clearly won again. Another victory. To Makima, that counted as proof of love. She silently made a decision. She would not wash her face until the date ended. Noon arrived. Using the goldfish coupons they had received earlier, the two of them enjoyed a free lunch at the Little Mermaid Magic Restaurant. Makima originally wanted to drink alcohol with the meal. Unfortunately, the restaurant was designed for children, so alcohol was not available. Afternoon arrived quickly. There was not much left to do in Island Paradise. With Makima's eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, nothing like the previous date with Asa happened. No random devils suddenly appeared to give Kale free combat practice. After wandering around the park for a while, the time reached 4 in the afternoon. Eventually, Kale brought Makima into a movie theater and found their seats. After watching 2 movies, today's date would probably come to an end. "Here, take this." Kale reached into a shopping bag and pulled out a bottle of plum wine with an 11% alcohol content. "Thank you." Makima accepted it. A faint warmth stirred in her chest. Kale had remembered her earlier disappointment about not being able to drink alcohol. He bought wine while picking up snacks. Another piece of proof. Another win. The movie began. Energetic music filled the theater. Action scenes appeared one after another, mixed with perfectly timed comedic lines. The audience laughed loudly. The entire theater was filled with cheerful noise. But joy and sorrow were rarely shared equally. Especially in a world where devils existed openly. Kale calmly ate popcorn while watching the screen. The laughter around him felt a little noisy. He glanced sideways. Makima showed almost no reaction either. She watched the screen with a calm expression while casually drinking the plum wine. She drank it like it was mineral water. The sight was strangely cute. Kale suddenly thought he should have bought more wine. Time passed. The movie reached its climax and transitioned into an emotional flashback scene. Soon the theater was filled with quiet sobbing. Once again, Kale and Makima remained unmoved. Even Makima's calm expression looked cute to him. Eventually, the movie ended and the credits began rolling. Makima turned toward him. "What did you think of the movie, Kale?" "It was all right," Kale replied. "Not nearly as legendary as people online claim." "What about you?" Makima shook her head slightly. "The music was decent, but the story felt artificial. I would call it fairly mediocre." She paused briefly before continuing. "Especially the emotional ending. It felt forced. Like the film was trying too hard to make people cry. I dislike that kind of manipulation." "Fair enough," Kale said with a nod. He glanced at his watch. 7:30 p.m. "There is still time for one more movie. You can pick this one." Makima took out her phone and opened the theater schedule. After scrolling for a moment, she held the screen toward him. "I want to watch this one. It has a 3 rating." She glanced at the reviews. According to the comments, it is extremely obscure and difficult to understand. "Perfect," Kale replied. In his opinion, the movies praised by the public were usually just average. If that was the case, they might as well try the opposite and watch something terrible. They entered the theater for the second film. This one was almost empty. Out of roughly 400 seats, fewer than 40 were occupied. The screen flickered. The movie began. Low background music filled the room. The color palette was dark and muted. Many scenes appeared without clear explanation. The camera perspective shifted constantly. Just like the review said, the movie was incredibly obscure. But Cale decided to focus anyway. Even if something was trash, he preferred to understand what the creator was trying to say. The poorly rated film told the story of twin brothers during a time of war. The two brothers were born in a poor rural village. Bandits frequently raided the area. Government soldiers extorted and abused the locals. Life was harsh. By the time the brothers turned 15, every relative they had was dead. They only had each other. Their days were filled with hunger. Starvation was always a real possibility. Misfortune always seems to find those who are already suffering. One day, the younger brother was forcibly conscripted into the army and dragged away to serve as a disposable soldier. The older brother had no idea where he had gone. He began searching everywhere for news of his sibling. 15 years passed. During those 15 years, the younger brother was constantly brainwashed by his superiors. They repeated the same promise every day. If we win this war, you will reunite with your brother and live a peaceful life. The younger brother believed it completely. To end the war as quickly as possible, he fought desperately. He killed countless enemies. After earning several military merits, he was no longer an anonymous soldier. Unfortunately, the outcome of war was never determined by a single person. His faction began losing battle after battle. Eventually, the final decisive battle arrived. They were completely defeated. During the chaos, gunpowder exploded near the younger brother and destroyed his eyesight. Blind and wounded, he barely escaped with his life. After the war ended, the new government labeled him a first-class war criminal. The pain of losing his vision, combined with years of brutal combat, left him deeply traumatized. The younger brother slowly began losing his sanity. He knew he was dying. The only thought stopping him from ending his life was his desire to find his brother. He wanted to go home. Meanwhile, the older brother had endured his own miserable life over those 15 years. He searched the entire country, but never found a single clue about his sibling. To afford his travels, he worked like a servant for wealthy families. He accepted every filthy and exhausting job available. His once straight back eventually bent under the weight of constant labor. One day, while serving a noble household, he accidentally sneezed in front of the master. As punishment, his tongue was cut out. From that day onward, he could no longer speak. Fortunately, the skills he learned during his wandering years kept him alive. He survived. When the Civil War finally ended, the older brother eventually discovered news about the younger one. But it came from a wanted poster on a city wall. The poster labeled his brother as a dangerous war criminal. The older brother gave up everything. He returned to their childhood home. He decided to wait there. One day, the younger brother finally returned. Even though the younger brother's eyes were horribly damaged, the older brother recognized him immediately. The younger brother could not see, but years of combat had sharpened his instincts. He sensed someone standing nearby. His voice trembled slightly. "Brother," he spoke cautiously. The older brother could not respond. Instead, he bent down and gently hugged his brother around the waist. In the next instant, a dagger stabbed forward. The younger brother had reacted purely on instinct. Years of paranoia during his escape had convinced him that enemies were everywhere. Since the stranger did not answer, the man must be trying to capture him and claim the bounty. His life no longer mattered. But he would never allow anyone to threaten his brother. The dagger pierced straight into the older brother's heart. Blood splattered across the floor. The younger brother, like a cornered beast, continued stabbing with his remaining strength. Again, and again, and again. "You filthy bastard. What are you doing in my home? Where is my brother? What did you do to him?" Blood spread across the ground like a river. Eventually, the younger brother collapsed from exhaustion. The older brother's consciousness faded as well. Both of them fell into the growing pool of blood. With the last strength remaining in his body, the older brother slowly lifted his hand. He gently covered the younger brother's ears. His throat struggled to produce sound. An end, He wanted to say something. Do not be afraid. Your big brother is here. But he could not speak. The older brother died. The younger brother suddenly froze. The familiar warmth covering his ears pulled his memory back more than 10 years. When bandits raided their home during childhood, the older brother would hide with him under the bed. And every time the noise became too frightening, his brother would cover his ears like this. Exactly like this. Brother, the younger brother whispered. His voice trembled. Brother. The film ended there. A single droplet fell to the floor. Makima was crying. Chapter 119. Kale blinked in surprise. Makima was crying. Seriously. She cried over that garbage movie. Kale originally had a lot to say. He had been ready to tear the film apart piece by piece. The pacing was awful, the cinematography was a mess, and the music sounded like someone dumped random noise over the scenes. And that ending. What kind of nonsense ending was that? Two brothers searching for each other their entire lives, only to finally meet and die together from poison. Who the hell writes something like that? No wonder the movie only scored a miserable 3. Kale had been prepared to roast the screenwriter with Makima on the way out of the theater. But now she was crying. Well, shit. All his criticism died in his throat. Instead, Kale quietly handed her a tissue. This ending is really touching, he said with a straight face. The screenwriter definitely knows how to pull on the audience's heartstrings. Makima wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and sniffed softly. So that's what Kale thinks. Of course, Kale gave a firm thumbs up. This is a rare good movie. A 3 score is way too low. Makima rubbed her chin thoughtfully. My opinion is actually different from Kale's. This movie is a complete disaster. The cinematography is fragmented, the music is grating, and there are far too many meaningless long shots. The production team clearly could have done better. Kale froze. His brain took a moment to catch up. Then why did you cry? Makima tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled faintly. Overall, the movie is terrible. But the final scene, when the older and younger brothers die in each other's arms, is the best shot in the entire film. That single scene alone makes the ticket price worth it. I see, Kale scratched his cheek and smiled awkwardly, so it's a movie that's both good and bad. Trying to understand a woman's thoughts was difficult. Trying to understand a devil's heart was even worse. By the time the credits ended, it was already 10 p.m. The theater lights came on. It was time to leave. Kale was about to stand up when Makima moved first. She stepped in front of him and opened her arms. Kale, she said softly, give me a hug, just like in the movie. Even Makima was not entirely sure why she said it. After watching that film, she felt an inexplicable emptiness in her chest. Only Kale seemed capable of filling that space. Kale stared at her for a moment. Makima stood directly in his path, leaving him no way around. But honestly, why would he avoid it? The whole point of dating Makima was to make her happy. Besides, she was his girl. If he did not hug her, who would? Kale stood up and gently pulled her into his arms. Thump, thump. As he held her, he could faintly hear the sound of a racing heartbeat. Makima leaned her head against his chest. Her scent drifted up to him. Kale quietly focused his mind and forced down the impulses rising inside him. 5 minutes later, Makima slowly released him. She felt much better. Although she wanted to stay like that longer, lingering in an empty theater was not appropriate. The staff were probably waiting to close. Kale took Makima's hand and led her outside. Even after the chaos caused by the falling devil incident earlier in the year, Tokyo's nightlife was still vibrant. Neon lights glowed across the streets, and people moved through the night markets as if disaster had never happened. Perhaps humans had simply grown used to devils destroying buildings. Repairs happened quickly. Life moved on. Kale and Makima walked hand in hand to the nearby subway entrance. The apartment Makima lived in was not far away. Taking the subway was faster than driving and only took about 5 or 6 minutes. Soon they reached the entrance. It was time to say goodbye. Kale leaned forward and lightly kissed Makima on the forehead. Makima had a strong sense of control and possessiveness. Before leaving, he wanted her to keep a pleasant memory. Kale looked into her orange-ringed eyes. I should head back. Did Makima enjoy today? Go back, Makima frowned slightly, clearly surprised. We agreed to spend the whole day together. After the movie comes the part everyone looks forward to. Getting a room. She tightened her grip on his hand, afraid he might run away. Her eyes locked onto his. The entire purpose of inviting Kale out today was to finally claim him. If she could not eat him tonight, then all the flirting and tension throughout the day would be meaningless. Well, Kale felt his heart twitch. For some reason, his kidneys suddenly felt a little sore. That might not be a great idea. Tomorrow is a workday. Makima has work too, right? Makima shook her head calmly. No need. I work overtime frequently. I've accumulated 6 full months of compensatory leave. Cold sweat appeared on Kale's forehead. Well, I also. Kale doesn't need to worry either. Makima gently pressed a finger against his lips. Doesn't your shop have Rizet? Let her handle things. I'll transfer triple pay to her tomorrow. Kale carefully moved her hand away. But Issa. Makima seemed to anticipate that response. No need to worry. I've already prepared an excuse. I am technically Kale's superior. You need to report to me regularly. It's part of your job. Isamitaka will believe it. To be honest, Makima's determined expression genuinely scared Kale. Was she planning to kill him in bed tonight? But strangely enough, he gradually calmed down. When he thought about it carefully, he understood his own hesitation. Issa and Rizet had grown close to him naturally. There was history between them. But Makima... A kiss was fine. Going further felt different. Kale did like her, a lot. Makima was beautiful, intelligent, and kind to him. But one question lingered. Was her affection genuine? Or was it just the result of his manipulation and teasing? That kind of thing should only happen between people who truly loved each other. Kale needed to know. Makima, are you sure you really like me? And why do you like me? Makima's eyes suddenly lit up. Good question. She had asked herself that countless times. She already knew the answer. Makima gently took Kale's hand and placed it against her chest. It hurts here. Kale blinked in confusion. His hand remained still. Makima smiled softly. I don't remember when it started. When Kale got injured. When those bad women plotted against you. When you kissed Isamitaka and Pamu. It hurts here. Do you know what that means, Kale? What? Kale asked, playing dumb. Makima took a slow breath. If there is no love, why would the heart hurt? I can't explain love with words. So I prove it with pain. Kale finally understood. Damn. Makima was terrifyingly good at psychology. The last bit of hesitation in his chest disappeared. But I'm exhausted, Kale admitted honestly. Can we do this another day? Makima smiled mysteriously. She already expected that answer. Kale is a weapon human. As long as you consume blood, you recover completely. So you won't be tired. Kale froze. That was an angle he had not considered. Energy problems. Non-existent. Kale sighed and tapped Makima lightly on the forehead. Zai-o-ma, are you really determined to have your way with me tonight? Makima tied her hair into a simple ponytail. She leaned her forehead against his. Going to a hotel is risky. Someone might secretly record us. That would be troublesome. Kale, come home with me. Pachita learned how to do a backflip. Well, with that kind of invitation, there was no point resisting anymore. Kale followed Makima onto the subway. Soon they arrived at a quiet, elegant private apartment building. The complex contained many rooms. But the only real resident was Makima. The door opened. The moment they stepped inside, a pack of excited dogs rushed toward them. Woof woof. Kale and Makima were instantly surrounded. Makima laughed as she rubbed their heads. All right, calm down. I'm back. Pachita jumped straight onto Kale's head. You've gotten fat, Pachita, Kale said. Makima gently patted a husky. Tiramisu, checking the scent of a new guest. This is your future male master. His name is Kale. The dogs immediately rolled onto their backs and exposed their bellies. Makima laughed so hard, she nearly lost her balance. Look, Kale. Green tea, black tea, cream puff, and tiramisu are all showing their bellies. That means they like you. Go ahead and pet them. Kale knelt down and rubbed their soft fur. Damn, that's smooth. Makima nodded. No matter how cold it gets, touching a dog's belly always warms you up. The door closed behind them. Makima turned on the air conditioner, removed both their coats, and hung them neatly on the rack. Then she led Kale into the living room. Make yourself comfortable, she said with a meaningful smile. I'll prepare some late-night snacks for you. It will be ready soon. Soon the sound of the stove and the range hood filled the kitchen. Kale sat on the couch while holding Pachita and chatting briefly about recent events. Before long, Makima returned with a pot of thick white soup. The aroma was unusual. Kale could not identify the ingredients. I already tested the temperature, Makima said expectantly. Drink it while it's hot. Pachita suddenly grabbed several dog leashes and walked toward the door. He seemed to understand the situation perfectly. Soon he led the entire pack outside. The door closed again. Now only Kale and Makima remained. Makima sat beside him and urged softly. Drink it. Kale picked up the bowl. All right. He finished it in one go. Warmth spread through his body instantly. Kale frowned slightly. Besides blood, why does this taste like alcohol? Makima licked her lips. There are some other interesting ingredients too. Before Kale could respond, Makima climbed onto his lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. You'll find out soon. Their lips met. The room fell silent, except for their quickened breathing. Makima slipped slightly, pulling Kale down onto the sofa with her. She pressed against him and gently bit his shoulder. Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. Kale, look at me. Tonight, you are my control devil. The one that belongs only to me. Chapter 120. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Orange light filtered through the window and fell across the messy sofa in scattered patches. People often said that women were made of water. From personal experience, Kale had come to a different conclusion. Devils were made of water too. Water soaked through things quietly. But compared to water, Makima was even more relentless. Her style was completely different from Asaz's boldness. Makima gave Kale an entirely new experience. In this relationship, Kale had always been the one taking the initiative. Maybe that feeling was what control truly meant. The chaos had lasted all night. Makima had been so exhausted that she even drifted to sleep a few times. Kale, however, showed no signs of fatigue. If anything, he had wanted to keep going, like he could press Makima into himself and never let her escape. He could not help it. Makima was dangerously tempting. From 11 the previous night until 10:30 the next morning, Kale finally managed to calm the storm in his mind. Makima finished dressing and leaned comfortably against Kale's chest. The hollow feeling inside her heart had disappeared. In its place was a pure, overwhelming sense of happiness. She had truly won. Her body carried so many marks from Kale's control chains. Could someone like the War Devil ever achieve something like this? Kale must love her more than he loved Samitaka, right? Makima did not ask that question. Making things difficult for Kale was not her style. Now that their personal matters were settled, it was time to talk about something serious. By the way, Maki, Kale said, while holding her and gently rocking her in his arms, is the prophecy about the King of Terror that the Hunger Devil mentioned actually true? When Kale mentioned Fami, a strange expression flashed through Makima's eyes. She did not like hearing Kale talk about other women, especially her eccentric older sisters. Still, since it was Kale asking, she felt inclined to indulge him. In every possible sense, Kale was now her lover. Her only one. Makima pointed at her lips and spoke playfully. Give me a kiss and I'll tell you. Kale had just managed to put out the sparks in his chest, and now she was lighting them again. Apparently Makima had not had enough excitement yet. Fine. Kale leaned down. 5 minutes later, Makima looked satisfied. He really loves me. Maybe I should behave even better. Makima spoke calmly. The Nostradamus prophecy is real. Next July, our eldest sister, the Death Devil, will descend into the human world. She will reshape the era of humanity into the era of devils. Kale inhaled sharply. He did not trust Fami. But he trusted Makima. After everything they had just experienced together, he doubted Makima had any reason to lie to him. So it's real, that's going to be troublesome. Kale frowned. Do we have any way to deal with it? Makima shifted slightly in his arms, settling into a more comfortable position. Her pale fingers gently lifted Kale's chin. Looking straight into his eyes, she spoke with complete seriousness. Kale doesn't need to worry, it's only the Death Devil. If my big sister shows up, I'll just kill her. We are going to live together happily forever. No human or devil will ruin that. Kale raised an eyebrow. But the Death Devil represents primal fear. She's literally death itself. She must be insanely strong. Makima pouted thoughtfully. That's true. But I think I might still be stronger than a primal devil. Haven't those so-called transcendent primal devils died before? But if it's me, I should be able to make them experience death too. So Kale doesn't need to worry. Just keep your eyes on me, okay? All right, Kale nodded. We'll deal with it when it happens. There was no point worrying about a future that had not arrived yet. Thanks to the falling devil incident, Kale had obtained a primal-level ability called the Withering Heart-Piercing Attack. Even against a primal devil, he was not completely helpless. He pulled out his phone and checked the screen. It was almost 11 in the morning. There were a lot of missed calls. Not only from Asa, but also from Rize. The excuse he had given Asa was that he needed to submit a report, so she had not called too often. Only around a dozen missed calls. Rize, however, knew exactly where Kale had gone. He had not returned to the shop all night, so her sense of danger had probably gone through the roof. She had practically blown up his phone. Kale felt a faint chill run down his back. Maki, things are getting out of hand with Rize. Kale slipped on his slippers. It's getting late. I should head back to the shop and help out. This date had already lasted far longer than 24 hours. Makima had definitely received more than enough attention. Makima smiled faintly. She took Kale's phone and quietly switched it to Do Not Disturb mode. Her eyes still carried a trace of longing. Kale spends time with the Samataka and Pamu every day. But you rarely spend time with me. So before Kale leaves, control me one more time. Kale's mouth showed hesitation. His body, however, reacted with embarrassing honesty. He let out a helpless sigh. Fine, let's make it quick. Meanwhile, across the ocean. Los Angeles, California. The Cecil Hotel. Inside a third-floor corner room, 3 shirtless young men sat on a bed, drinking beer and eating pasta. Not far from the bed lay the corpse of a young white woman. The youngest-looking man had 2 scars over his right eye. Sweat covered his face as he glanced repeatedly toward the corpse. His hand trembled while holding his fork. He had not touched a single bite of the pasta on his plate. The man with bangs covering his eyes looked toward him. What's wrong, Aldo? He asked calmly. First time killing someone, having trouble adjusting. Big brother, I'm not. You are GH. Before finishing his sentence, Aldo suddenly collapsed to his knees and vomited violently. The man with the strange afro burst out laughing. Ha, looks like our little brother really can't handle it. The man with the bangs calmly finished his beer. Compared to Aldo, you really have a talent for killing, Joey. Joey, the one with the afro, grabbed his plate and devoured the pasta at lightning speed. After finishing, he dropped the plate onto the floor with a clatter. Big brother Richard, to be honest, killing makes me sick too. But not like Aldo. Aldo feels sick because of guilt and fear. But for me, killing feels like stepping on dog crap. That slimy, disgusting feeling, bleg. Richard's fork froze midair. Joey, don't say disgusting things while we're eating. His appetite vanished instantly. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a photograph. This mission came from the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency. We're heading to Japan. Japan, Joey leaned closer with interest. I heard the women there are amazing. Aldo, after finishing his vomiting session, slowly recovered. No matter where we go for missions, you two always think about women first. Richard calmly lit a cigar and looked at the photograph. The picture showed Kale. Our target is not a devil. It's this human. The DIA promised that if we bring back this man's corpse, $20 million will be transferred immediately. Joey's eyes widened with excitement. Hey, $20 million. Big brother, you didn't mess up the number of zeros, right? Compared to Joey's impulsiveness, Aldo was more cautious. Brothers, I don't think we should accept a job with a bounty that high. If the reward is that big, the risk must be huge too. We could die. Die, Joey scoffed. Richard frowned slightly and suddenly leaned closer to Aldo. Aldo, the three of us share one will. We will not die. He pointed at his own face. Can you imagine me dead? Aldo shook his head. Richard pointed at Joey. What about this Afro idiot? Aldo shook his head again. Richard pointed at Aldo himself. What about you? Aldo shook his head even harder. Richard smiled calmly. When our house burned down when we were kids, we survived. When a devil swallowed us, devil hunters rescued us, and we survived. When we had severe food poisoning, we still survived. During the gun devil attack, Dad, Mom, and Grandma died. But we survived. Recently, when the falling devil disrupted gravity across the world, our remaining relatives died too. But we still survived. Joey suddenly let out an excited yell. Aldo listened with wide eyes. Richard stood up and put on his black suit jacket. Do you understand now, Aldo? The three of us brothers are the embodiment of luck. Which means we have immortal bodies. Chapter 121. Bang! Denji adjusted his backpack and closed the car door. Kale, I'm heading to school. All right, study hard, Denji. If you run into trouble you can't handle, call me immediately. Denji nodded obediently. Got it, I'll remember. Just as he was about to leave, Kale suddenly grabbed his hand. Denji, wait a second. Is there something else, Kale? You forgot your allowance. Kale pulled out a stack of bills. Here, 50,000 yen, keep it safe. Denji hesitated and did not take it. Kale, that's too much. It's only for daily expenses. I don't need this much. I haven't even finished the money you gave me 2 times ago. Just take it. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Kale stuffed the money into Denji's arms. Business at the shop was booming now, especially after Rized joined as a full-time worker. Kale's original goal of making a small fortune had already been surpassed. Denji's expenses were barely a drop in the bucket. Kale looked at him seriously. Denji, don't be stingy when you need to spend money. You're not even 14 yet. What are you saving for marriage? Denji scratched his head. His expression dimmed a little. Kale, you really don't have to do this. I'm already really happy just being able to go to school. But in the future, you're going to marry the 2 sisters at the shop. Your expenses will be huge. I don't want to be a burden and cause you trouble. Denji lacked formal education, but he was far from stupid. During the holidays, just from the way the 2 girls at the shop looked at Kale, Denji had already guessed a lot. And that made him worry. He was afraid Kale would eventually stop taking care of him. For one thing, he was not a girl. That meant he definitely could not live with Kale forever. Second, they were not related by blood. From a normal person's point of view, if Kale married 2 beautiful women, an unrelated kid like Denji would easily become a nuisance. A burden better thrown away. Kale blinked in surprise. Was Denji really that perceptive? He had figured out the situation with Rized and Asa that easily. Damn. Luckily, Asa was not nearly as sharp as Denji. Kale laughed and rubbed Denji's messy blonde hair. Relax, Denji. You're not a burden. I treat you like my own brother. And what kind of asshole mistreats his own brother? If taking the money makes you feel bad, then think of it as an advance on your salary. Maybe in the future you'll help me look after my kids. Denji's worries were completely unnecessary. Each of Kale's future wives was more unconventional than the last. And Kale himself was not exactly normal either. The moment those words left his mouth, Denji's eyes lit up. So that's how Kale sees it. Tears welled in Denji's eyes as he nodded hard. Yeah, I need to eat something really good today. He could never repay Kale's kindness. After saying goodbye to Denji, Kale fell into thought. Denji's concerns were not completely unreasonable. Asa had already started adapting to the work at the funeral home. She had mentioned more than once that after graduating from university, she planned to stay and work there. As for Rizé, that situation was even clearer. After betraying the KGB, she had nowhere else to go. Right now, there were only 3 people working at the shop. Both girls worked extremely hard, especially Rizé. Because of that, it might be better if Denji stopped helping at the funeral home and found another part-time job. More importantly, it would avoid awkward situations. Kale could not exactly act all lovey-dovey with his wives, while Denji was standing right there. It might be time to rent a separate apartment for the kid. While Kale was thinking about this, far away near the Higashi-Meihan Expressway, inside a patch of forest, 2 men and 1 woman in public safety uniforms leaned against a sedan, smoking and chatting. They were members of the Kyoto Public Safety Special Operations Division 1. Subaru had messy hair that looked like a bird's nest. Unshaven, lean and sharp-eyed, he looked to be in his 30s. Akamoto was in his early 20s, slightly chubby with a buzz cut. His calm expression made him seem older than he actually was. Ono stood beside them, tall and well-mannered, with shoulder-length hair and round glasses. She looked about 25 or 26. Sitting on the car hood, Subaru took a deep drag and burned the cigarette down to the filter. He jumped off the hood and stretched. All right, break's over, let's get moving. Ono pulled out another pack of cigarettes and offered it to him. It's still early anyway, Mr. Subaru want another. Subaru scratched his head. How much longer? Akamoto checked his phone and spoke calmly. From Kyoto to Tokyo it's about 400 kilometers. We're already more than halfway there. If we drive faster, we'll arrive in about an hour and a half. See, we still have 4 hours of spare time, Ono said stubbornly, still offering the cigarette. Plenty of time, just have one. Subaru waved it away. Nah, forget it. I want to save the extra time for sightseeing in Tokyo. Makima invited us to help train the newcomers. I wonder if I can ask her out. Ono's eyes widened. Are you insane? Makima is a public safety devil hunter working directly under the cabinet. Akamoto shook his head. I don't think your chances are very high, Mr. Subaru. Subaru shrugged. These 2 were real mood killers. Anyway, I'm heading out. What about you? Flop. Ono dropped onto the grass and closed her eyes. But I still want to smoke. The grass here is soft, I really want a nap. Then I'll support Mr. Subaru, Akamoto said. 2 votes to 1. Let's go. Subaru laughed as he dragged Ono up and shoved her into the driver's seat. The sedan soon merged onto the expressway. Ono drove while chewing betel nut to stay awake. Subaru and Akamoto sat in the back. Ono, you talked with Makima back in Kyoto, right? Subaru asked. Yeah. From what you know, what kind of woman is she? Tui. Ono spat the betel nut residue out the window. Mr. Subaru, you seem pretty obsessed with Makima. Why are you asking? Subaru rubbed the stubble on his chin. I've never actually spoken to her. But I've seen her ID photo. She's gorgeous. Exactly my type. And I haven't heard any rumors about a boyfriend. So if possible, I'd like to try pursuing her. Akamoto stayed silent. Ono burst out laughing. You're dreaming in broad daylight. Someone like Makima isn't getting close to ordinary devil hunters like us. Subaru smiled faintly and rested his chin on his fist. You don't get it. Women who look like ice queens might actually be starved for love. A guy like me with some older man charm might be irresistible to her. Ono shook her head. You're crazy. Subaru sighed and leaned against the window. I still have to try. If I could get lucky with Makima just once, dying afterward would be worth it. Right then. Clang. A row of heavy chains tipped with iron spikes suddenly dropped from the hillside beside the expressway, blocking the road. PSHHH. The car ran straight over them. All 4 tires exploded instantly. The sedan lost control and began spinning across the road. "Ah!" Ono screamed while slamming the brakes. The guardrail shattered as the car smashed through it. The out-of-control vehicle finally slammed into a large tree and stopped. Thick black smoke poured out of the hood. The engine was completely destroyed. Fortunately, all 3 of them were still alive. Damn it, Subaru had not been wearing a seatbelt. He clutched his bleeding forehead. "Oh no, what the hell kind of driving was that? You ran us straight into a tree." Ono was about to explain. Crash. The windows of the car suddenly shattered. 6 gun barrels were aimed directly at them. Bangs, bangs, bang. Gunfire erupted. 10 seconds later, 3 corpses sat motionless inside the car. After the shooting stopped, a man named Joey leaned into the broken window. "Whoops, boss, looks like we accidentally killed a real beauty." "Really?" Richard leaned in with a grin. "How hot? Let me see." After looking clearly at Ono's body, Richard clicked his tongue in disappointment. "She's taller than me, not my type. Good thing she's already dead." Chapter 122. The 3 brothers dragged the corpses out of the wrecked car. After stripping the bodies of their IDs and documents, they sealed them in black body bags and carried them deep into the forest. This was Aldo's second time killing someone. His legs trembled the entire time, but at least he did not vomit like he had during the first kill. Richard, the eldest brother, was the most experienced among them. He understood something important about this line of work. Information always came first. Richard used the biometric data from the corpses to unlock the electronic devices they had been carrying. Then, with practiced efficiency, he hacked into the internal systems of the Japanese public safety network. Soon, the identities of the deceased were completely exposed. Aldo and Joey pulled out cameras and began photographing everything. This was information they needed to memorize. Next, Richard searched for their real target. It did not take long. Kale's information appeared on the screen. Compared to the long and detailed records of Subaru, Akamoto, and Ono, Kale's profile was extremely short. Kale, Undertaker, Tokyo Public Safety Special Division 4, temporary assignment. No agency or unit may alter his position without the permission of his direct superior, Makima. Richard frowned and blew a smoke ring. "Yeah, this guy's file is encrypted." "Definitely Big Brother," Aldo said quickly. "A normal person's file wouldn't look like that." Acting all mysterious. Joey, with his afro bouncing slightly, spat out the grass root he had been chewing. "So what? He's just the guy who can turn into a chainsaw head. The client's files already explained it. Nothing to be scared of." Hehehe. Richard suddenly burst into laughter, holding his forehead. "Joey's right." He slowly lowered his hand and looked at his brothers. "Since the 3 of us are immortal, and we have the power from our devil contract plus an information advantage, we don't even need a direct fight. We can kill him easily and collect $20 million. Richard slid his hand down his face. When his hand moved away, his appearance had completely changed. Messy hair like a bird's nest. Scruffy beard. Lean build. A capable-looking man in his 30s. Richard had transformed into Subaru. All 3 brothers had contracts with the Skin Devil. The Skin Devil allowed them to perfectly copy the appearance of any corpse they had touched. Age, gender, height, even blood type. Everything became identical to the original person. From a biological standpoint, it was impossible to prove the difference. "Joey, Aldo, how do I look?" Subaru asked while stroking his chin. Joey stared for a moment. "It's identical, Big Brother." Aldo rubbed his nose. "Big Brother, stop speaking English. Try saying something in Japanese." Subaru cleared his throat and took out the ID he had taken earlier. "Hello, Kale. I am Subaru from Kyoto Public Safety Special Operations Division 1. My 2 subordinates were attacked and killed on the way here. I heard you are Miss Makima's capable subordinate. I would like your assistance. Could you come with me?" Joey scratched his chin. "Something feels a little off, but I can't figure out what." Meanwhile, Aldo was still listening carefully to the audio recordings taken from Subaru's phone. "Big Brother, it's the accent." "Accent?" "Yeah," Aldo removed his headphones. That pronunciation is from the Osaka dialect. Subaru is from Kyoto. His tone should sound different. Subaru nodded slowly. I see. He adjusted his voice and tried again. Let's go, how about now? Aldo frowned slightly. Still not quite right. He thought for a moment before continuing. Subaru is an unmarried middle-aged man. His tone should sound intentionally deep, and a little greasy too, like the kind of guy who secretly thinks he's charming. Joey grinned and gave Aldo a thumbs up. Professional analysis. Got it. Subaru squeezed his throat slightly and spoke again. Let's go. Aldo listened carefully. Yeah, that sounds right now. He nodded with satisfaction. Subaru took out his phone. Operation begins. From now on, I am Subaru. According to Subaru's travel schedule, once the Kyoto officers arrived in Tokyo, someone named Hayakawa Aki would be responsible for receiving them. Calling after an unexpected attack would be perfectly reasonable. The phone began ringing. Ring. Ring. The call connected. Hello, Subaru, are you close to Tokyo? A calm female voice spoke from the other end. Subaru lowered his tone, filling it with anger and exhaustion. Aki, something happened. We were attacked by an unknown group on the road. My two subordinates, Akamoto and Ono, are dead. I'm the only one who escaped. Silence filled the line for a moment. Hayakawa Aki was clearly surprised, but her voice remained composed. Subaru, where are you right now? I'll coordinate a rescue team immediately. No. Subaru spoke sharply. Aki, don't do anything unnecessary. I can still move. I don't need rescue. You must not alert the enemy. Aki frowned slightly on the other end. Subaru had been a devil hunter longer than she had. It made sense to trust his judgment. Then what do you plan to do? She asked. Subaru lowered his voice again, sounding filled with grief. We need to play the long game to catch the big fish. I secretly placed a tracker on the attackers. Once we learn their movements, we will eliminate them all. I understand, Aki replied. Tell me your next step so I can cooperate. Subaru let out a long sigh. I found the bodies of Akamoto and Ono. They were my subordinates. I plan to bring them to a nearby funeral home first. At least they should leave with dignity. Aki exhaled slowly. My condolences, Subaru. It's fine, he replied quietly. This is our fate as devil hunters. I checked the map. The nearest place is called Lior Funeral Home. If you have time, Aki, let's meet there and discuss the details. Lior Funeral Home. Yes, I'm hanging up now. Click. The call ended. With the Skin Devil's disguise, Subaru had no fear of meeting others face to face. The more people around him, the less suspicious he would appear. That made it easier to find the perfect opportunity. A good hunt was worth the wait. For $20 million, staying undercover a little longer was a small price to pay. Subaru turned toward his brothers. Brothers. Now it's Big Brother's time to perform. You two handle the logistics. Bring the bodies. Let's move. Joey stuck out his tongue excitedly. $20 million, here we come. Aldo nodded nervously. Don't worry, Big Brother, I'll handle it. The three of them emerged from the forest and returned to the highway. Aldo and Joey lay flat beside the road. Subaru stood upright near the shoulder. He raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up. I wonder if hitchhiking works in Japan, he muttered to himself. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing a loud floral shirt stopped beside him. The man rolled down his window. Hey kids, do you need help? Bang! The man's head exploded like a watermelon. One more vehicle obtained. Subaru blew lightly on the muzzle of his gun. Damn criminal, committing crimes again. Chapter 123. 2:30 p.m. Family hamburger. The manager, Takebana Yuyumi, abruptly closed the shop and gathered the 20 or so employees together. Kobuni Higashiyama lowered her head, her fingers nervously clutching the hem of her shirt. She did not dare speak. Her heart was already racing. She was certain manager Takebana was about to criticize her in front of everyone. During her probation period, her performance had not been good. She often forgot to add the word family at the end of her sentences. Because of that habit, Tachibana Yuyumi had warned her many times. But today was different. Tachibana Yuyumi was not here to scold anyone. His expression looked miserable as he repeatedly wiped the corners of his eyes with a white handkerchief. His voice trembled. Family members. This happened very suddenly. I have heartbreaking news to share with everyone, family. Kobni quietly let out a breath of relief. The other employees exchanged uneasy glances. The atmosphere in the room quickly became heavy. Finally, the most competitive employee in the shop, a short-haired senior girl wearing a bandana named Hanyu Shizuru, broke the silence. She did not know what had happened to the manager, but she still clenched her fist in encouragement. Manager Tachibana, please pull yourself together. Family Hamburger cannot survive without you. Family. Yeah. Her words immediately drew agreement from the other employees. Tachibana Yuyumi nodded emotionally and sniffled. It is like this. Not long ago, I received a notice from public safety. My older brother, Tachibana Yuuya, was shot and killed by a gunman while walking home. After the police confirmed his identity, they brought his body to my house so my mother could identify him. But my mother had a weak heart. She was so shocked that she died on the spot. Family members, this afternoon. My brother and my mother both passed away, family. The employees widened their eyes in shock. Hanyu Shizuru's tears instantly began to fall. A gunman, Kobni blurted out in fear. The words slipped out before she could stop herself. Memories of her time as a public safety devil hunter flashed through her mind. Tachibana Yuyumi immediately turned and glared at her. Akai, when speaking in the shop you must remember to say family, family. The corner of Kobni's mouth twitched. Even at a moment like this, he still cared about that. Oh, okay. Please accept my condolences, Manager Tachibana, family. Hanyu Shizuru stepped forward with teary eyes and hugged the manager, gently patting his back. Manager Tachibana. There is an old saying that time flows like a river and never stops. The family members who passed away cannot return. Even though you lost your mother and your brother, you still have all of us as your family, manager. Family. Waya. Tachibana Yuyumi burst into loud sobs like a child. Hanyu Shizuru, you are the best. You truly are the best employee in this shop, family. Hanyu Shizuru continued to encourage him. Manager, pull yourself together. Go back to making delicious family hamburgers for the customers. Family. I understand, family. Tachibana Yuyumi wiped his tears and looked around at everyone. Before we reopen the shop, I need to handle something. I want to send my mother and brother to a funeral home as soon as possible. However, too many people have died recently. Almost every funeral home has a long waiting list. So I gathered everyone to ask if any of you family members have connections with a funeral home. Family. Everyone looked at each other. It was a difficult request. Naturally, Kobni thought of Kale. But she really did not want to get involved in something like this. Clap. Tachibana Yuyumi suddenly pressed his hands together and bowed deeply. Please help my mother and my brother. I will reward you generously. Family. Hearing that, Kobni hesitated. A generous reward. She weakly raised her hand. Manager, how generous is this reward you mentioned? Family. Tachibana Yuyumi immediately looked at her like someone who had just grabbed a lifeline. Akai, do you have a way? Family. Kobni spoke shyly. I can ask a friend for you, manager, but the exact price is not up to me, family. Tachibana Yuyumi exhaled heavily and held up 5 fingers. As long as the funeral is handled properly, I can pay 500,000 yen as a thank you gift, family. Kobni immediately pulled out her phone. I will ask for you, family. Running a funeral would take at most 3 days. 500,000 yen. That was almost 2 months of her salary. She had to try. Luckily, she had saved Kale's contact information before leaving. Kobni quietly walked to a corner. Beep. The call connected. Hello, is this Kale? This is Kobni Higashiyama. I wanted to ask about something. 3 minutes later. Thank you for being flexible. Kobni hung up the phone excitedly and hurried back. Manager, my friend said you can go there today. They can start making arrangements tonight. You can go directly after work. As for the price, it is 2 million yen for the first body. The second body is half price. The total is 3 million yen family. Great family. Takebana Yuyumi instantly dropped into a horse stance and punched the air with excitement. Akai is terrible at making burgers, but at least she is useful for something today, family. Kobni forced a small smile. She had been scolded so often that this almost sounded like praise. Without hesitation, Takebana Yuyumi transferred 3.5 million yen to Kobni and patted her shoulder. I will trouble you to go there first. I remember you drove to work today, right, family? Why, yes, family. Thanks to Senior Hyemno helping her clock in earlier, Kobni had successfully received a 1 million yen quarterly bonus. Using that money, she painfully bought a small K-car. Now her commute was easier, and she could also pick up her younger brother Yori after school. Meanwhile, at the funeral home, Kale hung up the phone. Today felt strangely busy. Business was not unusual. What was strange was that every request came from someone he knew. What the hell is going on today? First, Hayakawa had called. She said 2 Kyoto public safety devil hunters would be sent over soon and asked if they could be handled first. Kale agreed. He still technically worked with Special Division 4, so helping colleagues was reasonable. Then Kobni called. Nothing had happened to her family. The dead were her manager's relatives. Still, the request was similar. Kale tended to favor people he knew. Besides, he felt he had a strange kind of connection with Kobni. So he accepted that job as well. Since Iki called first, he would cremate the public safety devil hunters first and handle Kobni's manager's family afterward. The former were government personnel, so the process would be simple: cremation and basic procedures. The latter ordered a full service. The bodies would need restoration, and the ceremony had to be prepared properly. Tonight would be busy. He glanced toward the office. Rize, do not accept any more orders today. 4 bodies are arriving soon. Prioritize the regulars. If any customers can wait, push them back. Rize, who was sitting at the computer organizing body processing records, looked up and smiled sweetly. Okay. At the same time, 2 separate cars carrying 4 bodies were heading toward the same destination. The funeral home. And Kale. Chapter 124. Kale and Rize finished tidying the funeral home, preparing to receive the incoming bodies. However, the first visitors to arrive were neither the Kyoto public safety officers nor Kobni. Instead, 2 familiar figures appeared. Hayakawaki and Power. Hyo. Power stood outside the funeral home, her eyes shining with excitement as she looked around. This house looks quite spacious. Why does it look so much like my house? She paused, pretending to think. Oh, I remember now. I built this house for the Prime Minister's hand. Stop talking nonsense, Hayakawa Iki said flatly. She looked at Power with clear annoyance before pressing the doorbell. Ding dong. A moment later, the door opened. Kale stepped outside. Power's face immediately twisted into a smug grin, ready to greet him enthusiastically. Then Rize walked out from behind Kale, looking bright and relaxed. Both visitors froze. Power's jaw dropped. Holy SHT, the bomb girl. What? Aki reacted instantly, her hand moving toward her lifespan sword as if facing a deadly enemy. Why the hell are you here? They had fought Rize before. They knew very well how terrifying she was. Rize smiled sweetly and casually wrapped an arm around Kale. Oh my, Kale's colleagues are so hostile, she said playfully. Could you please not kill me? Kale rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, that situation is a bit complicated. He shrugged. Anyway, Rize is not an enemy anymore. She works here now. Makima already knows. Let's just focus on the job. Aki stared at him for a moment. Then her tense expression slowly relaxed. She did not question it further. In a world like this, absurd things happened every day. Compared to the existence of the gun devil, this barely registered as strange. Impressive Prime Minister's hand, Power shouted happily. As a blood fiend highly rated by Kishib, Power's mind worked in a very unique way. I understand. This is called turning an enemy into a friend, or turning an enemy into a poker partner. She slapped Kale on the shoulder and pointed directly at Rizet. So tell me, have you already gone to bed and made hate with this woman? Kale froze. He stared at Power in silence. This brat had absolutely no filter. Good thing Asa was not here to hear that. That would have been a nightmare. Rizet, however, seemed amused. Dirty talk was one of her specialties. She smiled slyly and pointed at her lips. Kale and I are still just platonic friends. If we ever decide to make hate one day, I hope Power will come and watch. Power blinked. Huh, why the hell would I watch you two make hate? Rizet giggled. Because you are the blood fiend and have plenty of blood. Kale and I are weapon humans. If we run out of energy while making hate, you can feed us some blood and we will be fully revived. Power burst into loud laughter. Good idea. You are a genius who deserves a Nobel Prize. Make sure you call me next time. Kale's face stiffened. Even he would not say things like that while flirting with Asa. Aki quietly turned her head and stared at the clouds, pretending to admire the scenery. What the hell is wrong with these people? This world is a madhouse. He wished he were deaf. Just as Kale was about to steer the conversation back to business, the distant sound of an engine reached them. A red sedan slowly turned the corner and came into view. At that moment, Kale's system panel reacted. Luck, 299 right arrow, 29.9. Well, with that happening, he already knew who it was. Soon the car stopped nearby. Kale and the others walked over. Inside the car, Kobni sat in the driver's seat, trembling. Cold sweat soaked her clothes. There were 2 corpses lying in the back seat. No one understood how terrifying that felt. Using a brand new car as a hearse was truly painful. Money was hard to earn. Life was even harder. Kobni slowly got out of the car. She did not expect to see her former colleagues standing there. Aki, why are you here? She asked nervously. Iki also looked surprised. Kobni, why are you here? Out of habit, Kobni bowed. I am helping my boss transport some remains. Senior Iki, why are you here too? For the whole family. Iki raised an eyebrow. Whole family? Sorry. Kobni immediately covered her mouth. Her workplace habit slipped out again. So embarrassing. I am here to wait for someone, Iki said calmly. Important business. Kobni was no longer a devil hunter. The attack on the Kyoto Public Safety Division was confidential. Outsiders were not supposed to know about it. Power suddenly stepped forward and slapped Kobni's shoulder hard. Hey. Shorty, it has been ages since we met. Why do you greet Braid Girl but ignore me? Kobni panicked. Hello, Miss Power. Have you not eaten? Power barked. Say it louder. Kale stepped in before Kobni started crying. All right. He gently pushed Power aside. President of the world, show some mercy to your citizens. Fine. Power's temper vanished as quickly as it appeared. Kale glanced into the car. 2 blue body bags lay in the back seat. Those must be the remains Kobni mentioned earlier. Kobni, Kale said, I know you might be in a hurry, but hold on for a moment. Iki's clients booked earlier, so they go first. But do not worry, there will be plenty of time. Kobni nodded quickly. I am not in a hurry. Good. Kale looked toward Iki. Call that Kyoto public safety guy and see how long he will take. All right. Iki pulled out her phone and prepared to call. Buzz. Before the call connected, another car arrived. A black sedan stopped nearby. The driver stepped out. It was Mr. Ang. His body was covered in scars and he looked exhausted. He is here, Aki said quietly. Then let's get to work, Kale replied. Kale, Rizet, and Iki walked toward him. Iki handed him a cigarette. Mr. Ang, your injuries look serious. You should go to the hospital. Mr. Ang glanced at her, then briefly looked at Kale and Rizet. Both were attractive. Exactly his type. But compared to them, Kale was far more valuable. A living bounty worth $20 million. Just like the intelligence said. Definitely him. No mistake. Mr. Ang lit the cigarette and sighed. My injuries are nothing. Akamoto and Ono were my students. I will avenge them personally. Then he turned to Kale. You must be the Undertaker. Please help them rest in peace. Kale nodded and opened the trunk. Inside were two bodies. Their eyes were still wide open. Not far away, Kobni stayed by her car. She did not dare approach. She was no longer a devil hunter. Getting involved with dangerous incidents again could easily get her killed. Power also stayed behind, but for a completely different reason. She had taken interest in Kobni's car. Bang! Without asking permission, Power opened the driver's door and sat inside. Oh my! My legs are numb from walking. Sitting is much better. Kobni panicked and quickly climbed into the passenger seat. Miss Power, please do not. Ah, you thief, Power suddenly shouted. Huh? Shorty thief, why did you get into my car without permission? Kobni's brain froze. Is this not my car? Nonsense. Power slammed the steering wheel proudly. This car looks exactly like the one at my house. Look. The seat fits me perfectly. It is clearly my car. Kobni's face twitched. I have the purchase receipt. See if you do not believe me. Power ignored her completely. Are you dissatisfied? Do you want me to wash the car with your blood? Cold sweat ran down Kobni's face. And no. Miss Power, since you are in the driver's seat, please do not move your feet. Oh, please. I have had a driver's license since I was 3. VROM. Power slammed the accelerator. The car roared violently. It shot forward like a wild beast, straight toward the group ahead. Bang! Mr. Ang, who had just reached out to shake Kale's hand, was instantly hit. His body slammed into a nearby utility pole. He did not even have time to scream. His organs burst. Blood sprayed everywhere. His intestines spilled across the ground. He died instantly. Kobni sat frozen in the passenger seat. Ambulance. Power wiped sweat from her forehead and bit her lip. Oops. But she recovered quickly. She fixed her hair and turned to Kobni with a serious expression. I just remembered something. The car at my house does not look like this. She pointed at Kobni. Shorty, this is your car. It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 125. The pungent smell of blood spread through the air, thick and metallic. Everyone nearby fell silent. Kale looked down at the body of Mr. Ang. The man's stomach had been crushed flat, as if his body had been pressed into paper. Kale clicked his tongue and shook his head. There was no saving him. The man was dead. Which meant more work. 5 corpses now required disposal. The real problem was the situation itself. One of their own had technically caused it, and assigning responsibility for something like this was not going to be easy. Hayakawa stared at Power in the driver's seat, completely stunned. For a moment, she could not even speak. Iki had a contract with the future devil. With its power, she could briefly glimpse the future. But she obviously did not keep that ability active all the time. Who could possibly predict that Power would take Akai's car and run over Mr. Ang, a senior member of the Kyoto Public Safety Division? At that moment, Isamitaka happened to be returning from school. From a distance, she noticed a crowd gathered outside the funeral home and walked closer, curiosity written on her face. What are you all looking at? Before she could see anything, Rize stepped forward and covered Asa's eyes. Don't look, Asa, it's too brutal, just go home first. This has nothing to do with us. Huh? Before Asa could protest, Rize quickly guided her away and dragged her back into the shop. Inside the car, things were even more chaotic. Power's words had completely stunned Akai. Akai's body trembled. This is my car, but you were the one who hit him. Bang! Power flashed a crooked grin and slammed the car door shut. Oh-ho-ho! She pointed dramatically at Kobni Higashiyama in the passenger seat. You were the one driving and you killed someone, and now you want to push the blame onto others, you executioner. Kobni froze. Her face was already covered in tears, and she could barely form words. Power then turned toward Hayakawa, still pointing at Kobni. This has nothing to do with me. It's not my car and I wasn't driving. It's all this shorty's fault. Iki's patience was about to snap. Before she could say anything, Kale suddenly called out. Hold on, Iki, look at this. What? Iki turned around. Kale pointed at the corpse. This guy's face changed. Icky frowned and stepped closer. The mangled body no longer resembled Mr. Ang. Instead, the corpse belonged to a white man with long bangs covering half of his eyes. It was clearly someone else. What the hell? Icky immediately pulled out a handheld scanner and analyzed the corpse's face before uploading the data. Thanks to her clearance, the system quickly returned a result. Icky studied the information and pieced the situation together. His name is Richard. He's a devil hunter from the United States. She continued calmly. He also works as a bounty hunter. Richard usually takes assassination jobs with his two younger brothers, Joey and Aldo. The three of them have contracts with the Skin Devil. They can transform into the appearance of the dead. Icky's expression hardened, which means Mr. Ang is already dead. Richard was impersonating him the entire time. She paused briefly. We were probably targeted. Kale exhaled slowly. So basically, they're enemies. Exactly. Good. Kale immediately grabbed the corpse. A sharp grinding sound echoed through the air. Flesh and bone twisted and compressed in Kale's hands as a miniature black hole formed, crushing the body into dust. There was no reason to increase the workload. Turning it into fertilizer was far more efficient. Icky let out a small sigh of relief. Despite the ridiculous situation, at least Power would not end up locked in solitary confinement. Power snapped out of her daze. A smug grin spread across her face. See, just like I said. She puffed out her chest proudly. I was the only one who noticed that bastard's real identity. Oh ho ho ho, all the credit belongs to me. Icky completely ignored her nonsense. Instead, she turned to Kale. You need to be careful. This operation was probably aimed at you. Even though Richard is dead, he still has two brothers. Kale stretched lazily. It doesn't matter. If they show up, I'll just kill them too. Icky knew better than to doubt Kale's combat strength. After all, he was someone capable of defeating Rizet. Still, she spoke seriously. Be careful anyway. Joey and Aldo can change appearances. That makes them difficult to guard against. In short, stay cautious around strangers. Even acquaintances could be dangerous. If possible, verify their devil contracts. That's the one thing they can't fake. Kale rolled up his sleeves. All right. If there's nothing else, you should head back. I've got work to do. Meanwhile, Akai remained seated in the passenger seat. She stared at the dent in the hood of her car. Tears streamed down her face. Other people's happiness and suffering meant nothing to her right now. All she could hear was noise. Far away, in a dark and filthy alley filled with rats and cockroaches, Aldo suddenly collapsed to his knees. Bleeg. He vomited violently. Through surveillance cameras, he and his second brother Joey had watched everything. They had seen their eldest brother Richard get crushed by a car. His body smashed apart. His intestines spilled across the pavement. Aldo's already fragile mental state completely shattered. That was our brother. Nearby, Joey stood rigidly. His afro trembled slightly as rage filled his eyes. Blood vessels bulged across his face. Bastard. Calm down. Calm down. He suddenly exploded. F. Bang. Joey slammed his fist into the wall, leaving a bloody mark. That horned freak, that damn monster. How the hell am I supposed to calm down? His chest rose and fell violently. His fists clenched so hard they creaked. Forget the $20 million mission. I don't care anymore. I'm going to avenge my brother. I'll kill that monster with my own hands. Joey stormed out of the alley. The moment he turned the corner, someone blocked his path. A young girl stood there quietly. Short light purple hair. A black military cap. Her head tilted slightly to the side. It was Fami. Joey glared at her furiously. Woman, get lost. I don't have time to kill you right now. Fami calmly removed her hat and dusted it off. This is boring. She looked at him with clear disinterest. Can't you make things more interesting? Joey's face twisted with anger. What the hell are you talking about? Fami spoke calmly. You want to kill my brother-in-law. That could have been interesting. But you are too weak. She sighed slightly. Something that should have been entertaining has become dull because of you. If you can't raise the intensity properly, I'll just kill you myself. Joey's mouth twitched. F you. Without hesitation, he drew a gun. His mind was filled with nothing but rage and revenge. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots echoed through the street. Fami looked unimpressed. Boring. Before the bullets could even reach her, a small wooden carving fell to the ground. Clack. A blinding white light burst from it. In an instant, a massive devil appeared. Nearly 4 meters tall. Its head resembled a parrot with empty, foolish eyes. Its neck leaned sideways at the same angle as Fami's. A cloak made of black feathers covered its body. Inside its torso, there were no organs, only a massive guillotine blade and a white skeleton. The guillotine devil. Every bullet fired at Fami was shredded the moment it entered its range. Fami spoke calmly. Little guillotine, kill him. Chuni. The guillotine devil spread its right wing. Slash, slash. Joey's gun instantly shattered into dozens of fragments. At the same time, his clothes were sliced apart. In an instant, he stood completely naked. Joey stared at the devil in horror. Fami covered her eyes. Oh dear. Silly child, I told you to kill him, not strip him naked. Chew. The guillotine devil froze. Then it nodded vigorously. Chuni. This time it spread its left wing. A sharp flash cut through the air. Blood sprayed across the alley walls. Joey's body was instantly sliced into more than 100 perfectly even pieces. Chapter 126. Blood flowed slowly through the filthy alleyway. Aldo had not even recovered from the death of his eldest brother Richard before witnessing something even worse. The sliced remains of his second brother Joey were scattered across the ground. Gah! Aldo bent forward violently, feeling as if he might vomit up his internal organs. His mind felt like it was breaking apart. Gone. Both of his brothers were gone. This could not be happening. Weren't the 3 of them supposed to be lucky? Weren't they supposed to be immortal? Tap. Tap, tap. Wet footsteps echoed through the alley. Fami approached slowly, accompanied by the towering guillotine devil. Under the dim streetlights, the devil's massive shadow stretched across the ground and swallowed Aldo's trembling body. Fami calmly walked forward and held out a blood-stained handkerchief. You look terrible. Do you need a doctor? Aldo raised his head slowly. His face was pale, but the face he wore belonged to someone else entirely. It was the middle-aged man, Takebana Yuya. No need. I just drank too much. I'll feel better after throwing up. Fami tilted her head slightly. Oh. Changing faces. Her eyes lit up with quiet interest. Interesting. She glanced down at the countless pieces of Joey's corpse scattered across the ground and asked casually, What exactly did you see just now? Chuni. The guillotine devil opened its sharp beak and cried loudly. Aldo forced himself to stay calm. I saw a truck carrying dried meat overturn. The cargo spilled everywhere. That's all. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Fami's lips. Through her ability to read minds, she could clearly sense Aldo's emotions. Fear and hatred were tearing him apart. He was far more interesting than his brothers. Only someone carrying such intense and conflicting emotions had the potential to create something entertaining. For now, she decided not to kill him. Watching how things unfolded would be far more amusing. Fami turned around and casually sat on the skeleton structure inside the guillotine devil. You are immortal. A true master. I look forward to seeing what you will do next. Aldo froze. Cold sweat poured down his face. He knew that this woman had seen through every thought in his mind. Little guillotine, let's go. Chirp, chirp. The guillotine devil folded its wings around Fami. A moment later, a loud burst echoed. Bang! Fami and the guillotine devil dissolved into white mist and vanished. After confirming she had truly disappeared, Aldo collapsed to the ground and gasped for air. His heart pounded wildly inside his chest. Did I survive? But what should I do now? Should he continue the mission? His mind was completely disordered. In the past, decisions like this were always made by his brothers. Almost unconsciously, Aldo reached into his pocket and pulled out a photograph. He had taken it from Ono's body. The picture showed a sunny beach. Two young couples stood together, smiling happily. One of them was Ono. At that time she still had long hair and did not wear glasses. Standing beside her was a young man who looked very similar to her. That was Ono's older brother. Next to them stood a slightly chubby girl. Ono's best friend, Nara Alice. The last person in the picture was Alice's boyfriend. All four of them had been university classmates. On the back of the photo was a date from 3 years ago. Below the date was a line of neat handwriting. Let's have another beach dinner party in 3 years. Aldo placed his hand across his face and slowly wiped it downward. Moments later, his appearance began to change. His body transformed into Ono. After washing away the blood stains, he quietly put on her round glasses. I'm sorry. Night fell. The sky filled with scattered stars. A full moon hung brightly above the city. Since ancient times, humans had feared the moon. Because of that fear, the moon devil had always existed. During a full moon, when moonlight reached its strongest point, the moon devil became most active. Its ability shared some similarities with the falling devil. People bathed in moonlight found it easier to recall their deepest psychological trauma. At least that was the legend. Those whose trauma resurfaced under the moon devil's influence sometimes gazed at the moon and saw something terrifying. On the surface of the moon, they would see the moon devil's true form. A group of naked lunatics dancing wildly around a bonfire. Those who witnessed that scene rarely became artists. More often, they simply became insane. Because of this, a saying had spread throughout the world. When you are sad, no matter what you do, never look at the moon. Of course, the moon devil's power ended there. In terms of raw destruction, it could not compare to a primal fear like the falling devil. Shinjuku Ward. Inside a normal residential building. Knock, knock, knock. Ono stood in front of the door with a faint smile. Coming. A moment later, the door opened. A girl wearing light makeup appeared. Her eyes widened with surprise. Oh, long time no see, Ono. It was Nara Alice. Ono smiled gently. Alice, you've become even more beautiful. I only called you this afternoon and suddenly showed up tonight. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Alice laughed and grabbed her arm. What are you talking about? Come in, come in. She pulled Ono into the entryway. You don't look well, though. Was the trip here exhausting? Maybe a little. Ono avoided meeting her eyes. Since you're here, let's drink as much as we want tonight. Soon Alice brought out an entire crate of canned beer. She heated up some prepared barbecue and placed various snacks across the table. The small table quickly filled with food. Pop. Crack. The two women sat on the tatami floor, drinking and eating quietly. After several drinks, Alice spoke again. Oh no, we haven't seen each other in so long. But you seem much quieter than before. Ono gave a helpless smile. Being a devil hunter does that. You spend the whole day shouting and fighting. It gets exhausting. Alice nodded slowly. I understand that feeling. I've been freelancing for years now. Sometimes, I just want someone to talk to. Ono hesitated slightly. She needed to confirm something. Alice, did you receive any phone calls today? From your parents maybe, or the police. Phone calls. Alice finished her beer in one gulp and waved dismissively. Nope. I only got 2 calls today. One from a really annoying editor. The other was from you. Ono finally relaxed. Alice suddenly asked another question. By the way, since you're in Tokyo, why didn't you visit your brother? Did you two fight again? Yeah. Something like that. Alice sighed and picked up a university class photo. You should try to understand him more. Back then he was amazing. Great personality, talented, and ridiculously handsome. He was basically the heartthrob of our university. If I hadn't foolishly accepted Arakawa's confession back then, I would have chased your brother myself. Ono stared silently at the photo. Her gaze fixed on the smiling girl who looked exactly like her. I'm sorry. Alice blinked. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm fine. Moonlight streamed through the window and illuminated Ono's body. Looking at the photo, she suddenly felt as if the real Ono were still alive somewhere. Her lips trembled. The emotions she had been suppressing finally broke free. She collapsed onto the table and began sobbing uncontrollably. God damn it. What the hell have I done? Alice frowned and gently patted her back. There. It's okay. After they finished eating and cleaned up, the two friends went to bed together. Late at night, neither of them could fall asleep. Oh no. Alice spoke quietly. Are you unhappy with your job? Why do you ask? You suddenly started crying earlier. Maybe. I've been under a lot of pressure lately. Alice placed her hands behind her head. I've actually been thinking about changing careers. I want to open a convenience store. Really? Yeah. Oh no, do you want to join me? I can handle the startup costs myself. I haven't decided yet. Alice took a deep breath. Think about it seriously. Being a devil hunter is basically courting death. The reason you and your brother argue so much is because he worries about you. I'm sorry. Ono eventually fell asleep. But the one dreaming was Aldo. In his dream, Richard and Joey stood atop a pile of ruins. They looked down at him calmly. Aldo, the three of us have no blood, no emotions, and no souls. Remember this. We are immortal, so we have nothing to fear. But both of them were already dead. Suddenly, Fami's words echoed loudly inside Aldo's mind. In that moment, he understood something. My brothers were never the real experts. I am the true master. And only I am truly immortal. His eyes snapped open. The mission continues. Chapter 127. Aldo understood. A true master never fled from battle. He was immortal. He would inherit the legacy of his brothers. And he would finish the job perfectly. Midnight. Nara Alice had drunk far too much and was fast asleep. Ono gently brushed a hand across her face. Her chest flattened instantly and her hair shortened in the blink of an eye. 2 vertical scars appeared around his right eye socket. Aldo had returned to his true appearance. A real master assassin does not need disguises, he murmured. He carefully pulled the blanket over Alice. Alice, thanks for taking me in and treating me to drinks and barbecue. Then he calmly walked to the kitchen and picked up a cleaver. Swish. One clean strike. Alice's head rolled from her body before she could even scream. It hit the floor with a dull thud as blood soaked the bedsheets. Aldo picked up her severed head and gently kissed her forehead. See that, brother? I didn't vomit when I killed her. I didn't feel sick either. I've finally become a real expert. Holding the head, Aldo walked out of the house. He felt the moon calling him. 3 a.m. The wilderness. An empty clearing surrounded by darkness. Alice's head was placed carefully on the ground. Aldo raised both hands and stared at the full moon hanging high in the sky. The small white disk slowly expanded in his vision. Something was there. Strange figures. They had long gourd-shaped heads with no human features. Their skin was corpse white. Each creature possessed only a single eyebrowless eye and a wide-open mouth. They had no bodies and no arms. Instead, long legs extended from beneath their heads, like the skinned legs of a giant bullfrog. Tumor-like lumps covered those legs, resembling grotesque human glands. These things could not possibly be people. They were moon demons. A group of them jumped around a bonfire, chanting in a distorted rhythm. Hamoon, hamoon, hamoon dai dai hamoon. Hamoon dai ha dai dai. The moment they noticed Aldo watching them, their single eyes turned toward him. Simp. Aldo dropped to his knees and pressed his palms together. Demon of the moon, I offer you this sacrifice. Please form a contract with me and grant me the power to kill Kale. Hamoon ha dai dai. Their language was strange and incomprehensible. Yet Aldo understood them perfectly. Yes, he said with complete sincerity, I'm willing to offer everything I have. The moon demons' mouths stretched almost to their foreheads. They began jumping excitedly. Hamoon hamoon. Whoosh. Nara Alice's head disappeared. The next moment it appeared above their bonfire, skewered and roasting. After a chaotic scramble among the creatures, Ha moon, burp. The moon demons let out a satisfied belch. Devil contracts were absolute. Once a contract was made, both sides had to obey. Anyone who broke the agreement would die. However, the moon demon itself did not possess much power. It could not grant Aldo the strength he desired. But that did not bother it. The moon demon had connections. Extensive connections within the devil world. It was extremely weak, but it knew many powerful devils. In simple terms, the moon demon was a broker. A middleman. It connected humans and devils and profited from both sides. Since Aldo had already proven his sincerity, the moon demon decided to introduce him to a suitable devil. Recently, because of the falling devil incident, one particular devil had grown far stronger than before. That devil also happened to be rather simple-minded. Easy to fool. Perfect for Aldo. The moon demon quickly contacted that devil through its own methods. After a brief negotiation, the moon demon vanished. Aldo remained kneeling in the clearing. Suddenly, his body trembled. A hoarse voice echoed inside his mind like the toll of a massive bell. Human. Offer your entire right arm, and this old man will form a contract with you. In return, I will grant you power capable of overturning mountains and seas. I accept. Aldo did not hesitate. He drew his knife and sliced off his right arm. Splat. The severed limb hit the ground. Aoch. His scream tore through the empty wilderness. The pain was unbearable. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed, convulsing violently. At the same time, the severed arm dissolved into particles of light. Healthy. What delicious flesh and blood. The ancient voice laughed. Very good, young human. This old man is very pleased with you. Remember this name. I am the Earthquake Devil. 9 in the morning. Wearing the face of Takebana Yuya, Aldo arrived outside Kale's shop. In one hand, he carried a bulging snakeskin bag. At that moment, Takebana Yuyumi stepped outside after keeping vigil at the morning hall all night. The moment he saw Aldo, his eyes widened. His legs trembled. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes repeatedly. This can't be right. His brother had died. Yuyumi had personally pushed the body into the cremator. The ashes were still inside the backpack he carried. So who was the man standing in front of him who looked exactly like his brother? Was this a ghost? Brother, Yuyumi asked with a shaking voice. What? Aldo looked at him. Brother, you're alive. Aldo examined the man carefully. Their faces had a faint resemblance. He immediately understood. Turning away, he covered his face and reverted to his scarred appearance. You must be exhausted. You probably mistook me for someone else. Yuyumi rubbed his eyes again and looked at the scarred man. Oh, yeah, you're right. I guess I missed my brother so much that I'm hallucinating. I'm really sorry. Aldo nodded casually. If you have nothing else to say, move aside. If you keep blocking my path, I might kill you. Yuyumi froze. Eek. Calling the man a lunatic in his head, he quickly ran away. Tusk. Ding dong, ding dong. Aldo pressed the doorbell. A moment later, the door opened. Kale and Asamitaka stood behind it. Aldo glanced at them calmly. Boss, I need your help with an embalming service. Asa took out her tablet, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Sir, do you have an appointment? If you do, please provide the last few digits of your phone number so we can confirm it. No. Aldo shook his head. But I can pay extra. Kale instantly felt that something was off. He pulled Asa slightly behind him. We don't accept extra payment. If you need embalming services, you'll have to wait 3 days. Aldo smirked. What if I said, I'll pay an extra 3 billion yen? Kale scoffed. 3 billion yen. That kind of money could buy more than a dozen funeral homes, like this one in Tokyo. Fine, Kale said casually. Transfer the money and we'll handle it right away. Hehehe. Aldo suddenly burst into loud laughter. Thud. The foul-smelling snakeskin bag dropped onto the ground. Relax, relax. I was joking. I'll wait in line. Chapter 128. Aldo tossed the snakeskin bag onto the ground and began untying the rope around it. With only his left hand remaining, the process was painfully slow. "I've heard people say your skills are incredible," Aldo said. "So tell me, can you handle a corpse in this condition?" Once the bag was open, Aldo grabbed a corner of the bottom and lifted it sharply. Clatter! Chunks of human flesh spilled from the bag and scattered across the floor. Arms, legs, pieces of torso, fragments of bone. The smell of blood quickly thickened the air. Issa frowned deeply and covered her nose. She retched twice. The nausea surged again, threatening to make her vomit. Perhaps it was because she had been juggling work and studying lately. Issa had not been eating well, and she had been feeling nauseous often. Aldo stared at the pile of body parts and spoke in a low, gloomy tone. "This is my second older brother. He was chopped into hundreds of pieces by a devil. I tried to gather everything and piece him back together before coming here. But unfortunately, there were probably too many rats, wild dogs, or stray cats. Not only are his organs missing, but half of his ass is gone. And both of his balls are missing too." Kale glanced at the mess without much interest. "Send me a photo, leave 10 million yen, and I will return a complete second brother to you in 4 days." The price was outrageous. Normally, repairing a corpse in this state would cost around 2.5 million yen. But Issa had just retched because of this bastard. Kale immediately disliked him. And when Kale disliked someone, the price always went up. Most people would refuse such a ridiculous offer. Aldo raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Only 10 million yen. Oh my, what a generous price. Several other places refused to take my brother." "Thank you, then we have a deal." He agreed that easily. Something felt strange. Looking closer, Kale noticed that Aldo's decadent face seemed vaguely familiar. A bright smile spread across Aldo's face as he extended his remaining left hand. "Pleasure doing business with you, Kale. Come on, let's shake hands." "Shake hands?" Aldo frowned. "What, are you discriminating against me because I'm disabled?" Slap. With a faint smile, Kale firmly grabbed Aldo's hand. "Of course not. I am an undertaker who respects disabled people the most." Inside, Aldo was ecstatic. The corners of his mouth twitched upward uncontrollably. Success. The moment their palms touched, Aldo carefully released a stream of super strong glue from his sleeve. It bonded their hands together instantly. Now Kale was trapped. Victory was already decided. Next, Aldo would unleash the power of the earthquake devil. Time to shake things up. Which was more terrifying, a chainsaw or an earthquake? The answer was obvious. The earthquake devil possessed power strong enough to shatter mountains and overturn seas. Crushing a chainsaw man would be effortless. "Friend, you're holding my hand a little tightly, aren't you?" Kale said calmly. He had noticed Aldo's little trick from the start. As expected, the guy had bad intentions. Still, since Aldo wanted to get close, Kale saw no reason to refuse. Seeing Kale remain completely calm made Aldo's blood boil. But since Kale was about to die anyway, Aldo did not bother arguing. It was time to reveal himself. As a proud master assassin, Aldo had no interest in hiding his identity from prey. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. "Oh right. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Aldo. And this pile of meat on the floor is my brother Joey." Before he could finish, Kale scratched his head and cut him off. "And your eldest brother is Richard. I buried him in the ground as fertilizer. Aldo, I don't know why you went through all the trouble to come here and die. But can you hurry the fuck up? I want to take my wife out for a walk." "Huh?" Aldo's eyes widened. How could he tolerate that? His brother's wills had been insulted. His forehead veins bulged violently. "FK. Feel the power of collapsing mountains. Kale, crumble into dust for me." Nothing happened. "What?" Aldo froze. "Break apart Kale," he shouted again, forcing his power. Kale yawned. No matter how hard Aldo tried, Kale remained standing there without moving. "Wait, where the hell is my power?" Aldo muttered, his face turning red. Did the earthquake devil lie to him? "Stop fooling around. The supermarket has a sale today. If we go late, everything will be gone," Issa said quietly. Even though she earned her own money now, she could never shake the habit of shopping during sales. All right, whatever Issa says. Kale squeezed his palm slightly. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. Ah, egg, Aldo screamed, tears pouring down his face. Earthquake, you lying piece of shit, where's my power? A voice echoed inside Aldo's mind. The earthquake devil sounded surprised. I didn't lie to you. The moment I touch that man, my power stops working. I see, I get it now. It must be because of him. Let go of him first, then activate the vibration. It will definitely work. I can't let go. The glue had worked too well. Without a special solvent, the only way to separate was to cut off a hand. Hess, then I can't help you, the earthquake devil replied coldly. You brought this on yourself, idiot. Kale ignored the rambling completely. With a casual motion, he lifted Aldo into the air like a dead dog. Then he looked gently at Issa. Issa, why don't you wait outside? I don't want blood splashing on you. Okay, just be quick. Issa jogged out of the shop. The pile of body parts on the floor made her stomach churn. She really might throw up. After she left, Kale looked back at Aldo and smiled kindly. All right, now it's our turn. FK, Aldo roared helplessly. A moment later, Kale grabbed Aldo and began smashing him against the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Again and again. After a dozen seconds, Aldo stopped moving. His face had completely collapsed. His entire body was a bloody mess. His nose was no longer a nose. His face was no longer a face. Both eyeballs had burst under the pressure. His intestines spilled from his navel and spread across the floor. The courtyard, already stained with blood, now looked like the aftermath of a brutal murder. A black hole devoured Aldo's twisted hand, dissolving the glue. Kale clapped his hands in mild frustration. Now all three brothers are together. Happy. After finishing Aldo, Kale walked out of the shop. He would clean everything later. He did not want to keep Issa waiting. Just as Kale stepped outside, the brain inside Aldo's ruined corpse twitched slightly. His body was dead, completely immobile. But his brain had not fully shut down yet. Aldo could still form one last thought. Hehe. I'm not dead yet. I told you. I'm immortal. Earth's earthquake devil. Sensing Aldo's call, the earthquake devil felt delighted. Suppressing its excitement, it spoke in a calm voice. Young man, do you still require something from this old one? I want to sacrifice myself and my second brother's body. Please, descend. Let me see your full power. Kill Kale. Hearing this request, the scattered bone fragments across Aldo's body began vibrating. They gathered together and formed a wide, grotesque mouth. What a sensible child. Even in death, he knew not to waste anything. In that case, it might as well take the offering while it was still fresh. All right, the earthquake devil replied with a smile. Chapter 129. The corpses of the two brothers, Joey and Aldo, were devoured by a grotesque mouth made of bone. A wet, grinding chew echoed through the air. Burped. The earthquake devil let out a satisfied belch, savoring the taste. The brothers had barely whetted its appetite. A dull boom rolled across the sky. Not enough, not even close. I want more, I want to eat people, more Japanese people. Hehehe. Something shifted. Issa and Kale had not gone far when the air grew heavy. It pressed against her lungs, thick and wrong. She walked a few steps, then her head spun. It felt like the nausea from a long bus ride, the kind that sneaks up and knocks you sideways. The ground trembled. An earthquake, Japan got those all the time. But this one felt off. Her face drained of color as she gripped Kale's hand tighter. Damn it, she was going to puke. Kale, She did not finish. She yanked him toward the roadside ditch. Bleg. Issa doubled over and vomited hard, emptying everything in her stomach, even last night's dinner. Issa, Kale frowned, rubbing her back in slow circles. When she finished, he pulled out a handkerchief and wiped her mouth clean, then handed her 2 bottles of water. His dark hole had storage functions, something he had refined for convenience. He carried whatever might be useful, medicine, water, food, even spare clothes. Prepared for anything. Issa, you look like hell. Forget the supermarket, we're going to the hospital. She nodded, weak but compliant. She was not alone anymore. She did not have to tough everything out. Then the sky dimmed. The air thickened further, almost suffocating. Wrestle, wrestle. Trees along the road shook violently. Birds scattered in chaotic flocks. Rats burst from drains and sprinted across the street like they had lost their minds. Something's wrong, Kale muttered, glancing up. This isn't a normal quake. The clouds had changed. What had been smooth and white now stretched across the sky in long rib-like bands, as if something massive was breathing beneath them. I get it, Asa said suddenly. Infrasound, that's why I feel sick. It's a precursor to a massive earthquake. Then everything stopped. The shaking vanished. The world went still, unnaturally still. The calm before the storm, Kale said quietly, eyes sharp. A heartbeat later, the earth exploded. The ground convulsed with terrifying force. Buildings swayed violently, as if they might tear themselves free from their foundations. Boom! Crack, track, track. The road split open beneath their feet, a jagged abyss tearing outward in all directions. They were about to fall. A sharp rush of wind cut through the chaos. Kale reacted instantly, lifting Asa into his arms. One hand supported her back, the other under her knees. Air currents surged beneath them, holding them aloft. They hovered. Below them, the ground collapsed in chunks, dust and debris rising in thick clouds. Crack, track, track. The rupture kept spreading. Asa looked down, her stomach twisting again. The broken road gaped like a beast's mouth, opening and closing as if it wanted to swallow everything whole. Her arms tightened around Kale's neck. I've never seen anything like this. Kale's expression hardened. Aldo's final words echoed in his mind. This isn't random, he said. It's targeting us. Then a voice rang out. Hehehe. The sound came from the direction of the funeral home. They turned. Their pupils shrank. The funeral home stood up. No, not stood. Something had risen from it. A devil. It used tectonic plates as its body, dragging buildings into itself, shaping them into twisted limbs and a grotesque face. Structures from kilometers away were being pulled in, crushed together into a monstrous form. People caught in the debris were ground into paste. The funeral home itself had been warped, now sitting atop the creature's head like a mockery of a hat. The earthquake devil towered over everything, more than 2 kilometers wide, its height even greater. It dwarfed even the typhoon devil. Asa's voice trembled. Kale, our home, it's gone. Yeah, he said flatly. It wants to die. The earthquake devil stared up at him, smug and unaware. I am the mighty earthquake devil. Which one of you is Kale? Step forward and meet your death. Kale exhaled slowly. He held Asa securely with one arm, his other hand extended forward, palm open. Fear extraction. Dark red energy flooded toward him from every direction, thin strands and dense streams alike, gathering and swirling around his body. Fear. Not just from humans, but from every living thing within range. The earthquake had done half the work for him. The earthquake devil laughed. Hahaha, an insect thinks it can fight me, how pathetic, though I admit that wind around you. It smells like my brother, the typhoon devil. Explain yourself and I might grant you a quick death. Asa raised her middle finger. The typhoon devil was trash. I could have killed it with a damn taxi. If that's your brother, then you're trash too. The earthquake devil froze, then roared. What did you say? I will crush you. A massive fist descended, large enough to flatten a mountain. Kale did not even flinch. Asa, don't waste your breath on garbage like this. He clicked his tongue. Seriously, what kind of outdated thinking was this? Bigger equals stronger? Dumb as hell. The gathered fear condensed in his hand, forming a dark red spear that pulsed with killing intent. He did not bother with a fancy name. Well, screw it, withering heart-piercing attack. The spear vibrated, eager. Inside Asa's mind, Yoru trembled. This is the kind of weapon I've always wanted. The spear vanished. Whoosh! A red afterimage lingered for a split second. Then it appeared behind the earthquake devil. The tip was already buried deep. A hole tore through its chest, wide as a train tunnel. The devil froze. Its movement stopped completely. Impossible. Its massive body began to crumble, collapsing like dry sand. The fight ended before it even began. The earthquake ceased. Then something fell. Splatter. Organs rained from the sky. Within a kilometer, everything was drenched in the earthquake devil's remains. Chapter 130. Ding, the host has killed the earthquake devil and gained 328 attribute points. Absorbed the earthquake devil's ability, Fisherquake, the power of mountain and sea collapse. The host can trigger powerful vibrations within a radius of Constitution multiplied by 10 meters. Attribute points, 1190. Kale landed with a sa, carefully finding a relatively clean spot to stand. One rotten detail could ruin everything. Even though the earthquake devil was nothing special, it had already reduced the entire area to chaos. Buildings were wrecked, the streets were a mess, and plenty of people had died just from the aftermath. What pissed him off the most was the shop. A few months ago, the funeral home had been damaged by the fox devil, but it was repairable back then. This time it was completely crushed, flattened like it never existed. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he got. That bastard died too easily. If he had a way to reach hell right now, he would go down there just to kill it again for fun. Snap! Something warm wrapped around his hand. Issa. She looked straight at him, calm but firm. It's fine. As long as we're alive, we can rebuild. Yeah. Oh, right, Issa frowned slightly. I should call Rizeh. She left early this morning to deliver ashes. With a quake like that, I hope she's okay. Kale let out a quiet breath. Good, that saved him the trouble. This was how things should be. As long as they got along, even a messed up world like this could feel decent. Beep. The signal was weak, the base stations must have taken damage. It took a while before the call finally connected. Rizeh, are you hurt? Issa asked. Nope, I'm fine, Rizeh replied. The ground started shaking out of nowhere. If I wasn't a good driver, I would have ended up in a ditch. Oh, and I saw a huge devil. What about you and Kale? We're okay, but the funeral home got destroyed. Huh? Rizeh's voice immediately turned anxious. She might fool around with Kale behind the scenes, but officially she was still just an employee at the funeral home. Now the place was gone. Her job, her excuse to stay, all of it. Her tone softened instantly. Boss lady, you're not going to fire me, right? Fire you? Issa sounded genuinely confused. Why would I do that? You're not just an employee, you're our friend. Stop worrying and come meet us. Yay. Kale quietly let out another breath. Crisis avoided. Unfortunately for him, Issa noticed. After spending so much time around him, she could read his mood from the smallest details. The way he breathed, the way his shoulders moved, even the timing of his reactions. That little sigh of relief. Yeah, she caught it. So her guess was right. Kale and Rizeh definitely had something going on. They thought they were subtle. Cute. Never underestimate a girl in love. The way Rizeh looked at him, no matter how much she tried to hide it, it only made it more obvious. Feelings like that didn't stay buried. Love always leaked out eventually. Which meant the real actor here was Issa. Kale and Rizeh might fool Yoru, but not her. Still, she didn't feel angry. Strangely, she felt okay. Rizeh was amazing. Pretty, capable, polite, quick to learn, the kind of girl who would stand out anywhere. And yet she gave up everything to follow Kale and work around corpses. That kind of choice only came from one place. Love. Issa thought about it carefully. A girl like Rizeh deserved someone worth it. And honestly, the only person who fit that standard was Kale. If they couldn't be together, that would be a waste. Besides, Issa liked her too. And even with Rizeh around, Kale had not treated her any worse. If anything, he was even more attentive than before. Maybe guilt, maybe instinct. Either way, she benefited. That alone was enough. Japan might insist on monogamy, but in a world like this, rules were already falling apart. And in the end, both she and Rizeh liked Kale. That was what mattered. If things went further someday, she would not mind sharing. That was her stance as the main one. Of course, for now, it seemed like they had not crossed the final line yet. Good. As long as Kale had not made it official, she could pretend not to know. And make him try harder. A small privilege for being the main one. That afternoon, Kale drove from Oda Ward to Tgthegood Ward. The car radio crackled. We interrupt this program for an emergency broadcast. Due to the influence of the earthquake devil, a magnitude 8.6 earthquake struck areas centered around Kanagawa and Chiba prefectures. The quake lasted 1 minute and 25 seconds. Numerous buildings have collapsed. The confirmed death toll has reached 1,603, with many still missing. The number continues to rise. Residents are advised to avoid unstable structures. We repeat. Click. Kale turned it off. He was not in the mood for depressing news. He had enough money saved electronically to rebuild the funeral home without trouble. Right now, the priority was simple. Find a place to stay. The sky was getting darker. Buzz. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Kale frowned slightly and pulled over near a convenience store. He glanced back at Asa and Rize. I'm grabbing food. After that, we'll find a place to sleep. What do you want? As long as it's not fish or sushi, I'm fine, Asa said. Same answer as always. Rize blinked, smiling. Candied fruit and kvass, please, Kale. Got it. He stepped out and headed inside. Once he blended into the crowd, he pulled out his phone. Yeah, what's up, Makima? He had set a custom vibration for her calls. Taking that call in front of Asa, and Rize felt like asking for trouble. Better to handle it privately. Makima's gentle voice came through. I'm sorry, Kale. I was busy with work. I didn't expect Aldo to cause something like this and destroy your shop. Kale let out a small laugh. Why are you apologizing? Not your fault. Don't take the blame for someone else's mess. You're right. So why call? There was a short pause. Kale, staying in a hotel would be uncomfortable, wouldn't it? The environment is dull, people come and go, the air is stale, and there's always the risk of being watched. Kale picked up a pack of candied fruit, amused. What choice do we have? We can't exactly sleep under a bridge. On the other end, Makima sat quietly, twirling a strand of her hair. There is another option. My place is quite large, and I live alone in the entire building. It's private, quiet, and clean. The dogs are well behaved too. She paused, then added softly. If you don't mind, you can bring Asa and Rize over. The four of us can live together. Chapter 131. Kale actually found himself swayed by the idea. Makima had thought everything through. Living at her place would be far more comfortable than any hotel. But that raised a problem. He hesitated before speaking. But the war devil inside Asa doesn't exactly get along with Pachita, right? If we move in, what happens to him? If Yoro and Pachita met? If she recognized the true form of the chainsaw devil, they would tear everything apart. And if Pachita got even a little serious, Yoro at her current level would get wiped out instantly. But Yoro was using Asa's body. Yeah, no way in hell he wanted that. There was a solution. He could stash Pachita in the dark hole again. No, that was basically solitary confinement, way too cruel for the little guy. A soft chuckle came through the phone. Makima didn't seem bothered in the slightest. That's simple, she said calmly. I'm the control devil. I can slightly adjust the war devil's perception and make her believe Pachita is just an ordinary dog. She spoke like it was nothing. And honestly, it was nothing to her. If she wanted, she could go even further. She could twist Asa Mataka's perception entirely, make her think she was a dog. Then Kale would have one less person to share himself with. Makima could cling to him right in front of Asa, while Asa could only kneel off to the side, waiting for scraps of affection. Too bad. That idea was off the table. Kale cared about Asa, he would hate that. And Makima had no intention of doing anything that would upset him. Kale thought it over. Messing with Asa's perception felt off. But it was the cleanest solution. All right, he said, exhaling. But listen, Makima, you keep it limited. Only change how Asa sees Pachita, nothing extra, got it? Asa was his wife. So was Makima. He wasn't about to let one turn the other into a puppet. Of course, Makima replied smoothly, like she had been expecting that. Come as soon as you can, I've already prepared a room for you. Yeah, thanks. The call ended. Kale grabbed the food he had bought, paid at the register, and headed back to the car. He cleared his throat. All right, Asa Rize found us a place. We're heading to Shinjuku. Shinjuku, Rize's instincts immediately flared. If she remembered right, that witch Makima lived in Shinjuku. No way. Was this idiot about to blow everything? She glanced at Kale but kept quiet. Asa frowned slightly, pinching her chin. Shinjuku? Hotels there are insanely expensive. We could just stay somewhere cheaper like Setagaya. Kale waved it off with a grin. Nah, it's my boss's place. She owns the whole apartment building, saw the news about the disaster and told us to move in. Asa sucked in a sharp breath. Shinjuku, an entire building. Kale, your boss is ridiculously rich. Yeah, probably, he said casually. Better than wasting money on a hotel, right? Rize's expression turned complicated. Great, it really is Makima. Living under the same roof as that woman, what a pain. She crossed her arms and forced a smile. I don't mind. Good, Kale nodded, then looked at Asa. What about you? Asa stared straight into his eyes. Your boss, man or woman, and how old? Damn. Straight to the point. Well, no point dragging it out. They were going to meet anyway. All right, Kale said. My boss is Makima, she's the control devil, Yoru's younger sister, looks about 23. Asa's heart skipped. Makima. Control devil. Yoru's sister. And his boss. This was the second time she had heard that name. The first was from Fami, mentioned casually. Her thoughts spiraled. No way. There was no way Kale, a public safety temp, was screwing around with his boss too. Right. She had just barely come to terms with Rize. 2 was already a headache. Now a third. Her chest tightened again. Fine, she said quickly, I'll go. She needed to see this Makima herself. Shinjuku Ward. A luxurious standalone apartment building. The moment Asa saw Makima, she froze. So this was her. Beautiful. Not even slightly inferior to her. 3 years older, yet perfectly in her prime. That calm, almost holy aura she carried was lethal. If she acted even a little nice toward Kale. Yeah, there was no way he would resist. And those eyes. Eyes didn't lie. Every time Makima glanced at Kale, there was obvious affection in them. Kale, for once, avoided her gaze. That alone told Asa everything. Great. Just great. Another one in his collection. Her heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally gave up. And worse. Standing in front of Makima, Asa felt pressure. Something she had never felt from Rize. For the first time, her position as the main wife felt shaky. Makima opened the door, revealing a spacious interior. Kale Isamitaka, Rize welcome. Make yourselves at home. Thank you, Miss Makima. Asa tightened her grip on Kale's arm. Suddenly, woof, woof woof. Dogs rushed out from the bathroom. Seeing strangers, they immediately surrounded them, wagging their tails and sniffing excitedly. Pachita trotted over and jumped straight onto Kale's head. Tiramisu, Cream Puff, and the others rolled at his feet, exposing their bellies. Asa flinched and quickly hid behind Kale. Oh, you have a lot of dogs. Makima smiled faintly. No need to be afraid, they're well-behaved and freshly bathed. She gestured lightly. The Labrador at your feet is Corn, very gentle, you can try petting her. Okay. Asa crouched and carefully patted Corn's head. The dog responded happily. Makima, wearing slippers, then opened the bedroom doors one by one. Other than my room, there are 4 empty bedrooms. Each has its own bathroom. Pick whichever you like. Asa stood up and clung to Kale's arm, smiling stiffly. That's too much trouble. Kale is my boyfriend, I'll stay with him. Kale felt the tension instantly. Yeah, that line wasn't subtle at all. Makima's smile didn't change. Of course, no problem. Her gaze shifted to Rize. And you. Rize let out a quiet snort. There are plenty of rooms, right? I'll take the one next to yours. She smirked slightly. I'm not used to living with dogs. The air went cold. Makima's smile sharpened just a little. I see, though that room hasn't been used in a while, might have rats. She paused, voice calm but edged. Compared to filthy rats, I think living with dogs is much more comfortable. Yeah, this was getting spicy. Kale scratched his head. Should he step in? Nah. As long as they didn't start killing each other, he'd let them talk their shit. Asa, completely confused, tilted her head. Do you too not like cats? I think living with cats is pretty nice. Chapter 132. Issa had no idea about the tension between Makima and Rizet. She couldn't pick up on the subtle hostility in their exchange, and genuinely thought they were just talking about dogs and mice. Then it settled. Rizet clapped her hands lightly and turned to Issa, her expression softening. She smiled a little sly. Issa, can I borrow Kale for 10 minutes? She brushed her hair back casually. His ability makes cleaning up easier. If I do it alone, it'll take a while. Issa frowned slightly. She hadn't expected that. Rizet, you better actually be cleaning. She let out a quiet sigh. She didn't like the idea, not really, but Rizet had at least asked. That mattered. As the main girl, she couldn't be too stingy. All right, Issa nodded. But she had another reason. Makima's presence was overwhelming. Way too overwhelming. Compared to that, Rizet felt manageable. And judging by their interaction, Rizet and Makima clearly didn't get along. Good. That meant she needed to stay closer to Rizet. Makima smiled faintly. Why don't I help as well? It'll be faster with more people. Rizet rejected her immediately. No need, too many people just get in the way. Then she grabbed Kale's hand. Come on. Wait, Makima said, stepping in smoothly. She took Kale's other hand and pressed a key into his palm. You'll need this. Rizet let out a quiet scoff. Who needs a key? She pulled out a thin wire with a grin. I can open it myself, and if I can't, I'll just blow it up. Issa blinked, a bit flustered. Hold on. Both of you are pulling on my boyfriend right in front of me. Isn't that a bit much? Sure, Kale wouldn't die, but tearing him in half still sounded like a bad idea. Caught between them, Kale stayed silent. Helping either side felt like stepping on a landmine. He scratched his head, slightly sweating. In the end, Issa stepped in. Kale, it's getting late. Go help Rizet clean up. We should rest soon. Then she naturally took Makima's hand. Miss Makima, could you show me around? I've never stayed somewhere like this. I don't want to accidentally break any rules. Inside the room next door. Click. The lights came on. The room was simple, minimal furniture, clean layout. Not messy, but clearly unused for a while. The air carried a faint layer of dust. Kale rolled up his sleeves. Rizet, go get some water first. We'll MMGH. Simp. Before he could finish, Rizet shoved him back against the door. Click. The lights went out. Darkness swallowed the room. Kale blinked, caught off guard. Damn. He had expected something like this. Just not this fast. Rizet didn't give him time to think. Time's short, she murmured near him, voice low. Start with me. 10 minutes later, they finally pulled apart. Rizet straightened her clothes and calmly fastened the buttons behind her back. That was enough. Close enough to the edge without crossing it. She wanted it to be perfect when it actually happened. Just like Issa. Just like Makima. She leaned into Kale, clinging to him. Kale, her voice softened near his ear, when's my turn? You had your chance just now, Kale replied honestly. Rizet frowned slightly. Idiot. She bit him lightly on the head. I'm not rushing it. She pulled back, eyes steady. I want it to be like with Issa and Makima. Her voice dipped, almost dreamy. So intense you can barely stand after. And then we'll go again. Kale let out a quiet breath, half amused, half helpless. All right, there'll be a time. He paused. I'll tell Issa properly first. All three of you need to get along. Rizet nodded. I'll wait. Late at night. Bedroom. After a shower, it was finally time to sleep. Issa wrapped her arms around Kale from behind, a playful smile on her face. Miss Makima said the rooms are soundproof so. Kale understood immediately. Yeah. He wasn't sleeping early tonight. With a quiet sigh, he focused himself. No holding back now. He turned and pulled her closer. Issa's eyes softened, slowly losing focus. Kale, she murmured, her voice unsteady. You're surrounded by so many beautiful girls. When you get tired of me, you won't leave me, right? Kale brushed her hair aside and pressed the back of his hand gently to her forehead. No fever, he said lightly, so why are you saying something this stupid? Issa flushed, pouting stubbornly. I want an answer. Kale smiled, softer this time. I'm serious about you, Asa. This isn't a game. I won't get tired of you. I love you. His voice lowered. You're mine, always. Isa's heart pounded. Every time. No matter how many times. That same feeling came rushing back, just like their first kiss on the Ferris wheel. I love you too. Her emotions surged, overwhelming her. She lost control and activated her ability. Banishment. Turn over. Her voice carried a strange excitement. Time for the war devil to show you something. Elsewhere. Makima lay awake. Rize Isamitaka. They had just moved in and already causing trouble one after the other. Meanwhile, she hadn't had a moment alone with him. She sighed softly. How shameless. Inside the kitchen storage cabinet, Fami sat curled up, quietly nibbling on bread. As the famine devil, she could appear anywhere food existed. Right now, she watched everything unfold, her expression slightly flushed. Interesting. Her eyes lingered. So this is how it works. She smiled faintly. Kale Asa Rize and little sister. Your lives look very fun. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I kind of want to join in. Chapter 133. 3 days had passed since they moved into Makima's house. Morning. Kale had already gone out early, busy dealing with the reconstruction of the funeral home. Asa, however, was feeling a little unwell. She didn't want to bother him, so she quietly went to the hospital alone for a checkup. 2 hours later, the results were ready. Inside the consultation room, the doctor, a woman in her late 20s wearing glasses, Rieka Fujimoto, carefully flipped through the report. Asa Mitaka, she said calmly, you don't have any terminal illness, and there's nothing seriously wrong with your body. The reason you feel unwell is very simple. She paused for a moment and then smiled. You're going to be a mother. Congratulations. Asa stared at her blankly. I'm going to be a mother. Her mouth stayed open, completely frozen. Rieka Fujimoto pushed up her glasses. What's with that reaction? You're already 20 years old. When you were doing that kind of thing, you should have expected the result, right? As a doctor, she had seen far too many similar situations. Young people only cared about the moment and never thought about the consequences. The youngest pregnant patient she had treated was only 12 years old. Compared to that, Asa being 20 wasn't even shocking. Still, judging from her stunned expression, she clearly had not expected this outcome at all. The doctor sighed softly. The report shows you are about 40 days pregnant. The gestational sac is developing normally. If you plan to terminate it, a medical abortion is still possible at this stage, and it will cause less damage to your body. Abortion. Asa suddenly snapped out of her daze. Doctor, what are you talking about? I'm not getting rid of my baby. Rieka Fujimoto raised an eyebrow. You're keeping it, then why did you look so shocked just now? Asa immediately answered. I was thinking about what to name the baby. Rieka Fujimoto went completely silent. On the Pacific coast of Iwate Prefecture, Makima and Kale were walking slowly along the beach. Not far away, the sound of children singing hymns drifted from a nearby church. Makima walked barefoot across the smooth sand, while the waves gently washed over her feet. The paperwork is almost finished, she said softly. With the devil disaster subsidies and other compensation, you'll only need to pay 1/5 of the total, about 20 million yen. Kale nodded. Thanks, Makima. Without you, I'd probably be stuck dealing with the government for half a month. Makima smiled faintly and brushed a strand of hair away from her face. Why do you still want to reopen the shop? I can support you completely if you want. Kale looked out at the ocean. I can't just sit around doing nothing. I'd get bored out of my mind. And I'm good at dealing with corpses anyway, so I'll just keep running the funeral home. Makima nodded slightly, as if she understood. Then you should reopen it in Shinjuku Ward. There are more people there, and the demand will be much higher. The old location in Oda Ward was too remote. Yeah, that makes sense. They continued walking quietly until they reached the end of the shoreline. The bell of the church suddenly rang, the sound echoing loudly across the coast. Makima turned toward the sea and spoke calmly. Kale, I want to give you a gift. He glanced at her. What kind of gift? The corners of her lips curved slightly. Everyone who wants to assassinate you, everyone who wants to take you away from me. I want them to pay the highest price. Her voice was calm but cold. Operation begin. At the same moment, in the United States, a flock of bald eagles circled high above the White House. Their eyes stared down at the crowd below. Then, gunfire erupted inside the building. Alarms blared everywhere. Dozens of armed security personnel, now completely under Makima's control, rushed toward the president's office while covered in blood. Gunshots echoed nonstop. Explosions followed one after another. The heavily guarded White House instantly turned into a battlefield. Inside the president's office, a middle-aged blonde man stared at the chaos outside the window, his body trembling slightly. President Jefferson forced a bitter smile. So, the counterattack has already begun. The door was suddenly blown open. Two heavily scarred men rushed in, both holding weapons and documents. Their eyes were filled with eerie orange ring patterns. One of them pressed a gun against the president's forehead. The other handed him a blood-stained document. Mr. President, sign this. Transfer all gun devil flesh owned by the United States to Japan unconditionally. The man smiled coldly. Otherwise, you die right now. Jefferson slowly turned around. It's fine. But before he could react further, gunfire suddenly exploded from every corner of the room. Hidden bodyguards appeared instantly and riddled the two attackers with bullets. Mr. President, we apologize for the scare. These guards had been secretly trained for one purpose only, to protect him from Makima's assassination attempts. And now they had finally proven their value. Gunshots continued outside the White House as soldiers and police desperately tried to eliminate every animal within a 1-kilometer radius, cutting off Makima's vision. Jefferson straightened his tie and let out a bitter laugh. Compared to what is about to happen, my safety means nothing. He stared at the red phone on the desk for a long time before finally reaching for it. When humans make a contract with a devil, the greater the price, the greater the power gained. His voice trembled slightly. My fellow citizens, please forgive me. This is a necessary sacrifice for freedom. Click. The call connected. Gun devil, Jefferson said slowly, I am willing to offer 1 year of the lifespan of the entire population of the United States. No, 2 years. In exchange, descend in Japan and kill the control devil, Makima. The contract was sealed. At that exact moment, patients in intensive care units across the country lost their vital signs simultaneously. And not only them. Across the entire United States, millions of people suddenly collapsed without warning. A total of 6.2043 million lives vanished in the same second. These were the people who would have died naturally over the next 2 years. Because of the contract, their deaths had arrived early. Chapter 134. Ttgthegood. Asa hummed a cheerful tune as she walked through the busy streets, her steps light and relaxed. She still could not believe it. This body, a body fused with a devil, was actually going to become a mother. The biggest worry in her heart had finally disappeared. She was an orphan, so she longed for family more than anything else. Because she had always felt broken, the idea of finally becoming whole meant even more to her. Having a child with Kale had always been one of her deepest wishes. She never liked noisy children, but if it was her own child, that was completely different. A child born from her, and Kale would be the best in the world. Hehehe. Asa giggled softly while rubbing her still flat stomach. Hey little one, say mama so I can hear it. Inside her mind, Yoru finally lost her patience. Asa, it's just a pregnancy, that's enough already. Asa ignored her completely. Baby, mama has a split personality. The one with the scars on her face, the one who isn't as pretty or smart as mama, that's your second mother, Yoru. Don't be scared, she won't hurt you, right, Yoru? Huh? Yoru's expression twisted in disbelief. I'm not as pretty as you. My scars and eyes are full of character. I'm obviously prettier than you, okay. Really? Kale doesn't seem to think so. Just then, Asa's stomach growled. She had been out all morning. And now, she happened to be walking through a busy food street. The smell of food filled the air, and made her even hungrier. For the sake of the baby, she had to be careful with what she ate. Nothing too heavy or too spicy. She walked into a cartoon-themed family restaurant and sat near the window. "Excuse me," Asa said politely, "I'd like an oyakodon. Please make sure it's well cooked." "Of course, please wait a moment." While waiting, Asa searched online for dietary advice for pregnant women. She planned to memorize everything carefully. A few minutes later, a steaming bowl of oyakodon was placed in front of her. Chicken, eggs, and onions simmered together and poured over rice. It was soft, warm, and easy to digest. When she was little, her mother had once brought her to eat this dish. That taste had stayed in her memory all this time. Now, she was about to become a mother herself. Asa had only taken a few bites when someone suddenly sat down across from her. "I want 5 extra-large kids' meals." The waitress looked surprised but still nodded and wrote it down. Asa wiped the corner of her mouth and looked up. "Sister Fami." Fami tilted her head slightly after finishing her order. "Third sister, are you really going to get full with just 1 bowl of oyakodon?" "I think so, I don't eat much." Fami tapped her fingers lightly on the table. "But you're not alone anymore. For the baby's sake, you should eat more." Asa blushed slightly. "So you already know." Fami nodded calmly and pointed at Asa's bowl. "That piece of chicken looks good. Can I try it?" Sure." Asa felt that Fami was still just as strange as ever. One moment she said Asa was not eating enough, and the next she was reaching into her bowl. Without hesitation, Fami picked up several pieces of chicken and ate them. Soon, the 5 kids' meals arrived and filled the entire table. Fried chicken nuggets, corn soup, pasta, burgers, and fries. All food children loved. Of course, Fami loved them too. Looking at the mountain of food, Fami hesitated for a moment, as if making a difficult decision. Then she took a burger and placed it in front of Asa. "This is in exchange for earlier." "Okay." Asa slowly unwrapped it and took a small bite. Such a strange sister. She could give away something extremely expensive without hesitation, but sharing food clearly felt painful to her. Within a few minutes, more than half of the food was already gone. After satisfying her hunger, Fami looked directly at Asa. "Asa, can you let Yoru come out for a moment? I have something important to tell her." Asa hesitated. Ever since she fused with the war devil, her own will had gradually become stronger. Most of the time, she was the one in control now. And honestly, she did not want Yoru coming out too often. She had her own reasons. She needed time alone with Kale. And more importantly, Yoru had become stronger recently. The fact that she could turn things into weapons without even touching them made Asa uneasy. What if one day Yoru tried to turn Kale into a weapon? That thought alone was enough to scare her. Still, just for a moment should be fine. If anything felt wrong, she would take control again immediately. Asa's body trembled slightly. The black in her eyes faded and the crimson rings of war appeared. At the same time, faint scars spread across her face. Yoru had taken control. Without saying a word, she grabbed the corn soup in front of her, took one sip, then casually threw the rest out of the window. She leaned back in the chair and put her feet on the table. "So," Yoru said coldly, "what do you want?" Fami stared silently at the spilled soup outside the window. Her expression was calm, but her fingers tightened slightly. She forced herself to stay patient. If she lost her temper now, the conversation would go nowhere. After a few seconds, she spoke calmly. "Asa is going to have a child. After seeing that, have you thought about your own child?" Yoru frowned deeply. "What are you trying to say?" Fami smiled faintly. "Very soon, your child will descend in Japan. She is one of the daughters you are most proud of, the one who inherits the name of war." Yoru's eyes narrowed slightly. "Who?" Fami's smile widened. "The Gun Devil." Chapter 135. 1:00 p.m. 18 minutes and 21 seconds. Nikaho City, Akita Prefecture. Glug glug. Large air bubbles rose from the calm sea of Japan without warning. The seawater churned on its own, untouched by wind. Then it happened. A massive whirlpool, tens of kilometers wide, formed in an instant. The devil that had scarred humanity, beyond repair, had arrived. Clack, clack, clack. The sharp sound of magazines loading echoed across the sea. Enormous magazines burst upward from the water, each bullet stretching over 10 meters long. They twisted together, spiraling like a grotesque double helix, forming the colossal body of the gun devil. It towered for tens of kilometers. Roar! A sound like war itself. The moment it manifested, it fired. Boom! Bullets rained outward in every direction. Within a 10-kilometer radius, 12,037 men died instantly, each struck through the skull. Within 20 kilometers, 98,631 people, those born in nearly every month except April and October, were pierced through the heart. Its ribs spread wide, and where its heart should have been, human heads began to grow in clusters. The dead became part of it, their faces twisted in terror, frozen in their final moments, wailing from its chest. 18 minutes and 26 seconds. The gun devil ceased fire. It turned its gaze. Far away, hundreds of kilometers across the land. Iwate Prefecture, Pacific Coast. Makima let out a quiet sigh. Failed. Taking 20% of the gun devil's flesh from the United States without force had been wishful thinking. In the end, the U.S. president had gone through with it and summoned that portion anyway. Humanity feared guns more than ever now. The gun devil was stronger than before. In 5 seconds, it had burned through over 100,000 of her lives. This could not continue. The ground trembled faintly. Kale frowned, sensing the shift. Little Makima, what did you just do? A small matter, she said casually, as if discussing the weather. I tried to take the gun devil's pieces from the United States and kill their president for you. It didn't work. This is their response. Response? Kale let out a short breath, then smirked. That was all he needed to hear. Makima was his. No one else got to touch her. He pulled her into his arms. We'll stay right here. I want to see how that oversized piece of shit plans to touch my girl. Makima smiled, resting against him, listening to his heartbeat. It was comforting. She reached up, gently brushing his cheek before pressing a firm kiss against his lips. Then she pushed him behind her. The gun devil is dangerous, she said softly. Stay behind me, let me protect you. Kale snorted. Not happening. If something ugly shows up, we beat it together. Something warm flickered in Makima's chest. All right. Above her head, a halo formed, thin and organic, like an umbilical cord. Her vision shifted, connecting through the eyes of small animals scattered across the land. 400 kilometers away, she saw it clearly. 5 years. A katana appeared in her hand, about 1.5 meters long. A lifespan weapon, similar to Iki's. It was not enough to kill the gun devil. But it looked good. And that mattered. Makima stepped forward, lifting the blade and pointing it toward the distant devil. The tip tilted slightly, inviting. Come. 1:18:50 p.m. The gun devil roared. It moved. Its massive arms lifted, submachine guns forming along its limbs as it unleashed another barrage while charging forward. Its body blurred, vanishing from sight. It was fast. Too fast. Everything in its path crumbled. Buildings collapsed like paper. 18 minutes and 56 seconds. 6 seconds passed. Stray bullets tore through Japan. The death toll climbed to 350,000. Then it appeared again. On the Pacific horizon. 30 kilometers away. Larger than before. And then the bullets came. A storm of them. Both Makima and Kale were torn apart. The force was overwhelming. Even Kale's chainsaw man form could not withstand it. He died 14 times. Makima died 907 times. It did not matter. As long as there were Japanese citizens, Makima would not stay dead. Meanwhile, the gun devil slowed. Its barrels overheated, forcing a brief pause. 5 seconds. That was all. Makima had already cut her artery, feeding Kale her blood without hesitation. The gun devil did not understand what it was facing. Those 5 seconds would bury it. Kale exhaled, then grinned. Fear extraction. The terror spreading across Japan surged into him, endless, overflowing. Behind the gun devil, a dark red attack formed, nearly 100 meters long. Makima smiled faintly. Now, their combined attack, She rose into the air. Angel devil, snake devil, punishment devil, ghost devil, katana devil, longsword devil, curse devil, future devil, spider devil. Use them all. A low hum spread through the air. Far out at sea, the gun devil felt it. Something cold crept along its back. Danger. It tried to turn. Too late. Above its head, a massive halo expanded, radiant and horrifying. Blood began to seep from it, pouring down like rain. A giant snake emerged, its jaws wide open. From within its mouth, devils crawled out in a grotesque mass, each armed with deadly weapons forged from lifespans. They struck, again and again. At the same time, a wet, piercing sound. Kale's attack drove straight through the gun devil's heart. 19 minutes and 3 seconds. The gun devil was torn apart. Its body split into pieces like slaughtered meat. Blood flooded the sea, staining it red. Its organs drifted across the surface, forming a grotesque, floating landscape. Scattered across it were countless human heads. Silent now. The gun devil's consciousness faded. It understood. It was going to die. Makima's strength was overwhelming. There was no fighting it. Chapter 136. Shinjuku Ward, Tokyo. Family restaurant. Yoru and Fami sat side by side, watching battle footage on a tablet in silence. The video streamed in real time from a low-orbit satellite, capturing the gun devil's movements and the chaos it unleashed. Yoru's expression was serious now, her earlier indifference completely gone. Fami ordered another set meal. She dipped fries into ketchup and stuffed them into her mouth, speaking between bites with clear excitement. Look at that, third sister. Your daughter is really lively. In just a few breaths, she wiped out hundreds of thousands of people. If nobody stopped her, she could probably wipe out humanity in a few hours. She smiled, amused. Honestly impressive. She's on a whole different level compared to a small fry like me. Too bad she picked the wrong enemies. Gun, Yoru bit down hard on her lip. Her eyes stayed locked on the screen, watching the gun devil, the dark red attack behind it, and the eerie halo forming above. Then everything blurred. Kale and Makima were moving too fast for the satellite to properly capture. The footage broke into distorted fragments before stabilizing again. What remained was a crimson ocean. And the scattered remains of the gun devil. It was over. Fami glanced at Yoru. Third sister, your precious daughter lost. She didn't lose, Yoru snapped immediately. Kale and Makima are just abusing broken abilities. Gun is stronger than both of them. Fami smiled faintly. You can make all the excuses you want, it won't change what happened. She crunched another fry. Look at Kale's hand. That black hole, he's already about to clean up what's left of her. Even something as strong as the gun devil is about to be reduced to nothing. If that's not losing, what is? Yoru's breathing grew heavier. Her chest rose and fell as tension built. Bang! She slammed her hand on the table. Shut the hell up, Fami. I said she didn't lose. Fami remained calm. She gently patted Yoru's thigh, her tone soft. Relax, you don't want to stress yourself. You and Asa share a body, and you're carrying Kale's child. Inside their shared mind, Asa spoke up quickly. She's right, Yoru. The gun devil killed so many people. Isn't it better that Kale stopped her? Yoru's expression twisted. She bit her lip until it nearly bled. Asa, are you stupid or just pretending? My daughter is a devil. Killing humans is what she does, same way you people eat and breathe. That's normal. What, you expect devils to live peacefully and fall in love with humans? She let out a bitter laugh. Or is it because it's not your child dying? Of course you can sit there and talk like that. Asa fell silent. She knew the gun devil was a monster. But she also understood something else now. If it were her own child, she wouldn't be this calm either. Fami licked ketchup from her finger, watching closely. Then she spoke again, her voice light but deliberate. A woman might be weak, but a mother isn't. Yoru, are you really going to sit here and watch your child get crushed? Yoru froze. A dangerous thought surfaced in her mind. It went against everything she had planned. Time stretched, each second felt unbearably long. 2 seconds passed. Yoru lowered her head, whispering to herself. The gun devil carries the name of war. She's my pride. I want humans to look at her and feel fear, to understand that behind her stands something even stronger. Me. Her eyes slowly sharpened. So she can die. But only in battle. Not like this, not like some useless failure. Yoru lifted her head. She's my child, she does not lose. Inside, Asa panicked. Yoru had made her decision. She tried to take control back. It failed. Yoru's resolve was overwhelming. Fami smiled, satisfied. That's more like it, power always comes with a price. Yoru closed her eyes and raised her right hand toward the window. Gun, you've always made me proud. You fought well, you never truly lost. Her voice softened. So come back to me. Come back to your mother. Iwate Prefecture, Pacific Coast. Kale held up the black hole in his hand, preparing to erase what remained of the gun devil. Something felt off. Killing something like that should have given him a huge reward, at least something noticeable. But nothing came. He frowned. The hell, don't tell me you're still alive after all that. Then it happened. The corpse moved. The gun devil's remains twisted violently, compressing into a torrent of black energy. It shot toward Tokyo at insane speed. Kale's eyes narrowed. Well shit, called it. The gun devil's consciousness flickered in confusion. She couldn't understand. Her own mother had just killed her. Being turned into a weapon by the war devil meant true death, no rebirth, no return from hell. Roar's mama, why? Her voice echoed across Japan. And it didn't stop there. Mount Elbrus, Soviet Union. Boom. The containment facility exploded. 28% of the gun devil's flesh surged into the sky, racing toward Tokyo. Roar, mama, I'm coming back. Northwest China, Gobi Desert. Another explosion tore through the ground. 11% broke free, blasting through underground defenses. Roar, mama, who's messing with you? Across the world, explosions erupted one after another. Devils that had consumed pieces of the gun devil burst apart. All of it converged. All of it headed for Tokyo. Roar, mama, what's going on? Shinjuku, family restaurant. Yoru's right arm began to change. A thin layer of black material formed over her skin, shaping into a sleek, elegant gauntlet. It gleamed with a metallic sheen, radiating dense destructive power. This was the result of her choice. 100% of the gun devil. Gun's right gauntlet. Yoru stared at her hand. At first, guilt flickered across her face. Then it faded, replaced by something else. Power. A smile slowly formed on her lips. This power. Her voice dropped. It's worth it. The world shifted in that moment. Yoru, the war devil, now held the full strength of the gun devil. No longer insignificant. No longer overlooked. She had become the most dangerous being on the planet. Chapter 137. Yoru raised her right hand and admired the newly formed black silk glove. Any trace of guilt had vanished, replaced by a sharp, unrestrained excitement. So this is the power of the gun devil. It's incredible. Watching from the side, Fami looked even more pleased than Yoru herself. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned. Step 1. Summon the falling devil. The goal had never been just to trap Yoru inside the eternal devil and starve her. That was only a side effect. What truly mattered was what followed the falling devil's descent: global gravity anomalies. Gravity anomalies caused disasters. Disasters created resource shortages. Resource shortages ignited war. And once war began, the third sister would grow stronger. Yoru had now gained the ability to turn objects into weapons without touching them. This was the most critical step. Without it, everything else would have been meaningless. Step 2. The operation against the gun devil. Compared to the first step, this one was simple. Fami did not even need to interfere. The youngest sister, the control devil, would handle it. Makima had eyes everywhere. Spies from across the world had already gathered in Japan, and information had begun to spread. The United States was aware of Makima's plan to target the gun devil, and they also knew about Kale. The details they had varied, but the core truth remained. Even without the cabinet restricting her, Makima still intended to move against the gun devil fragments in America. Not for Japan. For herself. She wanted to control the gun devil and claim its power. The death devil would descend in July. If Makima wanted a peaceful life with Kale, she could not allow the age of devils to take over. So she needed power as much as possible. And among all devils, the gun devil stood above the rest in pure destructive force. She had every reason to act. Step 3. The youngest sister would clash with the gun devil. From Fami's perspective, the outcome was obvious. The gun devil could not defeat both Kale and Makima. Even against Makima alone, it stood no chance. No matter how powerful it was, it only had one life. Makima had over 100 million. Years of hunting devils under the cabinet had already given her more than enough power to deliver a killing blow. Then came the final step. The most interesting part. When the gun devil was weakened, on the verge of collapse, Fami would provoke Yaru and push her to turn it into a weapon. Only the war devil could gather all the gun devil pieces by herself. This step carried risk. Even Fami could not fully predict Yoru's choice. Most mothers loved their children. Even if she could read Yoru's heart, there was no guarantee she would go through with it. If Yoru refused, Makima would take control of the gun devil instead. Either way, Fami would win. The gun devil's power would fall into someone's hands. Even letting Makima become the absolute ruler of control was acceptable. Still, that outcome was dull. At best, a 3 out of 10. Makima could only obtain 20% of the gun devil's power through her methods. Interesting, but not satisfying. Besides, Yoru had been pathetic for far too long. Just a few months ago, she had been chased around by the bat devil, something far beneath her. As an older sister, Fami found that embarrassing. The world needed balance. If Yoru stayed weak, she would just end up being bullied forever by Makima. That would be boring. Fortunately, Yaru made the better choice. Now she possessed the full power of the gun devil. Her strength had completely reversed. She was no longer the same as before. She could destroy Japan at will. She could even cripple a superpower like the Soviet Union. Her body had also changed. Even if her limbs were torn apart, as long as she was not completely dead, she could regenerate by consuming blood, just like any other devil. And with her current strength, there were very few beings left who could even damage her. Kale, the primal devils, her sisters. That was about it. Fami stared at the black silk glove on Yoru's hand, her face flushed with excitement. How beautiful, truly magnificent. Celebrate it. The symbol of steel and blood. The absolute ruler of conflict and chaos. At this moment, the war devil has reclaimed her authority. Yaru smirked, clearly pleased. Her opinion of Fami improved instantly. Don't get carried away. The gun devil was born from war. It has always been one of my symbols. It's part of me, nothing more. I'm still not at my peak. Calling me the king of war right now would be premature. Inside her mind, Asa regained awareness. Something felt wrong. Why was Yoru smiling like that? Asa could not understand it. Not anymore. She was a mother now. And that kind of power, was it really worth it if it meant sacrificing a child? Her expression darkened. Yaru, you turned the child into a weapon. How can you not care? Yaru rubbed her neck, annoyed. Care about what? Isn't it normal for a mother to decide a child's future? Children belong to their parents, don't they? Isaf rose. Right. Yaru was a devil. Of course she would think like that. Fami watched them quietly, then spoke. Now that you have this power, what will you do next? Yoru tapped her chin, admiring her glove again. What else? I've got power now, so I should use it. I need a fight. Ah, I know. I'll kill Chainsaw Man a few dozen times, then turn him into a weapon. Her thoughts sharpened immediately. War meant fighting. Before, she could never beat Kale. And Asa's constant interference had made things worse. Always soft, always emotional. It pissed her off. The war devil, reduced to being stuck in bed, treated like Kale's personal toy. Pathetic. Yeah, I'm definitely getting revenge, she muttered. Asa reacted instantly. What? Yaru, you want to hurt Kale? No. Absolutely not. He's my man, my child needs a father. She fought for control. Yoru clutched her head, furious. Shit. Isa, give it back. You've been in control this whole time. You even had a kid. Let me have some fun for once. I won't. You only think about destruction. And now you want to hurt him. I hate you. The scars on her face began to fade. Yara was losing. Fine. Fine, damn it. I won't kill anyone. I won't destroy anything. I just want some air. Don't hate me, Asa. That actually hurts. Really? Yeah, really. Asa hesitated, then slowly let go. All right, but you better keep your word. Yes, yeah. Control returned. Yoru let out a breath. Then she grinned. Hey, Asa. Let me show you something fun. What? Yoru raised her right hand and pointed east. Bang! The shot came without warning. The restaurant wall melted instantly. An invisible bullet tore through the air. 1 second later. Boom! The Tokyo Skytree in Sumida exploded. The towering structure, once the tallest in the world, shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 138. Screams erupted inside the family restaurant as people panicked and rushed for the exit. Hehehe. Yoru laughed wildly, clutching her stomach as she watched the fleeing crowd and the massive trench carved through the ground. She could barely stand straight from laughing so hard. But before even 2 seconds passed, the laughter stopped. Asa seized control. Her body stiffened as she stared at the distant ruins of the Tokyo Skytree. A deep, suffocating ache filled her chest. She had been stupid. How could she ever believe a devil? Yoru, that damn monster, had used her body to cause such pointless destruction. It was not just the Skytree. Every building along the path had been pierced clean through. How many people had died? Asa was not some saint. Back inside the Eternity Devil, when she killed those men, she felt nothing. But this was different. Yoru did it for fun. No reason, no logic, just because she wanted to. Ow, Asa, what the hell? Why are you taking control again? Give it back. Yoru's voice still carried laughter. Asa trembled, her voice hoarse. You lied to me. I'm not giving you control again. Yoru clicked her tongue. Seriously, it's not that big a deal. I didn't hit Kale. I just blew up the Skytree. I've been suppressed forever, can't I enjoy one good shot? Tears welled up in Asa's eyes. If you wanted to shoot something, you could have just said it. The Skytree was beautiful, why destroy it? What kind of fireworks is that? If you wanted fireworks, why not shoot Mount Fuji? Yoru froze for a second. Then her eyes lit up. Mount Fuji, that's actually a great idea. If I shoot an active volcano, it might erupt. That sounds fun as hell. You should try it, Asa. Even if you're weaker with guns, blowing off half the mountain would be easy. Asa took a deep breath. Then another. Why would I do that? I'm not a devil, I'm not a murderer. Yoru scoffed. I am, so let me do it. Besides Mount Fuji, I want to hit Sensojai, Tokyo Tower, Meiji Shrine. Tell you what, let me fire 4 more shots, then I'll give you the body. Idiot, who would believe you again? Asa shut her out completely. Fami tilted her head, calmly observing the chaos. Once things settled, she spoke. Third sister, power carries responsibility. Now that you've gained this strength, you should use it for something meaningful. I wanted to discuss the Death Devil. Shut up, Fami. Asa cut her off instantly, glaring at her. I don't want to hear you either. No matter how slow she was, she could see it now. Fami had been behind all of this. The admiration she once felt for her was fading fast. I never asked for this power, and I'm not carrying any stupid responsibility. She stared at her right hand, her thoughts in complete disarray. Meaningful. Who the hell cares about meaningful? The prophecy, the Death Devil, Fami Yoru. To hell with all of it. Right now, there was only one thing she wanted. She wanted Kale. Badly. She wanted to lose herself with him, to drown out everything else. But her hand moved to her stomach. She could not be reckless anymore. She had to think about the child. She had to hold back. Her phone rang. Perfect timing. Hello, Kale. The moment she heard his voice, her emotions broke. Tears streamed down her face. Kale, I. It's okay, take your time, Kale said gently. He already knew she was physically fine. Makima was with him, after all. This was emotional. Everything had hit her at once. Kale, I feel really strong right now. Yoru, the gun devil, I want you, but I. Kale paused, then spoke softly. Come home first, we'll talk there, no rush. Okay. Back at Makima's house. The moment Asa saw Kale, she rushed into his arms. No words. Just instinct. She clung to him, kissing him desperately, as if trying to ground herself. Her mind was still a mess. If she could not go all the way, she would make up for it however she could. Hours passed. Night fell. The two lay together, clothes disheveled, bodies close. Asa's breathing slowly steadied. Her mind finally cleared. The people Yoru killed, that wasn't my fault, right? Kale nodded without hesitation. Of course not, don't punish yourself for something you didn't choose. Asa smiled faintly and kissed his forehead. That helps, you really are my cure. Kale frowned slightly. Something felt off. She was too calm. Too restrained. Normally, she would have drained him dry by now. But today, she held back. Taking advantage of her calmer state, Kale made a decision. It was time. Asa, there's something I need to tell you. She looked at him, already guessing. Go on. Kale took a deep breath. Besides loving you, I also love Makima and Rize. I like all three of you. A lot. Silence. They stared at each other. Asa's expression did not change. She leaned closer. Okay, and... Kale blinked. You're not mad. She blinked back. You still love me, right? You're not leaving me, so why would I be mad? Kale felt his head spin. This was unreal. A grin spread across his face. Asa wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him slowly. Then rested her forehead against his. I'm your most important girl, right? Yeah, no question. She smiled softly. That's enough for me. Kale's breathing grew heavier. This girl. He really wanted to reward her properly. But just as he moved, she stopped him. You can't. Why not? She looked shy, then pulled out a report. Because you're going to be a father. Kale froze. A father? He stared at the paper, eyes wide. Then suddenly rolled away, keeping distance. Not out of rejection. Out of fear. Fear of hurting her. I'm going to be a dad, he muttered, a grin breaking through. Asa frowned and pulled him back. Didn't you say you love me? Stay close. I do, I just don't trust myself not to mess up. She smirked slightly. You don't have to hold back that much. Huh? Asa raised her right hand. The black silk glove shimmered faintly. I just realized, this glove feels really smooth. So, she leaned closer, voice soft. I'll help you another way. Wait, what? From deep within, Yaru's voice exploded with furious cursing. Chapter 139. Regardless of everything else, the presence of the gun devil still felt strangely calm, almost too smooth. After the messing around ended, both of them finally cleared their heads. Asa and Kale slowly calmed down, slipping into a quiet state where neither of them felt like talking. No matter how fun something was, doing it constantly would always wear you out. Everyone needed time to cool down. A few damp strands of hair clung to Asa's forehead. Her delicate face looked softer than usual, and somehow even more attractive. She pressed herself against Kale's chest, then pulled out a tissue and wiped the sweat from the black silk glove on her right hand. Winter had already passed. It was the season of renewal again. The temperature had clearly risen, and even a little movement made them sweat. Asa raised her hands in front of her face and started counting on her fingers while whispering quietly. Lior Ren, Lior Haruto, Lior Yama, Lior Iren, Lior Rio, Lior Zane. Kale almost laughed. What are you even muttering about? You keep saying Lior over and over like it's some kind of spell. My indecisiveness is acting up again, she muttered. You're the father, so you should choose the name. She immediately passed the responsibility to Kale. Ever since leaving the hospital, Asa had been searching online like crazy, trying to figure out how people chose names. She had already come up with more than 100 names in a single day, but none of them felt right. Unfortunately, Kale was even worse at naming things. That was obvious from the time he tried naming Pachita. He stayed silent for a moment. Besides, wasn't this way too early? The baby wouldn't even be born for another 7 or 8 months. Actually, Kale said, holding her gently, if you don't know how to choose a name like that, why not just look at it differently? Why does the kid have to take my surname? Issa blinked. What do you mean? It could take yours. Mitaka sounds perfectly fine. Issa immediately gave him a look. But you're the father. In Japan, most children take their father's surname. Kale frowned slightly. Issa's thinking was clearly influenced by the environment she grew up in. Issa, let's decide after the baby is born. If it's a boy, he takes my surname. If it's a girl, she takes yours. It's fine. The next day passed quietly. A busy day disappeared before anyone noticed, followed by the relaxed calm of the evening. Rize still didn't get along with Makima, so she lived next door. To make things less awkward, Kale dragged her over every night for dinner. In his opinion, people who ate together every day would eventually tolerate each other, whether they liked it or not. Ever since he came clean to Issa, there were no more secrets between him, Issa, Rize, and Makima. As long as he paid attention to their feelings, he could openly act close to all 3 of them now. No one had to pretend anymore, and none of them had to hide what they felt. If one day all of them could stay together peacefully, that would honestly be perfect. But one step at a time. Tonight, Kale prepared a split-pot hot pot. Because of her condition, Issa insisted on something light, so the food was divided carefully. There were dumplings they had all wrapped together earlier, fresh vegetables, tofu, and different hot pot ingredients arranged neatly on the table. Here, Issa, the dumplings are ready. Let them cool first before you eat them. Rize, this fried tofu turned out perfect. Try it before Makima steals it. Extra spicy udon noodles. Want some, shorty? He added, glancing at Makima with a grin. Kale had somehow become a master at time management. He placed food into each of their bowls one after another, completely familiar with what each of them liked. At this point, he probably knew their preferences better than they did themselves. Makima and Rize exchanged a quiet look and smiled. Finally, they didn't need to pretend in front of Issa Mitaka anymore. Both of them shifted closer to Kale. What was supposed to be a wide dining table now had 4 people squeezed onto one side. Thanks, cat-eating mouse. Let me feed you too, Makima said softly. She took a small sip of sake, then pointed at her lips while looking straight at him. Want a taste, Kale? I just had a lollipop. It should taste pretty interesting. You're both being way too enthusiastic, Kale muttered, already sweating. Issa's expression tightened slightly. So they weren't even trying to hide it anymore. I'm pregnant, not dead. Yes, she had already accepted them, but being this affectionate right in front of her was pushing it way too far. She had to remind them who the original one was here. Issa suddenly put down her chopsticks, grabbed Kale by the collar, and pulled him toward her. Then she kissed him. Deeply. Makima and Rize froze at the same time. A full minute later, Issa leaned back calmly, wiped her lips, and spoke like nothing had happened. All right, that's enough. Everyone should eat properly. Don't waste the effort Kale put into this. Makima and Rize exchanged another look, clearly surprised, but neither of them was actually bothered. They were already used to this level of competition. The atmosphere at the table slowly returned to normal. 15 minutes later, Makima was the first to put down her chopsticks. She wiped her mouth elegantly and looked directly at Issa. Issa, you're not just one person anymore. You're going to be a mother. Issa raised an eyebrow. And Makima smiled faintly. If you keep sleeping with Kale and something goes wrong, it won't be good for the baby. So until the child is born, the 2 of you should sleep separately. The room went silent. Issa can have her own room, Makima continued calmly. Kale can sleep with me. Issa froze. She didn't expect Makima to say something that direct. Kale stayed quiet. This was completely normal for Makima. Getting involved right now would only make things worse, so he decided to stay out of it and let them handle it themselves. Issa looked conflicted. Even if they didn't go that far anymore, she still didn't want to sleep separately from Kale. Even just holding him felt important now. But Makima's words weren't entirely wrong either. And honestly, Kale had become more and more dangerous lately. If he got any more charming, she might actually lose control one day. Before Asa could answer, Rizette crossed her arms and looked at Makima with a half-smile. Are you serious? Why would Kale sleep with you? Then she looked straight at him. Besides Asa, he obviously prefers me, right? Makima chuckled quietly. Her hand slowly brushed against the back of Kale's hand under the table. Woof, she said softly. Kale wiped the sweat off his forehead and immediately turned to Asa. So, what does Asa think? Asa smiled in satisfaction. Even in a situation like this, he still asked her first. She shrugged casually. If Rizeh and Makima sleep together, wouldn't that solve everything? No way. No way. They answered at the same time. Right then, a purple figure suddenly appeared across the table. Fami tilted her head slightly and stared at the split-pot hot pot without blinking. If you can't decide, she said calmly, then Kale should just sleep with me. Chapter 140. Can I have some dumplings? Fami asked in a light voice. Her hands were not clean at all, yet she casually grabbed a spoon, dipped it into the clear soup, and filled a bowl for herself as if she had always been part of the dinner. She had not just shown up out of nowhere. She had even brought her own bowl and chopsticks. Munch, munch, munch. The room went completely quiet. The only sounds left were Fami chewing and the bubbling of the hot pot. Huh? Her face turned slightly red as she blew out hot air from her mouth. So hot, but it tastes so good. Seeing the four of them staring at her, she tilted her head in confusion. Are you all full already? Then can I eat the rest of the food in your bowls too? Everything froze for a second. Before Kale could react, Makima's slender finger was already pointed at Fami. At the same time, Asa raised her right hand, the black silk glove still on her finger, ready to fire a finger pistol. Rizeh's expression turned sharp as her hand moved toward the ring on her neck. The three of them had just been arguing, but the moment the hunger devil appeared, they instantly reached the same conclusion. This shameless troublemaker actually said she wanted to sleep with Kale. They already did not have enough to share among themselves. Since when did she get the right to say something like that? Rizeh was the angriest. She had always been the one who talked the most boldly, yet Makima kept finding excuses through work to drag Kale away in secret. Asa was even pregnant already. And her. She had only been flirting this whole time. She had waited so long for a proper chance. Now that the opportunity was finally right in front of her, she refused to let anything ruin it. Fami gave them a faint glance. It was obvious she could see right through what they were thinking. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, she sped up and shoved all the food in her bowl into her mouth at once. Raising both hands, she spoke through the food. Don't shoot, I surrender. I just won't sleep with Kale then. Boom. Kale ignored her nonsense and suddenly clenched his fist, smashing it into the air beside him. Crack, crack, crack. Web-like cracks instantly spread through the space itself. The visual effect of the earthquake devil's power was honestly impressive. It looked like the air itself had shattered. As for Fami, Kale did not believe for even a second that she had come here just to eat. She was far too dangerous. Someone like her would do anything just to entertain herself. Hunger devil, he said coldly. Be honest, what do you actually want? I can crush you in less than half a second. Fami swallowed the food in her mouth, still keeping both hands raised. Brother-in-law, don't be so nervous. I really did just come to eat. When she said those words, even she found it strange. The last time she called Kale brother-in-law, it had a completely different meaning. Now things were complicated. Kale was connected to the older sister, the younger sister, and even Rizeh. The relationships were so messy that even Fami found them interesting. Interesting people were always more fun to watch. You think I'm going to believe that? Kale said. I really will leave after I finish eating. While saying that, she quietly pulled Kale's bowl toward herself and started eating from it without hesitation. Rizeh clicked her tongue, then filled her own bowl and pushed it toward Fami. Eat mine too and get lost. Nobody here wants to see you. Fami's eyes lit up immediately. Compared to the other two, Rizeh really was the nicest one. All right, I'll leave as soon as I'm done eating. She lowered her head and focused completely on the food like an outsider who did not belong there at all. The others ignored her and returned to the real problem. who was going to sleep with Kale tonight. It was already obvious that Asa had the highest priority. That part had become common knowledge. That only left Makima and Rize. Kale thought for a moment before speaking carefully. Since today is Monday, let's do this. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights are for Asa. From Monday to Thursday, I'll split the days between Makima and Rize. Asa was in a special condition right now, but her feelings still mattered. Spending time together was not only about sleeping together anyway. Asa smiled immediately. I have no objections. Makima and Rize both nodded. It sounded fair. Makima loosened her braid slightly and spoke first. Then Kale belongs to me on Monday and Tuesday, and Rize gets Wednesday and Thursday. Rize frowned right away. Why do you get Monday and Tuesday? Why not me? She did not want to wait any longer. Just the thought of Makima getting him tonight made her feel irritated. She wanted him now, not after 2 days. Kale sighed helplessly. Then decide with rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets to choose first. Fine, both of them said at the same time. They hid their right hands behind their backs and stared straight at each other. Rock, paper. Rize was about to throw paper, but for some reason her body froze for a second. Fami's voice suddenly echoed in her head. Throw rock. Scissors. Rize instantly switched to rock at the last second, while Makima threw scissors. Makima sighed in regret. Haha, I won. Rize grabbed Kale's arm in excitement. Before anyone could react, she pulled him to his feet. Makima frowned. We're still eating. Where are you going? Rize licked the corner of her lips and smiled at her like a winner. Kale and I are already done eating. Now we're going to my room for some late-night snacks. And with that, she dragged him away. Chapter 141. The next morning, Kale stood in the kitchen, preparing breakfast for 5. He was not about to cook only for himself and Rize. Asa and Makima needed their share too. The extra portion was for Pachita. Even if it looked like a dog, it was still a devil. Letting it fight over kibble with Makima's pack of dogs would be ridiculous. Rize slowly got out of bed, stretching with a quiet yawn. Damn, that felt good. Her waist ached, but she did not care much. As a weapon human, all it took was one explosion and she would be perfectly fine again. Inside the bathroom, while washing up, she casually swallowed 2 birth control pills. Kids were not part of her plans anytime soon. When she returned, she stripped off the messy, damp sheets and replaced them with fresh ones that carried a soft lavender scent. Creak. The door opened. Kale walked in, carrying 2 cups of hot milk and a simple breakfast of rice, grilled fish, and rolled omelet. He had already delivered 3 portions next door. This was just for him and Rize. Get up and eat, Rize. Hey, Tilda. Rize smiled in a way that promised trouble. She dragged a small desk onto the bed and set it in place. I'm not getting up, she said, patting the sheets. Come here, we'll eat like this. Kale narrowed his eyes at her. That look in her emerald eyes had not faded at all. Don't overthink it, she added lightly. It's not like I'm going to eat you. She took the food from him, set it on the desk, then grabbed his arm and pulled him onto the bed. Kale leaned back against the pillows before he could protest. Then she shifted and sat right on his lap. Kale sucked in a quiet breath. Rize picked up a piece of food, bit into it, and leaned in close, her lips brushing his. All right, she murmured. Now we can start breakfast. Yeah, right. Kale was not made of stone. The moment lingered just long enough before he bit down, sharing the food with her. The taste was simple, but warm and rich, the kind of meal that settled deep in your bones. Rize shivered slightly, cheeks flushing as she chewed. This is the best breakfast I've ever had. Kale smirked, shifting his grip on the remaining food. Then eat more. The meal dragged on. And on. What should have been a quick breakfast stretched into 2 full hours. By the end, both of them were exhausted, sweaty, and completely satisfied. They fell asleep in each other's arms without a second thought. When they woke up again, it was already time to eat. The entire morning had been wasted on food and each other. Rize lay against Kale's chest, listening to his heartbeat, her fingers lightly tracing circles against him. Then she began to hum, her voice soft and distant. Kale tapped along with the rhythm against her hand. He had been studying Russian ever since getting close to her, enough to catch the meaning. Not bad, he said. You could compete with professional singers. Rize smiled, clearly pleased. Compared to Japan, my hometown is better, she said suddenly. Miss it? Kale asked. She shook her head. I'm a war orphan, no real family. She paused, then looked up at him. Do you remember what I told you during the fireworks, about running away together? Kale raised a brow. Yeah. I wasn't lying, she said. If you had agreed, I could have taken you somewhere safe, somewhere no one would find us. Oh, Kale smirked faintly, you've got that kind of pull. Rize let out a quiet sigh. Something like that. Then she began. About 20 years ago, there was a civil war back home. It lasted 5 years. My parents died when I was 2. After that, everything is blurry. Her voice stayed calm, but her grip on him tightened slightly. When I was 5, near the end of the war, an older couple found me in a ditch. I was half dead from the cold. Orphanages were full, so the government started placing kids with families. They took me in. She exhaled slowly. For a while, I lived like a normal kid. Then her tone shifted. When I was 9, I got sick. Terminal, 3 months left, they said. Kale frowned but stayed silent. My foster parents had connections. They put me into a classified project, a devil fusion experiment. Her lips curved faintly, though there was no humor in it. I was the youngest there. Everyone thought it was insane. She looked at him. I survived. No need to explain further. Out of everyone, I had the highest compatibility with the bomb devil, so they implanted its heart into me. Kale let out a low whistle. Damn. I became an agent after that, she continued. Training, missions, all of it. My foster parents could barely see me anymore. Her gaze softened slightly. A few years ago, there was another power struggle, a purge. Most of the old staff were wiped out. She did not say it directly, but it was obvious. She had done it. They retired before that, changed names, disappeared into the countryside. They still write to me sometimes. Kale nodded slowly. They sound like good people. They are. Rize shifted closer, resting her head fully against him. If you had come with me, I would have taken you there. It's a big place, easy to disappear if you try. Kale ran a hand through her hair, his expression calm. Too much effort, he said. We're not the kind of people who hide. He smirked slightly. If something tries to hunt us down, we just kill it. Chapter 142. Japan had only just begun to recover from the chaos brought by the falling devil. The damage had been severe, but the country endured. Then, a month ago, the gun devil appeared again. 2 minutes. That was all it took. In that short span, entire regions were devastated. The destruction was more localized compared to the falling devil's rampage, but far more brutal. Nearly 400,000 people died, and millions were injured. It was not just Japan that felt the shock. The Soviet Union, ex-country, and the United States all reacted at once. None of them cared about Japan itself. If the entire country vanished overnight, they would not lose sleep over it. What mattered was something else. The gun devil fragments. The pieces they had spent years collecting had suddenly vanished. And the last known location of those fragments was Japan. Now, the entire world had its eyes locked on the country. Kyoto. The phone of Japan's new prime minister, Yuki Tomoda, rang nonstop. He was drenched in sweat. The moment he ended one call, another came in. Hello, this is Prime Minister Tomoda speaking. He forced a polite tone, bowing instinctively even though the caller could not see him. Yes, we understand your concern. His face stiffened as he listened. Your country's gun devil fragments disappeared. We deeply regret that, but we have no information on it either. This incident is not something we can confirm on our end. He wiped his forehead, panic creeping into his voice. Japan suffered greatly as well, please understand that. More words came from the other side. Tomoda bowed again, lower this time. There must be some misunderstanding. We sincerely apologize. His voice grew weaker with every sentence. Yes, once we complete our investigation, we will contact your diplomatic office immediately. Please rest assured. The call ended. He stayed frozen for a moment, still bent forward, before finally straightening up. If this had been face to face, he would have been kneeling on the floor by now. The truth was simple. He had no idea what had happened. After Asa Mitaka obtained all the gun devil fragments, Makima ensured that no information could leak. She altered the perception of every high-ranking official in Japan. No one would speak of Asa. No one would even think to. Makima had her reasons. She liked Kale. And because she liked him, she would protect what belonged to him. Asa was his lover. She was even carrying his child. There was no way Makima would allow the entire world to target a pregnant woman. Kale would hate that. And Makima had no intention of making Kale's life harder. The plan was not perfect. Information always found a way to leak. But it would buy time. And if anyone came knocking with bad intentions, she would deal with them personally. In the end, all that mattered was that the four of them could live peacefully. Sumida Ward. The ruins of the Tokyo Skytree stood surrounded by construction. Workers moved nonstop, pouring concrete and rebuilding what had been destroyed. The original tower, once standing at 634 meters, was gone. This time they aimed higher. Over 1,000 meters. Not just for pride, but for function. With so many high-rise buildings in Tokyo, signal transmission required something taller, something dominant. Nearby, a man sat on a bench, watching the scene with a relaxed smile. He held a can of coffee, his posture lazy. He was tall, well-built, dressed in a white shirt and black overalls. A vintage camera hung around his neck. His long black hair was tied into a ponytail, his features sharp and composed. He looked like a tourist. "All right, folks," he muttered to himself, lifting his camera. "Welcome to the future tallest tower in the world, Tokyo Skytree." He snapped a few photos, even catching a couple of workers slacking off. "Beautiful," he added with a grin. A sanitation worker approached him. The man wore a faded uniform with orange stripes, carrying a bag and cleaning tools. His face was tired, but he smiled politely. "Excuse me, young man, could I have that can?" The young man raised a brow. He shook the crushed can in his hand. Liquid sloshed inside. "There's still half left," he said in slightly rough Japanese. The worker scratched his head, embarrassed. "Ah, sorry, I thought it was empty." The young man laughed. "No problem, I'll finish it and give it to you." The worker waved his hands quickly. No, that's not necessary." But the man tilted the can anyway. Splash. The remaining coffee spilled onto the ground, spreading into a dark stain. "There," he said with a wide grin, "now it's empty." He handed the can over. The sanitation worker's expression stiffened. "Young man, I didn't ask you to do that. You're just making more work for me." The man blinked, then tilted his head as if confused. "What are you talking about?" He stepped closer. "I just made your job more meaningful." "In what?" The can dropped into the plastic bag with a metallic clink. "If people didn't litter, what would you even do?" he continued casually. "Same goes for everyone else." He pointed toward the construction site. "Those guys only have work because something got destroyed. No devils, no damage, no jobs." He smirked. "Dirty environments create cleaners, illness creates doctors, crime creates public safety, devils create devil hunters." His grin widened. "It's a perfect system." The worker's face flushed with anger. "That's twisted logic." The man stood up slowly. His height alone was enough to cast a shadow over the worker. "What did you say?" he asked, voice calm but heavy. The worker immediately shrank back. "And nothing." The tension broke just as quickly as it formed. The man suddenly laughed. Then he stretched out his hand. "Nice to meet you," he said brightly. "I'm Bridge, what's your name?" The worker hesitated, then wiped his hand nervously on his clothes before reaching out. "My name is Kitano." Before their hands could meet, Kitano screamed. "Aya." He clutched his face, staggering back. Blood poured from his nose. Bridge stood there, grinning. Instead of a handshake, he had shoved 2 fingers straight into the man's nostrils. "Atahata." He pulled his hand back, holding up his bloodied fingers in a peace sign, laughing so hard he bent forward. Chapter 143. Tokyo. Bunkyo Ward, Central Tokyo. Bunkyo Eise Public High School. Over 1,000 students gathered on the school playground. On stage stood the principal, a balding old man with glasses speaking into a microphone. Students, today we are honored to welcome Mr. Bridge, an internationally renowned disaster prevention expert, here to guide us. Let's give him a warm welcome. Applause erupted across the field. Balaam Bridge stepped out from backstage. He wore work overalls beneath a neatly fitted black suit jacket. He adjusted his red tie, then took the microphone with a relaxed smile, waving casually at the crowd. Hello, everyone. My name is Balaam Bridge. I'm not much of a talker, so I'll keep this short. Just follow my instructions, and I'll give you a realistic and educational disaster prevention drill. Every student's attention shifted toward him at once. Compared to the aging principal, Bridge stood out instantly. Wow, he's tall. That guy's built like a tank. How the hell do you even get muscles like that? Did he just smile at me? Whispers spread, most of them completely unrelated to the drill. Bridge clapped his hands lightly and pointed toward the school building. First, return to your classrooms in an orderly manner and wait for further instructions. Yes, the students responded in unison. Soon, the playground emptied. Back in their classrooms, excitement filled the air. Anything felt fun as long as it wasn't a normal lesson. Not long after, a faint burning smell drifted through the halls. Hey, do you smell that? Yeah, something's burning. Is that smoke? Relax, idiot, it's obviously part of the drill. Still, this is kinda impressive. Then, a burst of static crackled through the PA system. Balaam Bridge's calm voice followed. Children, haha, it's me again, Balaam Bridge. My sharp little ones, you've already noticed, haven't you? You can smell it. A brief pause. That's right. Today's exercise is a fire drill. I've started a fire in the basement, but don't worry, everything is under control. It's just special materials producing a lot of smoke. Now tell me, what's the real killer in a fire? Voices echoed throughout the building. The smoke. Bridge laughed softly. Exactly. People don't usually burn to death, they suffocate. Now then, the drill begins. Follow your class order, wet your towels in the restrooms, cover your nose and mouth, and evacuate the building. Move carefully. The students began to follow instructions. Gray smoke thickened as it spread through the corridors. Yet no one panicked. To them, this was still just a drill. If anything, they were impressed. Class 2-3. Students lined up outside their classroom, crouched low, covering their mouths with damp towels. Some were already joking around. They had to wait their turn. When it finally came, the line began moving down the stairwell. At the back, a few tall boys messed around, stomping exaggeratedly, pretending to be dinosaurs. They treated the entire situation like a game. The narrow staircase quickly became congested because of them. Tap, tap. The last boy in line felt a heavy hand land on his shoulder. Huh, who the hell touched me? He turned around with an irritated glare. Kubo Ikai. At nearly 1.9 meters tall, he towered over most students. His size alone made him intimidating, and his reputation made it worse. He bullied others often, collecting money like it was a tax. But the moment he saw who stood behind him, his expression changed instantly. Balaam Bridge. Up close, the difference in their builds was almost absurd. If Bridge was solid steel, Kubo felt like cheap scrap metal. Ah, instructor, it's you. Bridge smiled faintly. Afraid of strength but not of character. Arrogant at first, obedient after. Funny, isn't it? Kubo scratched his head awkwardly. I don't really get it, sir, but I'll behave. He quickly straightened up, adjusting his towel properly. Bridge's hand remained on his shoulder. Firm. Unmovable. Ouch, that kinda hurts, Kubo muttered. SHH. Bridge raised a finger to his lips. Kubo, do you hear something? Kubo blinked, confused. A sound. He listened carefully. Footsteps, people going downstairs. Bridge shook his head. No. It's a crackling sound, small pops, like something splitting. Kubo frowned. I don't hear that. I see. Bridge casually pulled out a toothpick, picked at his teeth, then flicked it away. Then tell me, do you smell anything? Kubo swallowed. Yeah, smoke. Bridge chuckled, then his expression sharpened. Anyone can smell smoke. What I'm asking is, He leaned in slightly. Don't you smell burning perfume and flesh? Kubo's body stiffened. Perfume. Yes, perfume. Bridge's voice dropped lower. SHOLORD, white grape champagne notes, cheap but popular. Kubo's breathing became uneven. I don't understand. What are you saying? Bridge clicked his tongue. Pathetic. He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a photograph. You really are a terrible son. He turned the photo toward Kubo. A woman and her child. Smiling. That perfume. Bridge's eyes locked onto him. Is what your mother, Hasakawa Mako, wears every day, you piece of shit. Chapter 144. Mama. The moment Kubo Ikai saw the photo clearly, his pupils shrank. His mind went blank. Warm spring sunlight poured in through the stairwell windows, but Balaam Bridge's face remained half-hidden in shadow, his smile calm yet deeply unsettling. Mr. Bridge, why do you have a picture of my mother? Bridge's lips curled slightly. Rip. He tore the photo into pieces and let them fall like snow. Then he leaned close to Kubo's ear. Kubo, is this really the time to stand here talking to me? Aren't you curious what's actually burning, to make smoke this thick? His voice dropped to a whisper. Or have you really not heard your mother screaming? Bridge suddenly burst into laughter, tears forming in his eyes. I heard her. He rolled his eyes back, tongue sticking out as he clawed at himself in mock agony. It's so hot I'm burning, help me. Kubo Ikai felt cold all over. His body stiffened, his gaze locked onto Bridge like he wanted to tear him apart. Thud. Bridge slammed him against the wall and shoved a key into his hand. Kid, this opens the basement. If there's still time, go save her. His tone softened, almost thoughtful. Don't hesitate and regret it later. Kubo's breathing turned ragged. His eyes reddened as something inside him snapped. He clenched the key so tightly his palm split open. He wanted to beat Bridge into the ground. But his mother came first. Bridge, fuck you, just wait. He turned and bolted down the stairs. His eyes were bloodshot as he shoved students out of his way. Move, get the hell out of my way. A smaller boy stepped forward nervously. Kubo, the teacher said we should evacuate properly. Shut up, my mom's dying. Kubo slammed into him without slowing down. Higashiyama Yori was knocked aside, crashing into the wall and getting stepped on as Kubo charged past. The orderly evacuation began to fall apart. Chaos spread. Haha. Bridge stood there, hands on his hips, smiling. Then he suddenly raised his voice, screaming in panic. Emergency, everyone run. A fire devil is coming down from the roof. If you're too slow, you're dead. Normally, the students might have doubted him. But after seeing Kubo lose control like that, the fear felt real. A devil. Scream. Panic exploded. Students shoved and pushed, trying to escape faster. Order collapsed completely. A stampede began. 1 minute later. Kubo Ikai reached the basement first, battered and coughing from inhaling thick smoke. The air was suffocating. Flames flickered everywhere. And then he heard it. A clear, agonized scream. Mom, I'm here. He forced himself forward, vision blurring, and jammed the key into the burning hot lock. Click. The door swung open. Cough, cough. Smoke choked him as he rushed inside. At the center of the room, something burned and twisted. There was movement beneath it. Still alive. There was still a chance. Kubo threw himself forward, pushing away the burning debris with bare hands. He didn't care that his skin was burning. He had to save her. But when he saw what was underneath, he froze. Silence. It wasn't his mother. There was no Hasakawa Mako. Only a pig. Its legs were chained, its body scorched, writhing in panic as it stared at him with wide, terrified eyes. For a second, everything stopped. Then, boom. Kubo burst out of the basement, completely engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. Bridge, I'll fucking kill you. He sprinted toward the first-floor restroom. Move, get out of my way, I need water. But he didn't notice. Every step he took left fire spreading behind him. Gasoline had already been smeared across the hallways. The flames followed him. Boom. Boom. Fire erupted among the students. More bodies caught fire. Screams filled the building. "Ah, what the hell, I'm on fire. Stay away from me." Students dropped to the ground, rolling in panic. It only made things worse. The flames spread faster. Some followed Kubo's lead and rushed toward the restroom. It only turned that area into another inferno. And then came the final blow. There was no water. Bridge had already cut the supply. The hydrants were locked. No escape. Hehehe. Bridge's laughter echoed through the building. Then it stopped. He slowly pulled out an old photograph. A little girl with purple hair and green eyes. In the corner, small text read, "Pamu 27. Strange, why am I so happy?" He tilted his head slightly. "Is it the killing?" "No, that alone shouldn't excite me anymore." His gaze drifted toward the flames. "Maybe it's the fire. It's beautiful. Like it's alive." He pressed a switch. Click. All exits to the school sealed shut. No one was getting out. The fire grew stronger. Bridge wiped tears of laughter from his face. A realistic disaster drill. "I didn't lie, did I?" Smoke thickened. Some students, realizing the exits were sealed, began jumping from the second floor. Staying inside meant certain death. On the third floor, in a corner no one noticed, Higashiyama Yori curled up on the ground. Fire surrounded him, yet he remained mostly unharmed, aside from the earlier hit. His hands trembled as he pulled out his phone. First, he called the fire department. Then, he dialed his sister. If anyone could help, it was her. Ring. Ring. On the other end, Higashiyama Kobni spoke in a hushed voice. "Yari, what is it? I'm still at work." Yari sniffled, his voice shaking. "Sis, can you come pick me up? I'm about to burn." Chapter 145. Chiyoda Ward. Family Burger. Kobni Higashiyama stiffened the moment her phone started ringing. She answered her brother's call like someone hiding a crime. On the other end, Yori Higashiyama was stammering so badly that most of his words made no sense. He had always been like that. When he panicked, his voice turned into a mess of broken syllables. Still, Kobni understood him immediately. Somehow, her brother's panic always matched her own. "Yari, don't panic, just stay hidden. I'm coming right now, stay there." Click. Kobni ended the call and shoved the phone back into her apron pocket. If it had been any other family member in trouble, she would not have cared. Some of them treated her like she did not exist. Others only saw her as someone who could make money for them. But Yori was different. He was the only one who treated her like a real sister. If she had not started working right after graduating from high school, her parents might have sold her to a red light district already. Thinking about it still made her stomach twist. "Kobni," the manager shouted from the kitchen window, "take this family burger to table 4. Hurry up." "Yes." She delivered the food as fast as she could, then rushed back to the kitchen, her face pale with worry. "Manager, I need half a day off. My brother is trapped in a fire. I have to go right now." The manager frowned and folded his arms. "Are you a firefighter?" "And no." "Then why are you running off to fight a fire?" Kobni froze. For a second, she almost forgot what she was trying to say. "But my brother is waiting for me. If I don't go, he might die." The manager's expression became strangely serious. Out of everyone working at Family Burger, is one brother more important than the rest of us? Kobni stared at him, completely confused. The next second, he snapped. "How many times have I told you not to say, say it properly?" "Simp." He flicked her forehead hard enough to make her eyes water. "Remember this pain. This is a Family Burger style lesson. Anyway, if you're going, go quickly. But your perfect attendance bonus for this month is gone." Kobni clutched her forehead and ran out of the restaurant. The moment she stepped outside, tears started falling. It hurt like hell, but she had no choice. If she left without asking for permission, she could get fired, and she could not afford that. This job barely paid enough as it was. She reached the parking lot and got into her car. The hood still looked terrible after the last accident. She had spent 50,000 yen buying a replacement and installed it herself using online tutorials. It was ugly, but at least the engine still worked. She started the car and drove straight toward Bunkyo Ward. 15 minutes later, she reached Bunkyo Ise Public High School. The classroom building was already burning, yet the fire department still had not arrived. Several teachers were standing near the gate, pointing at the flames as if watching a show. Kobni ignored them, drove straight into the school grounds, and stopped the car right under the burning building. Then she quickly called her brother again. "Cough, sister." Hearing his voice made her chest loosen a little. "Yori, I'm right under Block A. Find somewhere you can jump. I'll catch you." "Oh, okay." A moment later, his figure appeared on the third floor where the fire was weaker. His clothes were covered in soot, and sparks were already burning the soles of his shoes. "Yori, I'm here, jump." He leaned against the railing, barely able to stay conscious. With the last bit of strength he had left, he climbed over and jumped. Simp. Instead of hitting the hard concrete, he landed in Kobni's arms. "I caught you," she said, her voice shaking. Yori smiled weakly. To him, his sister had always been the real pillar of the family. Kobni carried him to the back seat, then hurried to the driver's seat. "I'll take you to the hospital first. After that, I still have to go back to work." "Thank you, sister, you're really..." He had inhaled too much smoke and could barely speak anymore. Warmth filled Kobni's chest. Maybe this was what being a sister was supposed to feel like. She released the handbrake, started the engine, and shifted gears. The car was just about to move when a horrible scream suddenly came from above. A burning figure crashed straight onto the hood. Bang! The metal crumpled instantly. Flames spread across the engine, and thick black smoke poured out. The car died on the spot. Kobni stared at the ruined hood in disbelief. "Are you serious? What the hell did I do to deserve this today?" Friday. Meanwhile, it was Asa's day. Kale had accompanied her to Narima Ward, specifically to Tokyo 4th Higher Academy, to finish the paperwork for her 1-year leave of absence. Asa had skipped classes a lot before anyway. If her pregnancy became public, the rumors would only get worse. Taking time off was the only realistic option. From Kale's point of view, this was not only good for Asa, it was good for everyone else too. After all, Asa was not just pregnant. The gun devil was completely inside her right hand. If someone pushed her too far, the result would be a disaster. Makima, on the other hand, was in Shinjuku, helping Kale plan the construction of the new funeral home while buying the necessary supplies. Rize was left alone at home and looked bored out of her mind. To kill time, she decided to walk Makima's dogs. Not because she liked them, she just had nothing better to do. When she returned from buying groceries, she opened the delivery box at the entrance and put away several items she had ordered online. Then she noticed something else. An anonymous package. It had been sent from the Soviet Union. Inside it was an old stuffed bear named Kuma. Chapter 146. Thud. After settling the dogs, Rize returned to her room and locked the door behind her. She let out a long breath and stared at the stuffed bear in her hand, her expression complicated. So it finally came. From the moment she refused the mission and betrayed the KGB, she had known this day would come. The Soviet Union had trained her for years. They would never let her go that easily. Waiting for retaliation was always worse than the retaliation itself. Now that the package had finally arrived, the weight on her chest strangely felt lighter instead of heavier. Let's see what kind of bullshit trick you prepared." She cleared the table in her room and placed the stuffed bear in the middle. Then she dragged a messy set of tools from under the bed. A signal jammer. Gas mask. Anti-corrosion gloves. Tiny tweezers. Her movements were calm and precise, like a surgeon preparing for an operation. Slowly, she began taking the bear apart piece by piece. Soon, the stuffed toy was completely dismantled. No bomb, no poison gas, no hidden blades. After digging through the cotton stuffing, Rize finally found something. A blood-stained fingernail that smelled horrible, 34 small photo fragments, and a recording pen. Her eyebrows tightened slightly. Reassembling something like this was nothing to her. Less than a minute later, the photo was complete. It was a family picture. A middle-aged man, a woman with gray hair, and a small purple-haired girl who was barely over 1 meter tall. It was 8-year-old Rize and her foster parents, Alexei and Sophia. She pressed the button on the recording pen. The recording lasted only a few seconds. First came the sound of metal tools clashing together. Then a wet tearing sound. A woman's muffled scream followed. Someone's fingernail was being pulled out while she was still alive. Rizet closed her eyes for a moment. As a former agent, she had trained herself never to react emotionally first. No matter how bad the situation was, the most important thing was to stay calm. Anger only made people stupid. She turned the photo over. Several lines of messy handwriting were written on the back. If you want more gifts, come to Shibuya Sky at 3 a.m. 3 a.m. Shibuya. The observation deck on the 47th floor of Shibuya Scramble Square. Under the neon lights, a tall man with a ponytail leaned casually against the railing while eating tamagoyaki from a paper bag. Tab. Rizet stepped out of the shadows and sneered. What the hell is this? I thought the KGB would send someone important. Instead, they sent trash like you. Balaam smiled and raised the food bag in his hand. This is called tamagoyaki. It's kind of like egg rolls, but sweeter and softer. Rizet tilted her head slightly and looked at him as if he were an idiot. Really? I think your brain is probably softer than that. Balaam burst out laughing, crumbs flying everywhere. Pamu, it's been so long and you're still sharp-tongued. By the way, did you like the gift I sent you? Rizet rubbed her forehead in annoyance. So you killed Alexei and Sophia. Killed them? Balaam looked surprised. I'd love to turn those two old people into meat paste, but if I killed them, I wouldn't be able to threaten you anymore. Rizet smiled coldly and grabbed the ring on her neck. You're fucking useless. You really think you can blackmail me? Balaam wiped his mouth with his sleeve and threw the unfinished tamagoyaki over the edge of the building. I can. The fact that you came here already proves you still care about them. It actually took me a long time to find those two. Boom. Rizet pulled the ring. A blinding flash exploded from her body. She transformed instantly into the bomb devil. The heat wave from the explosion twisted the air around her. In the blink of an eye, she was already in front of him. Her hand grabbed his throat so hard his face turned red instantly. The black devil mask on her head glowed faintly in the neon light. You idiot, she said coldly. I didn't come here to talk, I came here to kill you. Even with his throat crushed, Balaam was still smiling. You're really violent. Transforming into a devil doesn't make you prettier, you know? Why don't we calm down and talk properly first? Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the night sky. His head was blown clean off and fell toward the ground below. The body collapsed. Rizet returned to her human form and clicked her tongue in disgust. Who the hell are you to comment on how I look? She pulled a dagger from her boot and sliced open his chest. Like her, Balaam was a weapon human. The only way to stop him from regenerating was to remove his heart. 10 years ago, the Soviet military had planned to fuse the bomb devil with a human body. The original candidate had been Balaam. Everything had been prepared, the surgery was ready, and then Rizet appeared. Her compatibility was far beyond his. At the last moment, she took the bomb devil from him. Balaam had never forgotten that humiliation. Later, he fused with the flamethrower devil instead, but it was never the same. Compared to the bomb devil, it felt like a cheap replacement. Rizet dug deeper into his chest, then suddenly stopped. It was empty. At the same moment, a loud explosion erupted in midair outside the building. Balaam had already predicted what she would do. Before coming here, he had moved his heart to his neck. The tamagoyaki he threw earlier actually contained a piece of strong magnetic metal. When he threw it, it stuck to the edge of the floor. A nearly invisible thread was tied to it, and the other end was connected to a loose molar inside his mouth. That tooth was his transformation switch. The moment his head was blown off and fell, the thread tightened and pulled the tooth out. He transformed into the flamethrower man in midair and regenerated instantly. Flames burst across the sky. Balaam really wanted to rush back and fight her properly, but he knew he would lose. Not yet. He was still weaker than Rizet. Running was the only smart choice. More importantly, his identity had already been exposed. If Makima noticed him, he would be dead for sure. He needed to disappear immediately. The first thing he had to do now was change his face. Chapter 147. The next day. An upscale apartment in Shinjuku Ward. It was Saturday, a day off. A family of 4 sat around the dining table, eating breakfast at an unhurried pace. Kale's gaze moved across his 3 wives, studying each of them carefully. This had become a new habit of his. None of them were normal, and their emotional states needed constant attention. Of course, for him, it was also a feast for the eyes. Every single one of them was stunning, the kind of beauty you would not see even once in 10,000 people. Devils really did go to extremes. The ugly ones were unbearable to look at. The beautiful ones were like his wives, Asa, Rize, and Makima. Just looking at them felt refreshing, like he could live 10 extra years. But something was off. Kale's eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on Rize. Rize, you don't look too happy. Something on your mind? Huh? Rize set her spoon down and blinked, her expression innocent. She poked the dimple on her cheek with a finger. Really? I feel normal. Asa leaned closer, curiosity clear on her face, and gently poked Rize's other cheek. It's true, when people are tense, their skin tightens without them noticing. Rize's skin feels less elastic than usual. Ah, seriously. Kale stared directly into Rize's eyes, his expression firm. If something's bothering you, don't keep it to yourself. We can handle it together. Rize hesitated. Exactly, Asad gently took her hand. We're family, family helps each other. Makima lowered her gaze, silent for a moment, watching. After more than a month of living together, her relationship with Rize had eased significantly. A few days ago, for convenience, Rize had moved in fully instead of staying next door. Kale had insisted on it. They were one family, so there was no point living separately or cooking different meals. Once things became even more harmonious, Kale had plans to take it further. One family, one space. Pachita, however, had already made his decision. He moved downstairs with the dogs, willingly taking on the role of their caretaker. Not because he felt awkward, he simply figured their presence might get in the way. Even a devil knew when to give people space. Makima took a slow sip of sake before speaking casually. Rize, what exactly were you doing outside in the middle of the night? Her tone remained calm, but her eyes were sharp. Better you say it yourself before I do. As the most composed and capable among them, Makima had quietly placed surveillance around both Asa and Rize. Nothing significant escaped her notice. She already knew fragments of what had happened, including Rize's clash with Balaam Bridge. At least it had not been for anything foolish. Rize rolled her eyes and raised her middle finger at Makima. Why do you always talk like that? Sounds like a damn mutt. Makima smiled faintly. And you're acting like a rat, sneaking around in the dark. Asa pressed her temples, already feeling a headache coming on. So, Rize's in trouble, right? She rolled up her sleeve, revealing the gun devil's power beneath her skin. Just tell me who needs to die. I'm ridiculously strong right now. After so long fused with the gun devil, Asa's control had grown tremendously. As long as she fired seriously, almost nothing on the surface could withstand her attacks, aside from special cases or primal devils. Rize let out a sigh. Since you all want to know, fine. She took her time, explaining everything. The package she received. The suspected murder of her foster parents. Balaam Bridge's identity. And how she had already blown him apart. When she finished, silence lingered for a moment. Balaam Bridge, damn it. Kale and Asa spoke at the same time, their anger perfectly in sync. Makima frowned slightly. The fire at that middle school in Bunkyo Ward not long ago, that was likely him too. Kale exhaled slowly, irritation rising. Of all people, he goes after my wife's family. That bastard's got guts. He leaned back slightly, eyes cold. Makima, can you track him? I'll erase him and be back before breakfast's done. Anyone targeting Rize's heart had already signed their death warrant. Makima shook her head. He's cautious. He likely knows how my ability works and is deliberately avoiding detection. She paused briefly. He's probably already altered his appearance. I can only narrow it down by body type. Rize rested her chin on her hands, calm. There's no need to rush. His goal has always been my heart. I'm the target. Unless he defects like I did, he will come for me eventually. Her fingers tapped lightly against the table. And we have an advantage. The KGB might know about Makima, maybe even Asa, but they won't expect this kind of relationship between us. She glanced at Kale, her expression softening slightly. With you all backing me, I'm safe. So we wait, live normally. The next time he makes a move will be the day he dies. The others nodded. Her reasoning made sense. But something still felt off. Asa suddenly froze, realization striking her. Wait. She frowned. That plan works, but what about your foster parents? If Balaam Bridge is following orders, the KGB will torture them to pressure you, right? Kale's expression changed. Right. That was the missing piece. Rizette calmly took another bite of porridge, her expression unchanged. But I won't give in because of that. She spoke plainly. Compared to them, I choose to stay with Kale and all of you. If I cared more about them, I would have returned to the Soviet Union long ago. It's a simple choice. Kale clicked his tongue. With that mindset, Balaam Bridge's leverage meant nothing. Rizette let out a quiet sigh. After I got the bomb devil's heart, my foster parents always told me something. She paused briefly. To stop living for the Soviet Union and the KGB. To stop being a tool for killing. To take care of myself, to live the life I actually want. I didn't understand back then. But now I do. She looked at them, calm and certain. This is the life I want. If they die, I'll feel bad. She shrugged slightly. But just that. They were already old, close to the end anyway. Killing Balaam Bridge will at least settle things. Issa stared at her, stunned. Rizette, that's kind of cold, don't you think? Rizette thought about it for a second, then nodded. Yeah. That's normal. I'm a devil after all. Chapter 148. To keep things simple. It was an ordinary day. Everyone went about their usual routines, time passing quietly and without disturbance. Late at night. In the bedroom. Tonight was Asa's turn. She clung to Kale like a body pillow, arms wrapped tightly around him as she slept. Kale's hand rested gently on her abdomen, slowly rubbing it as he hummed a soft nursery rhyme to the unborn child. Clap your little hands. Stretch out your fingers. Where are your eyes? Your eyes are here. Point them out with your finger. The melody had a calming effect. A faint, silly smile appeared at the corner of Asa's lips. Her breathing gradually softened, becoming steady as she sank deeper into sleep. When the clock passed midnight, Kale leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss against her lips. Then, moving carefully, he slipped out of her arms and eased himself out of bed. Asa frowned slightly in her sleep, her hands shifting restlessly. Kale reacted instantly, grabbing a body pillow and placing it into her embrace. Feeling something to hold onto, she settled down again. Kale dressed quietly and stepped out of the room. Sorry, Asa, I'll be back soon. Tonight, he planned to slip out without telling any of them. This was not about messing around. It was about Rizette. She said she did not care, but if something truly happened to her foster parents, she would feel it. Letting his woman be upset, that would be his failure. Besides, he hated sitting still while someone else pulled the strings. That kind of passive waiting pissed him off. He wanted control. Tonight, there had to be a result. Alex and Sophia. Alive, he would bring them back. Dead, he would at least recover their bodies. The moment he stepped outside, Kale activated his abilities. A layer of dark energy spread across his body. Then he used the Earthquake Devil's power to alter his vibration frequency. A faint hum passed through the air. To small creatures like rats and cockroaches, Kale disappeared. It was a trick he had recently developed. Those creatures could only perceive certain frequency ranges. By shifting outside that range, he became invisible to them. The same principle applied to humans. He called it Assassin's Pace. This was mainly to avoid Makima. She had many good traits, but she also had a habit of keeping tabs on him at all times. He could deal with it, but honestly, it would be exhausting for her if she never rested. The night in Shinjuku was bright with city lights. Maintaining Assassin's Pace, Kale walked into the commercial district and entered a 24-hour convenience store. He grabbed a cart and headed straight for the food aisles. No hesitation. He cleared everything. Soon enough, he walked out carrying nearly 50 kilograms of snacks and packaged food. He made his way to a quiet park and stepped onto the grass. Low-frequency vibrations spread outward, driving away any nearby animals. Only then did he deactivate Assassin's Pace. He dropped the bags onto the ground. "Fami, I know you're watching. This is for you, get out here." A flicker of distortion appeared in front of him, like static on a screen. Fami's figure gradually took shape. As always, she tilted her head slightly, eyes fixed on the pile of food. She crouched down and immediately began picking through the bags, stuffing snacks into her mouth without pause. Crunch, crunch, crunch. With crumbs clinging to her lips, she spoke unclearly. "Brother-in-law, food like this, you gotta handle it carefully." Kale clicked his tongue, crouching beside her. He grabbed a drink, stuck in a straw, and pushed it toward her mouth. "Slow the hell down, I'm not stealing it from you. Drink something before you choke." "Thanks." About 5 minutes later, more than half the food was gone. Burped. Fami leaned slightly to the side, gathering the remaining bags. "I haven't been this full in ages. Brother-in-law, you're a good guy, I like you." Kale ignored that, his eyes drifting to her stomach. It made no sense. She had easily eaten over 20 kilograms of food, yet her stomach remained flat. "If you're curious, you can touch it." Her tone was calm. I'll pass." Kale looked away. "I didn't come here for that. I've got something serious, and you're probably the only one who can handle it." Fami didn't answer right away. Instead, she asked, "You figured out my other ability. How?" Kale shrugged slightly. "Not hard. Since we moved in, you've shown up 7 times during meals. And sometimes, food locked in the cupboard just vanishes. Combine that with your devil name, and it's obvious. You can teleport to places with food, right?" Fami raised her brows, a faint smile forming. "Hehehe. Yeah, cut the cute act. You ate my stuff, so now you work for me. Fair deal." Of course, very fair and honestly pretty fun. Kale didn't waste time. "Fami, do you know anything about Rizez's foster parents?" In terms of gathering information, Fami was not much weaker than Makima. In certain situations, she might even be better. Makima relied on controlling those weaker than her. Fami had no such limitation. As long as something could feel hunger, it could fall under her influence. Even stronger devils were not exempt. Fami wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and licked it clean. "I do." Kale's gaze sharpened. "Are they alive?" She paused briefly. "Barely, somewhere between alive and dead." Kale let out a breath. "Good enough. They're alive." He nodded. "Then send me to the Soviet Union. I'm getting them out of the KGB." Fami frowned slightly. "That's far. Using my ability consumes satiety. If I send you that far, it won't be enough." Kale pointed at the remaining food. "Then keep eating." "I'm already full." She patted her stomach, her answer making no sense. Kale frowned. "That's contradictory." "It's not," Fami shook her head calmly. "My satiety has 2 parts, physical and mental. Both matter. You've filled the physical part. The mental part is still starving." Now it clicked. Being full was not enough. She needed stimulation, something interesting. Kale clicked his tongue. "Then fix that fast. If you need anything, I'll help." Fami smiled faintly, her tongue brushing lightly across her lips. "There is a simple way. Don't drag it out, I'm in a hurry." She looked straight at him. "Kale, kiss me." Chapter 149. "Huh?" Kale stared at her, disbelief clear on his face. How could Fami say something like that so casually? "Didn't hear me? Fine, I'll say it again." Her eyes were calm, fixed directly on him. "I want Kale to kiss me. Not just a normal kiss, it has to be a French kiss." Kale forced a dry smile. "So this is your idea of filling your mental satiety?" "Yes," Fami replied without hesitation. "It's simple, efficient, and it should feel good too, right?" She lightly tapped her lips. "Hurry up. Once you refill my satiety, we can head to the Soviet Union and deal with what you want." Kale hesitated. It wasn't that she wasn't attractive. Far from it. As the older sister of Asa and Makima, Fami was undeniably beautiful. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that this felt like cheating. His wives were at home, asleep, while he was out here in the middle of the night doing something like this. Is there really no other way? He asked. There is, she said calmly, but it's slow. If you do this now, my satiety will recover much faster. Then I can help you sooner. Kale covered his face, conflicted. Do you think I'm ugly? Fami asked. No, he replied honestly. You're a bad woman, just like my wives, and yeah, you're insanely beautiful. Then stop wasting time. She spread her hands slightly. And don't worry about status. You already have the third sister and the youngest sister. One more kissing won't make a difference. Kale let out a long breath. That's not the point. The real issue is that I don't like you. I can't kiss someone I don't like. Fami clicked her tongue softly. You're missing the point. She reached out and took his hand. We're going to save someone important to Rizet. Compared to that, what does a kiss matter? You say you love her, yet you won't pay such a small price. You really are only thinking about yourself. Her words hit him hard. Kale froze. She was right. His thoughts cleared instantly. He took a deep breath. For Rizet, I'll do it. Good. Fami smiled faintly. Her finger traced lightly along his cheek. It doesn't matter if you don't like me. Just think of me as a toy. She leaned closer, her voice soft near his ear. Kale, treat me like one. His body stiffened. Damn, she knew exactly what she was doing. Just as she moved closer, Kale suddenly covered her mouth. She ended up kissing his hand instead. It's not that I'm refusing, he said awkwardly. He pulled out a small blue bottle, mint mouthwash. You ate a lot earlier, at least rinse your mouth first. All right. Fami took the bottle and drank a large amount, swishing it before spitting it out. Now we can star, MMPH. Before she could finish, Kale pulled her in and sealed her lips. His gaze sharpened as he took control. Despite everything, her lips were unexpectedly soft. Warm, smooth, annoyingly good. And since she said it herself, he didn't need to hold back. Fami's eyes widened slightly, her cheeks flushing. So this was a French kiss. It really did feel like jelly. Without thinking, she bit down lightly. Hey, don't bite. Kale pinched her thigh in irritation. MMH, sorry, it felt like food. Yeah, then I guess you need to be taught properly. He didn't hold back after that. Fami closed her eyes, completely inexperienced, letting him take the lead. Kale almost laughed. The hunger devil, acting like this. Unbelievable. Her body trembled slightly as she suppressed any sound. Just from this alone, her satiety rose rapidly. A quarter of an hour passed. She was full. Completely. Bang! A burst of white mist swallowed them. In the next instant, they reappeared thousands of miles away. Moscow. Lubyanka Square. Snow drifted down around them. The cold snapped Kale back to reality. He pulled away, releasing her. Her lips were, honestly, impressive. Different from his wives, but just as good in their own way. As a toy, she passed. But there was one issue. Her head was tilted to the right, at an awkward angle. It wouldn't straighten, no matter what he tried earlier. He had to tilt his own head just to match her. Any longer, and his neck would have been done for. Do you have a neck problem? Kale said bluntly. Can't you hold your head straight? Fami's expression gradually returned to normal as the cold settled in. Oh right, I don't think I told you. She touched the scale-shaped earring on her ear. I merged with the justice devil. It manifests through this. Justice is never balanced. So my head can't stay straight. Kale raised an eyebrow. The justice devil, interesting, does it always tilt the same way? No. When I'm hungry, the left side becomes heavier, so I tilt left. When I'm full, the right side is heavier, so I tilt right. When both sides are equal, I can briefly stay balanced. Kale frowned. You merged with something that inconvenient just for mind reading. It's not about willingness, she replied calmly. The justice devil exists beneath me. It's a part of me. Kale narrowed his eyes. Why? Fami looked at him, her expression unreadable. Because hunger is justice. Chapter 150. Kale smacked his lips, unimpressed. What kind of twisted logic was that? Hunger is justice? That sounded like complete nonsense. He rolled his neck, wincing slightly. Whatever, let's move. Where are Alexi and Sophia? Fami brushed the snow off her hair and turned, pointing toward a massive yellow building nearby, the Lubyanka building. They're inside, 3rd floor most likely. The structure wasn't tall, but it sprawled wide like a solid block. Plain at a glance, but that only made it more intimidating. This was the headquarters of the KGB. Heavily guarded, Fami added calmly. Not even a mosquito gets through. Makima's control wouldn't help much here. But Fami was different. No matter how tight security was, guards still got hungry. Kale stretched his arms, loosening up. All right, here's the plan. He raised 3 fingers. We go in, grab Alexei and Sophia, then get the hell out back to Shinjuku. Fami clapped lightly. Simple and efficient, let's go in head-on. Exactly. Kale could have slipped in unnoticed, but what was the point? Why sneak around when he could tear the place apart? He grinned and grabbed the pull ring at his neck. Time to have some fun. He yanked it. Boom. Flames burst across Lubyanka Square, bright enough to rival the northern lights. His head transformed into a missile, smoke and heat pouring off his body. Bomb Man form. Way easier to handle than Chainsaw Man. Fami tilted her head, watching him with curiosity. How do you do that? Why can you turn into Rizé? Devil ability, Kale said, exhaling hot air. I'm the Blackbeard Devil. I take abilities from anything I kill. No point hiding it. If anyone wanted to test him, they were welcome to try. Fami nodded slowly. Blackbeard, I see. Then she frowned. But why can't I taste any devil presence from you? Kale stared at her. Stop talking shit. If you're that curious, you can check later. For now, keep up. All right. Kale inhaled deeply. Then he moved. Whistle, fisherquake, blazing sparks. This is my combo. Boom. The ground cracked as a violent shockwave slammed into the building. The outer defenses collapsed instantly. Red warning lights flashed. Alarms blared across the entire structure. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Within seconds, Kale and Fami were already inside. Crunch. Kale crushed a group of mechanical dogs, armed with blue flame Gatling guns. He glanced at the guards rushing toward them and scoffed. This is your big defense. I've seen better security at a damn convenience store. Fami's cheeks flushed slightly. He was overwhelming. She didn't even need to act. She could just stand there and let him handle everything. At this rate, he might actually be able to kill her eldest sister. The captain of the guard stepped forward, medals lining his uniform. His eyes locked onto Kale. You, Pamu, traitor, and now you attack us. He hesitated. Wait, that's a man's voice. Did you steal the bomb devil's heart? Who the hell are you? Good question. Fami stepped forward, holding a wooden carving. She dropped it. A flash of black light flickered. Chuni. The guillotine devil appeared behind her, its crooked neck twitching. As you can see, Fami said calmly, we are a heroic duo. She gestured between them. Hand over Alexei and Sophia, and we might let you live. The guillotine devil let out a sharp cry. The captain's face twisted with rage. You think this is a marketplace? Open fire. Gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down. Half a minute later, the hallway was silent. Bodies were scattered everywhere, limbs torn apart, the air thick with blood. Kale stepped forward without a second glance. They reached the 3rd floor quickly. After witnessing what happened below, the remaining personnel chose cooperation over resistance. Soon, they found a hidden room. Inside, torture tools hung from the walls. The stench of blood and waste filled the air. 2 elderly figures were chained inside. Alexei and Sophia. Both looked frail, barely holding on. Fami gave a small signal. Chuni. The guillotine devil moved instantly, slicing through the chains. Sophia's fingernails had been ripped out. Alexei had lost all the toes on one foot. The KGB had planned to use them as leverage against Rizé. That plan was over. Despite their condition, the moment they saw Kale's bomb form, their eyes lit up. Rizé, Alexei whispered, nearly collapsing. Sophia reached out weakly, touching the fuse on his arm. You've grown. Kale reverted to normal. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I'm Kale. The moment they saw his face, their expressions changed. Fear. Shock. If he had that power, then what happened to Rizé? Kale sighed. Relax, Rizé's fine. This form isn't from her heart, it's just an ability I got. You'll see her soon. Alexei narrowed his eyes. You're telling the truth. Sophia looked at him carefully. You called me mother-in-law, so you really married her. Kale shrugged. Yeah. Fami stepped forward, dismissing the guillotine devil. We didn't come all this way to lie, we're here to get you out. Kale nodded. 2 steps done, time for the 3rd. He glanced at Fami. Take us out of here. Fami didn't move. Her head tilted to the left again. She looked at him quietly. I'm hungry. Kale sighed. Of course you are. She met his gaze. I need another kiss. Yeah, figured. Without hesitation, Kale grabbed her face and pulled her in. Right in front of Alexei and Sophia. The 2 elderly people froze. Moscow was going to be very noisy tonight. Chapter 151. With her prior experience, Fami was far from clueless. She did not just passively endure anymore. Her lips and tongue even pushed back at times, clumsy but eager. Her face flushed deep red, her breathing uneven as she indulged in the lingering softness. Alexei and Sophia stood frozen, completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't Kale supposed to be rescuing them? Didn't he say Rizé was his wife? So how the hell did he end up making out with this strange girl in seconds? As the kiss deepened, Fami's gaze flicked toward the 2 elders. Their stunned expressions filled her with satisfaction. Her sense of fulfillment rose sharply. Kissing Kale right in front of Rizé's foster parents, people who were essentially his in-laws. It was far too entertaining. 5 minutes later, Fami finally pulled away on her own. She looked satisfied. Wiping the saliva from the corner of her lips, she spoke softly. Kale, I still need to eat. Without hesitation, Kale reached into his stomach and pulled out a large stash of snacks he had stored earlier. Eat. Fami's eyes lit up instantly as she began devouring them without restraint. Sophia's expression turned complicated. Young man, what exactly was that just now? Nothing serious, just starting up a toy, Kale replied casually. Relax, mother-in-law, I love your daughter Rizé. As he spoke, he took out some disinfectant and began treating their wounds. Fami nodded rapidly while eating. I am Kale's toy. Alexei gave a bitter smile. Seems like we old people can't keep up with your generation anymore. Yeah, Kale said plainly. Silence settled over the room. Only the sound of chewing remained. Occasionally, Kale patted Fami's back to keep her from choking. 3 minutes later, she let out a satisfied burp. Her head tilted slightly. She was full. Done, we can go back now. Kale checked his watch. Nearly 2 hours had passed since he left. Good, let's move. He needed to get back, clean his in-laws up, and bring them to see Rizé at dawn. Okay. Fami extended her hand. Everyone, stack your hands. Clap. Kale placed his hand first. Alexei and Sophia were about to follow when a weak cough came from outside. Knock, knock. A thin, middle-aged man stepped in, leaning on a cane. His white handkerchief was stained with blood. Alexei coughed, old friend, are you leaving? Kale frowned slightly. You trying to stop me? Rudolph, Alexei muttered. He shook his head toward Kale. No need to be tense. This man is Rudolph Malinsky, chairman of the KGB, and a useless puppet. Rudolph laughed weakly, then broke into a violent coughing fit. Even standing seemed difficult for him. He slid down the damp wall and sat on the floor. His spirit was frail, like a man already half buried. A puppet? I didn't expect to hear that from you, old friend. Sophia spat in disgust. From the moment you betrayed Felix's will and turned the KGB into a tool for power, we were done. You got sidelined by Yagoda and became a puppet. This is your own fault. Rudolph fell silent for a moment. Yagoda, I saw his body downstairs, died like a nobody, the future of the KGB. He coughed again. A tiny black sphere formed at Kale's fingertip as he pointed at Rudolph. Old man, I don't give a damn about your memories. One question, fight or peace? Rudolph froze. He knew exactly how dangerous these people were. He slowly raised his hands. Peace, cough, young man, you're Japan's weapon, right? These two don't matter anymore, but you, why attack the KGB for them? Kale scoffed. For Japan, are you stupid? I'm helping my wife rescue her parents. Attacking the KGB just happened along the way. Rudolph opened his mouth to speak again. But suddenly, he couldn't. Fami had already sealed his mouth shut with layers of tape. She spoke coldly. If you're irrelevant, then shut up. If you want to die, do it quietly. Then she immediately rushed back to Kale's side, clinging to his arm. Kale, did I do good? Kale rubbed her head lightly. Yeah, you're a sensible toy. Let's go. Without wasting another second, Kale placed his hands on Alexei and Sophia. Fami activated her ability. Their figures faded away. Before disappearing, Alexei glanced at Rudolph struggling on the floor. He sighed softly. If you still feel guilt, face Felix's statue in Lubyanka Square and end it yourself. Moments later, they appeared in Shinjuku, inside Makima's apartment. There were plenty of empty rooms. Kale picked one and quickly cleaned it using his abilities. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, wash up and sleep. It's late. You can see Rizet in the morning. Thank you, son-in-law. Kale shut the door behind them. He checked his watch. Exactly 2.5 hours. Not bad. Fami lingered beside him, gently taking his hand and pointing at the next room. Kale, let's go do it. Kale raised an eyebrow. Do what? She leaned close and whispered. Let's go sleep. Kale let out a short, cold laugh and pushed her away. Don't get it twisted, you think I enjoyed kissing you. You're just a toy, know your place, dumbass. Instead of getting angry, Fami looked even more excited. She clung to him again. Come on, Kale, just play with me a bit. Kale shoved her off without hesitation. Not interested, get lost. He walked straight back to Asaz's room. She was still asleep. Peaceful, quiet. Her expression was soft and completely defenseless. Even alone, she hadn't kicked off the blanket. Kale carefully removed the bolster from her arms and slipped into its place. Perfect. Chapter 152. 7:20 a.m. 10 minutes before the alarm. Kale felt something wet and irritating on his face. His brows twitched as he slowly opened his eyes. Right in front of him was Asa. Like a kitten searching for food, the tip of her tongue brushed lightly across his face again. That woke him up fast. Asa, why the hell are you drooling all over my face again? She raised a brow, completely unbothered. What, is my saliva not sweet? Kale let out a dry laugh. Yeah, sure, Asa's saliva is a premium drink, real gourmet stuff. I just love tasting it. HMPH, I'm mad now. I'll make you enjoy it properly. Before he could react, Asa climbed on top of him, pressing down without hesitation. MMPH. 10 minutes later, she finally pulled back. Just a brief indulgence. She wiped her lips, clearly satisfied. For some reason, her mood was always better in the morning. If not for the child, she might have pinned Kale down and gone all out without holding back. The two lay close together, separated only by thin cotton pajamas. Kale, I had a dream last night, Asa murmured. You turned into a toy and it felt strange, so I had to check. Kale paused. She was getting sharper. He smiled faintly and gently brushed her hair back. That wasn't a dream, I actually went out last night. Didn't expect that, huh? Ah, really? Her eyes sharpened instantly. Weren't you mine last night? Just because I couldn't keep up with you, you went behind my back to mess around with Rizet and Makima. Hey no, calm down, Kale replied quickly. Nothing like that. He had not messed around with them. But thinking about what happened with Fami. For a split second, he felt a bit uneasy. Then he dismissed it. That was different. I wasn't chasing women. I want to handle something serious. I hit Moscow, rescued Rizet's parents. And anyway, messing with a toy did not count. Same logic as always. Blitzed Moscow. Issa shot upright, shocked. Why didn't you take me? That sounds dangerous. She raised her hand confidently. I'm strong now, I could have helped. Kale just looked at her. Help? With her current control, that was not help, that was a disaster waiting to happen. The gun devil power in her hands was like giving a child a machine gun. One mistake, and the entire Lubyanka building would be gone. He leaned in and kissed her forehead gently. For something small like dealing with the KGB, how is that more important than my wife and kid getting proper sleep? Asa's face turned bright red. Her hands started wandering again. Kale, you really know what to say? You must be holding back a lot. Let me help you out. Kale immediately grabbed her wrists. All right, that's enough. He pulled her out of bed and sat her in front of the mirror, calmly picking up a comb. Tonight, he said, I'll deal with you tonight. He began tying her hair into twin tails. I already brought your parents here. We're meeting them this morning. Okay, Tilda. At the dining table, 7 people sat together. Kale and his 3 wives, Asamitaka, Rizet, and Makima. Fami, the freeloader. And Rizet's foster parents, Alexei and Sophia. After cleaning up, the 2 elders looked far better than before. Rizet stared at them quietly. She always said she did not care. But that was a lie. Even devils feel pain. Kale briefly explained what happened last night, skipping over certain details involving Fami. Sophia's eyes filled with tears. Rizet, I'm so glad you're safe. Rizet closed her eyes and leaned gently against her. Yeah, Mama, I'm doing well here. I have a job and I found someone I love. I won't be an agent anymore. Watching them, Asa felt a quiet ache. She missed her own mother. Kale noticed and held her hand tightly. Makima sat straight, calm and composed. Mr. Alexei, Miss Sophia, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard you were deeply involved in devil fusion research during your time in the KGB. Alexei gave a stiff smile. That's all in the past. He sighed. Sophia and I supported Felix. After he passed, things changed. The KGB lost its direction. We were pushed aside. It became something else entirely, not much different from a political tool now. Makima's eyes sharpened slightly. Felix, I'm quite interested in him. Would you mind telling me more? Alexei blinked, surprised. A girl her age asking about that. He had no idea who he was really speaking to. Of course. His voice regained some life. I heard he worked 12 hours a day, Makima said. 12, Alex frowned. Who told you that nonsense? My sources might be wrong. They are, Alexei said firmly. He worked almost 18 hours every day. He raised 3 fingers. For him, life needed only 3 things: bread, water, and work. There was pride in his voice. A distant memory of a different era. Makima nodded slightly, taking note. Their conversation continued briefly. Aside from Felix, Alexei avoided going too deep into sensitive topics. Old loyalties still held. Even here, he would not expose everything. Still, something felt off. His gaze shifted toward Kale. Why was this guy so close to multiple women? A bad thought crept into his mind. No, could his daughter have ended up in something shady? Kale, meanwhile, had zero interest in politics. He stayed close to his wives, occasionally teasing them. Once the conversation ended, he reached under the table and pulled out a bottle. Father-in-law vodka, want some? Alexei waved him off. I quit drinking. Sophia finally spoke up, unable to hold it in anymore. Son-in-law, you said Rizet is your wife, then what about the others? Kale shrugged casually. No conflict. He took each of their hands in turn. This one, the black-haired beauty, Asamitaka. The one you were talking politics with, Makima. And Rizet, the girl you raised. He looked completely serious. They're all my wives. I'm marrying all of them. Yes, Asa, Rizet, and Makima replied together. Chapter 153. Huh? Is this for real? Alexei and Sophia stood there, completely stunned. What do you mean they're all your wives? No. What kind of madness is this? What the hell did this guy feed you all? Rizet and the others looked so firm and unapologetic that it made Alexei and Sophia feel like they were the strange ones. Sophia forced a smile. She turned to Rizet and spoke carefully. Child, is this truly what you want, to share a husband with all these girls? Mama, it is not that complicated, Rizet said with a calm shrug. We all seriously like Kale, and Kale loves us too, so we are getting married together. That sounds like a happy ending to me. Exactly, Asa added. Rizet and Makima are both amazing people. Living with Kale like this makes us happy. Makima nodded slightly. Rules are rigid, but people are not. Compared to a lifetime of happiness, what others think does not matter. Fami said nothing and continued eating. She had wanted to stir things up earlier. But now she lost interest. Compared to marrying Kale, being treated like a toy sounded more entertaining. Sigh. Alexei let out a long breath and gently tugged Sophia's sleeve. Let it go, Sophia. If it were not for Kale, we would have died back at the Lubyanka building. Rizet has grown up. If this makes her happy, then we should respect her choice. I knew you would understand, Dad, Rizet said with a grin. She grabbed the vodka from Kale's hand and chugged half the bottle without hesitation. Kale rubbed his chin, thinking. Everyone was here now. At this point, things were clear. Alexei and Sophia were Rizet's parents. Asa, like him, had no family. Makima was a devil and did not even understand the concept of parents. That meant Alexei and Sophia were the only real family his wives had. And honestly, he had already been living with Asa, Makima, and Rizet for a long time. They were basically married already. Asa was even pregnant with his child. Yeah, it was time to make it official. The three of them might not care much about formalities. But Kale did. They deserved more than just paperwork. A proper wedding was necessary. Kale looked at each of them in turn. Asa, Rizet, Makima, since we are already talking about it, why not just pick a date and get the wedding done? The moment he said it, their eyes lit up. Of course they would be excited. None of them had ever experienced something like that before. Rizet, already a bit drunk, blushed slightly and raised a finger. How about tomorrow? What? No, Asa said immediately. That is way too rushed. This is a once-in-a-lifetime wedding. We need time to prepare and pick a proper date. Makima lowered her gaze, thinking for a moment. Valentine's Day, February 14th, is about 20 days away. That could work. I do not mind, Kale said. I am not the kind of guy who checks calendars for lucky dates anyway. Rizet finished the rest of the vodka and flopped onto Kale's lap, resting her head there comfortably. Then you guys figure it out. Just wake me up when it is time to get married. Asa frowned slightly. I do not think Valentine's Day is right either. Why not? Makima asked. Asa took a deep breath. I do not like February 14th. That day is tied to a tragic story. She began explaining, as she always did when something was on her mind. In ancient Rome, Emperor Claudius II banned young men from marrying because he thought single men made better soldiers. A priest named Valentine thought that was cruel, so he secretly married couples. Eventually, he was caught and sentenced to death. It is said that while he was imprisoned, he fell in love with the jailer's daughter. The day before his execution, he wrote her a letter and signed it, "From your Valentine." He was executed on February 14th. Issa lowered her head. They loved each other, but they could not be together in the end. I hate that kind of ending. So I do not want our wedding to be on that day. Kale nodded. Yeah, fair enough. That is a depressing way to start a marriage. Makima looked at her. Then what do you suggest? Issa smiled and held Kale's hand. It is simple. Kale is from X, so I looked into their traditions. Their version of Valentine's Day is not February 14th. It is the Kixi festival on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. This year, it falls on August 16th. More importantly, the story behind it is better. Lovers separated by fate are allowed to reunite once a year on a bridge of magpies. That is beautiful. August 16th, Rizet smirked. By then, your baby will already be born, right? Issa's face turned red. That does not matter. Who says you need to get married before having a baby? Makima nodded thoughtfully. The Kixi festival sounds appropriate. She turned to Kale. What do you think? Then that is settled, Kale said. We will hold the wedding on the Kixi festival. Fami smiled faintly. While everyone had been busy talking, she had quietly cleared all the food from their plates. She wiped her mouth. Do not get too excited. The King of Terror is supposed to descend in July. There is no guarantee any of you will still be alive by August. Rizet rested on his lap, while Issa and Makima leaned against him. Kale did not even blink. If that thing tries to ruin our happiness, I will make the death devil understand what real death feels like. Meiji Shrine. Beneath the towering torii gate, a wedding was taking place. It followed traditional Shinto customs. The groom wore a black kimono, a small white ornament pinned to his chest, holding a folding fan. The bride wore a pure white shiramuku. The head priest, Kawanashibai, led the procession under a red umbrella, accompanied by shrine maidens wearing fox masks and the soft sound of gagaku music. Soon they reached the main hall. Under the priest's guidance, the couple exchanged cups of sake. Then came the vows. Kawanashibai spoke solemnly. "Repeat after me. Does someone call for love? To protect my beloved. My heart burns fiercely. At this wedding I swear. I will turn this body into a crimson candle. Until it burns to ash. This love will never change." Chapter 154. Dusk. The setting sun bled across the sky. In front of the main hall of Meiji Shrine, the newlyweds faced each other. The vows felt strange. Both of them noticed it. Still, they brushed it off. The meaning was close enough, it was still about love. And love, well, love was supposed to be beautiful. They followed the rhythm of the chief priest, Kawakabaito, reciting each line with steady voices. "May this body turn into a crimson candle. Until it burns to ash and is completely consumed." Clap, clap. Kawakabaito smiled and applauded, offering a simple blessing. "Mr. Suzuki, Ms. Masami. Congratulations. You are now husband and wife. Before the gods, share a kiss worthy of your bond." Their hearts pounded. Their cheeks burned like the sky behind them. "Suzuki, I love you. Masami, I love you too." They exchanged keepsakes, then slowly landed, faces flushed. Kawakabaito kept smiling. Ignoring the couple, he turned and casually draped an arm over the shoulder of a fox-masked shrine maiden beside him. The young shrine maiden stiffened. "Kawako-san." Quiet look at the sky. His voice was flat, his eyes lifeless as he pointed upward. "The sky," she asked, confused. "What about it?" "The sun is setting, the light looks like fire. Beautiful, isn't it?" "Ah, yes, it is," she replied nervously. "But Kawako-san, could you take your hand off my shoulder? It's too tight, I can barely breathe." His grip did not loosen. Instead, his voice dropped lower. "It really is beautiful, makes you forget the pain of cutting through bone." Cutting through bone. Her eyes widened. That had to be a joke. It had to be. She forced a laugh. "Come on, Kawako-san, don't say things like that in broad daylight." He slowly turned his head and grinned. "I'm not joking." He lifted his pant leg. Her breath caught. Around his calves were thick rings of crude stitches, fresh and red, with blood still seeping out. The flesh looked uneven, like it had been crudely reattached. He crouched slightly and measured with his fingers. "About 20 centimeters, he muttered. "I used to be 201 centimeters tall. Changing my face wasn't enough. So I cut the bones myself. Now I match Kawakabaito's height perfectly." His grin widened. "Makima is too observant, couldn't take chances." He exhaled slowly. "My former master, Yagoda, is dead. The new one told me to burn everything I've built and go all in. So here I am." The shrine maiden's body went cold. What are you talking about?" He tapped his lower face. "I am Barm Bridge. If you don't believe me, peel the skin off and check." Her mind went blank. The sun dipped below the skyline. The last light flared brighter, painting everything in deep red. It was time. Barm suddenly grabbed her hand. He leaned in, eyes locked onto hers, voice almost reverent. "Kumbeya, my lord, Kumbeya. My lord, descend here. Kumbeya, my lord, Kumbeya. My lord, descend here." Vroom. On the horizon, flames surged like living serpents, swallowing the sky. The devil had arrived. A scream tore through the air. Blood sprayed. The sound of flesh ripping and being devoured echoed beside him. Suzuki and Masami, who had just been kissing, swelled grotesquely. Their wedding clothes tore apart as their bodies expanded. Their skin darkened, covered in bulging tumors. Their mouths stretched into jagged maws filled with sharp teeth. They became monsters. Lizard-like, twisted, mindless. Their kiss turned into a frenzy of tearing flesh. They no longer recognized each other. Only the urge to kill remained. Moments later, Suzuki tore off Masami's mouth. Masami bit off Suzuki's ear. Then they paused. Recognition flickered. Same kind. Same hunger. They turned together, toward the remaining humans. 2 minutes. That was all it took. Screams filled the shrine grounds. Blood soaked everything. Bodies were torn apart, devoured, reduced to nothing. Only Bharam remained. In his hands, he held what was left of the shrine maiden, just her severed hands. The 2 lizard monsters stood tall, balancing on their thick tails, staring down at him. They hesitated. Bharam tilted his head back, exposing his throat. What, you want to eat me? The creatures trembled. A violent shudder ran through their bodies. Then they shrieked and leapt away. Instinct. Even monsters knew fear. Rip. Bharam tore the skin from his face. Power surged through him. He muttered quietly. 50,000. 90,000. 170,000. 4.28 million firekin. He smiled. All infected. With this kind of power. He exhaled slowly. Even the gun devil wouldn't outclass me. While he had been silent, he had been working. Traveling across Japan. Weddings, courtrooms, hospitals, schools. Anywhere vows were spoken, he had been there. His method was simple. He altered the vows. Not enough to be obvious. Just enough to weave fire into them. Anyone who spoke those vows unknowingly formed a contract with the fire devil. They became its kin. The fire devil granted 2 things. First, transformation. Those who made the contract would become what they desired most. If they held an image in their heart, their body would follow. That was why the newlyweds became those creatures. Second, amplification. The more contracts made, the stronger the fire devil and its kin became. Most people could not control it. They lost themselves, just like the couple. And now, with the fire devil summoned, every contract activated at once. 4.28 million people. Across Japan. All transformed. In an instant, chaos erupted. Killings broke out everywhere. The entire country fell into madness. Chapter 155. Bharam opened his mouth wide, clamped down on one of his molars, and tore it out with force. Click. The tooth came free. Boom. Flames erupted violently from his entire body. As the smoke cleared, his arms had transformed into flamethrowers, while his head became a cluster of gunpowder canisters stacked together. This was his flamethrower man form. He raised his arms high and muttered with eerie devotion, "Come Baya, my lord." The distant fire serpent seemed to answer his call, rushing toward him in a blazing frenzy. Boom! The fire devil burrowed into his body and fused with him. Bharam had now become a contractor of the fire devil. Its power surged through him. In that instant, he gained the ability to take on the form he desired most. And what he desired was obvious. The bomb devil he had always failed to claim. Soon, twisted and warped pull rings formed around his neck. Haha, I finally have you, this bomb power, it's incredible. He hooked one of the pins with the tip of his weapon and yanked it free. Bang! His body detonated again. In the next moment, his form shifted. The gunpowder canister head disappeared, replaced by a missile-like devil head that closely resembled Riz's. His flamethrower arms remained intact, while blackened fuses wrapped around his exposed skin. Now, Bharam possessed both the flamethrower man and bomb man forms. This was the fire devil's ability, harmonization. Like iron forged into steel, it fused different powers into one. Combined with the enhancement from millions of fire kin devils, Bharam had reached a terrifying level of strength. Sparks hissed from his mouth. His body trembled with excitement. Boom! Flames blasted from beneath him, launching him into the sky. Snap! He flicked his fingers, releasing a tiny spark that fell toward Meiji Jingu Shrine below. Boom! A deafening explosion followed. Flames surged outward, and the shockwave rippled across the air. The shrine, along with the surrounding forest, was completely erased, leaving nothing but scorched earth. This kind of power, even the gun devil wouldn't be impossible now, right? Confidence filled his voice. Who could stop him? Who would dare? Even Makima, someone he used to avoid at all costs, meant nothing to him now. He turned his gaze toward downtown Tokyo. The reckoning had begun. Boom! A streak of crimson fire cut across the sky as he accelerated forward. With the endless energy supplied by the firekin, his flames never weakened. Pamu, not only will I take the bomb devil heart from you, I'll also claim what you failed to achieve, Chainsaw Man. His grin widened. I am the Soviet Union's ace, the only ace. Shinjuku. A funeral home, newly built and not yet opened. Ding, the host has killed 34 fire kin devils, gaining 34 attribute points. Kale frowned. Tisk firekin, what kind of bullshit is that? The once clean shop was now soaked in blood, littered with severed devil limbs. Kale casually used Typhoon and Dark Hole to clean up the mess. He had brought Asa and Rizet to prepare the shop. Everything was nearly finished. Then these brainless devils showed up out of nowhere, throwing themselves at death. Guess we're opening early. How generous of them, he muttered. Asa wore 2 masks, but the stench still made her gag. Rizet gently applied a special oil to her forehead to ease the nausea. Ring. Makima. Kale answered. Yo, little Makima. Her tone was sharp and direct. Kale, you heard the explosion in Shibuya, right? I'll keep this short. The human devil transformations were caused by Balaam. He hid too well, I missed it. She paused briefly. When he realized he couldn't control Rizet, he decided to destroy everything. He's heading toward you, about a minute out. Kale looked at the burning streak in the distance. Make that 30 seconds. Makima bit her lip. This is too sudden. I'm in Hokkaido with no way to get there in time. It's fine, Kale rolled his wrists casually. I've wanted to deal with that bastard for a while, no need for you to rush. Be careful, his power is beyond what it was before. Click. The call ended. 15 seconds. That was all the time left. Kale stared at the incoming inferno, locking eyes with Balaam from afar. Just from that entrance alone, he could tell. This guy was the type to destroy entire areas. Annoying as hell. He sighed. My shop is not turning into a battlefield again. Boom. He pulled the pin and transformed into Bomb Man. This form was even faster than Chainsaw Man. Rizet, move. Whoosh. Using Typhoon, Kale lifted both girls and shot away from the shop at high speed. Seeing this, Balaam laughed. HMPH, running. Boom. He combined flame propulsion with explosive recoil, accelerating even faster. The gap between them shrank rapidly. Hehehe, run all you want, I'll still crush you. Moments later, he overtook them. The 3 were forced to a halt along the coast of Chiba. You're not getting away. Balaam raised his flamethrowers and aimed directly at them. He understood something simple. Villains die because they talk too much. So he skipped the speech. Boom. The flamethrowers roared. Flames with explosive force engulfed Kale and the others instantly. A massive fireball nearly a kilometer wide formed, swallowing everything in its path. Anything caught inside was reduced to molten ruin. It looked like a second sun had risen on Earth. Silence followed. Sizzle. His weapons overheated, glowing red before cooling down. Hehehe. Balaam admired the destruction. Flamethrower Man, Bomb Man, and the Fire Devil with millions of fire kin. His grin widened. I'm the strongest in the world now. Even if the gun devil returned, he wouldn't care. And you lot, what the hell do you have to fight me with? Oh yeah. Kale's voice drifted out from within the flames. Mocking, come. Balaam frowned. Asa, don't hold back, shoot him properly, blow his damn head off. Got it. In an instant, the massive fireball collapsed inward and vanished. Even flames couldn't escape the pull of a black hole. Clank. Chainsaw chains shot forward, binding Balaam tightly. A stationary target. Much easier. Asa closed one eye, raised her hand, and pointed straight at his forehead. Bang. Chapter 156. Bang. An invisible bullet shot from Asa's fingertip. The already shattered ground was torn apart even further, carved into deep, violent trenches. Balaam was sweating for once. What the hell is this, a gun? Damn it, it's too tight I can't dodge. Kale's chains bound him tightly, locking his body in place. There was no escape. Shit, it's just a gun. You think I'm scared now? His eyes burned with desperation. If he couldn't dodge, then he would overpower it. The flamethrowers on his arms were useless now, but he still had his head. Balaam opened his mouth wide. Crimson sparks gathered rapidly, compressing into a blinding light. Boom! A torrent of explosive flames erupted forward, crashing directly into Asaz's attack. The two forces collided head-on. Boom! The resulting shockwave tore through everything. Buildings collapsed one after another, the coastline churned violently, and seawater surged upward in chaos. Flame, bomb, flamethrower against gun. The so-called strongest of the present against the strongest of the past. For 2 seconds the clash held. Then it broke. The bullet shattered Balaam's attack instantly. If this had been Yoru instead of Asa, Balaam wouldn't have lasted even half a second. Puga! His scream was cut short. His blood evaporated instantly. His body was blown apart, scattered into fragments, his organs completely destroyed. At the same time, a massive fire serpent burst out from the remains. The fire devil. It shrieked in agony. Pain, pain, this hurts so much. Kale casually spun the withering heart-piercing attack in his hand. That hurts, you haven't seen anything yet. W8, he's the one who fought you, not me, I surren. The plea ended abruptly. Kale didn't care. The withering heart-piercing attack pierced straight through the fire devil's body. Its charred insides spilled out as it convulsed. The moment it was forced out of Balaam by a Saz shot, it was already doomed. Kale finished it in a single strike. He clapped his hands lightly, and the technique faded away. As expected of something from the falling devil, works on everything, no complaints. Ever since getting that ability, Kale's thinking had become simple. Hit first. Measure strength later. If they couldn't take one hit, they weren't worth his time. Trash, he muttered, spitting at the remains. A guy without root-level fear trying to act big. What a joke. Ding. Host killed Fire Devil. Gain 1999 attribute points. Dark water effect triggered. Ability acquired. Palette. Current abilities updated. Kale raised an eyebrow. Palette, not bad. At first glance, it looked like a support skill. But with everything he already had, it meant new combinations, new tricks. Useful. Rizet stood there in silence. The gap had grown again. Kale's strength now was on an entirely different level. That monster from earlier had been erased in seconds. Even Asa. Rizet exhaled slowly. Without realizing it, she had become the weakest one here. Asa blew lightly on her glove, smiling. All done, time to clock out. I'm seriously too strong. Rizet fixed her hair, slightly annoyed. Don't relax yet. Let's retrieve Balaam's heart. That man was dangerous. I don't trust that he didn't leave something behind. Yeah. This time, Balaam had no chance. That shot ended everything. Kale recovered Balaam's devil heart, along with some remaining tissue. After that, he called Makima. Hey, little Makima, it's done. Our location is the Chiba countryside. Fire Devil is dead. Balaam too. What's happening in the cities? Did those devils disappear? Makima sighed. No, they didn't. The fire kin behave like zombies. Even if the source is gone, the spread has already begun. They're rampaging across Japan. There are at least 1 million of them now. Her voice remained calm. We'll need to mobilize the entire country, both official hunters and civilians. Fortunately, they aren't that strong individually. No infection, low intelligence, no coordination. 5 armed adults can reliably kill one. I see. Kale frowned slightly. So no quick fix. Fine, we'll just clean them up slowly. Then his tone softened. You've been dealing with this mess for days. Go home and rest. Makima paused. I want to, but I'm heading to Kyoto. The country is in a state of emergency. The cabinet isn't thinking straight. I need to correct that. Kale smirked slightly. Yeah, sounds like you. I'll miss you. There was a brief silence. When I get back, you better make it worth it. Kale chuckled. Don't worry, I always deliver. The call ended. Kale sighed. Whole country on her shoulders, that's rough. Then he clicked his tongue. Guess I'll have to make sure she relaxes properly when she's back. 10 p.m. Kyoto. Prime Minister's office. The building was brightly lit. Makima sat alone in the Prime Minister's seat. In front of her, hundreds of high-ranking officials sat neatly on folding stools. Each had a small table. On it, a notebook, a bottle of water, and a piece of bread. Makima nodded, satisfied. Simple. Efficient. Perfect. She folded her hands and smiled faintly. You are the pillars of this country. Now that Japan is in crisis, your role is even more important. I will now outline the new policies for this emergency. Listen carefully, take notes. The room fell silent except for writing. This was called a consultation. In reality, every single person present was already under her control. They were nothing more than obedient tools. First, to eliminate the devils quickly, we need numbers. We will issue bounties. All citizens are encouraged to participate. Each devil is worth 100,000 yen. Participants will still receive their regular salaries. No penalties for absence from their jobs. Pages flipped rapidly. Second, civil servants have been far too relaxed. Effective immediately, all must work no less than 12 hours per day. A weekly report of at least 5,000 words is mandatory. Sweat rolled down their faces. Their pens moved nonstop. Chapter 157. Half a month passed. Kale stood alone inside the new funeral home, running final checks on the equipment and preparing for opening day. Rize had not seen her parents in a long time, so she spent the past few days taking them around different tourist spots. With her strength, there was no concern about fire kin devils causing trouble. Besides that, ever since Makima pushed new policies through the cabinet, large-scale devil subjugation squads had become a common sight across the streets. With heavy rewards on the line, people did not hesitate. Skip work, hunt devils, and still get paid your normal salary. Who would say no to that? So they rushed in. Chefs, waiters, teachers, actors, people from every profession grabbed whatever weapons they could find. Axes, kitchen knives, even makeshift spears. Hardware stores were emptied out in days. These amateurs roamed around in excited groups, searching for devils like they were chasing walking piles of 100,000 yen. The moment they spotted one, they charged in without hesitation. Kale barely had to try. He casually wiped out close to 1,000 fire kin devils. At this point, they were nearly extinct in Shinjuku. The war between humans and devils was in full swing across Japan. Thanks to that chaos, Asa had grown stronger again. She originally wanted to help at the shop, but Kale shut that idea down immediately. Several months had passed, and her stomach was already starting to show. No way in hell was she working. She needed rest, not stress. Kale brushed his fingers across the surface of the cremation furnace, checking for residue, then nodded in satisfaction. As expected from high-end equipment, this is clean as hell. Everything in the shop was top tier. He did not cut corners. The incinerator in front of him could reach up to 1350 degrees Celsius. A body could be fully cremated in about 30 minutes, and even at worst, it would not exceed an hour. Efficient and environmentally friendly. The primary chamber burned the body, while the secondary chamber incinerated the gases again at high temperature, reducing pollutants significantly. Kale slid the cremation tray back in and shut the machine following standard procedure. The sun was already tilting west. Afternoon again. Makima would be getting off work soon, and Rize was coming back tonight. Kale figured it was time to buy groceries and head home to cook. The funeral home had dorms, sure. But work and life should stay separate. Living with his wives was way more comfortable. Staying here all the time felt like being trapped on the job. Knock, knock, knock. Kale paused. The sound came from inside the incinerator. A muffled female voice followed. Kale, it is so dark and hot in here. Hurry and pull me out. Huh? He yanked the furnace open. Fami jumped out immediately and clung to him, pressing herself against his body while raising her hand in front of his face. Look, my hand is burned. It hurts so much. Kale inhaled sharply, then forced himself to calm down. This girl was seriously acting cute now. Your hand hurts, that is your own damn fault. He grabbed her by the collar and lifted her off him like a stray cat. "It is hot as hell, you annoying toy. Get off me." Fami refused to stand properly. She dropped to all fours and hugged his leg, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. "Kale, you have not played with your toy in so long. I am starving." "Play with the toy," Kale let out a low laugh, "then beg." Her eyes lit up instantly. She rubbed her cheek against his pant leg like a puppy seeking attention. "Master, please play with me, Tilda." Kale covered his face. "Damn it, I cannot even look at you." He sighed and lowered his hand. "Fami, you are the hunger devil, not some damn education devil. There are a million ways to satisfy yourself mentally. Why is your brain stuck on that crap?" "Why?" She tilted her head, genuinely confused. "Because I have not done it with you. I am curious what it feels like." "Curious? Go figure it out yourself." Kale clicked his tongue. Talking to her always dragged his thoughts into chaos. This girl had no limits. Fami blinked. "I tried, it is boring, unless you help me, Kale." He was speechless. Kale took a deep breath and raised a finger. "Listen carefully, I have standards. That kind of thing only happens with my wives. You are just a tool, a teleport anchor. Show up when I need you, that is enough. A kiss is already generous, do not push your luck, you damn pervert." Fami stared at him, then spoke seriously. "Then I will become your wife too." "Huh? You said it yourself. Only wives can do it, then I will be like the others. No, I will be higher than them, not just your wife but your toy too." Kale's face twitched. This kind of person giving her heart was like tossing meat to a dog. For a moment, he considered teaching her a harsh lesson, something extreme enough to wipe that curiosity clean. But keeping her hanging like this felt more entertaining. He waved dismissively. "I do not like you. There is no emotional foundation. I would not enjoy it." Fami could read minds, so there was no point playing games. Better to speak faster than think. She responded instantly. "Then I will pursue you. We will build that foundation. Whatever gift you want, I can give it." "Anything?" Kale smirked. "Then give me some devil chess pieces. Let me see how serious you are." "Okay." She reached into her underwear. A pile of wooden carvings fell to the ground. "Take them all, I am your wife. What is mine is yours." Kale froze. "Holy shit, you are actually giving them." He crouched down and started rummaging through the pieces. Most of them looked unfamiliar. Then one caught his eye. A carving shaped like a Möbius strip. "What devil is this?" Fami answered calmly. "The eternal devil." "Eternal?" Kale's grin slowly spread. "Well, damn, did not expect to see an old friend here." He rolled the carving between his fingers. "I just thought of something fun." Fami's eyes sparkled. "How do we play?" Kale smirked. "Summon the eternal devil. I will kill it and take its ability." "Okay." Chapter 158. Ding, the host has killed the eternal devil, gaining 200 attribute points. Dark water effect triggered, absorbing the eternal devil's ability, Klein Cage. The host can select an area in reality and pull it into an inner space where time stops and everything loops endlessly. "How was it?" Fami leaned in close, almost pressing against Kale's face. "Did it work? If it failed, I can drag the eternal devil back from hell so you can kill it again." Kale slowly opened his eyes. The moment the ability settled in, he already understood how to use it. Instead of answering, he grabbed the back of her head and pulled her in. MMPH. The sudden kiss caught her completely off guard. Her body trembled, her eyes widened, and her breathing turned uneven. After half a minute, Kale pulled away without expression, wiping his mouth with a wet wipe. "Toy, find a random wasteland and take me there." "Okay." In an instant, the two vanished. They reappeared in an overgrown wasteland, quiet and desolate. Fami's heartbeat picked up slightly, her cheeks faintly flushed. "There are some small animals around, but they are starving and not under my sister's control," she said casually. She slipped off her boots and stepped onto the grass. Her movements were relaxed, almost deliberate. "The ground is soft too. If you want something more adventurous, this place works." Kale ignored her completely. He was scanning the environment, focused on testing his new ability. Fami blinked. No reaction. So he was just ignoring her on purpose. "Fine." She began unbuttoning her coat. Kale turned his head and immediately froze. Holy shit. He grabbed her clothes and shoved them back into place. Put that back on, what the hell is wrong with you? Fami's face flushed deeper, her breathing slightly uneven. I am your wife, she said calmly. Why not enjoy something together? The others will not know. Kale snapped instantly. I am here to test an ability, not deal with your nonsense. Be serious. And I never agreed to you being my wife. You think handing over one eternal devil is enough? Fami paused, then calmly fixed her clothes. Then I will keep giving you things until you accept. Kale ignored her. He raised both hands and framed the landscape with his fingers, as if taking a picture. 15 seconds passed. Everything within that frame froze. Click. With a thought, the selected area disappeared. Fami's eyes lit up. That is the eternal devil's ability. Kale nodded. Klein Cage, I pulled that space into my own inner world, a controlled eternal zone. That is useful, Fami said, her tone sharpening with interest. With this, I do not need to summon the eternal devil every time. Kale flicked her forehead. Mine is mine, yours is yours. Why would I do things for you? Fami did not react negatively. Instead, she stepped closer and wrapped around his arm, her expression soft and playful. We have already kissed, she said. So I am your wife, you help me, I help you. That is normal, right? Kale glanced down briefly, then clicked his tongue. You are seriously testing my patience. He grabbed her shoulder and pulled her close. Fine, let us go. They vanished again. This time, they entered the inner landscape created by the Klein Cage. Inside, the world stood still. No outside interference, no observation, nothing could reach them. A completely sealed space. Fami lay on the grass, her hands pinned as she looked up at him, her expression unusually focused. Time inside had no meaning. After what felt like an hour, Kale finally let go. He helped her fix her clothes without a word. Fami looked satisfied, though not fully content. She stretched slightly, then rested beside him. Her gaze dropped to her feet, noticing faint marks. I understand everything else, she said, tilting her head. But why the feet? Personal preference, Kale replied without hesitation. She leaned her head against his shoulder. Then I will start wearing better shoes. Good. Kale suddenly paused, then slapped his forehead. Damn it, I almost forgot something. Fami looked up at him. What is it? Kale reached into his body and pulled out a strange heart, shaped like a firework tube. This is the flamethrower devil heart, Balaam's. Fami raised an eyebrow. You want to create another weapon human? That is not easy. Kale shook his head. Too much effort, I just think that bastard died too easily. Fami's eyes brightened immediately. You want to torture him here. Kale smirked and kissed her briefly, before patting her head. You get me. He took out part of a broken jaw and placed it with the heart, then poured several bags of blood over them. The trigger is the molar, Kale muttered. Took some effort to piece this together. He grabbed the tooth and yanked. Snap. Boom. The blood was absorbed instantly. The fragments pulsed, then reformed with violent energy. Balaam, the flamethrower man, stood once again. Revived. Chapter 159. I am. Balaam sat on the grass, dazed and confused. Having been dead for so long, his thoughts were sluggish and unclear. At that moment, Kale calmly grabbed the gun barrel fused to his arm. Crack. A sharp mechanical snap echoed. He. Balaam cried out as sweat formed on his forehead. The pain forced him back into human form, his wrist hanging limp. Kale smiled casually. Yo, Balaam, long time no see, miss me. Balaam glared at him. You are. Kale cleared his throat. I am your undertaker. He bent down and picked up a few shriveled blood bags. Look at this, I even brought you back to life. Touching, right? Balaam's expression twisted as he stared at Kale and Fami. Fragments of memory returned. He had died in a gun attack. Now his body felt wrong, weak, hollow. Too many things were gone. If he had never known strength, maybe he could have accepted this weakness. But now it was unbearable. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared. Suka Blyet, what did you do to me? Where is the fire devil? Where is my bomb devil? Smack. The slap landed hard, knocking loose several of his teeth. Kale wiped the blood on Fami's clothes without a second thought. "You still barking," he said. "What do you mean you're bomb devil? You still think you own her, still plotting against my wife?" Balaam spat out blood and glared stubbornly. "Your wife, the bomb devil, was supposed to be mine." Kale let out a cold laugh. "Yeah, you really are hopeless." He raised his hand out of habit. "Fear extraction." Nothing happened. He paused, then chuckled. "Right, that doesn't work here." His expression suddenly shifted. Then he punched. A brutal strike, enhanced with fissure shock, slammed into Balaam's mouth. Blood burst out, his eyes rolled back, his skull cracked, and his brain turned to pulp from the impact. Balaam died on the spot. Kale gained 250 attribute points. At the same time, dark water absorbed the flamethrower man's transformation ability. Boom! Flames erupted from Balaam's corpse. He revived again as Flamethrower Man. Kale did not even flinch. After a series of controlled moves, he forced him back into human form once more. Thinking back, Kale used to farm points by repeatedly killing Katana Man. Now, that was unnecessary. With the Fire Devil and its spawned Firekin, he already had thousands of attribute points stored up. Mechanically, he was a monster. Stat-wise, he was getting there too. Aside from his wife, Yoru, very few devils could overpower him now. Kale grabbed Balaam's chin and forced him to look up. "Hey Balaam, you're KGB, right? I heard you're good at torture." He smiled faintly. "Care to share some tips?" Balaam stared back like a cornered beast. He understood. His life was already in Kale's hands. No worse. He had always been the one inflicting pain. To be on the receiving end, like this, was unacceptable. Living like this was worse than death. Then suddenly, he smiled. "Oh my, torture methods, I wouldn't know anything about that." His voice turned mocking. "But there is something you should hear, Chainsaw Man Kale." Kale raised an eyebrow. "Go on." Balaam chuckled. "Your wife, Reza, she's very obedient to you now, right?" He licked his lips. "But back when we worked together, she wasn't like that at all." Kale frowned. Balaam noticed immediately. There it is. A weakness. As an agent, exploiting weakness was second nature. And Kale had just exposed his. So Balaam pushed further. "Kale, what I'm saying is, the taste of Reza." He grinned. "It's pretty damn good, don't you think?" Kale's face darkened. Balaam let out a satisfied hum. "Hehe. Breaking already. Go on, kill me." Kale exhaled slowly. "I'll admit it, you've pissed me off." Balaam grinned wider. "Want to hear how she sounded? I left a recording in Siberia." Fami clicked her tongue and gently held Kale's arm. "Don't listen to him, he's lying, he just wants you to kill him." Kale clenched his fists. "I know, but hearing this trash talk about my wife." His voice dropped. "It makes it really hard not to rip him apart." "Hey woman," Balaam shouted, laughing. "Who do you think you are? Everything I said is true. That recorder is in Siberia's." "Irkutsk," Fami cut in calmly. Balaam froze for a split second. Fami tilted her head, expression blank as she reached into her pocket. "You're wondering how I knew." She pulled something out. "Simple, I can read minds." Balaam's brows furrowed. "Mind reading." Fami nodded. In her hand was an exaggerated wooden carving, shaped like 4 muscular devils. She ignored Balaam and turned to Kale with a sweet smile. "Lior, I know what scares him." Her eyes gleamed. "So I came up with something fun." Kale rubbed his chin, eyeing the carving. "Let me guess, that thing." Fami's cheeks flushed slightly. She leaned in. "I can make him beg for death, in return." She pouted. "I want a kiss." Kale did not hesitate. "Et-moi." Fami smiled, clearly satisfied. Her mood visibly lifted. Then she dropped the carving. Clack. Suddenly, loud music blasted through the space. Boom. White smoke exploded outward. As it cleared, 4 large humanoid devils appeared, each striking ridiculous poses. Kale's mouth twitched. "What the hell is this?" Fami smiled mysteriously. "They're the gay devils." No, One of them, wearing a black bandana, waved his hands seriously. That name is terrible. A mustached brute grinned. Yeah, we've got proper names. Another devil with yellow hair pulled out a small comb and styled his hair. Then the buzz-cut devil stepped forward, striking a stance. We are... He shouted loudly. Chapter 160. Balaam's screams echoed throughout the space. Even Kale felt uncomfortable watching, a faint phantom pain creeping through his body. Fami, on the other hand, watched with full attention, clearly entertained. All right, that's enough, Kale said, stepping in and covering her eyes. Let's go, we're heading back to eat, no need to keep watching this. If he could help it, he preferred keeping her a little less twisted. Eat, Fami blinked, snapping out of it. Okay, Lior, I want roasted yams. Kale smirked. Fine, I'll get you 40. Her face lit up instantly. Yay, love you. X-country, Zia country. A developed coastal city. Inside a 5-star hotel, in a top-tier suite. 5 figures occupied the room. More accurately, 1 woman and 4 female fiends. The woman had long silver-white hair tied in a ponytail and wore a black eye patch over her right eye. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a confident, commanding presence. She was the strongest devil hunter in X-country. Guangzai. At the moment, she was surrounded by the 4 fiends. The insight fiend, Ping Kui, had dark gray hair tied into a ponytail that resembled an eel, the tip moving as if it were alive, forming subtle expressions. The dragon fiend, Long, had messy deep red hair and a pair of red horns. She lazily leaned against Guangzai, her wrists adorned with silver bracelets. The Cosmos fiend, Cosmo, had soft pink hair. The right side of her skull was exposed, revealing part of her brain, with a strand tied into a knot. One eye hung loosely, its pupil shaped like a red heart. The Stitch fiend had dark green hair, a pale complexion, mismatched pupils, and stitches running across her body. Among fiends, they were considered exceptionally attractive. Ping Kui leaned close and whispered. Lady Guangzai, my mind feels completely scrambled. Guangzai replied calmly, that's fine, scrambled is better. Halloween, Cosmo murmured, her loose eye rolling as she smiled in satisfaction. Long had already dozed off quietly. Knock, knock. A firm knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened, and a woman in a military cap and Zhongshan's suit stepped in, holding a photograph. Lin Yun. Guangzai, I have a high-risk commission for you, she said. The reward will match the danger. Guangzai did not even look at her, still focused on the fiends around her. So I can name my price, she asked flatly. Yes, Lin Yun replied. Good. Guangzai's gaze softened slightly as she looked at the 4 fiends. All right, gifts, pick what you want. Ping Kui immediately perked up, pulling the quilt tighter around herself. Gifts, that's amazing, I want unlimited donuts. No, 1,000. Long lazily licked the back of her hand. Blood. Cosmo wrapped her arms around Guangzai's neck. Halloween's Halloween. The Stitch fiend stayed silent, her stitched mouth preventing her from speaking. After hearing them out, Guangzai finally turned her attention to Lin Yun. Give them proper household registration, she said calmly, and full human rights. Chapter 161. The requirements you mentioned aren't a problem, but... Sigh, Lin Yun let out a quiet breath and handed over the photo. Take a look at the target first. Fine, Guangzai accepted it. 5 heads leaned in, studying the image closely. The photo looked pieced together, clearly stitched from 4 separate surveillance shots. The people in it were Kale, Makima, Isamitaka, and Rize. Guangzai's pupils shrank. She went silent. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yun continued calmly. Relax, your target is only this man, Kale. The others are listed so you understand the situation around him. Guangzai gave a faint shake of her head. Lin Yun pulled out a chair, sat down, and folded her hands, speaking with measured confidence. Our undercover agents in Japan sent this information back. I will summarize. First, Kale, he is abnormal. He seems to have contracts with an unusually high number of devils. Not only does he wield the Chainsaw Devil's power, he has demonstrated at least 4 other devil abilities. Makima, the Control Devil, her strength speaks for itself. The purple-haired girl is Rize, codename Pomo, former Soviet KGB agent. For reasons unknown, she betrayed them and chose to stay with Kale. Lastly, Asam Mitaka. Twin tails, quiet demeanor. Our satellites captured battle footage in Chiba Prefecture. She displayed abilities identical to the Gun Devil. Our conclusion is simple. The missing Gun Devil pieces worldwide have likely been absorbed by Asam Mitaka. Also, she and Kale are in a relationship. Guangzai let out a dry laugh, tension easing slightly. Lin Yun, you've got some nerve saying all that so casually. Clatter. She tossed the photo into the trash and looked at Lin Yun with cold indifference. Let me get this straight. My girls and I use a bit more resources than others, sure, but we follow the law. So why the hell are you handing us a suicide mission as punishment? Lin Yun frowned slightly. Guangzai, you are the first devil hunter, recognized as the strongest, and your 4 fiends are no joke either. With all 5 of you working together, this shouldn't be impossible. Guangzai gave a hollow smile. Cut the flattery, that kind of crap doesn't work on me. She adjusted her clothes and continued calmly. If we are talking numbers, the only one I am confident I can kill is Pamu. Maybe. If everything goes perfectly, all 5 of us going all out, we might have a slim chance to instantly disable Asam Mitaka and Kale. But if we take even 1 hit, we are dead. No second chances. And then there is Makima sitting behind them like a final boss. This is a death trap. She exhaled slowly. I still plan to spend my days drinking, screwing, and enjoying life with my girls. I am not dragging them into a grave. I am out. Ping Kui hugged Guangzai from behind, pressing her cheek against her waist. Lord Guangzai worries about us so much, I am touched. Among the 4 fiends, Ping Kui was the most lively, always talking, always smiling. Lin Yun rubbed her temple. Guangzai, maybe we can approach this differently. The target is still Kale, but nowhere does it say you must kill him or take his heart. We want cooperation, that is all. No matter how you do it, as long as you bring him back to Xia country and make him work for us. She paused, her gaze sharpening slightly. There was more behind that statement. If Kale was taken, Asam Mitaka would follow. That meant the Gun Devil pieces would come along with her. 2 birds, 1 move. Guangzai raised an eyebrow. So what, you want me to seduce him? Lin Yun smiled faintly and spread her hands. You are attractive. Back when you trained in Japan, there was a man who chased you for 9 years, right? If a honey trap works on Kale, it is worth considering. That was enough. Ping Kui puffed her cheeks and stepped forward. Hey, what the hell did you just say? You want Lord Guangzai to seduce some guy? Not happening. Cosmo raised her arms in an X shape. Halloween. Weaving Brew lowered her head, silent but clearly unhappy. Long's face darkened instantly. She flipped Lin Yun off. Fuck you. She inhaled sharply, heat gathering at her lips. Guangzai sighed. She turned and kissed Long without hesitation. That shut her up immediately. If Long actually spat fire and roasted Lin Yun alive, the consequences would be catastrophic. Guangzai had no interest in picking a fight with an entire nation. She was strong but not stupid. Long's anger melted away. Guangzai smiled faintly. Relax, I like women, that is not changing. I am not ditching you just to chase some guy. Lin Yun remained calm. Figure it out however you want, we only care about results. Ping Kui's twin tails bounced as she stepped forward confidently. Lord Guangzai, I think we should take the mission. Honestly, it sounds easy. Oh. Ping Kui grabbed a red t-shirt with a map of Xia country printed on it and pulled it on. The key point about Kale is not his strength, it is his identity. Go on. He is one of us, a citizen of Xia country. Ping Kui placed her hands on her hips, grinning. We head to Japan, find him, and I will handle the talking. I will remind him where he belongs, awaken his sense of identity, and he will walk back with us on his own. Japan has some nice food, sure, but we have better. Better food, better life, better everything. That place is a damn mess anyway. Kale will figure it out, there is nothing worth staying there for. Halloween, Cosmo tilted her head. Crunch, crunch. Long, completely lost, started chewing on the bedside table. Guangzai nodded slowly. Not a bad angle. She smirked. All right then, let's go bring that bastard home. Chapter 162. Tokyo Shinjuku Ward. Isamitaka held a small pair of scissors and cleanly cut the ribbon. Applause followed, along with the crackling of firecrackers. In a lively yet controlled atmosphere, Kale's funeral home, Rest Pavilion, officially opened. The shop did not use a typical family name. Kale figured that if he wanted to grow something big, raw strength alone would not cut it. A good name mattered. He was terrible at naming things, so he left it to his wives. After discussing it, they agreed a name from X would stand out more. Issa did not know much about that culture, so she stayed quiet. Makima and Rizeh handled it easily. Rizeh suggested Rest Pavilion, simple and direct. Makima proposed Hall of Quiet Reflection, inspired by classical literature, implying a place for silent mourning and remembrance. Kale liked both. So he wrote the names on paper, drew lots, and Rest Pavilion won. Today was just the opening ceremony, not the first business day. And where there was a ceremony, there had to be guests. Besides his family, Kale invited members of Public Safety's Special Division 4. They were colleagues in a deadly line of work, so having ties to a funeral home made sense. If anyone died, the arrangements could stay in-house. Haim no Hikawaki, Power, and others showed up. Even Kishibe came. At the moment, Kishibe was under Makima's control. Parts of his memory and perception had been altered. Otherwise, he would not have let go of what happened to the Prime Minister so easily. Despite looking like a washed-up drunk, Kishibe still had the influence to mobilize armed forces. Makima saw value in keeping him alive. Japan was unstable, and someone like him could still hold things together when needed. Public safety needed that. The new policy forcing 12-hour workdays also helped keep him sober. Kishibe suddenly sneezed. Lately, he often felt like his head was empty, like something was missing. Since Kale's place was opening, he came to clear his head. He took a swig from his bottle and looked at Kale. Congrats! With devils tearing through Japan, people are dropping everywhere. Your business is going to blow up. Kale sighed. That is not something to celebrate, Kishibe. I would rather stay out of business, honestly. Kishibe hiccuped and glanced at Makima beside him. If you hate being busy, tell your woman to approve my resignation. I will come work for you. He looked irritated. The higher-ups had rolled out a ridiculous policy. 12-hour workdays, weekly reports, pointless bureaucracy. If Makima had not blocked his resignation, he would have quit already. Kale forced a smile. We are not hiring. You are still useful where you are, so deal with it. There was no way he would hire Kishibe. The man looks like he could drop dead any day. If he was hiring anyone, it would be someone young. And preferably not male. Rizeh usually handled the shop, and she was too attractive. Kale had no interest in dealing with idiots getting the wrong ideas. Whoa. Haimno pointed at Kale, eyes wide. Kale, you basically admitted what Kishibe said. You and Makima are actually a thing. Before Kale could answer, someone jumped in. Shut up, barf girl. Power slapped Haimno's hand away and spoke loudly. What is the problem? Kale is practically running things here. Even if he has 30 wives, it is normal. Exactly, Beam added. Chainsaw Boss is a legend. 3,000 wives would make sense. Finally, someone gets it. Power nodded, satisfied. Stop talking nonsense, Hayakawa Aki said, clearly annoyed. She turned to Kale and the women beside him, then bowed slightly. Sorry, Miss Makima, they do not filter what they say. I apologize on their behalf. Makima blinked, her expression calm. It is not a misunderstanding. Iki froze. Huh? Kale decided to stop dancing around it. If people were going to talk, he might as well make it clear. He pulled Issa, Makima, and Rizeh closer. Then he kissed each of them, one after another without hesitation. When he turned back to the group, his voice was steady. Power is right. Issa, Makima, Rizeh, they are all my wives. He paused briefly. This August, I am marrying all of them. Show up if you want free food. Silence. The humans present all shared the same thought. This had to be illegal. The fiends reacted differently. Power and Beam looked like everything was perfectly normal. The angel devil quietly ate ice cream, oddly amused. The idea of someone like Makima being tied down by Kale gave him a strange sense of satisfaction. Miss Makima, Prince I muttered, looking devastated. She could not understand it. Why would someone like Makima get married? Why not remain untouchable? And more importantly, what did her kiss feel like? Prince I had followed her for years and barely received a pat on the head. Yet this guy could just take that from her so easily. She missed the old days. Back when Makima would tear her body apart to travel between worlds. Even that pain felt better than this. Galgali, the violence fiend, clapped calmly. Congratulations, I wish you all a long and happy life together and many children. Despite his nature, he appreciated peaceful moments like this. Thanks, Kale gave a small nod and gestured toward the building. Ceremony is done, get inside. There is food and I paid for it, so do not waste it. Chapter 163. First week in Tokyo. Quanxi and her 4 fiends spent it locked in a hotel room, wasting time in pure indulgence. Second week in Tokyo. They switched hotels and kept going. Third week. Another hotel, same routine. The first to snap out of it was the insight fiend, Ping Kui. They were supposed to be on a mission, not burning through public funds like this. Inside the hotel suite, after everything had finally settled, Ping Kui lay sprawled over an almost unconscious Cosmo, breathing hard. Lady Quanxi, including today, we have been in Tokyo for half a month. Shouldn't we actually do the mission? I am starting to feel guilty spending China's money like this. Cosmo's face was flushed, drool slipping from the corner of her mouth. Halloween. A lighter clicked. A small flame flickered as Quanxi sat at the edge of the bed, calmly smoking. You're right, she said. We'll go find Kale after lunch. Minato Ward, Tokyo Tower. Quanxi wore a black bodysuit under a loose trench coat, just enough to hide the long Miao Dao strapped to her back. Her 4 fiends stood out even more, dressed in short shirts and hot pants that showed off their figures without restraint. With one arm around them, Quanxi stepped off the sidewalk and walked straight into traffic. Tires screeched. A driver leaned out of his window, furious. What the hell is wrong with you? You think the road is your house? Cosmo walked up to him, hands on her hips, staring directly into his eyes. The heart-shaped pupils spun slowly. Halloween. The man blinked. It's Halloween. Cosmo nodded firmly. Halloween. His anger vanished instantly. He broke into a wide smile and opened the door. Halloween, get in. Quanxi flicked away her cigarette. Take us somewhere with good food. Half an hour later, they arrived in Chiyoda Ward. The driver waved enthusiastically as they got out. Take care, Halloween. In front of them stood a row of restaurants. Whoa, Ping Kui pointed excitedly at a sushi place nearby. Lady Quanxi, look, that one, conveyor belt sushi, I heard it is amazing, can we go there? Quanxi shrugged and glanced at the others. Doesn't matter to me, what do you all want? Cosmo swayed slightly. Halloween. Weaving Brew said nothing, her stitched mouth making that difficult anyway. Long tugged on Quanxi's sleeve and pointed elsewhere. Blood, want blood, spicy rabbit head. Quanxi rubbed her forehead. Great, one wants sushi, one wants Chinese food. If I pick either, someone will feel slighted. She paused, then made a decision. Let's just eat fast food. Ping Kui and Long froze for a second, then nodded immediately. Quanxi had spoken, that was final. The automatic doors slid open with a soft sound. 2 young waitresses approached them with practiced smiles, eyes closed as they recited in unison. Family hamburger, loved by children, parents, and grandparents alike. Healthy and delicious for everyone, family. Quanxi led her group to a table near the wall. We're ordering. The waitress began her routine response, then froze. Five Fiends family. Her eyes snapped open as she took in the group, especially Cosmo, whose exposed brain made her look the most unsettling. Cosmo tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Halloween, Halloween. The fear in the waitress's eyes disappeared almost instantly, replaced with bright enthusiasm. Of course, Halloween. We will prepare the truly large enough family set for you, Halloween. While waiting, Quanxi scrolled through her phone, completely uninterested in anything else. Weaving Brew rested her head on the table. Eating was pointless for her anyway. Ping Kui, restless as always, leaned forward eagerly. Lady Quanxi, want to hear some trivia about hamburgers? Quanxi sighed, go ahead. Ping Kui grinned. There are 3 major claims about where hamburgers came from. In the 19th century, chefs in Hamburg Germany created beef patties in bread inspired by Mongol warriors. Then in 2006, a town in Texas claimed a man named Fletcher Davis invented it in the 1880s. But right after that, a town in Wisconsin said Charlie Negreen was the real inventor. Quanxi didn't even look up from her phone. "You're giving me a headache, I don't care." Ping Kui laughed. "I knew you'd say that." Crunch. A loud, unpleasant chewing sound echoed across the table. Ping Kui turned, eyes widening in shock. Long had taken a bite out of the table. "Hey, idiot, that's wood and metal, not food." Long chewed slowly, then swallowed. "You made me hungry." Quanxi smirked slightly. "If you're going to eat it, chew properly." Across the restaurant, the manager, Takebana Yuyumi, paused mid-task. "Did I just hear someone say Halloween?" He turned to a trembling employee. "Akai, are you the one messing up again? Say it properly, family." Akai flinched hard. No, it wasn't me, family." Just then, another waitress approached with a tray. "Akai, serve table 14 Halloween." Takebana Yuyumi frowned. Something felt wrong. He looked at her. "Nanami, what are you saying, family?" Nanami blinked, confused. "I told Akai to serve the food, Halloween." "Not Halloween, family." "Family, Halloween, family, Halloween." Nanami started counting on her fingers before suddenly brightening. "Ah, family Halloween." Takebana Yuyumi covered his face. "That's enough, go home and rest." Then he turned back to Akai. "Well, deliver the food already, family." Akai's forehead was covered in sweat as she glanced toward table 14, her entire body trembling. Manager, there are fiends there, I don't want to go." Chapter 164. Fiends family. Takebana Yuyumi frowned, wiped his hands on his apron, and leaned out of the kitchen for a better look. The moment he saw Quanxi and the four fiends clearly, his eyes widened. "Damn, it really is. The one with horns is chewing on the table like it is food." He coughed lightly, forcing himself to stay composed despite the panic clawing at his chest. "It's fine, Akai," he said, voice steady. "Fiends and devils are not that rare. A fiend that does not hurt anyone is still a good fiend. They are customers, treat them like any other, family." He needed them gone as soon as possible. Once they ate, they would leave. Eek, Kobni Higashiyama trembled. I'm scared, family." Takebana Yuyumi's expression hardened. "Akai, you have a lot of mouths to feed at home. You do not want to lose this job, do you? Family. You think you are scared." He was terrified too. That was exactly why someone like her had to handle it. Kobni's resistance broke instantly. She wiped her tears with her sleeve and picked up the tray with shaking hands. "Okay, I will do it." Takebana Yuyumi's mustache twitched, then stopped stalling, and remembered to say family. She nodded repeatedly and walked toward table 14. Every step made the tray rattle loudly. With a stiff, forced smile, she spoke. I'm sorry for the wait. Here is your order. 5 jumbo family hamburger sets, large fries, chicken steaks, and large colas. Family. Halloween." Cosmo's eyes stretched outward unnaturally, drifting close to the tray as she examined it. Kobni froze. The eyeball was right in front of her face. Her pupils shrank. Ached. Her legs gave out instantly. Crash. The tray flipped. Burgers, fries, and cola spilled all over Cosmo's head. Cosmo froze for a second, then frowned deeply. Halloween. She sounded genuinely pissed. Kobni scrambled back to her feet, shaking violently. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." At that moment, Long leaned forward and sniffed Cosmo's exposed brain. Then she licked it. Her eyes lit up. "Smells good." Ping Kui immediately grabbed her and pulled her back. "Long, what the hell are you doing? You cannot eat that." After stopping her, Ping Kui shot Kobni an annoyed look. "You seriously tripped on flat ground? What a waste." Kobni did not understand a word, so she just bowed repeatedly. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Quanxi took a slow breath. Anyone who upset her girls usually did not get to walk away. She let out a quiet scoff and rested her hand on the hilt of her sword. If apologies worked, then why would we need the law? She looked up, ready to draw. Then she saw Kobni's tear-filled face. Quanxi paused. She studied her for a moment. Cute, same type as Ping Kui. Her hand slowly left the sword. If it was this one apologizing, then yeah, it worked. She stepped forward in an instant, brushing dust off Kobni's apron. Relax, just bring another set. Kobni nodded frantically. Why yes. She ran back into the kitchen, like her life depended on it. Before long, another tray was prepared. Akai, this is your chance, you deliver it again. Family, Takebana Yuyumi ordered, still shaken from earlier. Kobni bit her lip. She wanted to run. She really did. But she forced herself forward anyway, trembling with every step. This is your meal. Then she saw it. Ping Kui had undone some stitches on Weaving Brew's body and split her open, stuffing the fallen food inside. Weaving Brew is so considerate, she even eats food from the floor, Ping Kui said casually. Kobni's vision blurred. Those exposed organs made her stomach twist. Her legs gave out again. No. Crash. She fell flat on her face. Again. This time, the food flew everywhere, landing across all 5 of them. Long stared at her stained clothes in disbelief. The clothes Quanxi bought are dirty. Cosmo inhaled sharply. Halloween. Weaving Brew stayed silent as always. Ping Kui clicked her tongue and pulled out a dagger. You must have lost your mind. Quanxi sighed and stopped them before things escalated. She looked at Kobni again. Miss, one more set, try not to drop it this time. Her patience for pretty girls was ridiculous. Kobni's eyes filled with tears as she ran back to the kitchen. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Takebana Yuyumi had reached his limit. He stormed out and intercepted her. Manager, the customers at table 14 still. Slap. Her words were cut off. A red handprint appeared on her cheek. Enough, Akai, I have never seen someone this useless. You failed such a simple task twice. And that habit of yours, always stuttering like an idiot. When are you going to fix it? Say it properly. Family. Slap. The second hit landed on the other side of her face. He smiled coldly. These are family-style lessons. Remember this pain next time you mess up. Kobni's eyes filled with tears. It hurt. It hurt so much. Takebana Yuyumi turned immediately, putting on a fake, polite smile as he faced Quanxi's group. I apologize for that. She is just a part-timer. Sorry for the inconvenience, family. He bowed deeply. Then paused. Something felt wrong. Why did they look upside down? Ping Kui grinned. Hey, the corpse is talking. Thud. Takebana Yuyumi's head hit the ground. His body remained standing for a moment before collapsing. Blood sprayed upward from his neck, staining the ceiling. Quanxi flicked the blood off her blade and sheathed it. Then she stepped forward and gently placed an arm around Kobni's shoulder. Relax, no one is going to hurt you anymore. Chapter 165. Kobni Higashiyama's mind went completely blank. She hadn't seen Quanxi move at all. One moment everything was normal, the next, Manager Takebana's head was already in the air. Manager Takebana. Dead. Thud. Takebana Yuyumi's headless body hit the floor. Blood sprayed everywhere, the sharp metallic smell flooding Kobni's nose. Murder. Customers inside Family Burger screamed and rushed out in panic. Chairs scraped loudly, trays crashed to the floor, and the entire place erupted into chaos. The staff bolted into the kitchen, huddling together as they frantically called the police. Then, just as quickly, the noise faded. A suffocating silence took over. Tears still streaked Kobni's face as she stood frozen, unable to speak or move. Blood from Takebana Yuyumi splattered across her clothes. Quanxi calmly pulled out a clean handkerchief and gently wiped Kobni's tears. Then she took out a small tube of ointment and applied it carefully to Kobni's cheek. The skin's a bit broken, Quanxi said softly. This is erythromycin ointment. It'll keep it from getting infected. Thank you, Kobni forced out a stiff smile. What the hell is wrong with this woman? She just killed someone. Why isn't she panicking? Does she not care at all? But for Quanxi, none of that mattered. Flirting with women came first. The moment Takebana slapped Kobni, Quanxi had already decided her fate. While Quanxi focused on Kobni, the others moved without hesitation. Pingxi, Long, and Cosmo went into the kitchen and came back carrying a large tray of food, setting it down like nothing had happened. "Kwangsi, let's eat," Long called. Kwangsi took Kobni's hand and lightly kissed the back of it, her expression calm and gentle. "Don't be afraid, none of us will hurt you. That man must have scared you, right? Come sit with us and eat, it'll help you calm down." Okay." Kobni didn't dare refuse. She was terrified. Not of Takebana. Of you. If she said no, her head might end up on the floor too. Her coworkers must have called the police by now. "Please hurry." Kobni sat stiffly, barely resting on the edge of the chair. Her entire body trembled. Pinxi, Long, and Cosmo were already eating like nothing happened. Kwangsi, however, didn't touch her food. Her eyes stayed locked on Kobni. "I'm Kwangsi, what's your name?" Kobni clutched the hem of her uniform. Higashiyama Kobni." Kwangsi stirred her drink slowly, watching Kobni's panicked expression. "Have you ever had a boyfriend?" Kobni froze. Why are you asking that?" "Don't worry about why, just answer." Kobni lowered her head, biting her lip. And no. She had never had a boyfriend. She was almost 21 and hadn't even had her first kiss until just now. Her life had always been tight and exhausting. Hand-me-down clothes, no money, no chance to enjoy anything. Even getting into university meant nothing when she couldn't afford to go. Relationships had never been an option. And after what her father once tried to do to her, the idea disgusted her even more. The closest thing to intimacy she had ever experienced was Kwangsi kissing her hand just now. Kwangsi glanced at Pinxi. "Check." "Got it, Kwangsi tilde." Pinxi closed one eye and formed a circle with her fingers, holding it up to her other eye. Her dark ponytail floated up, the strange eel-like ends forming another circle that aligned with her fingers. As the insight fiend, her ability allowed her to see through lies and into the truth. Thoughts, contracts, secrets, nothing stayed hidden from her. Even things people would rather die than reveal. Yeah, she's telling the truth," Pinxi said with a slight smirk. "Clean record. Honestly, that's kinda rare." Kwangsi smiled faintly. "That's good." Kobni didn't understand what Pinxi said, but the expression alone made her uneasy. Kwangsi set her drink down and looked straight at her. Then she spoke clearly, in Japanese. "Kobni Higashiyama, be my woman." Chapter 166. Hi. Kobni Higashiyama froze. "Be her woman? What the hell does that even mean?" "Kwangsi, you just killed someone, and you are a woman too, right?" "No, that's not even the point. You just killed someone. How are you this calm?" I. Kobni couldn't get the words out. Her throat felt tight, her mind completely scrambled. Kwangsi studied her quietly. She had seen all kinds of women. From a single glance, she could already tell what kind of person Kobni was. Fearful, desperate, easy to corner. That made things simple. "Kobni," Kwangsi said, her voice soft. "Be my woman. Come back to China with me. If you do, you won't have to live like this anymore. No more fear, no more anxiety. You'll have clothes you actually want to wear. You can eat whatever you like. And if you want something else, just say it. As long as you want it. Even a rock from the moon isn't impossible." Pinxi puffed her cheeks and clung to Kwangsi's arm. "You're so biased, Kwangsi. I want a rock from the moon too." Kwangsi smiled faintly. "You'll all get one." This, Kobni forced out a weak laugh. "Kwangsi, we just met. Isn't this a bit too much?" She was stalling. There was no way she could agree to this. This woman was insane. She killed someone seconds ago, and now she was talking about this like it was normal. Nothing in life came for free. And more importantly, Kobni was not into women. "Feelings can grow," Kwangsi said calmly, looking straight into her eyes. "Give me 3 days, I'll make you fall for me." Crunch, crunch. Long chewed through her burger, wrapper and all. "Kwangsi, mission." Kwangsi waved her off. "It can wait." A mission meant nothing compared to this. Girls like Kobni didn't show up often. There was no way she would let her walk away. Kobni felt like her brain was melting. What the hell is wrong with these people? What am I supposed to do? Why is a lesbian targeting me like this? Just then, wheel. Police sirens filled the air. Kwangsi turned her head toward the entrance, completely relaxed. Took them long enough, the police are slow. Kobni followed her gaze, her eyes lighting up with desperate hope. Finally. I'm saved. Clatter, clatter. Around 100 public safety officers rushed into the restaurant, blades drawn. Firearm restrictions had loosened recently, but they still moved in with swords out of habit. Fiends, drop your weapons and surrender. Kwangxi barely glanced at them. Ladies, handle it. Pingxi smiled. Of course. In an instant, she pulled several daggers from her boots and threw them. Pache. Clean hits. 7 or 8 officers dropped immediately, their throats pierced before they could react. Pingxi crossed her arms, looking pleased. You idiots even understand how outmatched you are. Awa, damn it. The officers panicked and drew their guns. Ara, Pingxi tilted her head mockingly. What are you saying? Sounds like praise to me. Shut up, if you're here, speak proper Japanese. Bangs, bang, bang. They fired. They didn't care anymore. Their own men were dying. But before the bullets could land. Boom! A massive fireball erupted inside the restaurant. The explosion tore through the building, melting half the interior. More than half the officers burned alive instantly. Screams filled the air as the survivors rolled on the ground, trying to put out the flames. Long calmly brushed ash from her mouth. No one hurts Kwangxi. Cosmo stepped forward, her expression blank. Halloween. She crushed one officer's head under her foot, then grabbed a broken table leg and finished off the rest one by one. Within minutes, the entire unit was wiped out. Kwangxi sat beside Kobni like nothing had happened. See, we protected you again. Kobni stared at the burned bodies, the blood, the destruction. Her whole body shook uncontrollably. She felt like her soul was about to leave her body. Please. Anyone. Help me. Then she heard it. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed through the smoke. 5 figures slowly emerged. A rough male voice spoke. What a mess, not every day you see a scene like this. Another voice scoffed. My grandfather always said the things ruining this world are religion and idiots. These officers were idiots. They could have blown everything up from a distance, targets and hostages included, but instead they rushed in to die. Hey, another voice cut in, weren't you and your grandfather Yakuza? Isn't that basically the same thing? Shut up. The Yakuza and religion are completely different. The Yakuza maintains order in Japan. It's a necessary evil. It's justice. And don't call me that, you're younger than me. A woman's voice cut through the argument. Speaking of age, I am older than all of you. Huh, how old? 82. Damn, you're old. The blonde woman snorted. Watch your mouth, I was chosen by God. My body doesn't age and I cannot die. I am above ordinary humans. Clap, clap. Kishibe stepped forward, applauding lightly. Spear, katana, sword, whip, enough talking, get to work. Not a single glance was given to the dead officers. To them, it didn't matter. The next force sent to stop Kwangxi had arrived. Special Division 5. Spear Hybrid Tgthegood. Katana Hybrid Mitsuru. Sword Hybrid Misato. Whip Hybrid Beatrice. Kishibe tossed aside an empty bottle, his dull eyes settling on Kwangxi. Been a while, Kwangxi. Chapter 167. Guangzai slipped off her coat, rose from her seat, and stepped in front of the 4 fiends, shielding them. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke in a flat tone. So it's you, it's been a while. Kishibe glanced at the police officers' bodies scattered across the floor and gave a dry smile. You just got to Japan, and this is the welcome you give me. Click. Guangzai lit a cigarette. Kishibe, take your people and leave. I'm in Japan on vacation with the girls. I don't feel like slaughtering you all right now. I just ate, and that would ruin it. Oi oi, Suzuki Misato frowned, clearly annoyed. You talk big, think you can actually back that up. Pingxi looked at the group, opposite them with irritation. Lord Guangzai, you know this poker-faced old man. Guangzai nodded. Mad Dog Kishibe. Decades ago, I trained in Japan and worked as a devil hunter for about 10 years. He was my partner back then. Hearing that, the blonde woman in sunglasses, Beatrice, the whip weapon human, rubbed her chin with interest. Decades ago, Kishibe, does that mean she's older than me? Kishibe scratched his neck and pulled out an unopened bottle of sake. Guangzai was the first devil hunter. No one knows her exact age, but she's probably older than a few of you combined. He tossed the bottle to her. I remember you liked this when you ate sushi and sashimi. Brought it for you. Clap. Guangzai caught it smoothly. Just as she was about to drink, Pinxie pressed her hand down. Lord Guangzai, let me check it for poison first. Fine. A few seconds later, Pinxie relaxed. It's clean, you can drink it safely. She then looked at Kishibe with open disdain. So you're the old simp who chased Lord Guangzai for 9 years. That's just sad. Guangzai didn't react, it wasn't wrong. She opened the bottle and drank it down in one go. Same taste, strong rice and fruit aroma, just like before. She glanced at Kishibe. Look at you, you've got 1 foot in the grave already. Why are you still working? Japan's pension system that bad? Kishibe scratched his head. Yeah, pensions aren't reliable, but I saved enough to waste away comfortably. Drinking, chasing women, all better than work. Still doing this job is probably just to avoid Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's? Guangzai raised a brow. I know how to avoid that. Stay current, keep up with trends. Really? Kishibe rubbed his cheek. Too late for me. I like old music and old shows. Guangzai shook her head. That's not enough. You need to watch the news. She paused, her thoughts drifting. Speaking of news, last year I liked a morning news anchor from X-perfect shoulder-length hair, flawless face, completely symmetrical. Beautiful, and her voice was sweet. Exactly my type. Kishibe listened quietly. I watched her every day, bought everything related to her. She exhaled slowly. Then one day, people found out she lied about her age. Paparazzi dug up rumors, messy relationships, all kinds of dirt. Still, she kept hosting like nothing happened. She sighed. I stopped watching, didn't care what was true or false. That's when I realized she didn't change. Guangzai tapped her temple. I did. Once you start disliking something, you can't go back. Kishibe frowned slightly. I don't get what you're trying to say. Guangzai tossed him a pack of cigarettes. I'm saying it's rare to stay blissfully ignorant. You should retire and let your brain rot. Being stupid makes life easier. Knowing too much just screws you over. Kishibe didn't get angry. That was just how she was. For a moment, it felt like decades ago again. He wiped the corners of his eyes, opened the cigarette pack, and handed one to Ito Kento, Edo Guang, Suzuki Misato, and Beatrice, lighting them all. Smoking alone is selfish. Smoking together is teamwork. Finish this, then we move. He exhaled. Try to take them alive. If they die, it is what it is. The weapon humans grinned. They inhaled deeply, burning their cigarettes down in a single breath. Edo Guang revealed a blade from his left hand. Suzuki Misato drew a sword from his right. Ito Kento lowered his head, a black rod emerging from his neck. He reached back, grabbed it, and pulled it free from his spine. Beatrice removed her sunglasses and snapped her fingers. In an instant, all 4 transformed. The katana devil and longsword devil stood ready. The whip weapon human's head resembled a locust, with hundreds of flexible whip-like arms extending and retracting at will. The spear weapon human formed a triangular head and summoned a massive javelin, aiming straight at Guangzai. One Pinxie's expression tightened. Lord Guangzai, be careful, these guys aren't weak. Guangzai leaned in and kissed her forehead gently. It's fine, they're all trash. Her voice dropped slightly. For you, I'll become a demon. Shut up, you damn poser, Suzuki Misato snapped. He turned into a streak of sword light and charged. Crack! The whips tore through the air. Whoosh! The javelin launched forward with violent force, distorting the air around it. Blades, whips, and spear attacks surged at once. Guangzai inhaled slowly, her fingers resting on the hilt of her sword. Then she vanished. Not disappeared, just too fast to follow. A flash. A metallic clash. Blood sprayed. In the blink of an eye, it was over. Guangzai flicked the blood off her blade and sheathed it. 2 seconds. That was all it took. Each weapon human had been cut over 100 times. The floor was covered in their remains. Kishibe exhaled. He expected a gap between them. He even planned to overwhelm her with numbers. He didn't expect the difference to be this absurd. They couldn't even force her into her transformed state. Kishibe raised both hands. I surrender, we're leaving. He turned away. Enjoy your trip in Japan. Chapter 168. After the incident where Takebana Yuyumi was slaughtered by Guangzai, and the storefront was nearly destroyed by the Dragon Fiend's flames, the family burger shop shut down temporarily. Kobni retreated to her small rented room and refused to go outside. After everything she had gone through, she felt like she was falling apart. She took the chance to rest, and at the same time, care for her younger brother, who had just been discharged from the hospital. Her brother, Higashiyama Yori, was staying with her for now. His middle school was under reconstruction and would not reopen for another month. Yori had considered returning to their hometown to recover, but their father made it clear over the phone that he should stay with whoever saved him. He would be an adult in 3 years, so he should stop depending on them. Their parents only cared about giving birth, not raising their children. Taking care of Yori was out of the question, and paying medical bills was even less likely. To them, it might have been better if Yori had just died at school. At least then, they could have caused a scene and gotten compensation. Cold life turned into warm money. With no other choice, Kobni took full responsibility for her brother. Expenses went up immediately. Recently, the bounty on the fire devil had caused a lot of noise, but even though she desperately needed money, Kobni never considered getting involved. Money mattered, but she was more afraid of dying. Still, things were about to get worse. After a week, the family burger shop finally finished repairs and prepared to reopen. Then, one night, Kobni was suddenly removed from the company group chat. No call back to work. No explanation. Just a termination email. She was fired with zero compensation. Her probation period had not ended, so legally, they could dismiss her at any time without notice. The new manager, Hanyu Jen, made it clear in the email. Kobni, you've been here over 2 months, and your performance has consistently ranked at the bottom. We don't run a ranking system, but your results speak for themselves. After what happened at the store, Manager Takebana is dead. You were not the main cause, but you were the trigger. Compensation is impossible. Not holding you responsible is already generous. If you disagree, we can settle it in court. Just like that, Kobni lost her job. The sudden blow left her overwhelmed, frustrated, and completely helpless. That night, she buried herself under her blanket and cried silently until morning. If not for her stubborn will to live, she would have given up long ago. But she wanted to live. And to live, she needed money. Kobni quickly found a temporary job as an online customer service agent. It allowed her to work from home, but the hours were long and the pay was terrible. Still, she had no choice. Without income, even eating would become a problem, not to mention rent. Every day, she worked overtime handling customer complaints. And every day, she endured abuse. This kind of job attracted all sorts of people. Customers who made unreasonable demands. People who insulted her for no reason. Even things that were not human. Some messages were outright disturbing. Verbal harassment was the least of it. The job drained her mentally. After a week, Kobni looked visibly exhausted. She had barely earned anything, but the stress piled up endlessly. Compared to the people she dealt with online, even Takebana Yuyumi seemed normal. That night around 11 p.m., the living room light was still on. Yori sat on the sofa, browsing on his phone. Kobni sat at her desk, still working. The customer on the line was being especially aggressive, so she quietly muted her headset. After the shouting finally stopped, she turned her mic back on and spoke carefully. Your issue has been submitted. Do you have any other questions? Screw you. The call ended immediately. Kobni let out a long breath, removed her headset, finished the report, and shut down her computer. Another miserable day was over. Just looking at the screen made her feel sick. Bang! Yori suddenly jumped up from the sofa, nearly losing balance as he leaned on his crutch and hurried toward her. Sis, I just found something crazy on a job site. Kobni blinked, tired. What is it? It's a new company. You meet all the requirements. Starting salary is 800,000 yen a month. He shoved his phone toward her. Take a look before it disappears. Kobni frowned. I don't have qualifications or experience. There's no way a job like that is real. And just to be clear, I'm not working at any bar or shady place. Even if she was broke, she would not sell herself. It's not like that, Yori said quickly. Just look. Still doubtful, Kobni took the phone. On the screen was a listing for a large funeral home. Rest Pavilion. She hesitated. Working with the dead, a higher salary made sense. But why were they only hiring women? That sounded suspicious. Still, curiosity got the better of her, and she kept scrolling. Then she saw the employer's name. Her tired eyes widened instantly. Kale. Chapter 169. Rest Pavilion, Body Processing Room. Boom. The scorching flames died down. The two corpses on the metal table had already been reduced to charred remains. All that was left was to tap them lightly with a hammer, gather the ashes into urns, and the job would be done. Clap, clap. Kale and Guang Zai stepped into the room, applauding as they handed a chilled drink to the special employee. Your efficiency is insane. You are way more convenient than a crematorium. Seriously, nice work. A regular crematorium needed at least 30 minutes to process a single body. But this dragon fiend, capable of breathing intense flames, needed only 2 minutes to reduce a body completely to ash. Thud. Dragon inserted the straw and took a sip. The moment the drink touched her tongue, her brows tightened. Puh. She spat it out and handed it back with a dissatisfied look. Lemonade is bad, want cold blood. I didn't bring any, Kale shrugged. He glanced at the silver-haired woman beside him, her ponytail tied neatly, her height shortly beneath his. Guangzai, this is what you meant by her being able to control her blood cravings. Guangzai casually pulled out a frozen blood popsicle, solid as a rock. She has been burning corpses for you all day. That alone covers at least a month of your quota. It is normal for her to want blood when she is tired. She handed it over and gently rubbed Dragon's head. Eat slowly. Dragon smiled, simple and harmless. Love Guangzai. Crunch, crunch. She devoured the popsicle in 2 bites, chewing even the wooden stick without hesitation. It's getting late, I'm taking the girls out. We will be back another time. Not staying for dinner. Kale walked over to the table and used his vibration ability, turning the remains into fine ash. No need, Guangzai shook her head. I have many women and you have quite a few too. If we sit down together, no one will relax. Kale let out a quiet chuckle as he collected the ashes into urns. Fair enough. Don't forget about the matter, Guangzai added, adjusting Dragon's hair. Yeah, I remember. Guangzai and her 4 fiends, Pinksy, Cosmo, Dragon, and Weaving Brew, had arrived at the Rest Pavilion about 10 days ago. If not for their calm attitude, Kale and Asa would have already taken them out, mistaking them for fire devil threats. Guangzai had been direct from the start. She offered Kale a generous deal. In exchange, he would change his nationality and move. Kale did not feel strongly about it. He was not tied to any country. Patriotism meant nothing to him. Wherever life was easier, that was where he would stay. Besides, people in power were the same everywhere. The higher-ups simply wanted to make use of him. Still, Kale did not refuse. As a transaction, the offer was tempting. If it meant a more comfortable life, going there was not a bad option. He had some attachment to that place as well. Even so, he was not about to agree too quickly. Rushing into it would only lower his value. Better to take his time and let them wait. At the moment, the shop was short on manpower. So he let Guangzai and her group stay and help out, showing just enough goodwill while keeping the upper hand. Guangzai stepped into the courtyard with Dragon and called out. Time to wrap up. Cosmo and Tsujihagi, who had been cleaning, responded immediately. Guangzai looked around. Where is Pinksy? Cosmo tilted her head. Halloween. Tsujihagi silently pointed toward the kitchen. Inside the kitchen. Asa frowned, pinching her nose tightly. Pinksy stood in front of her, one hand on her hip, grinning mischievously. With chopsticks, she held up a piece of something that looked like a root. Try it, you might like it. That smell is awful. What even is this? Pinksy giggled. You are not wrong. The scientific name is Hautainia chordata. We just call it fish mint. This one was freshly dug from the mountains, not that processed when you find outside. Whether it is good or not, you have to taste it yourself. Come on, just one bite. Asa sighed, clearly regretting stepping into the kitchen. I can't eat fish at all. The texture reminds me of something rotten, and this smells just as bad. Pinxie's eyes flickered with mischief. Prejudice was a wall she intended to break. As the self-proclaimed ambassador of fishment, she refused to let ignorance win. She set the chopsticks down and glanced at Asa's stomach. Her tone turned serious. Asa, did you know this has high nutritional value? It contains vitamin C, B1, B2, and minerals like calcium and potassium. It is actually good for the baby. Asa blinked. Really? Of course, you doubt an insight fiend. Asa hesitated, then exhaled. Fine, I will eat it. She picked up a portion and put it in her mouth. Crunch. She chewed. And this taste. Well, Pinxie leaned forward eagerly. Asa's expression slowly changed. Her brows relaxed as she reached for another bite. It is crunchy, kind of herbal. And not exactly fishy. With garlic and chili, it actually tastes. Pretty good. Nice. Pinxie gave a thumbs up, her ponytail bouncing with excitement. Even though you are a devil, you have potential. The god of fish mint smiles upon you. Satisfied with her success, she skipped out. She jumped onto Guangzai's back like a decoration. Sorry, Lady Guangzai, I was introducing Asa to the cuisine. Lost track of time. It's fine. Also, can we switch hotels tonight? The bed yesterday was too soft. I felt like I was sinking. All right. Pinxie grinned. I really want to have a fiend baby with you someday. Guangzai paused. That is not possible, no matter how you think about it. The five of them left the rest pavilion together. Half an hour later, a taxi pulled up in front of the funeral home. We are here, rest pavilion. Thank you. The door opened. Kobni Higashiyama stepped out, dressed in a rented formal suit, clutching a thick stack of resumes as she stood nervously at the entrance. Chapter 170. Kobni Higashiyama was terrified of death, and even more terrified of corpses. But dealing with the living was not much better. At least the dead did not insult you or hit you. And the pay here was insanely high. With a nervous heart, Kobni gently knocked on the reception room door. Knock, knock, knock. It's unlocked, come in, Kale's voice came from inside. Kobni was basically a walking bad luck charm. Within 100 meters of her, people's luck tended to drop. Kale had already noticed her arrival through the shift in his stats. Creak. The door opened slowly. See Kale H. Hello. It's Kobni, sit down. Kale glanced at her, a faint professional smile on his face. Okay. Kobni lowered her head and sat across from him, her eyes darting around nervously. Kale simply stared at her without saying anything. Her body trembled slightly, and part of her resume was already damp with sweat. This is bad. I need to say something. He's not my coworker right now, he's the interviewer. Kobni took a deep breath, shut her eyes, and held out her resume with both hands. I saw the job listing for the Rest Pavilion online. I want to work here. This is my resume. Please take a look. Kale raised an eyebrow. Just as he thought. All right, let's see. He flipped through it casually. Damn, Kobni, you've worked a lot of jobs. It's only been a few years since high school, and you've already been through half the workforce. Kobni forced a bitter smile. I didn't want to, I just needed money. Kale leaned back slightly, his tone calm. I'm looking for someone stable. Seeing this many job changes makes me a bit uneasy. He tapped the resume lightly. You are not going to quit after a week, right? Kobni froze. So that backfired. She clenched her skirt tightly and answered honestly. As long as you don't fire me and the salary is really that high, I will stay, I swear I will. Kale smirked. Really? Kobni's face flushed red. Really? Kale extended his pinky. Then let's make it official. Pinky promise, I'll believe you if we seal it. She blinked in confusion, but still reached out her hand. Their fingers hooked together. The moment their skin touched, something shifted. Her bad luck vanished instantly. Kale felt it clearly. Interesting. So her contracted devil's effect could be suppressed like this. Weird, that kind of ability should come with a cost. And yet she was walking around like this all the time. Yeah, something about her is off. Pinky swear, no backing out. Kale gave her hand a small shake, then pressed their thumbs together. Done. He let go and leaned forward with a grin. All right, Kobni works for me now. He paused. That sounded wrong. He waved it off casually. You're officially hired at the Rest Pavilion. Congrats, let's talk money. Kobni blinked rapidly. That's it. That was way too fast. Shouldn't there be more steps? Kale rested his elbows on the table, fingers interlocked. So, how much do you want? I'll send you your first month in advance. Kobni swallowed hard. The moment money came up, her exhaustion disappeared. Is it really 800,000 yen? She asked, her voice trembling. Give me your phone, open your account. Okay. She handed it over, still trying to process everything. A second later, Kale gave it back. Check it, 1 million yen. The extra 200,000 is a signing bonus. Kobni stared at the screen. Her eyes widened. Her cheeks turned red. Tears started forming before she could stop them. It was real. Actual money. Money she could use. She could not even speak properly. Kale watched her quietly, then continued. As for the job, Rizet and I will train you over the next few days. There are empty rooms in the staff dorm. Pick one and stay there. Work hours are flexible. You will work around 3 or 4 days a week, depending on shifts. The rest of your time is yours. If you want to work more, go ahead. We get paid per job, so the more you do, the more you earn. He tapped the table lightly. Your base salary is 800,000 yen. That stays the same for now. There are commissions on top of that. With how busy things are, even a beginner can make about 1.5 million yen a month. And if you get good, I will raise it. Kobni's mind went blank. If not for the money already sitting in her account, she would have thought this was a scam. A beginner making 1.5 million yen. This was not a funeral home. This was heaven. Okay. There was a reason Kale set the salary that high. First, Kobni was someone he knew. Paying her more did not matter. Second, she was basically his only real employee. Makima had her own government role. Rizet and Asa were not employees. Guangzai and her group were temporary help, and he had no intention of paying them. And more importantly, Kobni would never have chosen this job unless she was desperate. The moment she asked, Kale had already decided to hire her. It was easier to work with someone familiar than to train a stranger from scratch. The only issue was her luck. For Kale, it did not matter much. Even at its worst, it was still usable. But if it started affecting Rizet or Asa, that could become a problem. If that happened, Kobni would just have to keep her distance while working. Chapter 171. Knock, knock, knock. Rizet tapped gently on the door. All right, Kobni, they've already left. You don't need to hide anymore. Creak. The door opened a crack. Higashiyama Kobni cautiously peeked out, making sure Quanxi and her 4 fiend companions were truly gone. Phew, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a long breath. Ms. Rizet, thank you so much for keeping watch for me. Rizet lounged in her chair, legs crossed, chin resting on her hand. She studied Kobni's nervous expression with mild curiosity. Kobni, you've been working here for almost 10 days now. You're always avoiding Quanxi and the others. It can't just be because they're fiends, right? Kobni hesitated, then nodded. Well, it's kind of like this. Since she expected to keep working at the shop for a while, Kobni explained everything that had happened back at Family Burger. Ha, Rizet burst out laughing, nearly out of breath. So you got targeted by a lesbian, and now you're scared she won't leave you alone. Kobni sighed, her shoulders slumping. Ms. Rizet, this isn't funny. Has, Rizet grinned, clearly entertained. I can help you, Kobni. Hi. Rizet spread her hands casually. It's simple, you don't have a boyfriend, right? Next time Quanxi hits on you, just tell her Kale is your boyfriend. If you say that, she definitely won't bother you anymore. Kobni's face instantly flushed red. How could I say something like that? Rizet's eyes narrowed slightly, picking up on her reaction. You're blushing, Kobni, don't tell me you actually. She leaned in close and whispered near Kobni's ear. Have feelings for Kale. Kobni's face turned completely red, all the way to her ears. She waved her hands frantically. No, that's not it. That's ridiculous. Besides, doesn't Kale already have Mizasa? They even have a child. Rizeh frowned slightly. Kobni, you really don't understand anything. Kobni blinked, confused. Understand what? Rizeh casually wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Who said Kale only has one wife? Makima and I are his wives too. And... As she spoke, Rizeh lightly ran a hand over her stomach, her tone calm and matter-of-fact. I'm not pregnant right now, because I don't feel like becoming a mom yet. But if I want to, I can have Kale get me pregnant anytime. Kobni's eyes widened in pure shock. Was she really hearing this right now? Her thoughts, still grounded in normal logic, completely froze. This, Kale, isn't this cheating? Rizeh shook her head seriously. It's not cheating, we're all going to get married together, it's love. She smiled brightly at Kobni. So you don't need to worry about things like that. Honestly, I think you'd fit in pretty well. If you love him, you can join in. Kobni's expression stiffened. This was obviously a harem. Her worldview started cracking apart. Kale looked so serious on the outside, but behind the scenes, Asa, Rizeh, Makima, he was messing around with all of them. Well, that did sound kind of comfortable. Kobni's brain struggled to process it. She coughed twice, trying to regain composure, then quickly changed the subject. Ms. Rizeh, Quanxi and those fiends, they're from China, right? Why would they come all this way just to help at Kale's shop? Who knows, Rizeh shrugged. Probably some messy political nonsense. Night. Kanagawa Prefecture. A modest private home. A middle-aged man with a beer belly slumped on a tatami mat, staring blankly at a variety show on TV. A plate of nearly finished peanuts sat on the table. Crushed beer cans littered the floor. Burped. Higashiyama Niyato's face was flushed as he let out a drunken belch and glanced toward the kitchen. Oi Haruko, is dinner ready yet? Bang! The kitchen door swung open. Fujimoto Haruko stepped out with an annoyed expression, carrying 2 cups of instant noodles. She set them down heavily. Dinner's ready. Seeing the familiar instant udon, Naoto grimaced. Again, this stuff isn't even healthy. I want real food. HMPH, Haruko snorted and changed the TV channel. Then cook it yourself. You're always lying around while I do everything. Naoto frowned, but held his temper. Arguing with her would only drag things out. He cracked open another beer and took a long gulp. I've been working all day, I'm tired. I have a job too, Haruko shot back, peeling open her noodles and stirring them. Why should I handle everything at home? They both fell silent after that, exchanging tired looks. Though neither said it out loud, they were thinking the same thing. If only Kobni were here. She could handle everything and take the stress off them. After several drinks. Bang! Naoto slammed his hand on the table. Damn it! That stupid cabinet. 12 hours, 12 damn hours. Are they trying to work people to death? Haruko surprisingly agreed this time. Yeah, those people at the top have completely lost it. Every generation gets worse. They weren't civil servants themselves. But their eldest son, Higashiyama Katero, was. He had just graduated and managed to pass the civil service exam. At first, they thought their lives were finally improving. They were wrong. Soon after he started, a government reform turned the job into a nightmare. Too exhausting to keep, too stable to quit. He was stuck. And that wasn't their only problem. Katero was nearly 24. Old enough to marry. Recently, he had gotten close to a colleague. According to him, she was the daughter of the powerful Seonji family. If that marriage went through, their future would be set. But her family demanded 20 million yen as a dowry. And they made it clear. If the money wasn't ready within a month, the marriage was off. Haruko wiped the corners of her eyes. Even if we gather all our savings, we only have 1.7 million yen. How are we supposed to come up with 20 million? Naoto rubbed his forehead, then pulled out his phone. I'll call Kobni. She needs to find a way to contribute. Okay. Chapter 172. Beep. The phone rang a few times before it was picked up. Higashiyama Nayato's voice came through, thick with alcohol and irritation. Hello, you brat, what are you doing? Even through the phone, the stench of alcohol felt suffocating. Kobni's body trembled at her father's voice. Dad, I'm on my way home from work. Is something wrong? Can I call you without a reason? No, of course you can. Honestly, Naoto let out a drunken hiccup before speaking bluntly. Your brother Katero needs money. Transfer 20 million yen to us as soon as possible. Kobni froze mid-step. 20 million yen. What's with that reaction? Naoto snapped. You've been working for years. Don't tell me you don't even have that much saved. I. Her voice collapsed under the pressure. She had planned to mention Yoru's medical expenses carefully, but her father's demand completely crushed that thought. 20 million yen. He said it so casually. Did he have any idea how hard it was to earn that kind of money? If her family hadn't drained her dry over the years, she might have barely managed to save that much. But almost everything she earned had gone straight to them. She had barely spent anything on herself. Now, the balance in her account was just over 1 million yen. Even surviving was difficult, and that was only because Kale had advanced her salary. What? Naoto barked. Katero is your brother, your own blood. He needs money for his wedding. If you don't help him, who will? Kobni's voice shook as tears streamed down her face. Dad, I really can't come up with that kind of money. Bang! The sound of a table being slammed echoed through the phone. Her legs nearly gave out. You ungrateful brat, Naoto roared. Think you're independent now. All I did was ask for some money, and you're acting like this. Fine, treat it as a loan. And no, that's not it. Kobni slid down against the wall, her strength leaving her. Dad, I really don't have anything left. Since I started working, after covering basic living costs, I've sent almost everything to you. Her voice became hollow. She had thought things would get easier after Katero started earning his own salary. Instead, they demanded even more. 20 million yen for a marriage. Did he really have to marry her? Was that girl made of gold? Naoto paused for a brief moment. A flicker of clarity surfaced through the alcohol. What Kobni said was true. But it vanished just as quickly. Baka, he roared. I don't care how you do it. Sell yourself, borrow, steal, rob, I don't give a damn. Get 20 million yen in 10 days or we're done. You're no longer our daughter. Beep, beep. The call ended. Kobni wiped her tears, her expression blank. Severing ties, that would be nice. But that was just a thought. She would never dare say it out loud. Then, a wet, dragging sound crept up behind her. Black, slick tentacles slowly wrapped around her leg. Splatter. Foul-smelling saliva soaked into her trousers. Kobni looked up. Her pupils shrank instantly. A half-human, half-snake creature crouched on the wall, its two grotesque faces covered in pustules. A fire devil that had slipped through the cracks. Unlike the others, this one was cautious. It hid during the day, avoided armed adults, and preyed on the weak. And now, it had chosen Kobni, a girl who almost collapsed from a phone call. The easiest prey imaginable. Kobni's hand shook violently as she pulled out her small utility knife. Don't come any closer. Hiss. The creature grinned, its forked tongue flicking as it lunged. No. Kobni shut her eyes. Shing. 10 seconds later. Kobni knelt in a pool of blood, gagging. The corpse of the fire devil lay in pieces. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as the knife slipped from her grip and clattered to the ground. So much blood. Her voice cracked. These clothes are ruined. I'll have to buy new ones. That costs money. Tears streamed down her face again. I don't even have enough money. Why does everyone keep pushing me around? Meanwhile, Kanagawa Prefecture, Higashiyama residence. Naoto lowered his phone, his face dark. Looks like we can't get anything more out of that useless girl. What the hell are we supposed to do now? Haruko frowned, equally troubled. They drank in silence, the mood heavy. They considered many options. But one thing never crossed their minds. letting Kotaro give up the marriage. To them, it wasn't negotiable. The Seonji family had influence. If Kotaro married into it, their entire family could rise in status. Then, a sly glint appeared in Haruko's eyes. "Husband, I just thought of something. There might be a way to get money quickly, with no risk." Naoto looked at her. "What way?" Haruko smirked. "We trade a bride price for another bride price. Kobni is 21, perfect age for marriage. We marry her off and use the money to pay for Kotaro." Naoto rubbed his chin. "Not bad, but who would pay 20 million yen for her? She has no background." Haruko let out a low laugh. "Do you remember Miyazaki Koichi?" Naoto frowned, "The one with the unmarried son." "I'm not talking about his son," Haruko said, shaking her head. "I mean him." "Himself." "Exactly. His wife and son both turned into fire devils and were killed. Now he's alone. I've talked to him. Men like that are desperate, mentally and physically. We can use that. If we offer Kobni, we might actually get 20 million yen. Naoto narrowed his eyes. "Still, why her?" Haruko clicked her tongue. "Because she's young. And her genes are good." She leaned forward slightly, her voice lowering. "And more importantly, she's never had a boyfriend. That alone is enough to hook someone like him." Chapter 173. X-Country. The province. A private courtyard. High noon. After 2.5 hours of negotiation, Kale finally signed the treaty with X-Country. "Hugh." As the representative, Lin Yun clasped his hand firmly and met his gaze. "I reviewed the agreement you brought very carefully. For X-Country, this is clearly a disadvantage. Nearly every clause favors you." That was expected. Kale did not understand politics. But his wife, Makima, had spent years navigating that world and understood it thoroughly. She had personally drafted this cooperation agreement between Kale and X-Country. Her goal was simple: prepare for the prophecy of the King of Terror. To do that, she believed they needed the support of powerful nations. The United States, the Soviet Union, and X-Country. The United States was already a problem. Their recent clash made cooperation unlikely. The Soviet Union was even worse. They had taken the initiative in targeting Rizeh, and Kale had retaliated without hesitation, humiliating the KGB in the process. In response, the KGB created millions of fire kin devils in Japan, leading to catastrophic casualties. Even now, those devils had not been fully eradicated, and tensions remained high. That left only X-Country. As a global power, it surely had hidden weapons of its own. Kale could not afford to make another enemy. If X-Country chose to act, he would survive, but Makima's resurrection system might not. Kale did not care much about the bigger picture. But he did care about one thing. Makima. He did not want her insurance to run out. "Haha," Kale said, smiling casually. "Miss Lin Yun, that is not entirely accurate. This treaty is simply a fair exchange. With my status as a specially approved temporary worker for X-Country, you should feel more secure, right?" Lin Yun studied him, a faint smile forming. "Well said, I agree completely." She paused slightly before continuing. "Since you feel so strongly about your homeland, Kale, would you consider opening a funeral service here? If anything happens, we could reach you immediately." Kale scratched the back of his neck. "Nah, besides there are already too many people in that line of work here. I would just be stealing business." Lin Yun's lips twitched. That reasoning was impossible to argue with. "Very well," she exhaled. "I will be direct. This contract favors you heavily, we know that. But it does not matter. This is our goodwill toward you. We are signing it because you are worth it." Kale nodded. "Appreciated." Lin Yun released his hand. "I have other matters to attend to. Let me know when you want to leave, I will arrange your flight, or you can stay for a few days." Kale stood up. "No need, I have my own way back." He left without looking back. Outside the restricted area, Kale found a bench and leaned back, stretching comfortably. "Fami." A puff of white mist appeared beside him. "I am here." The girl with short, light purple hair sat close to him and handed over a brown paper bag. "I saved half of the roast duck for you." Kale raised an eyebrow and accepted it. "Authentic." He planned to bring it back for Asa. Not bad, that is thoughtful. For the hunger devil to give away food, that meant something. After storing the duck, Kale pulled out a bottle of mouthwash and handed it to her. We are heading back, rinse your mouth. His so-called transportation was standing right next to him. Teleportation beat any flight. Okay. Fami nodded and took a large gulp, tilting her head back as she gargled. Kale checked his inventory and frowned. Wait, are you really the hunger devil? I did not have any food on me. How did you even get here? Fami spat the mouthwash onto the grass and looked at him with those ringed orange eyes. She tilted her head, her expression pure. Who said there was no food? You are my favorite, Kale. A few strands of her hair fluttered in the breeze. Her calm expression paired with those words created a sharp contrast. Kale inhaled slowly. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Pretty, useful, and interesting. Maybe he should add another name to the list. Issa Rize Makima. They would understand. Fami leaned closer. Kale's pulse quickened. That was enough thinking. He grabbed her by the waist and pulled her onto his lap. Then he leaned in. Her eyes slowly closed. On the roadside, an old man walking his dog glanced over. Young people. Nothing unusual. He turned away. A moment later, both of them vanished. Night. Kanagawa Prefecture. Kobani returned home with her recently recovered brother. Their mother, Fujimoto Haruko, had called earlier, saying the family should gather for dinner. The table was filled with food. Kobani swallowed. A feast like this was rare in their home. But something felt off. There were fewer people than expected. Only her eldest brother Kitaro, her younger brother, and a small sister in elementary school were present. The rest were missing. That was not all. An unfamiliar balding man sat at the table, staring at her openly. It made her skin crawl. Mom, where are the others? Kobani asked cautiously. Haruko smiled but said nothing. Kitaro clicked his tongue. They are in boarding school. Of course they are not here. Are you stupid? Kobani flinched and lowered her head. But I thought this was a family. She stopped when he glared at her. A sharp sound cut through the tension. Niato placed his chopsticks down. That is enough, Kitaro. She is your sister. Kobani froze. That was unexpected. Niato usually sided with Kitaro. Niato turned his attention to her, his gaze sharp. So this is Kobani. Haruko nodded. Yes, she is hardworking and capable. What do you think? The balding man nodded slowly. Niato smiled and gestured toward him. Kobani, this is Miyazaki Koichi. Pour him a drink. Kobani's eyes widened. Her brother remained silent, but his expression darkened. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Miyazaki's gaze made her feel sick. Sweat formed on her forehead. This was not just a dinner. Seeing her hesitate, Kitaro snapped. What are you standing there for? That man is your future husband. Learn some manners. Chapter 174. Kobani and her younger brother froze in shock. Oh, Oni-san, Kobani stammered, her voice trembling. This kind of thing. How could I not know about it at all? Kitaro crossed his arms, a sneer spreading across his face. Well, you know now. He fully supported this marriage. To him, Miyazaki Koichi was nothing less than a lifeline. There were not many men willing to spend 20 million yen just to take a wife. Yes, the man was more than 30 years older than Kobani. Yes, it was unfair. But Kitaro did not give a damn. As long as Kobani married that old bastard, he could finally marry into money and status himself. Whether Miyazaki Koichi was insane or dying soon did not matter. Once the money was paid, everything worked out. If the old man died, Kobani would inherit everything anyway. Then she could remarry and profit again. From his point of view, he was practically helping her. Kobani bit down on her lower lip. Marry a man nearly 60. It felt unreal. After years of being pushed around, she forced herself to look at her father. Papa, brother is joking, right? Niato cleared his throat and straightened his posture. Kobani, you are already 21. You are not young anymore. Yes, exactly, Haruko added with a bright smile. Girls your age already have children. Miyazaki Koichi has been married before, which is a good thing. Experience means he will take better care of you. Kobni's body trembled, her mind went blank. At that moment, she understood. She was not family here. She was the meal. Everyone else sat at the table, ready to carve her up. Yori clenched his fists. His sister had done everything for him. She paid his tuition, she even saved his life. If he stayed silent now, he would be no better than them. He forced himself to speak. Papa, Mama. His voice shook. See, can we slow down? He is way too old. He and sister are not a good match at all. Miyazaki Koichi's expression shifted slightly. Haruko-san, Naoto Dono. It seems your family is not very welcoming. Panic flashed across the table. Slap. Kotaro lunged forward and struck Yori across the face. Yori. You little brat, stay out of adult matters. What the hell does this have to do with you? Eat your food and shut up. No one is going to think you are mute if you keep quiet. Yori held his cheek as tears welled up. It hurt like hell. Naoto glared at him coldly. Exactly, Kotaro is right. You are just a child. Do you still want to go to university? Do you want to become a civil servant like your brother? Yori sniffed, his chest rising and falling. University. His father thought that mattered. His tuition had long been paid by Kobni. And his grades were garbage anyway. What future were they threatening him with? His sister had given him everything. He could never repay that. So even if he got beaten, he would not shut up. Yori wiped his tears and straightened his back. Stop it, Papa. I never wanted to go to university. And I do not want to be a civil servant. I can work and support myself just like my sister. And you all. His voice grew louder. You never respect her. You just cling to her and suck her dry. You mama, and you too, brother. You never care about how she feels. For your stupid marriage money, you are forcing her to marry a man old enough to be her grandfather. What the hell is wrong with you people? Silence fell. Kobni. Her eyes trembled. This kid, at least she did not raise him for nothing. But the others looked furious. Truth was never pleasant. Naoto slowly removed his belt, his expression dark. You ungrateful little shit, looks like you need to be taught a lesson. Now, Miyazaki Koichi said, raising a hand to stop him. Violence is not necessary. Haruko laughed awkwardly. Please do not mind him. Children say foolish things. Do not take it seriously. Miyazaki Koichi watched quietly. He had seen enough families like this. Under normal circumstances, he should have walked out. But Kobni. She was beautiful, hardworking, and clearly capable. Not some useless decoration. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. This deal was worth it. Do not worry about it, he said with a smile. I am not petty enough to argue with a child. I am very satisfied with your daughter. You just need to convince her. He paused, then added. The 20 million yen is no issue. Once we are family, if you need help, you can always ask. Really? Haruko's eyes lit up. She thought everything had been ruined earlier. But this turned out even better. Her expression hardened as she looked at Kobni. Kobni, your brother is a child, but you should not act like one. Where will you find a husband like Miyazaki Koichi? Parents decide these matters. Your father and I have already agreed. This engagement is settled. From now on, he is your husband. No, how can you MMPH? Yori tried to speak again, but Kotaro shoved a towel into his mouth. Shut it. Kobni's thoughts spun wildly. Damn it. Think. There had to be a way out. Then suddenly, a face appeared in her mind. Kale. And Riz's teasing suggestion about getting married together. That was it. That was the answer. Kobni took a deep breath and looked straight at Miyazaki Koichi. I am sorry. Even if my parents force me, I cannot marry you. Her voice shook, but she forced the words out. Because I already have a boyfriend. Chapter 175. The entire room fell silent. Miyazaki Koichi scratched his head and glanced at his subordinate, Fujimoto Haruko, frowning in confusion. Haruko, what is going on here? Kobni has a boyfriend. This is completely different from what you told me. Are you people messing with me? Hehehe, Fujimoto Haruko forced out a stiff laugh. It's a misunderstanding, sir. Kobni must have made it up. Kobni took a slow breath. At this point, there was no backing out. She had to commit to the lie. She looked straight at her mother and spoke firmly. Mom, I'm serious. Her younger brother, Higashiyama Yori, looked utterly confused. His sister was dating someone. She had never mentioned anything like that before. What was this guy even like? Her older brother, Higashiyama Kataro, on the other hand, was visibly displeased. Actually, it was more than that. He felt a deep, irrational irritation building in his chest. He liked control, he hated surprises. And this was a surprise he couldn't stand. Kobni, someone he had always looked down on, had a boyfriend. Why the hell did she get to have that? His grades were better. He had already passed the civil service exam. When he was her age, he had been grinding day and night, barely sleeping, buried in textbooks. He had worked harder than her. So why wasn't he the one ahead? He adjusted his thick black-rimmed glasses and stared at Kobni coldly. You're dating, since when? Kobni fidgeted with her fingers as memories began to surface. The first time she met Kale. It felt like a long time ago. She remembered it clearly. It was at the Dome amusement park. Back then, she had just become a devil hunter and was sent to deal with the Bat Devil and the Leech Devil. She hadn't done much, honestly. Her real interaction with Kale was helping him and Asa carry an injured cat, Nyanko, to a pet hospital. And the money. That was what stuck with her the most. For such a simple task, something that was basically part of her job, Kale had casually handed her 10,000 yen. Later, when they dealt with the Muscle Devil, she barely contributed again, yet Kale transferred all the reward money to her. That was several 100,000 yen. Then came the Falling Devil incident. She had been dragged into hell. Kale had pulled her out, saving her from the stomach of the Eternity Devil. After that, when the shop manager's family was killed, she contacted Kale for help arranging the funeral. He handled it, and she ended up with another 500,000 yen. More recently, when she was about to lose her job and struggling to make ends meet, Kale stepped in again. He hired her with a salary even higher than what she earned as a devil hunter. Scene after scene flashed through her mind. Her heart started pounding. Being around Kale always seemed to bring her luck. And he was an undertaker, yet ridiculously attractive. A faint smile formed at the corner of her lips. About half a year, I guess. Wait. Shit. Kobni suddenly froze. With how her heart was racing, did she actually like him? Break up with him, Katero said flatly. The look on her face gave everything away. That wasn't a lie made up on the spot. She was genuinely in love. And that pissed him off even more. Why did she get to look like that? Why did someone like her, barely educated, only a high school graduate, get to have something like love? Shouldn't people like him get that first? He couldn't accept it. Kobni blinked, completely caught off guard. Doubly, what do you mean? Bang! Higashiyama Naoto slammed his hand against the table, his face turning red with anger. I was wondering why the money you've been sending home has been less lately. So this is why, he shouted. And you had the nerve to say your salary dropped after changing jobs. Bullshit. He rolled up his sleeves and pointed straight at her. You ungrateful brat. You'd rather spend your money on some random guy than support your family. And now you're dating too. The hell is wrong with you? Break up with him immediately, he roared. Or I swear I'll break your legs. His words sounded righteous, but his thoughts weren't much different from Katero's. Miyazaki Koichi was a golden opportunity, a walking bank account that could change their lives. There was no way they were letting that slip. Compared to that, Kobni's feelings meant nothing. Kobni let out a quiet, bitter laugh in her mind. Of course. It was always like this. To her father and brother, she wasn't a person, just a tool, something to be used, something disposable. Kobni clenched her fists. Be brave. Like Kale. She wiped her tears and spoke, no. What did you just say? Naoto froze. She had never defied him before. Not once. Kobni gritted her teeth and raised her voice. I said no, didn't you hear me? I like him. Who the hell are you to tell me to break up? You're all idiots, you don't understand a damn thing. Naoto was stunned into silence. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Miyazaki Koichi stepped in. "Kobni, we're all adults here. Let's be honest," he said calmly. "I've lived longer than you. I understand how the world works. I know young people like you want passionate love. But life isn't built on passion alone." He leaned forward slightly. "Money is reality. It's a wall most people can't get past. If you're with me, my 60 million yen in savings can guarantee a stable future for you." He paused. "Your boyfriend can't offer that, can he? So think carefully." He didn't even try to hide it. He was trying to crush her with money. Nyato immediately jumped in. "Mr. Miyazaki is right. Kobni, listen to him." Kobni felt a surge of disgust. They were all talking down to her like she was stupid. Is it only 60 million yen?" she said, forcing a mocking tone. "Sorry, old man, my boyfriend is way richer than you." Miyazaki frowned, clearly not believing her. Kobni ignored him. She pulled the towel out of Yori's mouth, grabbed his hand, and stood up. "Yori, we're leaving. I'll take you to meet your brother-in-law." "Okay." Yori still hadn't processed anything. "You ungrateful brat, don't you dare walk out," Naoto shouted. The entire group rushed after them. "Kobni, don't go, we haven't finished eating." Fujimoto Haruko grabbed her sleeve tightly. "Slap." "Enough," Kobni snapped, shaking her off. "You just want 20 million yen, right? Stop pretending this is about family," she said, her voice shaking with anger. "I'll give it to you. I'll have my boyfriend give it to you. Is that enough? Then leave me alone." Silence. The room went quiet. Fujimoto Haruko hesitated before asking, "Really?" "Yeah, it's true." Meanwhile, inside the Higashiyama house, Fami suddenly appeared. She sat across from Kobni's 7-year-old sister, grabbing food with both hands and eating like she hadn't seen a proper meal in days. This family was insane. And honestly, it was entertaining as hell. Looks like Kale's little circle might get bigger. After finishing the food in her bowl, Fami extended her hand toward the child. "Hey kid, hand over that chicken leg." Chapter 176. Late at night, Kobni's small rental apartment felt quiet. It wasn't big, but at least it didn't suffocate her like her family home back in Kanagawa. She glanced at the clock, almost midnight. "Yori, it's late," Kobni said, looking at her younger brother. "You just got discharged, so stop messing around and go to sleep." Yori blinked in confusion. "Sis, what happened to that? Didn't you say you were taking me to meet my brother-in-law?" Kobni forced a dry laugh. "That was just to fool them. You don't actually have a brother-in-law." Yori stared at her. With how confident she sounded earlier and the way she was blushing, he had actually believed it. "Then, the 20 million yen you mentioned." Kobni took a slow breath. "Don't worry about that, I'll handle it." She paused, then changed the topic. "If you don't want to go to university, have you thought about what you'll do instead? I can't support you forever." Yori lowered his head, voice barely audible. I want to write novels." Kobni blinked, surprised. "Oh, then write." She crossed her arms, thinking for a moment. "People always end up doing things they're not used to. I used to be scared of corpses, but now I work in a funeral home like it's nothing." The next day, at the rest pavilion, Kale happened to be around. During a break, Kobni asked to speak with him privately, her expression serious. Kale immediately felt something was off. He knew this situation too well. Back before he got dragged into this world, whenever an employee asked for a private talk like this, it usually meant one thing. They were quitting. And Kobni had only been working for about half a month. Looking at her tense expression, Kale's thoughts spiraled. Was she planning to run? She had been doing great. She adapted quickly, and her presence hadn't messed up the shop's luck either. Everything was going smoothly. So why quit now? As they walked, Kale kept thinking until he finally blamed one person. Kwangsi. That damn woman. Rize had been telling him Kobni was scared of Kwangsi and her group. Yeah, that had to be it. The contract with that side was already done anyway. If Kwangsi kept being a problem, he'd just kick all 5 of them out. No hesitation. Simp. Kale shut the office door behind them. He pulled out a chair for her. Sit down, Kobni. Emma. She sat stiffly. Kale took his seat, poured her a cup of tea, then spoke first with a faint smile. You came to see me, so I'll just ask straight. Is this about Quanxi and her group? Don't worry, he added casually. Our cooperation's already over. If they keep causing trouble, I'll throw them out. Kobni looked startled. No, it's not that. She lowered her head, gripping her clothes tightly. It's personal, I need your help. Kale relaxed a little. Good. At least she wasn't quitting. Go on, he said. Kobni kept taking deep breaths, trying to steady herself. Her face turned red before she even spoke. 20 million yen wasn't a small amount, even if Kale was rich. But she had no other choice. She hesitated, then forced the words out. I want a request, a 1-year salary advance. Kale paused. That caught him off guard. He took a sip of tea before speaking. Your yearly salary is about 20 million yen, right? Why yes, Kobni nodded rapidly. Exactly 20 million. I know this is unreasonable, but I really need it. I won't run away, I swear. Kale studied her. 20 million yen meant nothing to him at this point. But that wasn't the issue. Kobni, he said, narrowing his eyes slightly, are you in debt? No. Then what is it? She hesitated. My family needs it. Kale frowned. Someone sick? Kobni shook her head again. My brother is getting married. The bride's family wants 20 million yen as a betrothal gift. In what? Kale nearly choked on his tea. Your brother's getting married, so you have to pay, he said, staring at her like this was the dumbest thing he'd heard all week. What kind of bullshit is that? Kobni couldn't answer. Her emotions broke all at once, and she started crying. Kale sighed, grabbed a handkerchief, and handed it to her. All right, don't panic, tell me everything. A good boss doesn't ignore this kind of mess. If your employee shows up like this, there's no way they're working properly. Sniffling, Kobni explained everything. Her family, the pressure, the demands. All of it. By the end, Kale felt a headache coming on. This wasn't a family. This was a group of parasites. That's fucked, he muttered. He looked at Kobni. She had clearly gotten used to this treatment. If it were him, he would have cut them off a long time ago. Yeah, this couldn't continue. But just giving her money wouldn't fix anything. Those people would keep coming back for more. If you want to deal with wolves, you don't feed them. You make them afraid. Kobni, Kale said, leaning forward slightly, answer me honestly. Sure. Do you want to keep living like this? She froze. Being controlled by them, unable to decide anything for yourself. Is that how you want to live? Kobni's pupils trembled under his gaze. Of course not, but, she hesitated, then said nervously. You're not planning to kill them, right? That's too much. Kale stared at her for a second, then snorted. What do you take me for, some villain? He cracked his knuckles. I'm just going to teach them a lesson. Killing wasn't the goal. Fixing the problem was. Here's what we'll do, he continued. Tonight, go to your parents' place. Call your mom, your dad, and your brother. Make sure all of them are home. He smirked slightly. If they want that 20 million yen, they better show up. Kobni blinked. Since you already made up that story, Kale added, his tone casual. I might as well play along. As your boyfriend, it's only fair I meet your family. Kobni's face instantly turned red. Okay. Chapter 177. Dusk settled in as Kale took Kobni to the mall to pick out a new outfit from Snittle. The sales assistant strongly recommended a set, a short white top paired with a high-waisted bottom. On Kobni's petite frame, barely 1.6 meters tall, it balanced her proportions perfectly. The retro street style added a gentle brightness to her appearance. The price was 25,000 yen, a bit expensive but meaningless to Kale. After all, dressing well is not about pleasing others. It is about feeling good in your own skin. Once Kobni changed, they left the mall. Kale drove toward her hometown in Kanagawa Prefecture. Kobni had never worn something so beautiful or so expensive. She sat stiffly in the passenger seat, her head lowered, trying to hide the heat rising to her cheeks. The silence inside the car grew thick. To her, Kale was overwhelming in every sense. In your memory, Kobni, what kind of people are your parents? Kale asked casually. My parents, they are very strict. she murmured, staring out at the passing streetlights as her thoughts drifted back. She had been around 7 or 8 years old. I picked a flower for you, Mama. Look, it is pretty. Her mother's expression had been cold. Did you finish the laundry? I did. Then what about dinner? I have not made it yet. The slap came without warning. Her mother snatched the flower, crushed it, threw it to the ground and stepped on it. Flowers, are you stupid? You finish washing clothes and do not think about cooking. Do you want us to starve? The memory faded. The car slowed. They had arrived. To keep up appearances, Kale grabbed Kobni's hand and pulled her along. With gifts in hand, he walked straight inside. 3 people sat at the low table on the tatami, food laid out in front of them. Sushi, tamagaki, sashimi, tempura. Her parents and her brother. Their eyes locked onto Kale the moment he entered. Kobni took a breath and forced a smile. Papa, Mama, this is my beau. What are you 3 doing just sitting there? Kale cut her off loudly. We come all this way and you cannot even stand up. No one helps with the bags either. What kind of manners are these? Kobni froze. Her parents and brother stared in confusion. Kale clicked his tongue, unimpressed, and dropped the gift boxes onto the floor. He pulled Kobni forward, walked past them, and tapped her father's shoulder. Old man, move, we are sitting here. Her father frowned, anger rising instantly. What the hell is wrong with you? Kobni, is this really the guy you brought ho? Too much talking. Kale grabbed him and shoved him aside like it was nothing. You are not using this seat. Her father staggered, stunned by the strength. Kale calmly guided Kobni into place and sat beside her. He loosened his collar and tapped the table, completely at ease. Then he looked at her mother and smiled. Mother-in-law, we came a long way. We are thirsty, pour us some sake. Her mother's face flushed with anger. So rude, we have not even agreed to your relationship yet. Kale did not respond. Instead, he reached out. The sake bottle slid across the table and into his hand. Kobni's family froze. He poured half a cup for Kobni. You cannot drink much, so take it easy. Oh, okay. Then Kale lifted the bottle and drank straight from it until it was empty. His expression did not change. He had already absorbed the alcohol using his ability. Not a drop actually entered his system. He tossed the empty bottle into the trash. Sorry, I was thirsty. Silence filled the room. Her brother lowered his head, saying nothing. He had expected some old rich man. Not this. Not someone who looked like that. Standing next to Kale made him feel completely insignificant. Her mother forced herself to stay composed. She had seen it clearly. Telekinesis. A devil contract. Private contracts were illegal. That meant one thing: this man likely had ties to public safety. But none of that mattered right now. What mattered was the money. She forced a smile. Young man, our attitude earlier was not appropriate. What is your name? Kale leaned back slightly. You first. She hesitated. Me. If you want information, you give yours first. Basic manners. Her smile stiffened. For the sake of 20 million yen, she endured it. I am Kobni's mother, Fujimoto Haruko. That is her father, Higashiyama Naoto. And this is her brother, Higashiyama Katero. Kale nodded once. Kale. She struggled slightly with the name, then quickly continued. Then may I ask what your parents do? Dead. Silence. Chapter 178. The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment. Ah, I am sorry. Fujimoto Haruko forced a sorrowful look. I did not mean to offend you. Kale ignored her completely and focused on moving the food in front of Kobni. Kobni, eat more. Look at you are way too thin. It is almost pathetic. Kobni stiffened. She had never dared act the way Kale did in front of her family. And yet, a strange sense of satisfaction stirred in her chest. Seeing her hesitate, Kale sighed. You are seriously hopeless. Do I have to feed you myself? He picked up a piece of tempura and held it to her lips. Open up. Kobni's face turned bright red. Thank you. HMPH. Naoto could not take it anymore. He shot Kale a glare. Since you dragged us here, let us get to the point. You, Kale, you want to marry my daughter Kobni, right? Kale brushed crumbs off his fingers and looked at him. Yeah, so. Naoto crossed his arms. Kobni is our precious daughter. We raised her with effort. Blood and sweat went into raising her. He leaned forward slightly. If you want to marry her, fine. Bring 20 million yen, not 1 yen less. Kale let out a short laugh. 20 million yen? Old man, who the hell do you think you're talking to? Naoto frowned. Kale reached into his pocket. Slap. A Shizuoka bank card hit the table. All eyes locked onto it instantly. There is 40 million yen on this card, Kale said casually. That is the money I am using to marry Kobni. 40 million, Naoto froze. Haruko's pupils shrank. Katero stared, mouth slightly open. Kobni felt her head spin. She only wanted 1 year's salary in advance. Not 2. This was too much. Way too much. She grabbed Kale's sleeve and shot him a desperate look. She knew her family. Even 400 million yen would not satisfy them. Kale gently held her hand and leaned closer. It is fine, trust me, I am getting you out of this mess. Haruko swallowed hard. Her expression shifted instantly as her hand moved toward the card. 40 million yen, good son-in-law, you are serious. Kale raised an eyebrow. Of course I am. Naoto leaned forward eagerly. Then what is the password? The password is simple. With a flick of his finger, the card slipped out of Haruko's hand and flew back into his. The 6-digit password is Kobni's birthday. He looked at them with a faint smile. You all know it, right? Silence. Kobni's birthday. Ah, well. The three exchanged awkward glances. Kale shrugged. Simple, whoever says it correctly gets the card. Who is first? Katero quickly turned away and pulled out his phone. Before he could do anything, it flew out of his hand. Cracked. Kale crushed it effortlessly and tossed it into the trash. Oi, no cheating, let us keep it fair. Katero clenched his fists but said nothing. Hehe, Haruko forced a laugh and turned to Kobni. Daughter, let me see your ID, I just want to check something. Kale held Kobni's hand down before she could react. Mother-in-law dropped the act. Naoto scratched his thinning hair, irritation creeping in. Come on, do not play with us like this. We forgot, so what? You like Kobni, she likes you, that is enough. He forced a smile. We agree to everything, just give us the card. Yeah, Katero and Haruko echoed. Kale let out a quiet scoff. His expression turned cold. I hate people like you, fake as hell. He leaned back slightly. I only saw Kobni's info once when handling her paperwork. Even I remember her birthday. His eyes sharpened. But her own father, mother, and brother do not know it. He let out a dry laugh. And you still dare say you care about her. Naoto lowered his head. We know we were wrong. No, you do not. You are just scared you will not get the money. Naoto's face stiffened. Kale sighed and pulled out a thick stack of documents from his bag. I will give you the card. He placed the documents on the table. But the extra money is not just a betrothal gift. His tone turned flat. It is compensation for cutting ties. He pushed the documents forward. This is an agreement enforced by a devil contract. Break it, you die. He looked at them one by one. Sign it, take the money, and from today onward, Kobni has nothing to do with your family. Kobni froze. When did he even prepare this? Naoto hesitated. When money was involved, his mind worked fast. A devil contract meant real consequences. Death was not a joke. He exchanged a look with Haruko. They understood immediately. This could not be signed. One payment was nothing compared to a lifetime of squeezing money out of Kale. Naoto forced a smile. No need for this. We can take just 20 million. We are family, no need for something so cold. Kale smirked slightly. You seem to be misunderstanding something. Huh? A small wooden carving slipped from his fingers and landed on the floor. A second later, something appeared behind them. The guillotine devil. Its towering form filled the room, its presence suffocating. I want to chop heads. Kobni let out a small scream and hid behind Kale. Naoto's entire body went rigid. Kale crossed his arms and looked down at them. I am giving you money out of respect for Kobni. Do not push it. His voice was steady. You do not get to choose. Nyato's hands trembled as he grabbed the pen. I will sign. He scribbled his name down messily. Chapter 179. The night was pitch black. Screech. The car rolled to a smooth stop in front of a residential apartment building in Chiyoda Ward. This was where Kobni Higashiyama lived, renting a small unit. Akai this the place? Kale asked. Kobni lowered her head and unbuckled her seatbelt with a soft click. Today really? Felt like a dream. I've been such a burden to you, Kale. It's nothing but... Kale leaned back in his seat, relaxed, glancing at her. Akai, you don't blame me, right? For stepping in and cutting off your ties with your relatives. Kobni panicked, waving her hands. Oh, of course not. Honestly, they've been a headache for a long time. I just didn't have the courage to do anything. Kale, you helped me a lot. Kale nodded. Yeah, even I could tell your family situation was messed up. As he spoke, something felt slightly off. Kale leaned forward and reached out. Akai, don't move. Kale, what are you do? The moment his fingers touched her face, Kobni froze. Her heart started pounding like crazy. Kale brushed the corner of her lips and smirked. We left in a rush earlier. You didn't wipe your mouth properly. Oh, yeah. Kobni snapped out of it, forcing an awkward smile. So that was it. She thought he was going to do something else. Even though she was usually uncomfortable around men, if it was Kale, it didn't feel so bad. Kale pulled out a tissue and wiped the stain clean, chuckling softly. Akai, why are you blushing? She slapped her cheeks lightly. I'm not blushing. Kale gave her a knowing look. Damn, she was easy to read, and kind of adorable. He felt like messing with her a bit. He cleared his throat. Akai, you're way too shy, be more confident. You're worth a lot now, you know. Don't forget, you're the employee I married into the company with a 40 million yen bride price. Kobni's face turned completely red as she covered it. I'll work for free for 2 years to pay it back. Please don't joke like that. Haha, alright, I'll stop. He couldn't help himself and reached out, ruffling her hair. No way I'd make you work for free. Don't worry about the 40 million yen. You won't lose a single yen from your salary because of it. Her eyes shook. 40 million yen, for free. No, that kind of thing doesn't exist. Free stuff is always the most expensive. Wait. Is this a test? Right, it had to be a loyalty test. Kobni shook her head frantically, face still red. And no, that's way too much. I can't accept that kind of money. I have to pay you back. Kale raised an eyebrow, amused. He spoke casually, almost lazily. I'm not joking, Akai. 40 million yen really isn't a big deal to me. At this point, money's just numbers. Paper. Its value only exists because people believe in it. Kobni bit her lip. I didn't go to university. I don't really get what you're saying. Kale scratched his head. Yeah, fair. I picked that up from Makima's rambling anyway. I don't fully get it either. He waved it off. Point is, losing 40 million yen doesn't matter to me. Spending it to get a healthy, reliable employee is a damn good deal. Kobni's vision blurred as tears formed. Kale took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her tears. Just think of it as a joining bonus and accept it. I'm not some big shot with grand ambitions. I just want the people around me to live the way they want. He looked at her calmly. You should be happy too, Akai. Money gives you options. Want to go to school? Do it in your free time. 3 days off not enough, I'll give you 4. Her mind went blank. Everything he said echoed over and over. This was bad. No, this was really good. Her feelings became clearer. She liked Kale. Yeah, the money mattered, obviously. She wasn't stupid. But more than that, he always managed to hit the exact spot she needed, the part of her she didn't even know how to express. Her eyes shimmered. Kale, I want to ask something. Go on. Asa, Rize, and Ms. Makima, are they really all your wives? Kale blinked. Yeah, why? The topic switch was random as hell. Then, do you hate me? Her voice was quiet, but steady enough for him to hear. Why would I hate you? I've got no reason to. She let out a long breath. Good. That was all she needed. Then suddenly, something bold sparked inside her. She grabbed the door handle, then, bye. Yeah, get some rest. In the next second, everything flipped. Kobni turned around so fast it caught Kale off guard. She climbed onto his lap, grabbing the back of his head, and pressed her lips against his. Kale's eyes widened. What the hell? He instinctively leaned back, breaking the contact. Akayu. But Kobni, already past the point of no return, chased after him. She pulled him back and kissed him again, more firmly this time. Their eyes met for a brief second before she closed hers, clumsily pouring everything into that kiss. Her thoughts were simple. Sorry, Kale. You don't hate me. It's just a kiss. This should count as repayment, right? And besides, you've got multiple wives anyway, why can't I squeeze in there too? Kale's breathing steadied. The tension in his body faded. He understood what she was trying to say. And more importantly, he realized he wasn't pushing her away. So yeah, he liked her too. With that, Kale adjusted slightly, pulling her closer and returning the kiss, slower this time, matching her pace. Not far away, someone froze. Kobni's brother, Yori Higashiyama, had just stepped out to grab instant noodles. And now, he was staring straight at his sister, making out with some guy in a car. Holy shit. Is that my brother-in-law? Damn, he looks cool as hell. Yori almost stayed to watch, but then it hit him. That's my sister. Yeah, nope. Didn't see anything. He turned around and walked off quickly, clutching his noodles, leaving the rest to play out on their own. Chapter 180. Leave 2 reviews to get the next chapter today. The flush on Kobni's cheeks hadn't faded. She looked satisfied, breathing unevenly as she rested against Kale's chest. Up against someone experienced like Kale, Kobni was still clearly out of her depth. She had taken the initiative at first, but it didn't take long before she couldn't keep up. Still, that didn't bother Kale. He was used to guiding inexperienced partners, and he handled it naturally. Kobni wrapped her arms around his waist, lifting her head to meet his eyes. Her lips parted slightly. Kale, what are we now? Kale smiled, relaxed. He picked up the 2 red hairpins that had fallen earlier, gently fixing her messy bangs and securing them back in place. You're asking that out loud, he said, amused, but your actions already answered it. We've kissed, held each other, and I already paid that 40 million yen. What do you think we are? Eh? Her face turned red instantly. Is this really okay? Kale didn't hesitate, he pulled her closer. Of course it is, from now on you're mine, Kobni. Even after hearing that, her thoughts were in chaos. Isamitaka, Rize Makima. Those 3 alone were enough to scare anyone. Compared to them, she was just an ordinary girl. If things turned into a conflict, would she even stand a chance? But if Asa and the others find out, they'll be angry, right? She asked softly. Kale waved it off like it was nothing. Relax, they're reasonable. You're a good girl, Kobni, they'll accept it. His confidence didn't seem fake at all. And Fami, he muttered briefly, then dismissed it entirely. Kobni forced a small laugh. Okay, that's good. Seeing how uneasy she still looked, something stirred in Kale. A strange urge to protect her. He leaned closer, his voice dropping slightly. Kobni, I want to take this further. Eh? Her face turned bright red again, all the way to her ears. That's too fast, we just agreed on this. Kale raised a brow. Too fast? We've known each other long enough. You really think I'd mess around and not take responsibility? That's not what I meant. So, he pressed his lips beside her ear as he spoke in a low, growling tone. Please, Kobni, I'm begging. Her mind was completely scrambled. Before she could properly think it through, she nodded. Okay, but I don't know much, so don't be rough. Kale smirked slightly. Don't worry. He pressed a button, closing the windows and reclining the seats. Then he leaned in and kissed her again. Half a month later. Narama District. It was a rare day off. Kobni's brother, Katero Higashiyama, took his fiancée, Kato Haseanji, to a bridal studio for wedding photos. Both families were present. With the massive amount of betrothal money Kale had forced onto them, the Higashiyama family's financial pressure had completely disappeared. The Seonji family had agreed to the marriage without hesitation. On the surface, Kobni's parents still feared Kale. But deep down, they looked down on him. They thought he was an idiot, treating Kobni, someone they had always treated like a servant, as if she were something precious. And that so-called relationship severance agreement, completely unnecessary in their eyes. They believed they didn't need her anyway. Now that the Seonji family was about to rise even higher in status, their son's marriage was secured. Everything was going their way. During the shoot, the photographer suggested filming a romantic vlog. The couple agreed happily. Time passed. Backgrounds changed again and again. After nearly 2.5 hours, the shoot was almost done. Kotaro held Kadoha's hand gently. Kadoha, after everything we've been through, we're finally here. I love you. Kadoha wiped the tears from her eyes. Kotaro-kun, I'm so happy to be with you. Let's stay together forever. Their faces slowly moved closer. Cut. The photographer suddenly interrupted, waving apologetically. Sorry, I just got a message. My mom's about to give birth. I need to go to the hospital right now. Kotaro frowned, clearly annoyed, but he couldn't argue with that. Kadoha sighed, a bit irritated. Couldn't you at least keep track of your mother's due date? The photographer laughed awkwardly while picking up. It's sudden. She's only 7 months pregnant, so it's early. I just hope everything goes well. He turned to the girl waiting outside and patted her shoulder. You're up, do your best. Then he rushed out. A white-haired girl stepped into the studio. She looked delicate, with unusual eyes that had 2 faint rings in her pupils, but her hair was messy and her posture lacked confidence. Kotaro frowned immediately. This girl, a photographer. She didn't look professional at all. More like someone who'd run away if you raised your voice. Naoto Higashiyama stared at her, his expression turning strange. Something about her reminded him of Kobni. That same timid presence. And it annoyed him. Oi, hurry it up, Naoto snapped. We paid for this, don't waste our time. Okay. The girl quickly moved behind the camera, shrinking into herself, nervously biting her finger. I'm the new photographer. Sorry, it's sudden. She hesitated, clearly struggling. My name. She paused. Just call me Fami. Chapter 181. Fujimoto Haruko clicked her tongue in disdain. Just like her husband, Higashiyama Naoto, the moment she saw Fami, she was reminded of their daughter Kobni, the one they had recently cut off. The thought alone soured her mood. Used to bossing people around, Haruko instinctively planted her hands on her hips and looked Fami up and down with narrowed eyes. Who cares what your name is? If you're the new photographer, then do your damn job properly. We're in a hurry. Yeah, exactly, the others chimed in. Fami's emotions were fragile to begin with. The moment she stepped in, she was met with nothing but complaints. As expected, tears welled up instantly. Her face crumpled as she bit her finger. Jaya. Waya. Smack. No, Seonji Kadoha pressed a hand to her forehead, looking exhausted. We only said a few words. Why are you crying like this? Listen, the previous photographer already explained everything. We just need to shoot the last segment. It will be quick. Fami wiped her tears, still biting her finger, her eyes full of guilt. I'm not crying because of what you said. Then why the hell are you crying? Higashiyama Kotaro snapped. If you're behind the camera, then do your job, you brat. Fami continued sobbing, completely ignoring the second half of his sentence. I just feel like everyone, living in this hellish world, is so pitiful. I really want to save you all. Kotaro's face twitched in irritation. Bakiero. The hell are you even talking about? Hurry up and start filming. I still have to go back to work overtime. Fami tilted her head, chewing on her index finger. One hand rested lightly on the camera as she looked at him with an empty expression. This kind of thing, can't just anyone do it. My talent is extremely valuable. Doing something so trivial is a waste. Huh? Kotaro and Kadoha stared at her in disbelief. No way, are you messing with us? Kadoha said. I get it. Fami suddenly pointed at Kotaro, her face serious. My ability is precious. It should be used to save humanity. Something as small as filming should be left to someone useless like you. Silence fell for a split second. Then everything exploded. Kotaro's face twisted between anger and disbelief. This damn white-haired girl, acting all timid but running her mouth like that. F you, he shouted, rolling up his sleeves. I'm the one in the video, how am I supposed to film it? Are you stupid? If you can't do it, then get the hell out. The others, all relatives, quickly took his side. Someone like her, cowardly yet arrogant, was unbearable to watch. Yeah, all that crying is just annoying, Naoto added. My man is useless, who the hell do you think you are? Kadoha snapped, any earlier sympathy gone. Haruko scoffed, fully showing her sharp tongue. You're so young, but your hair looks like a damn mess, like some street trash. Hey, Whitey, what are you doing out here, selling yourself? The accusations piled up from every direction. Wah, Fami cried softly. So pitiful, everyone is suffering this much. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. While they were still shouting, Fami slowly walked forward. She placed one hand on Kotaro's shoulder and the other on Kadoha's. Both of them froze, confused. What, you want to fight? Kotaro sneered, beckoning her. Come on. He wanted to show off in front of his fiancée and future in-laws. Getting intimidated by Kale was one thing. But this crying mess, no way he was backing down. Fami kept sobbing as she spoke. With a peaceful death, I will free you from this world's pain. Huh. In an instant. Their bodies shriveled like punctured balloons. Their hair turned white and brittle, their skin tightening over bone in seconds. Two dull thuds. What remained of them collapsed to the floor, lifeless. They had aged to death in a blink. In a twisted way, they did grow old together. Fami let out a small breath. Hugh, I'm tired. I've saved 2 more people. Nyato's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull. You, what the hell did you just do? Fami turned toward him, shrinking back slightly. Are you hurting too? Don't be scared, I'll save you as well. As she stepped closer, the remaining people panicked. They had just watched her drain 2 lives in seconds. This girl was not human. She was a devil. No, Haruko screamed, her face pale as she rushed for the door. Stay away from me. She grabbed the handle and yanked. Nothing. The door would not open. It was locked from the outside. Fami slowly raised her hand. Rest, it will be over soon. Don't fear death. Death is like a cool summer night. Outside the studio, a girl with light purple, shoulder-length hair stood quietly. Her head tilted slightly, a broken half of a key in her hand. She had locked the door. She had snapped the key. Another Fami. A lollipop rested in her mouth as a faint smile curved her lips. She spoke softly to herself. My younger sister, no, older sister. The death devil showed up earlier than expected. From inside the room came a series of soft collapsing sounds. The remaining 4 had also been saved. To avoid being noticed, the girl vanished and reappeared on the rooftop. She sat casually, pulling off her boots, a gift from Kale, and let her pale feet swing in the air. Interesting, really interesting. The Higashiyama family. The moment they cut ties with Kobni, their fate was sealed. Even without encountering the death devil, they would have died sooner or later. In a country crawling with devils, the fact that they lived this long was only because of Kobni. She sucked lightly on her lollipop. I only confirmed this after digging through a lot of records. 21 years ago, their real daughter died young. The hospital staff panicked and secretly replaced her with another child of the same age. That child was Kobni, reincarnated from hell. Akai was never human. Her smile deepened slightly. She is the luck devil. Chapter 182. Southeast Germany, Bavaria, Primeval Forest Nature Reserve. That year, the one tied to the prophecy of Nostradamus, the climate had turned strange. It was already March, yet winter refused to loosen its grip. The forest stood silent under heavy snow, branches stripped bare, the cold biting deeper than it should. Swoosh! A black arrow cut through the air. Pache! It sank cleanly into flesh. Roar! The brown bear let out a furious, desperate cry, sending loose snow scattering in every direction. Master, I hit it. A tall young man in a hooded trench coat lowered his crude wooden bow. Cough, cough. The woman beside him, wrapped in a wool hat, coughed softly before speaking. Yes, well done, Torika. That bear likely stepped into a trap earlier. Still, remember this, always finish it immediately. Until your prey stops breathing completely, never lower your guard. She was shorter than him, her voice gentle, almost soothing. Her pale skin looked unnaturally fragile, her green eyes clouded with a faint darkness. A beauty mark beneath her right eye added an odd charm to her delicate features. I understand, master. Torika slung the bow over his shoulder. They approached the wounded bear without hesitation. Before it could lash out, Torika drew a simple spear, aimed for the throat, and drove it down. Pache. Fast, precise, ruthless. The bear's struggles faded. Its life ended in seconds. Clap, clap. Zaina gave a light applause. Cough, excellent Torika. You hunted an adult brown bear on your own. His expression did not change. Praise meant little to him. He turned toward her, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Master, what is the point of hunting a bear? This feels too easy. Zaina smiled faintly. Torika, do you still feel like you're killing a living creature? He paused, gripping the spear. No, I only felt the vibration of the bowstring, and the numbness when the spear pierced its body. As he spoke, he pulled out a dagger and began skinning the bear with practiced efficiency. Food was scarce in winter. This kill would keep them alive for quite a while. Cough, Zaina watched him with quiet satisfaction. You really are talented. I come from a family of hunters, Torika replied flatly. I used to handle skinning. This is nothing. I see, cough, cough. She raised a handkerchief to her lips. When she lowered it, faint red stains spread across the white cloth. Torika noticed. His movements sped up. Her condition was worsening. He could not keep her out in the cold any longer. Soon, he carried the prepared meat as they returned to their cabin. Inside, he lit the fireplace and began cooking. Organs and ribs simmered in a pot, filling the room with heat and scent. Zaina sat at the table, humming softly as she brushed snow from her clothes. After drinking hot water, her coughing eased. Gurgle. The pot was set down. Torika served 2 portions and sat across from her. Master, eat while it's hot. Instead of reaching for the food, Zaina pulled out a photograph and slid it toward him. Torika, this mission is different. The target is not a devil. It's this man. Torika glanced down at the photo. A young man stared back at him. Oh, if it's me handling it, there won't be a problem. Zaina picked up a dagger, speared a bear heart from the pot, and placed it on his plate. You must kill him like prey, skin him, take his heart. Torika paused for a brief moment, then nodded. If it's for you, I can do it. Her expression shifted, growing serious. This man is dangerous. He holds contracts with multiple devils. Many skilled hunters have died at his hands. Even the gun devil could not deal with him. Torika met her gaze without hesitation. As long as it's for you, it doesn't matter. Zaina blinked, surprised. You would risk your life just for me. He took a bite of stew, speaking slowly. The Stasi gave me information. If I succeed, you can retire as a devil hunter. He continued eating, voice steady. Your contracts have already taken too much from you. You have less than 6 months left. His grip tightened slightly on the spoon. I like you, master. I want you to live peacefully until the end. Zaina's cheeks flushed faintly. Whether from the warmth of the meal or his words, it was hard to tell. She placed a hand over her stomach, smiling softly. Torika, you really are my best disciple. If I had more time, I would have given you a child as a gift. Torika shook his head. Don't say that, your body can't handle it. I don't want to see you suffer more. Then let's change the reward, she said, turning to the snow outside. This will be your final exam. Complete it, and I will introduce you to every devil I've contracted with. Understood, thank you, master. She rested her chin on her hand, a playful glint in her eyes. But are you sure you don't want a child? I'm not that old. If we try now, it might still be possible. Master, there's no need. She laughed softly. What a good boy. Tiergarten Park. A bench by the lake, facing away from the Reichstag. An old man sat reading a newspaper. A tall man in a double-breasted suit approached and sat beside him. Santa Claus, you still haven't delivered your gift from last Christmas. The old man did not look up. It's Hans, he replied in a raspy voice. Who is the gift for? A dangerous man in Japan. He's been getting involved with China lately. The Stasi wants his heart. Hans glanced at him. Can you do it? Santa Claus narrowed his eyes. Payment. What do you want? A thin smile formed. 4 children, beautiful regardless of gender, no older than 13. Hands did not hesitate. Fine, what's the purpose? 3 for contracts, 1 for interest. Hands stood. Good, I'll prepare them. Chapter 183. After establishing a relationship with Kobni Higashiyama, Kale didn't bother hiding anything. He laid everything out plainly to his other 3 wives. They weren't naive, so hearing that another one had joined naturally stirred some irritation. Still, Kale handled it with patience. He talked things through, appealing to both emotion and reason. On top of that, Kobni kept a humble and cautious attitude the entire time. After nearly 20 days of persistence, and after Kale provided what he called proper compensation, the others finally accepted Kobni and allowed her a place in the relationship. So at this point, Kale had 4.5 wives. Fami had helped him quite a bit, and the time they spent together was enjoyable. Still, he hadn't gone all the way with her, so she was counted as half. Right now, Kale didn't have the energy to deal with that. Managing the emotions of 4 women and keeping things balanced already took a ridiculous amount of effort. But secrets never stay hidden forever. Eventually, the situation with Fami came to light. Asa, Rize, Makima, and Kobni all made it very clear they were reaching their limit. 5 women. Even Kale had to admit that sounded insane. To them, though, the bigger problem was Kale himself. He had way too much energy, and his charm made things worse. Unless someone genuinely wasn't into men. One today, another tomorrow. If this kept going, where would it end? So the 4 of them came together and forced an agreement. From now on, Kale could only be involved with Asa, Rize, Makima, Kobni, and Fami. No new additions, no exceptions. Kale agreed without much fuss. There were plenty of beautiful women in the world, sure, but even he knew there had to be a limit. Besides, he didn't see himself as unfaithful. He wasn't the kind of guy who chased every pretty face he saw. Each of them meant something to him. Even Fami, who treated everything like a game, had started to matter after spending enough time together. March 16th, Sunday. Ginza District, Tokyo. Inside Ginza Mitsukoshi, one of the most famous department stores in the city. 10th floor. Kobni held Kale's hand tightly while licking an ice cream sundae, trailing behind a young shopping assistant. Her eyes darted around, wide with wonder, like she'd stepped into a completely different world. I've never seen things like this before. They're all so pretty, she murmured. This entire floor was dedicated to baby and toddler supplies. Kale had brought Kobni out for 2 reasons. First, to let her enjoy herself and make up for parts of her childhood she'd missed. Second, to prepare for the baby. Asa would give birth in about 2 or 3 months. As the father, Kale intended to handle things properly. He didn't know much about baby care, so he took a simple approach. Buy everything. Clothes, feeding supplies, hygiene products, bedding, monitoring tools. If it seemed useful, he bought it. And since things would wear out or need washing, he bought multiples of each. The shopping assistant was practically glowing. Customers like this were a dream. She didn't hold back, recommending the most expensive items at every turn. Sir, ma'am, please take a look over here. She stopped in front of a sleek stroller and gestured toward it with enthusiasm. You've already prepared most of the essentials, but you'll definitely need something for travel. This is a Cybex stroller, imported from Germany. It's known for its excellent craftsmanship and, most importantly, its safety. She adjusted the seat while explaining, her smile widening. This model has an anti-roll system and a 5-point safety harness. It's extremely reliable. Kale rubbed his chin, then glanced at Kobni, who was still happily working through her ice cream. What do you think? Me, Kobni blinked, caught off guard. I think everything looks nice. Kale nodded. All right, we'll take this one, 5 of them, and skip the black color. Kids aren't going to like something that dull. He figured it was better to be fair. Only Asa was expecting right now, but who knew about the future? Buying in advance wasn't a problem for him. Honestly, with his finances, even raising 50 kids wouldn't be an issue. But that sounded like a nightmare. He didn't have clones, and he wasn't about to wreck his wives' bodies just because he could. F5, the assistant's eyes widened, but she quickly recovered. Of course, right this way, please. She led them toward the checkout, with barely contained excitement. Let's go, Kale said, pulling Kobni along. Okay. On the way, she was still nibbling at her ice cream. Kale chuckled. We've gone through multiple floors, and you're still not done with that thing. Kobni blushed. I can't help it. It's really good. I want to enjoy it slowly. Her shy expression was ridiculously cute. Kale stopped walking. Before she could react, he leaned down and kissed her, catching her completely off guard. Her eyes widened instantly. A few moments later, he pulled back with a satisfied grin. You had some on your lips, I helped clean it. Kale, you're so mean. There are so many people here. Kobni covered her face, her cheeks burning. So what? Kale shrugged. Do I need an audience's permission to kiss my wife? The cashier nearby let out a soft laugh. You two are really close, I'm jealous. How much? Kale asked, taking out his phone. The cashier maintained her professional smile. With shipping and delivery included, your total is 900,000 yen. Cheap enough. He paid without hesitation. The assistant who had been guiding them returned, her smile just as bright. Sir, your wife has a great figure. She's not showing at all. It must still be early, right? Though, eating ice cream during pregnancy might not be the best idea. Kobni froze, then shook her head quickly, flustered. I'm not pregnant. Ah, the staff exchanged confused looks. Then why buy so much? Kale wrapped an arm around Kobni and answered calmly. My other wife is pregnant. The shop assistants fell silent. Chapter 184. Ginza Mitsukoshi Department Store. Second basement floor. Guangzai and her 4 fiends moved through the aisles, picking out specialty snacks to take back. Now that Kale had reached a cooperation agreement with China, their mission was officially complete. They had already eaten well, played enough, and there was no reason to stay any longer. None of them planned to keep working under Kale like unpaid labor. Overall, Guangzai was satisfied with the trip. The only regret she had was Kobni. Kobni hadn't chosen her. Kale had gotten to her first. Sailboat chocolate, Tokyo banana cake. Pinksy muttered excitedly, tossing items into the basket one after another. The fiends had zero interest in local souvenirs like charms or traditional clothing. Food was the only thing that caught their attention. Ha, and this. Lord Guangzai, look at this one, it's shaped like a cigar. Guangzai gave a small nod. Looks good. Halloween. Cosmo tore open the package and held the cigar-shaped roll in her mouth like she was smoking. Crunch. Long suddenly leaned in and bit off more than half from Cosmo's mouth. Guangzai, it's good. Halloween. Cosmo puffed her cheeks, clearly annoyed that her art had been ruined. Guangzai reached out and tapped both of their foreheads lightly. Stop fighting. There's plenty here, no need to steal from each other. Yes, listen to Lord Guangzai, and don't make her upset Tilda, Pinksy added in a playful, butler-like tone. Halloween. Oh, Pinksy clung to Guangzai's arm and looked up at her with bright eyes. Lord Guangzai, would you like to hear a fun fact about cigars? Guangzai hesitated. Maybe later, that sounds like something for bedtime. Pinksy flushed slightly. It would be my honor to help you sleep, Lord Guangzai Tilda. The 11th and 12th floors of Ginza Mitsukoshi were filled with restaurants, offering both Japanese cuisine and international options. 11th floor. A fast food restaurant. A young man and woman sat by the window. The woman wore a brown striped shirt and fitted trousers. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders, framing her emerald green eyes and soft, delicate features. The man beside her was tall, with short blonde hair and a plain white shirt, giving off an almost harmless impression. Torika, do you know, the woman said quietly, hands resting neatly on her lap as she looked down at the city below. This is my first time in a place like Tokyo. There are so many people. Torika finished his drink with a soft gulp. Didn't you go to Berlin before, master? Zaina's expression dimmed slightly. I did, but I was always busy with missions. I never had the chance to actually experience the city. Torika was about to respond when the waiter arrived and placed their food on the table. Your order, please enjoy. Torika slid the tray toward her. You should eat while it's hot, master. Zaina slowly lifted her hand from her lap. It trembled uncontrollably. Clink. A silver needle slipped from her fingers onto the table. At its tip was a faint trace of red. Blood. Torika immediately noticed it and frowned. Master, what is this? Curse, Zyna replied softly. The curse devil. She gently rolled the needle between her fingers. Yes, I've already stabbed the target 3 times with it. Torika's eyes widened slightly. The target is downstairs, she continued with a faint smile. He didn't notice a thing, careless. All that's left is a 4th strike. That will summon the curse devil and end his life. Torika went quiet for a moment, processing. What shocked him wasn't just the ability, it was how she had done it without him noticing. She had been sitting right here the entire time. Master, how? Zyna's smile turned faintly unsettling. Think of it like hunting. A city is just a steel jungle. People let their guard down when they feel safe. She tilted her head slightly. When you're in a bright, comfortable place, do you ever imagine something lurking in the shadows, waiting to kill you? Shadows, Torika frowned deeper. He didn't fully understand, but the idea unsettled him. Yes, Zyna slid the needle toward him. The final strike will be yours. If you can do it, I'll tell you how it works. Torika picked up the needle without hesitation. I can handle it. As Zyna unwrapped her hamburger, she added, don't touch his body when you use it. If you do, the ability won't work. I understand. What Zyna didn't say was that the cursed devil's power wouldn't truly kill Kale. Weapon humans didn't die that easily. But that wasn't the point. She only needed to stall him. She knew exactly how dangerous Kale was. And she was willing to gamble. Because she had already received something from a far more terrifying existence. The darkness devil. Shadows belong to darkness. The ability to attack through them was just a fraction of its power, a small gift to secure her cooperation. Wrestle. Zyna's hand trembled as she tried to hold her burger. Torika, this is actually my first time eating one. She raised it to her lips. Before she could take a bite, it slipped from her fingers and fell back onto the tray. What a waste, she murmured. Master, what's wrong? She looked down at her shaking hand. It's the contract. I've already used the needle 3 times. The cursed devil doesn't seem satisfied with the lifespan I gave it, so it's taking more. My sense of touch is fading. Torika didn't hesitate. I'll feed you. He picked up the burger and held it carefully to her mouth. Zyna took a small bite. She chewed slowly. Master, can you still taste it? Her eyes lit up instantly, a soft blush spreading across her face. Yes, I can. She leaned forward and took another, bigger bite. So this is a hamburger, it's really good. A faint smile formed on her lips. If we weren't in public, I might actually start dancing. Chapter 185. Outside the Ginza Mitsukoshi department store, the pedestrian light turned green with a soft bird-like chime. The crowd surged forward, people moving with purpose, chasing their daily routines. Among them, a short elderly man in an outdated shirt tossed aside his newspaper and leaned on his cane as he shuffled into the flow. Then, suddenly, he reached out and placed a hand on a young office worker's shoulder. The man's face twisted instantly. His body convulsed as if electrocuted, arms flailing uncontrollably. Smack! By chance, his hand struck another passerby. Bakero, what are you do? The second man didn't even finish his sentence before his body seized in the same violent spasms. Smack, smack. 1 became 10, 10 became 100. In mere seconds, the phenomenon spread like wildfire. Hundreds convulsed at once. Then, just as quickly, it stopped. Their bodies were unharmed, but their eyes were empty, completely devoid of life, like hollow dolls. Ho ho, Santa Claus let out a dry laugh, gazing up at the Mitsukoshi building. So many good children, too many gifts for me to deliver alone. At once, over 1,000 dolls began marching in unison toward the department store. Anyone they touched was converted instantly, swelling their ranks as they advanced. High above, Zyna watched the scene unfold before turning to the young man beside her. Torika, I've brought you helpers. While they create chaos, take your chance and finish the job. Yes, master, I can do it. Torika nodded, tucked away a blood-stained silver needle, and left without hesitation. Elsewhere inside the building, Kale walked with Kobni after finishing their shopping for baby supplies. The durability granted by the cockroach devil was a double-edged gift. Kale's pain tolerance had reached an absurd level. Even losing a limb would barely register as discomfort. Because of that, he failed to notice the 3 silver needles that had quietly pierced him from the shadows at his feet. His thoughts were elsewhere. On Ake. Kobni had always lived under crushing pressure. Nervous, tense, never at ease, so Kale decided to bring her somewhere relaxing. They made their way to the 9th floor terrace, where the open view of the city stretched out before them. Kale sat down and patted his thigh with a grin. Akai, come sit here, I'll be your cushion. Kobni froze, flustered. That wouldn't be good, she said, glancing around nervously as she sat beside him instead. There are people here. If she sat on his lap and he did something shameless. Just imagining it made her face burn. At home, it was different. There, she wouldn't refuse him no matter what he did. Ever since their relationship began, Kale had opened a side of her she never knew existed. She had been repressed for over 20 years, afraid of intimacy. But with someone she loved, everything changed. The physical pleasure was one thing, but the emotional satisfaction was what truly captivated her. And just thinking about it now. Her body reacted. She stiffened, legs pressed together, her face turning bright red. Kale noticed immediately and snorted. Your mouth says no, but look at your face. In a place like this, you're already thinking dirty thoughts, huh? Damn, Ake, you're more perverted than you look. Kobni shot him a weak glare. Isn't it because I like you? Kale raised an eyebrow, suddenly serious. Then come to Rizez's room tomorrow night. The 3 of us will sleep together. Kobni blinked. Is that really okay? It sounded ridiculous, but she was tempted. Deep down, she always felt like she came last. Like she only got what was left after the others were done with him. Of course, Kale said casually. Rizez is the one who dragged you into this mess anyway. Unlike the others, Kobni didn't have an extreme personality. If anything, she carried a natural sense of weakness. Because of that, the others didn't really push her away. Then that's good. After a bit more teasing, Kale's attention drifted downward. Something felt off. He frowned. Ake, do you notice something weird? She stammered, clutching her clothes. Right now I feel a lot. Kale, do you want to? Not that, he cut in, pointing below. Look at the street, it's too quiet, and the way people are moving, it's too orderly, like they're following commands. Kobni leaned forward and looked. You're right. At that moment, a soft series of footsteps approached from behind. Tap, tap, tap. A timid voice followed. This scent, it can't be wrong. I found you, evil kin. Kobni flinched. Who talks like that? Both she and Kale turned around. A girl with messy white hair stood there, biting her finger nervously. Her eyes had distinct rings, and her expression was filled with guilt. Do we know you? Kobni asked cautiously. The moment Kale saw her eyes, his expression changed. No way. He stepped forward, shielding Kobni. At his fingertips, a miniature black hole began to form. Those eyes, you're not wearing contacts, right? The girl shook her head. I'm not, for you to ask that. You must already know who I am. Kale took a breath. So you're one of the 4 horsemen. The ringed eyes gave it away. Control, war, and hunger were already tied to him. That left only one possibility. Death. Things just got worse. The prophecy might be speeding up. The girl nodded, teary-eyed. How pitiful, you've already been controlled, turned into his pawn. Don't be afraid, I will save you, grant you eternal peace. I am one of the 4 horsemen, please call me. Kale didn't let her finish. The black hole at his fingertips condensed, infused with dark red energy, forming a spear. Origin, dark, with it heart-piercing. He launched it without hesitation. I'm not the death devil. The girl panicked and raised her fists, awkwardly taking a fighting stance. I'm the hunger devil, one of the 4 horsemen. Just call me Fami, please. Go easy on me. Chapter 186. Fami clenched her fists, forcing herself into a fighting stance as tears welled in her eyes. I am the hunger devil, Fami, you poor soul being kept in the dark. I will save you. Kale almost laughed. This girl had to be insane. Calling herself the Hunger Devil, then who the hell was his wife? His gaze turned cold as he continued gathering power in his hand. Death devil not bad, trying to lower my guard by acting weak. Devils were liars by nature. Trusting appearances was the fastest way to get killed. Even if she looked pathetic, she was still one of the 4 horsemen. Her strength should be monstrous. Kale didn't hesitate. The charge completed. Sizzle. Primal, dark, withered heart-piercing tore forward and ripped straight through her body. Fami didn't even react in time. She had just started to throw a punch, and then suddenly there was a massive hole in her chest. Her organs spilled out. Her limbs collapsed, scattering across the ground without support. The smell of blood filled the air. Alia. Her severed head screamed as it lay in a pool of blood, tears streaming down her face. It hurts so much. Kobni, watching from the side, nearly collapsed from fear. Kale placed a hand on her shoulder. It's fine, Ake, I've got you. But his eyes stayed, locked on Fami's body. Her severed limbs were wriggling across the ground like insects. Not dead. That wasn't surprising. A primal devil wouldn't go down that easily. Still, something felt off. This fight wasn't matching his expectations at all. Withered heart-piercing could deal real damage, even to something like this. But this was supposed to be the death devil, the one tied to the apocalypse. So why did she feel this weak? Kale narrowed his eyes, observing carefully. Fami's hand crawled toward a plant near the glass door and touched it. Instantly, the plant withered. At the same time, her body began regenerating at high speed. In just seconds, she was whole again. She grabbed a curtain and wrapped it around herself. Her body could heal, her clothes couldn't. I figured out your attack, she said, wiping her tears. Come on, round 2, this time I won't lose. She even made an awkward okay sign. Give me 3 seconds, I'll beat you. Kale took a step back, watching her carefully. Was she serious? The next second, she leaped forward and brought her leg down in a clumsy kick. Just as execution. Kale exhaled slowly, snapped off a sharp piece of a nearby table, and met her attack. A flash of blood. Her body fell apart again. It hurts. She writhed on the ground, completely broken again. Her fear was obvious now. Hey, can we talk this out? I was wrong. Kale stepped forward and planted his foot on her body, pressing the sharpened wood toward her chest. What do you want? I want to save humanity. The tip drove into her heart. Blood sprayed out. Killing everyone is your idea of saving them. Stop bullshitting. Fami cried harder, completely panicking. But I really am the Hunger Devil. Kale let out a short, irritated laugh. Still lying? You think I didn't see you drain that plant just now? You're not dying from these injuries. That means I haven't pushed you far enough. He pressed the weapon deeper. If you won't talk, I'll keep going. No. She nearly lost control from fear. I can die, I really can. Please stop. I have 4,000 yen hidden in my skirt. I'll give it all to you. Kale stared at her. My patience isn't unlimited. Before he could continue, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Loud, chaotic. A massive crowd flooded onto the terrace. Their eyes were empty. Their arms had twisted into blade-like flesh. They rushed forward with unnatural speed. What the hell? Kale, watch out. Kobni swung a folding stool, knocking back 2 attackers. Even with blood flying everywhere, the other people on the terrace sat still, drinking tea or scrolling their phones like nothing was happening. That alone was disturbing. Then the situation shifted again. A burst of white mist exploded beside Kale. A girl with short light purple hair appeared out of nowhere. Fami. She looked serious. Kale, Akai, this is a trap set by the Death Devil. I've already called my little sister for help. Until then, do not let those dolls touch you. If they do, you'll become one of them. Her eyes moved to Kobni. Especially you. You don't have Kale's ability to nullify things. Be careful. Kobni nodded, trembling. The white-haired Fami on the ground stared at the new arrival in shock. It's really you, big sister. You. The purple-haired Fami looked down coldly. To think you'd go this far just to bring about the apocalypse. If you have even a shred of humanity left, then die already. The dolls were already closing in. Kale grabbed both of them. "Hold on, we're cutting our way out." Dark energy surged around his body, forming a vortex that covered them. Chapter 187. The basement level of Ginza Mitsukoshi Mall was silent. Aside from Guangzai, Pinxi, Weaving Brew, Long, and Cosmo, no living people remained. The battle had already ended. Guangzai and her 4 fiends stood among the aftermath after she had cleanly decapitated hundreds of doll men. Realizing the situation had turned against them, the remaining dolls abandoned any attempt to convert Guangzai and her group. Their true target had always been Kale. Pinxi frowned, concern clear on her face. "Lord Guangzai, you weren't hurt, right?" Guangzai calmly wiped the blood from her eye patch and shook her head. "As long as you're all fine." "Damn it," Pinxi muttered, exhaling in relief before angrily stomping on a doll corpse until it burst. "All the souvenirs we bought are soaked in blood. Which bastard did this?" Clink. Guangzai sheathed her blade and lit a cigarette. "It's likely the doll devil," she said, exhaling slowly. "Ruthless, decisive, and capable of controlling that many dolls. There aren't many devil hunters like that." She paused briefly. "In my memory, there's only one." "Halloween?" Cosmo asked. Guangzai nodded. "It's Santa Claus. She must be working under orders, probably from foreign intelligence. And the target is Kale." "Kale?" Pinxi's expression tightened, worry creeping into her voice. "He's from our country, and he has a contract with Great Zia. Should we help him, Lord Guangzai?" Guangzai took another drag and shook her head. "No, we don't do extra work without pay." She exhaled a thin stream of smoke. "If we run into them, that's just bad luck. Our priority is keeping you all safe." She turned away. "We're heading back. Your new ID cards should be ready by the time we arrive." "All right, we'll follow your lead, Lord Guangzai Tilda." "Halloween. Do ID cards taste good?" No one responded. Meanwhile, on the upper floors of the mall, Kale was cutting through the swarm of doll men like a force of nature. It was a massacre. The dolls came in endless waves, as dense as locusts, yet Kale carved through them without slowing down. The more he killed, the more appeared. The more appeared, the faster he cut them down. Corpses piled into small mountains. Blood, organs, and filth covered the floor. Individually, the dolls were not weak. In a one-on-one fight, they could rival a fire devil-level threat. Worse still, they could disguise themselves as humans and coordinate tactically, making them dangerous for ordinary devil hunters. But Kale was not ordinary. Their attacks barely kept up with his regeneration. Any damage they inflicted healed instantly. The air conditioning system had long since been destroyed. The temperature climbed rapidly, and the stench of blood filled the air. Flies buzzed around the corpses. Eventually, the number of dolls began to thin. The scene was unbearable. Akai nearly threw up her ice cream, her face pale as she clung to Kale. Fami remained composed, though she had done nothing the entire time. Both of them had been carried through the fight effortlessly. Then, in a corner no one noticed. A faint shift. From within a pile of corpses, a blood-covered hand slowly emerged. Its finger flicked. A thin, silver needle pierced Kale's ankle. Kale's pupils shrank, then expanded sharply. A low buzzing filled his ears. His heart stopped. His grip loosened instantly, and both Fami and Akai slipped from his arms. His body began to rise uncontrollably into the air. At the same time, every remaining doll froze in place, standing motionless like statues. "Kale, what's happening to you?" Kobni rushed forward, reaching for him. "Slap." Fami knocked her hand away. "Be careful," Fami said calmly. "He's just dead, it's not a big deal." She glanced upward. "That's the curse devil, don't touch it." The air distorted. Behind Kale, space twisted unnaturally. Pale skeletal structures formed out of nothing, binding his floating body tightly, suspending him like a crucified figure. A massive goat skull appeared above him. Cracked. His limbs were crushed instantly. Blood poured from his wounds and from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. The cursed devil's power had fully activated. Kale had been killed. Once. Thud. The goat skull seemed almost satisfied. It had taken something. A portion of Kale's flesh and blood. The cursed devil possessed awareness. It knew a direct fight was impossible, so it relied on ambush and cooperation with hunters to land a killing blow. The skeleton dissolved, and Kale's body dropped heavily to the ground. Hehehe. The cursed devil's shrill laughter echoed through the building. I got it. This is the flesh even the darkness devil desires. Rustling sounds followed. From the pile of corpses, a blood-covered Torika crawled out. By disguising himself as one of the dolls, he had waited patiently for the perfect moment to strike with the final needle. He exhaled slowly. Master, it's done. You. Kobni's hands trembled as she gripped her dagger, rage filling her eyes. You're a murderer. Torika didn't respond. He simply moved. A sharp front kick shot toward her. Kobni reacted instantly, dodging and slashing his Achilles tendon in one smooth motion. What? Torika collapsed to one knee, shock flashing across his face. Despite his experience, he was being overwhelmed by a girl he had never even heard of. Kobni moved again, her figure blurring as she appeared behind him. I'm going to kill you, she said quietly. Her voice carried a chilling intent. Sweat poured down Torika's face, his instincts screamed danger. He had only one thought. Master, save me. Simp. Kobni's vision went dark. She collapsed. Fami stood behind her, lowering her hand after knocking her unconscious. Sorry, Fami said lightly. Things are about to get interesting. She pressed her palms together. We've come this far, it would be a waste to ruin it now. Torika froze. This wasn't what he expected. Who are you? Fami smiled faintly. I didn't expect to see my sister here, and I get a bonus as well. Her eyes lingered on him. I've always wanted to collect you. Torika frowned, confused. Fami pulled out a wooden carving, shaped like a Möbius strip, and dropped it onto the ground. In an instant, the eternal devil appeared. Before the cursed devil could react, it was swallowed whole. Trapped inside an endless looping space. Fami disappeared, then returned less than a second later. The cursed devil's instant kill effect countered the eternal devil, so she had entered the space herself and devoured it directly. Burped. Fami tilted her head, wiping her mouth. I'm full. She opened her mouth wide and reached deep inside, pulling out a saliva-covered wooden carving shaped like a goat's head. I've wanted to collect you for a long time, Curse. She smiled slightly. You tried to eat my husband, so it's only fair I eat you instead, right? Torika stood frozen. He didn't dare breathe. What he was witnessing made no sense. His mind struggled to keep up. Chapter 188. Who exactly are you? Torika knelt on one knee, his injured ankle trembling as he struggled to speak. His voice came out uneven, his composure shattered under the pressure in front of him. Fami didn't even bother to look at him directly. Her indifferent gaze swept past him. Doll sister hiding behind the door, don't do anything unnecessary, she said quietly. I can't guarantee what I'll do if you interfere. Tap, tap. Cough, cough. From the shadows, Zyna stepped out slowly. Her eyes carried caution and a trace of fear. Your power is impressive, she said. Could you be? SHH. Fami raised her hand slightly, rubbing her fingers together. A strange, grating sound filled the air. Zyna's thoughts were instantly disrupted. I am the hunger devil Fami. Her voice carried weight, like something etched directly into their minds. Zyna's body stiffened. Then her expression cleared completely, as if doubt had never existed. She lowered her head. It's an honor to meet you, hunger devil Fami. Whose orders? Fami asked. Darkness, Zyna replied without hesitation. Fami gave a faint nod. Interesting. Still, reaching this stage hadn't been easy for Zyna. Interrupting her outright would be rude. Fami walked over to Kale's body and crouched beside him. She brushed his hair aside gently. Then she bit her tongue. Leaning down, she pressed her lips against his. Blood passed from her mouth into his. A minute later, she pulled back. A faint trace of blood remained on his lips as she left a soft kiss on his forehead. She leaned close to his ear. Kale, she whispered, you've taken in my blood. You'll wake up in 2 minutes. Her voice dropped slightly. Carry my will and face the King of Terror in hell. She straightened. Zyna. Yes. Snap! Fami flicked her fingers, releasing a faint, unnatural sound. Forget I was ever here. In the next instant, her body dissolved into white mist and vanished. Zaina and Torika blinked. Their awareness returned, as if nothing had happened. Torika, is your foot injured? Zaina asked, concern in her tone. Torika nodded. That short girl beside Kale caught me off guard. She was more troublesome than expected, but she still wasn't a problem. He exhaled. Master, I completed the mission. I used the fourth needle and killed him with the curse. Neither of them remembered Fami. Their minds filled the gaps with false logic. Good, Zaina said with a smile. You did well, Torika. You're already an excellent devil hunter. Save the praise for later, Master. Torika limped toward Kale's body, pulling out a syringe and a scalpel. To avoid any accidents while extracting his heart, he injected a powerful anesthetic into Kale, enough to knock out 100 elephants. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Once I take his heart to the Stasi, you can finally retire peacefully. Zaina crouched beside him. There's no need to touch the body, Torika. Torika froze. What do you mean? Zaina coughed lightly, then smiled in a soft, almost affectionate way. You've always been obedient, haven't you? Always following my instructions. Her tone turned gentler. I may have been strict with you sometimes, but you understand, right? Everything I did was for your sake. Torika stared at her, confused. This wasn't like her. Master, why are you saying this? Zaina reached out and ruffled his hair. Because we're family. Memories flooded his mind. At 10 years old, he began living with her. Back then, he couldn't sleep at night. She gave him soft dolls made from prey fur. She stayed by his side, telling stories until he fell asleep. As he grew older, she taught him everything. Hunting, tracking, setting traps. Everything he knew came from her. Hey, Torika. Zaina leaned in close, their faces only inches apart. Her fingers pressed lightly against his chest. Don't you want to know how to create the perfect doll? Torika swallowed. At this distance, he could smell her scent. His face heated, his heart racing. Master, I want to know. Zaina smiled. The secret is emotions. Emotions. Her finger traced slow circles over his chest. When turning humans into dolls, you have to give them emotions only humans possess. She listed them softly. Pity, admiration, love. Her smile deepened. And guilt, that removes the fragrance and replaces it with rot. Master, I still don't understand. His body jerked violently. Torika's face twisted as his body convulsed. Zaina watched him without emotion. That's how a perfect doll is made. Give Kale's heart to the Stasi. Ridiculous. Between the Stasi and the Darkness Devil, the answer was obvious. Goodbye, Torika. She stood and walked to the edge of the terrace. Without hesitation, she jumped. Below, the doll-controlled humans caught her safely. She turned her gaze toward the lobby. Old man, your turns. Slash. Santa Claus raised his arm, which transformed into a blade like the doll's. Clang. He drove it straight into his own chest. Blood splashed across the floor. Good, very good. His voice trembled with excitement. I offer my heart and my 3 beloved children. He looked upward. In exchange, Hell Devil, take every living being in the entire Jinza Mitsukoshi building into hell. A low hum spread through the air. Far away. In Germany, Rhineland-Palatinate. By the Moselle River, in the quiet town of Kockum. Inside a small wooden house with a bright roof, 4 children sat around a table, eating pasta. Without warning, massive fingers appeared from nowhere. In an instant, 3 of them lost their heads. The contract was complete. Back at the mall. Boom! A gigantic hand descended from the sky above Jinza Mitsukoshi. Everything inside the building vanished. Every living being was dragged into hell. Chapter 189. Silence. A suffocating, deathly silence. The blood from the tip of Fami's tongue slid down Kale's throat, moving slowly through his esophagus and into his stomach, where it began to take effect. Thump. A heart that had long been still began to beat again. Kale's eyes opened. The first thing he saw were doors in the sky. Countless massive doors stretched across the heavens, lining the endless expanse above him. Beneath him, the ground felt strangely soft and comfortable. The scent of flowers mixed with the smell of soil and a faint metallic trace of blood, all rushing into his nose at once. For some reason, the sensation felt disturbingly familiar. Hiss! Kale inhaled sharply. His mind was a mess, filled with fragmented noise. He could not fully recall what had happened. He vaguely remembered being on a date with Akai, buying things for Asa and their child. Then, for no clear reason, he started killing. Relentlessly. Amid the chaos in his mind, one sentence stood out clearly. Fami's voice. Take my will and confront the king of terror of hell. Tusk. What the hell happened to me? Kale tried to move, but his body would not respond. Every internal pathway felt completely destroyed, leaving him unable to even twitch. Still, that was not enough to stop him. Whistle. A gust of wind rose. Using the force, Kale yanked the starter cord on his chest. Vroom. A violent roar erupted as he transformed into Chainsaw Man, his body instantly restored to full condition. The chainsaw's noise tore through the silence of the space. Nearby, Kobni Higashiyama stirred, clutching her head as she forced her eyes open. Aka, you okay? Kale reverted to his human form. Seeing Kobni unharmed, he let out a quiet breath. I'm fine, just really dizzy. She looked around, her voice trembling. Kale, where are we? Kale exhaled and glanced at the sky full of doors. It's different from before, but, yeah, we're probably in hell again. Hell. Kobni's body stiffened. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the ground, bracing herself with her hands. What is this? It's soft but also hard. This feels so weird. Frowning, she grabbed a handful of the ground. Then she looked at it. Her face turned pale instantly. Yeah. She flung it away in horror. What she had grabbed was dark, blood-soaked soil, mixed with human fingers, toes, nails, ears, and strips of skin. At first glance, the field looked like a beautiful meadow, filled with colorful flowers and tall grass. But on closer inspection, the grass was made of countless tiny human limbs and strands of hair. Kobni scrambled back to Kale and clung to him tightly, her entire body shaking. Kale, are we going to die here? Kale gently stroked her hair. Relax, I'll get you out of here. Right then, something shifted beneath his feet. Woo-woo-woo, could you stop stepping on my back? It hurts. Kobni froze. See, Kale, the ground is talking. Holy shit. Kale grabbed her and stepped aside. Don't freak out, that's a person. Fami slowly turned over and pushed herself up, her white hair messy as she wiped her tears. Around her lay hundreds of dead ants, their life force completely drained. As the hunger devil, Fami could recover by absorbing life energy. After being torn apart by Kale earlier, she had been trying to regenerate. With no large life forms nearby, she had resorted to absorbing microorganisms in the air, but their lifespan was too short, making the process painfully slow. To make things worse, the battlefield had been full of doll-controlled humans. Before she could fully recover, she had been trampled, cut apart, and killed over and over again. It was a miracle she had not died completely. If she had, she would have been reborn in hell with her memories wiped. Now she had ended up here anyway. Fami bit her finger and looked around miserably. This situation was complete garbage. Kale narrowed his eyes at her. So, Death Devil, you're the one who dragged us into hell. Woo-woo-woo. Fami wiped her tears. I told you already. I'm the hunger devil, Fami. I didn't bring you here. You were misled by the noise from my eldest sister. And besides, how could the Death Devil be this weak? Noise. Kale frowned. Chew, what a mess. He crossed his arms. Here's what I know. Actions matter more than whatever crap you're saying. My wife Fami eats a lot, sure, but she's not like what you're describing. And you, we meet once and you try to kill me for no reason. Why, yeah, exactly, Kobni added quickly. Fami sniffled. That's because you have the strongest scent of death I've ever seen. So you must be the one my eldest sister uses the most. If I want to save humanity and weaken her, then killing you makes sense. She curled up, looking pitiful. Kale went quiet. The scent of Fami on him was real. But this version of her had it completely wrong. It was not because he was her pawn. It was because he spent way too much time messing around with her and her people. All right, Hunger Devil, send us back. I'll even let you meet my Fami face to face. I can't. Che useless. Woo-woo-woo. Footsteps approached. Tap, tap, tap. Kale. Quanxi walked over, 4 fiends clinging to her, all of them visibly shaken. Kale raised an eyebrow. Quanxi, the hell are you doing here? She had a cigarette in her mouth. The girls and I were at the mall. We cut down a bunch of insane doll-controlled people, then everything went dark. Next thing we knew, we were here. She glanced at her companions. They're freaked out. Pinksy won't even look at the sky. She keeps saying this is hell. She looked back at Kale. You know what's going on? Yeah. Kale pointed at Fami. This is hell, and the one behind the dolls and this whole mess is probably that so-called death devil. It wasn't me, woo-woo-woo. Fami looked like she was about to collapse again. Quanxi shook her head. I don't know about the rest, but the doll-controlled humans are probably Santa Claus's doing. Santa Claus? Kale frowned. German devil hunter. You don't deal with that side of things, so it makes sense you don't know. She set Pinksy down gently. Pinksy, check her. Pinksy hesitated, her eyes watery. Okay. She pointed at Fami and activated her ability. She's the Hunger Devil. Chapter 190. Huh, she's the Hunger Devil. You sure you didn't mess that up? Kale stared at Pinksy, clearly not buying it. I'm not wrong. Quanxi flicked away her cigarette. Pinksy is the insight fiend. She appraises things, and she doesn't get it wrong. If she says this girl is the Hunger Devil, then that's exactly what she is. Hearing that, Fami's eyes lit up. She grabbed Pinksy's hand and shook it repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Thank you. Quanxi glanced down, only now properly noticing Fami. Even with messy hair and tear-streaked cheeks, she was, actually pretty cute. That was enough. Quanxi reached out and gently wiped Fami's tears. Hunger Devil, be my woman. Fami froze. That escalated way too fast. She bit her finger and looked at Quanxi like a lost child. Is this a request for salvation? Then come, I will save you, reach out. I will send you to the peaceful other shore. Yeah, no. Quanxi sighed and shook her head. Her brain's fried, same level as Long and Cosmo, what a waste. Kale went quiet thinking. If it was only this white-haired Fami talking, he would not believe a word of it. But now Pinksy confirmed it. That changed things. And honestly, he hated where this line of thinking led. If this girl really was the Hunger Devil, then the one at his side, the one he called his wife, was the Death Devil. Damn. That made his head hurt. A primal devil like Death could wipe out humanity whenever she wanted. So why hadn't she? Why stay with him? Why play along all this time? No way. Did she actually enjoy it? The thought was insane, but nothing about this situation made sense anyway. She had helped him, stuck with him, made his life better. In his mind, she was already his. They had done almost everything together, except crossing that final line. So what was her goal? Kill him. That didn't add up either. She had more chances than he could count. Hell, during teleportation, he even turned off his dark water ability so her powers wouldn't glitch. If she wanted him dead, he would already be gone. So why the hell was she playing house with him? Kale's thoughts spiraled. Too many holes, too many contradictions. Before he could sort it out, something else broke the moment. Aya. Long suddenly dropped to her knees, clutching her horns as cold sweat poured down her face. Hal, it's Halloween. Cosmo clung tightly to Quanxi from behind, eyes squeezed shut. Weaving Brew rolled across the ground, clearly losing it. We're screwed. Pinksy collapsed, crying hysterically. Quanxi rubbed her temples, already annoyed. Girls, get it together. Yeah, it's hell, but it looks quiet, just grass everywhere. No devils in sight. She missed one crucial detail. When a true apex predator is present, everything else stays the hell away. Woo-woo-woo, he's watching us, from above. Who? Kale looked at Pinksy. She covered her mouth, trembling uncontrollably. A transcendent, a primal fear, a devil that has never died. If he shows even a little hostility, we're dead instantly. A primal devil, huh? Kale narrowed his eyes. Something like the falling devil. Troublesome, sure. But not impossible. He had the withered heart-piercing damage boost, the palette system to stack abilities, and thousands of unused attribute points. If it came down to it, he could fight. The advantage might actually be his. Woo yay. Pinksy completely broke down, smashing her forehead against the ground. Lord Quanxi, please, let me kill myself now. I don't want to be killed by him. Simp. Quanxi flicked her forehead. Idiot, stop talking nonsense. I'll protect you. I don't care if it's a primal devil. If anything tries to touch my girls, I'll fight it. Then she turned to Kale. I owe you one, got a way out. If we stay here, they're going to lose it completely. Kale looked up at the doors in the sky. Getting out, not simple. This hell was different. The doors were above, not connected to the human world below. Each door likely led to a devil's personal domain. Which meant this place, this twisted grassland, was probably some kind of shared space. So where was the exit? He had no clear answer. But he did have one option. Fami's teleportation. He could not guarantee she could lock onto this location. But she could reach his private space. He had used it plenty of times before, sneaking around with her in that isolated, looping dimension where time did not move. Perfect privacy. Perfect control. If he could reach her again, everything would become clear. Assuming she was still on his side. Assuming the Death Devil had not decided to screw him over. Kale exhaled slowly. I can try, no promises. Good enough. Quanxi nodded and offered him a cigarette. I don't smoke. Kale waved it off and raised his hand, framing the space in front of him. Then everything changed. He's here, he's coming. Pinksy's voice cracked completely. It's the Darkness Devil. Creak. High above, among the endless doors, one ordinary wooden door slowly opened. From within, a black point dropped, like a single drop of water falling into the world. Plopped. Silence swallowed everything. Darkness took over instantly. The entire space plunged into black. Kale's vision vanished. His ability failed mid-use. The grass rustled sharply, something moving within the unseen. Then slowly, the darkness pulled back. Vision returned. What stood before them was a long, blood-soaked road. Lining both sides were hundreds of astronauts, severed at the waist, their upper bodies clasping their hands in prayer toward their own lower halves. At the far end stood a pale, skeletal figure. No one spoke. No one moved. Kale's pupils shrank. Even breathing felt dangerous. He could feel it. It was watching him. And the pressure. It was far beyond the fake falling devil. This was real. Far stronger. Shit. Kale immediately started dumping all his remaining attribute points into Constitution and Agility. Every last one. In an instant, his body reached absurd levels. If he transformed now, he would rival something like the Gun Devil in raw stats. But even then, his chest tightened. Because this was not just any devil. This was the Darkness Devil. A true primal fear. From somewhere in the shadows. Chapter 191. Guagu. The frog's croak faded. No one even had time to blink. The Darkness Devil suddenly appeared in the middle of the group. Too fast. Even with Kale's abnormal agility, he couldn't track its movement at all. Swoosh. Blood sprayed everywhere. Quanxi, Kobni, Fami, the four fiends, and Kale. Everyone in hell was instantly dismembered by invisible spatial slashes from the Darkness Devil. Quanxi, who could overwhelm weapon humans, looked utterly helpless before this primal terror. Fami's severed limbs rolled across the ground as she screamed. Waya, it hurts so much. Darkness Devil, this has nothing to do with me, stop attacking me. Our hands, Kale, our hands and legs are gone. Kobni's voice trembled with pure fear. The ground was littered with mutilated bodies. The Darkness Devil stood still, silently admiring the scene. Only now did everyone clearly see its true form. A grotesque figure. A massive skeletal body formed from layered corpses, draped in darkness so deep it swallowed light. Its lower body was made of 2 corpses, its torso of 4 more. Above them sat a monstrous head, shaped like a warped, ancient skull. Beneath it, 4 human skulls were aligned vertically, each missing something different, one without a nose, one without a mouth, one without eyes, one without ears. See nothing. Hear nothing. Speak nothing. Move for nothing. A suffocating dread filled the air. Wrestle. At that moment, Talca, who had been lying motionless in the mud, slowly stood up. Dragging his injured body, he approached the darkness devil and knelt. I am the doll devil. He turned his head slightly toward Kale's severed body. As agreed, I have brought you the heart of the chainsaw devil. Grant me power, power that surpasses all devils in the human world, power enough to kill the war devil and the control devil. The darkness devil lowered its head slightly and observed him. Then it nodded. It had long been displeased with the control devil. This request was acceptable. From within its cloak, it tore off a piece of its own flesh. Dark, dense, and unnatural. It tossed it aside. The hell devil appeared, catching it with a massive hand before vanishing. In the human world, outside Jinza Mitsukoshi, the flesh was fed into a woman's mouth. She swallowed it, her eyes lighting up with unnatural excitement. The darkness devil's flesh, thank you Talca. The contract was complete. Talca had fulfilled his purpose. He was no longer needed. The darkness devil examined him one last time. Then, without hesitation, it reached out. Crack! It lifted him effortlessly and tore off his head. Several skeletal hands moved in precise coordination, peeling away flesh and skin with chilling care, preserving the skull beneath. A grotesque display of craftsmanship. No one could move. No one could fight. They were trapped between life and death, overwhelmed by fear. Everyone except Kale. The cockroach devil's effect suppressed his sense of pain completely. Even torn apart, he could still fight at full strength. And right now, he was furious. That bastard just said he wanted power to kill the control devil and the war devil. Another idiot aiming for his women. Fuck that. A low growl escaped Kale's throat. He pulled the starter cord. Chainsaws erupted from his head and arms as he transformed into Chainsaw Man, restoring his body. Then another change. A bomb pin emerged from his neck. He pulled it. Boom! An explosion roared. His head shifted into a missile-like form. Still not done. He crushed the molars inside his devil mouth. Crack! Boom! Flames burst from his body. When the smoke cleared, Kale stood revealed. A monstrous hybrid. Missile-shaped head, a chainsaw arm, a flamethrower barrel on the other, his entire body lined with burning fuses. Using the Fire Devil's ability, he fused multiple weapon devil powers into one. His strongest form. A complete stat monster. He had planned to save this for the Death Devil. But now, anyone trying to touch my girls is getting turned into dust. Fear energy surged into him. Fami, Aki, and the others fed him enough fear to amplify his strength further. Kale gripped the dark red spear. Then he moved. He vanished. In the next instant, he appeared directly in front of the darkness devil. The spear drove forward. It pierced straight through the darkness devil's body. At the same time, Talca's head was obliterated into dust. The darkness devil bent forward slightly, its hands grabbing the weapon as dark blood poured out. Real damage. No tricks. No resistance. Crack! It snapped the spear in half. Kale clicked his tongue. Even with his current strength, he couldn't completely destroy it. Still, he didn't hesitate. He smirked. Oh, tough bones, huh? Let's see how you handle this. A black vortex formed at the tip of his flamethrower arm. He swung it toward the darkness devil's head. Clap. 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 All 8 of the darkness devil's hands clapped in sequence. A harsh grinding sound filled the air. Instantly, Kale's chainsaw and flamethrower twisted out of alignment. His attack veered off. It only managed to destroy part of the horn on the darkness devil's head. The counterattack came immediately. Guagu! The croak echoed again. A spatial slash cut through reality itself. Thud! Kale's body was split clean in half at the waist. Effortless, even with his absurd durability. The darkness devil quickly retreated, creating distance. It lifted its cloak, beginning to recover. It understood Kale's abilities. Close combat was dangerous. Kale dropped to the ground in two halves. Then, Quanxie's voice rang out. Kale, take off my right eye patch. Pull out the arrow inside. I'll help you. Chapter 192. Kale absorbed the blood scattered across the battlefield and flipped his switch again. The damage inflicted by the darkness devil was repaired instantly. This was, without question, the strongest devil he had faced so far. But it was only overwhelming in power. In Kale's eyes, it wasn't as dangerous as the curse devil. At least it didn't lock down his mind completely. As long as his consciousness remained intact and there was enough blood, he could keep fighting at full capacity. That was the broken advantage of a weapon human. Kale, pull the arrow out of my right eye, I'll help you. Hearing Quanxie's voice, Kale paused for a second. Another heavy hitter. She could actually keep up in a fight like this. Then again, judging by what she said, she was probably a weapon human too. All right. Kale didn't hesitate. If that was the case, then he might as well make full use of it. With a thought, a violent gust of wind surged forward. The eye patch over Quanxie's right eye was torn off. Clang! The arrow lodged in her eye socket was ripped out by the wind. Blood sprayed. A flash of white light followed. Her limbs regenerated instantly, her head transforming into a sharp, metallic devil form lined with spiked protrusions. Crossbows extended from her arms. The crossbow hybrid. An ancient weapon brought to life. Quanxie was not only one of the first devil hunters, she was also the crossbow devil's chosen host. Unlike others who needed heart transplants, her power had been given willingly. A rare case, which made her stronger, more refined. Kale stood beside her, glancing over. So you're a crossbow type, could have mentioned that earlier. You didn't ask, she replied flatly. She raised her arms and aimed at the darkness devil. Dozens of glowing arrows formed instantly. You've pissed me off. Whiz! 10 streaks of light shot forward like comets. Kale's eyes lit up. Now that was clean. He had underestimated her. This wasn't some outdated weapon, her output was insane. Honestly, she might even hit harder than Rosette in certain situations. It's not over. Quanxie's voice sharpened. Her wives had been torn apart, barely alive. That alone was enough to push her into a frenzy. Arrows poured out nonstop. Hundreds. Then thousands. Silver streaks flooded the sky, crashing into the darkness devil in a relentless storm. Its body was covered in arrows, like a glowing porcupine. Quanxie kept firing without pause. But something felt off. Kale narrowed his eyes. The darkness devil wasn't reacting. It just stayed there, wrapped in its cloak, taking everything. No damage. No movement. Nothing. Then it clicked. It didn't even see this as an attack. To it, this was just noise. Kale exhaled slowly. Yeah. He had overestimated her a bit. Kale, why aren't you attacking? Let's sync up and hit it together, Quanxie called out between volleys. Yeah, give me a second. As he spoke, Kale flicked a tiny grain of gunpowder toward her. Huh. Boom. The explosion tore her apart instantly. Her body scattered across the ground. Kale didn't even blink. Sorry, you'll come back anyway. He rolled his shoulder slightly. You can't break its defense, you just slow me down. A brief pause. But your ability's solid, I'll make good use of it. A notification echoed in his mind. He absorbed her power. A sharp sensation formed in his right eye. Let's see if I remember this right. Squelch. He pulled an arrow out of his own eye. Then activated his ability again. Another fusion. A bow and arrows formed along his back, far more exaggerated and powerful. His stats spiked again. This time, he didn't hesitate. He drew the bow. Fear extraction. Dark red energy flowed out from everyone nearby, gathering in front of him. Fami contributed the most. Aki and the fiends added more. Kobni barely contributed anything. Kale shaped that energy into arrows. Dozens of them. Each one carried the same effect as his spear. Let's see you tank this. He released the string. The arrows shot forward in a blur, faster than before, glowing like crimson meteors. This time, the darkness devil moved. It threw aside its cloak. Its full body was revealed again. Restored. Completely. The damage from earlier was gone. It had healed. Kale's eyes sharpened. So that's how it worked. As long as it stayed in darkness, it could recover endlessly. But that wasn't perfect. Light could break it. The darkness devil raised its hand. Clang. 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 Every incoming arrow was sliced apart midair by invisible attacks. Clean. Precise. Not a single one reached it. Kale didn't stop. He closed the distance instantly. The darkness devil suddenly spoke. Yay. Kale blinked. Oh, you talk. Thought you were just standing there looking stupid on purpose. He lunged forward with his spear. Then everything changed. Boom. Invisible impacts struck his body. His chest caved in slightly. His heart throbbed violently. His movement froze. Before he could react further, the darkness devil extended its hand. A massive black sword appeared out of nowhere. 4 bells hung from its hilt. It pierced straight through Kale's chest. Clean. No resistance. Blood spilled from his mouth. His vision blurred. I FCK your mother. The bells rang. A low, echoing sound. Then his wound exploded outward, blood pouring like a broken dam. His body collapsed. Dead again. The darkness devil's power was absolute. Once that blade struck and the bells rang, death was guaranteed. Chapter 193. The moment the bell rang, Kale died. Not just his body, even his consciousness shattered in an instant. This was the Bell Sound Sword, a root-level ability exclusive to the Darkness Devil. It was extremely lethal, built on a mechanism that ignored conventional defense. Even among its many abilities, this one stood out. Using the Bell Sound Sword already showed the Darkness Devil was taking the Blackbeard Devil seriously. Maybe Kale had to take back what he said earlier. Who said the Darkness Devil did not fight dirty? This move was filthy. Even the Curse Devil had to stab a voodoo doll several times to kill someone, and to even use that trick, the doll had to be pierced first. In Kale's current fused weapon human form, the Curse Devil could not even break his defense. But the Darkness Devil was different. Kale had felt it before dying. No matter how high he pushed his attributes, the Darkness Devil would still cut through him. Because darkness was one of the most primal fears. Long before humans existed, darkness was already there. Even if humanity disappeared and the planet welcomed a new civilization that eventually died out, darkness would remain. It had always been there. That fear carried weight. Just like the fiend Pinksy, her fear of the Darkness Devil had driven her to the edge of suicide. To her, darkness was more terrifying than death. After killing Kale, the Darkness Devil did not immediately absorb him. Instead, it lifted its cloak and began searching through a pile of skeletons, its many hands selecting bones with care. It had an obsession. The skeleton it had just used was not satisfactory. The proportions were wrong. So it dismantled it and started over. Seeing the Darkness Devil pause, Kobni Higashiyama tensed up. She had noticed something earlier. The Hunger Devil's severed limbs could still move. This was their chance. Kiga, hurry, use your hand to activate Kale, Kobni shouted. Without him, they had no chance. Fami trembled, tears streaming down her face. I do not want to make an enemy of the Darkness Devil because of you. It already cut you, can't you tell which side you're on? Kobni snapped. But Kale cut me too, you all cut me, it hurt. Kobni fell silent. Kale only attacked because Fami tried to kill him the moment she arrived. Damn it, there was no time to argue. She had to act. Kobni flipped over, face down, and bit into the blood-soaked grass. Using only her teeth and core, she dragged herself forward like a caterpillar. Slowly, painfully, she crawled toward Kale's corpse. Too slow. Fami glanced at the darkness devil. It was almost done. If Kale stayed dead, they were next. She clenched her teeth. Fine, I will help you. Her detached limbs crawled toward Kale. One hand grabbed the bell sound sword and yanked it out. Blood poured into Kale's mouth. Her finger hooked onto the starter cord on his chest. Drink my blood. Kale, you better protect me. The darkness devil noticed. It appeared in front of Fami's main body, its 5 heads staring down at her from beneath its cloak. Waiting. Fami's body trembled. Blood streamed from her eyes, nose, and mouth. Her mind broke. I cannot take it anymore. Save me, Chainsaw Man. She pulled the cord. Vroom. Kale's eyes snapped open. The roar of weapons echoed through hell once more. The darkness devil moved, disappointed, its hand tightening around Fami's neck. Then a flash of dark red light cut through the air. Its newly assembled arm was severed instantly. Not too late, am I? Kale muttered. Fami shook her head, crying. Kale gave a small nod. Does not matter if you're hunger or death. Good job. He moved at blinding speed, gathering Fami's limbs and Kobni's body. For now, stay inside. It is safer. His body shifted as he opened a dark void, pulling both Kobni and Fami into himself, just like he had done before. The darkness devil snapped. What Kale had cut was its newly selected bone. Its favorite. It could not tolerate that. The bell sound sword appeared again, faster than before. Kale tried to dodge, but the blade still pierced through him. Just before the bell could ring, Kale crushed it. The bell shattered into powder and was swallowed by a black void. Inside a black hole, even sound could not escape. He had already died to this once. He understood it now. No bell, no instant death. Kale pulled out the great black sword, a grin forming on his face. You really thought that would work twice. Dark red energy coated the blade, compressing into a terrifying edge. He hurled it back like a projectile. Take it back. In the human world, Rizet drove through the streets, with Asamitaka and Makima in the car. Makima had already explained the situation. But they were too late. By the time they reached the Ginza Mitsukoshi department store, Kale and the others had already been dragged into hell. A massive figure dropped from above, slamming into the ground and blocking their path. Dust cleared. The devil stood over 6 meters tall, with Zaina's head, multiple doll limbs forming elongated arms, and feet made from stacked doll heads. Yo! Zaina waved casually, her limbs clicking. Control, Warren Bomb, nice to meet you. Santa Claus. Makima's gaze was cold. That is correct, Zaina said, laughing. Look at this body. Strong, powerful, can you imagine? It was supposed to die in 6 months. She spread her arms wide. Now my life is infinite. Her eyes landed on Asa. War and pregnant too. How tragic. Do not worry, I will not spare the child either. Asa's expression darkened. Her left hand rested on her stomach, while her right, clad in a black glove, pointed forward. You talk too much. Her voice was sharp. You messed with the father, that alone is enough. A gunshot echoed. Bang! Chapter 194. Boom! Asa opened with full firepower. Invisible bullets tore out from her fingertips, ripping through everything in their path. The ground split into deep trenches, and buildings caught in the barrage melted instantly. Santa Claus, in Zaina's form, was blown apart on the spot. This was the power of the gun devil. Phew! Asamitaka blew on her slightly heated finger. All that talk and you're this weak. Explosions rang out nearby. Rizet moved through the battlefield, blasting apart surrounding dolls with precise detonations. Her expression tightened. It's not over. The dolls are still moving. Santa Claus is still alive. She glanced around, analyzing quickly. From what I've seen, normal people turn into dolls the moment they're touched. If those things touch us, who knows what happens? Asa, stay sharp, do not let them touch you. Oh, got it. Not far away, beneath the shadow of a ruined building, Zaina's scattered remains began to move. Fragments stitched themselves back together, restoring her body in seconds. It's useless. Her voice came out warped and delighted. Her slender doll-like body leaped forward, joints creaking unnaturally as she advanced. War, your attacks are funny, it's just the gun devil. I absorbed flesh from a primal devil. Her smile twisted. Do you even understand what that means? No matter how much damage you deal, I will recover. My lifespan is infinite. She licked her lips, eyes gleaming. Today is the day you die. I'll kill you properly and send you to hell to reunite with the Blackbeard devil. Her back split open as doll limbs shot out toward them. Rosette reacted instantly. Her arm transformed into a missile and launched forward. Boom! Flames surged skyward, blasting Xina apart again, her body scattering into burning fragments. Xina rolled across the ground, flames clinging to her as she screamed. It hurts so much. Then she stopped. Her expression twisted into a grin. Huh, did you expect me to keep screaming? She stretched within the fire, almost enjoying it. Ah, this feels good. It has been a while since I had a proper hot bath. She glanced toward the shadows. At her command, nearby dolls shifted debris, casting her remains into darkness. In an instant, her body restored completely. A low laugh escaped her throat. Immortality is amazing. Even the pain gets distributed across my dolls. Her gaze turned cold. I'll kill you, turn you into dolls, and keep your heads as spare parts. Her ability had limits. She could only turn pure beings into dolls, either humans or devils. Issa and Rizet were different. Issa carried the war devil. Rizet was a bomb weapon human, with the bomb devil as her core. Their bodies were already occupied. Xina could not overwrite them directly. But there was another way. Kill them first. Destroy the vessel. Rip out Rizet's heart, send the war devil back to hell, then reshape their corpses. As for Makima, things were more complicated. Makima was the control devil. In theory, she could be turned into a doll. In practice, getting close enough to touch her without being dominated first was nearly impossible. Killing them all was easier. At that moment, Makima spoke. Issa Rizet listened carefully. Both of them moved back to back, clearing waves of incoming dolls. Go on, Issa said. Quickly, Rizet added. Makima touched her chin. I understand her new ability. Darkness immunity. Only in darkness can she regenerate instantly. She looked at them. So remove the darkness. With your abilities, that should not be difficult. Got it, Issa replied immediately. Xina burst into laughter. Hundreds of doll eyes blinked across her body as her army surged forward. So what if you figured it out? Can you erase darkness completely? Ridiculous. Where there is no light, there is darkness. Even under light, shadows exist. She looked toward the fading sky. Night is coming. Her grin widened. I can die as many times as I want. But if I catch you once, you're finished. Issa clicked her tongue. Shut up already. She pulled out her phone and opened her balance. Then she remembered. Dolls were no longer people. That meant they could be bought. She slammed her phone onto the ground. I'll spend 10 million yen to buy 1,000 of Santa Claus's dolls. The transaction processed instantly. Her balance dropped fast. The nearest 1,000 dolls froze, then turned. One by one, they knelt before Issa. Ownership had changed. They were hers now. They rose immediately and attacked their former allies. Issa exhaled. 10,000 yen per doll, yeah, that hurts. She glanced at the endless swarm. There were far too many to buy all of them. I still need money to live, damn it. Turning them into weapons would waste the investment. Better to use them properly. She thought for a second, then issued commands. 500 of you hold the line. The rest scatter. Hit supermarkets, gas stations, anywhere with fuel. Bring everything that burns. Her eyes sharpened. Set it all on fire. Burn that freak to ash. The dolls moved instantly. They scattered across the city with terrifying speed. Even Xina could not stop them in time. Her expression darkened. You bitch, using my dolls like this. Moments later, sparks ignited within the swarm. Then more. And more. Flames spread rapidly, feeding on everything. The fire grew larger and larger. Tonight, Tokyo was going to burn. Chapter 195. Whoosh. The air split apart as Rizet launched a high-yield missile. Bang! A violent explosion erupted, flooding the night with blinding fire. Darkness vanished in an instant, replaced by scorching light. Xina and the surrounding dolls were torn apart, reduced to scattered, burning remains. Rizet glanced back and gave Asamitaka a thumbs up. Asa, not bad at all. That weird plan of yours actually worked. We are not fighting alone anymore. With your doll army setting everything on fire, this fight just got a hell of a lot easier. Now we just need to burn these bastards down and we win. Yeah, Asa replied quietly. The plan was working perfectly. But her mood was far from steady. She pressed her lips together, worry creeping into her voice. I'm still worried about Kale. He has been gone too long. What if something happened to him? Tab. Makima placed a gentle hand on Asa's shoulder, her voice soft but firm. Do not worry, I will personally go to hell, deal with the darkness devil, and bring Kale back. You and Rizet will handle Santa Claus here. Rizet leaned closer, eyes widening slightly. You can actually get to hell. A faint sense of pride surfaced in Makima's chest. So this was how it felt to be seen as more capable. Among Kale's women, she stood above the rest. The corner of her lips lifted slightly. I am a high-ranking devil, one of the 4 horsemen. I am not comparable to you, a modified weapon human. Her tone was calm, almost casual. In the past, she would have torn Rizet apart with words alone. Now, she held back. Take me with you, Rizet said. I want to help. No. Makima did not hesitate. Rizet frowned. Why? Makima's gaze shifted briefly to Asa. Asa is close to giving birth. You expect her to face Santa Claus alone. If something happens to her or the child, who takes responsibility? She paused briefly before continuing. Dolls are unreliable, they have limits. You, on the other hand, cannot die easily. Stay here, protect Asa, that is your job. Rizet exhaled, then nodded. Yeah, you're right, I wasn't thinking straight. Correct. From the shadows, Xina emerged again, completely unharmed. Ho 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 Makima, trying to run away from the fight. The night had deepened. Firelight flickered, unable to fully push back the darkness. Empowered by the darkness devil, Xina's form had grown monstrous. She towered over 10 meters tall. Her body twisted into something unnatural, her face no longer human. While her body had been destroyed earlier, she had secretly created thousands of new dolls. Asa's forces had already been cut in half. The numbers were no longer in their favor. Makima glanced at her with clear disdain. You're nothing but a useless puppet. I am going to deal with your master. I do not have time for a rabid dog like you. What did you just say? Prince. Makima ignored her completely. Miss Makima, I am here. The spider devil's head emerged from the ground. Take me to hell, to where Kale is. As you wish. Prince lay flat, and a zipper split her body open from forehead to abdomen. Inside was not flesh, but a warped, chaotic space. Makima stepped in without hesitation. The zipper closed behind her in the human world, while another opened in hell. A rare ability, moving freely between worlds. Most devils only return to hell after death. But Prince bypassed that rule. Makima had always valued usefulness. And Prince was very useful. Whoosh. The zipper opened again. Makima climbed out, landing on the desolate plains of hell. Her eyes scanned the battlefield. Corpses. Guangxi, the fiends. And then Tim. Kale stood locked in combat, his body in a hybrid weapon form. Strange, dangerous, but unmistakably him. Makima's gaze softened slightly. She could recognize him by scent alone. And across from him stood the source of everything. The darkness devil. Kale noticed her almost immediately. What the hell are you doing here? Makima smiled and stepped beside him. I came to help you. Kale kept his eyes on the enemy. Thanks, but this thing is no joke. Both sides were locked in a brutal stalemate. The darkness devil had lost its advantage at range. Up close, it was deadly. But touching Kale meant suppression of its abilities. It was like fighting a spike trap, no matter what it got hurt. And it was pissed. It had already paid a massive price trying to absorb another devil. Leaving now would mean humiliation. But staying meant risk. Kale was not doing much better. He had adapted just enough to survive. But the darkness devil was ridiculous. Every time it got injured, it hid in its cloak and healed instantly. Kale clicked his tongue. Yeah, real fair fight, regenerating like a cheating bastard. He exhaled slowly, then made his decision. Darkness spread across his body as he opened a dark void. Zio, no Makima, this thing is dangerous, get inside. I can protect you better that way. Even if he was struggling, there was no way he would admit weakness in front of her. Makima stepped closer. Then, without warning, she cupped his face and kissed his forehead. Relax, you worry too much. Her voice carried quiet confidence. This thing is nothing more than a violent dog. A faint smile formed. And I am very good at training dogs. Kale blinked. You serious right now? Makima turned, then raised her hand. Chains shot out instantly. They pierced straight through the darkness devil's body. Her voice was calm, absolute. Darkness devil, you're nothing but a stray. Chapter 196. The battlefield fell into a brief, eerie pause. The darkness devil lowered its head, staring at the control chains embedded in its body. For a moment it simply processed. Seriously? A control devil trying to leash it. What exactly did she think she was doing? Makima narrowed her eyes slightly. The lack of reaction caught her off guard. No submission, no hesitation. Interesting. This one had resistance. Still, in her mind, the conclusion was simple. If the dog refused to obey, then it just needed to be beaten into submission. Makima closed her eyes, focusing through the chains, trying to grasp the darkness devil's authority. Even if control failed, testing its power came first. As long as she could overpower it, everything else would follow. Her lips parted slightly. Use the darkness devil's power. A brief pause. Then she chose. Palm sound distortion. Clapped. Her hands came together sharply. Crack. In an instant, the bones inside the darkness devil twisted violently, bending in unnatural directions. The darkness devil dropped slightly, blackened blood seeping from beneath its cloak. Makima smiled, satisfied. So this is all you have. But the moment did not last. The darkness devil's rage surged. It had always despised the control devil. Her ability was absurd. As long as her will held strong, she could impose herself on beings far beyond her level. It was irritating. Infuriating. Before Makima could press the advantage further, the darkness devil moved. Yai. Boom. A violent, invisible force slammed into her. A massive cylindrical wound tore through her body, like she had been hit by artillery. Blood burst outward. Makima collapsed instantly. She could not endure that kind of attack. Her body was nowhere near Kale's level. Even with enhanced durability, she was still far too fragile against a primal devil. The gap was undeniable. And the darkness devil knew exactly how her contract worked. It layered continuous damage into the attack. So instead of a single death restoring her, the damage lingered. People would keep dying until she fully recovered. A cruel, calculated move. Black blood spilled from Makima's mouth as her vision blurred. Kale, it hurts. Pain sharpened her awareness. And with it came clarity. She had underestimated it. The chains binding the darkness devil began to crumble. That was enough. Kale snapped. His blood surged, anger boiling over instantly. Are you fucking serious? You think you can just tear into her like that? Wind howled around him. Arrows formed overhead, dense and suffocating. Try this, you cheating piece of shit. They dropped all at once. A storm of withering arrows crashed down toward the darkness devil. Boom! The darkness devil reacted immediately. It shrank into the surrounding darkness, minimizing the damage as much as possible. This was bad. It calculated quickly. The cost of continuing was too high. Its resources were running thin. And worse, something else was coming. The space around them was getting brighter. That could only mean one thing. Another dangerous presence was approaching. If that one arrived, escape would become far more difficult. Decision made. It retreated. Its body dissolved into a mass of black fluid, forcing its way through the barrage and diving toward the wooden door in the sky. Bang! The door slammed shut behind it. Gone. The retreat was abrupt, almost desperate. A complete loss. It had gained nothing. And it had no intention of coming back for another round. Kale stood there for a moment, breathing out slowly as the tension drained from his body. Yeah, run, you bastard. He had pushed himself to the limit. Every advantage used. And still, the darkness devil could not be killed. That thing was absurd. Then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the host has defeated the darkness devil. Dark water effect activated. Extracting ability. Primal bell sound sword. Consumes body mass to summon a bell. When the bell rings upon impact, the target dies unconditionally. Effective even against primal devils. Kale's eyes lit up. Now that is a damn good reward. Unlike the previous ability he had gotten, this one could actually kill a primal devil outright. If that bastard came back next time, things would be different. But right now, that did not matter. He turned immediately to Makima. She was still struggling, her body slowly trying to recover. Kale knelt beside her. Hey, hang on, I got you. He shifted back to his human form and placed his hand over her wound. Dark hole. Black light flickered. The damaged flesh began to disappear, absorbed completely. The wound widened briefly under the effect, then stabilized. It looked worse for a moment, but it sped up her recovery significantly. Her contract continued to function. Lives paid the cost. But she healed. Kale stayed focused. Careful. Deliberate. He kept his thoughts fixed on the darkness devil. Not her. He was not about to risk triggering her contract in the wrong way. Once he was done, he pulled out a clean white shirt. Here, put this on. Her clothes had been completely destroyed in the fight. That was always the annoying part. Bodies healed. Clothes did not. Makima accepted it quietly, covering herself before stepping closer. Then she leaned in and kissed him. Soft, brief, but real. She pulled back slightly, a faint flush on her face. Kale, we actually beat it. Chapter 197. The darkness devil had retreated. The crisis in hell was over. Both Kale and Makima valued efficiency. Without wasting time, they shared everything they knew and combined their information. So that is the situation with Santa Claus, Kale nodded. The longer we stall, the worse this gets. We need to return as soon as possible and support Asa and Rize. After hearing Makima's explanation, Kale felt a growing sense of urgency. Their enemy was not just hard to kill, but dangerously intelligent. Earlier, even with overwhelming strength on paper, Kale had still been caught off guard and taken down once. Now, with the darkness devil's power granting immunity to darkness, combined with her doll abilities, she could become far more troublesome. Makima's eyes showed a trace of regret. She glanced at Princey, who stood quietly at her side. I am afraid we cannot move quickly. Opening a passage drains Princey heavily. She just used it, and she needs time to recover before doing it again. I get it, Kale muttered, thinking. Then he suddenly slapped his forehead. Of course. He had planned to bring everyone into the Klein cage and summon Fami to teleport them. That plan had been interrupted earlier by the darkness devil. Now, it made perfect sense to try again. Inside the Klein cage, time was frozen. Whether it was summoning Fami, letting Princey recover, or avoiding threats in hell, it was the safest option. Kale acted immediately. After a brief stillness, the world seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, with a faint distortion and a wave of dizziness, Makima and Princey were pulled into Kale's inner space. He also made sure to collect the scattered remains of the fiends nearby. Makima looked around. The grassland remained unchanged, but the massive door above was gone. The presence of hell still lingered, though much weaker now. Strictly speaking, this place no longer fully belonged to hell. Darling, is this where you usually sneak off to spend time with Fami? Makima asked, her gaze steady. Kale scratched his cheek. Now is not the time for that. Once this is over, we can stay here as long as you want. Makima nodded. Fine, I will remember that. Kale exhaled, then called out softly. Fami. No response. Fami. Still nothing. That was strange. She usually answered immediately. Then, a weak voice came from within him. I am here. Kale froze for a second. Right, they were still inside his body. Now that it was safe, there was no reason to keep them there. He released them. Are we safe now? Akka asked weakly. Yeah, you are safe. Kale gently patted her head. Kobni was still missing her limbs, but she remained conscious. Kale had stabilized her condition using controlled gravitational forces to maintain blood circulation at the severed points. Her limbs were preserved well enough that reattachment might still be possible later. Fami also returned to normal. She lowered her head, clearly uneasy. I am sorry. To recover, I absorbed some life energy from the microorganisms in your body and drank a little of your blood. That is nothing, Kale said dismissively. He then pulled her forward. Makima, take a look. Is this your sister, the hunger devil? Makima studied her carefully. From the moment Fami appeared, something felt off. The ringed eyes and her presence confirmed she was one of the horsemen. That much was undeniable, but something did not match. Every time Makima tried to recall the hunger devil, a faint buzzing filled her mind. Instead, a completely different image surfaced. A girl with short, light purple hair. After a moment of thought, Makima spoke. You look familiar, but I think you are my eldest sister, the death devil. Fami immediately burst into tears. Sister, how can you say that? Even you got it wrong. We used to get along so well. You must have been misled. It is okay. It will all be fine once you die once. Kale rubbed his temple. Even you cannot tell. He shrugged. If she were the death devil, she would not be this weak. Also, Pinxi, one of Quangxi's people, identified her as the hunger devil. Makima gave a small nod. I am not certain, but given her condition, her identity is not urgent. Getting back is more important. Agreed. Silence followed. Without Fami's teleportation, they had no choice but to wait for Princei to recover. After a moment, Makima pointed at a charred pile nearby. Darling, you mentioned Quangxi earlier. Is that what remains of her? Kale slapped his forehead again. Right, almost forgot. He walked over to the remains. With precise movements, he reconstructed her body as best as possible. Then he cut his vein and let his blood drip onto her heart. With a sharp metallic sound, he pulled the arrow from her eye socket. In an instant, light flickered. Quangxi's body regenerated, and she returned to life. Her memories were still stuck at the moment of her death. The moment she opened her eyes, she glared at Kale with fury. If she had the strength, she would have shot him immediately. Instead, she shouted, What the hell did you do to me? Why did you kill me? Put some clothes on first, Kale said, turning his head away and handing her an outfit. Chapter 198. HMPH. Quangxi let out a cold snort as she reluctantly put on her clothes. While she dressed, Kale explained everything, why he killed her, and what happened after, including his fight with the darkness devil. By the time he finished, her anger had mostly settled. The darkness devil retreating was the best possible outcome. Still, she ignored Kale and walked straight to the scattered bodies of her fiends, crouching down and working on them without a word. Watching her, Kale frowned slightly. For a second, he thought she had snapped. Losing all her women like that would break anyone. My condolences, your girls are completely dead, Kale said. Shut up, Quangxi replied flatly. She adjusted one of the corpses with careful precision. My women do not die that easily. She bit her fingertip, letting blood drip onto Pinxi's body. Something strange happened. The stitches across Pinxi's body began to move on their own, pulling flesh and limbs back together. Within moments, her eyes twitched. Then she stood up. Pinxi was a stitch fiend. Her vitality far exceeded that of a normal fiend. Even if her body was cut apart, she could survive as long as the pieces remained intact. They had been lucky. The darkness devil had used a spatial slash. If it had been anything else, Pinxi might not have made it. The reason she lay still earlier was simple. She had been completely overwhelmed by the darkness devil's presence, frozen in terror. Pinxi, get to work. Put Cosmo and Long back together. Pinxi nodded. The stitches on her body extended outward like threads, weaving through the scattered remains. Her movements were quick and precise, like a skilled tailor stitching fabric. Quanxi continued feeding them blood. Soon enough, Cosmo and Long regained consciousness. After hearing that the darkness devil had retreated, relief spread across their faces, though the fear lingered beneath the surface. At that moment, Princess slowly crawled over and nodded toward Makima. "Miss Makima, I have almost recovered. I can open the passage again." Makima immediately grabbed Kale's arm. "Good, no time to waste. We are heading back to Tokyo." Princess lay flat on the ground. The zipper on her forehead began to open. Then suddenly, clang! A clear, echoing bell rang through the space. Princess froze, her body shaking as the process was instantly interrupted. "It is him, he is coming." Fami clutched her head and dropped to her knees. "What the hell is going on?" Kale snapped. They were inside his Klein cage. Time was frozen here, space looping endlessly. Nothing from outside should be able to interfere. And yet it was happening. No, I cannot take this again." Pinxie broke down completely. "Lady Quanxi, I want to die." Even Quanxi frowned, feeling a strange pressure pressing down on her. "Who now?" she muttered. "It is the White Devil." Suddenly, the Klein cage began to distort. A white wax-like substance seeped out of empty space. Kale's domain was being eroded. They were being forced out. In an instant, everything shattered, and they were dragged back into hell. Bang! Bang! Praise the pure white. Fami slammed her head against the ground repeatedly. Long live the pure white, long live the pure white. In a flash, all color drained from the world. Everything became white. A towering structure appeared before them, pure and radiant. At the top stood a figure, glowing so brightly it was impossible to look at directly. Clang! The White Devil struck a massive bell with a wooden mallet. The sound echoed endlessly. Cosmo, Long, and Pinxie collapsed again, their minds unable to withstand it, just like before with the Darkness Devil. Another primal devil. But Kale and Makima felt something different. Instead of pain, the sound seemed to wash over them, clearing their minds. The faint buzzing that had lingered before disappeared completely. Makima turned her head toward Fami. "I see it now, you are my true second sister." At that moment, she understood. Her perception had been tampered with. The Death Devil had altered her mind using the power of noise. That lingering distortion had gone unnoticed until now. The White Devil's bell had erased it. Transparent steps formed in the air. Step by step, the White Devil descended, looking down at them. Raising a silver staff, the figure spoke in a voice that sounded almost like music. "Come, those who still live, those oppressed by darkness, those with no path forward, come under me. Praise the pure white." Fami raised her hands, tears streaming down her face. "Only white is allowed, all other colors must be erased." The White Devil clapped softly, pleased. "Very good, my daughter Fami, you understand the white will, I am pleased." Unlike most primal devils, the White Devil was different. It was not born from human fear, but from the fear of devils themselves. Many devils feared white, feared purity and brightness. That fear only grew because of how the White Devil acted. Yet its logic was simple. Submit and become one of its children. Or be erased. Even other primal devils avoided dealing with it. For weaker devils, though, it was something like a twisted guardian. Now, the White Devil extended a hand. "Come, become my children." Fami shot desperate looks at everyone. One by one, they nodded. Fighting a primal devil like this was pointless. Even others of its kind avoided it. If it wanted to play parent, then fine. No need to argue with insanity. But when it came to Kale, the White Devil shook its head. "No, you cannot." Kale narrowed his eyes. "And why the hell not?" The White Devil's tone turned cold. "Your body carries the aura of the Darkness Devil. That black is a forbidden color. It must be erased." Chapter 199. "Is that so? Then I truly apologize." A fierce glint flashed in Kale's eyes. Bang! Sparks and explosions erupted at once. Kale flipped the switch and transformed instantly into a fused weapon human. A dark greatsword, blacker than anything else, shot forward and pierced the White Devil. Primal skill fusion technique. Primal chime, withered heart-piercing sword. The primal devil, feared even by other devils in hell and arrogant beyond reason, had its defenses broken in a single strike. Snow-white intestines spilled out in a messy heap. As expected of the white devil, even its insides were white. At the same time, Kale's body mass rapidly shrank, draining down to a near skeleton. Still not enough. The bell had not rung. Not enough. The white devil raised an eyebrow slightly, wiping pale blood from its lips. You think this can kill me? I'm here too, mother. Splat. Makima and Kale moved with perfect understanding. She saw through his plan and sliced open her own artery without hesitation, letting massive amounts of blood flow through the control chains into Kale. A living human battery. Her blood continuously fed into him. Control, my daughter, you swore an oath. Why betray it? The white devil's voice carried a trace of sorrow. Makima smiled faintly. Sorry, I can live without a mother, but not without Kale. The whole parent-child game is over. Since you refuse to cooperate, you might as well die. The white devil paused, then began chanting in an obscure tone. My deepest love. The light that never fades. Support the faithful with virtue. Punish sinners with order. Let the sacred music never cease. Let the white tower stand eternal. Together, we will purify these pitiful children, consumed by darkness. Its gaze swept across them as it unleashed its primal skill. Gray death. A strange gray substance crept onto both Kale and Makima at the same time. This thing, even a black hole could not swallow it. Its effect directly neutralized Kale's own negation. Kale felt it immediately. If that gray substance fully covered him, he would be dissolved and absorbed into the white devil. For a moment, everything locked into a bizarre stalemate. Kale, I'm here to help you. Guangxi moved. With a single strike, she cut off Makima's head. Blood erupted from Makima's neck like a fountain, pouring endlessly into Kale. His body swelled, then shrank, then swelled again, cycling over and over as fresh mass fed the primal, withered heart-piercing sword. Finally, just as the gray death was about to consume both him and Makima completely, 9,408,900 neon humans died under the contract. Ding! The bell on the sword's hilt rang. A clear, crisp sound echoed through hell. The white devil stopped thinking. Then, splat! Its body collapsed into powder. The invisible staircase behind it shattered, and the white tower crumbled instantly. For the first time since its birth, the white devil died. Ding! Host has killed the white devil, obtaining attribute points. Absorbing authority, primal proliferation, master the power of division. What is whole must scatter. Inflict proliferation upon any target, breaking apart their power. The reward cap of 999,999 points meant nothing. It was just the system limit, not the true measure of that thing's strength. Kale looked at the remains and brushed ash from his hands. Pa, white devil, I gave you a chance, but you weren't worth shit. I didn't even want to fight you. Hell, I was thinking of changing my name to Whitebeard, but you just had to push it. Now I'm stuck being Blackbeard. Clap, clap. Well done, Kale. I didn't expect you to actually kill a primal. Guangxi applauded lightly. It was nothing. Kale rolled his wrist. Then his eyes sharpened. A flick of his hand. A thin line of blood appeared across Guangxi's neck. Her head flew off instantly. Zhai Yang trembled as she caught Guangxi's head and hurriedly began stitching it back. Tear. Kale snatched the thread from her, calmly stitching Makima's body back together. He glanced at Guangxi with cold indifference. Thanks for the help, but I hate seeing anyone touch my woman. That little stunt just now, this is your return gift. And another thing, I never gave you permission to talk to me. Killing a primal had changed something in him. There was no need to hold back anymore. Even if the darkness devil showed up right now, it would still die. Kale stood at the absolute peak of this world. In raw combat strength, no one came close. In hell, killing a primal was proof enough. Let's head back to Tokyo and keep hunting Santa Claus. Kale walked up to Princey, pulled open the zipper running down her body, and stepped inside while carrying Makima and Akai. Chapter 200. Kale brought Makima, Kobni, and Fami into the spider devil's body and left hell. Prince instinctively tried to close the zipper. To her, only those under Makima were allies. Everyone else living or dying meant nothing. Chai. Guangxi grabbed the zipper and yanked it open wider. Then she shoved her 4 fiend partners into the spider devil. "You girls go first, I'll cover the rear." The spider devil trembled in anger, but said nothing. Makima and the others had more important matters. No one had time to argue. Guangxi was nowhere near Kale or Makima in strength, but handling the spider devil was still easy for her. Tokyo. Shinjuku had turned into a sea of fire. Burned corpses covered the streets. The stench of blood hung so thick it stung the eyes. On a distant rooftop, Kale and the others appeared. Without wasting a second, they moved toward the battlefield where Asa, Rize, and Santa Claus were fighting. It was impossible to miss. Santa Claus had built a massive body from doll corpses, a towering figure close to 100 meters tall. It barely resembled a human anymore. "Kale, you're finally back." Asa's eyes lit up, tears forming as she saw him. Santa Claus stared down at him, eyes glowing red, her expression tightening. "Impossible, the darkness devil is invincible. You shouldn't be alive, you must have escaped somehow." Kale flicked his hand. Boom! A violent shockwave tore through the air and erased Santa Claus instantly. Her body shattered into bone dust, her insides exploding into a rain of blood that painted the ground. "Sorry, I took my time." Kale wiped the blood and ash from Asa's face with a casual motion. "Shashu. Useless, useless." Santa Claus reformed almost immediately, her body knitting itself back together. "Do you have any idea how strong I am right now?" she said, grinning. "I fused with the darkness devil's flesh. As long as there's darkness, I can revive endlessly." "Jesus, you talk too much." Kale tossed a bell-sound sword straight at her. At the same time, he sliced open his own abdomen, cut through his intestines, and shoved several doll corpses inside. The bodies were absorbed instantly, converted into his own mass. Ding! The bell rang. Santa Claus died again. Then she revived again, the darkness restoring her body. "Heh, now I get it," she said, smiling wider. "You're strong, you can kill me instantly, so what?" She spread her arms. "I'm evolving. I'm not limited to touch anymore. Anyone fully covered in darkness, I can turn into a doll instantly." Her grin widened further. "Do you know how many dolls I have across the world? They look like normal people. You'd never notice." "No, not just people," she continued, almost laughing. "Dogs, fish, anything alive. I can turn all of them into dolls. Killing me is pointless. My will flows through all of them. Every single one is Santa Claus." Her voice grew more unhinged. "Will come at you when you least expect it. You'll never have peace. If I can't beat you, I'll destroy everyone around you. Your woman, your future kids. To erase me completely, you'd have to kill every living thing on Earth." She laughed loudly. "So what now? You got the guts for that." "Tusk, that's fucking disgusting." Kale glanced to the side at Pinksy, the insight fiend. "Oi find her weakness." Guangxi smirked. "No need, she's nothing in front of my girls." She looked at Cosmo, who was clinging to her arm. "Cosmo, time to work. Give her the serious version." "Halloween." Cosmo snapped upright. "You think this works on me?" Santa Claus sneered. "You weaklings really think you can." Guangxi ignored her. Cosmo's expression shifted completely. She stretched her body slowly, like preparing for something. Hello. "Halloween," Santa Claus frowned. "Halloween." In an instant, her world changed. She stood inside a vast library, rows of books stretching endlessly. Her massive body was gone. She was just a normal girl again. "Halloween." Cosmo sat behind a desk, resting her chin on her hands, smiling gently. She looked completely different now. Quiet, composed, intelligent. Santa Claus walked between the shelves, glancing around. "So this is your mind attack?" she said with a smirk. "Useless. My brain is shared with every doll in the world. This is like trying to dye an ocean red with a drop of ink." Cosmo took a slow breath. "Hello, Santa Claus. I am Cosmo, the Cosmos Fiend." Her voice was steady and soft. "Don't be afraid. Even though you've done terrible things, I don't hate you." Santa Claus scoffed. "Oh, and what are you going to do?" Cosmo's eyes glowed faintly. "You will understand everything." Santa Claus burst out laughing. "From you, you think you can." Cosmo interlocked her fingers. "The knowledge you have," she said softly, is less than a single page in this library. She raised her hand slightly. Now I'll give you all of it. Please do, Santa Claus mocked. Snap. Cosmo snapped her fingers. Everything collapsed inward. Santa Claus felt her mind twist violently. The books grew massive. Or maybe she was shrinking. The library stretched into something endless, like an ocean. Her head throbbed. Her skull itched. It felt like her brain was tearing itself apart. Her lips moved uncontrollably. Hallow's Halloween. Outside. Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. Santa Claus screamed the word over and over, completely losing control. She stopped attacking. Stopped thinking. Everywhere across the world, creatures began repeating the same word. Humans. Dogs. Cats. All affected. Because their minds were connected. When Santa Claus collapsed, they all collapsed with her. If Kale stood at the peak of raw power, then Cosmo stood at the absolute peak of intellect. Any being whose mind was flooded with the knowledge of the cosmos never returned. Chapter 201. After Cosmo invited Xina to read a book, the cleanup became simple. All the toys were identified and could no longer disguise themselves. Governments around the world moved quickly, rounding up anything that could only repeat Halloween. Because those things possessed dark regeneration, they were all burned to ensure they stayed dead. Even so, the darkness devil was a primal fear. Its power was beyond reason. After living through that incident, Kale became far more careful. He even considered that the ashes of those toys might revive if left in darkness. Within 3 days, Kale forced every major government into an agreement. He gathered all the ashes and sealed them inside a section of the Klein cage, locking them away in its endless space. That solution left no room for error. The Santa Claus crisis was finally over. Japan alone lost over 10 million people. Other countries combined suffered over 100,000 more. Still, life did not stop. Reconstruction began immediately. By the time Kale finished dealing with everything, a week had passed since the Darkness Devil incident. He opened the Klein cage and brought a guest room from Makima's apartment into its inner space. He remembered clearly. Back when he rescued Alexei and Sophia from the Soviet Union, Fami had teased him, saying she wanted to train with him here. Now the room was decorated exactly to her taste. Food filled every surface, from Eastern dishes to Western desserts, nothing missing. Fami, Kale called softly, sitting alone at the table. He felt uneasy. For some reason, he was worried she would not show up. Since returning from hell, Fami, who usually loved watching chaos unfold, had avoided him completely. Funny how that worked. Before, Kale could not stand being around her. That tilted head alone gave him a headache. Now, after only a few days, it felt like he had been waiting forever. A faint sound cut through the silence. A pale purple figure appeared across from him. "I'm here." Same tone, same presence. She grabbed a slice of pizza and started eating without hesitation. Kale let out a quiet breath. "Take your time, it's all yours." He rested his chin on his hand, watching crumbs gather at the corner of her lips. He did not bring up anything complicated, no labels, no questions about what they were to each other. Too tiring. Right now, she was just a girl who liked good food. Fami let out a small burp, tilting her head. "Kale, do you know what else the eternal space can do, besides locking things away?" Kale tapped the table lightly, then reached over and wiped her mouth. "Let me guess, infinite food. No matter how much you eat, more shows up when you open the door." A faint smile touched her lips. "You're getting sharp." She paused, then spoke calmly. "I am Medes, the death devil." "Oh." Kale picked up a piece of matcha cake and took a bite. "I killed the falling devil. I can wipe out humanity if I want," she continued. He nodded, still eating. Medes raised an eyebrow. "You don't want to kill me." Kale shook his head. "Not really." He reached out and gently touched her cheek. "What I care about is whether you'll show up to the wedding during Kixie Festival, not as some toy, but as my wife." Medes held his hand, a faint curve forming on her lips. "You're starting to feel less human." "Maybe." Kale moved closer, sitting beside her. "You could destroy humanity, but you haven't, so tell me everything." For some reason, his attitude eased her. I want to stop the Nostradamus prophecy. Then we'll stop it. He intertwined his fingers with hers, without hesitation. Metis stared at him. You believe me, you don't think I'm the cause. I believe the you sitting here right now. She looked at him for a moment, then continued. The prophecy will likely come true, many will die, humanity might nearly disappear, but it won't be because I choose it. I am not the king of terror. I get it, you're the blade, not the one holding it. Metis nodded slightly. When the prophecy happens, humanity's fear of death will peak. My power will surge to its highest point. At that stage, anything I do will trigger death itself. Humanity will collapse. Killing me won't help. A new death devil will appear, and she might not care about humans at all. Everything I've done, every disaster, every loss of life, it was to dull humanity's fear of death. If they fear it less, my power weakens. That's the only chance they have. Kale went quiet. Then he laughed under his breath, rubbing his face. Damn, didn't expect you to care this much. So, he said, looking at her again, do you want to kill me? Metis hesitated. After a long pause, she shook her head. I don't, controlling you would help, but I'd rather risk humanity than kill my husband. Kale let out a slow breath. Yeah, I like you more every time you talk. Then something clicked in his mind. All right, I've got a better plan. Metis blinked. What? Let's have kids, a lot of them. She froze. In what? Kale leaned forward, completely serious. You like humanity, right? Then we don't let it disappear. I can use primal fear, proliferation. If you're carrying our child, your death authority should weaken. Metis processed that. Then she looked at him with clear shock. That actually makes sense. A faint red tint appeared on her face. All right. Kale smiled, leaning in and kissing her. He guided her down onto the tatami, slow and steady. Time passed quietly as the mood deepened. Metis's face grew warmer, a trace of uncertainty in her voice. Can a death devil even have children? Kale gave a confident grin. This is the Klein cage, time isn't a problem. He brushed her hair aside. If we keep at it, we'll make it work. Metis nodded softly. Then we'll go at it for life. Chapter 202. July 15th. Afternoon. Tokyo, Shinjuku Ward Hospital. Outside the delivery room, 8 people waited. Kale, Makima, Rize, Metis, Kobni, Fami, and Rize's adoptive parents, Alexei and Sophia. His wives and in-laws. Makima and Metis both had visible baby bumps now. Yeah, both of them were pregnant. Metis carried her child to counter the Nostradamus prophecy. Makima got pregnant for a much simpler reason. She refused to lose. If the others were having his kids, she was not sitting that one out. Kale's primal ability, reproduction, made it possible. Even devils like control and death could conceive. Rize still had no plans to become a mother. Kobni wanted to, but kept overthinking it, worried her body was not ready, so she held off. Fami was just there because she felt like it. Her sister was giving birth, so she showed up to watch. Inside the room, Asamitaka was drenched in sweat. The delivery was successful. But something felt off. The baby did not cry. Ms. Asashi's, a very beautiful girl. The nurse stared in disbelief. This was not flattery. She had delivered countless babies, most looked rough at birth. This one was different. Her features were already well-formed, balanced in a way that felt unnatural. There was something else too, something hard to explain, like the child was already aware. The nurse instinctively wanted to pat the baby to make her cry. Then the baby glanced at her. Cold, indifferent. The nurse froze and quietly gave up. Let me see my child. Asa wiped her sweat, impatient. The nurse handed her over. The baby looked at Asa, then turned her head away like she had already made a judgment. Asa blinked, then frowned. Hey, you don't like mama. The baby opened her mouth slightly. Ah, it's me, Zai. The words were clumsy, but clear. The nurse almost collapsed. She spoke right after being born. Isa's eyes lit up. You want a name? The baby gave a small nod. Isa thought for a moment. If it was a girl, she would take Isa's surname. Mitaka Hagoromo. No reaction. Mitaka Shina. Still nothing. She tried several names. The baby rejected all of them. Then Yoru's voice echoed in her mind. Hess, interesting kid. Fine, I'll name her. Isa rolled her eyes. You, with your brain. Shut it, call her Yui. Isa hesitated. Mitaka Yui. The baby's lips curved slightly. She accepted. Mitaka Yui's growth made no sense. 5 days after birth, she had thick black hair and a full set of teeth. 10 days, she was walking. 15 days, she spoke Japanese, Russian, and English fluently, like she had always known them. August 6th evening. While her parents were busy making more siblings for her, Yui quietly pushed her stroller out of the room. She went looking for Pachita. Chainsaw dog, give me, present. Woof, what do you want? Want, boom. Pachita stared at her, then sighed. Woof, fine. It already felt bloated anyway. Pachita sliced open its chest and pulled out a piece of flesh that had been bothering it, then dropped it into Yui's mouth. Pachita, the hero of hell. It had once shared authority with the Death Devil. Its ability could erase devils and their concepts. But originally, eating a devil was meant to protect it, not erase it. True death came from being forgotten. And now, the nuclear weapon devil had found the perfect vessel. A promise had been made to war. The time had come. Return it. Yui swallowed the flesh. Her body absorbed it instantly. She became the new nuclear weapon devil. Something far worse than the gun devil. The true king of terror had arrived. That moment, across Japan, people woke in the middle of the night. They remembered. The explosion. The fear. It all came rushing back. Fear of death surged to its peak. Medis' power spiked with it, overflowing beyond control. People began dying without reason. Japan suffered the worst. Their fear of nuclear weapons ran deeper than anywhere else. Luckily, the children in Medis' womb shared her authority. It slowed the rate of death. Still, the disaster dragged on for nearly half a year. During that time, Kale did not forget something important. He held a wedding during Kixi Festival. Besides his 5 wives, he dragged Fami into it too. She was already there anyway. Her sisters had married him, leaving her out would have been unfair. Bro just finding an excuse app. After the wedding, things escalated quickly. Kale did not waste time. Fami cried a lot afterward, but not from pain. She just would not admit why. Eventually, Medis gave birth. The moment her children were born, the random deaths stopped. Japan's population had dropped to 30 million. Medis and Kale had twins, an older sister and a younger brother. Both carried the authority of death. Kale named them Ai and Zen. Not long after, Makima gave birth as well. A daughter. Black hair just like Kale. Makima thought for a moment, then named her Miyu. Years passed. Yui, Ai, Zen, and Miyu reached school age. During holidays, they always gathered around Kale. Same question every time. Dad, why do we have so many moms? Other kids only have one. Kale looked at them, then sighed, rubbing his temples. Because your moms and I, yeah, it's complicated. He paused, then smirked. Just know this, I've got elite taste. He patted their heads. Now go to sleep. At the end,